Chen Fan traversed into a world of martial arts, initially believing he could live a life of tranquility and ease. However, merely 3 days later, his pillar of support crumbled. Fortunately, he acquired a fully fledged task system and began with the Indestructible Diamond Body technique. From that moment onward, he turned his fortunes around and embarked on an invincible path. Chapter 1. Father, you wouldn't want the Chen family to become extinct, would you? In the Great Hua Dynasty, outside Qingzhou City, lay the desolate graveyard. Chen Fan knelt before a tombstone, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Father, oh father, you were a top-tier master. How could you have fallen prey to mountain bandits? Moreover, in your last words, you urged me not to seek vengeance. Vengeance? With my current strength, I am as feeble as a chicken. How could I possibly avenge you? When I see our foes, I can barely muster the courage to avoid them. Surely, from the heavens, you would not wish to witness the Chen family's demise? Very well, let us sever our father-son ties for now. I shall seek revenge when I possess the strength. Rest assured, on your journey to the underworld, I will burn ample paper money for you, ensuring you are not wronged in the afterlife. Chen Fan bowed deeply to the grave, exhaling a long sigh. What ist? If even a top-tier master could be slain, what chance did he, a mere third-rate novice, have? Should the bandits ascertain their connection to him, would they show any mercy? It was known that during the recent ambush, the mountain thieves suffered considerable losses. Moreover, their lair had been discovered due to his father's investigations. They were a group of reckless brigands, and with his current abilities, encountering them would leave him with no recourse but to dance a futile jig before awaiting his demise. In truth, Chen Fan harbored a secret. He was a time traveler. 3 days prior, he had perished from a late-night reading binge, only to awaken in this world. By a stroke of fortune, he became the son of a minor officer in the Jinyui. Under ordinary circumstances, such a beginning would be quite favorable. After all, having a father in a position of power and a top-tier martial artist as a shield should ensure a life of comfort and security. Yet, to his utter dismay, within just 3 days, his support had collapsed. The previous inhabitant of this body was utterly unambitious. Relying on his father's influence, he spent his days either reveling in leisure or indulging in music and entertainment. Although his father persistently urged him to train, he only possessed a superficial understanding of martial arts. Despite being subjected to his father's reprimands, he never committed to serious training, believing that his father's protection would guarantee him a life free from want. He harbored no grand aspirations, desiring only to live out his days in this small corner of Qingchen. However, everything had changed. This was no ordinary dynasty, it was a realm of high martial arts, where individuals could soar through the skies and cleave enemies in the midst of battles. Some wielded swords capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas. The Great Hua Dynasty boasted vast territories, replete with numerous sects and a plethora of skilled masters. The intricate web of power dynamics necessitated the court to establish organizations such as the Eastern and Western Factories, the Jinyui, and the Six Doors, among others, to manage the diverse factions. Chen Fan's father held a minor position within the Jinyui. Now that his support has collapsed, Chen Fan finds himself in a precarious situation. He contemplates the path that lies ahead. His father left behind a training hall, which, if sold, could yield a considerable sum of money. He could then use this wealth to secure a position within the Jinyui, an organization steeped in tradition and familial legacy. With eyes closed and brows furrowed, Chen Fan reflects on the hierarchy of the Jinyui, from the commanding officer to the ranks of 1,000 household, deputy 1,000 household, 100 household, trial 100 household, general flag, and minor flag. Ordinarily, upon his father's death, he would be entitled to fill the vacancy directly. However, to ensure the process is conducted appropriately, Chen Fan resolves to prepare some gifts. Should he fail, he would find himself in a dire predicament. With his father gone, how could he possibly safeguard this inheritance? At present, numerous powerful figures are likely already eyeing his estate. The Changchun Martial Arts Hall on South Street has a vendetta against my father. If given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly strike. Furthermore, there is the notorious bandit leader, Li Hua, who has evaded the court's pursuit alongside his capable subordinates. Chen Fan squints, pondering how to confront this adversity. He is now, without a father or support, akin to a chicken on a chopping block, vulnerable to any passerby. In his previous life, he encountered many such situations where his rightful possessions were easily snatched away. To add insult to injury, those who took from him often reveled in their triumph. Chen Fan is acutely aware that this world is not governed by reason. Reason? It is merely a euphemism for strength. The might of one's fist dictates one's right to claim. Currently, he finds himself at a third-rate level, with higher tiers such as second-rate, first-rate, innate, master, and grandmaster looming above him. Third-rate practitioners are as common as pigs and dogs in the entire Qingzhou region. Only upon reaching the first-rate level can one be considered a formidable opponent. In this modest locale, the innate level is regarded as a person of significance. The bandit who murdered his father, Li Hua, is a first-rate expert. It is essential to note that his father was a Jinui officer. For Li Hua to have slain him, he must possess exceptional skill, undoubtedly not a mere bandit of amateur caliber. While Chen Fan contemplates his future, a sudden burst of information flashes in his mind. Max-level mission system? Chen Fan instinctively utters aloud. No sooner had he spoken than a panel appeared before him. Host, Chen Fan. Strength, initial third-rate. Evaluation. Possesses a superficial understanding of various matters, yet is merely a true weakling. Chen Fan mutters under his breath, continuing to scrutinize the details. Detailed information, extremely cautious in demeanor, in other words, fearfully clinging to life. Harbors hidden intentions, with a fierce spirit, enraged, yet composed, planning his moves with foresight, truly a man of substance. Mediocre aptitude. While physically healthy, his innate talent is unremarkable, making significant progress in cultivation challenging. Beginner's gift package. One special reminder. Completion of system tasks is necessary to earn mission rewards. A max-level mission system? Gazing at the system's prompt, Chen Fan is momentarily taken aback. In this moment, the presence of the system instills him with newfound confidence. Soon, an introduction to the system appeared, revealing that upon completing the tasks assigned by the system, one would be rewarded with formidable weapons and even profound techniques. Most importantly, the acquired techniques would be instantly maxed out. This Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback upon understanding the system. He had initially thought it was a simple interface, only to realize it was, in fact, a cheat. Insta-max level? How much training time would that save? Extraordinary. Chen Fan was already of mediocre talent, and years of wasted time had widened the gap between him and his peers. The path to becoming stronger seemed exceedingly arduous, and making any significant achievements in martial arts appeared utterly implausible. However, with the emergence of the system, everything transformed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan suppressed his excitement and examined the system panel. System, extract the novice gift pack. As a seasoned gaming enthusiast, Chen Fan was well aware of the importance of novice gift pack. It was an essential tool for overtaking others on the path. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracted the novice gift pack. Beep, novice gift pack extraction successful. Congratulations, host has acquired the indestructible diamond technique. Would the host like to extract the technique? Chapter 2, Breakthrough to Innate Status. Overjoyed, Chen Fan promptly responded, yes, extracted immediately. Understood, host. Extraction successful. Congratulations on mastering the max-level indestructible diamond technique. Before Chen Fan could react, he felt an immense surge of inner strength erupting from his dantian, akin to the tide of the ocean. At that moment, his dantian transformed into an unfathomable ancient well, with boundless inner energy rushing in as if it had found its rightful master. This influx of energy then began to circulate within him, like a gentle stream flowing through his limbs and veins, filling and unblocking every pathway. For a brief moment, he was engulfed in a sensation of omnipotence, as if he could extinguish the heavens with a mere wave of his hand. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he soon found a torrent of information flooding his mind, detailed insights into the indestructible diamond technique, including all its essential skills, key secrets, and critical points. Suppressing the overwhelming joy within him, Chen Fan promptly seated himself on the ground and began to cultivate the indestructible diamond technique. He guided the boundless inner strength within him to traverse every meridian, akin to the vastness of the ocean. With each circulation of this immense energy, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him like a hot spring, while simultaneously experiencing his veins and flesh hardening at an astonishing pace. All previously blocked acupoints began to dissolve like snow under the blazing sun, transforming into a smooth, unobstructed path. With each acupoint he opened, the flow of inner strength accelerated, and after completing a full cycle of the technique, his innate talent had already reached a level capable of rivaling the most gifted individuals of his era. Yet, Chen Fan did not cease his efforts. He felt insufficiently strong, and his cultivation had yet to reach its zenith. He cherished this hard-won opportunity, fervently absorbing every ounce of energy like a sponge. Ha ha! After a day and a night, Chen Fan opened his eyes with a resounding laughter, an overwhelming power swirling around him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his gaze. He took a deep breath to calm himself, channeling his internal energy. Then he stamped his foot onto the ground. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the earth beneath him sank several inches from the force of his strike. Such immense strength! This level of prowess would surely be difficult for even an ordinary master to rival. Have I succeeded? Ha ha! Have I truly succeeded? Chen Fan was overtaken by joy, though it felt surreal, as if he were in a dream. Yet the abundant internal energy coursing through his body constantly reminded him that he was no longer the weakling he once was. Just a day prior, he had been a feeble novice at the initial stage of the third tier, someone who could easily be slain by even moderately skilled opponents. However, with the system's assistance, he had unblocked all his meridians and acupoints within this single day, allowing him to commune with the forces of heaven and earth through his physical form. What did this signify? It meant that Chen Fan had achieved the innate realm. In just one day, an ordinary novice had transformed into a master of the innate level. Was this the miraculous power of the system? Indeed, I must say, the system is truly formidable. Chen Fan murmured to himself, deeply astonished. The Indestructible Diamond Technique was a premier internal martial arts manual, regarded as one of the 10 most powerful martial arts scriptures throughout history, revered as the strongest defensive internal skill. It comprised 11 formidable forms. Each form was more powerful than the last, yet the difficulty of mastering them increased exponentially. It was said that an ordinary person might only manage to grasp 2 or 3 forms in a lifetime. To fully cultivate all 11 forms of this technique, one would likely require a millennium of arduous practice. But who in the world could live for 1,000 years? It was said that even those who were akin to terrestrial immortals struggled to reach the 10th level of this technique, showcasing its formidable difficulty. Yet, Chen Fan had obtained the complete 11 levels. Aside from the creator of this technique, he might very well be the first person in history to achieve mastery of it. In just one day, he had leaped like a carp over the Dragon Gate, entering this exalted realm. With such defensive capabilities, he was akin to a true warrior. Ha ha ha! With this level of defense, my chances of survival in this treacherous world have greatly increased. Moreover, once I join the Jinui, I can swiftly ascend to a high position. All I need to worry about are the sinister tactics of poison, ambushes, and conspiracies. The Jinui operated under a hereditary system. Upon the death of his father, he would inherit the position, leaving him with no choice in the matter. Previously, as a mere novice at the initial third tier, if he had joined the Jinui, it would not have been long before he followed in his father's footsteps, becoming just another mound of earth upon a grave. But now, what did Chen Fan have to fear? With a stroke of fortune, Chen Fan managed to contain the surging waves of internal energy within himself, rendering his outward appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. In this realm, one cannot assess strength merely by observing appearance or aura. It is only through an individual's voluntary release of their internal power that one can make a judgment. A congenital master, when unleashing their internal energy, possesses an aura that extends 3 feet, capable of remarkable feats such as plucking flowers and leaves with ease. System, what is my current task? Chen Fan inquired, a hint of uncertainty lingering in his mind. In this world, nothing comes without a price, and the system would undoubtedly assign him a corresponding mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Avenge your father. Among all virtues, filial piety reigns supreme. As a son, it is only natural that you seek vengeance for your father. Task objective: eliminate the bandit chief, the first-rate expert Li Hua. Task reward: mastery of the renowned lightness skill, Lingbo Weibu. The reward turned out to be a manual on lightness techniques, and not just any, but the illustrious Lingbo Weibu. Upon seeing this name, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle with delight internally. This is truly the prelude to soaring. I have struck gold with Lingbo Weibu. With lightness skills, he could seize the initiative. In the face of adversaries, he could advance or retreat, move swiftly or strategically. Though the indestructible body technique had significantly enhanced his defenses, making his physique formidable, he still needed to land a hit on his opponents. Wait for me. Father, your son shall avenge you soon. At that moment, Chen Fan felt a fierce blaze ignite within his chest. He unfastened the wine gourd tied to his waist and took a spiteful swig of the inferior, potent liquor within. He then poured the remainder of the spirits upon his parents' grave, standing in solemn tribute for a brief moment. Finally, he knelt before the grave, bowing 3 respectful times, and then, without a trace of longing, turned away. With the support of his family gone, he resolved to rely solely on himself from now on. Chapter 3. The appointment of the Jinhui. As Chen Fan returned to Qingzhou City, the sun had begun its descent in the west, casting a gentle glow upon the sky adorned with faint evening hues. He casually purchased 2 roasted chickens and 3 flatbreads before making his way home. His residence was situated in the common courtyard of Zhuke Fong in the northern part of the city, an unremarkable dwelling. At this moment, a white sail still fluttered outside the courtyard door, and remnants of paper money lay scattered upon the ground. Upon seeing Chen Fan's return, the neighbors expressed their concern. Some elderly individuals stepped forward to offer words of comfort. "Do not be sorrowful, Fanner. Life must continue," one elder reassured him. "Indeed, one must look forward," another chimed in. "It is truly a pity for Lord Chen. He was an exceptionally good official." "Alas, the heavens are blind," lamented another. Although Chen Fan's father had served as a member of the Jinhui, he had never abused his power nor engaged in the oppression of the common folk. Instead, he had utilized his position and strength to expel ruffians and protect the well-being of his neighbors. Now that Chen Fan's father had perished in battle, the surrounding community was deeply saddened and gathered to pay their respects. The arrangements for his burial were greatly aided by the neighbors' support. "Brother Fan, if you encounter any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to speak up. We will all lend a hand," spoke a young woman adorned with a white flower. Approximately 25 years of age. Her eyes glistened with tears, and though fatigue weighed upon her, her ample beauty could not be concealed. Xiao Wuji recognized her. She was Widow Li, a well-known figure in the neighborhood, renowned for her exquisite tofu. Many would come to purchase her tofu, drawn by her charm. "Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I am fine," Chen Fan replied, bowing in gratitude. Stealing glances at her curvaceous figure, he exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors before retreating into his home. After satiating his hunger with the roasted chicken and flatbreads, Chen Fan retired to bed. In ancient times, the nightlife offered few entertainments, and those available were beyond his reach. With a full stomach, there was little else to occupy his time but sleep. He mused that he was still in need of a wife. As he lay in the emptiness of his bed, such thoughts lingered in his mind. As slumber overtook him, his dreams were filled with visions of the enchanting tofu maiden, a testament to the fervor of youth. Thus, the first night after attaining his newfound prowess passed in blissful reverie. Upon awakening, Chen Fan freshened up briefly before setting out for the Northern Supervisory Office of the Jinhui. This marked his inaugural visit to the office. He beheld the grand crimson gates of the Supervisory Office, its imposing architecture radiating majesty. 4 Jinhui guards stood sentinel at the entrance, clad in their distinctive flying fish attire, with embroidered spring knives at their waists. Standing erect, their expressions were stern yet composed. Exuding an aura of authority akin to 4 steadfast pillars, their gazes fixed upon the street before them. Passers-by, upon encountering the imposing gates and the formidable guards, averted their eyes in trepidation, steering clear of the vicinity. The reputation of the Jinhui was indeed notorious in the eyes of many common folk. Those within the supervisory office were perceived as fearsome demons, ruthless and merciless. Although amiable members like Chen Fan's father existed, they were a rarity, indeed. "Stop. This is the headquarters of the Jinhui's pacification division. What brings you here?" A burly guard fixed his gaze intently on Chen Fan as he approached. With a gentle smile, Chen Fan retrieved the token left by his father from his waist and presented it, saying, "Brothers, I am one of your own. Please inform the others that Chen Fan, son of the Little Banner, has come to report for duty." Chen Fan. The guard took the token, scrutinizing Chen Fan's face with skepticism. However, upon inspecting the token, his expression softened. After all, the Jinhui operates under a hereditary system. With this token, Chen Fan was destined to inherit the position of Little Banner, making him a subordinate of sorts. His demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness as he said, "Ah, since you are one of us, do enter. However, do refrain from wandering about or eavesdropping. Someone will escort you to meet the Grand Banner Lord," he added with a hopeful tone. "I trust you will offer guidance in the future." Chen Fan smiled in response, "I will." Upon entering the pacification division, a robust middle-aged man approached. Spotting him, Chen Fan's eyes brightened, and he called out, "Uncle Wang, Uncle Wang." "Ah, here comes Fanner," Wang Jinggang replied, advancing with a smile and a pat on Chen Fan's shoulder. How have you been these past few days? It is sorrowful that your father has departed, and I share in your grief. Yet, life must go on. Now that you are here, it is time to take up your father's mantle, strive for accomplishments, and bring solace to his spirit. Chen Fan nodded, replying, I understand. Uncle Wang, thank you for your concern. Wang Jinggang, a colleague of Chen Fan's father and also a little banner, had shared a close bond with Chen Fan's father for over a decade. He had participated in the recent campaign against the mountain bandits and had the fortune of surviving, even bringing back Chen Fan's father's body. Come, I shall take you to meet the Grand Banner Lord. Remember, when you meet him, maintain a respectful demeanor and refrain from speaking out of turn. Wang Jinggang advised with a serious tone. Understood, Uncle Wang, Chen Fan replied dutifully, appearing innocent and harmless. Being his first visit to the pacification division, he did not allow his formidable martial arts prowess to inflate his ego. He was well aware that arrogance often leads to a swift demise, especially in the presence of figures of immense power within the royal family. Attracting unwanted attention from such individuals would spell trouble for him. Following Wang Jinggang, Chen Fan traversed the front courtyard, the corridors, and the moon gate, finally arriving at the Grand Banner Lord's office. Upon reaching the entrance to the Grand Banner's hall, Chen Fan spotted a man seated at the main position, engrossed in reviewing documents. This man was Qin Xiong, the Grand Banner Lord of the Jinyue, and the direct superior of both Chen Fan's father and Wang Jinggang. Chen Fan had heard of Qin Xiong's reputation. He was the foremost among the 16 Grand Banners of the Northern Pacification Division and a figure of considerable influence. Qin Xiong, whose actual age has surpassed 50, possesses profound internal strength and adheres to the principles of health preservation, appearing to be merely in his 40s. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe adorned with the Shangyun pattern and four-clawed flying fish designs, he exudes a formidable presence that commands respect and instills fear without uttering a word. His subordinate, Wang Jinggang, approached with a respectful gesture. Greetings, sir. Chen Fan mimicked the gesture. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Xiong set aside his official documents and raised an eyebrow. Wang Jinggang, who is the person you have brought? Wang Jinggang promptly bowed in deference and reported, Esteemed sir, this individual is none other than Chen Fan, the son of the former minor banner leader, Chen Ping. I have brought him here to assume his father's position. Chapter 4. Appointment. Uncle Wang's comfort. Qin Xiong sat up and scrutinized Chen Fan, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, you indeed resemble a promising young man. Quite the handsome lad, he remarked. Your father has served under me for many years as a loyal subordinate. Though he may not have achieved great feats, he has certainly been diligent. Now that you are to inherit his position, do not tarnish his esteemed reputation. After a brief discourse, Qin Xiong reached a decision regarding the day's matters. Your father sacrificed for the people, serving in his official capacity. Thus, you shall continue in his stead, taking up the small flag. Clearly, Qin Xiong was a relatively lenient superior, refraining from making things difficult for Chen Fan, and demonstrated a remembrance of his old subordinate's contributions. Although the Jinyue operated under an inheritance system, should he wish to complicate matters for Chen Fan for personal gain, the latter would have little choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, given Qin Xiong's formidable reputation amongst his peers, he was unlikely to compromise his integrity for petty gains. Wang Jinggang, please escort him to receive his Feiyu uniform and saber. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall refrain from further discussion. Qin Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Yes, my lord, your subordinate obeys, Wang Jinggang replied, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Having watched Chen Fan grow, he felt genuine happiness for the young man's successful succession. Thank you, my lord. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. He was acutely aware of the intricacies involved, yet since he had not been put to the test today, he felt it prudent to acknowledge this favor and remember it for future reciprocation. Before long, Wang Jinggang guided Chen Fan through the necessary formalities, registering his name and retrieving the distinctive Feiyu uniform and saber. As he toyed with a Jinyue token inscribed with his name and title, he marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship that marked it as a product of the Jinyue. Although the Feiyu uniform and saber lacked the opulence of a senior flag officer's attire, they nonetheless represented his new identity, far surpassing the might of the guards outside. With the token in hand, he was truly a junior officer of the Jinyue. Clad in the Feiyu uniform, with a saber at his side and the token in hand, he emanated an impressive aura. Wang Jinggang, pleased with Chen Fan's appearance, approached him for a closer inspection and patted him on the shoulder. Good lad, you truly resemble your father in his youth, perhaps even more handsome, he chuckled. Chen Fan smiled sheepishly but refrained from comment. Soon, however, Wang Jingang's expression turned serious. From now on, you are a member of the Jinyue. When you are out and about, you must be mindful of your image. Do not let our reputation suffer. Yes, Uncle Wang. Ah, I know you are sensible. Enough of that for now. Let me show you around and help you acclimate. Wang Jingang's demeanor softened as he began to share insights with Chen Fan. In the ensuing moments, Wang Jingang guided Chen Fan through the facilities, providing a comprehensive overview of where one could go and where one could not. As they traversed the buildings, he pointed out individuals who were best avoided, as well as those with formidable backgrounds who were not to be trifled with. The Jinyui, after all, is a realm of intricate interpersonal relationships, populated by numerous influential figures. Offending them, even inadvertently, could lead to dire consequences, often without the victim realizing what had transpired. Although Chen Fan's current prowess rendered him undaunted by such threats, the insights shared by Wang Jingang still warmed his heart. The Zentusi comprised a total of 16 Qianhu offices, alongside a Zhaojing prison, a scripture repository, and various storerooms and logistical departments. Consequently, the position of the chief banner was not particularly significant. Beneath him were 100 households, and above them, 1,000 households. While Chen Fan, as a minor banner, wielded some authority, it was not of great magnitude. Casting an envious glance at the Qianhu office before him, Wang Jingang shook his head and said to Chen Fan, "Come, I shall introduce you to your subordinates." With that, he began leading Chen Fan to the northern courtyard, where his subordinates were situated. Chen Fan's father was well respected, and thus, he had a considerable number of people working under him, around 20, placing him among the upper echelon of minor banners. Upon arriving at the northern courtyard, Chen Fan immediately attracted attention, for as a newcomer clad in the distinctive attire of a minor banner, it was nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Wang Jingang approached the crowd, clapped his hands to gather them, and announced, "Allow me to introduce you to the newly appointed minor banner, Chen Fan, son of the former minor banner, Chen Ping." Seeing this, Chen Fan stepped forward with a smile, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Fan, your new minor banner. I look forward to your cooperation, and together, we shall achieve promotions and prosperity." Upon hearing this, even Wang Jingang could not help but furrow his brow. Although Chen Fan's performance as a newcomer was commendable, his words seemed a touch presumptuous. Over the years, he had witnessed many successors assume their father's roles, with even a newly appointed 100 household often appearing timid during introductions. In contrast, Chen Fan's confidence was striking, yet his statement risked coming across as arrogant to those beneath him. As anticipated, only scattered applause followed, accompanied by expressions of disdain from the onlookers. While Chen Fan had legitimately inherited his father's position, it was understandable that these seasoned men might feel irked by a youth poised above them. However, Chen Fan paid little heed to their attitudes. After all, in a world where strength reigns supreme, earning their respect could be achieved with a mere display of capability. Though he deemed it unnecessary at this juncture. Observing the scene, Wang Jingang worried that Chen Fan might feel disheartened and thus offered a few words of encouragement. Do not concern yourself with their attitudes. It is common for newcomers to face such scrutiny. In time, as you spend more time together, matters will improve. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Concern? Does a tiger need to heed the thoughts of a mouse? In the eyes of others, the formidable and fearsome Jinyui represents immense power. However, to him, it reveals itself as a realm rife with opportunities. Possessing innate martial prowess, he believes that given just a few chances, he can swiftly ascend the ranks. No mere insignia can impede his progress. Regardless of the myriad of unpredictable perils lurking within the Jinyui, Chen Fan is resolute in his conviction to shatter all schemes and deceptions with sheer strength. Should anyone dare to obstruct his path to promotion and fortune out of defiance, he will not hesitate to eliminate them. Chapter 5, Night Attack. Forceful kill. Having spent a day at the local garrison, Chen Fan returned home as dusk approached. As he walked down the street, passers-by recoiled in fear, instinctively parting to clear his path. Clad in the distinctive flying fish attire and armed with a beautifully crafted embroidered spring knife, he commanded an air of reverence from all who beheld him. The local ruffians, upon catching sight of him, scurried away like frightened mice fleeing from a cat. This was the imposing presence of the Jinyui, the emperor's elite guard. Having skillfully procured 2 roasted chickens and a bottle of fine liquor, Chen Fan ambled homeward, indulging in his modest feast with great satisfaction. By the time he arrived home, night had fallen. He lit an oil lamp and began perusing his books, for his understanding of this world was still somewhat limited, and the best way to broaden his knowledge was through reading. As the clock struck midnight, he extinguished the lamp, set down his book, and settled onto his bed to meditate. At his level of mastery, sleep was no longer a necessity. He could simply substitute it with cultivation. Although he had perfected the indestructible diamond kung fu, The journey of internal strength cultivation was an endless pursuit. This practice required gradual accumulation over time. And with his meridians and acupoints already unblocked, his progress was nothing short of rapid. The sensation of increasing internal energy coursing through his body brought him immense comfort. In the absence of other forms of entertainment, cultivation became his most cherished pastime. In his earlier days, when his talents were mediocre, he could not grasp the joy of such practice. Now, however, he began to understand the obsession that martial enthusiasts held for their craft. These individuals cared for nothing else. Neither power nor wealth could deter them. Their sole focus was on cultivation and combat. While Chen Fan had yet to plunge into such fervent obsession, the experience of cultivation proved to be quite gratifying. With a deep exhale, he released a breath of stale air, concentrating his focus on the sounds around him. He sensed an unusual disturbance. Now a preternatural adept, his senses were vastly heightened. If he could hear it, it surely indicated that someone was approaching him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glint of cold light flashing within, akin to a sharp sword concealed in his gaze. The cautious footsteps outside resonated in his ears like thunder, unmistakably clear. Someone had infiltrated his courtyard. The chaotic footsteps echoed. The sound of shoes striking the ground was unmistakably loud. No, it was not just one intruder. 3 individuals had boldly entered. Who could they be? Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan pondered the identity of the intruders. If they were mere thieves, his home hardly appeared opulent. Moreover, he was well known locally as a member of the Jinhui. What common thief would dare approach? Clearly, these visitors were not mere petty criminals. With this realization, Chen Fan swiftly arranged his bedding to simulate the appearance of someone resting. Then, with a light leap, he ascended to the rafters above. The late-night visitors were not there for mere theft. They likely harbored more sinister intentions. Who could they be? Bandits? Or perhaps members of the Changchun martial arts school? Chen Fan pondered silently, swiftly delineating 2 possibilities in his mind. The footsteps ceased, and with his keen night vision, he discerned a glimmering blade emerging through the crack of the door, deftly unfastening the latch. Moments later, 2 figures clad in black and masked stealthily crept inside, leaving one sentinel stationed outside to keep watch. The intruders, armed with long swords, lunged toward the bed with lethal intent on ensuring that the occupant was thoroughly dispatched. However, their expressions shifted dramatically as they realized they had struck nothing but air. Alas, this fellow was prepared. Retreat swiftly. The 2 men, in perfect unison, turned to withdraw. But alas, it was too late. Chen Fan's gaze was icy as he sprang down from the beam above, his palms striking simultaneously against their backs. A shattering sound echoed through the room as the duo's eyes widened in horror, a torrent of blood gushing from their mouths before they fell lifeless to the ground. Such was the devastating power of his perfected indestructible technique, shattering bones and organs alike, leaving them no chance of survival. Even Chen Fan himself felt a flicker of astonishment at the sheer might of his blow. It had been merely a casual strike, yet it wielded such formidable force. The assailants, clearly wary of his potential, had dispatched not 1 but 3 second-rate experts to eliminate him, oblivious to the fact that he had transcended his former self. It was not that his attackers were weak. Rather, he had become exceedingly powerful. Turning his attention to the lone figure guarding the entrance, Chen Fan had dispatched the 2 intruders silently, and at this moment, the guard remained blissfully unaware of the fate that had befallen his companions. With a swift motion, Chen Fan approached him like a wisp of smoke, silent and undetected. The guard remained absorbed in observing the outside world, entirely oblivious to Chen Fan's approach. With a sudden strike, Chen Fan minimized his force and delivered a precise chop that rendered the second-rate expert unconscious. Relieved that he had not inadvertently killed the man he intended to interrogate, Chen Fan sighed. How troublesome it would be if I had accidentally shattered him with even the lightest touch. He shook his head in exasperation, muttering, could they not send someone more formidable to carry out the assassination? What can this level of skill achieve? He tossed the unconscious man into the room and closed the door firmly. It was truly unfortunate, he mused, that they chose to venture out in the dead of night to meet their demise, forcing him to reduce them to mere fragments. As a member of the Jinhui, a profession of unique nature, each operative would typically construct a secret chamber within their home, for there were many matters that must remain concealed. Although Chen Fan's father's secret chamber had seen little use since its inception, he was well aware of its existence, and it now served him conveniently. Opening the secret chamber, Chen Fan arranged the 2 corpses alongside the unconscious man, then proceeded to remove their masks. Indeed, they were strangers to him. Frowning, he contemplated the meticulousness of those who had been sent to assassinate him, noting the absence of any subordinates in their ranks. even when success seemed assured. Within the confines of the chamber lay an array of interrogation tools, alongside several martial arts manuals of modest quality that were nonetheless treasured by Chen's father, as well as the entirety of his wealth and legacy. Chen Fan searched the individuals present, yet found nothing of value, suggesting they had come well prepared. His cold gaze lingered upon the still unconscious figure clad in black. Casting an observant glance around the surrounding implements of torture, a faint smirk curled upon his lips. As long as this individual remained a typical human being with a functioning sense of pain, whether he was a mountain bandit or an emissary from the Changchun martial arts school, answers would soon be his to uncover. Chapter 6. Speculation and Chen Fan's doubts. It seemed implausible. If the mountain bandits aimed to eradicate all threats, why would they not direct their wrath towards the high-ranking Jinyui instead of sending assassins after me? A flicker of colorless flames danced in Chen Fan's eyes. Oh, so it is indeed connected to the Changchun Martial Arts Academy. Their impatience is quite palpable. Chen Fan smirked, realizing that if his prowess were still as it had once been, he would undoubtedly find himself a lifeless corpse by nightfall. Why ponder endlessly here? It would be far more straightforward to awaken someone and inquire directly. With a resounding splash, a large basin of cold water was unceremoniously dumped onto the face of the still-breathing figure clad in black. The man jolted, shivering violently, before slowly regaining consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Chen Fan, nonchalantly seated before him, legs crossed. Chen Fan fixed him with a cold gaze and inquired, awake? His expression was impassive, an aura of lethal intent saturating the underground chamber. The sight of two lifeless companions at his side drove the black-clad man to his knees, begging for mercy. Hero, spare me. We merely sought to pilfer a modest sum. As Chen Fan toyed with an instrument of torture, his eyes glinted with amusement at the man's feeble defense. There is no need for your futile words. I shall ask you once more, who sent you to kill me? If you choose to remain silent, you may soon experience the taste of this. The sight of the Jinyui's torture device rendered the black-clad man trembling, for tales of their coercive interrogation techniques were well known throughout the realm. My lord, it is a misunderstanding. We would never dare to kill. I am merely a lowly gatekeeper. Please, spare my life. A mere gatekeeper of a second-rate master? You pierced my bed with your intrusion, and you claim to fear killing? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from him, as if he would consume the man whole. Do you truly believe I can be deceived so easily? Witnessing Chen Fan's patience nearing its breaking point, the black-clad man felt a surge of terror and hastily pleaded, Hero, I am merely a thief. I have an elderly mother at home. I lack the courage to take a life. It must have been those two scoundrels, Sung Feiyu and Bai Feichen, who acted on a whim. I am but a lookout. As the man continued to obfuscate and place blame upon the deceased, Chen Fan's forbearance finally snapped. Rising to his feet, his voice sliced through the air like a blade, chilling as if echoing from the depths of hell. It appears you wish to persist in your obstinacy. Chen Fan paced among the instruments of torture, deliberately showcasing each one. Do you know how many who fancied themselves resolute have ultimately divulged the truth before these? We Jinyui thrive on your stubbornness. It provides us with the greatest satisfaction. He paused, returning to the man's side, leaning in closely to meet his gaze. I grant you one final opportunity. Should you dare to lie again, you shall discover the true meaning of hell on earth. At this moment, the burly man was drenched in sweat. The immense psychological pressure had utterly shattered his mental defenses. Chen Fan's gaze was piercing, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Observing that the man was on the verge of collapse, he abruptly shifted his tone and barked, Speak. Who sent you? Tears and mucus streamed down the man's face, a once proud second-tier master, now utterly overwhelmed by the pressure. He knelt on the ground, fearing he might divulge even the color of his underwear. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he stammered, My lord, I was sent by a man in his 40s or 50s. His identity, I truly do not know, but his tone certainly indicated he was someone from within the Jinyui. After an extensive interrogation, Chen Fan extracted every scrap of information the man possessed. The three individuals were named Zheng Feiyu, Bai Feichen, and Kong Lisheng. All were graduates of martial arts schools, each possessing second-tier prowess and modest renown in the martial world. They had initially believed that eliminating a third tier like Chen Fan would be a simple task, only to find themselves capsized in the proverbial gutter. Recently, they had been struggling to make ends meet when, by chance, that middle-aged man approached them this afternoon, instructing them to kill someone. Upon completion of the task, each would receive 100 taels of silver. Although they were reluctant to accept the job, upon hearing that Chen Fan was merely a third tier and under duress from the man's formidable presence, they begrudgingly took on the task, leading to the events of that night. Chen Fan regarded the man with the cold gaze of a specter, instilling a profound sense of dread. The man likely did not mention that he was a minor officer of the Jinyui, did he? The Jinyui, being the Imperial Guards. One would face dire consequences for attempting to assassinate a member of the Jinyui, with punishment extending to the eradication of 3 generations. To target an official of the Jinyui is a graver offense, warranting the annihilation of 9 clans. Ah, how audacious you are! Kong Lushing trembled in fear, his knees aching from kneeling, yet he began to fervently bow his head until it bled. He cried out in desperation, "My lord, please spare my life. How was I to know you were a serving officer of the Jinyui? Even if you offered us 3,000 taels of silver and gave us 10 more times the courage, had we known your identity, we would never have dared to take on this task." Witnessing the man's demeanor, Chen Fan finally felt a sense of relief. This display suggested that he would no longer harbor any reservations. No longer applying pressure, Chen Fan reclined back in his chair, crossing his legs, and continued his inquiry. "Now, tell me, how can you confirm that this man is from the Jinyui?" Kong Lushing cautiously lifted his head and replied earnestly, although he did not wear official robes. His attire was such that only the wealthy or noble could afford it, and he exuded an air of authority, suggesting he must hold a high position. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. "Is that all? That alone cannot confirm he is from the Jinyui. Any official could possess similar traits, could they not?" Kangol was anxious to clarify, fearing that Chen Fan might misunderstand. He hastily added, "Moreover, I have previously had dealings with the Jinyui. He is adorned with a willow leaf knife that he has not removed, hence I recognized him immediately. Pray tell, what distinctive features does this individual possess?" "Well, he has a black mole beneath his right ear, and there is a ghastly scar on his left arm. Additionally, he wears a gemstone ring on his right hand." Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. Just as Kangol breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Fan struck him down with a single blow. "Oh, I never promised you that a candid confession would spare your life." Chapter 7. New Task. Revenge is a must. This individual has outlived his usefulness. Keeping him around would merely invite trouble. Even if he were to point out the true culprit, it would be of no consequence. Without decisive evidence, how could a senior officer of the Jinyui be toppled by a mere testimony? The mastermind behind this scheme is not foolish enough to leave any vulnerabilities due to such trivial matters. On the contrary, should he remain alive, he might even turn around and accuse me of murder, which, while I do not fear repercussions, would undoubtedly be a nuisance. When it is time to sever ties, I shall do so without hesitation. Chen Fan is not a man of indecision. Why has someone from the Jinyui come? Surely my father and I have not made enemies within their ranks. Chen Fan found himself perplexed. Initially, he suspected that the Longchun Martial Arts School had sent someone. But the current situation was entirely unexpected. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved that he would not cower before any threat. If anyone wished to challenge him, he would welcome the confrontation. Regardless of who it may be, he would ensure they pay the price. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Revenge is a must. It is said, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall eradicate them. Please locate the mastermind and their accomplices and eliminate them to complete this task. Task reward, Dugu 9 Swords. The Dugu 9 Swords. Upon seeing this reward, Chen Fan found himself wishing for more fools to attempt his assassination. In his eyes, those who sought to harm him were not only devoid of threat, but had become his unwitting benefactors. This was the Dugu 9 Swords, a legendary manual of swordsmanship capable of dismantling all techniques with a single strike. Given how obvious the culprit's traits are, I shall visit the Jinfu office tomorrow to ascertain which fool it is. A fierce glint akin to that of a hawk flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Once the mastermind is found, it would be as if they had been marked for judgment. Grasping the garments of 3 corpses, Chen Fan carried them out of the secret chamber and began his journey outside. With a nimble leap, he ascended to the rooftop, and with a few more bounds, he traversed several dozen meters, all without alerting a single soul. After covering several kilometers, he reached a slum notorious for frequent accidents, where he casually discarded the bodies. Though Chen Fan had only mastered a rudimentary lightness skill from his father, the profound enhancement of his internal energy rendered his agility comparable to that of top-tier experts employing elite techniques. Meticulously scrutinizing every potential trace left behind, he confirmed repeatedly that no evidence remained before he returned to the house with a sense of relief. Climbing onto his bed, he opted to engage in cultivation rather than sleep to endure the scant hours of the night. When he ceased his practice the following morning, dawn had already broken, and the sun hung high in the sky. After a brief wash, Chen Fan procured some food, consuming it as he made his way. Before long, he arrived at the Jinfu office, and as expected, he soon heard news of several corpses. Chen Fan swiftly departed from the town guard office under the pretext of investigating the case and hastened to the scene. Upon arrival, several constables were meticulously examining the area, striving to uncover any trace of evidence. Yet it was evident that Chen Fan had left no sign of his presence. A large crowd had gathered nearby, drawn by curiosity. But upon spotting Chen Fan clad in the official garb of the Jinyui, a flicker of fear crossed their eyes, prompting them to part ways. The constables, witnessing his arrival, displayed a mix of trepidation and respect, eventually addressing him with deference. "Sir, may we inquire if you have any guidance for us?" Chen Fan casually nodded and replied, "I have come at the behest of the chief to ascertain the circumstances. Have any findings emerged?" The men appeared conflicted, ultimately stammering, "We regret to inform you, sir, that we have found nothing. It is our incompetence." "Humph, truly inept. Since that is the case, you may depart. We, the Jinyui, will take over this matter." "Disperse the crowd," he commanded. "Yes, sir." They bowed respectfully and proceeded to usher away the onlookers. Feigning a thorough investigation, Chen Fan then ordered the bodies to be removed. Although the constables felt a twinge of confusion, they dared not voice their thoughts. "I have already deduced the outcome of this affair. There is no need for your concern. This appears to be a conflict among martial artists, and you need only report as such," he asserted. "Yes, we shall report truthfully." "Thank you, sir." The constables exhaled in relief. Had their investigation entangled them in a conflict of the martial world, their lives would have been forfeit. Since Chen Fan had taken the initiative, they were grateful rather than suspicious. After all, this was a noble of the Jinyui. Even if he were implicated in a murder, who would dare utter a word against him? Moreover, the deceased were clad in night attire, their faces concealed, hardly the marks of honorable men. Their demise was, perhaps, a fitting conclusion. With swift efficiency, the constables fashioned a few stretchers, covered the bodies with straw mats, and discarded them at a potter's field, thus concluding the matter. The authorities showed little interest in the incident. In these times, the deaths of martial artists for various reasons had become all too commonplace. Life was as expendable as grass in this era. Having resolved the affair, Chen Fan leisurely returned to the town guard office, only to encounter the hurried figure of Wang Jinggang. "Good morning, Uncle Wang. In such a rush, have you encountered pressing business?" Chen Fan greeted him warmly. Wang Jinggang halted, casting a glance at Chen Fan. His tone was grave yet protective as he cautioned, "There is an urgent task today. Be mindful to keep your distance. You may take refuge here, but do not draw attention to yourself. One misstep could cost you your life." After imparting this warning, Wang Jinggang waved his hand dismissively and continued on his way. As Chen Fan watched his retreating figure, he pondered Wang Jingang's words, a sudden hypothesis igniting excitement within him. He had grasped what matter could have prompted Wang Jinggang to express such concern regarding his new assignment. During the last campaign against those wretched bandits, although the majority were slain, the principal combatants escaped alongside their leader. The number of Imperial guards who perished in this battle was considerable, which severely tarnished the reputation of the Pacification Office. If these bandits were not eradicated completely, how could the officials of the Pacification Office endure such humiliation? Therefore, irrespective of the reasons, the bandit leader Li Hua and his subordinates must meet their demise. Previously, Chen Fan had a casual conversation with Wang Jinggang, who briefly mentioned that the Imperial Guards were urgently pursuing the whereabouts of this group. It now appears they have indeed located them. Chapter 8. Gather the forces. Seek vengeance at long last. The day I have eagerly awaited has arrived. Chen Fan clenched his fists with determination. Whether it be to avenge my father or to acquire the elusive Lingbo Weibu technique, I possess ample reasons to engage in this undertaking. Thus, following the direction previously taken by Wang Jinggang, Chen Fan hastened to catch up. Upon arriving at the 100 household station, he found it already bustling with over 100 individuals, including his superior, the chief Qin Xiong, along with several unfamiliar chiefs. In the main hall of the station, a middle-aged man adorned in opulent attire lounged in a recliner, delicately cradling a cup of tea. To enjoy such leisure at the 100 household station, it was evident that this man was indeed the chief. Chen Fan and Wang Jinggang, both junior chiefs, stood together, positioned behind Qin Xiong. "Behold, this is the recently appointed chief, Su Bei. I've heard he intends to maneuver to appoint his nephew, Su Ran, to your junior chief position." However, the Lord of the Thousand Households personally intervened, insisting that such actions would violate established protocols. "I suspect he might harbor some resentment towards you because of this. Although he dares not provoke the Lord of the Thousand Households, he can still make things difficult for you." On the surface, Chen Fan nodded obediently, yet internally, he had already inscribed a death mark upon this man. "Make things difficult for me?" This scoundrel was the very one who dispatched assassins to eliminate me yesterday. How ironic that Su Ran is the son of the head of the Changchun Martial Arts School, a connection that aligns with my recent grievances against them. It comes as no surprise that Su Bei would send someone to deal with me directly. As for how Chen Fan discerned this individual's identity, the clues were glaringly evident. From the moment he entered, he scrutinized the man seated in the center, and the characteristics described yesterday matched perfectly. The mole beneath his right ear, the scar on his left arm, and that striking gemstone ring, all undeniably aligned. With so many distinct traits converging upon one person, there was no room for error. It seems Su Bei had not anticipated the failure of the assassin, and thus had not taken care to conceal his own distinguishing features. Initially, Chen Fan believed uncovering the mastermind would require time, yet fortune had placed the culprit before him on a silver platter. It was a case of effortless retribution. Though his heart surged with a tidal wave of murderous intent, Chen Fan maintained an outward composure, refraining from any violent outburst. This was the station of the Jinhui, and to dare strike down a formal chief in the presence of so many would be folly. Even a master at the pinnacle of innate strength would find it impossible to depart unscathed from such a place. The formidable reputation of the Jinhui is not merely for show, it is backed by tangible strength. I suspect within the ranks of the Jinhui, not just masters, but even grand masters could be found. Even if not local, if Chen Fan believed he could act with impunity simply due to his innate abilities, he would be courting his own demise without even realizing it. Su Bei, a man of profound cunning, feigned surprise upon seeing Chen Fan alive, inwardly cursing the three incompetent fools while maintaining an impassive demeanor. To the casual observer, he appeared indifferent, treating Chen Fan as a mere acquaintance, casting a fleeting glance before turning away. As the assembly gathered, it seemed some were still unprepared. Rising to his feet, Su Bei surveyed the room with an authoritative gaze. Satisfied by the silence that ensued, nodding slightly in approval. Setting down his teacup, he addressed the assembly. The bandit leader, Li Hua, has been located. Yesterday, Lord Qianhu concealed this information, revealing it to us only after meticulous arrangements were made. He has commanded us to eradicate this threat entirely, eliminating both Li Hua and his band of thieves. This operation has garnered considerable attention from Lord Qianhu. We must ensure that no mishaps occur. We cannot afford a repeat of the previous disastrous encounter. He advanced a couple of steps, his voice resonating with clarity. Do you all understand? Yes, my lord. We pledge to execute the mission successfully. The assembly of over 100 responded in unison. Good, let us commence the departure. With a commanding shout, Su Bei mounted his horse, followed by the throng of over 100 imperial guards in a grand procession. Chen Fan, riding his small steed, trailed behind Qin Xiong alongside Wang Jinggang, positioned in the second echelon. As Chen Fan contemplated strategies to eliminate Su Bei without a trace, he noticed Su Bei subtly surveying the rear ranks. Although it appeared as though he were casually inspecting his subordinates, Chen Fan understood that he was being scrutinized. Consequently, he lifted his gaze, locking his eyes onto Su Bei's. The instant their eyes met, Su Bei nearly toppled from his mount. Chen Fan's gaze was devoid of humanity, imbued with a chilling, emotionless intent akin to the frigid depths of an ancient glacier. Su Bei felt as if a Damocles' sword hung precariously above him. With the grim whispers of death echoing in his ears, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him breathless. Every pore of his being seemed to stand on edge in the face of an impending threat, his body bristling with fear. Such terrifying eyes, capable of extinguishing life merely through their gaze, left Su Bei shaken. He had never encountered such a menacing stare before, his garments damp with cold sweat. He swiftly turned away, inhaling deeply to regain his composure, feeling as though he had brushed against death itself in those fleeting seconds. Yet, he resolved silently within. This operation must conclude with Chen Fan's elimination. A threat so formidable as him could not be allowed to persist, if given time. He might well bring about the downfall of the Su family. When Su Bei turned to look again, he found Chen Fan casually glancing about, exuding an air of harmlessness, as if the earlier intensity had been but a figment of his imagination and nothing at all had transpired. No, I certainly did not misinterpret the situation just now. Yet, how could an inconsequential third-rate individual possess such a terrifying gaze? Su Bei pondered chaotically in her mind, somewhat frightened by her own imagination, and hurriedly reassured herself to think less. However, she no longer dared to glance back. Although the guards behind her were curious about what the 100 households were up to, they remained silent, not daring to voice their thoughts. In this somewhat eerie atmosphere, the imposing Jinhui, under the leadership of Su Bei, arrived before a small hill. Su Bei raised her hand, signaling everyone to halt. Squad 1 and Squad 4, Accompany me into the mountain. The rest shall remain at the foot of the hill. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Should any suspicious individuals appear, I grant you the authority to take decisive action. Yes, my lord. Chapter 9. The kill astonishment enveloped the crowd as two groups of soldiers split their forces. One ventured into the mountains to search for traces of bandits, while the other stationed themselves at the foothills to prevent any escape. Despite the division into two teams, they ultimately needed to separate further, for a thorough search of the mountains required ample manpower. Upon entering the mountains, they encountered scattered corpses and the pungent scent of blood. Uncertain whether it belonged to humans or animals, these signs clearly indicated that someone had dwelled in this area. Su Bei specifically requested the company of a chief flag bearer and 5 or 6 junior flag bearers, emphasizing quality over quantity, ensuring that even if they encountered bandits, they could signal for help. The remaining 2 chief flag bearers also divided their forces, each comprising a dozen or so individuals, given their relatively weaker capabilities. Every team was equipped with a fireworks signal for communication. As the 100 households leader, Su Bei possessed the most information, guiding his contingent deeper into the mountains with a clear objective. Before long, they had distanced themselves significantly from the main force. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained on high alert, his senses heightened, striving to absorb every fragment of information. The ability to react swiftly could mean the difference between life and death. Under his keen perception, he soon detected the faint breaths of a group not far ahead. Though they attempted to conceal themselves, their presence was unmistakable to Chen Fan. Clearly, these bandits had survived thus far not by chance, for they had already sensed the approach of the intruders through some means. Kill! A furious roar erupted from an unknown source, and from the surrounding slopes, bandits surged forward to assault them. Signal! Su Bei bellowed, drawing his blade and charging toward the oncoming bandits. The chief and junior flag bearers, seasoned veterans of countless battles, echoed his battle cry, unsheathing their weapons to engage in combat. At that moment, Chen Fan grasped Su Bei's cunning scheme. To Su Bei, he was merely a third-rate fighter, a mere pawn brought to this place, destined to be swiftly dispatched by the bandits. Even if he had narrowly escaped assassination previously, death was still inevitable. Should he perish, the positioning of the junior flag would be at the discretion of the 100 households leader. Realizing this, Chen Fan fixed his gaze on Su Bei's back, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. However, now was not the time for settling scores. The immediate priority was to neutralize the bandits and then seek an opportunity to deal with Su Bei. With the embroidered spring blade in hand, Chen Fan did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward into the throng of bandits, shocking everyone around him. As he wielded his blade, several heads flew from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan had dispatched multiple bandits amidst their encirclement. The sole accompanying standard bearer was filled with astonishment. Although there exists a significant disparity among top-tier experts, he was certain that even the most elite among them would find it challenging to exhibit such ease in this situation. The other junior standard bearers were equally stunned, unable to fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous youth possessed such formidable prowess. His strength was undeniably exceptional, easily placing him among the elite, yet not merely an ordinary elite. This young lad, barely 18, had he perhaps begun his training in the womb? Truly terrifying. Though the Jin Iwei ranked individuals by their positions, immense strength could swiftly earn respect amongst these martial men. At this moment, rather than questioning Chen Fan's age, they were filled with profound admiration for his abilities. A young elite, appearing significantly stronger than themselves, and exhibiting a ruthlessness in battle that surpassed theirs, it seemed his future was boundless. This lad might very well be destined for greatness. With a mere display of his talents, Chen Fan had garnered the respect of all present. Each individual there was astute. It was evident that Chen Fan's future held immense promise. Now was the time to align with him, for he was undoubtedly the most valuable investment before he fully realized his potential. Once he matured, he would likely be at least 1,000 strong, far beyond their reach. Exchanging glances, the junior standard bearers swiftly made their way towards Chen Fan. Brother Chen, be cautious, I shall assist you. I am coming too. Fear not, Brother Chen. Even the chief standard bearer, after a moment of hesitation, cast aside his reservations and charged towards Chen Fan's side. Young brother, I am here to lend you my support. Meanwhile, Su Bei, who was still entangled with a few bandits, felt his fury boiling over as he witnessed his companions abandon him to rush toward Chen Fan. Damn it, this little wretch is supposed to be of third-rate strength. Where did he acquire such elite prowess? When I return, the one who misled me will pay dearly, and those who left me behind won't fare any better. Su Bei's eyes were nearly ablaze with rage. In his moment of distraction, A bandit seized the opportunity and inflicted a new wound upon his already scarred arm. Although these bandits were of mediocre strength, underestimating one's foes would yield dire consequences. Su Bei felt on the brink of madness. Returning to Chen Fan's side, the efficiency of their slaughter escalated remarkably as they united their efforts, swiftly dispatching dozens of bandits until the area was nearly cleared of them. Just then, a burly man wielding a long sword burst forth, his fierce appearance betraying his fury upon witnessing the decimation of his men. His eyes seemed ready to bleed, veins of crimson coursing across his irises. Damn those Jin Wei, intent on annihilating me, Li Hua, and my brothers. Very well, since you have come, none shall escape. Li Hua glared at the Jin Wei present, his teeth clenched in rage. Upon witnessing his emergence, Chen Fan distinctly sensed a hint of peril. It was evident that Li Hua's prowess had likely advanced during this period, possibly reaching the innate realm. Conversely, Su Bei was overwhelmed with exhilaration at his appearance. Swiftly dispatching the remaining bandits with a few strokes of his blade, charging towards Li Hua with fervor. Li Hua, you have committed heinous crimes. Surrender now and accompany this official back, and you may yet suffer fewer torments. Li Hua twisted his neck, casting a scornful glance at the approaching Su Bei. Having just transcended to the innate realm, he regarded the assembled imperial guards as wholly beneath his notice. As Su Bei drew nearer, Li Hua unleashed a furious roar. His sword intent surged forth, his inner energy converging upon the blade, manifesting a palpable wave of sword chi that radiated outward. Chapter 10. Mission accomplished. Ascending to the pinnacle of Lingbo Weibu, Su Bei was taken aback, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. This surpassed his wildest imagination, a congenital master. Even one freshly elevated, was far beyond the capabilities of mere elite warriors. He hastily stilled his advance, raising his willow leaf blade in an attempt to deflect the oncoming sword energy. However, the moment the sword aura made contact with his blade, it sent him sprawling away. Your internal energy has manifested. You have indeed ascended to the congenital realm. Several minor officials and Bu Yi wore solemn expressions. Even if reinforcements were to arrive today, it seemed unlikely they could detain Li Hua. Do not be so arrogant. Our Jinyui have already laid down an intricate net. Even with your newfound strength, you shall not walk out of here alive. Upon hearing this, Li Hua erupted into a fit of laughter, nearly brought to tears by the absurdity of the statement, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Walk out alive? Today, I shall not merely kill one. A multitude will be my prize. My brothers have already met their end at your hands. Why should I linger on? An intricate net? With a single strike, I shall rend it asunder. You are a 100-man captain, are you not? Perfect. I have yet to satiate my thirst for blood after slaying your kind last time. I shall take another. No sooner had he spoken than, before Su Bei could react, Li Hua darted forward like a bolt of lightning, thrusting his sword towards him. Bang! It was Chen Fan who intervened, blocking the strike. His motive was not to save this individual, but rather because he was the target of his mission, one that Chen Fan must personally conclude. He could not allow another to reap the reward. Li Hua's eyes widened in shock, for he had not anticipated that this seemingly scholarly figure was, in fact, a congenital master, and stronger than himself. Not just him, the others present were equally bewildered. Despite their efforts to overestimate Chen Fan's prowess, they had not foreseen him to be a congenital master. A flash of blade light erupted, as Chen Fan unleashed a formidable surge of internal energy, delivering a transcendent strike. In an instant, Li Hua was sent flying, his expression shifting dramatically as he violently spat blood mid-air. He collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound carved into his chest by the blade's energy, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Realizing Chen Fan was relentless in his pursuit, he hastily executed a nimble maneuver to regain his footing and launched an attack against Chen Fan with his sword. Yet, Chen Fan remained impassive. Each stroke he delivered was imbued with immense power, forcing Li Hua to retreat step by step. Recognizing the futility of his efforts, Li Hua infused his internal energy into his legs, propelling himself backward a full yard, and then fled, abandoning his earlier reckless bravado. The ever-shifting dynamics of the confrontation left Bu Yi and the others in a state of stunned disbelief, as if they were caught in a surreal dream. An 18-year-old congenital master. The weight of this realization was nearly suffocating. However, Su Bei soon regained his composure, bellowing, "Get up! Press the advantage and eliminate him once and for all." The others, jolted from their stupor, swiftly rallied alongside Su Bei in pursuit of Chen Fan. Su Bei gazed at Chen Fan's retreating figure, his eyes betraying a malevolent glint. The more formidable Chen Fan appeared, the more determined he became to devise a means to eliminate him. The crowd pursued relentlessly, soon arriving at a precipice. Here, wisps of white clouds floated, and the fierce winds caused the fabric of Chen Fan's flying fish suit to emit a faint rustling sound. Clearly, should one inadvertently plummet into the abyss, not even a master could ensure their survival. Su Bei stepped forward, bellowing, "Li Hua, you have no escape. Surrender at once." Li Hua, with a sinister grin, pressed his palm against the blood seeping from his chest, directing his sword menacingly at Su Bei. "Come on, let me see who dares to approach. Though I am injured, I wonder which coward will step forward." He scoffed. "Do you truly believe the Genie Wei is powerless against me?" With a cold snort, Su Bei commanded Chen Fan. "This villain is gravely wounded. Chen Fan, seize him. Upon my return, you shall be richly rewarded." Chen Fan shot him a bemused glance, realizing the fool could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. How naive to still issue commands, as if he were oblivious to the truth. Yet, with a chilling smile, he feigned compliance. "I shall obey, and take this scoundrel's head for you." "Excellent. By slaying him, you shall earn the title of chief contributor." In an instant, Chen Fan moved, his speed doubling from before, and before Li Hua could react, he struck with a palm to shatter his heart meridian. Li Hua's eyes widened as he managed to utter, "You," before his life extinguished, his body tumbling into the abyss. Su Bei's eyes glinted with venom, nearly dripping with malice as he observed Chen Fan's back. Swiftly, he retrieved an object from his waist, a legendary rain pear blossom needle. However, at that moment, Chen Fan finally heard the long-awaited sound. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have acquired a divine skill, max level Lingbo Weibo." Just as Su Bei activated the mechanism for a sneak attack, he was horrified to witness Chen Fan vanish like a specter, leaving behind mere afterimages. "What?" Su Bei's expression shifted dramatically, waves of terror washing over him. In the next moment, his fear was abruptly curtailed, for a hand rested upon his shoulder. This hand appeared unremarkable, even delicate and beautiful, its skin gleaming like that of a pampered scion. It should have been a hand incapable of harming a fly. Yet, at that moment, it resembled the grasp of a demon, unleashing a power as immense as that of celestial beings. With a single blow, the heavens trembled, and the man shattered like jade. A torrent of internal energy surged into Su Bei, propelling him toward the edge of the precipice, where he burst apart, raining down as a crimson deluge. As the fierce wind swept through, this blood rain fell upon the onlookers, drenching them in a macabre baptism of sin. At this moment, a few individuals gradually regained consciousness, their faces laden with confusion as they stared blankly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, how dare you? You are doomed. Although you have attained the innate level, the Jinui will not spare you." Among these junior officers, 2 were loyal subordinates of Su Bei. Despite having previously sought to curry favor with him, they now erupted in furious accusations against Chen Fan. Their behavior was almost frenzied, driven to the brink by the scene before them. After all, they had painstakingly aligned themselves with this 100 household, only to see it shattered by a single blow from Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Bu Yi and the other 2 junior officers wore expressions of profound complexity. Chen Fan had just slain 100 household right in front of them. What fate awaited them next? Chapter 11. The Solitary 9 Swords. Wang Jingang's consolation, they could hardly fathom the extent of Chen Fan's terrifying strength at this moment. How could he dispatch this innate master with such apparent ease? Could it be that he possessed the prowess of a grandmaster? Yet, before they could dwell on these thoughts for too long, they beheld Chen Fan approaching them, wielding Li Hua's longsword. "Do you wish to survive?" The 3 nodded fervently. "Eliminate these 2. If you slay them now, your lives will be spared." Chen Fan's voice was frigid. "I shall grant you 3 seconds. Should you fail to act within that time, it shall be deemed a refusal." 3. Before he could complete his count, the 2 junior officers, under Bu Yi's command, brandished their willow leaf swords and struck down their comrades. The 2 had no opportunity to plead for mercy. Their throats were severed by the blades of their own allies. The 3 were not fools. When faced with the choice between another's life and their own, the answer was evident. They understood this was their sole chance for survival. Only by boarding Chen Fan's ship could they hope to escape death. To murder their colleagues was considered a grave transgression within the Jinui, a crime that could lead to their own demise and that of their families should it be discovered. Yet, if they remained passive, their own futures would be bleak. By opting to collaborate with Chen Fan, they could bury the incident and reshape it into a different narrative. The choice was clear: immediate death or the chance to conceal the truth. "Excellent. It appears you have chosen wisely," Chen Fan remarked with a smile, recognizing that these individuals had no alternative but to follow him from now on. Bu Yi, with a bitter smile, exchanged glances with the others, then knelt on one knee. their embroidered spring swords resting against the ground. "We shall henceforth serve you, master, to the best of our abilities." From this point forward, they would be united in their fate. Although Chen Fan appeared to be merely an 18-year-old youth, his capabilities and intellect were far more profound than they seemed. By aligning themselves with him, they would undoubtedly secure favorable positions in the future. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the divine skill, the solitary 9 swords. In an instant, Chen Fan felt as if he had grasped the profound truths of heaven and earth, myriad weapon transformations vividly materializing in his mind. The solitary 9 swords. With but a single sword, he could vanquish all under heaven, severing all injustices. "Master, how shall we explain the events that have transpired here?" Wuxia asked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "The deceased were all from the Baihu lineage. This seems rather coincidental. Su Bei Baihu and his men have perished. How shall we account for this to Lord Qianhu?" Explain. Account for? We are the sole survivors. The unfolding of events rests solely upon our narrative. Can anyone truly uncover the truth? Su Bei Baihu was valiant and fearless, leading the charge, battling Li Hua at the cliff's edge. Alas, the rogue was cunning, using treachery to push Lord Baihu into the abyss. We took advantage of his injuries, overwhelmed him, and dispatched him. It is as simple as that. He cast a glance at the mangled bodies of 2 individuals at his feet and continued, "These 2 young flag bearers, undaunted by the specter of death, valiantly chose to stay behind and engage the mountain bandits to shield us while we pursued Li Hua. Regrettably, they fell victim to a fray of errant blades. This is the unvarnished truth. Do you comprehend, gentlemen? Yes, my lord, we shall etch this in our hearts." The investigation by the Jinui would yield nothing unless they could traverse time itself. Otherwise, no amount of cerebral exertion would unveil the reality. Ultimately, they were merely 100 households and 2 insignificant flag bearers. As long as a handful maintained a unified front, the town protectorate would remain indifferent. Let us proceed. We may claim our reward. As they retraced their steps, they fortuitously encountered a large contingent hastening towards them, alerted by the signal. Several chief flags rushed forward to greet them. Upon noticing that Su Bei had not accompanied them, their expressions turned to perplexity. "What is the situation, gentlemen? Where is the 100 households lord?" The chief flags beheld the lifeless body that Chen Fan was carrying, and their expressions shifted, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the corpse. They shook their heads and sighed, responding, "The 100 households lord engaged in a unique secret technique against this thief, who had ascended to the innate level and, unfortunately, was cast down a cliff. His fate remains uncertain. This is the corpse of the thief. We took advantage of his grievous injuries to encircle and slay him. The 100 households lord is dead. What shall we do now?" The chief flags harbored no doubts regarding their account. Rather, they began to contemplate the vacancy left by the 100 households position. As for the 2 fallen flag bearers, their demise was inconsequential. Death was commonplace among them. The notion of suspecting that the group conspired to harm the 100 households lord was utterly unfounded. There was no motive, no gain, and the risk of their families suffering dire consequences rendered such thoughts unnecessary. Thus, the matter was swiftly laid to rest. "Gentlemen, let us return and report our findings to the 1,000 households lord. As for the 100 households lord, alas," Wuxia sighed, and the chief flags shared in the silence of lamentation. "Let us dispatch a few to seek him out. Perhaps, by divine providence, he escaped peril." Wuxia feigned indifference, and the others nodded in agreement. Little regard was given to Su Bei's fate. The odds of his survival after a fall from the cliff were akin to 0, and it was likely that even his remains would be lost to the abyss. On their way back, the chief flags expressed their admiration for Li Hua's might. Achieving the innate level was the pinnacle of their aspirations, yet it had been accomplished by a mere mountain bandit leader. Furthermore, this bandit had managed to eliminate 200 households lords in succession, truly a paragon among bandits and a formidable rebel. Following the subsequent burial of their fallen comrades by the Jinui, the group regrouped with the forces stationed outside. At this juncture, Wang Jinggang was listening to a young flag bearer extolling Chen Fan's feats. Upon hearing that he single-handedly contended with dozens of bandits, Wang was so moved that he coughed repeatedly, fervently patting Chen Fan's back, his face flushed with excitement and enthusiasm. "Well, what a fine young man you are, bringing no shame to your father. You are even more valiant than he. He shares a close bond with Chen Ping, being not only good friends, but also treating Chen Fan as if he were his own nephew. Naturally, he feels immense joy witnessing his growth and success." Upon their return to the town protectorate, under the guidance of Chief Wuxia, those who participated in the slaying of Li Hua sought out a captain named Shen Xinran to recount the events. The captain was somewhat taken aback to learn that Li Hua had attained the innate realm. Throughout their narration, he remained silent, ultimately gesturing for them to depart. Chapter 12. Promoted to Chief Flag, Scripture Pavilion. Although it remains uncertain whether he harbored any suspicions regarding this process, the matter is largely inconsequential. Even if the 1,000 households had doubts, they were powerless to act in the absence of any evidence. The corpses of several individuals had either been destroyed or cast off the cliff, leaving the Jinyui without any means to uncover proof. Should any oversight occur, Chen Fan could simply escape from the office of the town guardian, relying on his innate strength to navigate the martial world. With the support of a system, it would not be long before Chen Fan ascended to new heights, achieving the realm of a grandmaster, at which point the decision to kill or spare would be trivial. When one's value reaches a certain threshold, the rules may be disregarded. In the subsequent period, no significant news emerged from the office of the town guardian. As Chen Fan had anticipated, the Jinyui found no traces to substantiate any wrongdoing. Qianhu Shen Shinran dispatched men to search the cliff, but they uncovered nothing, ultimately having no choice but to accept the accounts of the few survivors. Thus, the matter came to a complete conclusion. After all, it merely involved the demise of 100 households and a few minor flags, which was hardly a matter of great concern within the office. Finally, after several days had passed, Chen Fan received word that Qianhu Shen Shinran wished to summon him. In the presence of the Qianhu, the master of the hall, Shen Shinran awaited, leisurely sipping tea while casting a calm gaze upon those before him. Chief Flag Bu Yi was already present, respectfully awaiting his turn. You have all performed admirably. Li Hua has already reached the innate realm. Although he sustained serious injuries, your collective effort in slaying him is commendable, he remarked, casting a weighty glance at Chen Fan before sweeping his gaze over the other minor flags. With a solemn tone, he continued. Chief Flag Bu Yi has rendered significant service in vanquishing the bandit. With the position of 100 households now vacant, I have decided, at my discretion, to promote you to this rank and grant a reward of 100 taels. Do you accept? Bu Yi, overwhelmed with joy, quickly replied with utmost respect. Thank you. My lord, I am willing. He nodded slightly before fixing his gaze on the other minor flags. Indeed, Chen Fan is a promising young talent, possessing first-rate strength at such a tender age, and he is likely to become an innate master in the future. His contribution in the defeat of Li Hua was substantial. I intend to promote you to Chief Flag, along with a reward of 50 taels. Do you accept? Chen Fan recognized that this was largely due to Bu Yi's efforts, which had significantly highlighted his own role before the Qianhu. Thus, he promptly clasped his fists and responded with excitement. Yes, my lord, I am willing. Shen Shinran's tone softened as he addressed the other minor flags, stating, You all participated in the slaying of Li Hua. You shall each receive a reward of 50 taels. Moreover, since Chen Fan has just been promoted to Chief Flag, you shall serve as his subordinates. The others quickly bowed in acknowledgement. It was common knowledge that Chen Fan had caught the attention of the Qianhu, and being assigned to his command was, in essence, a form of reward. The minor flags gazed enviously at Chen Fan's retreating figure, aware that with his prowess, it would not be long before he had the opportunity to ascend to the rank of 100 households. These individuals have already exhausted their potential. If they are fortunate enough to ascend to the position of a general under Chen Fan, that would be the pinnacle of their aspirations. To aim for the rank of 100 households, they would have to abandon the bustling city of Qingzhou and seek opportunities in lesser towns. Yet, who would be willing to forsake their current lives for such an elusive chance? Shen Shinran lowered his head to review the official documents and calmly remarked, You may leave. The crowd promptly bowed and exited the headquarters. Once outside, several individuals quickly gathered around Chen Fan. Bu Yi, who had just been promoted to 100 households, respectfully addressed Chen Fan, saying, I owe my recent promotion entirely to you, my lord. Should you have any commands in the future, I am at your service. The others echoed this enthusiasm, for they were now Chen Fan's subordinates, and he was their superior. My lord, we shall follow your lead, unwavering in our loyalty. Your extraordinary capabilities suggest you may one day ascend to the position of commander of the Jinyui. How could a mere 100 households restrain your ambitions? Chen Fan regarded their flattery with indifference. With the aid of the system, even the state would be powerless against him. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of delight. Smiling as he said, Today is a momentous occasion. Let us find a place to celebrate, my treat. However, we must first collect our rewards, ha ha ha. After more laughter and compliments, they proceeded to receive their rewards. 50 taels, a sum that would be an insurmountable fortune for an ordinary citizen, was relatively modest for the Jinyui. Although their official salaries were not particularly high, the Jinyui had numerous avenues for income. For instance, the fearsome raids on wealthy households often yielded substantial rewards, sometimes equivalent to years of salary in a single operation. After all, the targets of these raids were typically affluent merchants or corrupt officials. In addition to raids, there were missions to eliminate bandits, apprehend skilled rogues, and capture notorious criminals. These undertakings often yielded various forms of supplementary income. Some earnings were legitimate but required a portion to be surrendered, while others could be entirely pocketed. Such matters were tacitly understood within the inspectorate. As long as there were no repercussions, they turned a blind eye to the activities. Thus, within the ranks of the Jinyui, there were no impoverished individuals. Those who had served as generals or captains for over a decade typically had considerable savings, albeit discreetly concealed from outsiders. After the group collected their rewards, another junior officer approached with a look of reverence. He discreetly informed Chen Fan, "My lord, the general has expressed his confidence in you, thus permitting you to select a 6th-grade martial art from the scripture pavilion as a personal gift." Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback, yet he smiled and replied, "I understand. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Qianhu on my behalf." This was something that could have easily been included in his rewards. But the fact that Lord Qianhu had deliberately sent someone to mention it indicated his desire for Chen Fan to acknowledge his favor. Clearly, he had high hopes for Chen Fan's future. Thus, Chen Fan set off towards the scripture pavilion, situated in the heart of the town protector's office. The scripture pavilion was an imposing structure, boasting 9 grand stories. Despite its name, the pavilion housed not only martial arts manuals but also an array of divine weapons, miraculous elixirs, and various alchemical formulas, truly a treasure trove of countless wonders. Chapter 13. Selecting rewards and hosting banquets. Most of these treasures have been seized over the years from various martial arts sects by the dynasty. Naturally, many of these were voluntarily offered by the sects to the court and cannot be entirely deemed as plundered. It is imperative to show reverence. After all, the most formidable experts are still under the court's command. Should the court take offense, they could easily fabricate a reason to eradicate you. In the end, everything would revert to the court's possession. Faced with the obliteration of their sects or contributing to the nation, these sects wisely chose the latter. Utilizing these acquired treasures and secret manuals, the great Hua dynasty can cultivate even more powerful experts to suppress the contemporary world. Among them, the Jinyui, the Lushan men, and the Hulong Villa stand as the 3 most formidable organizations under the court's various institutions. Beneath these 3 organizations lie others, such as the Eastern and Western Songs, which, while competent, still fall slightly short. The numerous strong figures within these organizations are enough to instill dread in the hearts of many martial heroes in the Jianghu. Even those masters within the sects, comparable to terrestrial immortals, dare not provoke them lightly. Upon arriving at the Songjing Pavilion, Chen Fan observed around 100 patrolling guards outside. While this may seem substantial, it hardly constituted a stringent defense for the Songjing Pavilion. However, Chen Fan understood that these guards were merely a faade. The true protectors of the pavilion were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary manpower. For many years, several elders have been stationed within the Songjing Pavilion, each at least an innate master, and some, masters of the highest order, covertly safeguarding the premises. Over the years since its establishment, numerous overconfident martial artists have attempted to steal the divine manuals, but ultimately, regardless of their renown, they all met their demise here, with none managing to escape alive. There exists a pathway to learn the martial arts held within, which is to join the various organizations under the court and become a hound of the emperor. Other organizations also maintain their dedicated, housing collections comparable to those of the Jinyui. As Chen Fan approached the entrance of the Songjing Pavilion, he had already undergone layers of scrutiny from the guards. Now at the final checkpoint, 2 experts from the pavilion, with piercing gazes, intercepted him. The Songjing Pavilion is a place of great importance. No one may approach without cause. With a smile, Chen Fan produced the newly acquired command token, waving it slightly. "I am Chen Fan, the newly appointed commander, here under the orders of Qianhu Shinran to retrieve a 6th-grade martial art. I hope you will allow me entry." The 2 scrutinized the token carefully. Upon confirming its authenticity, they quickly bowed and granted him passage, respectfully stating, "My lord, please enter. We merely conducted a routine inquiry and meant no offense." One of them added, "The 6th-grade martial arts are located on the 6th floor of the pavilion. You are welcome to choose from the 6th floor and below, but entry to the floors above the 6th is prohibited." Nodding slightly, Chen Fan proceeded into the Songjing Pavilion. The first floor primarily housed ordinary introductory texts commonly found in the Jianghu, or merely rudimentary, 1st-grade martial arts. The martial arts manuals of the world are classified into 9 grades, with the first being the most inferior and the 9th the most esteemed. Among them, Chen Fan's Indestructible Golden Body technique is a long-lost pinnacle of the 9th grade martial arts. However, it is said that above the 9 grades lies an even more advanced realm of martial arts manuals. To ascend to the level of a celestial master, beyond the innate realm, one must cultivate such superior martial arts. It is rumored that these techniques harness energies that surpass mere internal power, thus bestowing formidable strength. The first tier is filled with commonplace techniques, appealing only to those who lack even basic martial prowess. Naturally, Chen Fan held little interest and continued his ascent. The first 5 floors were devoid of any elders, as no seasoned practitioners would deign to engage with such mediocre martial arts. It was not until the 6th floor, where the martial arts reached the 6th grade and entered the realm of advanced techniques, that Chen Fan encountered a guardian elder. This elder appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, wearing a placid and serene expression. He was clad in tattered garments and was currently reclined in a chair, engrossed in a book. On the table before him lay several rare 6th grade martial arts manuals, awaiting his perusal. Upon hearing Chen Fan ascend, the elder lifted his eyelids, cast a cursory glance at him, tossed a book in his direction, and resumed his focused reading. This is the directory for this floor. Choose what you desire and return to me once you have made your selection. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance, he stated with indifference. Chen Fan respectfully clasped his fists and turned to search for the manuals. Though the elder appeared unremarkable, his cultivation was likely profound, having immersed himself in the innate realm for an extended period. Furthermore, as a guardian of the scripture repository, he had undoubtedly perused countless sophisticated martial arts, making his understanding of the craft inscrutable. Even if he might not be a match for Chen Fan, the latter still felt compelled to extend the necessary respect. As Chen Fan perused the directory in his hands, he encountered a plethora of categories: sword techniques, saber techniques, hidden weapons, alchemy, forging, internal power. The variety of martial arts was indeed comprehensive. Although the quantity did not rival that of the first floor, the 6th grade already represented a significant advancement. With no fewer than 1,000 manuals available, the might of the Dahuang dynasty was truly beyond measure. With the rewards from his system, Chen Fan found little allure in the manuals within the scripture repository. They no longer captured his interest. He randomly selected a 6th grade manual on hidden weapon techniques, anticipating future needs for ranged methods. Presently, his offensive capabilities included the unparalleled 9 swords of Dugu, renowned as the most formidable sword technique among the 9th grade, complemented by his profound internal power and perfected indestructible golden body technique, leaving him with no apparent weaknesses. After transcribing the selected manual, Chen Fan returned the original to the shelf, requesting the elder to log it for him. You understand the rules, I presume? Manuals are to be practiced solely by oneself and must not be imparted to others. The consequences of such actions are clear, the elder remarked succinctly. The elder did not elaborate further, as these regulations were fundamental and required no extensive explanation. Understood, I am aware of the rules, Chen Fan promptly replied. With the transcribed secret manuals in hand, Chen Fan emerged from the scripture pavilion. At that moment, several individuals were waiting below the pavilion. Upon seeing Chen Fan's arrival, they hurriedly approached to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring such divine skills. Your prowess shall surely ascend to new heights in the days to come. As a young prodigy, you are destined to master these techniques with remarkable swiftness. Listening to their accolades, Chen Fan could only smile and wave his hand. Come now, my friends, let us celebrate heartily tonight at Baifeng Tower. Chapter 14. The Splendor of the Brothel. 2 worlds on this occasion. Chen Fan not only invited a select group of individuals, but also brought along several senior and junior banners under the pretext of his newly appointed title as the 100 Households leader. As evening descended, Chen Fan, as the host, commenced the gathering at the renowned Baifeng Lu to indulge in the pleasures of the evening. Although the attendees found it somewhat peculiar that it was not Bu Yi, the 100 Households leader, who was treating them, but rather the esteemed Chen Fan, they were disinclined to delve into the reasons behind this arrangement. As a bustling metropolis, Qingzhou City was naturally adorned with its share of brothels, including a dedicated alley bustling with establishments of ill repute, among which Baifeng Lu stood as a paragon. However, it is crucial to distinguish between brothels and courtesans, for the latter often involves individuals who have been compelled into such a life. Many of these women hail from impoverished backgrounds, their circumstances forcing them into this realm of servitude due to unforeseen misfortunes. In contrast, the brothels are inhabited predominantly by young women of both talent and beauty. These individuals come from various backgrounds, with a significant distinction being their often noble lineage. Some are disciples of prominent sects, while others are fallen daughters of affluent families or young women from official families beset by scandal. In essence, they represent a diverse tapestry of society. These women typically engage in the arts rather than in physical intimacy, and should they choose to do so, their prices are exorbitant, beyond the means of the average person. Even a mere audience with a courtesan is not easily attainable for the common folk. To witness a performance by the courtesan of Baifeng Lu could potentially deplete the savings of a modest landowner. Thus, it is primarily the affluent scions who frequent such establishments, often lavishing wealth in a bid to win the favor of their desired courtesan. Their casual expenditure could sustain a commoner's livelihood for a decade or more. Of course, being a brothel does not preclude the possibility of some women engaging in physical intimacy, provided one can win their favor, whether through wealth, charm, or artistic talent. If one can captivate a courtesan's heart, the brothel would not intervene. However, it is rare for mere monetary allure to sway these women, as they are accustomed to grand spectacles, and common silver is unlikely to leave a lasting impression. Instances of the courtesan of Baifeng Lu being swayed by riches are virtually non-existent. Instead, it is often the down-and-out scholar whose heartfelt melodies win the affection of a lady, leading to shared fates. Such tales are not uncommon in Qingzhou City, often beginning as romantic narratives but concluding in tragedy. Despite the frequent occurrence of such stories, many courtesans continue to throw themselves into the flames of desire, hoping to become the next fortunate soul. Yet, for Chen Fan, these matters remain somewhat perplexing. Ultimately, it is merely a poem. Even if it reflects a hint of the individual's talent, can one truly discern the essence of a person through just a few lines? Chen Fan certainly did not believe so. The layers of a person's evaluation are manifold. Character and worldview are revealed only through the passage of time. However, it is evident that within this feudal dynasty, the courtesans lack such contemplations. Chen Fan, accompanied by a group of companions, entered the Hundred Blossoms Pavilion in grand procession. Greeted by a flurry of beautiful courtesans, the air thick with the intoxicating scents of flowers and femininity. The maidservants who approached with shy smiles were, in any other context, strikingly beautiful. An older matron, who nonetheless bore the traces of former beauty, approached, waving a handkerchief that carried the fragrance of cosmetics, and cheerfully inquired, "Gentlemen, have you come seeking a particular lady today? If so, I can summon her at once. If this is your first visit, I assure you, we have many delightful maidens to offer." Despite their casual attire, the air of authority and danger surrounding them was unmistakable, prompting the matron to adopt a most respectful demeanor in her service. All eyes turned to Chen Fan, for he was the one in charge today. All decisions rested upon his shoulders. He raised his cup and drank deeply, commanding, "Prepare for us the 2 finest private rooms, with exquisite food and drink. Ensure the wine is of the highest quality, and bring in 7 or 8 beautiful courtesans to keep us company." The matron, smiling broadly, quickly set about fulfilling his requests, saying, "Gentlemen, please, follow me upstairs." In the private rooms, the leaders convened together while the lesser officials crowded into another. The higher-ranking officers soon succumbed to inebriation, with even Bu Yi, the 100-man leader, unable to withstand the effects, leaving only Chen Fan relatively composed, thanks to his considerable fortitude. As the alcohol began to take effect, the men's interest naturally shifted towards the courtesans. While these maidservants were of a lower tier than the esteemed ladies of the pavilion, they were nonetheless quite lovely. Chen Fan, as the host, intended to please his companions. Even if they desired something more refined, his purse could hardly bear the weight of such indulgence. Surprisingly, the most exorbitant costs did not stem from their current arrangements, but rather from engaging the renowned courtesans for song and dance. Although Chen Fan had some money to spare, the prices made him shudder. Nevertheless, this band of Jinyui showed little interest in such extravagance. The current arrangements were already quite satisfactory to them. They were merely a group of martial men, uninterested in the pretentious airs of scholarly pursuits. As the revelry reached its peak, they bid each other farewell and dispersed to pursue their own interests. In no time, Chen Fan found himself alone in the private room. He had no intention of lingering, so after savoring the fine wine for a little longer, he descended to settle the bill and take his leave. He does not so much harbor a disdain for women as he simply finds these particular ones unappealing. The establishment he finds himself in is hardly frequented by virtuous maidens. Yet the prices are undeniably exorbitant, rendering it unnecessary to squander his wealth. In the future, when his status ascends, these women will be but a beckon away, and he shall have his fill without cost. Indeed, there may even be those who would pay him for his company. which is undoubtedly a more advantageous arrangement. As Chen Fan stepped out of the Baifeng Lu, the world outside had succumbed to a profound darkness, enveloping him in the depths of night. Upon exiting the narrow alley of indulgence, the atmosphere transformed into an eerie stillness, and though the distance was but slight, it felt as though he had crossed into an entirely different realm. Chapter 15. An unexpected appearance. Chen Fan takes action in the city of Qingzhou. A curfew is strictly enforced, rendering the streets eerily silent after dusk. Only a few select areas are exempt from this regulation. Naturally, as a member of the official family, Chen Fan is not bound by such constraints. As he hastens home, he suddenly halts 2 streets away, a frown creasing his brow. Raising his gaze, he observes several figures darting across the rooftops, playfully engaged in a chase. One individual leads the way, pursued closely by 3 others. It is evident that the trio is intent on capturing the lone figure ahead. Chen Fan's heightened senses, far beyond those of ordinary men, allow him to discern the faces of the 4 with clarity. The leader, a young man in his 20s, possesses a tall and imposing stature. A long sword slung across his back, suggesting he is a swordsman. His agile movements reveal commendable lightness of foot. Following him are 3 men, 1 tall and 2 shorter. Their features somewhat menacing. They wield a cleaver, a meteor hammer, and a spear, respectively. Upon noticing Chen Fan, who gazes up at them in surprise, the 4 momentarily pause, evidently taken aback by the presence of a passerby at this hour. The swordsman, feigning delight, exclaims with feigned enthusiasm, "Excellent. You must be the one sent to assist me. I've secured the item. Please help me fend them off." With that, he dashes past Chen Fan like a wraith, disregarding the others entirely. Chen Fan's expression darkens as he contemplates the man's intentions. He realizes he has been merely viewed as a pawn. How could Chen Fan allow himself to be so easily used? With determination, he employs the art of Lingbo Weibu, swiftly closing the distance between them. The swordsman, reveling in his luck at encountering an unwitting scapegoat, suddenly finds his joy extinguished. A hand, as white as jade, rests upon his shoulder. "Surely, you do not underestimate me so?" A chill runs down the swordsman's spine, and with a roar, he spins around, striking out with a palm while simultaneously attempting to draw his sword. Get away. His cultivation is surprisingly formidable, having reached the innate realm, which astonishes Chen Fan. The force behind his strike is considerable. Though not primarily a practitioner of palm techniques, his inner strength lends it significant power. However, Chen Fan remains unfazed, casually countering with a palm of his own. The young man, convinced of his superiority, anticipates that his strike will severely injure Chen Fan. To his shock, upon impact, he feels an overwhelming force that he cannot contend with. His expression shifts dramatically as he is sent hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Blood erupts from his mouth like a torrential river, for the might of that single palm has effortlessly shattered his internal organs, leaving his dantian and meridians irreparably damaged. A resounding explosion reverberated, resulting in his very bones fracturing under the sheer force. Suspended in midair, his eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Yet, before he could touch the ground, he had already succumbed to death. The unparalleled might of the indestructible Vajra technique was beyond compare, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary innate powers. Li Hua had previously exemplified this fact. With Chen Fan's current prowess, it was likely that even a typical master would find him a formidable opponent. Chen Fan did not cast a glance at the young man who had been struck away. Instead, he turned to face the 3 individuals before him. "I know nothing and have seen nothing. Tonight, I shall pretend I have never encountered you." The trio regarded Chen Fan with uncertainty, until one eventually spoke up. "Little brother, your skills are indeed impressive. I failed to recognize that you were such a master until now. However, it is truly unfortunate. Regardless of what you say today, encountering this matter means you shall not leave unscathed. If you must place blame, let it be on your ill fortune for stumbling upon this incident. Since you have witnessed what should remain hidden, you must pay with your life." Their actions were secrets that could never be revealed. And although Chen Fan appeared to be sensible, they had no intention of allowing him to depart. After all, they were unaware of Chen Fan's true identity, and he had clearly recognized their faces. Should he choose to report them the following day, it would spell disaster. Thus, it was essential that Chen Fan perish today. Sighing softly, Chen Fan felt no fear towards the 3. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that he had no choice but to engage. "It seems you gentlemen are unwilling to let me go," he remarked, stepping forward and effortlessly retrieving the sword from the young man's corpse. "If that is the case, we must engage in a confrontation." A flicker of ferocity crossed the faces of the trio as they ceased their words and charged at Chen Fan, weapons drawn. The man's blade was swift, slicing through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at Chen Fan's throat. With a sharp clang, a crisp sound echoed amidst the man's incredulous gaze. Chen Fan parried with a single stroke, effortlessly deflecting the long knife. No matter how the man adjusted his position, his instincts screamed at him that he could not advance. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. I have stated that I shall act as if nothing has transpired. Why must you press me so? As his cold voice pierced the air, a wave of terror surged within the knife-wielding man, as if his heart were gripped in a vice. Instantly, he sought to flee, but no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace Chen Fan. Just as he turned to escape, he found himself frozen in confusion. A brilliant flash of sword light, akin to a celestial blade, pierced through his body in an instant. He stared blankly down, witnessing a fragment of the sword protruding from his chest. With his final ounce of strength, he turned his head to cast one last glance back. What he beheld were Chen Fan's indifferent eyes, devoid of any emotion. Ah ha! Your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. I do not resent my demise. With a casual flick, Chen Fan drew his sword, and a spray of blood erupted as the lifeless body fell forward. The two observers, struck by Chen Fan's astonishing prowess, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, too hesitant to advance another step. Gazing upon the still warm corpse on the ground, a chilling dread began to sweep through their bodies. Who exactly are you? How could someone of such extraordinary cultivation exist in Qingzhou City? They regarded him warily, their voices tinged with a dry apprehension. Chapter 16. A forceful kill. The terrifying might of the Evil Moon sect was beyond comprehension. Previously, they had underestimated the situation, but now they failed to perceive Chen Fan's true prowess. This individual had only made 2 moves, yet one resulted in the demise of a congenital master. When did such experts become so inconsequential? This chance encounter with a youth was far from the ordinary they had initially presumed. He was, in fact, a formidable force beyond their wildest imaginings. Regret consumed their minds, a singular thought prevailing. If only they had allowed Chen Fan to depart unscathed. Even if they had reported him, the repercussions might not have been so dire. Yet now, their caution had led them to their doom. With a sword held aloft in one hand, illuminated by the moonlight, Chen Fan stood tall, resembling a divine warrior descended from the heavens. Without a word, he hurled his sword like a concealed weapon towards the 2 adversaries. They responded with a spear and a meteor hammer, attempting to intercept the blade midair. However, the sword possessed an extraordinary force, effortlessly deflecting both attacks before piercing through one man's forehead, eliciting a gasp of horror. In a swift motion, Chen Fan reclaimed his sword and struck towards the neck of the second assailant. Clutching his wound, blood gushed forth as he struggled to articulate a final word, only managing a series of gurgles before collapsing, his eyes wide with unfulfilled rage. Who could have anticipated that such a formidable group would be annihilated by offending a mere passerby? Chen Fan flicked the blood from his sword and surveyed the chaotic scene of fallen bodies. His gaze was icy. After days of killing, he had begun to feel numb. Today, fate had brought both fortune and misfortune, a truly inauspicious turn of events. His attention shifted to the youth whose body he had shattered with a single blow. Had it not been for this individual, he might have remained unentangled in this conflict. Suppressing his frustration, Chen Fan began to search the corpses for valuables. To his surprise, the bounty was indeed bountiful. From the 3 men, he discovered over 5,000 taels in silver notes, 3,000 tael notes, and numerous other high-denomination bills. Most importantly, he uncovered a package from the young man. It was clear that the trio had pursued him for the contents of this parcel. Upon unwrapping it, Chen Fan examined the contents closely. Inside lay a piece of uniquely textured paper adorned with curious lines, resembling a map, with certain sections distinctly marked in red, perhaps a treasure map. The other item was a shard of jade. Although Chen Fan possessed no expertise in jade, he could discern the extraordinary nature of this piece at a glance, clearly indicating it was not an ordinary item. When this individual had drawn him into the fray, he had specifically mentioned the acquisition of certain items, which likely referred to the 2 objects contained within this package. However, both items were incomplete, and he currently held only fragments of each. What could these objects be that warranted the contention of 4 innate experts? Chen Fan was deeply intrigued. Despite the fact that innate masters fell easily before him, their noble status in general circumstances remained unchanged. Were these treasures? Or did they harbor secrets of unparalleled martial arts? Without any clues to help Chen Fan unravel the truth, he decided to tuck these items away and cease his speculation. As they were an unexpected gain, he would simply keep them, hoping that fate might someday reveal their mysteries. Afterward, Chen Fan prepared to cleanse the battleground. for leaving them behind could lead to unwarranted suspicion directed at himself. However, as he surveyed the scene, he noticed a peculiar tattoo on one of the fallen's nape, a fragmented crescent moon. The Evil Moon Sect? Chen Fan's expression grew serious. Were these individuals affiliated with the Evil Moon Sect? As a member of the Jinyue, he certainly understood the implications of this tattoo. It was common knowledge among all Jinyue. The sect that bore this incomplete crescent as its symbol was none other than the notorious Evil Moon Sect. This sect was infamously known within the Great Hua dynasty, possessing formidable power that far surpassed ordinary sects in the martial world. It was said that within this sect, there were numerous masters and grandmasters at the level of terrestrial immortals, and even ancestors of higher realms presided over them. Their following numbered in the hundreds of thousands, making them a significant scourge within the Great Hua dynasty. This malevolent sect had long stood in opposition to the Great Hua dynasty and remained unvanquished even to this day, a testament to its strength. Over the years, they had incited multiple rebellions among the populace, causing catastrophic casualties among the common folk. Their presence was often noted in the significant upheavals within the Great Hua dynasty, making them the quintessential proverbial mouse droppings in the grand narrative. The dynasty had attempted numerous times to eradicate this malevolent sect, but each effort resulted only in superficial victories. While they could consistently defeat the sect, it would invariably re-establish itself. With such a vast base of followers, a faith-based sect like this always had fertile ground for resurgence. Chen Fan's expression turned somber. Who could have anticipated that returning home would entangle him in such matters? At present, he could not afford to attract the attention of such a formidable entity as the Evil Moon Sect. If this sect, which had eluded the grasp of the dynasty, were to notice him and learn that he had taken their possessions, he feared the consequences would be dire. Though he was an innate master, the sect harbored its own masters and grandmasters. Given the formidable power of the demonic sect, if they were to truly take notice of him, he would soon find himself unable to withstand their scrutiny. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. It was imperative that no trace be left behind. As if nothing had ever transpired, he swiftly lifted the 4 corpses, hastening towards the forest beyond the city, where he meticulously shattered each body and set them ablaze to ensure that no evidence remained. Afterward, he returned to the scene of the incident, employing his internal energy to cleanse every drop of blood and eradicate all signs of struggle, thereby guaranteeing that not a single clue could be detected. Utilizing his acute senses, he thoroughly searched the surrounding area within a mile, confirming that no one had become aware of the occurrence. Only then did he swiftly vanish, making his way home in silence. Chapter 17. Pursued. Upon returning home, Chen Fan placed several objects onto the table once more. No matter how meticulously he scrutinized them, he could discern not a single clue. The items that commanded such significant attention from the demonic sect were undoubtedly shrouded in immense secrecy. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Chen Fan's eyes. Yet, as he found nothing revealing, he decided to conceal the items instead. Chen Fan pondered continually. Even hidden within a secret chamber, it would be challenging to evade the watchful eyes of the astute. He needed to find an unexpected location for their concealment. These items were not meant for public gaze, and he could not afford to grant anyone the opportunity to discover them, even if he had no intention of involving himself in this matter for the time being. Suddenly, an ingenious idea illuminated his mind. A faint smile crept across his face as he stepped outside, and with a deft motion, he arrived at his neighbor's abode. He made his way to the rear of the neighbor's house, where he struck the ground with his palm, creating a small pit. He carefully wrapped the map and fragments of jade within and deposited them into the pit, restoring the area to its original state. Who would suspect that he had hidden the items within his neighbor's home? As the saying goes, the most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Moreover, this location hardly qualified as perilous, alleviating any concerns of unforeseen events. With reassurance, Chen Fan returned to his home and commenced his internal cultivation. Until he thoroughly uncovered the origins of these objects, he would refrain from tampering with them, dismissing the day's discoveries as inconsequential. In Qingzhou City, within a clandestine underground palace not far from the town protector's office, the members of the demonic sect were evidently aware of the adage regarding the safety of perilous places. Within the palace, a colossal statue, towering 5 to 6 meters high, loomed at the center. The material of this statue was unrecognizable, its hue unlike any earthly substance, exuding an air of peculiarity. The statue depicted a sinister figure resembling a moon, with a visage that appeared to have a green face and sharp teeth, akin to a person with a protruding tongue, though details remained obscured. A vast mouth, filled with bizarre teeth stained with strange colors reminiscent of dried blood, was vaguely discernible. Not far from this statue stood a structure resembling a throne. Atop this throne sat an individual, their form concealed beneath a grand black cloak, rendering any discernible features indiscernible, including their gender. The underground palace was illuminated by oil lamps, the material of which was unknown, casting a brightness that mimicked daylight. Yet, amidst this illumination, the air was frigid, accompanied by a stifling atmosphere. The inhabitants of the palace walked with their heads bowed, their bodies trembling slightly, too fearful to utter a sound. Suddenly, a door within the palace swung open, and a figure cloaked in black hurried toward the throne. Upon reaching the cloaked individual, he knelt respectfully on one knee. Averting his gaze, in a hushed tone, he reported, "Esteemed guardian, the 3 individuals dispatched earlier have now disappeared within Qingzhou City." Oh, the voice of the cloaked figure resonated like a cacophony of echoes, rendering it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a male or female. Yet, within his tone lay an unmistakable hint of impending fury. "So, you mean to say that what I sent you to seek has not been found?" The head of the black-robed man bowed even lower, his demeanor fraught with anxiety as he stammered, "Guardian, it is my subordinate's failure. I implore you to temper your wrath." The guardian remained silent for a moment, seemingly grappling with the tumult of his suppressed anger. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Which faction perpetrated this act?" The subordinate faltered. "I could not ascertain that. Where did they lose track?" He pressed further. I do not know," the black-robed man admitted, his voice trembling. "Humph. Have there been any skirmishes in the city today? Do you not comprehend how to follow this trail? I have dispatched others to investigate, but they only uncovered trivial brawls among commoners. Beyond that, there have been no other incidents in Qingzhou City." "So, you have uncovered nothing?" The black-robed man's head drooped lower, nearly touching the ground, before he bitterly replied, "Yes, I am indeed incompetent. I have failed to uncover any leads." "Useless. What purpose do you serve?" The cloaked figure could no longer remain seated. He rose, sweeping his sleeve with a flourish, sending the innate black-robed man crashing against the wall. 3 adept practitioners of the innate realm vanished from this vast Qingzhou city without a trace. Even a master would leave some commotion in their wake. Yet you come to me with nothing? Are you jesting? Get out and continue your search. Within 3 days, if you have still discovered nothing, do not return. Find a place to end your own life." The black-robed man scrambled back to the throne, trembling as he replied, "Yes, I obey. I shall continue my investigation at once." "Begone," the cloaked figure huffed, gesturing for him to leave. "Yes." The black-robed man hurriedly made his exit, his steps unsteady, clearly shaken by the earlier encounter. To be able to injure an innate practitioner with a mere wave of the sleeve speaks to an extraordinary level of power. After the black-robed man departed, the voice of the cloaked figure echoed within the chamber. The ability to render 3 innate experts silent and without a trace could only be attributed to a master within the court. It appears that the object I seek has fallen into the hands of the imperial court. Nevertheless, this small piece, even if they have obtained it, holds no real significance. The Great Hua dynasty is but a flickering ember of survival. No matter how long it takes, this realm shall ultimately return to the hands of the Bailey family. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter reverberated through the underground chamber, causing all present to kneel in trembling fear. The following day, Chen Fan arrived at the town protector's office as usual. He maintained his characteristic faint smile, exhibiting no signs of abnormality, as if nothing of consequence had transpired the previous night. Upon arriving at the 100 house, Chen Fan observed several members of his faction, as well as Wang Jinggang and Bu Yi. Each of them bore the unmistakable marks of exhaustion, evidently having endured a considerable struggle the previous night. "Chen Fan, you've arrived." Wang Jinggang greeted him with a smile upon noticing his entrance. Chen Fan promptly returned the greeting. Although his current position surpassed that of Wang Jinggang, it did not diminish the respect he held for him. Aside from Bu Yi, who, due to her present status, could not extend her greetings, the others promptly followed suit in offering their salutations. After all, Chen Fan was now their true superior. Chapter 18. Quiet Days and New Tasks. Chen Fan, I heard you didn't stay overnight at Baifeng building yesterday. What happened? Wang Jinggang, either intentionally or inadvertently, cast a curious glance at Chen Fan. Is there something wrong with your health? If there is, just let your uncle know. I have plenty of remedies here. The others in the precinct began to feign busyness, eavesdropping on the conversation. Although they dared not directly inquire about such matters from Chen Fan, they were nonetheless intrigued by his absence at Baifeng building the previous night. It was only because Wang Jinggang was Chen Fan's elder that he felt free to speak so openly. Chen Fan's expression turned slightly awkward, but he quickly replied, "Oh, uncle, please don't overthink it. I simply have no interest in them. What could possibly be wrong?" Come now. Those young ladies were not only charming, but also quite lovely. How could you not appreciate them? Are you truly all right? Don't deceive your uncle, Wang Jinggang jested. Really, there's no issue. Just let it be, Chen Fan insisted. All right. The child has grown up and has his own plans. I shall respect your wishes, haha. Wang Jinggang ceased his inquiries. Since Chen Fan had his own intentions and showed disinterest in the ladies, there was little more to be said. Even among the closest of acquaintances, there exists a need for discretion. Throughout that day, the precinct remained tranquil, and Chen Fan received no orders or tasks, leading him to take a few subordinates to the tavern to enjoy music. The following day was similarly uneventful, with Chen Fan guiding everyone to learn a card game known as Do Diju. By the third day, Do Diju fever swept through the precinct. On the fourth day, news of this gambling craze reached the ears of the Qiandu, who abhorred such pastimes. Thus, it was strictly prohibited within the precinct. By the fifth day, the group found themselves once again heading to the tavern for musical entertainment. Days passed in serene monotony, and it seemed that Qingzhou City had entered an unprecedented period of peace, which left this group of Jinyui feeling somewhat restless. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. During this period, aside from minor skirmishes, there was little else to occupy their attention. Chen Fan either enjoyed music at the tavern, secretly played cards, or studied documents within the precinct. Throughout this time, he remained vigilant against potential ambushes from the demon sect and sought information regarding their activities. However, the precinct had seen no assignments related to the demon sect in recent days. Once such tasks arise, the entire subordinate apparatus of the Great Hua dynasty would respond immediately. The current lack of activity indicated that the demon sect was, indeed, making no moves. This also suggested that he was safe. The demon sect had not uncovered any information about him, indicating that his handling of evidence from that day had been remarkably thorough. During this period, Chen Fan had become quite the esteemed guest at Baifeng Building. Previously, the silver notes obtained from a few individuals had afforded Chen Fan a brief period of wealth. Nowadays, whenever the old madam sees Chen Fan's arrival, she greets him with great respect, secretly expressing to others that his confidence has soared. Although he may appear idle, in reality, Chen Fan diligently practices his internal energy every day, simultaneously mastering the 6th grade concealed weapon technique he had acquired earlier. Ever since he unblocked all his body's acupoints, he has seemingly undergone a transformation, showcasing extraordinary talent in martial arts. Consequently, while this concealed weapon technique may only be considered advanced martial arts under Chen Fan's cultivation, he has achieved remarkable proficiency. Seizing certain opportunities, he has also begun to subtly display his innate prowess within the town guardian's office, which not only instills greater awe among the majority, but also draws the attention of superiors who regard him with increasing importance. An innate expert at the tender age of 18, what a concept. While not unprecedented, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. Had it not been for Chen Fan's relatively shallow background, the town guardian's office would likely have sought to promote him to a 100 households position. Talents must be courted. However, everyone is certain that with just a little more accumulation of experience, his position as the total flag will soon elevate to that of 100 households. As a result, in recent days, those accompanying him to the pleasure quarters have been constantly changing, primarily consisting of 100 households eager to befriend him, with even the total flag unable to secure a place. Furthermore, these 100 households generally adopt a sycophantic attitude, as it is evident to all that Chen Fan's future potential far surpasses their own. On yet another ordinary day, Chen Fan first made his appearance at the town guardian's office, expecting another day of idleness. However, this time he encountered Wang Jinggang, who laughed heartily and said, "Chen Fan, the 1,000 households lord is looking for you. It seems there is a task at hand. You can finally stretch your muscles." Upon hearing of the impending task, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. After a period of monotony, he finally had something to engage in. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wang Jinggang, Chen Fan hurriedly made his way to the 1,000 households office. Upon his arrival, the 1,000 households lord, Shen Xinran, did not say much. He simply raised his hand and placed a dossier on the table, pushing it towards Chen Fan. "Here, this is your task. I hold high hopes for you, and I trust you will provide a satisfactory outcome." "Thank you, my lord, for your trust. I shall not let you down," Chen Fan replied with a fist salute, eagerly beginning to peruse the dossier. On July 9th, the daughter of a prominent merchant in Qingzhou City received a small chrysanthemum. Sensing something amiss, the merchant arranged for skilled protectors, yet that very night, his daughter was violated. Awakening in despair, she took her own life, all while the guardians failed to notice anything amiss. On July 13th, The daughter of the esteemed academy's headmaster in Qingzhou City also received a small chrysanthemum and was similarly assaulted that night. This time, the assailant not only violated her, but also cruelly murdered her, leaving behind a horrific scene, with the deceased unable to rest peacefully. On July 17th, upon reading this, Chen Fan could not help but furrow his brow, only to subsequently relax. To his astonishment, it was his old acquaintance, the Changchun Martial Arts Academy. The daughter of the academy's master had also fallen victim to the assailants. However, she valiantly fought back, drawing numerous individuals from the academy to her aid. Yet, despite the valiant efforts of the instructors and the master, they were all tragically slain in the confrontation. Following this, the assailants mercilessly exterminated the entire family of the Changchun Martial Arts Academy's master, leaving no survivors. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. The Changchun Martial Arts Academy, which had once sought to harm him, had now met its just retribution, culminating in a fate where none of its family would find peace in death. Chapter 19. The Flower Thief and the Heavy Sword of Xian Tai. According to the investigation results, the daughter of the martial arts school's master had previously received a small chrysanthemum. It appears that this chrysanthemum serves as a signal for the perpetrator's intended violation. July 23rd, July 25th, August 9th. As Chen Fan continued to ponder, it became increasingly evident that this was a large-scale serial assault case. The assailant must possess considerable martial skills and exhibit an extreme level of arrogance. Prior to committing his crimes, he even presented chrysanthemums as a forewarning, targeting only those of noble birth. He audaciously refers to himself as young Master Chrysanthemum, which is truly unfortunate. The very terms of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum have been tarnished by his disgraceful actions. A frigid flame burned within Chen Fan, growing more intense, yet rendering him ever calmer. His sole desire was to apprehend this individual with utmost decisiveness and exact a severe retribution. Among thieves, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. At the pinnacle lies the morally righteous act of robbing the rich to aid the poor, which the Jinyui often turns a blind eye to, sometimes even offering support, only investigating out of necessity. Next are the flying thieves, who maintain a code of ethics. Although their deeds are disreputable, they typically refrain from robbing the impoverished and seldom take lives. There are several levels in between, but the lowest of the low are the despicable flower thieves, who not only prey on women but also endanger their lives. Truly contemptible. Chen Fan was not a thief, yet he harbored the deepest disdain for such individuals. This flower thief had roamed freely, having victimized dozens of women to date. Shen Xinran quietly awaited Chen Fan's review of the case files. Upon seeing Chen Fan lift his gaze, his eyes ablaze with a flower of destruction, Shen Xinran smiled, confident that this incident would be resolved appropriately. My lord, what level of strength does this flower thief possess? How is it that he has evaded capture for so long? Chen Fan suppressed his rising anger and asked calmly. Shen Xinran replied, this individual is indeed formidable, a master of innate strength. The Ministry of Justice has sent personnel to apprehend him, but his lightness of foot is extraordinary, and they struggled to subdue him, ultimately entrusting the matter to us in the Jinyui, hoping we can deploy our own experts to resolve it. It was previously mentioned that the Jinyui and the Ministry of Justice are among the 3 strongest departments. When faced with such skilled perpetrators, they typically opt to transfer cases to specialized agencies with experts. However, the Ministry of Justice seeks to claim credit. So by the time they decide to hand over a case, many innocent lives may have already been lost due to their incompetence. Chen Fan had little to say about this phenomenon. It was a common ailment, and the unfortunate victims deserved sympathy. Shen Xinran sipped his tea and remarked, this matter has already drawn the attention of His Majesty. Previously, his escapades in other regions could be overlooked, but now, daring to act so brazenly in the imperial city of Qingzhou, beneath the very feet of the sovereign, he is indeed courting his own demise. The Minister of Justice has already faced the Emperor's ire over this matter. He set down his teacup and gazed intently into Chen Fan's eyes. I have received instructions. The Jinyui must resolve this issue within 5 days, but I expect you to accomplish it within 3. Is that understood? Absolutely. Chen Fan replied, standing tall and resolutely. This flower thief had piqued the Emperor's interest. If he could manage this affair adeptly, a promotion to the rank of 100 household would surely follow. To attract the Emperor's notice meant that even a grandmaster could not continue to live in leisure. Excellent. Many are capable of handling this matter. Yet I wish to present you with an opportunity, and I trust you shall not disappoint me, said Shen Xinran, his tone laden with significance. Chen Fan was well aware of the underlying meaning. Although innate masters were rare, the Jinyui certainly had their share of such elite. Shen Shinran's deliberate assignment of this task to him suggested that he hoped Chen Fan would seize this chance to elevate himself further. "Thank you for your patronage, my lord. I shall forever remember this kindness." Chen Fan beamed, clasping his fists in gratitude. Shen Shinran rose and patted him on the shoulder before making his exit. He held high hopes for Chen Fan's potential and believed that the best time to cultivate an ally was while they were still unrefined. Once Chen Fan matured, he could undoubtedly assist Shen Shinran significantly. As Chen Fan watched Shen Shinran's retreating figure, he also departed from the 100 household office. Just as he stepped outside, a notification from the system reached him. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Capture the flower thief. Mission reward, Xian Tai Heavy Sword." This Xian Tai Heavy Sword was the famed weapon of the sword demon, Duguqiubai. Currently, he had no sword at his disposal. This reward was indeed a timely boon. If he could obtain this sword and combine it with the Duga 9 swords, he might be able to confront a master directly. Chen Fan hurried to the 100 household office to inform Bui, instructing several of his subordinates to immediately coordinate with the staff at the Hungtong Bank to set up a comprehensive trap. Indeed, the recipient of the little chrysanthemum was none other than the daughter of the bank's owner, Qing. Upon learning of his daughter's predicament, Qing swiftly utilized all his connections to escalate the matter directly to the Ministry of Justice. Now that the Jinyui had taken charge, it was only fitting that they should bear the responsibility. In the bustling heart of Qingzhou City, there stood an opulent mansion, the private residence of Qing. The diversity of Qing's enterprises was extensive, yet they all shared a common trait. They were highly profitable. Whether in jewels or loans, he dabbled in numerous ventures. For him, the wealth of countless riches was merely an understatement. Presently, he had mobilized substantial funds to hire numerous experts for his protection. As the saying goes, money stirs the heart. Among those he had recruited were not a few top-tier experts. Certainly, individuals of innate mastery are not ones he can summon at such elevated levels of expertise. Monetary compensation holds little significance. They would never debase themselves by serving as mere guardians for an insignificant merchant, as it would be a profound affront to their dignity. At this moment, Qing Chun, adorned in exquisite silk garments, paced back and forth in the grand hall of the Qian residence, hands clasped behind his back. A visible sorrow lingered upon his countenance, clearly indicating his deep concern regarding the current predicament. Occasionally, he cast his gaze toward the outside, awaiting the arrival of skilled individuals dispatched by the court. Although he had summoned a number of proficient fighters, he understood all too well that without the reinforcements from the imperial authority, they would be inadequate to thwart a master of innate prowess. Chapter 20. To the home of the Qing family beside Qing Chun sat a remarkably beautiful lady, who, despite her nearing 40 years of age, appeared to possess the skin of a youthful maiden, her former exquisite beauty faintly discernible. At that moment, she sat beside Qing Chun, weeping softly, her tears falling like rain upon her delicate handkerchief. She was none other than Qing Chen's wife, Madame Qing. As she wept, she dabbed at her tears with the handkerchief, presenting a picture of sorrow reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, the fabric now dampened by her grief. Enough, enough, it is but a trivial matter. The gentlemen of the Jinyui shall arrive shortly. With their presence, capturing any flower thief is but a matter of course. Look at your demeanor. Though Qing Chun was equally gripped by fear, he recognized his role as the pillar of this household. In such dire circumstances, if he were to lose his composure, what would become of them? Upon hearing his words, Madame Qing's sobs diminished somewhat. Although she continued to cry, her voice grew quieter. But what if something were to happen to our daughter? Could I possibly live on? Qing Chun fell silent at this, for her words echoed his own deepest fears. In the vast city of Qingzhou, Qing Chun was indeed a rarity, renowned for his unwavering devotion. He had only one wife, Madame Qing, and had never taken a concubine. Their relationship was one of mutual respect and affection. Over the years, they had been blessed with a single daughter, whom they cherished as a treasure from the moment she entered the world. They even feared that a brisk walk might whisk her away like a fleeting breeze. His daughter was more precious to him than his own life, surpassing even the wealth he had accumulated over decades. If the threat had come from a common thief seeking riches, Qing Chun would have felt little fear, as acquiring wealth was not a challenge for him. Yet, the peril they faced was not from a mere pickpocket, but from a notorious flower thief, one who was not only depraved and murderous, but also possessed formidable martial skills. This thought filled Qing Chun with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. At that very moment, the steward of the Qing family rushed in, speaking in hushed tones, "Master, the gentlemen of the Jinyui have arrived." Qing Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, akin to a drowning man who has just spotted a piece of driftwood. "Quickly, invite the gentlemen in." "No, I shall go to welcome them personally." Disregarding his wife's distress, he hurriedly made his way outside, his steps somewhat unsteady. He stumbled over the threshold. And had it not been for the stewardess' timely assistance, he might have fallen flat. Under ordinary circumstances, the arrival of the Jinyui would have instilled terror in his heart, for their visits often meant a raid or a death sentence. However, in this moment, Qing Chun understood that they had come to offer salvation. Leading the way was Chen Fan, followed closely by several other officers, who lagged a few steps behind. As they reached the entrance, they were met by a handsome middle-aged man who rushed out, his eyes gleaming with hope as he anxiously scanned the surroundings. These were indeed the gentlemen of the Jinyui. The common folk had eagerly awaited their arrival, like stars longing for the moon. He is indeed a perceptive individual. With a mere glance, he discerned that Chen Fan was the true core of the matter, and promptly offered a respectful bow. Chen Fan smiled gently, and extended his hand to halt the gesture. There is no need for concern, Master Qing. Now that the Jinyui have taken on this matter, we shall ensure that no unforeseen incidents arise. His calm demeanor was imbued with formidable confidence, a self-assurance derived solely from strength. Let us first invite Master Su to briefly recount the events. There is no rush. Please allow the esteemed guests to enter my residence for a detailed discussion. Following his lead, Chen Fan and his companions entered, and once the guests were seated with due respect, Qing Chun began to narrate. 2 days prior, Miss Qing Yunzhu awoke to find a small chrysanthemum at her bedside. Recently, the city of Qingzhou had been in turmoil due to a series of flower-picking incidents, of which Qing Yunzhu was acutely aware. Moreover, her door had been securely locked during her rest, and the servants would not dare to enter unbidden. Clearly, this was the work of the flower thief. This chrysanthemum served not only as a message, but also as a warning. The fact that he could enter her chamber undetected while she slept suggested that, if he had malicious intent, she might have already fallen victim to his sinister designs. Yet, the thief chose to do nothing, allowing her to languish in terror day after day, all the while reaping the harvest of her blossoming fears. Thinking of this, Qing Yunzhu was consumed by dread and hastily informed her father, Qing Chun. Upon learning of the incident, Qing Chun was immediately struck with horror. Although his daughter was safe for the moment, what lay ahead? He understood that the flower thief had set his sights on his daughter. In his alarm, he reached out through his connections to inform the higher echelons of the Ministry of Justice and summoned numerous skilled protectors to safeguard his family. Yet, none of these measures afforded him any peace. The ministry could not possibly be unaware of such events. If informing them were effective, the flower thief would not still be at large. Despite the presence of skilled guardians, the previous day had not witnessed any tragedy. But Qing Chen dared not relinquish his anxiety. He set aside all his affairs, remaining at home to be near his family. Although the flower thief had not yet made an appearance, he would inevitably come, perhaps as soon as the following night. This endless cycle of worry and torment plunged Qing Chun into an unceasing inferno, causing him to age several years in just a few days. Only when the ministry informed him that the matter had been entrusted to the Jinyui did his heart begin to ease somewhat. The Jinyui, while fearsome, inspired dread precisely because of their might. With their intervention, it seemed unlikely that the flower thief would evade his fate. This is the situation, Master Chun. I implore you to ensure my daughter's safety. I shall be most generous in my gratitude. As long as she remains unharmed, I am willing to do anything. As he spoke, Qing Chun bowed deeply to Chen Fan, on the verge of tears. This time, Chen Fan did not intervene but accepted the bow silently, a gesture meant to offer reassurance. Rest assured, Master Qing, no one has ever escaped from the grasp of our imperial guards. Should that flower thief dare to approach, he shall undoubtedly find his journey to be one of no return. The nearby captains echoed in agreement. Indeed, Captain Chun has already ascended to the innate realm. A veritable prodigy of youth. Once he takes action, it is unlikely that the flower thief will evade capture. Certainly, we have laid an impenetrable net within the Qing residence. Ensuring absolute security, your daughter will be safe and sound. Upon hearing these words, Qing Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "This is indeed good. This is indeed good. Now I can rest easy." Chapter 21. The Unparalleled Beauty. Qing Yunzhu Qing Chun, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, hastily added, "May I request that several esteemed officials take residence here for the next few days? I shall ensure their every need is met." He then summoned the steward to prepare the finest accommodations available in the manor. Chen Fan nodded slightly and instructed Qing Chun to lead him to the rear courtyard of the Su residence. To achieve his objective, it was imperative to familiarize himself with the layout of this area. Although it was typically reserved for the womenfolk and men were prohibited from entering, the current circumstances evidently warranted a departure from this rule. As they stepped into the courtyard, Chen Fan's gaze fell upon a sorrowful maiden standing by the pond. At that moment, he felt a jolt in his heart, as if struck by a heavy blow. Before him stood a woman clad in a flowing white garment. Her back turned toward a flowering tree. She possessed a slender figure, her long hair cascading down her back, delicately tied with a silver ribbon. Observing her silhouette, Chen Fan felt as though she were enveloped in ethereal mist, a being transcending the mundane world. The white-clad lady turned her head at the sound, revealing her breathtaking visage to Chen Fan. Her brows arched gracefully like distant mountains, her enchanting eyes sparkled with an allure that captivated the soul. With a delicate and refined nose, her complexion resembled purest snow, while her crimson lips appeared as a solitary plum blossom amidst the winter's chill, exuding a captivating charm. She seemed to have stepped directly from a masterpiece, a celestial fairy of the mortal realm. Her gaze was intoxicating. Chen Fan felt parched, his composure slipping away. Despite his extensive encounters with women in his past life, this extraordinary beauty left him momentarily flustered. However, it was but a fleeting instant, as she lifted her gaze. He swiftly recognized his lapse in decorum and diverted his eyes. Embarrassed, he turned to Qing Chun and said, "Dear Master Qing, I must apologize for my indiscretion upon encountering such unparalleled beauty. I hope you can forgive my momentary surprise." Though Chen Fan possessed the authority to gaze as long as he wished, he was a man of principle. It would be a disgrace to stare at another man's daughter in his own home, regardless of his current position as a member of the Jinhui. He had yet to adopt the unsavory habits of his predecessors and would not abuse his power. Qing Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head in reassurance. "There is no need for concern, Master Chen. It was merely an unintentional glance. I am well aware of my daughter's beauty. Many have been left speechless upon first meeting her. Your reaction is quite commendable." Chen Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful that he had come here solely with Qing Chun. Otherwise, it could have been rather embarrassing. Qing Chun gestured for the white-clad lady to approach. "Ah, Master Chun. Allow me to introduce my daughter, Qing Yunju. Yunju, this is the esteemed Chun, the captain of the Jinhui, who has come specifically to ensure your protection." With a graceful step, Qing Yunju approached like a delicate fairy descending from the heavens. She smiled and performed a gentle curtsy, her voice resonating like a melodious stream. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Chen. I sincerely thank you for making this arduous journey to safeguard me. Your kindness is greatly appreciated." At this moment, Chen Fan had completely regained his composure, greeting with a smile and a slight bow. "Miss Qing, you honor me. I am merely fulfilling my duty. There is no need for excessive courtesy." It was then that Chen Fan began to comprehend why Qing Yunju had caught the attention of that notorious flower thief. After meeting Qing Yunju, he instructed Qing Chun to lead him on a further inspection of the premises. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, Qing Yunju gazed languidly at his retreating figure. While Chen Fan was captivated by her beauty, he remained unaware of the curiosity she harbored towards him. Despite his youth, Chen Fan held a prominent position, commanding respect even from his father, and possessed formidable martial prowess. He was indeed a remarkable young talent. Reflecting on Chen Fan's strikingly handsome, yet somewhat scholarly visage, paired with an air of aloofness, he appeared even more formidable clad in his flying fish attire. As a woman of distinction, Qing Yunju, though extraordinarily beautiful, found herself cherished by Qing Chun, who seldom allowed her to venture beyond the confines of their home. Consequently, Chen Fan was the most handsome man she had ever encountered. Though he had departed, her heart continued to race uncontrollably. "Chen Fan," she murmured, somewhat entranced, her gaze lingering on the direction he had taken. It was not until the arrival of her maid that she was jolted back to reality. Miss, what are you gazing at? Surely, you are not still watching Lord Chun, who has already walked quite a distance." "What?" Qing Yunju suddenly snapped back to her senses. Recollecting her previous behavior, her cheeks flushed a radiant crimson. Miss, with such a valiant figure as Lord Chun, has Our Lady's heart stirred? Don't speak nonsense. You impudent girl." Qing Yunju gently swatted her maid, then turned away, her face still aflame with embarrassment. "Alas, miss, your eyes were so entranced just now. What is there to deny? Really, stop with your foolishness. I have only just met Lord Chun, and besides, I am still being targeted by that flower thief. I have no leisure for such romantic musings." With that, her expression reverted to one of melancholy. Although the arrival of Chen Fan and the elite guards provided her with a long-lost sense of security, until the flower thief was truly apprehended, she, as a vulnerable woman, could not feel entirely at ease. However, the maid was unperturbed and leaned closer to whisper in Qing Yunju's ear, "Do not fear, miss. I overheard the guards saying that Lord Chun is an extraordinary master of the innate realm. With him around, you shall certainly be safe." Stepping back, her eyes sparkled with excitement. If you escape this peril, you will owe Lord Chen a life debt. Such a debt is not easily repaid. Perhaps you should offer yourself in gratitude. Hee. Qing Yunju scoffed, raising her hand to swat at her. You wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting now? Truly insufferable. Oh, how lovely the young lady is, and so proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even in the eyes of Lord Chen, she is certainly not unworthy. The maid, often playfully teasing Qing Yunju, continued to laugh and say, in my opinion, the young lady and Lord Chen are truly a perfect match. A couple made in heaven. If you speak such nonsense again, I shall inform my father that you are bullying me. And tomorrow I shall find you a husband of dreadful appearance to marry you off, truly. Oh dear, young lady, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Of course, I will always accompany you. Hee. Chapter 22. A night of darkness and wind. After meticulously surveying every place that warranted inspection, Chen Fan issued a series of directives to several subordinates before commencing his meditation in the room, quietly awaiting the arrival of the flower thief. The thief was certain to appear, for the Jinui were well aware of his existence, while he remained oblivious to theirs. Given the frequency of his misdeeds, he was expected to arrive this very night. Following a sumptuous feast arranged by Qing Chun, the Jinui disguised themselves in various identities, infiltrating every nook and cranny of the Qing residence, ever vigilant to the slightest disturbance. Chen Fan, seated in a small pavilion outside Qing Yun's chamber, sipped his wine, patiently biding his time for the flower thief to unwittingly ensnare himself. As the hour of high arrived, the moon exhibited an unusual discretion, seemingly avoiding the splatters of blood that might blind its gaze, allowing no trace of moonlight to illuminate the night. This profound darkness was indeed an opportune moment for murder. On a night such as this, it was fitting for blood to add a splash of color to the darkened sky. The wind howled noisily, as if composing a sinister melody in anticipation of the impending slaughter. The trees swayed, casting shifting shadows, while Chen Fan sat alone in the pavilion. Though it appeared he was savoring the exquisite vintage in his glass, he was acutely aware of every rustle and whisper around him. Any hint of anomaly would surely capture his attention. In this deep night, the entire Su residence had succumbed to silence, broken only by the sporadic barking of distant dogs. An aged watchman from Qingzhou City passed by the gates of the Qing family estate, the light from his lantern casting a blinding glow upon the glazed tiles of the residence. Straining his eyes, he attempted to discern the red-painted walls of the grand estate, but quickly bowed his head, departing in a state of disarray. He had grown old, no longer aspiring to penetrate the elusive brilliance before him. At this moment, the gates of the Qing residence stood firmly shut, guarded by two sentinels, both of whom were merely second-rate experts. However, in the stillness of the night, when fatigue weighs heavily on one's concentration, even the most vigilant can falter. Despite their efforts to remain alert, the guards occasionally succumb to lapses, unable to focus even as they slap their cheeks to rouse themselves. In their moment of distraction, an imperceptible shadow slipped into the Qing residence, akin to a genuine specter under the cloak of this pitch-black night. With nimble steps, the flower thief traversed the rooftops of the Su estate with ease, moving undetected, even by the watchful eyes of the Jinui. As he navigated through the estate, he appeared to know the terrain intimately, each step taken with unwavering confidence, as though returning to his own home. To his surprise, he realized he had attracted the attention of the Jinui. Although unaware of their ambush, the mere presence of the Jinui was sufficient for him to grasp the gravity of the situation. Even with the knowledge that the Jinui lay in ambush, he remained exceedingly confident, undeterred by their lurking presence. The mere thought of being under their formidable protection while indulging in the exquisite beauty of this unparalleled woman ignited an uncontrollable fire within him, accompanied by an insatiable desire. This sensation, for him, eclipsed the excitement of all his previous escapades combined. Ah, my beauty, here I come. With that, he took a step forward, leaping onto the rooftop of Qing Yunju's dwelling, a faint drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet, just as he intended to produce his fragrant allure, his innate senses alerted him to the presence of another figure nearby, Chen Fan. The tumultuous wind tousled Chen Fan's hair, synchronizing their movement with the swaying leaves. He held a bowl of wine, tilting his head back to pour it into his mouth, the potent liquid splashing against his neck and occasionally flying away with the breeze, some droplets even gracing his visage. Chen Fan gazed at him quietly, and once the fiery wine flowed down his throat, he casually tossed the empty bowl aside. With his formidable prowess, Chen Fan had long sensed the arrival of the flower thief, yet he remained unhurried. choosing instead to intervene at the opportune moment when the thief believed he had succeeded. What are you searching for? Chen Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression dripping with disdain. The sound of the shattering bowl echoed through the stillness of the night, sending a shiver through the thief's spine. The fact that Chen Fan had lingered here undetected could only suggest one thing. His strength far surpassed that of the thief. An immediate option sprang to mind: flee. However, this escape required careful execution. Without hesitation, he flung several concealed weapons and then bolted away like the wind. Yet, all he could hear was Chen Fan's chilling laughter trailing behind him. Allow me to teach you about concealed weapons. Calmly, Chen Fan intercepted each projectile, grasping them in his hand, before casually sending them back the way they came. These seemingly ordinary weapons were anything but trivial in his grasp. They soared through the air like meteors, swiftly catching up to the flower thief, accompanied by a chorus of anguished howls as his body crumpled onto the rooftop. Chen Fan strolled over to his side, casting a glance at him before delivering a merciless slap to his lower abdomen. The thief spat blood, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Chen Fan. You have crippled my martial arts." His pitiful cries echoed throughout the Sioux residence. Carried by the wind, Chen Fan, repulsed by the sight of the weapons piercing the thief's limbs, contemplated administering some private retribution. He stuffed the thief's mouth, then unsheathed his sword, delivering a brutal strike beneath his waist. He had no intention of letting him die. The Jinui had many delights in store for this wretch, which would surely allow him to experience ecstasy, as his sins were meticulously reckoned. Several members of the Imperial Guards swiftly ascended to the rooftops, gazing upon the grotesque figure of the flower thief, devoid of any compassion in their eyes. "This official has inflicted some injuries upon him during the struggle. Ensure that you staunch his bleeding and prevent him from succumbing to death. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." The guards exchanged startled glances at the wretched thief and hastily carried him away to administer treatment. He would not perish, yet he would undoubtedly yearn for death. At that moment, accompanied by his pitiful cries, all the Imperial Guards within the Sioux residence, as well as the couple Qing Chun, hurriedly arrived at the scene. The couple Qing Chun happened to witness the guards lifting the flower thief, nearly moved to tears in that very instant. Chapter 23. A sudden turn of events. The two individuals promptly bowed before Chen Fan, refusing to rise despite his insistence. It was only when Chen Fan reluctantly leaped down to assist them that they finally stood. "Thank you, my lord, for apprehending this villain. Otherwise, I fear my daughter would have faced dire circumstances tonight," Qing Chun exclaimed with palpable excitement, yet she seemed inclined to bow once more. Chen Fan quickly interjected. "There is no need for such formalities, head of the Qing family. I merely fulfilled my duty. There is no need for thanks." Qing Chen shook her head repeatedly, stating, "Although it is your duty, for us, it is a matter of life and death. Such a debt cannot be dismissed with mere words of duty. We shall remember this kindness always." As night deepened, she continued, "Tomorrow, I shall host a grand banquet at the largest inn in Qingzhou to express my gratitude to you all. I hope you will not decline, for although I am but a merchant, I understand the importance of repaying kindness." Chen Fan smiled. "Your intention is most gracious, head of the Qing family. Naturally, my companions and I will attend the banquet tomorrow. However, we cannot linger now. I must return to report. Since that is the case, I shall not keep you." "My lord, I hope you will honor us with your presence tomorrow," she replied. "Of course," Chen Fan replied. Though Qing Chun wished to further cultivate connections with the Imperial Guards, she refrained from saying more, respecting their urgency to depart. Chen Fan waved to the Imperial Guards, preparing to lead them back. Qing Chun and her husband followed closely behind, accompanying them to the entrance of the Sioux residence. With a slight nod, Chen Fan said, "There is no need for further farewells, head of the Qing family. We shall see you at the banquet tomorrow and will not impose any longer this evening." "Do not mention it, my lord. In the future, feel free to visit my residence. I shall extend a warm welcome," Qing Chen replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Fan turned and departed with the Imperial Guards. Once they left, Qing Chen noticed that at some point, Qing Yunju had silently followed them to the entrance of the Sioux residence. She stood beneath the dim light of the night, her exquisite features obscured by the shadows, making her expression unreadable. "Oh dear, daughter, why have you come out? It is quite windy outside, and after the fright you just endured, you ought to return to your room and rest. Xiaoji, please escort the young lady back to her chamber," her father instructed. "Yes, sir," the maid replied. Qing Yunju gazed vacantly at Chen Fan's departing figure, reluctantly allowing herself to be led back to her room by the maid. Upon her return, Qing Yunju sulked, ignoring the playful banter of the maid, feeling a dull ache within her heart, laden with reluctance. Once inside her chamber, the maid leaned in closer, whispering cheerfully, "Did I not say that the young lady's heart was stirred? Will you not admit that you have indeed developed feelings for Lord Chen?" Surprisingly, Qin Yunju said nothing but merely nodded in silent affirmation of the maid's words. "If the young lady truly harbors such feelings, you should inform your father and let him assist you in proposing," the maid suggested with a playful tone. Qin Yunju sighed and leaned her head on the shoulder of her maid, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lord Chen is a young achiever, a prodigious talent. Not only does he hold a prestigious position, but he is also a formidable expert in the martial arts. His future is undoubtedly limitless, far beyond the reach of someone like me, the daughter of a merchant. Although the Qing family is indeed wealthy, when it comes to someone as promising as Chen Fan at such a young age, we clearly do not rank as his first choice. The power wielded by the Jinyui is immense, and considering a person like Chen Fan, it is likely that even the daughters of ordinary noble families are unworthy of him." Despite Qin Yunju's unparalleled beauty, she found it difficult to compare herself to those noble ladies, leading her to lose hope regarding her own prospects. On the other hand, although Chen Fan had already walked a considerable distance, a skilled member of the Qing family rushed towards him, carrying a package. "Lord Chen, this is a small token of appreciation from my master. I hope you won't find it too modest." Chen Fan unwrapped the package and glanced inside, nodding slightly as he said, "How thoughtful of you. I shall accept it. Please convey my gratitude to the head of the Qing family." This was an unexpected benefit of the Jinyui's mission. Although Chen Fan was not in dire need of money, he felt compelled to accept it. He was not an inflexible person. Refusing the money would raise concerns among his subordinates. What would the other captains think? Thus, accepting the money was the only reasonable course of action. Moreover, the Jinyui operated on financial compensation, with meager salaries. How could anyone sustain themselves while engaging in such perilous work? Even the Jinfu division tacitly approved of such practices. Inside the package lay a substantial sum of 50,000 taels of silver. The Qing family truly lived up to its reputation as a wealthy household, demonstrating remarkable generosity. Chen Fan extracted some of the banknotes and casually distributed them among the captains around him. "Share this with your subordinates. They have endured the elements these past few days. Let them enjoy a good meal as a reward." "But how can we accept this? It would be too embarrassing," they protested. "Oh, there's no need for such formality. Just accept it," Chen Fan replied with a gentle smile. After some insistence, they eventually accepted, keeping a portion for themselves while distributing the rest among the lower-ranking members and laborers. Naturally, Chen Fan's men received a larger share. He would not shortchange his own. This gesture greatly enhanced Chen Fan's standing among his subordinates. Although everyone had participated in the mission, it was evident that he had shouldered 99% of the responsibility himself, and no one would dare to complain if he kept the entire reward. Discussions of trivial matters were mere distractions. The tangible benefits were what truly resonated with people. In an instant, he earned their unwavering loyalty. At that moment, if Chen Fan were to issue a command, it was certain that they would eagerly vie to serve him. After distributing the money, Chen Fan found himself pondering why the system's rewards had been delayed this time. Previously, the rewards would arrive promptly upon mission completion. Yet this time, there was an unusual silence. Is it necessary to turn over the flower thief to the higher authorities in order to apprehend him? No, the system's capture, given the current circumstances, is undoubtedly feasible unless... Chen Fan recalled the thief's remarkably frequent times of operation, along with his methods that were at times ruthless yet occasionally restrained. Initially, he perceived this individual as capricious in nature, but now it appeared that his considerations had been somewhat lacking. This is troubling. Realizing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he directed his gaze towards the Su residence. Chapter 24. A sword like a flash. Chen Fan, unable to provide further explanation, immediately activated the Lingbo Weibu to its utmost limit, resembling a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the heavens as he surged forth. The power of the Lingbo Weibu was nothing short of terrifying. Chen Fan's speed left the surrounding Jin Yiwei in awe. They had yet to comprehend the situation when a gust of wind swept past, and Chen Fan's figure vanished without a trace. The minor officials and the strongmen fared better, but the higher-ranking officers, having witnessed the world's wonders, were internally astounded. Is this the speed of the innate? How utterly fearsome! No, I have seen the speed of our Jin Yiwei's elite forces. Not even the speed of those innate masters or grandmasters could rival Chen Fan's swiftness. Truly alarming. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, Chen Fan had already disappeared without a shadow. Meanwhile, the flower thief, carried by several strongmen, had been gasping for breath in silence. Upon witnessing Chen Fan's swift departure, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of congealed blood and erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, fools. I thought Eugenie Wei were formidable, but now I see it's too late, ha ha. The flower thief laughed as if he had avenged a great grievance. Alas, how unfortunate that I could not savor that exquisite beauty, ha. His laughter reached the ears of several higher-ranking officers ahead, who quickly realized that something was amiss. One of them struck the flower thief, silencing him, before hastening towards the Qing residence. At this moment, within the boudoir of Qing Yunju, a maid lay sprawled on the ground, unaware of her fate. Qing Yunju had been cornered against the wall, trembling in fear. Strangely, the flower thief surveyed her with a playful gaze, not yet rushing to act. "You beast, do not come near me," she trembled, removing a hairpin from her hair and pressing it against her delicate neck, even piercing her skin from the force. She would rather take her own life than allow the flower thief to tarnish her purity and descend into despair. "My beauty, do not struggle, it is futile. Soon, I shall take you to ecstasy, ensuring an unforgettable experience for you," the flower thief said, shockingly resembling the previous one. These two were indeed twins. "The Jin Iwei will not spare you. Lord Chen will surely avenge me, woo-woo." Tears began to flow uncontrollably from Qing Yunju's eyes, and her vision blurred with despair. She had believed this ordeal was over, that tomorrow she could be with her father and see Chen Fan again. Only just reinforced by her maid's encouragement. She had firmed her resolve, but who could have predicted that so little time would pass before another man stormed into her room, knocked out her maid, and cornered her to commit vile acts? Who could have imagined that this flower thief was a twin, both possessing formidable martial prowess? They sometimes act in concert, at other times independently, which accounts for the heightened frequency of their crimes and the varied locations of their misdeeds. My dear beauty, do not squander any more time. That singular individual, who surpassed me, has departed. No matter how loud you scream, no one will come to your rescue. Furthermore, do you believe that dying serves any purpose? Do you think your corpse would be of no use? Ha ha ha. The expression of the flower thief began to darken, revealing a hint of twisted depravity. "However, your death would greatly displease me. I would ensure that not a single life remains in your family. My temperament is far more amiable than that of my wretched brother. If you surrender willingly, I shall depart once I am finished. The choice is yours." He maliciously licked his lips, eager to witness Qing Yunju's desperate self-sacrifice. Tears streamed down her face as despair etched itself upon her countenance. You are a beast. You are so vile. You are utterly unworthy of being human." She spat, her words dripping with venom, yet they only served to excite the flower thief further. Her hands trembled more violently. His words had shattered her psychological defenses. She could choose to die to preserve her purity, but she could not bear to drag everyone in her household down with her. It was during this moment of distraction that the flower thief seized his opportunity. He lunged forward with astonishing speed, flicking his fingers to send the gold hairpin from Qing Yunju's grasp flying. "Ha ha ha, little beauty, stop hiding and come enjoy yourself with me. Ha ha ha." His eyes gleamed with lascivious intent as he reached for her wrist. Even he, who had previously violated numerous young ladies, felt inadequate in comparison to Qing Yunju. To secure this opportunity, he had sacrificed his own brothers as pawns, all for the sake of capturing the most exquisite flower in Qingzhou City, Chen Fan. A multitude of images flashed through Qing Yunju's mind, ultimately reflecting the smiling face of Chen Fan. As she gazed at the flower thief's grotesque grin and his approaching figure, she slowly closed her eyes. However, in that fleeting moment, a sound akin to a gust of wind pierced the air, carrying an unstoppable force that violently pierced the flower thief's body. Following this wave of chilling murderous intent, a figure burst through the door. Chen Fan stood there, his suppressed internal energy filling the air with a palpable chill that mirrored his fervent emotions. He cast a casual glance at the flower thief's lifeless form, drew his sword, and, as if venting his frustrations, struck the body several times. It was only then that he realized how profoundly he cared for that ethereal figure from that day. Chen Fan turned his gaze to the trembling Qing Yunju and approached her. He gently extended his hand, softly placing it before her. Qing Yunju instinctively nestled her hand into his warm grasp, a profound sense of security blossoming within her heart, enveloping her entire being. She surrendered to the moment, collapsing into Chen Fan's embrace, her previously suppressed sobs finally erupting into a symphony of release. "Whoa, Brother Chen, I knew you would come." "Thank you." Chen Fan tenderly stroked her silken hair with his other hand, softly reassuring her, "It's all right. Everything is over now. It was my fault. I shall ensure that such a thing never occurs again." Chapter 25. A graceful return. Chen Fan said little, gently embracing her as he awaited the cessation of her tears. It was only upon hearing the hurried footsteps approaching from outside that he began to lead Qing Yunju out of the room. The Qing couple and several guards, under the guidance of the Imperial Guards, rushed forward, just in time to catch sight of Chen Fan assisting Qing Yunju from the chamber. Seeing his daughter in tears, like a wilting flower, Qing Chun felt a pang of suffocation, fearing that some oversight had just transpired. Master Chun, what has happened? Qing, unable to wait for an explanation, rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she enveloped Qing Yunju in her arms. Chen Fan regarded Qing Chen thoughtfully before speaking. After we departed from the Su residence, I sensed something amiss. Therefore, I analyzed the case file once more and deduced that they must be identical twin brothers. Given that one remains at large, I concluded that he would undoubtedly still harbor ill intentions towards Miss Yunju. In a moment of urgency, I felt compelled to rush to the estate. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Miss Yunju has not yet fallen victim to this villain, and the perpetrator has been dealt with. His body lies within the room. At this juncture, he glanced at the Imperial Guards behind him and instructed, "The body of the flower thief is currently in the chamber. Please remove it." "Yes, my lord." Two strong men responded, promptly carrying out a disfigured corpse. Nearly reduced to a pulp, the ghastly sight sent shivers through those present. Upon witnessing the face, identical to that of the earlier flower thief, the Qing couple felt their hearts clench. Had it not been for Chen Fan's astute reaction, their daughter might have met a tragic end. This time, Qing Chun and Qin were so overwhelmed that they could not muster a bow. They fell to their knees with a thud, tears bursting forth. In unison, Qing Yunju also knelt to express her gratitude. This flustered Chen Fan, who hurried to assist them in rising. No, Master Qing, there is no need for such formality. This was my oversight as well. Please, get up quickly, or I shall be displeased." Reluctantly, Qing Chen stood, his tone still suffused with gratitude. "Master Chun, you are too humble. How could this be your fault? Who could have foreseen such a situation? It is thanks to your remarkable insight that we were able to discern the thief's true intentions. Your courageous intervention has saved Yunju. We Qing family scarcely know how to repay such a profound kindness." Chen Fan shook his head, recognizing that allowing Qing Yunju to endure such fright was a significant misstep on his part. "Master Qing, the flower thief has indeed been apprehended, and there should be no further oversights. However, to be cautious, I shall leave a few Imperial Guards here to watch over for a few days. Miss Yunju has experienced a fright, but I trust she will be well after some proper rest. With this matter resolved, I shall take my leave." The sound of the system notification echoed in Chen Fan's ears, and he was certain that there had been no oversight this time. Nevertheless, whether to assert their stance or to reassure others, it was prudent to leave a few Imperial Guards to oversee the situation. This time, the three members of the Qing family had all come to escort Chen Fan to the entrance of the Qing residence. Even as they watched Chen Fan lead the Imperial Guards away, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. Although the night had finally passed, who could say if any further miscreants might appear? However, with a few Imperial Guards left behind by Chen Fan, it was reasonable to assume that there would be no issues. With this thought, they finally exhaled in relief. The steward pondered for a moment before suddenly addressing Qing Chun. "Sir, this Master Chen does not appear to be a typical Imperial Guard." Qing Chun nodded in agreement, noting that not only did he not resemble a conventional guard, but aside from his formidable martial skills, he seemed more like a cultured scholar. Having spent years navigating the business world, Qing Chun was adept at reading people. Although his time with Chen Fan had been brief, the impression he left was unmistakable. Qing Chun sensed that Chen Fan lacked the arrogance often associated with the Imperial Guards. The reputation of the Imperial Guards among the populace was rather poor, often linked to oppression, haughtiness, extortion, and brutality. In stark contrast, Chen Fan exuded an air of measured grace and poise, which left Qing Chun contemplative. Having finally completed this tumultuous task, Chen Fan returned to the office of pacification. The two guards stationed at the gate were taken aback upon seeing Chen Fan accompanied by two flower thieves, one dead and one injured. "Master Chen, your skills are truly remarkable. This flower thief was a master at the innate level, and you resolved the matter in just a day? Ha ha ha. The Ministry of Justice must be feeling quite embarrassed now, as they have struggled for so long while you accomplished it in mere hours." It was already well known within the Office of Pacification that Chen Fan had been designated to handle this matter by the 1,000 households. After all, even His Majesty had been alerted to the situation, and successfully resolving it would be a significant achievement. Although the task was challenging, it was unclear whether the 100 households and the general wanted to leverage this event to enhance their own standing. Unexpectedly, it had been assigned directly to Chen Fan by the 1,000 households, leading the 100 households to anticipate his failure, eager to witness his downfall. However, to their surprise, not only did he succeed, but he also swiftly apprehended 2 culprits. Listening to the guard's flattery, Chen Fan remained modest, simply responding with a smile. These flower thieves were rather weak and exceedingly brazen. I dare say, any of our imperial guards could have managed this task. It was merely due to the 1,000 households' confidence in me that I was fortunate enough to be entrusted with this responsibility. Upon hearing these words, the strong man regarded them as mere modesty from Chen Fan and continued respectfully, General Chen, you are too humble. It is indeed your remarkable prowess that has led to such success. With such a significant achievement, I imagine you shall be promoted yet again. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively and replied, then I shall accept your kind words. Let us proceed. With that, he led the group into the town protector's office. As they watched Chen Fan's departing figure, the strongmen were filled with profound admiration and envy. Given the gravity of the situation, it was certain that once reported, Chen Fan would likely ascend to the rank of 100 households. How long had Chen Fan been here? Remarkably, he had risen from a minor position to such a lofty status. It was truly astonishing. Chapter 26. Completing the task. Gaining the profound iron-heavy sword, a few strongmen reflected on their years of toil as mere laborers, their hearts inevitably tinged with melancholy. It truly is disheartening to see others surpass oneself. Though they felt a twinge of envy, these strongmen had little to say in protest. It had taken Chen Fan but a short while to achieve remarkable feats, and his merits were undeniably substantial. Most notably, Chen Fan's formidable prowess was a rarity among the upper echelons of the Jinyui, as he had attained a level of innate mastery at such a young age, earning the respect of these third-rate gatekeepers. With both strength and accomplishments, should such a person fail to ascend, they would lament the inequities of the world. After successfully reporting the task, handing over the corpse of the flower thief, and imprisoning the living culprit in the heavenly dungeon, Chen Fan finally returned home. Although dawn was beginning to break, he could not afford to rest, and hastily activated the system upon arriving home. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the divine weapon, the profound iron-heavy sword. The reward is being dispensed. Please check your inventory. Amidst a flicker of brilliance, a seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with profound sword intent, deep black heavy sword landed upon Chen Fan's bed. Excitedly, he grasped it and swiftly drew it from its sheath. The moment it was in his hand, he felt an immense weight. This profound iron-heavy sword appeared to differ from the heavy sword in the original text. With Chen Fan's current strength, he could easily wield a weight of 1,000 pounds. Yet this sword, which in the original text weighed a mere 90 pounds, felt burdensome in his grasp. As the saying goes, a heavy sword lacks a sharp edge, and great skill is unrefined. In Chen Fan's hands, this sword seemed to grant him wings, requiring no intricate techniques. With a mere heavy swing, it would be nearly impossible for any opponent to resist. Truly, it was an exceptional sword. Chen Fan marveled, for with his perfected mastery of the Duga 9 swords, this profound iron-heavy sword was perfectly suited to him. Leaping into the courtyard, he commenced practicing the Duga 9 swords. This already exquisite supreme swordplay was now truly brought to its zenith in Chen Fan's hands. The heavy sword cut through the air with a fierce momentum, as if the very heavens and earth were transformed by its presence, a vigorous wind rising in its wake. The sword sang through the air, and with each swing, it mocked the world, as if the principles of the universe danced at his command. At this moment, Chen Fan had yet to summon his internal power. Relying solely on the finesse of his swordplay and the might of the weapon, he felt his strength surge immensely. Once he activated his internal energy, bolstered by the profound iron-heavy sword, the sword chi he unleashed would undoubtedly exceed his previous capabilities and strike even further. If Chen Fan were to exert his full strength, even the most formidable masters would likely find themselves overmatched. After completing a series of Duga 9 swords, Chen Fan sheathed the sword with great satisfaction. Indeed, as a legendary divine weapon, its power was truly extraordinary. Holding the profound iron-heavy sword tightly, he felt an immense sense of contentment. What swordsman could resist the allure of a divine weapon bequeathed by the unparalleled Duga Chiobai? Upon the completion of his swordsmanship practice, Chen Fan raised his gaze to observe the sky brightening with dawn. Seizing the exhilaration within him, he decided against resting any longer and set off to partake in breakfast before heading to the town protectorate. Unlike his usual routine, where he donned a common sword at his waist, today he bore a heavy black iron sword upon his back. While this burden posed no challenge for him, had he chosen to carry it at his side, the resilience of his attire would have been questionable. The flying fish attire and willow leaf dagger are bestowed upon the imperial guards at the onset of their training. However, aside from the obligatory wearing of the flying fish attire, The willow leaf dagger is not a mandatory accessory. Each individual possesses distinct martial needs, and enforcing a uniform requirement for all Imperial Guards to carry the willow leaf dagger would be a self-imposed constraint. Although the court often engages in formalistic practices, they refrain from such folly when it comes to matters of combat effectiveness. Thus, aside from the strength bearers and the junior ranks, few possess advanced martial skills necessitating the carrying of the willow leaf dagger. Those of higher rank generally carry their own weapons. Upon entering the town protectorate, Chen Fan immediately sensed a notable warmth in the reception from those who encountered him. The lower-ranked officials, already respectful, now exhibited a genuine admiration. Even the captains he met greeted him with smiles, their demeanor imbued with a hint of deference and flattery. Chen Fan understood that this shift in attitude stemmed from the news of his apprehension of the flower thief circulating within the protectorate. Upon arriving at the office of Captain Bu Yi, he was warmly welcomed by Wang Jinggang, who greeted him with hearty laughter. Haha, Chen Fan, you've truly brought great honor to our Imperial Guards. Your father must be smiling down from the underworld. The Ministry of Justice has struggled for so long with that flower thief, yet you resolved the matter in a mere day, capturing two at once. Your reputation has spread like wildfire within the protectorate. If Chen Fan had previously garnered attention for his remarkable innate talent at a young age, marking his initial rise to fame, this incident has firmly etched his name into the hearts of the people. The impact of this case has been profound, drawing considerable attention. Chen Fan's adept resolution of the case not only earned him recognition within the protectorate, but also among comparable institutions such as the Six Doors and the Dragon Guard Manor, and even the Eastern and Western factories. Chen Fan quickly waved his hands, smiling as he replied, "They were merely two small-time thieves at the innate level. Had other Imperial Guards been assigned to the task, many would have succeeded in capturing them as well. It was merely the opportunity granted to me by the esteemed captain that allowed me to seize this moment." Chen Fan was not one to become arrogant in the face of achievement. Rather, the more he accomplished, the more he understood the virtue of humility. Wang Jinggang patted him on the back, saying, "The opportunity granted to you by the esteemed Lord Qianhu is one aspect. But your nonchalance belies the reality of facing two innate masters. It ultimately hinges upon your own abilities. You remain unaware of the multitude who eagerly await your failure, ready to revel in your misfortune. Once word spreads that you managed this task with such ease, they will undoubtedly be left astounded. I can only imagine how those individuals, seething with indignation in private, yet compelled to show deference to Chen Fan in public, will now regard you with newfound respect. Just the thought of their barely contained frustration brings me immense satisfaction." Chen Fan, however, maintained a serene smile, as he had anticipated these developments long ago. Chapter 27. Promotion to Baihu. Such a significant achievement, who wouldn't feel envious? Nevertheless, the Jinhui is a place where merit speaks for itself, regardless of their jealousy. Those individuals could only watch as Chen Fan garnered accolades. Even without this opportunity, it would not be long before Chen Fan found another. His formidable strength was the very foundation of his confidence. Chen Fan spent the entire morning amidst various flattery and visits, and it was only after lunch that he received a message from Qianhu Shinran requesting to meet him. Subordinate Chen Fan pays his respects to Lord Qianhu, he said calmly as he entered the hall, clasping his fists in greeting. "Haha, Chen Fan, you have executed this task exceptionally well, and I am quite pleased," Shun Shinran remarked, a subtle smile gracing his features as he regarded Chen Fan with satisfaction. "This mission was allotted 5 days by His Majesty, yet you completed it in just one, far exceeding expectations." Upon reporting this to the throne, His Majesty was exceedingly pleased, and in his joy, "He has promoted you to Baihu. However, I only received this news recently, so as of now, you are officially a Baihu within the Jinfu department. Come in." Shin Shinran gestured towards the door, and shortly thereafter, an individual entered with a respectful demeanor, carrying a tray laden with several items. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the tray contained a set of Baihu's Feiyu attire and a richly embroidered spring knife. Following him was another person, bearing the Baihu token and some silver notes. The quality of the Baihu's attire and knife surpassed that of the previous Chi-level items Chen Fan had received. Yet aside from their symbolic significance, they held little importance for him. "Chen Fan, I hope you will remain humble and not let a few accomplishments inflate your pride. I trust you will continue to serve the court diligently as you have in recent times," Shin Shinran advised. "Yes, Lord Qianhu, I shall certainly heed your counsel," Chen Fan responded, though inwardly he knew such sentiments were merely for show. The notion of serving diligently was merely a means to an end. As a transmigrator, there was little in this world worthy of his earnest dedication. Even the so-called emperor was but a figure to whom he feigned respect in light of current circumstances. Chen Xinran nodded slightly. In addition to your promotion to Baihu, His Majesty has also graciously rewarded you with 1,000 taels of silver and a vial of 7th-grade elixirs. The silver has already been provided. You may choose your elixirs in the scripture pavilion. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Chen Fan replied. Chen Xinran silently observed Chen Fan until he disappeared from view, before finally inquiring, have you found any information? Chen Fan's father, Chen Ping, was not merely a minor flag officer. He possessed commendable prowess, reaching the first-rate realm. Had he not perished back then, he likely would have risen to the rank of a major flag officer by now. As for Chen Fan, the voice paused for a moment, seemingly in disbelief. How could it be? Over the years, Chen Fan had maintained a rather mediocre level of cultivation and exhibited little interest in the path of martial arts, leaving behind the impression of merely a third-rate warrior before his father's demise. However, ever since joining the town guard, he appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation, suddenly possessing innate cultivation, truly astonishing. The speaker's voice seemed to emanate from an unknown source, but Chen Xinran paid it no mind. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, could it be that this young man deliberately concealed his true abilities? After all, his father was a member of the Jinyue, and revealing his talents too early might not bode well for him. Yet, his ability to exercise such restraint at his age is indeed commendable. If that is the case, then his previous indulgences were likely a fade, showcasing his cunning intelligence. He is indeed a person of significant potential. Nevertheless, for one at his age to possess innate capabilities is somewhat extraordinary. It suggests he may have encountered some fortuitous event. Oh, merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps he has consumed some rare herbs or received enlightenment from a master. There are not few within the Jinyue who have had similar experiences. Chen Xinran lifted his teacup and took a sip, reasoning that as long as Chen Fan could safeguard his own secrets, it was of little consequence. I only ask if you can ascertain that he is not an undercover agent for the demonic sect? It seems rather unlikely. Such talent, even if born of fortune, is remarkable, and the demonic sect would not utilize such a genius to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Although Chen Fan previously bore a somewhat questionable reputation, it is evident that he is not connected to the demonic sect, thus he can be considered of sound character and worthy of cultivation. Chen Xinran smiled faintly. Am I not already nurturing him? As long as this young man continues to achieve merit in the future, he will be a valuable asset. You are wise, my lord. It seems you have already made up your mind. Chen Fan arrived at the scripture repository. This time, due to his official attire as a 100-man, he faced no obstacles. The guards at the entrance had heard of his reputation and quickly granted him entry. He ascended to the 7th floor of the repository, where the elder in charge was a sharp-eyed old man, leaving Chen Fan somewhat perplexed. The strength of the Jinyue is indeed formidable. This elder likely possesses the realm of a master. I wonder if I could slightly engage with a master at this moment. Chen Fan pondered, approaching the elder to receive the catalog and began to select the elixirs. However, prior to his arrival, he had already contemplated the types of elixirs he required. With the might of his indestructible Vajra technique, it was challenging for him to sustain injuries. Even if he were to suffer some, he could recover swiftly. Thus, he merely needed to be cautious of poisons targeting the internal body. Consequently, he swiftly searched through the catalog for the section containing detoxifying elixirs. Before long, he had selected the elixirs he desired. The Yuqing pill, renowned among the 7th-tier elixirs, is a remarkable antidote specifically designed to counteract toxins. It possesses the remarkable ability to easily neutralize poisons of the 7th tier, and even some from the 8th tier, while providing relief from the more formidable 9th-tier toxins. Within this vial, there are no less than 5 pills, which, for Chen Fan, equates to the preservation of 5 lives. Soon, he sought out the elder to complete the registration process. Although the elder appeared quite spirited, he seemed disinclined to involve himself in trivial matters, allowing Chen Fan to carry out the registration independently. The regulations of the scripture repository are stringent. Any attempt to engage in clever tricks would only lead to one's own detriment. Chapter 28. Provocation upon exiting the scripture pavilion. Chen Fan was greeted by a multitude of banners waiting below. As he descended, they cheerfully bowed, exclaiming their congratulations on his recent promotion to 100 House. Chen Fan smiled modestly, responding, "You are all too kind. It is merely fortune." Observing their demeanor, he inquired, "It seems you have all selected your manuals?" Laughter ensued as they acknowledged, "Indeed, we owe our fortune to you, Lord Chen." Accompanying Chen Fan in his endeavors had indeed yielded them rewards. Not only had they received their share of silver, but they had also acquired a 5th-grade martial art. Even the junior banners had their share of gains. "Ah, Lord Chen, The Qing family has already sent word, one of the senior banners mentioned. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued regarding the Qing family matters. Another senior banner stepped forward, stating, Qing Chun invites us to a banquet at Lingxiao restaurant tonight. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Having previously committed to attend, he would honor his promise. The Lingxiao restaurant, known for its prestigious name, was a formidable establishment within Qingzhou City, often requiring both wealth and influence to secure a place. Just as Chen Fan was conversing with his companions, a mocking voice interrupted. Oh dear, just appointed as 100 House, and already contemplating banquets? Are you not being a tad negligent, taking yourself too seriously? Turning towards the source of the voice, Chen Fan beheld a young man clad in the 100 House's flying fish attire, flanked by 3 respectfully attentive banners. The young 100 House exuded arrogance, his expression brimming with a sense of superiority, his gaze toward Chen Fan filled with provocation. Sir, that is 100 House Lian Feng. A senior banner whispered in Chen Fan's ear. He is said to be under the command of 1000 House He Yuchen, who possesses considerable backing. Chen Fan was well aware of He Yuchen's reputation within the town defense department. He Yuchen was the esteemed grandson of Prime Minister He Qian, and his noble lineage afforded him significant privilege. Despite only possessing first-rate capabilities, he had ascended to the rank of 1000 House. For while the Imperial Guard typically evaluated one's competence, attaining such a position usually necessitated innate strength. The hereditary system of the Imperial Guard often halted at the 100 House level. Should 1000 House's offspring lack the requisite prowess upon their demise, they would only inherit the 100 House rank. However, He Yuchen's unique status and formidable connections allowed him to bypass such limitations. So, does 100 House Lian Feng harbor any objections towards me? Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, betraying no outward reaction. Lian Feng's expression darkened as he continued with a sarcastic tone. I merely wish to inform Lord Chun that one should not presume the position of 100 households in the Jinyui to be of utmost nobility. It is not yet time for you to grow lax in your duties, yet here you are, already contemplating negligence. It would be prudent for you to adhere to the rules, lest you mistakenly believe that the support of 1000 households elevates you to their rank. There remains a significant distance between you and that status. Is this the drivel you have come to present to me? Chen Fan observed Lian Feng with a semblance of a smile. Now that you have exhausted your nonsense, it would be best for you to depart swiftly and not obstruct my path. I too hold the title of 100 households in the Jinyui. By what right do you presume to lecture me? As for your supposed connections with He Yuqing, if you dare to provoke me, rest assured, I shall not indulge you. Do not mistake me. Even He Yuqing himself does not command my respect. If you wish to reprimand me, perhaps you should first ascertain whether you possess the capability to do so. Insolent fool. Lian Feng was incensed by Chen Fan's words. Chen Fan, it appears you are truly oblivious to your own peril, ignorant of the heights and depths of this world. I approached you specifically to offer guidance, and yet you respond with such insolence. What manner of conduct is this? What decorum do you speak of? You present yourself as some petty figure, and yet you presume to instruct me? You hold yourself in far too high esteem. Chen Fan sneered, unperturbed by the confrontation. Should you wish to compete in verbal prowess, know that as a modern transmigrator, I fear no challenge. I have bested many scholars in debate. When you attain the rank of 1000 households, then perhaps you may attempt to advise me again. Are you suggesting I interpret this as a threat against a colleague? With your current demeanor, I could easily defeat you with a mere finger. As Chen Fan unleashed his retorts, the captains behind Lian Feng were unable to contain their amusement. Chen Fan's tongue was indeed sharp. Moreover, Lian Feng's earlier claims had lacked credibility. Who among the Jinyui was not astute enough to recognize a provocation when they encountered one? Lian Feng's face flushed with rage, alternating between shades of green and purple as his chest heaved with suppressed fury. Observing this, the captains ceased their laughter and began to rebuke. Chen Fan, you are merely a newcomer to the Jinyui, having joined a month ago. Your rise to the rank of 100 households is merely due to luck and a few minor achievements. How can this possibly compare to Lian's years of contributions? I advise you to temper your arrogance. Chen Fan regarded him coldly, disdain evident in his voice. I am already 100 households of the Jinyui. You, a mere captain, dare to provoke me? Are you attempting to commit an act of insubordination? A chilling aura emanated from Chen Fan, enveloping Lian Feng and the captains, causing them to flinch in fear. Lian Feng's countenance darkened, as if he wished to devour Chen Fan whole. He bellowed, Chen Fan, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Young man, do not be overly impetuous. Such brashness will yield no fruitful outcome. Chen Fan chuckled softly. What else should a young person be if not spirited? Are you suggesting I should live my life in humble servitude like you, reduced to a mere dog? Alas, The fate of a dog is seldom a pleasant one. The latter part of his retort was deliberately whispered only for Lien Feng's ears. As those threatening words reached Lien Feng, a tumult of rage surged within him, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. In that moment, his visage resembled the comical rear of a monkey. Meanwhile, a sizable audience had gathered, both inside and outside the sutra repository, as well as the nearby imperial guards, all eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 29. A brutal confrontation within the ranks of the Jinhui. It is indeed a rare spectacle for two captains to confront each other so openly in front of the gathered crowd. Observing Lien Feng, thoroughly chastised by Chen Fan, unable to lift his head, many Jinhui members began to stifle their laughter. Lien Feng, emboldened by his connections, had frequently offended others with his actions, and now, having provoked Chen Fan, he found himself severely humiliated. Should he fail to manage this disgrace, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation within the Jinfu division. A stark contrast emerged between the two captains. Lien Feng, the instigator, not only lacked support, but also appeared utterly disheveled, his face flushed with embarrassment, rendering his already unappealing features even more grotesque. In stark contrast stood Chen Fan, who had consistently demonstrated his prowess and now exuded an air of superiority, his handsome visage radiating confidence. Nearby, whispers began to circulate among the Jinhui. "Is that not Captain Chen? I heard he swiftly resolved the case of the flower thief, greatly enhancing our division's reputation." Another chimed in, and the one opposite him is Captain Lien. "It is said that his subordinates have often had their achievements usurped, leaving them with grievances they dare not voice." These murmurs reached Lien Feng's ears, and he, already akin to an inflating balloon, felt as though a needle had pricked him. Igniting his fury, "Chen Fan," he growled, momentarily forgetting the vast disparity in their abilities as he unleashed his internal energy and lunged at Chen Fan. His power surged forth, and his palm technique, bolstered by his energy, appeared formidable. Yet, to Chen Fan, this was merely an invitation to demonstrate his strength. Standing resolutely, he merely smirked and focused his internal energy, raising his hand to meet Lien Feng's oncoming strike. With a resounding clash, Lien Feng's face contorted in disbelief as he abruptly halted, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Blood spewed from his mouth and nose as he was propelled backward. His arm grotesquely twisted, the impact fracturing his bones. Colliding violently with the wall behind him, Lien Feng tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before spewing another mouthful of blood and losing consciousness in a fit of rage. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, eyes wide, collectively inhaling sharply. Although they had heard tales of a young prodigy among the Jinhui who had attained innate mastery at the tender age of 18, witnessing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. Lien Feng, a seasoned and genuinely powerful expert, had been utterly vanquished in a single blow. At that moment, the crowd etched Chen Fan's visage into their memories, acknowledging him as the young master of innate prowess. Chen Fan faced the crowd, offering a slight smile followed by a gesture of helplessness. "My brothers," he began, "I trust you have all witnessed this situation." Even Lien Feng, in a fit of desperation, attempted to take my life. "I merely acted in self-defense. It was his lack of skill that resulted in his being sent flying. I did not anticipate his feeble strength or his audacity to strike first, and in the heat of the moment, I failed to restrain my power. I suspect he was seeking to provoke me. I implore you all to bear witness." Chen Fan then inclined his head to the gathered assembly before leading several of his comrades away from the scene. The three captains under Lien Feng's command remained silent, fearful that their fate might mirror that of their leader. Only when they saw Chen Fan and his entourage depart did they muster the courage to lift Lien Feng. Upon observing Lien Feng's contorted arm and his pitiful state, they were struck with shock and hurriedly carried him away in search of a physician. This was all the more remarkable considering Chen Fan had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full might, Lien Feng would have met a much graver end. Lien Feng's injuries were entirely self-inflicted, yet should Chen Fan have chosen to reduce him to a mere mist of blood before the onlookers, the repercussions would have been far graver. Once both parties had vacated the premises, the gathered Jinji began to murmur among themselves. What formidable inner power! Chen Baihu's prowess is indeed extraordinary. They had initially presumed that due to his youth, even if he had advanced to the innate level, his foundation would be unstable. However, it was evident that he was not inferior to seasoned masters who had immersed themselves in their skills for long periods. It appeared that his apprehension of the flower thief was indeed attributed to his strength. One could only surmise that had it been any of us in his stead, we might have squandered the opportunity. Among the Jinjui, there were a few female officials, each blushing and silent, lost in their own thoughts. This spectacle stirred a sense of envy in their male counterparts. What began as innocent admiration transformed into a bitter jealousy. True, he is handsome, but at most, he is merely a pretty boy. Yet, he possesses exceptional talent and martial prowess that even we seasoned Jinji cannot match. Such talent is one thing, but his youth suggests an exceedingly bright future ahead. Alas, it is indeed disheartening to see how one can be eclipsed by another. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his companions were engaged in a conversation. Sir, is this truly advisable? While Lian Feng may have brought this upon himself, your actions are tantamount to slapping his patron in the face. After all, He Yuqing's grandfather is the current prime minister. Fear not, I have my own calculations. Chen Fan replied calmly, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. No matter how significant He Yuqing's background may be, it cannot pose a threat to us. Our superior is Shen Qianhu, and today's events were instigated by Lian Feng himself, with so many witnesses present. What grounds does He Yuqing have to contest this? Chen Fan understood that Lian Feng's provocations were likely rooted in the aftermath of the flower thief case. The rewards from that incident were too bountiful, and Lian Feng was undoubtedly among those who resented Chen Fan for his success. Regardless of He Yuqing's substantial background, within the confines of the Jinyue, one must adhere to its established regulations. When considering the status and authority within the Jinyue, he, a mere figure who barely ascended to the position of Qianhu through his connections, pales in comparison to seasoned veterans such as Shen Xinran. Even if Shen Xinran were to falter, there remains the commanding officer of the Jinyue, and it is rumored that the commander Chu Jianzhong and the chancellor are far from amicable. Furthermore, Chen Fan, being aligned with Shen Xinran, naturally falls under Chu Jianzhong's faction. Should this matter escalate, it is evident that Chu Jianzhong would lean towards that side. Is it merely a contest of backgrounds? Does he truly believe he lacks support? Even if the commander were indifferent to a mere Baihu, he possesses his own formidable capabilities. Although he currently exists at the innate level, even ordinary masters would likely find themselves outmatched by him. In the grand scheme of the Dahua dynasty, both masters and grandmasters are rare entities, with only a handful residing within institutions like the Jinyue, rendering encounters with such esteemed figures exceedingly rare. Chapter 30. I could kill you 1,000 times. Yet it would be insufficient. In a fit of desperation, I could easily reduce He Yuqing to a mere pulp with a single strike. Nevertheless, some of the senior guards expressed their concerns. My lord, injuring a colleague carries its own set of charges. They might seize the opportunity to exploit this situation. What of it? He was the one who initiated the altercation. There were numerous witnesses. I merely acted in self-defense, and it was his inadequate skills that led to his severe injury. If he dares to leverage this incident against me, his reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Although the rules within the Jinyue are numerous, most of them exist merely as formalities. Aside from the prohibition against fratricide, the rest are generally disregarded. Conflicts resulting in injury are commonplace, let alone when Chen Fan was simply exercising justifiable defense. As long as no fatalities occur, the higher-ups typically remain unconcerned and may even relish the spectacle. The news of today's clash quickly spread throughout the town patrol division. It is well known that rumors often arise in such dissemination, especially regarding the sensational incident of a newly appointed captain overpowering an experienced one. The gossip spread like wildfire. Initially, acquaintances of Lian Feng speculated that his jealousy over Chen Fan's fortunate circumstances was the cause. Gradually, the narrative mutated. It became that Lian Feng envied Chen Fan's beauty, then his exceptional talent. Some even claimed that a female official whom Lian Feng admired had taken a fancy to Chen Fan, inciting his ire. The most absurd rumor suggested that Lian Feng himself had a crush on Chen Fan and sought to attract his attention through such means. Regardless of the nature of the speculation, whether male or female, it circulated with fervor, as if each person had witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand. Chen Fan, initially indifferent to the affair, was taken aback when he overheard his subordinates eagerly discussing the incident. He shook his head in disbelief at how scandalous the Jinyue, a group of martial men, could be when it came to gossip. I could kill you 1,000 times, and yet it would be insufficient. In the medical quarters of the town patrol division, Lian Feng lay upon the bed, his eyes bloodshot as he let out a mournful wail directed at the ceiling. He had utterly lost face. Within the town patrol division, it seemed he would find it exceedingly difficult to hold his head high again. My lord, should we not seek the support of Captain Qian? His influence could certainly bolster our position. Indeed, Captain Qian possesses profound connections. If he wishes to punish a mere Chen Fan, it would be a trivial matter. Several senior guards began to devise strategies for Lian Feng. With his eyes closed in contemplation, Lian Feng's expression fluctuated, and then, through gritted teeth, he declared, Very well, assist me in rising. I shall seek Captain Qian to demand justice. The thought of his powerful ally reignited the flames of vengeance within him. However, just as he was being helped to his feet, a crack echoed through the room. His recently mended bone had snapped once more. Ah, young man, do you wish to part with that arm? The elderly gentleman had indeed advised that an injury to muscles and bones requires 100 days of rest. During this period, one must refrain from any movement. The physician, his countenance clouded with concern, had no choice but to re-examine the injury. Remember, you must not move that arm for the next few days. Rest peacefully in bed for a couple of days before anything else, he instructed. During this recovery phase, it is imperative to maintain a serene mindset and avoid unnecessary anger. As he spoke, he made his way towards the door, but upon reaching it, he suddenly turned back and inquired, I have heard that Lien Baihu was driven to violence due to his beloved being taken by Chen Baihu. Is there any truth to this rumor? Lien Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that it was merely external gossip. A surge of anger ignited within him, and just as he was about to explain, he saw the physician wave his hand dismissively. Ah, young man, I understand your plight. When one's heart is stolen by another, one must summon courage. Persevere, I believe in your strength. With a nostalgic chuckle, he added, in my youth, I too was a reckless young man driven by love. He sighed deeply, humming an indiscernible tune as he departed, leaving Lien Feng seething with rage. Overwhelmed by emotion, he turned abruptly and spewed forth a torrent of blood. Chen Fan, I shall slay you 1,000 times. Yet it shall not suffice. Regardless of Lien Feng's tragic state, Chen Fan, having resolved his troubles, was in high spirits as he headed to the Lingxiao Tavern with his subordinates for a feast. The Lingxiao Tavern, situated beside the shimmering Ingwe Lake, was renowned within Qingzhou City for its breathtaking scenery. The lake's crystal-clear waters revealed the vibrant fish that swam freely below, while a mist perpetually hovered above its surface, resembling a partially obscured mirror. Various birds soared gracefully above the lake, and rare, exotic creatures could also be spotted in the vicinity. Numerous boats drifted across the waters, often filled with affluent merchants, dignitaries, and charming scholars, each accompanied by an array of exquisite beauties. Solitary excursions were a rarity. To explore this locale with a beautiful companion, basking in the grandeur of the surroundings while cradling a unique charm, was an indulgence far more captivating than merely listening to music and admiring dance within a private chamber. At that moment, Chen Fan occupied the uppermost chamber of the Lingxiao Tavern, leaning against the window, absorbing the essence of the splendid vista below. The sun began its descent, and the evening glow softly painted the horizon, enhancing the lake's beauty beyond comparison. How do you find this scenery, Lord Chen? Qing Chen cheerfully approached, a wine cup in hand. The setting sun and solitary wild geese take flight. The autumn waters blend seamlessly with the sky. This view fills my heart with joy. Chen Fan replied with a smile, finishing his exquisite wine in one gulp. The simplicity of his poetic lines astonished Qing Chen. Lord Chen, your literary prowess is remarkable. I am truly in awe. Such words are worthy of being immortalized as timeless verses. Qing Chen expressed his profound admiration, not merely offering flattery to curry favor, but rather conveying heartfelt praise. Possessing an appreciation for poetry himself, he was particularly moved by the lines spoken. Ha ha ha, I possess no literary talent. It is merely the beauty before my eyes that inspires my musings, for I am not adept in this art. Chen Fan laughed heartily. Qing Chen smiled gently and continued. Though I have studied some texts, I believe that even the renowned couplets and masterpieces within them pale in comparison to the verses you just casually uttered. Chapter 31. Master Chen, do you have someone in your heart? Qing Chen chose to refrain from further discussing this topic and instead beckoned to Qing Yunzhu. Come, Yunzhu, offer a toast to Master Chen, expressing our gratitude for his numerous rescues of your life on that fateful day. A delicate blush adorned Qing Yunzhu's cheeks, rendering her particularly enchanting. Her hand, which held the cup, trembled slightly, betraying her excitement. She stepped forward, performing a graceful bow, and then extended the cup toward Chen. Master Chen, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks for your life-saving grace with this toast. I hope you will accept it. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, her thoughts consumed by Chen's handsome visage. Her heart raced, and she struggled to steady the cup in her trembling hand. Observing her distress, Chen promptly took the cup from her, alleviating her embarrassment. Miss Qing, there is no need for such trepidation. I am hardly a fearsome beast, he jested, yet without hesitation. He drained the contents of the cup. I am not afraid, merely. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately failing to articulate her thoughts. Understanding her delicacy, Chen refrained from teasing her further and followed Qing Chun toward the banquet table. The atmosphere at the table was harmonious as they dined and drank. In a moment of mirth, Qing Chen suddenly inquired, "I wonder, Master Chun, do you have a betrothed?" Chen's hand faltered momentarily as he raised his gaze to Qing Chun, noting the softened warmth in his eyes. A glance to the side revealed that Qing Yunju had already lowered her face, her complexion akin to a ripe peach, blushing so deeply it seemed she might weep. Chun understood Qing Chen's intent, realizing she was hinting at the prospect of him becoming her son-in-law. Choosing to act as though nothing had occurred, he replied with a smile. "My elders passed away some time ago, and they did not leave any directives regarding my marital affairs. Thus, I am free to make my own choices." Qing Chun sighed softly. "Master Chun, my condolences. Given your remarkable qualities, I am certain your ancestors looked down upon you with pride." However, she shifted the conversation. "May I inquire if there is someone who holds your affection?" Qing Chun was aware that her question might be somewhat impertinent, yet she presumed that, given Chen's character, he would not take offense even if he truly had someone in mind. Were it a typical member of the Imperial Guard, such a question might have provoked a more severe reaction. But for the sake of her daughter's happiness, Qing Chun felt compelled to take this risk. Chen chuckled playfully, shaking his cup. "Indeed, I do have someone in my heart. Are you perhaps offering to play matchmaker for me?" His words struck both women like a bolt of lightning. Qing Yunju, who had been shyly averting her gaze, lifted her head upon hearing this, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable complexity of emotions. The sorrow reflected in her eyes, an undeniable sense of abandonment that seemed almost inconceivable, weighed heavily upon Chen Fan. Qing Yunju's hands began to tremble as she clutched the hem of her garment tightly, gritting her teeth while raising her tear-filled gaze towards Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, you." Upon witnessing her distress, Chen Fan dared not make further gestures. Her state tugged at his heart as if it were being mercilessly torn apart. He hastily added, "Miss Qing, you are endowed with unparalleled beauty, as if a celestial being has graced this world. In my 18 years, I have never felt the stirrings of affection until the day I beheld you. It was as though my heart had endured a thunderous blow. Truly, the one I cherish is none other than you." At this pronouncement, Qing Yunju appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly struggling to grasp the weight of his words. "Ha ha ha, foolish girl. Lord Chen has declared that his heart belongs to you. Why the long face?" Qing Chun, her father, quickly reacted, giving her a playful shove and bursting into laughter. Chen Fan smiled gently, raising his cup to clink against Qing Chen's in a gesture of camaraderie. "Head of the Qing family, I must admit, hearing this title Lord Chen is rather displeasing to my ears. Might I request a more suitable form of address?" At this moment, Qing Yunju came to her senses. Feeling as though twin flames ignited upon her cheeks, the roller coaster of emotions nearly bringing her to tears. Qing Chun observed the scene before him with immense satisfaction. He had no sons, only his beloved daughter Qing Yunju. Should she marry outside, their substantial family fortune would inevitably benefit another. The ideal scenario would be to find a son-in-law who could carry on the Qing legacy. While such suitors were not hard to find, identifying a trustworthy candidate was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Should they encounter a deceitful scoundrel, it would be a trivial matter for their wealth to be squandered, but Qing Chun could not abide the thought of his daughter's suffering. Thus, his standards for selecting a son-in-law were exceedingly high. At 18, Qing Yunju was of marriageable age, and in ordinary families, she might already be a mother. Although daughters from affluent families tended to marry later, she was aware that being unmarried at this age was somewhat unusual. Since she was 14, suitors had come in droves. Yet Qing Chun had rejected them all without hesitation, finding fault with each and every one. Consequently, for years had passed. It was only recently, upon encountering Chen Fan, that Qing Chen felt he might be the one who aligned with his vision for a suitable match. With his esteemed position as a captain in the Imperial Guard and considerable strength, coupled with his youth, there lay promise for further advancement. Having a member of the Imperial Guard as a son-in-law would not only secure the Qing family's fortune, but might also lead to its expansion. Given his rank, it was unlikely Chen Fan sought to exploit their wealth. Throughout history, it was rare to find one in his esteemed position lacking financial stability. This is unrelated to one's personal qualities. It is purely determined by status. Should Chen Fan ascend to the rank of Qianhu in the future, the wealth he could amass would be beyond measure. Moreover, regarding Chen Fan himself, he neither possesses the ostentatious arrogance characteristic of the Jinyui, nor the pretentious humility often seen in scholars of modest means. He impeccably merges the virtues of both, exhibiting a demeanor that is always measured in his interactions, displaying both knowledge and propriety. Qing Chen is convinced that this is not a fa aude adopted by Chen Fan. but rather a genuine expression emanating from his core. Entrusting one's daughter to such a man would undoubtedly ensure her protection from any form of bullying in the future. Therefore, from any perspective considered, Chen Fan is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Chapter 32. The fiancé Yunju naturally. Given Chen Fan's esteemed status, it would be utterly inappropriate for him to assume the role of a son-in-law. Such a notion would not only be a disservice to Chen Fan himself, but would also be a slap in the face to the Jinyui. However, should the couple later bear offspring, the idea of allowing a grandson to inherit the family business would not be entirely unacceptable. After all, they are all family. And Qing Chun is not so rigid in her thinking. With a smile, Qing Chun raised her glass to clink with Chen Fan's. I wonder, what title does Lord Chen wish for me to address you by? Chen Fan chuckled, returning with a question of his own. Might I inquire about Miss Qing's own wishes? If she is unwilling, I would never impose. He continued, moreover, we have only just met. Could this not be a tad hasty? Does the head of the Qing family not fear that I might be a fickle-hearted rogue, prone to abandoning my affections? Haha, Lord Chun is overly concerned. Setting aside parental arrangements, one must consider that you have saved my daughter's life. Thus, her gratitude is only fitting. Qing Chen paused briefly, casting a glance at Qing Yunju before adding, does Lord Chen truly look upon my daughter with any reluctance? To be frank, the reason I broached this matter is because my daughter implored me to do so. I have observed your every word and deed, Lord Chen, and I see no trace of the character you describe. I place my complete trust in you. Qing Yunju shot an indignant glance at her father, clearly displeased by his mention of her pleading, which seemed somewhat unbecoming of a lady of her stature. Yet, in Chen Fan's eyes, she appeared utterly charming. Chen Fan couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of marriage discussions within this feudal society. While he held great confidence in himself, he wondered if Qing Chen's impulsive nature might inadvertently lead her daughter into peril. In just a couple of days, Qing Yunju had consented to an engagement, with her father personally acting as matchmaker. Had he experienced such a situation in his past life, he would surely have laughed heartily at the absurdity of it all. What a rare opportunity for Chen Fan. Though it felt somewhat abrupt, he wondered if his future father-in-law might address him as son-in-law. With a smile, Chen Fan deftly responded to the earlier inquiry. Haha, splendid. Since you both share mutual affection, I shall not be stingy. I will certainly prepare a substantial dowry. Upon hearing Chen Fan's agreement, Qing Yunju shyly lifted her gaze to steal a glance at him, only to find that Chen Fan had already been watching her. Their eyes met, and in that instant, a silent connection sparked between them. Though Qing Yunju's life experiences had taught her to avert her gaze immediately, the fervent love igniting within her compelled her to maintain the gaze, her eyes brimming with admiration and unwavering affection. Chen Fan was reminded of a humorous anecdote from his past life. In ancient times, when a beautiful woman was rescued, her subsequent words often depended on the appearance of her savior. If he were a handsome young man, regardless of the circumstances, she would inevitably declare, "This humble girl has no means to repay your kindness, and thus can only offer herself in gratitude." If one were to be deemed unattractive, the only response would be a lamentation of a young woman who can offer nothing in return, destined to toil as a beast in the next life. As it stands now, this sentiment rings undeniably true. Given the altered dynamics between them, Qing Chun and Chen Fan now indulge in their libations with a newfound casualness. Qing Yunju has also surreptitiously taken a seat beside Chen Fan, pouring wine for both of them. Yet, amidst this jovial atmosphere, an untimely and raucous voice broke through. Uncle Su, this humble one, Jia Daoda, pays his respects. Hearing that Miss Yunju is present, I have a token of esteem to present. Shortly after this proclamation, a cacophony of altercations erupted outside the door. The guards of the Qing family, stationed at the entrance, attempted to thwart the intruder, but their efforts proved futile as he forcefully barged into the room. He entered with an ostentatious air, akin to a rooster reborn, donned in a riot of colors. A hat resembling leaves perched atop his head, and a flower clutched in his mouth. Behind him trailed several burly attendants, who bore gifts wrapped in red cloth, adorned with blossoms. In Chen Fan's mind, one word encapsulated this individual: eccentric, remarkably eccentric. Having resided in Qingzhou for many years, Chen Fan had encountered countless signs of the affluent and powerful. Among them were those brash, those gentle, and those devious, yet none exhibited the flamboyance of this character. Young Master Jia Dao pays his respects to Uncle Qing. I wonder how your health fares these days. He staggered into the chamber, feigning a bow towards Qing Chun before turning his gaze upon Qing Yunju, his eyes nearly glistening with desire. Miss Qing, it has been an eternity since we last met. I have thought of you incessantly since our last encounter. My longing is profound. Humph. Qing Chen slammed her hand against the table, her eyes brimming with disdain. What does young Master Jia intend? Cannot you discern that I am in the midst of a convivial gathering? Why do you intrude so brazenly? Is this how your father has instructed you? Qing Yunzhu felt a wave of distaste wash over her at the sight of this man, turning her head away to avoid him. Despite Qing Chen's unreserved contempt and dismissive attitude, the intruder appeared oblivious, continuing to smile and bow. I merely heard that Uncle Qing was here and thought to bring a few gifts for a visit. With that, he gestured for his attendants to set down their burdens. Qing Chun, suppressing her fury, replied coldly, My family lacks for nothing of this sort. You should keep it for yourself. Now that we have exchanged pleasantries, kindly take your leave. I have esteemed guests to attend to. Esteemed guests? Is this fellow the one you refer to? A trace of derision flickered across Jia Daoda's face as he regarded Chen Fan, perceiving him as merely an opportunistic youth. Surely, uncle is not jesting. This lad, still in the bloom of youth, can hardly be deemed a distinguished guest. With a resounding thud, Qing Chun slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, exclaiming fiercely, Preposterous! Jia Daod, your unrestrained words are intolerable. I shall certainly have a word with your father about your insolence. My esteemed guest is not someone you can so carelessly disparage. In the face of Qing Chen's wrath, a sinister and ruthless glint began to emerge in Jia Daod's eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of politeness as he replied, Uncle, do not be so hasty. I have recently heard that there are charlatans in Qingzhou City masquerading as scholars to deceive others. I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Chapter 33 Desiring to Forge Connections? Soon, we shall be family. The young man kindly reminded his uncle, which was hardly a transgression. Jia Daod's visage remained adorned with that repugnant smile. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Qing Chun bellowed, Impudence! Who do you think we are, family? Moreover, our Yunzhu is already betrothed, and her wedding is imminent. You need not trouble her any further. Humph. And this gentleman happens to be Lord Chun of the Jin Wei, not some charlatan. Take heed. What? Yunzhu is already engaged? Jia Daod's smile froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief, and his face flushed crimson like that of a monkey's posterior. He scarcely registered the rest of Qing Chen's words, his mind ensnared by the revelation of Yunzhu's betrothal. Who? When did Yunzhu acquire a fiancé? I have not heard of this before. A vein of red crept into Jia Daod's eyes as he clenched his fists, emanating an aura of menace. Uncle Qing, are you attempting to provoke me into leaving by fabricating such a statement? Know your place, Jia Daod, and mind your words. Qing Chen regarded him with disdain, igniting the flames of Jia Daod's fury. Qing Chun gestured towards the calm figure of Chen Fan, who was sipping his drink as though he were merely an onlooker at a farcical performance. This is Yunzhu's fiancé, a union I recently established with her. In an apparent attempt to incite jealousy, a hint of sweetness graced Yunzhu's features as she promptly refilled Chen Fan's empty glass. Chen Fan remained unconcerned, for it was evident that Qing Chun could handle this discord without difficulty. However, should his father-in-law require his intervention, Chen Fan would not hesitate to comply. At present, Qing Chun did not need him, and thus he refrained from overshadowing the moment. Jia Daod, witnessing the tender affection exchanged between Yunzhu and Chen Fan, felt rage boiling within him, the blood vessels in his eyes nearly bursting. How absurd! This upstart, who knows where he came from, dares to claim the title of Yunzhu's fiancé? It is a ludicrous jest. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must be a fraud. Uncle, you must see through this. Just look at his impoverished appearance. How could he be a man of worth? Jia Daod's anger was on the verge of eruption, his jealousy nearly overwhelming. His covetous gaze upon Yunzhu was not a recent development. It had festered over time, drawn not only by her unparalleled beauty, but also by the immense wealth of the Qing family. Should he manage to wed Yunzhu, with Qing Chen's disposition, he would not only win the beautiful bride, but also inherit the substantial fortune amassed by Qing Chun. He could not accept the outcome before him. Regardless of whether this man was truly affiliated with the Jin Wei, he felt compelled to take desperate measures. Bring me this fraud. Beat him to a pulp and cast him into the lake. Humph, as if you could deceive Uncle Qing. But you cannot fool me. You are nothing. With a furious roar from Jia Daod, his four attendants began to stir restlessly behind him. However, restrained by the presence of Qing Chun, they hesitated to take action. Qing Chun advanced towards Jia Daod, her eyes blazing with intense fury. Jia Daod, I am still present. What do you intend to do? Chen Fan set down his wine cup, nonchalantly dabbed at his lips, and grasped Qing Chen's sleeve with a calm demeanor. Dear father-in-law, please do not rush. Your son-in-law has his methods to deal with him. The atmosphere had escalated to a palpable tension. It was imperative for him to intervene. Chen Fan slammed his palm onto the table, causing wine cups and teacups to soar into the air. With a flick of his sleeve, four objects were precisely propelled outward. A cacophony of sharp cracks echoed, followed by several agonized cries as the four attendants collapsed, their fates uncertain. As they glanced over, they were taken aback to see the attendants lying on the ground, bloodied and barely breathing. Do you intend to commit murder in public? Truly disregarding the law. With his subordinates so easily felled by Chen Fan's casual strike, Jia Dao's composure faltered, and he began to shout with a facade of bravado. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate scholar before him, clad in ordinary attire, possessed such formidable strength. Chen Fan raised his wine cup once more, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Just moments ago, you threatened to cripple me and cast me into the lake. Now, as I render you incapacitated, I trust you have no objections? Jia Dao, now clearly flustered, began to mentally tally his available trump cards. Do you know who my cousin is? With genuine curiosity, Chen Fan inquired. Pray tell, what is your cousin's standing that instills such arrogance in you? With Chen Fan's demeanor softening, Jia Dao regained some audacity. He let out a hearty laugh, his body no longer trembling, and proclaimed with a smug expression, my cousin is a high-ranking officer of the Jinyue. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, prepare for the Jinyue's retribution. The Jinyue, renowned for its elite warriors, was a force to be reckoned with. Regardless of one's prowess, escape was futile once they intervened. Ha ha ha. Are you frightened now? Withdraw your engagement with Miss Yunzhu at once, and leave. I shall grant you your life. His bravado continued, but he soon noticed the smile on Chen Fan's face widening, eliciting a twinge of insecurity. What are you laughing at? Surveying the area, he realized it was not just Chen Fan who was amused. Qing Chen and Qing Yunzhu regarded him as if he were a fool. Oh, so, your cousin is a high-ranking officer of the Jinyue? What an impressive title. I am truly terrified, Chen Fan chuckled heartily. Here, in the city of Qingzhou, beneath the emperor's very feet, even a lowly official could wield considerable influence. High-ranking officer? What significance does that hold? At this juncture, Qing Chun had regained her composure, having discerned the true nature of the situation. While continuing to savor his meal and indulge in drink, he coldly remarked, Jia Dao, it appears you did not fully comprehend my earlier words. My son-in-law, Chen Fan, is also a member of the Jinyue and has recently been promoted to the position of Baihu. Upon hearing the term Baihu, Jia Dao was instantly rendered speechless, standing there drenched in sweat. Impossible. He is not even of my stature. How could he possibly be a Baihu? You must be deceiving me, ha ha ha. Indeed, you are surely deceiving me. It seemed as though he had been somewhat provoked, as he muttered frantically to himself. Chapter 34. Rooting out the weeds, however. Before his tumultuous emotions could fully unfold, they were abruptly interrupted by Chen Fan. With an air of nonchalance, Chen Fan produced a token from his empty hand. The prominent characters inscribed upon it gleaming brightly, reflecting the name Chen Fan in bold strokes. Having donned casual attire for the occasion rather than his flying fish uniform, and lacking any weaponry, he had nonetheless brought the token along, anticipating its potential utility. Little did he know it would indeed be required. Regardless of how Jia Dao had previously contemplated the situation, the emergence of the token left him no room for disbelief. Having encountered the insignia of the Jinyue before, Jia Dao recognized that the token in Chen Fan's possession was identical. Who would dare to impersonate the Jinyue, risking the annihilation of their entire family? Jinyue Baihu, Jia Dao uttered, his visage paling as he spoke those 5 words. Chen Fan nodded, amusement glinting in his gaze as he addressed him, as the emperor's personal guard. To lay hands upon the Jinyue is tantamount to treason, warranting the extermination of 3 clans. You just declared your intent to incapacitate this official. It seems you are eager to offer your family as tribute. Pray tell, how shall I address your transgression? Rising from his seat, Chen Fan leaned down with an imposing demeanor, his tone suddenly frosty. Now, is it time to seize your estate? Thud. Jia Dao trembled violently, collapsing to his knees before Chen Fan, his head repeatedly bowing in supplication. My lord, spare me. I am but a humble citizen, ignorant and unwittingly offending your grace. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, and I beseech you to show mercy. Consider my cousin, who serves as a Jinyue, and grant me reprieve for my wretched life. I vow never to appear before Miss Qing again. She and you are a match made in heaven, her beauty unmatched. Surely, you two are destined for a splendid union. Though Jia Dao shook uncontrollably, his fervent prostrations exceeded even the tremors of his body. In mere moments, he had bowed his head dozens of times, his forehead flushed crimson. As he continued to grovel, A litany of flattery and pleas for mercy spilled from his lips. As long as Chen Fan remained silent and did not speak, Jia Dao dared not cease, fearing he might either faint from exhaustion or face Chen Fan's catastrophic retribution. In Qingzhou, all the young scions were aware that if they provoked someone beyond their means, they must bear the consequences to shield their families. With a cousin holding the position of Jinyue, he had dared to bully the Qing family. Yet now, facing Chen Fan, a Jinyue Baihu, he understood that he must wholly accept the error of his ways. When it came to life and dignity, for such individuals, dignity was as insignificant as dust. Chen Fan observed in silence as Jia Dao continued his desperate bowing and pleading, his mind engaged in contemplation. This fellow truly possessed a remarkable adaptability. Unlike the average young libertine, if it were merely the idle and frivolous scions of affluent families, they would typically rely on their familial influence to bully the weak. Yet when faced with true peril, they would merely stand there, dazed. However, this individual is acutely aware of the circumstances, immediately casting aside his dignity to plead for mercy. Such a person, capable of both submission and defiance, is indeed the most formidable. To him, one might liken him to a venomous serpent. Though lacking the power to threaten a lion, he will consistently glare coldly at the lion, plotting a sneaky attack from behind. In dealing with such a character, the only viable option is to eradicate him completely. Granting him leniency may yield endless troubles. Initially, Chen Fan merely intended to incapacitate him, yet given the current situation, he found himself harboring murderous intent. Out of consideration for my colleague, I shall spare your family. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the living consequences cannot be escaped. With a swift motion, Chen Fan shattered Jia Dao's limbs and then pressed a finger to his forehead. Jia Dao lay on the ground, emitting a wretched howl that sent shivers down the spines of the 4 attendants who had just awoken. Take your young master and leave. Yes, yes, esteemed sir. We thank you for your mercy. A few attendants bowed repeatedly, then gingerly assisted Jia Dao out of the door, watching them flee in disgrace. Chen Fan's icy gaze gradually softened. With that press of his finger, he had already infused a portion of his internal energy into Jia Dao's body. This energy would not arouse any suspicion nor have any immediate effect on him. Yet, when the time came, Jia Dao would suddenly perish, and outsiders would find no cause for his demise. Unless a master-level expert were to examine Jia Dao and extract this energy, his death would be inevitable. But how could Jia Dao's family possibly encounter such a master? Son-in-law, this won't affect you, will it? After all, his cousin is a high-ranking official, so it should not pose any threat to you, right? Qing Chun, not being a person of the official realm, found the high-ranking official of the Jinyue rather intimidating. Chen Fan merely chuckled and shook his head, continuing to enjoy drinks with Qing Chun leisurely. It matters not. He is merely a subordinate officer. To him, even a captain of 100 troops was inconsequential. A mere subordinate officer would hardly dare to make a fuss upon hearing of this incident. Even that Qianhu Hiyuqing, who stood behind Lian Feng, had a significant background, did he not? Yet Chen Fan remained undeterred in his intentions towards Lian Feng. Haha, son-in-law. If you say it is of no concern, then it must be so. In that case, let us discuss the marriage between you and Yunju. Qing Chen smiled amiably. Appearing unaffected, yet internally, he felt a sense of urgency. This was an extraordinary prospect, and he yearned to see the two wed immediately to avert any prolonged uncertainties. When do you think would be a suitable time for your marriage? Chen Fan simply smiled, saying, esteemed father-in-law, you may decide. Your son-in-law has no objections. Qing Chen nodded in agreement with his statement. He was aware that Chen Fan was an orphan, entirely reliant on himself to make decisions. However, he clearly could not comprehend the intricate complexities surrounding matters of marriage, which rendered his own choices considerably more straightforward. At this moment, within the Jia household, chaos erupted when 4 attendants carried the unconscious Jia Dao back home. His mother, upon witnessing her son's tragic state, let out a wail that nearly caused her to faint from grief. Oh, my son, who could be so cruel as to inflict such harm upon you? She cried, clutching her husband's garment. My dear husband, you must seek justice for our son. We cannot allow that fiend to go unpunished. Chapter 35. We cannot afford to provoking them. Mr. Jia stood there, his countenance dark and foreboding, ignoring the anguished cries of Jia Dao's mother, silently interrogating several servants. Who is responsible for reducing my son to this pitiful state? You worthless lot, speak. What transpired today? The 4 servants trembled, daunted by the sight of the young master's grievous condition. They dared not conceal the truth and promptly recounted the events in full detail. Upon learning that Jia Dao had been assaulted by the son-in-law of the Qing family, Mr. Jia's fury ignited like a raging inferno. The son-in-law of the Qing family? When did they acquire such audacity to inflict such harm upon my son? The Jia family shall not let this matter rest. He forcefully slammed his palm onto the exquisite mahogany table before him, his eyes seeming to blaze with an invisible, yet fierce, fire. And that Qing Chun, merely standing by as his son-in-law wreaked havoc upon my son, shows a blatant disregard for us. I, the Jia family, shall pursue this matter to the bitter end. Though his words rang with heartfelt conviction and power, a single response from the guards doused his fervor like a bucket of cold water. My lord, you must reconsider. That son-in-law of the Qing family is a captain of the Jinhui. One guard knelt, trembling as he spoke. Though Mr. Jia's words remained venomous, it was evident that he had lost some of his earlier fervor. What of the captain? Can he truly maim my son so brazenly under the emperor's gaze? Is there no justice left in this world? Another guard raised his head, gritting his teeth as he replied, My lord, it was the young master who initiated the altercation. Even if we were to inform the authorities, it is likely that we would find ourselves in the wrong. Despite the lingering buzzing in their heads, the guards understood that this was the consequence of Chen Fan showing restraint. They felt fortunate that the captain had spared their lives and dared not provoke him further. Mr. Jia shot a fierce glare at the guard who had just spoken. His words, though true, did little to alleviate the pent-up frustration within him. Shall we merely swallow our grievances like broken teeth? My son has been rendered a cripple. Am I, as his father, powerless to act? Dejected, Mr. Jia sank into a chair, his heart heavy as he gazed upon his son's woeful state, nearly brought to tears. He longed to exact vengeance at any cost. Yet regardless of its effectiveness, the potential repercussions were beyond his capacity to bear. The guard's words held truth and merit. They were undeniably in the wrong. The young master had struck first against the Jinhui, who could easily use this to eradicate his entire family. Yet, the captain had shown them mercy. If they continued to pursue the matter, they risked inciting true calamity upon themselves. Jia Dao's mother knelt at the feet of Master Jia, weeping and wailing, My lord. This cannot simply be overlooked, regardless of who he is. That scoundrel has bullied our son into this state. Even if I become a ghost, I will haunt him to the grave. Her expression was grotesquely contorted, and with tears streaming down her face. She appeared as a ghastly specter risen from the depths of the underworld. The malevolent aura radiating from her made several guards instinctively step back. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, the fault lies with the parent. Yet, Jia Dao could hardly be blamed for his father's shortcomings. The greater responsibility lay with his indulgent mother. The adage, a loving mother spoils her child, rings true in this instance. Seeing her in such a state only intensified Master Jia's frustration. He growled, What do you propose we do? The assailant is a dignified captain of the Imperial Guards. What right do we have to oppose him? Do you wish for the entire Jia family to be buried alongside this matter? In the eyes of such a significant figure as a captain of the Imperial Guards, what was their humble merchant family worth? Jia Mu, feebly pounding the ground, suddenly raised her distorted face and retorted fiercely, Isn't Zong also a member of the Imperial Guards? Why can't we consult him for a solution? A glimmer of hope sparked in Master Jia's eyes, only to fade again. After all, Jia Zong was merely a captain and could hardly sway 100 households. Nevertheless, he gestured for someone to summon Jia Zong. The steward promptly took his leave, and before long returned with a man of imposing stature, clad in the ceremonial attire of a chief captain. This was Jia Zong, Jia Dao's cousin and chief captain of the Imperial Guards. Uncle, why have you summoned me? Before Master Jia could respond, Jia Mu shrieked with ferocity, Zong, your cousin has been beaten into this state. They seek your mother's life. You must think of a way to restore our honor. Master Jia frowned, disregarding her outburst, and began recounting the events. Upon hearing the tale, Jia Zong felt a jolt in his heart. Furrowing his brow, he hesitantly inquired, Did you say the assailant is named Chen Fan? Seeing recognition dawn in Jia Zong's eyes, Master Jia eagerly pressed, Yes, do you know him? Jia Zong shook his head, expressing his resignation. This individual has recently made quite a name for himself within the town patrol. Not only I, but even my own captain would not dare to provoke him. He is young yet possesses innate strength, having recently cracked several major cases, much to the delight of his superiors. Just days ago, he severely injured a captain. Tell me, is he someone we can afford to offend? As Master Jia listened to Jia Zong's account, cold sweat began to bead upon his forehead. The thought of an individual capable of injuring a captain within the town patrol made him realize that, by some stroke of fortune, his son had returned alive. However, upon recalling that he had injured 100 households, Lord Jia hastily inquired, Did he not receive any punishment from the pacification office for hurting 100 households? Even someone from a merchant family like him is well aware that the Jinhui place great importance on rules. Jia Zong sighed. I am not privy to the specifics of the matter, but the 100 households he injured also possess considerable influence. Yet, Chen Fan continues to roam freely and carelessly. The weight of this statement was significant, and its underlying implications were difficult to fathom. Ultimately, Jia Zong had to concede. Uncle, this individual is not someone we can provoke. It would be wise for you to extinguish any thoughts of revenge. Chapter 36. An apology to Lord Chen. Uncle, though my cousin has suffered severe injuries, he at least showed restraint, and his life is not in jeopardy. However, if we remain ungrateful, then... Jia Zong halted, leaving his words unspoken. Old Master Jia found himself at a loss. He slumped onto his beloved pearwood chair, speechless. After a long pause, he weakly uttered, Enough, there is nothing we can do. Our Jia family must endure this. This statement seemed to drain his spirit, causing his head to droop like a dog with a broken back. Master, we cannot give up. The voice belonged to a woman, who had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Old Master Jia could no longer contain his frustration and scolded, Silence. If it weren't for your constant indulgence of him, how could he have brought upon such a calamity? We have escaped annihilation. Others have shown mercy. What more do you desire? If you harbor any misguided thoughts, I advise you to restrain yourself. Otherwise, the entire Jia family may perish alongside you. Forced by circumstances, Old Master Jia reluctantly conceded. However, the cost of his concession was far from trivial. Taking a deep breath, he said, Zonger, tomorrow I shall entrust you with 10,000 taels in silver notes. When you visit the town pacification office, present them to Chen Fan and convey that our Jia family has failed in our moral duties and has offended the esteemed lord. I deeply regret this and wish to offer a substantial gift as an apology. Master, what are you doing? Why must you send him money? Jia Mu exclaimed, wide-eyed and somewhat stammering. She gazed at Old Master Jia in disbelief. He merely snorted in response, dismissing her ignorance, and chose not to engage further. Instead, he continued addressing Jia Zong. Zonger, this matter relies entirely on you. I have little opportunity to meet him, and I lack a proper channel to extend my apologies. As a member of the Jinyui, Jia Zong was astute and immediately grasped Old Master Jia's intent. He clasped his hands respectfully and replied solemnly, Uncle, rest assured. I will handle this matter appropriately. Chen Fan enjoys a commendable reputation within the town pacification office. I believe that upon receiving the apology, he will not pursue this further. That is excellent. Zonger, I place my full trust in you. Old Master Jia finally exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Yet, amid their exchange, they remained oblivious to Jia Mu, who knelt on the ground, her eyes brimming with a hatred so intense it threatened to crystallize into droplets. The malice lurking in her gaze bore a resemblance to the wrath of vengeful spirits, a sight hard to reconcile with that of a lady. The following day, Chen Fan encountered the deferential Jia Zong at the entrance of the town pacification office. I am Jia Zong, paying my respects to Lord Chen. Oh. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing the surname, a sense of understanding dawned upon him. You must have come regarding the matter of Jia Daoud, correct? Indeed. I am Jia Daoud's cousin. My younger brother, in his youthful ignorance, clashed with Lord Chen. Here, I stand in place of the Jia family to offer my apologies. Jia Zong's demeanor was notably humble. Firstly, he served under Chen Fan, and secondly, he was here to beseech a favor, which necessitated a humble approach. This is a local specialty that my uncle has specially prepared for you, hoping you might graciously accept it. As he spoke, he retrieved a cloth package from his bosom and presented it. Chen Fan, without needing to open it, could discern that the contents were surely not mere local delicacies. Nevertheless, it was imperative to feign some formality. Chen Fan quickly smiled and pushed the offering back, asserting that this matter was trivial and there was no need for such formalities. Jia Zong, growing anxious, insisted, My lord, this is but a small token of esteem, a courtesy prepared by my uncle. He has implored me repeatedly to ensure you accept it. It is merely a small gift, so please, do not stand on ceremony. With reluctance, Chen Fan accepted the package, swiftly concealing it in his bosom. Very well, since you insist, I shall graciously accept it. Do remember to advise your uncle that this son must be well disciplined. I am, after all, of a kind heart. Had it been another powerful figure, well, things might have unfolded differently. Despite Chen Fan's somewhat threatening remarks, Jia Zong maintained an expressionless demeanor and respectfully replied, Yes, I shall heed your counsel and certainly convey your words to my uncle. All right, then you may return to your duties. I am well informed now. Chen Fan turned away, choosing not to elaborate further. As he departed, Jia Zong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Fan's words were a subtle warning, but also signaled the cessation of the matter. His acceptance of the gift indicated that he would no longer pursue the issue, and it was best to behave as if nothing had transpired. As Chen Fan made his way back to his precinct, he discreetly retrieved the cloth package. Peering into the corner of it, he was met with the sight of a stack of silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels. Upon inspection, it was evident there were 10 such notes, 10,000 taels. These merchants certainly possessed considerable wealth. Chen Fan recalled the 50,000 taels bestowed upon him by his father-in-law and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Nevertheless, after his moment of reflection, he tucked the silver notes away. One should not refuse a gift freely given, and more importantly, he felt justified in accepting this sum. Having no further intentions toward the Jia family, his heart was expansive. He preferred to settle scores immediately rather than resort to underhanded tactics later. Chen Fan could assure that from the moment Jia Dao departed the tavern, he would not act against the Jia family again. Thus, should Jia Dao tragically succumb to illness, it would bear no consequence for him. Chen Fan staggered into his precinct, where several officers awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him, they promptly bowed in respectful greeting. Chen Fan nodded slightly and casually took out 1,000 tael silver note from his pocket, placing it upon the table. As I embark on my inaugural duties, I wish to reward my esteemed brothers. Please take this silver and distribute it among the men below, so they may enjoy a good meal. If you follow my lead diligently, there will be ample rewards in the future. The others, filled with delight, hurriedly accepted the silver note and began to disperse. Yes, thank you, my lord. Chen Fan settled into his chair at the 100 households office, relishing the moment. Indeed, this sensation was rather pleasant. However, before he could indulge for long, a young banner-bearer rushed in, breathless, to report. Greetings, Sir Chen. The captain requests your presence. It is hoped that you will make haste. Chen Fan had no choice but to rise and accompany him towards the captain's office. Chapter 37. Is this called showing mercy? Is there yet another task to be assigned to me? Chen Fan pondered silently. However, overthinking would yield no clarity. It would be wiser to meet with Qianhu directly. Greetings. Lord Qianhu, your subordinate Chen Fan pays his respects. Might I inquire what task you have for me this time? Yet. Shen Xinran merely cast a cold glance in his direction, continuing to review official documents, and casually remarked, Chen Fan, you possess quite the audacity, don't you? Chen Fan was acutely aware that something had transpired, yet he remained unperturbed, feigning ignorance as he queried, What do you mean, Lord Qianhu? I seem to have failed to comprehend. Shen Xinran halted his pen, turning to face Chen Fan. You truly do not understand? You, of all people. Feigning ignorance of your own actions? You, who just recently ascended to the rank of Baihu, have already engaged in combat with another Baihu, Lian Feng. Would you not say you have displayed remarkable boldness? If you were to ascend to Qianhu, would you first seek to challenge me? The Jinyui has its own regulations. Colleagues must not harm one another. Do you not regard this at all? Chen Fan discerned that Shen Xinran was not genuinely angry. His demeanor was merely that of someone addressing a formal matter. Recognizing this made the situation considerably easier to navigate. Well, those present at the time can attest that it was Lian Feng who instigated the conflict. He was the first to strike. I merely defended myself with a single blow. Who could have anticipated that this Lian Feng would be so feeble that even my restrained strike would reduce him to such a state? Showing mercy? Shen Xinran snorted in disbelief. You have nearly rendered him an invalid, with severe internal injuries to boot, and you dare claim you showed mercy? Would you have preferred to strike him dead instead? Chen Fan could only offer a sheepish smile. Though he secretly entertained the thought of shattering this fellow with a single blow if the opportunity arose, he certainly could not voice such sentiments aloud. I would never dare defy the rules of the Jinyui. It was simply that Lian Feng was far too weak, a fact I had not anticipated. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Shen Xinran shook his head in resignation. His tone remained icy, yet he chose not to dwell on the matter further. Let us set aside this incident for now. There are other matters to discuss. 10 days hence, the envoy from the Zonglong Kingdom will arrive in Qingzhou, bringing with them a princess to marry into our great Hua dynasty as part of a diplomatic alliance. According to established protocol, they will be escorted by the Imperial Guard, and only after verification outside the city will they be permitted entry. Once inside, they will await the Ministry of Rites to select an auspicious date for the princess to be presented to His Majesty as his consort. Your task is to assist in welcoming the envoy outside the city, ensuring their safe passage into Qingzhou. Chen Fan expressed his confusion. Is this not the responsibility of the Imperial Guard? Why must we, the Jinyui, intervene? Surely they can manage this minor task without issue. Though the prowess of the Imperial Guard may fall slightly short of that of the Jinyui, managing this seemingly simple task should not pose a challenge for them. Especially the Imperial Guards, along with their unique battle strategies, once they form a battle array. It seems even the most ordinary masters would find it challenging to triumph against them. Ultimately, the kingdom of Canlong is merely a minor state. How could it warrant the combined escort of the Imperial Guards and the Jinhui? Shen Xinran cast a bemused glance at Chen Fan. This task was primarily the responsibility of Lian Feng, with the Jinhui merely providing assistance. However, since he had sustained injuries, it fell upon you to take his place. If that were the case, does that not mean Lian Feng's accomplishments have been usurped by me? How unfortunate for him, bedridden yet having his accolades seized by an adversary. If he were to discover this, he would surely be infuriated. The thought of Lian Feng spitting blood in rage brought a chuckle to Chen Fan. Shen Xinran laughed lightly. It's good that you understand. At that moment, the system unexpectedly activated. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Escort the Canlong Kingdom envoy into the Qingzhou City State Guest House. Mission reward, max level Xiao Li Fei Dao. This Xiao Li Fei Dao, renowned as the ultimate technique of Li Xuanhuan, is said to be unerringly accurate. Not only is it immensely powerful, but its elegance also greatly appeals to Chen Fan. Quite splendid. With this, even formidable adversaries in the future can be dealt with effortlessly. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy within, promptly bowed to Shen Xinran, and turned to depart. As anticipated, within the pharmacy of the town defense office, everything unfolded just as Chen Fan had envisioned. Upon learning of this incident, Lian Feng was now sprawled by the bedside, violently coughing up blood. His voice echoed with a piercing cry, his complexion turning ashen. After struggling to regain some strength, this outburst rendered his efforts futile. Not only did it go to waste, but the blood he spat also exacerbated his internal injuries. He could never have imagined that this seemingly simple yet crucial task would be so easily snatched away by Chen Fan. Several flag officers nearby felt a mix of fear and trepidation, but nonetheless approached to offer their counsel. My lord, please do not succumb to anger. It is far more important to focus on healing. Indeed, my lord, even in your frustration, there is little to be done. It would be wiser to recover before making further plans. Another officer hurriedly chimed in. Both men, observing Lian Feng's pallid countenance, were deeply concerned that he might not draw another breath, potentially dying from rage right there. Lian Feng's breath was feeble. He found himself devoid of even the strength to be angry, merely glaring at the ceiling with eyes brimming with resentment, muttering through gritted teeth. Chen Fan, just wait. I shall definitely seek justice from the captain. Once I recover, I will exact my revenge at any cost. You may revel in your triumph for now, but I will ensure you pay dearly for it. Chen Fan had not only inflicted severe injuries upon him, but also left him humiliated within the town defense office, and now had audaciously snatched away his opportunity for merit. This truly felt akin to the enmity of a slain father or the grievance of a stolen wife. This grudge, if left unavenged, would weigh heavily on his conscience. At this moment, within the confines of the Jia household, Master Jia, upon hearing Jia Zong's report, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Although the financial loss was somewhat painful, the prospect of averting disaster was paramount. However, Jia Daod, having accumulated countless enemies over the years, now lay gravely injured in bed, presenting a rare opportunity. The number of those who wished for his demise was truly beyond counting. This night, the Jia residence remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any disturbances, under the relentless care and treatment that Master Jia had provided. Jia Daod's fractured bones had begun to heal. Nevertheless, it would be several months before he could even think of stepping outside again. Chapter 38, Young Master. The young master is ripe. Cursed be Chen Fan. If fate grants me the opportunity in the future, I shall not let you escape. For now, I am powerless against you, but the days ahead are long, and I have ample time to bide my moment. And that wretched Qing Yinzhu, how dare she run off with another? One day, I shall ensure you receive your just desserts. Jia Daod lay in bed, his eyes shimmering with venomous hatred as he glared at the ceiling, gritting his teeth in a fervent curse. Just as Chen Fan had surmised, Jia Daod was a treacherous serpent. Although he currently appeared as submissive as a dog before Chen Fan, it was merely a reflection of his lack of strength. Yet he harbored this animosity deep within, waiting for the day when Chen Fan would reveal even the slightest vulnerability, at which point he would unleash his fury without hesitation. This hatred sustained him through the years, akin to a brewing poison, and when it finally erupted, that would be when he truly became formidable. Knock, knock, knock. A series of timid knocks echoed, accompanied by the quavering voice of a servant from beyond the door. Young master, the master has prepared a bowl of chicken soup for you, insisting it will nourish your health. Please do have some. Humph. Then come in, Jia Daod replied. Though he had little desire for the soup, it was prepared by his mother, thus he permitted entry. "Young master, this chicken soup is truly exquisite." A simple-looking youth entered, cradling a steaming bowl of soup that emanated an enticing aroma. His eyes occasionally darted towards the soup, betraying his hunger. Seeing his eagerness filled Jia Daud with a sense of superiority. He cast a haughty glance and proclaimed, "This is my mother's own concoction. A lowly servant like you can only savor its scent." He warned, "Be careful with that bowl. If you break it, your 10 years' wages would not suffice to replace it." "Yes, young master, your status is indeed lofty. We are unworthy to compare." The servant, though somewhat intimidated, gripped the bowl more firmly and approached Jia Daud. "You understand. Now place the soup by my bedside and you may leave," Jia Daud commanded coldly, eyeing the servant with disdain. The servant appeared bewildered and hesitantly asked, "Young master, are you truly not going to drink it?" "Who said I want to drink it? I merely wish to let it cool first," Jia Daud waved dismissively. "Enough of your chatter. Hurry up and leave. I am quite vexed at the moment." However, the simple-looking servant's expression suddenly twisted into something sinister. "Young master, are you not going to sample such fine chicken soup?" Jia Daud felt a surge of alarm. "What do you mean by that?" With a malevolent grin, the servant lunged forward, swiftly slamming the bowl onto Jia Daud's face, disregarding the scalding liquid that splashed forth and forcefully covered his mouth and nose. Despite the pain searing through his hands, reddening his skin and even causing burns, he glared fiercely at Jia Daud and refused to relinquish his grip. "Drink, drink. Why the hell aren't you drinking?" Jia Daud was overwhelmed by shock, his eyes filled with terror. He gazed at the youthful figure before him, now resembling a grim reaper. Devoid of the earlier innocence and simplicity, replaced instead by profound hatred and murderous intent. One of the youth's hands firmly covered Jia Daud's mouth and nose, stifling any sound, while the other hand gripped his neck with the strength of iron pincers. Despite Jia Daud's desperate resistance, he was unprepared for the unprecedented power unleashed by the seemingly frail young man. Jia Daud's face contorted in agony, scorched beyond recognition, while the young man's hand became grotesquely mangled. Yet, regardless of the warnings his pain receptors screamed at him, Jia Daud dismissed it all as mere illusion, showing no signs of mercy. It was only when Jia Daud's chest ceased its rise and fall, devoid of any strength to call for help, that the young man finally released his grip. Trembling, he raised his head, allowing 2 streams of tears to flow down his cheeks. This was not a result of pain, but rather the exhilaration of vengeance fulfilled. Hastily, he wiped away his tears with his sleeve, covered Jia Daud's body with a quilt, and concealed his burnt hand within his sleeve, exiting the room with a bowl in hand, maintaining an air of calm. His demeanor was now starkly different. He appeared utterly unremarkable, leaving no hint that he had just taken the life of his nemesis. Upon stepping outside, he found 2 guards still standing idly at the entrance, evidently unaware of the events that had transpired within. With a stern expression, he approached them and softly stated, "The young master has just informed me that he is resting and requests that you do not disturb him. He needs to recuperate, so please remain silent." Although the guards were dismissive of the servant, they acknowledged his words, albeit reluctantly, responding, "Fine, we understand. You may go." Despite being servants themselves, they possessed some degree of martial prowess. Under normal circumstances, they would have ignored him. The servant feigned urgency and quickly departed. "Hey, third brother, why do you think he had one hand in his sleeve?" One of the guards speculated. Perhaps he concealed a hidden weapon in that hand. The 2 exchanged knowing glances before erupting into laughter. "Ha ha, that monkey-like kid. What do you mean? Do you really think he could have assassinated the young master without a sound? I think you've read too many tales." Their banter grew increasingly animated, while the servant outside quickened his pace. He pretended as if nothing had happened while hastily exiting the Jia residence, and, once enveloped by the darkness of night, began to run frantically. When he finally distanced himself from the estate, he stumbled upon a secluded grove, where he fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. His cries were so intense that they triggered bouts of dry heaving. Suddenly, he ceased his tears and erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, sister, I have avenged you. Jia Daud, you wretched creature, you have met your demise indeed. I express my gratitude to that esteemed officer of the genie way, otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to when I might stumble upon such a fortuitous opportunity." He wept and laughed in a manner that bordered on madness, his tears cascading upon the ground like a torrential downpour. By the following day, another servant arrived to deliver meals to Jia Daud, yet received no response for an extended period. In desperation, he and the guards decided to unlock the door. However, upon entering and lifting the covers, they were met with the sight of Jia Daud's charred visage. The young master was well done. Chapter 39. A death well deserved. The servant hastily rushed out of the room, stumbling as he shouted loudly, The young master is dead. The young master is dead. Upon hearing his words, both Master Jia and Grandmother Jia were momentarily bewildered. But upon learning from the guards that Jia Daud had passed away, they hurriedly made their way over. When they beheld Jia Daud lying lifeless on the bed, his condition ghastly, Grandmother Jia fainted on the spot, while Master Jia staggered a few steps before being supported by a vigilant guard. At that moment, Jia Zong also arrived and hurriedly approached to inspect the scene. The cousin had been dead for some time. The burns on his face appeared to have been inflicted by scalding chicken soup, and it seemed he had been strangled, likely meeting his end the previous day. Yesterday? Who visited yesterday? You too, tell me. Master Jia gripped a guard by the collar, his eyes nearly bleeding with fury, roaring like an enraged tiger. The guard trembled as he replied, "Yesterday, there was only one servant who said he was bringing chicken soup to the mistress. And then he mentioned that the young master was going to sleep. After that, no one else entered." A servant? Chicken soup? Sleeping? Master Jia immediately grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing those words. Who? Who is it? Find this person for me. And you two worthless fools. Get out of my sight. Master Jia was beside himself with rage. The world around him spun, and a wave of brutality surged within him. Chaos erupted within the Jia household as all available hands were summoned to search for the servant. Although Jia Zong suspected that the culprit had likely fled long ago, he refrained from voicing his doubts, reasoning that they should at least attempt to search. As expected, despite their exhaustive efforts, they could not unearth this individual, leading everyone to the conclusion that the murderer was indeed the servant who had now vanished, presumably in fear of retribution. Time had passed, and who knew how far the wretch had managed to escape? Search. Spare no effort to find him. He must be brought to me. Master Jia pounded on his desk, vowing to scour Qingzhou City if necessary to locate him. I will not rest until that scoundrel is subjected to 1,000 tortures. My heart will not be at ease otherwise. His eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a ravenous beast, entirely consuming his rationality, leaving only thoughts of vengeance in his heart. He had initially believed that after resolving his grievances with Chen Fan, once his son recovered from his injuries, life would return to normal. Little did he know that a mere servant would be the harbinger of death. This servant had been with the Jia household for several years. Who could have foreseen that such an individual could be a killer? Truly, it is said, one can guard against thieves by day and night. Yet it is the household traitor that is the hardest to prevent. As time swiftly passed, let us not dwell on the turmoil within the Jia household. On the other hand, Chen Fan was preparing to execute his mission. That day, as he made his way to the town protector's office, he encountered two of his subordinate captains. They clasped their fists in a greeting, hurriedly reporting, "My lord. The situation at the Jia household that you instructed us to monitor has changed. Young Master Jia Daud has died." Dead? That cannot be. Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion. He held a firm confidence in his mastery over internal energy. The residual power left within Jia Daud had yet to reach the point of eruption, and the moment was not ripe. The chief officer continued, "My lord. The perpetrator is said to be a servant from the Jia household. Investigations reveal he had been lurking within the estate with the intent to kill Jia Daud. Just a few days ago, he seized the opportunity to strike within Jia Daud's chamber. Lurking? How intriguing. A killer would hardly employ such tactics, suggesting there lies a deeper narrative. Please, elaborate." Chen Fan's interest was piqued. The tale is indeed tragic. Though the murderer is ruthless, he is undeniably a character of substance. The chief officer's tone bore a hint of admiration as he sighed, then recounted the events. The servant's motive for murder was crystal clear, a simple quest for vengeance for his family. The young master had relied solely on his ailing mother and sister. Their lives, though meager, were sustained by the tireless efforts of the two women. One fateful day, Jia Daud took a fancy to his sister's beauty and, accompanied by several henchmen, stormed in to commit heinous acts. He brutally beat the mother to death and subsequently violated and murdered the sister. The boy, fortunate enough to be chopping firewood on the mountain, narrowly escaped. Upon returning home to such a ghastly scene, he nearly fainted. In the days that followed, through relentless investigation, he unraveled the truth. Initially, he sought to report the crime to the authorities, but Jia Daud's powerful family rendered such pursuits futile for a mere commoner. Left with no recourse, the young man decided to bait the tiger, infiltrating the Jia household under the guise of a servant during their recruitment. For a year, he bided his time, seeking opportunities while Jia Daud remained shielded by his retainers. The boy was unafraid to trade his life for vengeance, but dreaded the notion of failing to kill the scoundrel. At last, he discovered his moment. With Jia Daud incapacitated by Chen Fan, the chance to strike emerged while the guards were distracted. That fateful night, he finally acted. Throughout the year, he had been tormented by an overwhelming hatred, which culminated that day into an insatiable desire for bloodshed. Bearing the humiliation and burden solely for the sake of avenging his family, this youth embodied the spirit of ancient gentlemen. Another chief officer could not help but exclaim in reflection. It seems even the Jinui possess their own moral compass regarding such matters. If the roles were reversed, anyone would yearn to eliminate Jia Daud. The average person would likely struggle to endure as that young man did, feigning indifference while serving his sworn enemy. Patiently waiting for the precise moment to strike, such fortitude is rare. And what became of him thereafter? Was he apprehended? Chen Fan inquired with curiosity. Alas, the authorities scoured Qingzhou City multiple times, yet they ultimately found no trace of him. A chief banner officer chuckled and spoke, "My lord, as I see it, this is the manifestation of celestial justice and the cyclical nature of the universe. Thus, Jia Daud deserves his fate. If this young man manages to escape, it would be the best outcome. What is your view, my lord?" Chen Fan nodded in agreement. It is said that Jia Daud met a most tragic end. In my opinion, he truly received the fate he deserved. Naturally, I hope this young man can flee, and should the opportunity arise, I might even lend him a hand. The group exchanged knowing smiles before deftly shifting away from the topic. As members of the Jinui, their remarks were certainly inappropriate. However, from the perspective of an ordinary individual, such thoughts were entirely understandable. Chapter 40. The princess under attack in a world where the institutions meant to uphold justice fail to seek it on his behalf. It is only natural for the young man to take matters into his own hands and seek vengeance. In this realm, where murder and death occur daily, the opportunity for revenge could be deemed a stroke of fortune. Were this young man Chen Fan, he too would undoubtedly seize the chance for retribution, executing it with even greater resolve. He would not only eradicate the principal offender, but ensure the complete annihilation of the perpetrator's lineage. But enough of such grim thoughts. It is time to attend to pressing matters. He commanded the two captains to gather their forces and prepare to escort the envoy from the kingdom of Songlong. He regarded this affair merely as a tale, for in his heart, Jia Daud was but an insignificant insect, who would dwell on the plight of mere insects. "Yes, my lord." The two responded with a fist salute, promptly moving to assemble their troops. Upon his arrival at the gate of the town protectorate, four captains awaited him, accompanied by their men. "Very well, let us proceed," Chen Fan declared, leading the way while the others hastened to follow. A few captains began to engage in idle chatter behind him. "I hear a princess is to be wed from the kingdom of Songlong. Is she truly a paragon of beauty?" One queried. "Is that not an obvious question? If she were not beautiful, she would hardly be sent for a marriage alliance." Another replied, "Our sovereign possesses an exquisite eye for beauty. If she were merely ordinary, Songlong would scarcely dare send her as a bride." As they spoke, the captains' imaginations began to wander, their faces betraying a hint of envy. Rumor had it that the emperor himself would scarcely spare a glance for ordinary beauties. Even those deemed exceptional in the outside world would be regarded as mediocre in his eyes. Chen Fan had heard that even the maids performing menial tasks in the emperor's court were rare beauties, sought after by suitors outside, yet within the palace, they were relegated to menial chores, even deprived of the emperor's bedchamber. Chen Fan could not help but feel that the emperor's extravagance was excessive. Even if he had no use for those women, he could at least allow them to leave the palace. Such greed. The well-fed do not understand the hunger of the starving. Did he not realize that many of his subjects remained single? However, Chen Fan found it difficult to criticize the emperor's penchant for alchemy. In a world where even ordinary individuals can cultivate their powers, it baffled him why the emperor was so engrossed in concocting potions. The current emperor of the Great Hua dynasty, known as Emperor Kongxian, ascended to the throne over a decade ago. Initially, he was a diligent ruler, devoted to governance, exuding the gravitas of a wise sovereign. The realm enjoyed an era of harmony and prosperity. The citizenry felt secure, and the military's prowess ranked among the mightiest in all nations. Yet, in subsequent years, something inexplicable seemed to have altered him, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. One fateful day, he underwent a profound transformation, becoming enraptured by the art of alchemy in pursuit of genuine immortality. From that moment forth, he neglected state affairs, abandoning the throne and forsaking governance, leading to rampant factional strife within the court and widespread suffering among the populace. Chancellor He Qian, utilizing various machinations, gained the favor of Emperor Kongxian, thereby exerting dominion over the officials in the court. Through collusion, they formed the most formidable faction. This group, united in their self-serving ambitions, turned a blind eye to the plight of the people, prioritizing their own interests. Those who dared oppose them faced ruthless purges, and countless loyal ministers suffered under their tyranny over the years. Fortunately, Within the court, there existed a handful of officials with a genuine concern for the people, who, though lacking formal alliance, were collectively dubbed the Pure Stream Party by outsiders. It was thanks to their efforts that a semblance of balance was maintained within the court. Despite this, the national strength of the Great Hua dynasty continued to wane significantly over the years. History is replete with emperors who sought eternal life. Those wielding supreme power exhibited an unusual obsession with longevity. Yet, Emperor Kangxian, remarkably, after such prolonged neglect of state matters, still retained control over all affairs of the court, with military and political power firmly in his grasp. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Had any other emperor dared such negligence, they would have undoubtedly been rendered powerless by ambitious courtiers. However, Emperor Kangxian was different. Not only had he not been marginalized, but he also displayed an even keener grasp of both grand and trivial matters than his predecessors. Take Chancellor He Qian, for instance. On the surface, he appeared to wield absolute power, surrounded by countless subordinates, standing above all yet beneath one. His factionalism led to the demise of untold loyal ministers and valiant generals. The public's sentiment towards him had soured significantly, with many believing he harbored treasonous intentions and would inevitably rise in rebellion when the opportunity arose. Such suspicions were not confined to the common folk. Many within the court shared similar sentiments. Yet, He Qian remained indifferent. Was he unaware? Far from it. He was acutely aware of the intricacies of the situation, perhaps more so than anyone else. His lack of reaction stemmed from his complete command over the circumstances. Should he desire, he could effortlessly annihilate the entire lineage of He Qian. To him, both treacherous and loyal ministers were merely pawns, while loyal ministers were to be preserved. An abundance of them could prove detrimental. His current actions rendered him a living target in the eyes of the loyalists, although they could effectively govern. The true capabilities of these impoverished and ineffectual scholars were dubious at best. Were treacherous ministers to be spared? Not necessarily, as He Qian exemplified. In some instances, treacherous ministers could outperform loyalists, possessing a deeper understanding of his intentions. Moreover, these individuals could serve as his shields in historical accounts. Such was Emperor Kangxian, an exceptionally astute and uniquely independent sovereign. He possesses a profound understanding of the intricacies of imperial strategy, wielding the power to eliminate all adversaries. Yet he maintains a delicate balance between loyal ministers and treacherous ones. His concern does not lie in the strength of the nation, but rather in whether they can serve him effectively. At this moment, Chen Fan had just led his troops to the outskirts of the city. But before he could take more than a few steps, a cloud of dust suddenly erupted before him. From amidst the swirling debris, a soldier emerged. Upon spotting Chen Fan and his subordinates, the soldier's eyes sparkled with recognition. He swiftly approached Chen Fan, clasping his fists in greeting, and said, "I am a guard of General Li, and you must be the esteemed Lord Chen of the Jinyue. I have come to seek your aid. As the princess has been attacked, I implore you to act swiftly for her rescue." Chapter 41. Audacious boldness. His token bore an unmistakable inscription of his identity. At this moment, it was evidently unnecessary and improbable to resort to deception. Thus, Chen Fan merely cast a cursory glance and refrained from further comment. Were these individuals truly mad enough to ambush the envoy from the kingdom of Canglong just outside Qingzhou? The princess of Canglong was not merely any royal. She was on the verge of entering the palace to meet the emperor and become a consort. This act, if considered on a smaller scale, amounted to the abduction of a princess, meriting capital punishment. On a grander scale, it jeopardized the emperor's marriage and shattered the alliance between the two nations. An offense tantamount to treason, likely to endanger the 9 generations of the perpetrators. Yet, these audacious souls dared to act. Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had presumed that even the boldest of thieves would refrain from such actions in this position. He had merely come to embellish his own credentials, intending to accompany the journey without further involvement. Unexpectedly, he encountered such daring individuals, compelling him to take action. Chen Fan began instructing his subordinates, "Hasten with your men. But given the urgency of the situation, I must advance to aid in the battle." With that, he dismounted, and, with a deft push from his toes, he unleashed the full might of his light wave steps, swiftly setting off. In an instant, Chen Fan vanished from their sight like a gust of wind. The prowess of their master was indeed unfathomable. His speed was nothing short of terrifying. Although the few standard-bearers marveled internally, they did not falter in their actions, promptly rallying their own forces. They were merely first-rate experts, practicing no profound techniques, and thus did not harbor expectations of catching up with Chen Fan. Their immediate task was to swiftly organize their troops and rush to provide support. Goei Koei Forest, located just outside Qingzhou, was renowned for its striking beauty. Yet it often instilled a sense of dread in those who traversed it, hence its ominous name. It was said that this land once served as an ancient battlefield, with the trees having thrived on the nutrients of the fallen. Yet, who could discern the truth from the myth? As Chen Fan arrived, employing his light wave steps with utmost urgency, he beheld a colossal ancient tree standing tall, its thick branches swaying in the breeze. With the gentle wind, its leaves and petals scattered, drifting to an unknown destination. However, beneath this tree, along with the dispersing foliage, lay the remnants of life. A gruesome battle unfolded here, as dozens of cloaked assailants clashed with a contingent of soldiers, who were presumably the Imperial Guards. The guards possessed commendable strength, yet, in comparison to their black-clad adversaries, they fell slightly short, and their proud formation struggled to maintain cohesion amidst the forest. These attackers had clearly come prepared. Were it not for their inability to prevail, the guards would not have been compelled to send men to seek assistance, for such a retreat was hardly a matter of honor. In Chen Fan's eyes, the black-clad assailants exhibited formidable prowess. The weakest among them were second-rate experts, with numerous first-rate masters in their ranks, along with several innate experts, and even a master. This master was locked in a fierce duel with the commander of the Imperial Guards, their clash appearing evenly matched. In the rear of the Imperial Guard, several carriages were stationed, with one particularly opulent vehicle at the center, likely that of the princess. Among these carriages were the envoy from the Songlong Kingdom and a contingent of guards tasked with their protection. At this moment, the sounds of battle and anguished cries echoed from outside, mingling with the pervasive stench of blood, causing the princess to curl up in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Her attending maidservants were equally terrified, voicing a cacophony of questions and shrieks. Who were these assailants, daring enough to rob an envoy? Is this the extent of your Imperial Guard's capabilities? Why do I feel so vulnerable? Is this how your kingdom treats us? Despite their incessant chatter, a commanding voice soon brought them to an astonishing silence. Thieves, you possess an audacious spirit, disrupting the peace between our two nations, and you shall face the dire consequences. The voice thundered, it is not too late to retreat. Otherwise, when our elite forces arrive, you will be as ephemeral as dust, trampled into oblivion. Regardless of who you are allied with, once we ascertain the truth, you will incur the wrath of the dynasty, and annihilation will be swift. The general, a master of his craft, roared like a proud lion chastising a pack of hounds. Though his voice was somewhat hoarse, it resonated with undeniable authority, shaking the heavens. As he bellowed, he skillfully repelled an enemy master with a single stroke of his sword. His countenance was formidable, eyes ablaze with determination, a well-groomed beard adding to his imposing presence, a truly magnificent middle-aged general. In the midst of combat, he effortlessly dispatched 3 or 5 black-clad assailants with his swordsmanship. This distinguished figure was none other than General Li Jining of the Imperial Guard. Huh, sneered the masked enemy master with disdain. I suspect that the Emperor, burdened by his numerous consorts, can hardly endure the strain. Am I not doing him a favor by alleviating some of his pressure? This princess is indeed remarkable. I hold her in high regard. Why not let her come to me? I would grant her wealth and honor. The Emperor has so many concubines, surely he would not miss one. With a sudden strike, he lunged forward, but was met with Li Jining's block. You insolent wretch! How dare you speak so disrespectfully of His Majesty? You shall undoubtedly perish today. Fury flashed in Li Jining's eyes, his entire being enveloped in an unprecedented force. As he unleashed his true prowess, with a nimble leap, he advanced, wielding his sword with exceptional skill. His technique was indeed remarkable, perhaps ranking at the 8th or 9th level, though not on par with the legendary Duga 9 swords. It was certainly of a similarly profound caliber. To his surprise, the black-clad adversary retreated swiftly, letting out a series of mocking laughs. You, the leader of the Imperial Guard, still lack a bit of finesse. Your Ling Yun's swordplay, while formidable, is not yet perfected. This technique is a 9th-grade swordsmanship, possessing extraordinary power, yet its cultivation is exceptionally challenging. Although you are a master, you have yet to achieve its consummation. He let out a cold snort, disregarding the adversary's taunts. Humph, even if it is not perfect, dealing with you is sufficient. The opposing master chuckled sinisterly, surprisingly enveloped in a strange force, and began to wield his long knife, engaging in battle with him. The two were surprisingly locked in a fierce struggle, indicating that the black-clad figure's martial arts were indeed remarkable. Although they could not determine a victor in this moment, the remaining Imperial Guards were undeniably being defeated, scattered in disarray. Some had even managed to reach the vicinity of the carriage, emanating eerie laughter. Chapter 42. The sword light like me, cutting through chaos. "Beautiful princess, the master has arrived. Come with us," he leered, lifting the curtain as the princess screamed in fright. "Do not come near. You shall face retribution." At that moment, a beam of sword light descended like a meteor, piercing through the skull of the black-clad assailant. His expression, still filled with unfulfilled desire, froze upon his face as he was ushered into the depths of hell. With a thud, his body toppled forward, crashing onto the cart before rolling down with a dull thud. The princess and her maidens, witnessing this scene, could only scream in terror, rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. This unexpected turmoil caught the attention of many black-clad figures, instilling a sense of vigilance within them. It also alerted the Imperial Guards. "General Li, I am Chen Fan of the Jinhui, here to provide support. The Jinhui shall arrive shortly," he declared. Before his words had fully settled, Chen Fan, wielding his heavy sword, plunged into the fray. He moved through the crowd like a graceful bird. Yet the cost of his passage was the countless heads that began to dance in the air. The torrential blood rain seemed to herald his arrival. The fallen black-clad men had barely grasped the situation before their thoughts were cut short by the swift shadow of the sword. It was too fast for them to muster any resistance, too swift for despair to take root. By the time they comprehended the chaos, a massacre had already unfolded. Those who had managed to encircle the cart now lay on the ground, their heads rolling in disarray. Standing atop a cart, Chen Fan embraced his heavy sword, the wind rustling his attire like the cloak of death. He surveyed the remaining onlookers with indifference, as though they were mere livestock awaiting slaughter. In a voice that resonated with the finality of doom, he proclaimed, "Those who dare disrupt the peace between our nations shall be deemed traitors. Their crimes warrant execution, and none shall escape." No sooner had his words faded than Chen Fan activated his swift footwork, charging into the throng. The sword shadows flickered, illuminating the scene with lethal brilliance. Each time that merciless sword light flashed, another black-clad figure fell. In that moment, Chen Fan resembled a harvester reaping in a field of rice, as wave after wave of adversaries succumbed. Heads flew into the air, their faces frozen in terror and disbelief. The blood pooling on the ground flowed like a meandering stream, gradually forming a crimson pond in the small depressions of the earth. In the blink of an eye, the number of black-clad figures had dwindled to a mere few. Only a handful of innate masters remained, along with their leader. The sight of the decapitated bodies and the blood flowing like a stream caused their breaths to falter, an unspoken dread clutching at their hearts like an iron grip. Not only the enemies, but even the Imperial Guards were struck with fear. Chen Fan's figure appeared ghostly, yet swifter than his elusive form was the mercilessness of his sword. In an instant, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings, cutting through the chaos. The Imperial Guards present were not mere novices, they were seasoned warriors, accustomed to various spectacles. Yet, witnessing Chen Fan's extraordinary prowess and the hellish scene before them, they could not help but tremble in fear. Who are you? Are you a Grandmaster?" A black-clad man, gripping his weapon, felt his arm quiver slightly, his voice filled with trepidation. Chen Fan cast a cold glance at him and chuckled disdainfully. A dying traitor has no right to inquire. Without granting him a moment to react, Chen Fan swiftly closed the distance. The black-clad man, filled with dread, concentrated his inner strength and swung the large blade in his hand. His inner energy, thick and dark like viscous ink, crept along the blade, giving it the appearance of being steeped in the depths of hell. In an instant, the sword radiated a sinister aura, seemingly capable of ensnaring souls and eroding bones, revealing itself to be the infamous Senluo sword technique. The Senluo sword technique was a dark art, mastered by only a few malevolent sects, the most notorious of which belonged to the demon cult. Notably, the Jinhui also possessed this martial art, ranking it as a high-level skill of the 7th tier. The chilling blade hung ominously, imbued with a frenzied intent as it descended fiercely. However, Chen Fan merely smirked in disdain. With a crisp clang, Chen Fan's sword met the tip of the blade, halting its advance. Then, with another swift strike, he effortlessly pierced through the man's skull. As he fell, terror and disbelief remained etched upon his face. The two other innate masters nearby, along with the Grandmaster, were shaken to their core. Li Zhanying, witnessing a momentary flaw in the Grandmaster's defense, couldn't help but sneer. He unleashed his full potential, swiftly exploiting the opening to thrust his sword into the man's abdomen. Yet, the black-clad man quickly regained his composure, retreating calmly and kicking the sword away. Nevertheless, the blow had been solid, forcing him to uncontrollably expel a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had effortlessly dealt with the remaining two innate masters, even choosing to spare one of them. The Grandmaster, seeing his last two companions fall, felt his vision blur with rage. However, confronted with Chen Fan's formidable strength and the imposing General Li on the other side, his mental defenses crumbled. With a mighty shout, he repelled General Li with all his might and fled without a backward glance. What folly of brotherhood was this? In his current predicament, escaping was already a stroke of fortune. He had no energy left to rescue two severely injured comrades. Should he linger any longer, he would surely meet his end. Before departing, he cast a lingering gaze at Chen Fan's face, vowing to remember this man, this enemy. Yet, confusion gnawed at him. Where had this prodigious talent emerged from? The intelligence they had received bore no mention of such a formidable opponent. The intelligence merely indicated the presence of the Jinui for support. Yet it failed to mention any formidable experts. Certainly, the individuals at hand should have sufficed. Who could have anticipated such a debacle? Indeed, it was a twist of fate. Had it not been for Chen Fan's arrival, matters might have unfolded precisely as they had envisioned. Had the inept Lien Feng been the one to come, the outcome would likely have been the complete annihilation of both the Jinui and the Imperial Guards, followed by the abduction of the princess. The subsequent events would naturally invoke the Emperor's wrath, leading to a veritable river of blood. Fortunately, none of this transpired. Chapter 43, The Severely Wounded Master. Damn it! Who is responsible for gathering intelligence? How could someone like him be dismissed as merely mediocre? Surely there is a traitor amongst us. Once I return, I shall not spare him. The Master in Black felt a tumult of frustration and fury within him. The thought of having lost all his subordinates suffocated him with despair. If only he could return unscathed, he would ensure that the wretched informant would pay dearly. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced his reverie, shattering his illusions. It sent shivers down his spine, heightening his sense of caution. What are you pondering? Surely you are contemplating vengeance upon your return. However, I regret to inform you, you shall not return. Chen Fan's indifferent voice echoed, and before the master could react, his long sword had already pierced through the man's shoulder blade. A scream erupted, and Chen Fan seized the opportunity to deliver a forceful strike to his lower dantian. Li Jianying, who had been pursuing closely behind, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Fan would dare to single-handedly pursue this master, especially considering he was merely at the innate level. Although this master had already been severely wounded, he was still a formidable opponent. Moreover, Chen Fan's lightness of foot was astonishing, outmatching even the master, who was caught off guard and wounded once more. The already injured man, after enduring multiple ferocious strikes from Chen Fan, finally succumbed to his inability to resist. Blood erupted from his mouth, and the previous wounds on his body seeped crimson once again. Helplessly, he collapsed to the ground. Chen Fan followed closely, stepping on his back, and in a swift motion, pierced through his limbs, ensuring he was utterly devoid of any capacity to fight back. Then, with a brutal kick to his head, he forced the man into the mud. At that moment, the Imperial Guard arrived, gazing in astonishment at the chaotic scene before them. Arrest all the survivors, guard them carefully, ensure they do not perish, and interrogate them rigorously. Also, conduct a thorough investigation of the area to uncover any potential survivors. Remember to deliver a finishing blow to those with intact bodies. We cannot allow a single one to escape. Chen Fan turned to the entire troop of Imperial Guards, issuing orders with authority. Several captains quickly clasped their fists in acknowledgement, responding, "Yes, we shall follow your orders." They promptly assigned tasks, ensuring that the three innate masters were captured alive. The remaining black-clad individuals were meticulously searched by the Imperial Guards. Their bodies were inspected, and once confirmed to be unarmed, each received a decisive strike to the heart. This was a habit ingrained in Chen Fan's cautious nature. To guarantee absolute security, it was imperative to inspect all bodies after a mission, ensuring no one evaded justice due to unusual martial arts. This vigilance was also to prevent any potential retaliation against his subordinates from those who might escape. Chen Fan's foresight in such matters was indeed commendable. At this moment, Li Jianying had also sheathed his weapon and approached Chen Fan, offering a respectful bow with a smile. He then clasped his fists and remarked, "Today, I am truly indebted to you, Chen Baihu, for coming to our aid. Otherwise, I fear these rogues would have succeeded in their nefarious plans, if they had indeed triumphed. Even if this general managed to survive by some stroke of luck, I would still be unable to escape a grim fate, should the princess fall into their hands. Even if I were to fight my way out with my formidable skills, I would find it impossible to justify the circumstances. Despite being a precious master, I would not stand a chance in such a dire situation. Death would be inevitable, and likely a most gruesome one. I am immensely grateful for Chen Fan's timely arrival and the display of such formidable prowess. It is a true act of salvation." Chen Fan, returning the bow with a smile, replied, "General, you flatter me. I merely fulfilled my duty. It is not a matter of great merit. Moreover, our Jinui arrived rather late. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of the Imperial Guards under your command, we would have found nothing but desolation upon our arrival. In such circumstances, we would have faced dire consequences ourselves. Thus, it is you, General, who deserves the accolades. Having served as a Jinui for a considerable time, Chen Fan was well versed in the intricacies of human relationships and spoke with great care. Since Li Jianying had expressed himself with such courtesy, Chen Fan would not presume to overstep. Li Jianying smiled and reflected, "I have heard of your illustrious name, Chen Baihu, and your remarkable talents as a young prodigy who has attained innate prowess at such a young age. It was merely a matter of time before we met. Today, indeed, you live up to your reputation, proving to be even more extraordinary than the tales suggest." Chen Fan quickly responded with humility, "General Li, you are overly generous in your praise. I have merely assisted in a minor capacity. Had it not been for your grievous wounding of that master thief, my task would not have been so effortless." Li Jianying, refusing to relent, continued, "There is no need for modesty, Chen Baihu. Your intervention was indeed of significant merit, and I shall report your contributions faithfully, ensuring that not a single ounce of credit is omitted." Li Jianying regarded Chen Fan with a few more appreciative glances, expressing with warmth, "Your potential is boundless, Chen Baihu. You may very well become a grand master capable of safeguarding a realm in the future. I find myself unable to compare, but I hope that when you flourish, you might extend your favor upon me as well. Ha ha ha." Chen Fan laughed heartily in response. "That is indeed a certainty." Once their pleasantries were concluded, Li Jianying refrained from further conversation and turned to issue commands. "Leave a portion of the men to secure the area. The rest shall continue to escort the convoy to the capital." At this juncture, several officers arrived at Chen Fan's side, informing him that they had managed to extract information from one of the captives regarding their origins. This group, it turned out, belonged to the Guojiang gang. The Guojiang gang? Li Jianying mused, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. These ruffians are truly beyond the pale. I shall report this to His Majesty tomorrow and advocate for their eradication. This sect, which Chen Fan had heard of, was notorious for its frequent abductions of women. However, their audacity in targeting the imperial army and attempting to seize the princess was rather preposterous. In contrast to Li Jianying's fervor, Chen Fan maintained his composure. This situation seemed amiss. "General, there is something unsettling about this. Could it be that a mere martial arts sect would dare to act in such a manner? Moreover, would a practitioner of innate abilities so readily betray their own faction?" Chapter 44. The pinnacle of Li's flying dagger. Upon hearing these words, Li Jianying immediately sensed something amiss. "Oh, what insight does Chen Baihu possess? I am all ears." He had just been saved by Chen Fan and recognized his strength. Moreover, there was a certain logic to Chen Fan's assertions, making him eager to listen. Chen Fan began to articulate his thoughts slowly. Though the Crossing River Gang is an inconsequential sect, it is precisely such dubious organizations that tend to be exceedingly cautious. Engaging in such deeds may allow them to evade immediate repercussions, but inevitably, the truth will come to light. For a mere princess, would they truly risk the annihilation of their clan? Oh, how intriguing. So according to Chen Baihu, these individuals are likely framing others, intentionally making such allegations? Indeed, these nefarious sects are typically wary of even certain court officials. They are quite astute. How could they dare to plunder a diplomatic envoy? Furthermore, this territory is not within their usual domain. If they wished to act, they would have done so on their own turf long ago. The fact that they have now chosen to strike under the very nose of the emperor suggests they must be out of their minds. Li Jianying nodded repeatedly, as Chen Fan's words resonated deeply with him, garnering his utmost agreement. When it came to ratiocination, he felt he was somewhat outmatched by the professional Jinui. Chen Baihu speaks with reason. I too believe this matter is far from simplistic. Upon my return, I shall certainly dispatch individuals to conduct a thorough interrogation of them. We will extract every truth they harbor. Chen Fan nodded, but, after a moment's contemplation, added, I feel the members within the envoy also warrant scrutiny. Li Jianying, being a clever man, grasped the profound implication behind Chen Fan's statement and feigned ignorance, asking, Are you suggesting, Chen Baihu, that there may be infiltrators within the envoy? Indeed, it is entirely possible that a rogue has mingled among them during this process. If such a person were to gain entry into the imperial palace, the repercussions, I believe, need not be elaborated. Recalling the earlier chaotic scene, Li Jianying realized the likelihood of such an occurrence was alarmingly high. The mere thought of a traitor infiltrating the palace sent beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. If this truly came to pass, not only would his own life be forfeit, but he feared for the safety of his entire family. As he pondered these dire consequences, Li Jianing felt an overwhelming wave of dread wash over him, simultaneously deepening his admiration for Chen Fan. However, since Chen Fan had assisted him in averting this peril, he considered himself fortunate to have escaped a calamity. These damned traitors deserve nothing less than death, Li Jianing muttered under his breath. He then turned to Chen Fan with sincerity, expressing his gratitude. Thanks to your meticulous mind, Chen Baihu, capable of contemplating the various schemes of these rogues. I fear I would have met a grim fate otherwise. Should I emerge from this ordeal unscathed, I shall consider you my savior. Please accept my humble bow, Sir Li. With a serious gaze, Li Jianing performed a deep bow to Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly evaded the gesture, indicating his unworthiness to receive such honor. The general need not be so concerned. After all, these are merely immature speculations, unlikely to come to fruition, and should not be taken too seriously. It is merely a cautionary note for the general to remain vigilant. Perhaps I am merely a worrywart. Li Jianing chuckled and said, Chen Baihu, do not be so modest. You must accept this honor. I believe this scenario is quite plausible, yet I had not considered it myself. If their intent does not target His Majesty, why would they orchestrate such a grand spectacle? A sudden strike by a master might indeed be more effective in abducting the princess. Everything they are doing now may just be a ruse to divert our attention, making us wary only of those present at the time. As he spoke, Li Jianing's eyes sparkled with increasing clarity. Your ability to swiftly unravel the thieves' schemes is truly commendable. I am in awe. He then turned to Chen Fan with a serious expression and asked, might you have any interest in joining my Imperial Guard? Talents like yours are most welcome in our ranks. Should you agree, I could immediately appoint you as my Deputy General. The position of Deputy General is indeed a high rank within the Imperial Guard, surpassing Chen Fan's current status. However, Chen Fan had no intention of switching allegiances. Remaining in the Jinyue would afford him more opportunities to acquire tasks from the system. Thus, he politely declined, saying, I appreciate General Li's kind offer, but I have no desire to leave the Jinyue. My Qianhu values me greatly, so I fear I must decline your invitation. Li Jianing laughed heartily. No matter. A young talent like Chen Baihu can shine brightly wherever he may go. I would still like to befriend you. The Jinyue and the Imperial Guard majestically escorted the envoy into the Imperial City, and everyone, including Chen Fan, breathed a sigh of relief. This was the heart of the Imperial City, and should anyone dare to attempt anything, even a Grand Master would find it impossible to leave alive. Once the envoy entered Qingzhou City, the system's voice resonated immediately. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Would you like to claim your reward? Yes. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the fully leveled Xiao Li Flying Dagger. The reward is being dispensed. Please check your inventory. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded Chen Fan's mind, revealing everything related to the Xiao Li Flying Dagger. He instantly mastered the supreme level of this skill. The Xiao Li Flying Dagger is unparalleled in the world. With a single strike, it never misses its target. The dagger is not easily employed, yet once launched, it invariably hits its mark, with no one able to evade its lethal trajectory. This is not merely a technique for launching concealed weapons. It significantly enhances all forms of projectiles. In the future, Chen Fan would be capable of dispatching foes effortlessly and invisibly. Not only is its power unmatched, but it also possesses an elegance that renders it fearsome in the eyes of others. To slay enemies with flying leaves is the epitome of sophistication. Truly, this is an impressive skill, likely to prove quite useful. Chen Fan's spirits soared to new heights as he experienced a bountiful day filled with numerous gains. Indeed, the encounter with Lian Feng proved to be quite rewarding. At this moment, the delegation had safely arrived at the state guest house, a prestigious establishment that had stood for many years since the founding of the Great Hua dynasty, specifically designed to welcome envoys from various nations. The grandeur of the architecture reflected an exquisite level of craftsmanship, while the formidable protective forces stationed outside the guest house underscored its significance. A dedicated garrison was permanently stationed here. Although Chen Fan felt that his responsibilities had been fulfilled upon delivering the envoy, Li Jianing fervently urged him to remain and assist, hoping he could identify any potential vulnerabilities. Despite his initial reluctance, Chen Fan ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the importance of the matter at hand, particularly as it pertained to the emperor's safety. Discovering any traitors could not only secure his standing, but also significantly enhance his prospects for advancement and prosperity. Chapter 45. You are complicit in their malice. After indulging in food and drink, the sky rapidly darkened. Yet, despite the onset of night, the state guest house remained brilliantly illuminated. Within the expansive courtyard, The delegation was encircled by the imperial guards. Outside the courtyard, numerous members of the Jinui and imperial troops stood vigilant. The moment a traitor was detected, they would ensure absolute security. General, what does this mean? Are you truly intending to execute the envoy of the Canlong kingdom here? The princess stepped forward, her voice laced with barely concealed fury, despite her veiled countenance. Although Canlong was but a small nation, it was a sovereign state, not one to be subjected to humiliation. As representatives of their country, such treatment was understandably infuriating for the princess. To her, this was clearly a provocation, a show of force from the Great Hua dynasty. However, Li Jianing remained unperturbed, responding calmly with a bow. I apologize, Your Highness. I harbor no ill intent. My actions are for the greater good. Earlier today, the delegation faced an attack, and I suspect that some rogues may have infiltrated your ranks, intending to launch an assault on His Majesty. As a precaution, I must conduct a minor inspection. Inspection? Are you implying that our delegation harbors ill will toward His Majesty? The princess clenched her teeth, her demeanor rivaling that of General Li. Li Jianing had no choice but to bow again, stating, I mean no offense, Your Highness. Please, do not take offense. This inspection is merely a matter of ensuring the friendship between our nations and the safety of His Majesty. I hope you can acquiesce. The princess scoffed, remaining obstinate. Though Canlong is a small nation, do you not find this treatment excessive? Do you extend such scrutiny to the envoys of other nations as well? In her eyes, the notion of infiltrators among their ranks was absurd. These were individuals she knew well. This was clearly an act of suppression. Li Jianing, feeling somewhat helpless, pressed on with a resolute demeanor. Your Highness, I bear no intention of humiliation, but this inspection is imperative. The possibility I mentioned cannot be dismissed lightly. For the safety of His Majesty, even a mere possibility warrants attention. I undertake this for the benefit of our nations. I trust you do not wish for any unforeseen incidents during this alliance. Realizing that the inspection was unavoidable, the princess trembled with indignation, yet she issued a final warning. Very well, General. You have your duty, and I possess my dignity. Should you find nothing during your inspection today, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Li Jianing felt a jolt of alarm. Her words carried significant weight. As a princess coming to foster an alliance, she was destined to become a consort after marrying His Majesty. Though a minor kingdom, a consort would command a certain status. If he insisted on conducting the inspection today, he risked offending a future royal consort. However, considering the potential consequences, I must resolutely proceed with the investigation. After all, by now, even if I were to withdraw, this princess would undoubtedly remember me. My apologies, Your Highness, for any offense caused. Li Jianing raised his hand, and immediately, soldiers behind him brought forth dozens of cups arranged on trays. Your Highness, within these cups lies a specially concocted powder that can temporarily cloud one's senses, compelling them to speak only the truth. Rest assured, this is not poison. Its effects will last merely half an hour. You are not required to partake, but these individuals will need to drink individually to undergo our scrutiny. There is no need for Your Highness to worry about any side effects. As they are members of the envoy, should any unfortunate incident occur, His Majesty would not spare me. After explaining to the princess, Li Jianing addressed the members of the envoy. Esteemed envoys, I harbor suspicions that one among you may have infiltrated our midst, thus necessitating your participation in this examination. I sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. He then instructed them to form a line, each to partake and submit to questioning. The members of the envoy exchanged glances, yet ultimately acquiesced to the arrangements. After all, this was their territory, and they had no choice but to comply. Li Jianing's gaze scrutinized each individual, akin to a hawk searching the ground for its prey. As one envoy after another passed by, the princess's displeasure grew palpable, and the atmosphere turned tense. Just then, when a maid drank from the cup, Li Jianing suddenly sprang into action, striking her with a palm. The maid was sent flying, blood spurting from her mouth. The princess was instantly enraged, her voice icy. General Li, you. Before she could finish, Li Jianing shouted, this person is not a maid. Your Highness, do not be misled. She is a disguised traitor. Soldiers, remove her mask. Several soldiers rushed forward, pinning her down. One soldier extended his hand, fingers resembling talons, and swiftly peeled away a layer of skin from her face. Huh, did you think such a ruse could deceive me? Li Jianing stepped forward, placing a foot upon her. I have traversed the martial world for many years. What tricks have I not witnessed? A mere human skin mask is but a clumsy tactic. He casually discarded the mask and continued. Did you believe that channeling your internal energy to dispel the effects of the powder would suffice? These maids possess no martial prowess. As I had inquired beforehand, I was merely waiting for you to reveal yourself. realizing there was no escape and that his true identity had been uncovered. He ceased his pretense and began to curse vehemently. Nonsense! You court sycophants of the court, complicit in tyranny. Emperor Kong Xian has, for years, brought suffering upon the people. This foolish and tyrannical ruler deserves your allegiance? Bah! Li Jianing immediately struck him with a forceful blow, sending his teeth flying, his palm trembling slightly with rage. How dare this vile traitor insult his majesty? Truly, he is deluded beyond redemption, a crime most unforgivable. Bring forth the executioners. Shatter his limbs and confine him to the dungeons. With a decisive gesture, Li Jianing struck at the man's dantian and then turned to his subordinates, issuing commands. Several soldiers stepped forward with solemnity, ruthlessly breaking all of his limbs before carrying him away. His continuous wails echoed like a mournful tolling bell in the ears of all present. At this moment, the princess could only stand aside, rendered speechless by the unfolding horror. Chapter 46. Another Master. She trembled slightly, her countenance, concealed beneath the veil, turned ashen. This tremor was not born of anger, but rather a profound fear. She truly did not anticipate that a traitor had infiltrated her delegation. Had the discovery not been made tonight, regardless of whether she had brought the traitor in, if the emperor were to be harmed, she would bear an unforgivable guilt. Not only she, but her entire nation would also face repercussions from the great Hua dynasty due to her involvement. As the agonizing cries of the traitor faded into silence, Li Jianing returned to his original position, continuing his scrutiny of each envoy. Every individual who stepped forward quivered, shaken by the earlier horrifying screams. Li Jianing had no time to contemplate their emotions. He merely observed each person with an unyielding gaze. Until the last envoy approached, there was no indication of anything amiss. Each heart secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, as the final envoy reached for his cup, he bellowed, "Court hounds, may you meet a wretched end." With all his might, he hurled 3 golden needles and struck out at Li Jianing. A congenital master, indeed. Li Jianing effortlessly blocked the attack, while Chen Fan behind him easily intercepted the 3 golden needles. Li Jianing then shattered the envoy's dantian with a single blow, coldly proclaiming, "Bring him to the dungeons. Just as we dealt with the previous traitor. You will all perish in due time. This damned dynasty has little life left." He howled in madness, and with a fierce grit of his teeth, he spat forth a mouthful of black blood and took his own life. Damn it! A congenital-level death warrior, who had even hidden poison within his teeth. Li Jianing's expression darkened. The earlier excitement of uncovering the traitor vanished entirely. These traitors exhibited unwavering resolve, willing to commit suicide without hesitation upon exposure, even a congenital master. The terrifying power behind them was becoming evident. It seemed Chen Fan's earlier conjectures were entirely accurate. This was no ordinary sect from the martial world. At that moment, a soldier who had been responsible for transporting the traitor rushed in, cupping his fists in salute, and reported, "Captain, that traitor committed suicide by poison midway." Li Jianing's face darkened further. Although he had anticipated this, he had held on to a flicker of hope. He acknowledged the report with a wave of his hand. Yet, just as he turned to lead his men away, 2 individuals from the group of envoys suddenly leapt into the air. They split into 2 paths and began to flee frantically. Li Jianing and Chen Fan, may you meet a wretched end. I shall report to the organization and ensure that you suffer endlessly. With that ominous declaration, they fled without a backward glance. Think you can escape? Li Jianing realized he had overlooked something and swiftly pursued one of them with a cold snort. Chen Fan, of course, could not remain a mere spectator and leapt after the other. In a mere instant, he had reached the side of the man, effortlessly piercing through his dantian with a single sword thrust, rendering him devoid of his cultivation. Just as the man opened his mouth to let out a wretched scream, Chen Fan swiftly dislocated his jaw, depriving him of the opportunity to commit suicide with poison. Without hesitation, he proceeded to break the man's limbs, ensuring he had no means to struggle, before tossing him into the midst of the Imperial Guards. With such pitiful lightness in your movements, you dare to escape before me? Truly a delusion. However, at that moment, a sudden flash of golden light flickered in the darkness, and swiftly launched toward him. "Oh, you wish to compare stealthy weapons with me? You truly do not know your fate." With a cold chuckle, Chen Fan casually raised his hand and easily caught the dart, which turned out to be a gleaming golden needle. Summoning the power of the little flying dagger, he promptly hurled the golden needle back. It vanished into the night. But Chen Fan was confident it would strike its target. After all, this was the little flying dagger. Sure enough, a scream echoed through the night, confirming that the golden needle had indeed found its mark on the assailant. Damnable youth. His voice was laced with indignation, and with a furious roar, a massive shadow of a palm surged toward Chen Fan. It was a formidable technique from a nefarious school known as the ghostly yin palm. The power of this strike was extraordinary, suggesting that the attacker possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Chen Fan's gaze turned serious, and he activated the Dugun 9 swords. "Come at me," he bellowed, stepping forward to shatter the palm shadow with a single sword strike. "What?" A voice filled with terror emerged from the darkness. Likely shocked by how effortlessly Chen Fan had countered the attack, mistakenly believing him to be a grandmaster himself. However, the figure quickly began to flee in a state of panic, cloaked by the night. "Huh, a single strike and you crumble. It seems even grandmasters are not so formidable." A slight smirk graced Chen Fan's lips as he observed a silhouette stumbling through the darkness, a flicker of golden light at its chest, undoubtedly the golden needle. The figure's steps appeared unsteady, indicating that the attack had indeed inflicted genuine harm. Despite the ease with which Chen Fan had countered the strike, it had taken all of his strength, confirming that this individual was indeed a grandmaster. In the realm of innate abilities, no one could compel him to exert his full power, such was Chen Fan's confidence. Nevertheless, he chose not to pursue further. While capturing this rogue grandmaster might be a significant achievement, he was, after all, merely an innate 100 household officer. If he were to capture him, the ensuing troubles would likely outweigh the benefits. Moreover, he lacked absolute certainty in his ability to subdue a grandmaster alive. He was not so audacious yet. This was a responsibility for the Imperial Guards, and having assisted in apprehending this innate rebel, Chen Fan felt he had done more than enough. With that, he retracted his lightness and returned to the state guest house. At this moment, the Imperial Guards had successfully extracted the poison from the traitor's mouth and bound him securely, ensuring he had no chance to take his own life. Meanwhile, Li Jianing returned with a grim expression, his hands empty. Observing his agitation, Chen Fan surmised what had transpired and chose to remain silent. "Chen Baihu, it is fortunate that you captured a traitor alive, otherwise, I would indeed find it difficult to explain." He acknowledged the significance of having preserved the last living witness, alleviating potential complications. Chen Fan, however, did not seek to claim credit, merely reflecting the sentiment back. These traitors were shrouded in mystery, each possessing considerable abilities, and their intentions were undoubtedly extraordinary. With the survivor in custody, it was hoped that the general would conduct a thorough interrogation to uncover some secrets. Chapter 47. The guardian of the demonic sect. It is already a significant achievement for the general to have discerned the lurking traitors. There is no need to dwell on the possibility of capturing an additional rebel. Li Jianing remarked, "I am immensely grateful to you, Chen Baihu, for your repeated assistance. I shall certainly not forget your contributions. Were it not for your intervention, I would have made numerous errors this time." Chen Baihu's commendable accomplishments are indeed remarkable on this occasion. Regrettably, your tenure has been brief, and you have only just been promoted to Baihu. Otherwise, with your merits, you might have secured a direct advancement to Deputy Qianhu. Chen Fan, however, was not overly concerned. The speed of his promotion is extraordinary in any context, and thus he held no expectations. Achieving the rank of Baihu in such a short span is already a testament to His Majesty's exceptional favor. How could I dare to voice any grievances? I believe that as long as I serve His Majesty wholeheartedly, the position of Deputy Qianhu shall soon be within my reach. Li Jianing concurred, acknowledging Chen Baihu's insights. Indeed, this achievement will serve as a crucial foundation for your future promotions. However, it would not be fair for you to toil without reward. Rest assured that the treasures and martial arts manuals as a reward shall not be lacking. Chen Fan, unfazed, clasped his hands in response. I shall eagerly await the good news from the general. With matters here concluded, Chen Fan chose not to linger and promptly returned with the troops of the Jinhui. Upon returning to the town pacification office to report, Chen Fan made his way home. Young master, you have returned, greeted a youthful maiden who approached to assist him in removing his outer garments. This was a maid sent by Qing Chun. Originally 3 maids were offered, but Chen Fan had declined the majority, ultimately accepting only one upon his strong insistence. Chen Fan was indifferent to the matter. Yet once Qing Yunju married into the family, they would require some attendance. Go prepare the bath. I wish to freshen up, Chen Fan said calmly. He then placed his heavy sword upon the bed and began to rest his eyes. However, the maid did not proceed with the bath preparations. Instead, she cautiously inquired, Young master, the young lady has just sent over a dinner she personally prepared. Would you prefer to dine before bathing? I fear that if the meal is left for too long, it may lose its freshness and flavor. Although Qing Yunju was a pampered young lady, she had diligently been learning various skills. Beyond the essential skills expected of a young lady, Her culinary abilities had also been honed through practice. Since their engagement, she had sent meals daily, concerned that Chen Fan might not be eating well. This was her way of expressing her affection. Very well, bring it forth, after all. It is Yunju's heartfelt intention. Chen Fan nodded, signaling the maid to retrieve it. As he beheld the sumptuous spread before him, he sat down to savor it thoughtfully. Yunju's culinary skills were indeed commendable. It was evident she had devoted considerable time to mastering this art. Though it could not rival the expertise of the imperial chef from the tavern, it was certainly on par with many skilled chefs from various establishments. Most importantly, each dish is imbued with her profound affection. The mere thought of his beloved meticulously preparing these meals causes a tremor in Chen Fan's heart, enhancing the sweetness of the food in his mouth. However, while Chen Fan savors the gifts of his beloved in bliss, an oppressive atmosphere in a hidden subterranean chamber of Qingzhou City is on the verge of explosion. A group of inept individuals. How could they allow the plan to fail? A cold voice reverberates through the chamber, filled with a palpable murderous intent that grips the hearts of all present. Your incompetence is unacceptable. I implore the Guardian to impose punishment. Master Guardian, the plan has succeeded to some extent. At least we have successfully embedded those few nails. 3 figures stand beyond the curtain, one upright, while the other 2 kneel on the ground. If Chen Fan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these 3 individuals. Among them is the rebel who escaped today, alongside the master responsible for the extraction. After so much plotting, why has suspicion suddenly arisen? How were you discovered? Truly pathetic. Was it the inept Imperial Guards who saw through your ruse? The Guardian's tone is laced with annoyance and disdain. The escaping rebel respectfully responds, Master. It was indeed the Imperial Guard leader, Li Zhening, who meticulously inspected everyone in the delegation, thus uncovering our disguise. However, based on my previous assessments of Li Zhening, he lacks such intelligence. I believe the true mastermind is that Jin Yiwei Baihu, who must have truly seen through our scheme. In order to protect the 3 esteemed individuals, I had no choice but to expose myself, thereby alleviating all suspicion. Jin Yiwei Baihu. To my knowledge, that Lian Feng seems to be nothing more than a fool, both in strength and cunning. Could he possess such capability? The Guardian's voice carries curiosity mingled with latent murderous intent, suspecting instead that the subordinate fabricates lies to conceal his own failures. The rebel hastens to continue, Master. The individual is not Lian Feng, but a Baihu named Chen Fan. According to our intelligence, he appears to be a newly appointed Baihu who fortuitously accepted this assignment. This person possesses terrifying strength. Although he merely appears to be an innate, his abilities are virtually without flaw. Not only is his agility remarkable, but his swordsmanship is also extraordinary. With his own strength, he annihilated the Shadow Strike troops, severely wounding and capturing the 3 elite members of Shadow Strike, even injuring their leader. The Guardian falls silent for a moment. The 3 elite members of Shadow Strike are all innate, and their leader is a master. How could a mere Baihu possess such prowess? Do you think I am a fool? The rebel quickly bows, trembling as he states, I would not dare. Every word I speak is the truth. I believe the other 2 can corroborate my statements. The 2 quickly nod in agreement, affirming the veracity of his claims. The protector's anger began to dissipate somewhat, and he started to believe. He chuckled, remarking that the shadow assailants were merely fools. Capturing them would yield no valuable information from their lips, regardless. However, as you mentioned, this 100 household named Chen Fan, is it? Ah, this individual is indeed remarkable. As he swiftly discerned my intentions, he will undoubtedly become a future menace. The protector's words ring true. Suddenly, the standing master interjected, stating, Protector, this individual possesses not only impressive intellect, but also formidable strength. Chapter 48. The Shocking Culto? What do you mean by that? The voice of the protector emerged from behind the curtain. Today, I encountered him, which is why I did not bring anyone back. What? Did he inflict those injuries upon you? The protector's voice was tinged with astonishment, for this individual was also a master. How could the young Chen Fan possibly contend with a master? Could he himself be a master? A master could not merely be a trivial figure among mere 100 households. The master spoke in a deep tone. My subordinate's full force strike was effortlessly shattered by a single sword stroke from him, and he easily caught my hidden weapon, injuring me in the process. Yet, I observed that he did not exhibit any manifestation of true essence, suggesting that his innate realm is sufficient to rival a master. The protector's fingers traced the surface of the chair, pondering this unprecedented occurrence. How old could this person be? Do we have any intelligence on him? He appears exceedingly youthful. According to our intelligence, he seems to be merely 18 years old. What? The protector's voice quivered. An 18-year-old has reached the pinnacle of the innate realm and can overpower a master? Do you believe this is some fantastical tale? The master could only respond, I assure you, my words bear no semblance of falsehood. Our intelligence department has verified it. His strength is likely comparable to that of a master at their peak. I fear that if I were to confront him, my chances of survival would be grim. The rebel, who had been kneeling on the ground, could not restrain himself from speaking. Indeed, my lord, as a fellow innate being, I felt as fragile as a chick in his presence. His power is truly terrifying. Seeing both men so resolute in their assessments, the protector fell into silence. Even the sect leader in his youth, having just crossed 20, barely approached the mastery level, let alone rivaling its peak. In the present martial world, those who achieve the innate realm at 18 are exceedingly rare, much less those who can match a master at their zenith. Since both of you are so confident, the protector's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart racing with a burgeoning hypothesis. This individual undoubtedly harbored a monumental secret, likely stemming from an extraordinary encounter. To achieve such heights at 18, he did not believe this was attainable through mere cultivation. Even the most prodigious talents would find it implausible. It dawned upon him that this might be the reason Chen Fan remained in the modest sphere of 100 households, as he himself dared not reveal his true capabilities. If it was not through cultivation, then it could only be attributed to a serendipitous encounter. The magnitude of such an encounter sent shivers down the protector's spine. He commanded in a hushed tone, investigate, uncover every detail about this Chen Fan. Remember, I want to know everything, his origins, background, and all pertinent information, thoroughly scrutinized. This individual likely harbors a significant secret, and we must seize it. Even if there is no secret, such a talent cannot be allowed to remain. With a person of such potential serving the great Hua dynasty, our knights would be restless. If he were to become a grand master in the future, it would be too late for us to take action. Yes, I shall obey. The few of them promptly returned with utmost respect. Humph, withdraw now, and remember my instructions. The three bowed in unison before hastily exiting the underground palace. As the stone door closed behind them, they exchanged glances, unable to stifle their collective sigh of relief. The guardian of the demonic sect was the most ruthless among the 5 protectors. Had they failed to satisfy him today, their survival would have been in jeopardy. The following morning, Chen Fan arrived at the town pacification office. Along the way, the banners and flags greeted him with admiration. Good day, Chen Baihu. Your subordinate pays respects. Chen Baihu is indeed formidable. Chen Fan responded with a smile and a nod to each, showing no airs despite the disparity in rank. While walking, he encountered an acquaintance. Ah, isn't this Lian Baihu? Chen Fan approached him warmly, greeting, Lian Baihu. It has been a while. How is your injury? Lian Feng's expression changed dramatically upon seeing Chen Fan, as if he had just swallowed a fly. My injury has improved slightly these past few days, allowing me to finally walk about a bit, hoping to lift my spirits. However, encountering Chen Fan today only darkened his mood further. Without uttering a word, he stumbled and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan stepped forward, blocking his path. Lian Baihu, do not leave. I have come to apologize. I sincerely regret the incident last time. It was my fault for being too heavy-handed and injuring you. Nevertheless, Lian Baihu ought to practice diligently. Who could foresee that my casual blow would result in such a serious injury? Regardless, it was I who harmed you, and that is indeed my fault. How about this? I shall host a banquet at Baifeng Lu today to express my apologies to you. However, judging by Lian Feng's trembling hands and resentful expression, he seemed less than eager to accept this apology. Must one not only kill, but also torment the heart? What does it mean that he ought to practice diligently? To think a mere casual action could inflict such harm. Does this truly qualify as an apology? Lian Feng's face turned a deep crimson, as if steam were about to rise from his head. He glared at Chen Fan with a venomous intensity. Had he been stronger, he would have relished the thought of devouring Chen Fan whole. If glances could be weapons, Chen Fan would surely be pierced by the daggers emanating from Lian Feng's eyes. Gritting his teeth, Lian Feng spat. Chen Fan, what exactly do you intend to do? Chen Fan smiled serenely, replying, What do you mean, Lian Feng Baihu? What could I possibly intend? I have merely come to invite you to a banquet and to offer my sincere apologies. Oh, and by the way, it is also an expression of gratitude towards you, Lian Feng Baihu. After all, had Lian Feng Baihu not graciously relinquished the opportunity to me, I doubt I would have so effortlessly garnered such a significant achievement. Tell me, should I express my gratitude to you? Lian Feng's eyes seemed ablaze with fury, on the verge of recklessly launching another assault on Chen Fan. However, at that moment, 2 of his subordinates arrived, urgently intervening to restrain him. My lord, please reconsider. This Chen Fan is merely provoking you. If you engage, your injuries may worsen. With their intervention, Lian Feng reluctantly turned and followed the two away, casting a lingering, intense glare at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you have crossed the line, and I will ensure you pay the price. Chapter 49. Generous rewards. Upon witnessing Lian Feng's hasty retreat, Chen Fan could not help but chuckle. He never expected that someone would actually intervene, demonstrating remarkable restraint. Chen Fan admitted that he relished this moment of schadenfreude, delighting in adding fuel to the fire and provoking his adversary. Should Lian Feng dare to retaliate, Chen Fan would not hesitate to incapacitate him once more, ensuring he would remain in a state of disgrace for the next 6 months. Alas, it was unfortunate that he was thwarted, depriving Chen Fan of a modicum of joy. Not lingering on this minor incident, Chen Fan proceeded to his own 100 house. Immediately, a waiting standard-bearer approached to report, "My lord, the 1,000-house lord requests your presence. Please, hurry." "Understood. I shall depart at once," Chen Fan replied, nodding. As he stepped into the 100 house, he promptly exited again, making his way toward the 1,000 house. This visit evidently boded well, filling Chen Fan with anticipation. Upon arriving at the 1,000 house, it was apparent that Shen Xinran had heard Chen Fan's footsteps, as laughter erupted from within. Subordinate Chen Fan pays respects to the 1,000 house lord. "What are your commands?" "Ha ha ha, no need for formalities." "Well done, Chen Fan. You have brought me great honor." Shen Xinran rose and moved to Chen Fan's side, helping him up. "You have accomplished a significant feat in yesterday's mission. Do you know the origins of that rebel?" Shen Xinran spoke with a smile, evidently pleased with the news. Chen Fan pondered briefly before shaking his head. Although he could make an educated guess, it was best to refrain from speaking until his superior made the announcement. "That was indeed a scoundrel from the demon sect," Shen Xinran said with a grin. "The demon sect?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. While he had his suspicions, the confirmation was still hard to digest. His connections to the demon sect ran deep. His family possessed a treasure map and jade related to the sect. "Yes, indeed, a scoundrel from the demon sect," Shen Xinran affirmed, continuing. "We pried open his mouth and discovered the sect's intentions. They sought to exploit the envoy's entry into the capital to infiltrate the palace and gather intelligence, ultimately aiming to assassinate His Majesty. Your strength and cunning were pivotal in thwarting their plot, effectively saving His Majesty's life. Reflect on the merits of your contributions." Shen Xinran spoke with a smile that hinted at substantial rewards. "May I inquire what reward accompanies this significant achievement?" Chen Fan replied, grinning. In such moments, humility was unwarranted. Having accomplished a great deed, hesitation would be rather unappealing. Instead, a forthright demeanor would foster greater trust from Shen Xinran. "Rest assured, His Majesty and I shall not neglect a meritorious subject such as yourself," Shen Xinran assured him. "In principle, your contributions this time are sufficient to merit a promotion to Deputy Qianhu. However, your qualifications are somewhat lacking, and given that you were only recently elevated to Baihu, advancement is not feasible at present. Nevertheless, rest assured that with the accumulation of experience over time, the position of Deputy Qianhu will essentially become a certainty. Yet, I shall not indulge you solely with these empty reassurances. Allow me to present the tangible benefits." With a clap of his hands, Shen Xinran summoned a member of the Jinyui, who entered bearing a tray. Upon the tray lay a stack of silver notes, a bottle, and a splendid suit of armor. "Behold, this is a reward from His Majesty, 30,000 taels of silver, a vial of 8th grade Luyun Dan, and golden silk armor. While the silver notes are of little concern, I trust you comprehend the significance of the latter two items. Luyun Dan, as an 8th grade elixir, is specifically crafted for healing purposes. It derives its name from its remarkable ability to dissipate injuries as swiftly as flowing clouds, hence the peculiar designation. Merely possessing this singular elixir would render it a rare commodity in the outside world, and if one were to procure it, it could be valued at tens of thousands of taels of silver. The golden silk armor is even more precious." Chen Fan nodded, aware of its esteemed reputation. "It is said that this armor is woven from the silk of several rare silkworms, which the royal family has painstakingly gathered. This is merely the initial step. After collecting the silk, it must be soaked in a concoction of over 100 spiritual herbs, coupled with special treatments, before it can be fashioned into the final product. Rumored to be impervious to blades and capable of nurturing the body while dispelling ailments, its efficacy is indeed extraordinary. This item can be considered a royal exclusive. Aside from its exorbitant cost, attempting to sell it would amount to a provocation against the royal family." Shen Xinran smiled, remarking, "Such a treasure. I am sure you are well aware of its value. There are few such items that the royal family can dispense, and this occasion is indeed a testament to your exceptional favor." Chen Fan steadied the tray in his hands and respectfully replied, I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's generous reward, as well as for your support in granting me this opportunity. Ha ha ha, your abilities are what truly matter. Relying on others would likely result in failure before even entering the city gates, Chen Fan advised. Keep it well, this is all rightfully yours. He regarded Chen Fan with admiration. Who does not appreciate a humble and capable subordinate? At that moment, Chen Fan gazed at the items on the tray, feeling quite satisfied. Chen Fan was not mistaken. The rewards bestowed upon him were indeed valuable and unattainable through mere monetary means. While Chen Fan might have little use for these items, given his formidable indestructible skills, they would undoubtedly serve a purpose for Qin Yunju. As a woman, even if Chen Fan wished for her to practice martial arts, such intentions would be futile. At this moment, the golden silk armor serves to better protect Chen Fan, allowing him to feel a greater sense of ease. His marriage to Qin Yunju has long been arranged, with the wedding date firmly set. Long ago, Chen Fan had already regarded Qin Yunju as a true member of his family. Consequently, he harbors no reluctance when it comes to his beloved wife. Qin Chun did not request any betrothal gifts from Chen Fan. Instead, she willingly presented a substantial sum as her dowry. Although Chen Fan could forego this gesture, it would leave him with an uncomfortable feeling. The golden silk armor arrives at the perfect time. Utilizing this exquisite item as a betrothal gift could be deemed the most precious offering in the world. This is his wedding, and he wishes to bestow upon his bride the most valuable of gifts. Chapter 50. Fearless. Very well, since you are quite satisfied. Take it back and peruse it at your leisure. Put it away for now. Observing Chen Fan's content demeanor, Chen Fan interjected, breaking him from his reverie. Your significant achievement this time is indeed commendable, yet it has brought about some unforeseen troubles. You have drawn the attention of certain individuals. What? I've attracted attention? But I haven't done anything wrong. Chen Fan feigned innocence as he spoke. Chen Fan, somewhat at a loss for words, continued. This task was originally intended by Qianhu, He Yuqing to bolster Lian Feng's reputation. However, by snatching this opportunity from under their noses, you have effectively deprived them of their chance for favor from His Majesty. If it were an ordinary mission, it would be inconsequential, as there are plenty to go around. Yet, this time, capturing the minions of the demonic sect has brought great joy to the Emperor. Do you think they will let you off the hook? Chen Fan scoffed, remarking, even if Lian Feng had undertaken this mission, with his capabilities, he would be more likely to meet his demise outside the city rather than capturing any demonic thieves. It would merely be a futile endeavor, devoid of any merit. Chen Fan shook his head upon hearing this, a wry smile gracing his lips. Everyone understands this rationale. Lian Feng knows, He Yuqing knows, even his grandfather He Qian is aware. As do I. But what significance does that hold? Understanding does not prevent them from harboring resentment towards you. People are inherently like this. They fail to see the efforts you invested in your success, only perceiving the fruits of your labor. After all, no one wishes to admit their own inadequacies. They often believe that had they been in your position, they would have devised alternative solutions. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, envy and jealousy require no investment. I fear I have long been a thorn in their side. Even without this incident, it was inevitable that we would cross paths eventually. However, I harbor no fear. Ultimately, I am also a captain of the Jinyue, and now that I have garnered the Emperor's attention, they are unlikely to act overtly against me. Chen Fan, observing Chen Fan's nonchalance, refrained from further comments, feeling a measure of admiration for his subordinate. After all, this was He Qian, a prominent figure among the powerful factions in the court, capable of swaying the tides of politics. If others were to attract their scrutiny, they would likely be unable to sleep at night. Few in the court could remain as unperturbed as Chen Fan. In light of this, if you are aware of the situation, I shall refrain from saying more. Just be cautious in the time to come, Chen Fan advised, unable to resist imparting a few more words. Rest assured, Qianhu, should anyone attempt to undermine me, I shall ensure they experience the same humiliation that Lian Feng is currently enduring. I suspect he feels quite embarrassed. I shall provide him with some company. This young man, Chen Fan, found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He had initially intended for Chen Fan to adopt a more low-key demeanor during this period. Yet observing Chen Fan's current disposition, it seemed unlikely that any change would occur. This must also serve as his declaration. I do not fear you. Hence I shall not exhibit any signs of retreat. Through their interactions over time, Chen Fan had come to comprehend Chen Fan's temperament. This young man typically presented himself as a scholar, courteous and gracious, conducting himself with great decorum. His conversations were invariably amicable, and he treated his subordinates with kindness. However, once provoked, he acted without a shred of concern for the consequences. either incapacitating or even killing his adversaries. He epitomized a heart of innocence, utterly unafraid of external authority. Such individuals are often the least inclined to compromise or concede defeat. Yet, it is precisely these types of people, who speak their minds without pretense, that earn the trust of their superiors. As Shen Xinran gazed at Chen Fan, he saw reflections of his younger self, a time when he too was devoid of guile and unruly. Indeed, what of those who fear him? To be envied is the mark of mediocrity. Exceptional talents, such as him, are destined to flourish amidst adversity. Shen Xinran smiled and said, "Very well, you may take your leave. There are no assignments for you at present, so feel free to pursue your interests. However, I recommend that you investigate the information regarding the demonic sect. If all goes as expected, they will likely set their sights on you. Yet, this also presents you with an opportunity. The demonic sect is a formidable enemy of the court, and the more accomplishments you achieve against them, the easier it will be to gain His Majesty's trust. As long as your merits are substantial enough, He Qian will be powerless to act against you." "Understood, my lord. Thank you for your guidance. I take my leave." Chen Fan clasped his fists and turned to depart. Shen Xinran nodded with a smile, watching Chen Fan's figure fade away. Yet, after Chen Fan's exit, another voice emerged beside Shen Xinran. "This Chen Baihu is indeed different. He possesses a personality almost entirely distinct from his father's. Were it not for thorough investigation, I would have doubted his parentage." Shen Xinran pondered for a moment and replied, "As long as he is not affiliated with the demonic sect or He Qian, other matters are of little consequence. Are you intending to utilize him?" "Utilize? Such a harsh term. I seek to cultivate him." Shen Xinran continued in a measured tone. "In recent years, He Qian and his faction have amassed too much power, which is detrimental. Their influence has grown excessively, contributing nothing to the nation's strength and only leading to its gradual decline. If this continues, I fear the great Hua dynasty will soon face both internal and external turmoil. And the consequences?" The other person grasped his meaning and interjected, "What can we do? Their power stems from His Majesty. Without his approval, no one can challenge them." "I understand, but we must seek a way out. We cannot simply stand by and watch as they proceed unchecked." Shen Xinran sighed with a sense of helplessness. "After all, we are subjects of the great Hua. Although we find the emperor's current actions incomprehensible, we must endeavor to effect change in our own way. He Qian is indeed a treacherous minister who endangers the nation, and eventually, he along with all the rebellious elements surrounding him will be purged by the emperor. However, before that day arrives, we must adequately prepare ourselves, lest we become victims in the tumultuous tide. He Qian's influence extends beyond the court. His reach even extends to the generals stationed at the borders. In order for the Jinyui to effectively counter him, it is imperative to cultivate individuals of high caliber." Chapter 51. Are you threatening me? "Oh, do you mean?" "Yes, I indeed wish to cultivate Chen Fan for the position of Taibao," Shen Xinran stated with unwavering conviction. "From any perspective, he is currently the most suitable talent. Moreover, it is crucial to note that his recent case-solving feats have repeatedly captured the emperor's attention, and His Majesty now places great importance on him. The so-called Taibao comprises a total of 13 individuals, known as the 13 Taibao of the Jinyui, also referred to as the Supreme Taibao. Each Taibao holds the rank of a Qianhu. However, these 13 Taibao differ somewhat from other Qianhu. Although they are all Qianhu under the Jinfu Si, the 13 Taibao exist independently from it. They heed only the commands of the Jinyui commander and the emperor himself. Even the Zhiji cannot command the 13 Taibao. In fact, in certain respects, the authority of the 13 Taibao surpasses that of the Zhiji. Once one becomes a Taibao, they are, in essence, branded with the emperor's mark, as they are directly under His Majesty's command. Typically, the 13 Taibao are the most trusted individuals by the emperor, destined to become his sharpest 13 blades. However, with great power comes great peril. While the 13 Taibao can instill fear among the officials, they also face an unprecedented level of animosity from them compared to ordinary Jinyui. If the civil and military officials harbor a certain apprehension towards the Jinyui, they hold nothing but outright hostility towards the 13 Taibao. Any misstep by a Taibao could result in a gruesome demise. The 13 Taibao have no allies, and their rapport at court is often inferior to that of ordinary Jinyui. They are solitary figures, with no one daring to approach them, not even the chancellor. The 13 Taibao are directly beholden to the emperor. To attempt to win them over is tantamount to courting death. Emperor Kangxian can tolerate many things. Yet the 13 Taibao represent one of the many lines he will not allow to be crossed, as it is exclusively a matter of imperial authority. Should anyone dare to test this boundary, they will be met with a swift and formidable retribution. No one can escape such a fate. Upon returning to the Qianhu office, several of the remaining Zongqi immediately approached Chen Fan, bowing respectfully. Chen Fan nodded, dispensing with unnecessary pleasantries, and promptly commanded, to the archives. On the way, numerous Jinyui began to exhibit subtle changes in demeanor upon seeing them. In fact, a few Qianhu displayed unabashed jealousy in their gazes. The news of Chen Fan capturing the heretical rebels and once again achieving great merit had already spread throughout the Jinfusi. Now, every Jinyui is aware that Chen Fan has won the emperor's favor and has received substantial rewards. Had it not been for his recent promotion to Qianhu, his qualifications would have already secured him the position of deputy Qianhu. And he is merely 18 years old. Moreover, how long has he been with the Jinyui? Many Jinyui have served for over a decade and have only advanced to positions such as Zongqi through sheer perseverance. Deputy Qianhu. In a remarkably brief span, Chen Fan had surpassed the arduous paths traversed by others over decades. He remained unfazed by their jealousy, holding them in low regard. Their envy was but a trivial matter, and they had not acted foolishly against him. He was well aware that a lack of envy signified mediocrity, and he had long anticipated the green-eyed glances from many. Regardless of their envy, it could not diminish even a fraction of Chen Fan's accomplishments. If they possessed any capability, they should confront him directly. He would not hesitate to vanquish them. Chen Fan's confidence empowered him to disregard all external factors, rooted as it was in his formidable strength. "Hold on, Chen." A voice interjected solemnly from the side. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Fan turned to see an elderly Baihu, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Those around him, upon noticing his words, began to smirk, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Whether this individual would end up like Lian Feng or genuinely pose a challenge to Chen Fan, they were ready to revel in the spectacle. "What is it?" Chen Fan replied coolly. The individual, undeterred by Chen Fan's indifference, continued, "I am Jiang Su, a Baihu under the command of Qianhu He Yuqing. I am here on orders to invite you to meet Qianhu He. I kindly ask you to accompany me." "He Yuqing? What business does he have with me?" Upon hearing Chen Fan address him by name, Jiang Su's smile vanished, replaced by a shadow of displeasure. "Chen Fan, how dare you call the name of a Qianhu so casually? Do you not recognize the distinction of rank?" Chen Fan regarded him as one would a simpleton, responding nonchalantly. "Isn't a name meant to be spoken? Moreover, he is not my direct superior. What consequence is there in my addressing him by name?" Jiang Su stifled his anger and shifted the topic, insisting, "Enough of your banter. You must accompany me to meet the Qianhu." His tone had taken on a somewhat condescending air, as if issuing a command. "Why should I go to see him?" Chen Fan retorted. "A Qianhu summons you. Do you dare to refuse?" Jiang Su's incredulity was evident. Chen Fan, wishing to avoid further entanglement, declared, "I am not his subordinate. I see no reason to heed his summons. Move aside. I am currently tasked with an assignment from Qianhu Shan, and I have no time for idle chatter." Chen Fan, do you comprehend the stature of Qianhu He? You dare refuse him? Jiang Su pressed, his voice laced with authority. "His summons is non-negotiable. The incident where you injured Lian Baihu has yet to be accounted for. This is your opportunity to make amends. Do not be ungrateful." Chen Fan chuckled derisively. "Make amends? Do I owe him anything? It appears I have no obligation to apologize. His injury was of his own making, with numerous colleagues present as witnesses. Furthermore, Qianhu Shun has already deemed me innocent. What right does He Yuqing have to demand an apology? Is he attempting to overturn Qianhu Shun's judgment?" This retort left Jiang Su momentarily speechless. Although He Yuqing possesses a significant background within the ranks of the Jinyui, he is, in comparison to power, as distant as heaven is from earth when juxtaposed with Shen Xinran. Shen Xinran, the esteemed leader of 1,000 households, commands a level of respect that even He Qian must acknowledge. "Chen Fan, are you aware of the consequences that await you should you choose not to comply?" Sun Gang's countenance darkened, his tone taking on an ominous edge. Chen Fan erupted into laughter, but after a brief moment, his tone shifted abruptly. "I ask you, Sun Baihu, are you attempting to intimidate me in front of our esteemed colleagues? Such audacity is remarkable. Do you truly believe that by serving as a mere lapdog to He Yuqing, you can cast aside the regulations of the Jinyui?" Chapter 52. Why does the He family seek to control the Jinyui? You are wary of He Yuchang's background and would rather forsake your dignity to placate him, groveling in servitude. If you enjoy being a sycophant, that is your prerogative. However, do not presume that everyone shares your disposition. I, Chen Fan, possess nothing of great value, yet I am unwilling to relinquish my dignity. I am steadfast and will not bend. Furthermore, do not exaggerate He Yuchang's capabilities, as if offending him would render me powerless within the jurisdiction of the town. Ultimately, he is but a Qianhu, and not even my direct superior. With a stern expression, Chen Fan stepped forward, coldly asserting, "Do you truly believe he is the commander of the Jinyue? You speak of his influence as if the Jinyue were solely under the He family's dominion. Is the He family attempting to control the Jinyue right under the emperor's nose?" At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and Zhou Jiang involuntarily retreated a few steps. That accusation is far too lofty. Not only he, but even He Yuchan and his grandfather, He Qian, would not dare accept such a label. This is a provocation towards His Majesty. The Jinyue are the emperor's personal troops, his sword. What could the He family possibly wish to achieve by manipulating them? Should these words reach the emperor's ears, the consequences would be dire. In such a scenario, the He family may remain unscathed, but I, as the catalyst, would face dire repercussions. His tone softened as he hastily attempted to clarify. "Qin Baihu, you misunderstand. What I meant was, enough. I care not for your intentions. I have matters to attend to and no time for your explanations. Do not waste my time. If you wish to play the lapdog, return to him and bark obediently. Do not provoke me. Should you truly dare to incite my wrath, I shall sever your dog-like claws and see what your master can do." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and with his words, the palpable aura of murderous intent subtly fixated on Zhou Jiang, causing him to retreat in alarm. Chen Fan averted his gaze and continued his path forward. Zhou Jiang lingered awkwardly, his expression shifting, while his eyes grew increasingly venomous. To be publicly humiliated by Chen Fan demanded retribution. If he did not reclaim his standing today, how could he ever hold his head high within the town's authority? With that thought, Zhou Jiang bellowed, "Chen Fan, do you truly intend to oppose Chen Huhi? Think carefully. To stand against him is to invite ruin upon yourself." Chen Fan did not turn back, instead channeling his inner strength to convey his words. "Should you utter any more nonsense, you shall have offended me. I currently have no desire to engage with you, but rest assured, should you cross me, your fate will not be a pleasant one. Do not presume that serving He Yuchan elevates your status. You are still far from it. A dog is merely a dog. One must comprehend its place in the world. When pleased, it may grant you a token of affection, a gesture for which you might feel profound gratitude. However, should it be displeased, you know well how a dog would react." At that moment, the color of Sun Jiang's face turned crimson, akin to a pepper on the verge of bursting. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Chen Fan, do not be so arrogant as to believe yourself invincible. Not long ago, you already incurred the wrath of He Qianhu. You have squandered this opportunity. Prepare yourself for the consequences." Chen Fan halted, turning his head to regard him with a bemused expression. "And what should I be waiting for?" His smile faded, and he unleashed an overwhelming aura of menace directed squarely at Sun Jiang. "What, do you think the He family can truly extinguish my life?" In that moment, Sun Jiang's countenance betrayed sheer terror. Under the weight of such a formidable presence, he found himself utterly voiceless. "Huh, you, a mere sycophant, dare to threaten me?" Chen Fan retracted his malevolent energy, dismissing him as he resumed his journey. It was then that Sun Jiang's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, breaths coming in rapid gasps, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. It was terrifying, overwhelmingly so. He had felt as if he were truly in the depths of hell, knowing that a single strike from Chen Fan could have claimed his life. Witnessing his disheveled state, the surrounding imperial guards smirked at his misfortune. The subordinates of He Yuchan were typically unlikable, with few genuine allies among them. Those who ingratiated themselves with He Yuchan were often the weak or the elderly, seeking to gain some favor. It was hardly surprising that one who dared provoke Chen Fan would end up in such a dire predicament. As they observed Sun Jiang's plight, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Chen Fan has indeed shown restraint today. Last time it was even worse for Lian Jiang. Laughter erupted. Sun Jiang has truly bitten off more than he can chew. Heh, those who choose to act as dogs must expect to be treated as such. It is a disgrace that someone who has worked so hard to attain the rank of Bai would willingly abandon their dignity to serve as a dog. We are embarrassed to be associated with him. Could he genuinely believe that allying himself with He Yuchan would yield any benefits? Such foolishness. The onlookers, chattering in small groups, cast glances at him that were uniformly filled with disdain and contempt. Under the weight of their gazes, Sun Jiang felt as though he were being pierced by invisible blades, each one driving straight into his heart. The cacophony of their discussions, though indistinct, allowed him to surmise their content, each word fueling the flames of his resentment, igniting a desire to consume Chen Fan alive. "Chen Fan, you scoundrel, how dare you humiliate me so? I shall stop at nothing to confront you." Sun Jiang seethed, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "Are you not bold? Are you not devoid of respect? As I observe your demeanor in the presence of He Yuchan, I wonder if you still possess the audacity to act thus. Just wait, mark my words. Surrounded by a throng, Sun Jiang rose with an air of indifference, adjusting his attire with slight care. He departed with the swiftness of a wooden figure. Unsurprisingly, this incident spread like wildfire throughout the entire town defense department. Sun Jiang undoubtedly became the subject of ridicule, a joke within the department following Lian Feng. However, the protagonist of this affair, Chen Fan, paid no heed to the unfolding events. To him, it was merely a stray dog, utterly unworthy of his concern. Thus, Chen Fan swiftly cast aside the matter, immersing himself in his own pursuits. Chapter 53. The countenance of the demon sect. At this moment, Chen Fan had arrived at the archives, intent on delving into the intricacies of the demon sect. The documents before him were meticulously compiled by the Jinyui, chronicling the sect's past transgressions in Qingzhou City. Though these records bore no direct relation to the recent attack on the envoy, they nonetheless offered subtle insights into the matter. In fact, during his previous nocturnal encounter with the followers of the demon sect, Chen Fan had already perused several documents. His understanding of the sect had evolved from mere hearsay to a more profound comprehension. The origins of the demon sect were shrouded in mystery, far exceeding Chen Fan's initial perceptions. He had previously regarded it merely as a large martial arts faction composed of heretical individuals, notable primarily for its opposition to the dynasty and its plethora of skilled fighters. However, as he continued to examine the records, he discovered a far more complex reality. The demon sect was not simply a congregation of martial elites. It also served as a bastion for the remnants of a fallen dynasty. The current leader of the demon sect, Bai Li Wuqing, was, in fact, a legitimate descendant of the former royal lineage, embodying the very essence of imperial blood. Within the sect, 3 formidable figures and 6 protectors, all masters of their craft, held sway. Notably, many among these 9 were also scions of the previous imperial family. These remnants, having been vanquished by the Dahuang dynasty, harbored deep-seated resentment and thus rallied under the banner of the demon sect. Through years of evolution, the sect had transformed from a mere faction of royal survivors into a robust entity. They not only attracted various nefarious individuals from the martial world, but also covertly recruited and trained their own forces. Thus, while it was termed the demon sect, it had effectively become a nation within a nation, a burgeoning rebel army. As long as the sect persisted, it would remain a thorn in the side of the Dahuang dynasty. This elucidated why the imperial court regarded the demon sect with such gravity, dispatching troops on multiple occasions to quell its influence. The disparity between the martial factions and a potential insurrectionist army was stark. It was no wonder the court placed immense emphasis on the eradication of the sect. Indeed, the roots of a fallen nation, if left untended, could yield innumerable complications. Chen Fan set the documents aside, shaking his head in contemplation. Despite his prolonged examination, he had unearthed little of substantial value. A predictable outcome given the current climate in Qingzhou City. Not only the Jinyui, but also the 6 Doors and various other factions were diligently pursuing members of the demon sect, casting the entire city into an atmosphere laden with tension. Naturally, the sect's adherents were not prone to recklessness. They understood the stakes involved. However, Chen Fan held a rather indifferent stance towards the members of the demon sect, as the system had not assigned him any specific tasks concerning them. If he could apprehend one, it would be a fortuitous gain. If not, he felt no particular urgency. His mindset remained remarkably composed. Glancing outside, he noted the dimming light of the day. After a long day of diligent work, it was nearly time to conclude his duties. As he approached the entrance of the Zhengfu office, 100 household greeted him with a cheerful wave. Chen Baihu, would you care to accompany me to Baifeng Tower this evening? It will be my treat. Chen Fan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, that won't do. I already have an engagement for today. Oh, an engagement? Might it be with a certain young lady? Pray tell, which lady is it? How old is she? How fair is her beauty? The curious Baihu laughed, intrigued by the gossip. Nearby, several members of the Imperial Guard paused, pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. Chen Fan smiled faintly and offered a brief explanation. The person I am meeting is undoubtedly a ravishing beauty, yet I cannot disclose her identity just yet. After all, she is my fiancée. In due time, once I am married, you shall all know. Has Chen Baihu already become betrothed? One exclaimed. Oh dear, what a pity. I have a younger sister whom I had hoped to introduce to you. The Baihu smacked his lips, expressing a hint of regret. Another Baihu, keen to join in, stepped forward and remarked, what of it, even if he is engaged? Chen Baihu's 3 wives and 4 concubines are hardly a novelty, if you still have intentions. Becoming his concubine is certainly an option. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members of the Imperial Guard fell into contemplation. Although being a concubine carried its own stigma, the identity of the man in question mattered greatly. Chen Fan was currently favored by the emperor, having risen through the ranks at a young age to the position of Baihu, and was a formidable innate master. Such a man was bound to have a promising future, and perhaps marrying one's sister off to him as a concubine would not be a loss. Consequently, a few members of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, saying, Chen Baihu, I have a sister of exceptional beauty and talent in painting and calligraphy. She holds you in high esteem and would be honored to know you. Chen Fan promptly smiled and waved his hands in decline, saying, Thank you all, but I am currently only interested in marrying a wife and have no intention of taking a concubine. I must respectfully decline your kind offers. Now, if you will excuse me, I am in a hurry to keep my appointment. Let us meet again tomorrow. With that, Chen Fan cupped his hands in farewell and hurriedly departed. It was indeed urgent. If he lingered any longer, they might introduce him to every sister or cousin they had. It was quite absurd that these honorable members of the Imperial Guard had taken to playing matchmakers. Chen Fan felt somewhat exasperated. Despite his commendable reputation, he had not anticipated such additional complications. Finally arriving at the Qing residence, the doorman greeted him warmly. Young master, you have arrived. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh at the title. The guards were quite adept with their words. Now, everyone in the Qing residence was aware that Chen Fan was soon to be their son-in-law. His reputation resonated far and wide, as he was a distinguished Baihu of the Imperial Guard, having recently achieved significant victories. Having such a person as their son-in-law was a tremendous asset, and surely, no one would dare to provoke the Qing family lightly. The guards felt a swell of pride, knowing they had such a formidable ally behind them. Son-in-law, please come in. I shall inform the master at once. Ah, there is no need for that. I shall enter myself, Chen Fan replied with a smile, stepping confidently into the Qing residence. Before he could reach his destination, Qing Chun had already emerged, laughter resonating from him. Ha ha ha, my esteemed son-in-law, you have arrived. Qing Chen's face beamed with satisfaction. Flanked by his wife and Qing Yunju, the latter lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Fan. Upon seeing them, Chen Fan smiled and promptly bowed, saying, I pay my respects to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chapter 54. The gift. Although they had yet to wed, it was merely a matter of days, and addressing each other as father-in-law and mother-in-law was not out of place. Ha ha ha. Very well, son-in-law, come inside. Do not linger foolishly outside, said Qing Chun with a smile. Assisting Chen Fan to his feet, she then directed the butler, Go, prepare a banquet in the hall. I wish to host our esteemed son-in-law. The butler promptly complied, hastening to make the necessary arrangements. Before long, a lavish feast was set before them. Qing Chun and Chen Fan raised their cups and toasts, while Qing Yunju poured wine for the two. With a cup in hand, Qing Chun pondered aloud, What brings you to our residence today, son-in-law? I have heard you have recently achieved great merit. Surely there are numerous subsequent matters to attend to. Chen Fan chuckled and downed his drink, replying, Is it not precisely because of this merit that I am here? His Majesty has rewarded me with some treasures for my accomplishments, and I thought of bringing something for Yunju to use. As he spoke, he produced a golden silk armor and handed it to Qing Yunju, who was pouring wine beside them. The moment they laid eyes on the golden silk armor, their expressions widened in astonishment. Particularly Qing Chun, a seasoned figure in the business world, recognized its worth at first glance. Such a treasure was surely worth no less than 1,000 gold coins. Furthermore, it was a personal gift from the emperor, which conferred not only utility, but also unparalleled honor. Qing Chen hastily approached Qing Yunju, attempting to return the armor to Chen Fan. Son-in-law, this is far too precious. It cannot be accepted. Chen Fan smiled, placing his hand over Qing Chun's father-in-law. It is merely a piece of armor. I possess sufficient cultivation to protect myself. Ordinary attacks cannot harm me. This armor is of little significance to me. Yet for Yunju, it offers better protection. In my absence, it will help safeguard her. Qing Chen shook his head, insisting, No, son-in-law. Do you think I am unaware? I have some knowledge of the Jinui. You traverse the world, facing peril. More protection equates to greater security. Yunju remains at home all day. When does she encounter danger? Bestow this upon her, and it would truly be a case of a precious pearl covered in dust. Son-in-law, please keep it for yourself. Chen Fan firmly placed the armor in Qing Yunju's embrace. This is my betrothal gift. Surely, you and mother-in-law will not refuse even this. If you deny me this opportunity, I may become quite upset. Despite his claim of potential displeasure, the smile upon Chen Fan's face was more pronounced than ever. Since Chen Fan had expressed himself so earnestly, Qing Chun had no choice but to accept. Even Qing, who had been quietly seated nearby, softened her gaze. Chen Fan's actions undeniably revealed his sincere intentions, demonstrating that he genuinely held Qin Yunzhu close to his heart. Such a handsome, capable, and sincere son-in-law is indeed a rarity, akin to finding a lantern in the dark. Yunzhu gazed affectionately at Chen Fan, feeling a surge of warmth and emotion as she gently caressed the soft armor in her hands. Her eyes were filled with profound love and tenderness. Qin Chan examined it closely as well. Despite his extensive experience, he could only discern one type of material. Yet, even this single material left him astounded. Could it be that this material is the legendary snow silkworm silk? It is said that this silk is a royal exclusive, seldom seen in the world, and even a mere strand is worth its weight in gold. Indeed, my father-in-law, Chen Fan, merely nodded slightly, offering no further elaboration. Qin Chen, not being a martial artist, could not fully appreciate the true value of the item. The silks woven into this golden armor are all even more precious than snow silkworm silk, and the spiritual herbs used to soak them are of immeasurable worth. After the banquet concluded and the guests departed in high spirits, Chen Fan took Yunzhu's hand and strolled through the back garden, ostensibly to admire the scenery, yet his true intention was to devote his attention solely to her. As night deepened, he chose not to return home, but instead arranged for a chamber at the Su residence. It was not until the following morning that Chen Fan awoke, attended to by Yunzhu, and after enjoying breakfast, he leisurely made his way to the town's pacification office. The pacification office had been remarkably tranquil of late. With the Imperial Guard and others patrolling Qingzhou City, even the boldest of thieves were disinclined to provoke the wrath of such formidable forces. The following days mirrored this calmness, leaving Chen Fan with little to occupy his time, prompting him to leave early and return to accompany Yunzhu. The hidden demonic sect had been elusive, and despite the concerted efforts of various organizations, little evidence of their presence had been uncovered. However, Chen Fan was unperturbed, since he had ample free time. He opted to spend it with Yunzhu. Over the course of those 10 days, their bond deepened significantly. Yet one morning, as Chen Fan arrived at the pacification office, this leisurely pace began to shift. An unusually oppressive atmosphere enveloped the office that day. The Imperial Guards on the streets bore serious expressions and hurried movements, suggesting that significant events were unfolding. Chen Fan promptly made his way to his own command area, anticipating that his subordinate captains might possess some information. Settling into his chair, he beckoned several captains to approach respectfully. "Greetings, my lord," they intoned. Chen Fan nodded, inquiring, "What has transpired at the pacification office? It appears everyone is in a rush." The captains' faces displayed signs of gravity, as one spoke solemnly. "My lord, yesterday 3 teams of captains discovered traces of the demonic sect, but when they attempted to apprehend its members, they suffered severe casualties. The Jinui suffered over 100 casualties, with several hundred leaders completely perishing. The remaining few appeared quite unwell, as it was indeed a source of shame for the Jinui to find themselves in such dire straits." Chen Fan remained indifferent. From the perspective of the demonic sect's formidable power, a handful of 100 leaders were merely at the innate level. When confronted with the vastness of the demonic sect, the likelihood of mishap was considerably heightened, with even a few innate masters casually engaging. It was imperative that at least several thousand leaders spearheaded any attempts to apprehend the demonic sect. However, how they managed to trace the demonic sect's whereabouts and why there had been no prior whispers of trouble intrigued Chen Fan. Chapter 55. The Celestial and Terrestrial Forces. Yesterday, I happened to be on duty, which is why I was immediately informed when they returned. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. "So that is the case. However, it would be prudent to keep this matter discreet, for the Jinui will not let the issue concerning the demon sect rest easily." He smiled, anticipating that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the captain would soon send for someone. After a brief wait, a young man, breathless and hurried, arrived, cupping his fists in greeting. "Lord Baihu, the captain has summoned you. It seems there is a mission to assign." "Very well, I shall proceed at once." Chen Fan set aside the book he held, finding amusement in the timing of the summons. Truly, the arrival of the messenger was as if summoned by the mention of his name. Upon reaching the captain's office, Chen Fan encountered several other Baihu, all under the command of Shen Xinran. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement before stepping inside together. Shen Xinran stood in the center, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming presence. The group bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the captain." "Enough. No need for formalities," Shen Xinran replied, turning slightly to scan the group, pausing for a moment longer on Chen Fan. "You are likely already aware of the situation. The Jinui has uncovered several strongholds of the demon sect. Last night, Captain He Yuqing dispatched 3 squads of Baihu to launch an assault, but as you may know, They suffered a devastating defeat, nearly annihilated. The most pressing issue is that they have alerted the enemy, he continued. Thus, I have been specifically assigned to lead this operation. You four will act in unison, and I will also personally engage. The revelation that the captain would take personal command elicited shock among the group. After all, Chen Fan, a figure of high rank and profound skill, had not engaged directly in combat for quite some time. He inhaled deeply, his expression turning serious. The demon sect is rife with formidable adversaries. We must remain vigilant. Even my direct involvement does not guarantee success, and you must all exert your utmost effort. The deaths of several Baihu should serve as a dire warning. This mission holds significant stakes, unlike the petty foes you have faced before. It is highly probable that a Tianshang-level leader will be at the helm. The mere mention of a Tianshang leader sent chills down the spines of the Baihu present, their expressions grave. The term Tianshang refers to a rank within the demon sect, which is hierarchically structured with the sect leader at the top, followed by 3 major demons, 6 protectors, and then the 36 Tianshang and 72 Dishan. Those bestowed the title of Tianshang are at least at the Grandmaster level, thus holding the rank of leader within the sect. This implies that the demon sect openly boasts at least 36 factions and an equal number of Grandmasters. It is worth noting that among the Dishan, there also exist Grandmasters. Consequently, the number of Grandmasters within the demon sect may even exceed that of the Jinyui. If a formidable master were truly to intervene, the previous dismal defeat of those 3 innate realm captains would not be surprising. After all, for a master, dealing with a few innate warriors is as effortless as slaughtering chicks. Chen Fan approached his seat and addressed the 4 with a solemn tone. While I shall take action, I will not do so overtly. You will be led by Chen Fan, while I will remain concealed in the shadows, only emerging when the true experts of the demonic sect make their appearance. Chen Fan's position as the foremost among the many captains is undoubtedly backed by his strength. Years ago, he had already established himself as a dominant force and a renowned grandmaster, which solidified his place at the helm. His reputation is exceedingly prominent, and the demonic sect possesses extensive knowledge of him. Should Chen Fan lead the charge personally, the demonic sect would offer no resistance, merely fleeing the moment he reveals himself, which could result in the escape of that formidable hallmaster. Such high-caliber adversaries possess significant value for capture. Very well. You shall promptly account for your numbers and prepare for action, Chen Fan declared, raising a cup of tea and drinking it quietly. The 4 clasped their fists in acknowledgement and departed. There were no objections among the others regarding Chen Fan leading this operation. Although they were all captains and Chen Fan was relatively young with limited experience, his deeds and strength were well recognized. No one would be foolish enough to dispute him in such matters. At the same time, as Chen Fan accepted the mission with a respectful bow, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Exterminate demons. Task requirement. Destroy a demonic sect stronghold and eliminate a hall master. Task reward. Supreme Di Yin Sword Manual. The Di Yin Sword Manual. Is it a form of internal cultivation? But I already possess the indestructible diamond skill. Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation, for products from the system are invariably of exquisite quality. A flicker of excitement and cold determination crossed his eyes. To him, those who tremble in fear of the demonic sect are merely stepping stones to his rewards. The 4 squads of captains assembled grandly, departing from the town protectorate with a force of 600 to 700 men. The Jinyui exited the city of Qingzhou, making their way toward a renowned estate located at Qinglong Mountain, an area under the dominion of Lu Qi, the master of the indestructible diamond palm. In his youth, Lu Qi had studied among various sects, and later, as he ventured into the martial world, he fortuitously acquired the indestructible diamond palm. This martial art garnered him fame throughout the realm. During this journey, he also met a celebrated heroine, and the two fell deeply in love, retreating from the martial world to raise a family in tranquility. Over the years, Lu Qi has gained considerable renown in Qingzhou, as he mingles with the powerful and maintains a positive reputation among the populace, even leading charitable efforts in times of disaster. Thus, this individual is a venerable figure in the martial world, deserving of a certain level of respect from the majority. Even the Imperial Guard would not dare to offend him lightly. However, their presence today clearly signifies a purpose beyond mere social visitation. Lu Qi is, in fact, a covert agent of the demonic sect, having evaded detection for many years until the Imperial Guard, through meticulous investigation, finally unraveled the threads of his concealment. Consequently, it is only fitting that the Imperial Guard's initial course of action is to address this traitor. A traitor is universally despised, and one's own traitor is often more loathsome than an enemy. Chen Fan and his men arrived at the entrance of the estate, raising a hand to halt the advance of the Imperial Guard. Observing their demeanor, the gatekeeper, a martial artist, dared not resist and promptly fled in terror. Chapter 56. A trivial skill. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "My lord, the Jinui have arrived." One of the individuals trailing behind swiftly shut the door. Chen Fan observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, merely gesturing for the others to disperse. Complying with his command, they encircled the area, determined not to let a single fly escape. Anyone attempting to force their way through shall be treated as rebels and executed without hesitation, he declared. With that, Chen Fan dismounted, drew his heavy black iron sword, and leaped forward, striking the door with a mighty blow. The sound of his internal power resonated through the air as the sword's energy surged, shattering the door into splinters with a thunderous crash. What is happening here? The Jinui had completely surrounded the place. Could it be that they were conducting a raid? Yet, had Lu Qi provoked the Jinui in any way? Enough. Do not inquire further about the Jinui. If you wish to avoid calamity, leave at once. All right, let us retreat a safe distance. We cannot withstand the repercussions, they murmured. This location was quite renowned, drawing many passers-by whose curiosity led them to discuss the commotion, with a few brave souls pausing to watch. However, even the boldest dared not step forward. Regardless of their thoughts, the Jinui were poised for action. A portion remained outside to prevent any escape, while the remainder followed Chen Fan inside, leaving no survivors. Soon, the streets echoed with screams, transforming into a crimson path, blood flowing like a stream towards the exit, rendering the onlookers speechless with fear. Hundreds of Jinui resembled wolves amidst a flock, their eyes glazed with a murderous frenzy, seemingly racing to see who could strike the quickest. Stop! A voice boomed, causing all Jinui, except for Chen Fan, to pause momentarily. A surge of violent internal energy spread forth as a figure approached at an astonishing speed. Locking onto Chen Fan, the commanding officer. The newcomer could only be Lu Qi, the Iron Palm Master. He appeared to be in his prime, adorned with golden silk gloves and dressed in luxurious satin, resembling a wealthy gentleman rather than a martial arts master. Yet, his expression betrayed the essence of a person hardened by the trials of the Jianghu, eyes reflecting the tempestuous nature of bloodshed. Having withdrawn from the martial world for many years, he had not felt anger in quite some time. However, as he surveyed the grim scene before him, his iron hands trembled slightly, his face flushed crimson with fury, veins bulging as if ready to burst. "Dare I ask, my lord, what crime have we committed? Why are we subjected to such slaughter? Even if I were to face a raid, it should not extend to the innocent, should it?" Lu Qi inquired in a hushed tone, casting his gaze upon the assembled Jinui. Could it be that the Jinui had descended into indiscriminate slaughter? Should they come here to massacre innocents without cause, I shall certainly bring this matter to the attention of the authorities in Qingzhou City. It appears that over the years, Lu Qi has not only lost the noble demeanor of a martial artist, but has also adeptly learned the ways of the bureaucratic realm. Not only does he brandish accusations against the Jinui, but he has also mastered the art of complaint. However, regardless of his utterances today, he cannot evade his demise. The once valiant Lu Qi, renowned for his iron palm technique, has seemingly cast aside all vestiges of his former fervor, his words now reeking of repugnance. Chen Fan toyed with his heavy sword, a look of disdain crossing his features, before bellowing, "Lu Qi, your deeds have been uncovered. Why do you not surrender?" Colluding with the demonic sect and plotting against His Majesty is a grave offense, deserving of the most severe punishment. His Majesty has personally issued an edict declaring Lu Qi's collusion with treacherous elements to warrant the extermination of his entire lineage. The Jinui are commanded to act swiftly, to apprehend him and imprison him at once. Those who resist shall share the same fate. Currently, those who lay down their arms and kneel in surrender shall be spared, while those who submit will be treated more leniently. Chen Fan sneered as he revealed the imperial decree in his hand, which had been entrusted to him prior to his departure and had remained close to his heart. The Jinui's history of family annihilation is not uncommon. Yet this marks one of the rare instances where His Majesty himself has ordered the eradication of a common martial family. Typically, only officials embroiled in wrongdoing would warrant such a direct decree from the emperor, which underscores the extent to which Lu Qi has enraged His Majesty. As Chen Fan's words echoed, numerous warriors discarded their weapons, kneeling in supplication, while others clutched their arms tightly, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chen Fan regarded those unwilling to cease their resistance with cold disdain, remarking, "It seems you wish to stubbornly resist. You must be his accomplices." Realizing his predicament, Lu Qi, knowing he could not escape, surged forward with a fierce cry, "Brothers, slay these hounds, or none of us shall survive. If we kill them, we shall live. Damn these treacherous officials, perish." In a fit of rage, Lu Qi hurled himself at Chen Fan, channeling his internal energy to its utmost, resembling a wrathful deity. A golden aura emanated from his gauntlets, coalescing into a formidable punch aimed squarely at Chen Fan. Yet, Chen Fan stood resolute, cradling his heavy sword as if observing a mere spectacle. Just as Lu Qi's attack was about to land, a scornful smirk crossed Chen Fan's lips. Such trivial techniques, it seems, are nothing extraordinary. The sound of Lu Qi's strike was barely a whisper in the wind, and when Chen Fan's figure vanished from sight, Lu Qi was engulfed in disbelief. As he turned to assess, Chen Fan appeared behind him like a specter. Lu Qi hastily retaliated, only to be met by the ominous sight of Chen Fan's heavy sword, poised as if to deliver the final judgment. A surge of excruciating pain clouded his consciousness. When he regained his senses, he beheld the bloodstains splattered across the sky and heard the relentless whispers of the wind beside his ear, all the while feeling the emptiness in his arm. Before he could react, Chen Fan, with a dispassionate gesture, pointed decisively at his acupoint. An overwhelming force, akin to a torrential flood, surged forth, mercilessly compressing Lu Qi's internal organs. Every meridian and his dantian were utterly annihilated, rendering his entire cultivation null and void. In mere moments, this renowned hero was subdued by Chen Fan with the ease and indifference one might display when toying with a child. Chapter 57. A Carnage. Lu Qi, in utter despair, clutched his severed arm and howled, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. His complexion turned ashen, reminiscent of parchment, and his breath plummeted to a chilling low as he tremulously pointed with his remaining hand towards Chen Fan. You have utterly crippled my cultivation. Cursed be you, you are truly damned." Lu Qi's eyes were filled with a grotesque blend of resentment and hatred as he lay on the ground, blood gushing from his wounds. His subordinates, who had attempted to resist, were caught off guard. The battle had ceased before they could react. "Seize this scoundrel and bring him back," Chen Fan commanded coldly. Instantly, Tu Jin Yiwei stepped forward to bind Lu Qi, taking the liberty to administer some treatment to prevent his demise. The others could be discarded, as their fates were sealed, but Lu Qi was a pivotal figure. Allowing him to live would yield far greater advantages than his death. With the prowess of the Jin Yiwei, valuable information could be extracted from him. "Brothers, kill. Save the master. Save the master." The accursed hounds, how did they come to know? The martial artists, witnessing the scene, seemed to be invigorated, not submitting but rather fighting with renewed fervor. Clearly, this faction was not composed of ordinary martial artists, but rather disciples of the demonic sect in disguise. Foolish and unaware of their impending doom, Chen Fan's countenance darkened, as he had not anticipated this place to be a stronghold of the demonic sect. He had no intention of sparing these individuals. Collectively, they knew far less than Lu Qi. If a survivor could be left, it would be preferable. If not, it mattered not. It would be far more satisfying to eradicate them entirely. With a gust of wind, Chen Fan's figure darted into the ranks of the demonic disciples like a piercing sword. As if the Grim Reaper had descended, he traversed through the crowd at an inhuman speed, dispatching each disciple with precision. "I warned you. You are truly ignorant of your fate." His voice resonated like the tolling of a death knell. Accompanying his cold declaration, bodies began to collapse in droves behind him, akin to dumplings falling into boiling water. Severed heads flew through the air, great wounds spouting forth blood. The scene was a veritable slaughterhouse. The formidable 40 to 50 disciples of the demonic sect were cleaved down as effortlessly as harvesting weeds. Truly, his reputation was well-deserved. Chen Fan's swordsmanship was terrifying. Even among these individuals, one could hardly stand against him. Is Chen Fan truly a congenital being? I feel utterly incomparable to him. The three spectators, observing from the side, harbored disparate thoughts, yet all were filled with a rising sense of reverence and dread. Although Chen Fan's reputation had long preceded him and they had heard of his prowess, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. It was only today, as Chen Fan displayed his skills, that they truly grasped the extent of his terrifying capabilities. What appeared to be a humble sword technique, to these masters, was akin to a profound truth, an art form stripped of all embellishments. Each of them feared they would be utterly defenseless against his blade. However, they were even more apprehensive about the extraordinary speed of Chen Fan's movements, which surpassed even his formidable swordplay. Even the howling winds could not match the swiftness of his actions. With such a foundation, it was clear that even with basic sword techniques, Chen Fan could effortlessly cut through adversaries like grass. Witnessing their commanding officer's overwhelming strength invigorated all the Imperial Guards, making their own movements feel swifter. In stark contrast, the members of the demonic cult turned ashen, their spirit drained to the point of being unable to retaliate. Thus, it was not long before the demonic figures present were dispatched without mercy. Yet, even at this moment, the leader of the heavenly gang had yet to appear. Could it be that he had fled? Chen Fan pondered, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind, but he quickly reasoned otherwise. This stronghold was undoubtedly a significant one for the cult, and it was improbable that only the seemingly inconsequential Lu Qi was left to guard it. Surely, a figure of the heavenly gang's caliber was also stationed here, and such a person would never retreat in fear. As this realization settled in Chen Fan's mind, an unexpected turn of events unfolded within the building. A sharp, crystalline sound of a sword echoed, and in an instant, a streak of energy shot forth like a thunderbolt, reverberating continuously. Soon after, a fiery sword energy surged into the ranks of the Imperial Guards, instantly slaying several who had just been filled with fervor. The bodies erupted, flesh and blood scattering, and before they even touched the ground, they ignited in midair without a drop of blood escaping. Such a powerful fire-based sword technique. Chen Fan's gaze shifted to the source of the sword energy, where a figure was rapidly approaching. In his hand, a long sword was entwined with streams of inner strength, radiating brilliance and releasing waves of sword energy, relentlessly targeting the surrounding Imperial Guards. The brilliance of the sword was as mesmerizing as the gaze of Medusa, breathtaking yet imbued with an unparalleled lethal intent. "Be careful, Dodge," Chen Fan shouted, realizing the danger, but it was too late. The sword light swept through, claiming the lives of dozens of Imperial Guards. "This is outrageous. How dare you slaughter the Imperial Guards so brazenly? You shall surely meet your end today." A 100-man captain, unable to contain his fury, drew his blade from his waist and propelled himself towards the assailant, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Chen Fan opened his mouth to intervene, but it was already too late. The captain surged forward, fueled by a violent force, cutting through the air with relentless ferocity. However, as a brilliant light flashed, the blade in his hand unexpectedly shattered inch by inch. In disbelief, he witnessed his own body gradually disintegrating, soon engulfed by fierce flames, and in an instant, he was reduced to a cloud of ash. Chen Fan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, realizing that this man must be the master of the Tiangang Hall. "Everyone, retreat at once. This individual is a master-level expert, the Hall Master of Tiangang. Stay vigilant." If it were not for the presence of witnesses, Chen Fan would have relished the opportunity to spar with this formidable opponent, as he had yet to truly engage with a master. However, with so many onlookers around, he could not carelessly reveal his true capabilities. Otherwise, he would invite a plethora of troubles in the future. Chapter 58. Your sword is not swift enough indeed. The master of the Tiangang Hall has made an appearance. Yet she is not at all as they had previously envisioned. Initially, they believed Lu Qi to be that master, for he was a renowned expert in his own right, having achieved considerable fame over the years, with the potential for further advancement. However, after their recent confrontation, Chen Fan could easily discern that Lu Qi was not the master of Tiangang Hall. The reason was simple: his prowess was woefully inadequate, lacking the caliber of a true grandmaster. The real master had now revealed herself, Lu Ruyan, Lu Qi's wife, the esteemed Tiangang Hall leader. Previously, Lu Qi had ventured into the martial world only to encounter her, after which they chose to withdraw together. Although outsiders recognized Lu Ruyan as a figure of some strength, they generally assumed she was merely a first-rate expert, far inferior to her husband. Their perception of Lu Ruyan was largely confined to her identity as Lu Qi's wife. Yet it now appeared that this overlooked spouse of Lu Qi was, in fact, the genuine master, the true puppeteer behind the scenes. Lu Ruyan's abilities were not merely on par with a first-rate expert, they far surpassed those of her husband. A congenital master. "Yinner, save me. Quickly slay these accursed hounds." Upon her arrival, Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with hope as he called out to her. However, Lu Ruyan merely cast him a cold glance, her gaze filled with disdain and contempt, as if she were regarding a mere stray animal rather than her own husband. "Huh, what a useless creature you are. Keeping you around is nothing but a calamity," she uttered, her words as frigid as ancient ice. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword, unleashing a pure beam of sword light, mercilessly intent on taking lives. This radiant sword light bore no restraint, enveloped in the unique energy of a grandmaster, incinerating everything in its path to mere ashes. Yet, amidst Lu Qi's horror-stricken gaze, a simple sword light flickered like a shooting star, embodying an extraordinary principle: effortlessly countering her attack. Although Chen Fan refrained from acting recklessly, he was entirely capable of intercepting this strike. Slowly, he sheathed his long sword, his eyes glinting with a cold, piercing light that seemed to fixate on Lu Ruyan. To think you would attempt to take a life before me, you truly underestimate my capabilities. Chen Fan surveyed Lu Ruyan with a hint of disdain, remarking, "They say a woman's heart is the most venomous." It appears they were not mistaken. After all these years as husband and wife, one would think there would be some semblance of affection, even if only a fraction, akin to a dog that has been nurtured for so long. Do you not feel even a shred of compassion? Lu Ruyan's gaze exhibited no trace of emotion, resembling that of a soulless puppet. Compassion? What feelings would one harbor for a mere insect? At the end of the day, he is but a toy and a pawn. Now that this pawn has been consumed, what purpose does he serve? Now you must consider not our emotions. Lu Ruyan licked his lips, raising the sword in his hand to point at Chen Fan. How audacious for a mere innate being to act so brazenly. You may have saved Lu Qi, but whether you can save yourself remains to be seen. Today, regardless of your genius, you are undoubtedly doomed. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Ruyan intended to strike Chen Fan down with a single blow. However, Chen Fan stood unmoved, his eyes betraying not a hint of fear, but rather a distinct mockery. What could he possibly be laughing at? Lu Ruyan felt a flicker of confusion in his heart, yet his sword remained poised. Your sword is simply not swift enough. Chen Fan sneered coldly, and with a hint of derision, leisurely turned away. Humph, even at death's door, you still indulge in such childish antics, truly believing they might affect me? Lu Ruyan certainly would not easily trust Chen Fan's words, only feeling a rising anger at being toyed with. Yet, a subsequent voice halted her advance, causing her to tremble slightly. Your sword, indeed, is still not fast enough. Moreover, I declare today that you shall not kill him. Lu Ruyan turned as if faced with a formidable adversary, her hand quivering around the hilt of her sword. Her pupils constricted, and every pore of her body tightened involuntarily. Shinran, you have come as well. The speaker was none other than Qian Hu Shinran. He had quietly concealed himself among the ordinary imperial guards, observing everything with a cold gaze until Lu Ruyan's appearance prompted his intervention. Lu Ruyan refrained from further banter, shouting, "What of a grandmaster? Come at me." Yet, in the next moment, an unusual energy erupted from her, and she began to escape with all her might, fleeing in the opposite direction. Her figure resembled a bird soaring through the sky, agile and swift, in an instant. She had covered dozens of meters. She exerted herself to the utmost, almost recklessly fleeing. Who was behind her? It was Shinran, the undisputed first Qian Hu of the Zhenfu division, a renowned grandmaster. Faced with him, Lu Ruyan had no courage to engage. To confront him would be sheer madness. Wouldn't he? After finally meeting, why the rush to leave? Allow me to invite you back to the Zhenfu division, where I shall personally pour you a cup of tea, and we can converse at our leisure. Observing her frantic escape, Shinran shook his head with a sigh of lament. Yet, in the next moment, he seemingly teleported, positioning himself in her path. The remnants of his passage appeared vividly, as if captured in a film. Shinran's expression remained unperturbed. He merely raised his hand, as if wielding the very might of the heavens, directing his palm toward Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan found herself enveloped in an overwhelming pressure, nearly suffocating, and utterly unable to evade it. With no alternative but to treat a dying horse as if it were alive, she resolved to fight desperately. She halted in her tracks, turning to face the myriad shadows of palms that loomed before her. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of her energy, igniting it to its utmost potential. Her eyes widened, her garments billowing in the wind, as her spirit merged with the sword in her grasp, unleashing the most formidable strike of her life. In the fleeting moment of that sword's radiance, it astonishingly provoked a change in the very colors of the heavens, sending waves of heat crashing against Chen Fan, who stood 100 meters away, while the nearby vegetation was reduced to ashes. Not even the plants would stand a chance. At that moment, even a few innate masters standing beside her would likely be instantaneously vaporized. Chapter 59, The Plunder and the Sudden Fortune Yet. In the face of this exquisitely transcendent sword strike, Shinran remained unperturbed, his countenance unchanged, even bearing a hint of a smile. He merely extended his hand slightly, as though the very heavens had decreed its might. A faint sound of shattering resonated, and the sword energy, which even Chen Fan regarded with trepidation, was effortlessly dispelled by Shinran, as if it were a mere child's toy. Flames danced across the sky, adorning the expanse like a prelude to a sunset. Subsequently, Shinran, with his hands clasped behind his back, gracefully approached her side. His palm descended casually, seemingly devoid of any force. Yet, in that singular strike, Lu Rian was struck as if by thunder, her body flung into the air, her sword slipping from her grasp as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a heavy thud, Lu Rian crashed to the ground, her head tilting as she expelled another stream of blood, collapsing limply, utterly devoid of strength to rise. In an instant, the masterful leader of the Tiangang Hall, Lu Rian, had been reduced to a mere wretched creature. The surrounding imperial guards appeared as if ensnared in a dream, momentarily dazed, before erupting into cheers. Even Chen Fan's face flushed slightly, his fists clenched. This was the true essence of a top-tier master. One day, I too shall not be inferior to them. Chen Fan believed he could contend with a master now. However, he realized that the chasm between a master and a grandmaster was vast, akin to a gaping gulf. Their strengths were worlds apart. Had he faced Shinran, he might have fancied himself capable of withstanding those two strikes. Yet to Shinran, they were merely a warm-up. Humph. Cripple her cultivation, break her limbs, and take her back to the town pacification office, Shinran commanded, landing gracefully. Chen Fan and 200 households promptly obeyed, swiftly dislocating Lu Rian's jaw to prevent her from committing suicide by poison, sealing all her acupoints, and ensuring her limbs were rendered useless, leaving no room for error. Humph. The Tiangang Hall leader of the demonic sect must harbor numerous secrets. With our Imperial Guard's methods, we shall extract them all, 100 households declared vehemently, spitting disdainfully. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Capturing a leader of the Tiangang Hall was undoubtedly the most significant achievement of late. It is easy to wish for death, but once in the hands of the Imperial Guards, it becomes a daunting challenge. Bring forth the plunder, turn this place upside down, and leave no clue unexamined. Shinran ordered, and the eyes of all the Imperial Guards gleamed with predatory fervor. This was a golden opportunity for sudden wealth. Chen Fan led his men directly into Lu Qi's chambers, disregarding whether the door was locked, and shattered it with a single strike of his sword. Upon entering the room, he immediately beheld an exquisite small table crafted from rosewood, adorned with several objects. Chen Fan stepped forward, his gaze fixed solely on the exquisite chessboard placed in the center. The board was crafted from remarkable materials, and even the adjacent pieces were fashioned from jade, suggesting that this singular set could easily be worth tens of thousands. Lu Qi, indeed, was well supported by the demonic sect, and it appeared that his wealth surpassed that of the seasoned merchant, Qing Chun. Beside the chessboard, a few goblets and tea sets also exuded an air of refinement. How splendid this lifestyle was, far surpassing my own, Chen Fan mused, shifting his attention from the chessboard to the walls. The walls adorned with landscapes and calligraphy that Chen Fan could not comprehend, yet he could surmise their significant value given their placement. A closer inspection revealed several pots of unfamiliar flowers in the corners, undoubtedly rare varieties. While Chen Fan did not particularly prioritize quality of life, considering his imminent marriage, he contemplated acquiring a similar residence. A grand estate, meticulously decorated, would undoubtedly elevate his standard of living. Search this place thoroughly. Perhaps there are hidden mechanisms, he instructed, and take the artworks from the walls. Who knows what information they might conceal for further study? Yes, my lord. His subordinates, the Jinji, responded with enthusiasm. Unlike Chen Fan, who was participating in such a raid for the first time, most of them had experience from previous occasions. Consequently, every antique and artwork on the walls was meticulously documented, and even the floor tiles were carefully examined, with the beams, known hotspots for concealed items, receiving particular scrutiny. The surrounding walls were also tested, confirming the absence of hidden chambers. Chen Fan sat calmly at his eaten wood table, savoring the fine tea they had discovered, all the while observing their search. He toyed with the chessboard, contemplating the prospect of bringing it home. Indeed, it stirred his interest. Chen Fan had always enjoyed playing chess, but since his arrival, he had been too preoccupied to indulge in the pastime. Fortunately, his fiancée, Yunju, also shared this passion, making it a cherished mutual interest. Thus, bringing this chessboard home would not only provide a convenient playing surface, but also foster their bond through the game. As for the notion of Chen Fan's actions being deemed corrupt, it truly mattered little. Raids were inherently opportune moments for the Jinjui to procure profit. During such endeavors, individuals of all ranks often seized a few spoils. Provided their actions were not excessively brazen, even 1,000 households would refrain from protest. Given Chen Fan's contributions, he could easily take the chessboard, or even a substantial portion of the room's contents, without fear of rebuke. Certainly, Qianhu Shinran would undoubtedly reap the greatest rewards during the raid. When the leader indulges in the flesh, it is only natural that those beneath him are permitted to savor some broth. "My lord, we have discovered the secret chamber," exclaimed a chief flag-bearer, bursting with excitement as he rushed in. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan could no longer remain seated. He promptly rose to follow him. Chen Fan accompanied him outside, where he observed several chief flag-bearers guarding an unassuming earthen wall. In the corner of the wall, there lay an unexpectedly open secret passage, appearing extraordinarily deep, leading directly underground. Chapter 60. Retreat. Chen Fan stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the secret passage, a smirk involuntarily curling his lips. To conceal such a passage in this location indicates its significance. Typically, individuals tend to place secret entrances within the confines of their own chambers, believing this to be a safer approach, just as Chen Fan's father had done. However, in reality, such a strategy is fraught with peril. In the event of a raid, one's personal quarters become prime targets for scrutiny. No matter how cleverly concealed, such hiding places are inevitably discovered. An organization like the demon cult, steeped in experience, would naturally opt to situate its secret passage in an inconspicuous corner of the outside world. This approach is undoubtedly the mark of a seasoned strategist. After conducting thorough inspections of the primary targets, the raiding officials often breathe a sigh of relief, neglecting the nearby yet easily overlooked areas. This phenomenon is aptly termed darkness beneath the lamp, akin to Chen Fan's own methods of concealment. "My lord, I shall lead the search below," a chief officer eagerly proclaimed, seizing the opportunity to showcase his valor. "My lord, I wish to accompany you. My lord, I am willing to take the lead." Several chief officers jostled before Chen Fan, vying for the chance to prove their worth. Chen Fan raised his hand to silence the commotion. "Enough of this quarrel. I shall personally lead the search." He understood their intentions and assured them that their merits would not be overlooked. "However, I am restricting your involvement because there may be traps within. I do this to safeguard your lives. Do you understand?" Though Chen Fan preferred not to elaborate, he deemed it necessary to provide a reasonable explanation, given that these officers had labored to uncover the passage. Within such a pivotal secret chamber, one could easily encounter traps specifically designed to elude detection by outsiders. Had Chen Fan lacked the strength to confront these dangers, he might have sent them in without concern. Yet, possessing adequate power, he would not lead his subordinates to their doom. When they witnessed him deftly neutralizing the traps, they would surely comprehend his good intentions. After dispatching a messenger to inform the commander of the situation, Chen Fan commenced his descent with several chief officers and a handful of junior officers. The passage initially proved exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating a single person, yet gradually widened as they ventured deeper. Oil lamps, fueled by an unknown substance, flickered dimly along the stone walls. Reaching the passage's end, they were met with a formidable door, its activation mechanism evidently in ruins. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, suddenly grasping why Lu Ruyan had been delayed. "Damn it, we have arrived too late." His expression darkened, while his subordinates remained somewhat perplexed. With no time for further explanations, he concentrated his inner strength and cleaved the door apart with a single stroke of his sword. As the door shattered, a torrent of concealed projectiles surged forth from the walls, hurtling toward them with deadly intent. Yet, Chen Fan appeared to have anticipated the situation, his demeanor as serene as water. Firmly grasping his heavy sword, he effortlessly swung it, skillfully deflecting every projectile. The flying darts scattered chaotically against the surrounding walls. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these weapons were coated with a peculiar substance, emanating a faint glow. Undoubtedly, this was a toxic material, and any injury inflicted would likely result in immediate poisoning. The few subordinates, initially stunned, gradually came to the realization that had Chen Fan not been present, they would have certainly met their demise. Recalling Chen Fan's earlier words, they hastily clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your timely intervention. Had it not been for your guidance, we would have surely perished." Chen Fan merely shook his head, his expression unyielding as he began to lead them further inside. The corridor remained lengthy, yet felt even narrower than before. Upon reaching the end, they encountered another stone door. However, this time, a scent of flames wafted through the door. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a flicker of hope lingered. Yet, it seemed that hope had all but extinguished. Behind this stone door lay what he presumed to be a genuine secret chamber. Despite the grim circumstances, Chen Fan resolved to take a look inside. With a swift motion, he shattered the stone door, revealing a raging inferno that met his gaze, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. The chamber had been utterly consumed by flames, leaving only faint outlines of shelves where books had once rested, now reduced to mere ashes. Even if they were to extinguish the fire immediately, it was unlikely they would uncover anything of value. The nearby commanders, not lacking in intelligence, wore somber expressions as they beheld the devastation wrought by the flames. Arriving too late had left them with nothing. "Let us depart. There is nothing left to investigate here," Chen Fan declared, shaking his head, unwilling to dwell on the matter further, and turning to leave. Upon exiting, Chen Fan encountered Qianhu Shinran, who awaited near the exit. "So, did you find anything of note?" Shinran inquired, hands clasped behind his back. "My lord, by the time we entered, the interior had transformed into a sea of fire, erasing all traces. We found nothing of significance," Chen Fan replied candidly. "Ah, well, it is regrettable, yet it falls within the realm of expectation," Shinran responded, shaking his head. This outcome had been anticipated. Though somewhat disheartened, he accepted it nonetheless. It was a pity that they had dismantled a stronghold of the demonic sect without garnering any critical information from the secret chamber, leaving a sense of incompleteness. However, such was the nature of affairs. How could one ever expect a smooth journey without obstacles? "It's all right, Lord Qianhu. After all, the two principal characters remain in our grasp, and they likely possess knowledge that surpasses what we have unearthed within this chamber," Chen Fan remarked with a smile. "Indeed, one can only hope," Shinran replied with a wry smile. "Well then, it seems we have conducted a thorough search. Assemble everyone. We shall prepare for our withdrawal," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." Several Baihu began disseminating orders, and soon the Jin Yi gathered at the entrance. "Fall in," with Shinran's authoritative call. The formidable Jin Yi commenced their orderly retreat. The soldiers at the rear, paired together, carefully transported wooden crates adorned with seals, trophies collected from their search. Chapter 61. The Great Sword Cannon, Ascension to Mastery. A portion of these spoils is to be submitted to the national treasury, while another portion naturally remains with the Zhenfu division as a reward. Regardless of how the rewards are dispensed, every member of the Jinyui has undoubtedly profited immensely. At least every individual Chen Fan observed was stuffed to the brim, their faces adorned with unabashedly radiant smiles. As Jinyui, it is common knowledge that their salaries are merely for show. The true gains are derived from other avenues. For instance, from raiding homes. A single raid can yield riches equivalent to several years' worth of salary. This time, they had merely plundered a stronghold of the demonic sect, which, while somewhat comparable to that of a wealthy merchant, pales in comparison to the true wealth amassed by those notorious corrupt officials. Their fortunes are truly staggering. Whoosh, whoosh. However, just as the Jinyui were withdrawing, a few hidden projectiles swiftly shot towards Lu Qi and Lu Ruyan. It was evident that the assailants aimed solely to silence them. They were not foolish enough to attempt to ambush the Jinyui. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Such audacity. Shinran snorted coldly, immediately seizing one of the projectiles, while Chen Fan also reacted swiftly, capturing another in his grasp. As the two began to search for the assailants, it was clear they had already made their escape. The assassin had merely sought to test the waters. If successful, it would have been a significant gain, but if not, retreating was the wiser choice. Clearly, this was an individual well-versed in the ways of an assassin. The crowd gathered here was excessively vast, comprising individuals from all walks of life, making it impossible to ascertain whether any members of the demonic sect were concealed among them. Thus, Chen Fan and Shinran refrained from recklessly pursuing the assailants. Who knows if this was merely a ruse to draw them away? Regret would come too late. After scanning the area with hawk-like vigilance, Shinran had no choice but to withdraw without results. Detestable scoundrels. Let us return swiftly to the Zhenfu division to avert further complications. With a surge of murderous intent in his eyes, Shinran helplessly channeled his energy, crushing the projectile in his palm. The group hastened back to the Zhenfu division, during which the assassin refrained from any further attacks. However, upon their return, Chen Fan and his companions encountered another team of Qianhu returning. But the atmosphere there was markedly somber compared to their own jubilant mood of success. It was evident that their mission had failed. "Master Shun, it seems this time you have once again claimed the spotlight," remarked Qianhu, forcing a semblance of a smile as he approached Shinran with a respectful gesture. Shinran smiled slightly in return and replied, "It is nothing, merely good fortune. We only managed to capture a Tianshi Hall master, and her secret chamber has already been destroyed. Alas, what a pity, it hardly qualifies as a significant haul." Although there were no significant gains in conversation, anyone could discern the pride and joy in his tone. Despite the destruction of the secret chamber, capturing a master of the celestial hall was a substantial achievement, rendering their efforts worthwhile. When compared to others who returned empty-handed, their success appeared even more pronounced. Watching Shinran swagger into the town protectorate with his subordinates, The 1,000 household felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. Damn it! How can that old rascal be so fortunate? Why does such fortune never come my way? As these thoughts plagued him, he viciously turned to glare at the 400 household who stood submissively behind him. You lot are utterly useless, despite being of the same rank. Why are you so disappointing? Look at Chen Fan over there. He has garnered so many accolades lately, while you four look so pitiful it incites my anger. With that, the 1,000 household turned away in frustration. He felt helpless. Who wouldn't he desire capable subordinates? Could I replace them? I would trade all four for just one of his caliber. The 400 households, having received this unwarranted scolding, could only lower their heads and endure in silence. Truly an undeserved calamity. What does this have to do with us? It was those demonic cultists who fled upon receiving the news. Can we be blamed for that? The group felt despondent, yet none dared to speak, swallowing their grievances. Alas, what a difficult superior. At this moment, Chen Fan had returned alone to the 100 household station, eagerly claiming his task reward. Upon confirming the successful destruction of the demonic cult's entrance and the capture of a celestial hall master, he was prompted. Reward claimed? Yes, Chen Fan replied silently. Congratulations. Reward successfully claimed. The ultimate De Yen Sword Classic. Distribution in progress. Please check for receipt. A vast and profound energy surged into Chen Fan's dantian, swiftly beginning to devour the internal power within. This was undeniably the special force previously wielded by those masters. At that moment, the cultivation method and full comprehension of the De Yen Sword Classic flooded into Chen Fan's mind. This energy, is it called true essence? Once the true essence had consumed the internal power, it began to circulate throughout Chen Fan's body, further enhancing his already formidable physique, trained in the indestructible diamond skill. A sensation akin to being tempered by a blade enveloped him, with veins standing out on his forehead. Yet, he understood that this was his opportunity. He must endure. The true essence within his dantian grew increasingly sharp, like swords poised for action. Through a cursory assessment, he sensed that their quantity and quality far surpassed those of the seasoned master Lu Ruan. With a deep breath, Chen Fan opened his eyes, revealing a gradually sharpening glint within his gaze. He rose to his feet, his entire being resembling a humanoid sword, exuding an unmatched strength. Chen Fan cast a glance at his skin, giving it a gentle shake, and a cascade of skin flakes fell to the ground. His already perfect physique, after enduring this trial, could now be likened to a body of blade and steel. Closing his eyes, he clenched his fists, acutely sensing the changes within himself. Though he had not yet engaged in combat to test his current prowess, Chen Fan was utterly convinced that he was invincible at the master level. His strength had increased immeasurably compared to before. As he slightly urged the Duga 9 swords, a tremendous sword intent surged forth, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Moreover, with the enhancement of this true essence, its power had grown exponentially compared to prior. Chapter 62 Interrogation Chen Fan. You shall personally oversee this interrogation. Are you capable of doing so? Shen Xinran gazed intently at Chen Fan as he spoke from his position. Yes, my lord, leave it to me. Chen Fan replied with a slight bow and a smile, imbued with confidence that he would extract all the information he sought. After paying his respects, he departed from the Qianhu office and strode purposefully towards the imperial prison. The imperial prison was indeed a place that instilled fear in both officials and martial artists alike. It comprised 7 underground levels. The first level housed local officials of the 4th rank and below. The second level contained officials from Jinling City of the 4th rank and above. The third level imprisoned individuals of the Jianghu below the innate realm. The 4th level was reserved for martial experts of the innate realm or certain court generals. The 5th level confined masters of unparalleled skill, while the 6th level held grandmasters of exceptional prowess. As for the 7th level, Chen Fan remained unaware of its specific purpose. Entry was permitted only by the emperor's decree, and those few who had ventured there spoke of it with great discretion. This was Chen Fan's inaugural visit to the imperial prison. Even from a distance, he could sense an oppressive aura of cold resentment. The temperature here was markedly lower than that of the outside world. The Jin Yiwei's prison delved deep underground, perpetually shrouded from sunlight, damp and chilling, with an atmosphere thick with malevolence. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could very well shorten one's lifespan. Chen Fan observed that the guards of the imperial prison, the Jin Yiwei warriors, appeared notably pale and gaunt. If they remained stationed here indefinitely, it was likely they would not see their 40th year. However, the Town Guard Bureau had made provisions. The personnel stationed here were frequently rotated and afforded rest after their shifts. Nonetheless, these guards were among the safest, as few dared to assault the prison. Yet, there had been instances of escape, notably by the notorious former leader of the demonic sect, by Liao Yin. That incident had occurred years ago, and his current fate remained unknown. Such accounts were documented in the Jin Yiwei archives, accessible to those of the rank of Baihu or higher. And thus Chen Fan was well informed. Upon notifying the guards at the entrance, he was promptly escorted to a cell on the 5th underground level, the confinement of Lu Ruyin. Presently, she remained in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. Attend to her wounds, ensure she does not perish, and then awaken her without delay. Chen Fan instructed the nearby Jin Yiwei. Yes, my lord. The guard brought a chair for Chen Fan and began to make preparations. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ruyin sputtered a few times, slowly opening her dazed eyes. Her consciousness was not yet fully restored, and after struggling briefly, she began to recognize that something was amiss. She awoke, surveying her current predicament, only to discover herself bound to a wooden beam. Simultaneously, she felt the loss of her powers and caught sight of Chen Fan, who sat leisurely before her. Crackling sounds drew her attention to a nearby brazier, within which lay several glowing irons, prepared in advance. Lu Ruyin raised her head, continuing to take in the layout of the cell. After all, this was the prison of the Jinyui, and the sight that met her eyes was a collection of torture instruments, stained with remnants of previous bloodshed. These instruments were fearsome, enough to instill terror in the faint-hearted at the mere sight of them. Chen Fan gazed at Lu Ruyin with an expression of calmness, crossing his legs as he inquired, awake? Lu Ruyin fixed him with a glance filled with venomous resentment, then disdainfully turned her head away, refusing to look at him further. You think yourself quite resolute, don't you? Do you know where you are? Take a good look. This is the Jinyui's prison. If you do not understand the rules, allow us to enlighten you. Chen Fan smiled, yet his smile was devoid of warmth, icy in nature. He clapped his hands, and immediately, two Jinyui understood his intent, seizing their whips and advancing toward her. The sound of cracking whips echoed in the air as the Jinyui, experienced in their grim task, exerted their full strength, each lash capable of leaving Lu Ruyin's skin raw and bleeding. After a dozen strikes, her original visage was nearly unrecognizable, her body marred with wounds. Nevertheless, Lu Ruyin spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, weakly sneering. Heh. It seems your Jinyui are not as formidable as you claim. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? Despite the lashes striking her, she remained silent, as though impervious to the pain. Chen Fan paid her no heed, but the executing Jinyui responded, this is merely an appetizer. Do not rush, for a grand feast awaits you. Chen Fan, holding a teacup, observed her with an intensity that mirrored her fierce gaze. You are indeed a tough nut to crack, but that is precisely what we Jinyui relish. He remained unhurried, his demeanor calm. He had ample time to play this game, as everyone knew that interrogation required patience, and even Shin Shinran would not hurry him. The Jinyui sensed a provocation, their demeanor shifting as they shed their playful expressions, becoming serious, intensifying the force of their strikes. In that moment, the cell was filled solely with the sound of whips slicing through the air. One exhausted Jinyui approached, panting, and clasped his hands together, suggesting, my lord, how about we give her something more substantial? Chen Fan nodded, his gaze shifting toward the blazing brazier. The Jinyui, quick to grasp his intent, swiftly retrieved a heated iron with tongs, grinning menacingly as he approached Lu Ruyin. A flicker of fear finally emerged in her gaze, yet it was swiftly retracted. The instant the branding iron made contact with her skin, a pungent scent of charred flesh filled the air, accompanied by a wisp of acrid smoke. Lu Ruoyan let out an uncontrollable, harrowing scream from deep within her throat. She clenched her teeth tightly, her expression contorting into a grotesque mask of agony. Ha ha ha, you are merely wasting your efforts. I shall reveal nothing. All you will acquire is a lifeless corpse. Ha ha ha. With a frigid glare that seemed capable of freezing the very souls of the Imperial guards present, she scanned the room. Though she resembled a toothless old tiger, her presence still sent shivers down their spines. Chen Fan met her gaze, softly uttering the word, continue. Chapter 63. The essence of sword chi, my lord. If this continues, it seems she may soon perish. A few members of the Imperial Guard halted their actions, casting helpless glances at Chen Fan. Lu Ruyin had already endured an unimaginable number of lashes, her body marred by several wounds inflicted by hot iron, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. She resembled a specter risen from the depths of hell, yet even at this moment, she remained silent. Chen Fan was astonished by her remarkable resilience. Countless criminals who boasted of their toughness had divulged their secrets in this very cell, but today, a woman had withstood it all, a testament to her terrifying willpower. Although the Imperial Guard possessed numerous other methods, they found themselves unable to employ them at this juncture. Lu Ruyin, already gravely injured, was on the brink of death. Should they resort to those methods now, they would likely only yield a lifeless body devoid of value. If she were to die, it would spell trouble for Chen Fan. It appeared that he must resort to some unorthodox measures. Sighing deeply, Chen Fan set down his teacup, rose from his seat, and gestured for everyone to withdraw. He approached Lu Ruyan slowly, hands clasped behind his back. As she heard the footsteps, her hazy consciousness allowed her to open her eyes and glance at him. I now offer you one final opportunity. Speak truthfully, or I shall take matters into my own hands. With the last of her strength, she spat a mouthful of blood at Chen Fan, which fell lightly to the ground. Chen Fan smiled, seemingly unfazed. Since this is your choice, do not hold me accountable. His voice echoed like a whisper from the underworld, inexplicably causing Lu Ruyan's body to tremble. With a flick of his finger, several sharp essences of true energy coalesced and shot into her vital points. The moment these energies entered her body, Chen Fan activated them. In the next instant, Lu Ruyan's eyes, which had lost all strength, widened in horror. Her body convulsed violently. Even her severed limbs twisted in futile struggle, issuing inhuman wails. Tears and mucus flowed freely from her eyes and nose, as if a dam had burst. The nearby members of the Imperial Guard trembled at the sight, filled with dread and astonishment. They could not comprehend what Chen Fan had done. They had previously tormented Lu Ruyan without restraint, and yet she had remained stoically silent. Now, however, after Chen Fan's intervention, she appeared to be suffering a fate worse than death. You killed me. Kill me. Her once limp body inexplicably found strength, allowing her to wail with abandon. In her eyes, all malice had evaporated, replaced by a look of vulnerability and pleading. The torment she endured was so profound that it shattered her spirit in an instant. Chen Fan stood nearby, arms crossed, gazing at her impassively, disregarding her pleas. An opportunity had been granted, but since she had made her choice, she must now endure the consequences. By the way, I neglected to mention that this true essence has been suppressed by me. It will gradually release more over time, intensifying day by day for a full 49 days. Since this is your first experience, let us commence with a mere 10 minutes of the lightest suffering, which I trust will lay a foundation for our future amicable exchanges. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the surrounding Imperial Guards felt a chilling dread permeate their bodies, causing involuntary shivers as they regarded him with awe. If Chen Fan's methods were indeed as terrifying as he claimed, it would constitute the most horrifying interrogation technique in existence. Even the methods employed by the Imperial Guards would pale in comparison. You are already aware of the potential outcomes. I shan't indulge you further. After uttering this, Chen Fan actually turned away with a smile, returning to his seat to sip his tea. During those 10 minutes, several guards felt as if they were ensnared in a hellish abyss, their ears filled with Lu Ruyan's inhuman wails. Even these seasoned interrogators trembled in fear. Chen Fan raised his gaze to Lu Ruyan and lightly snapped his fingers, temporarily halting the flow of true essence within her. She gasped for air, as if rescued from drowning, relieved of her burden. With me here, you cannot escape death. You can only endure this torment indefinitely. To find relief, you must either divulge everything you know or succumb entirely to this torture and lose your sanity. The choice is yours. Chen Fan sneered at Lu Ruyan. I say, just let me die already. These brief 10 minutes had utterly breached Lu Ruyan's psychological defenses. She wept and trembled, her pallor reminiscent of a ghost. What is your identity within the demonic sect? Who is your superior? Who are your subordinates? How many halls do you know of? Chen Fan unleashed a barrage of questions. Speak quickly. I am a subordinate of the underworld Ghost Emperor, Tianquan Star. My subordinates have all gone into hiding, and I am unaware of their whereabouts. As for the other demonic sect halls, we are forbidden from communicating, so I do not know. The underworld Ghost Emperor? One of the 6 guardians, I presume? Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If he could unravel this thread and apprehend the Ghost Emperor, it would be a significant achievement, justifying his promotion to deputy captain. Where is he? I do not know. You do not know? Chen Fan's demeanor turned icy as he approached her, seizing her hair and locking his gaze onto her eyes. Tell me, as a master of the heavenly gang, a dignified leader of the demonic sect, how is it that you are oblivious to the whereabouts of your protector? He chuckled coldly. It seems your suffering has not yet reached its limits. For you dare to lie. Prepare to taste the consequences once more. No, please. I truly do not know. She hastily lifted her head, her eyes filled with panic. Recalling the torment she had endured, she trembled as she spoke. All I know is that the Netherworld Ghost Emperor resides within a subterranean palace. And each time we venture there, we must seal our 5 senses, guided exclusively by his loyal assassins. It is evidently a precaution against situations such as this. I genuinely do not know the location of that palace. Had I known, I would certainly have revealed it. Her voice quivered, betraying the depth of her fear. Chapter 64. The list. Is the Demon Emperor truly this cautious, even with individuals of your caliber? Indeed, it is not just myself. Others also find it equally challenging to gain an audience with him. Chen Fan's expression became somewhat nuanced. He initially believed he could uncover the truth. Yet he was astonished to learn that the upper echelons of the demon cult could exhibit such wariness. The whereabouts and movements of the protector were unknown even to masters of the Tiangang Hall. It is worth noting that these individuals are at least of the Grandmaster level. Yet they lack the privilege to ascertain his location. This underscores the extent of the demon cult's development over the years. The internal precautions they have instituted reveal their meticulous nature. So what else do you know? Surely, as a Tiangang Hall master, you cannot possess only this fragment of information. Lu Ruyin fell silent for a moment before hesitantly responding, I have nothing more. This is all I know. A smirk of derision crossed Chen Fan's face. After all, they were all cunning foxes with a millennium of experience. You are aware that I will not relent easily if you do not satisfy my curiosity. So why struggle against the demon cult and suffer in vain? While it is reasonable that the whereabouts of the protector remain a mystery, it is inconsequential that subordinates lie in wait and report back. However, you have yet to reveal your true purpose for lurking here. I now offer you a choice. Will you speak or remain obstinate? Should you choose the latter, I shall allow you to endure a full day of discomfort. A flicker of fear crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes, and she finally sighed, her resolve wavering. I will tell you. You have chosen wisely. Do hurry. Chen Fan cast a cold glance at her, adding, I advise you not to entertain any tricks. Should I discover any deceit on your part, I will harness my true essence and return to converse with you tomorrow. I understand. Lu Ruyan's hair fell over her face, concealing her fearful gaze. I have infiltrated Qingzhou City to cultivate ties with influential figures, persuading them to serve our demon cult. Our objectives are laid out individually. I truly do not know the aims of the others, nor can I divulge them. All I am aware of is that the Demon Emperor has 6 Hall Masters, and it is he who contacts us unilaterally. We, the Hall Masters, do not communicate amongst ourselves, and each task is personally assigned by the Emperor. Lu Ruyin gazed at Chen Fan with a mix of longing and trepidation. The words she uttered felt like a betrayal of her own beliefs. Yet, the psychological barriers she had erected had crumbled under the unbearable torment, compelling her to divulge what she knew. Kill me, for I have said all I can. Grant me release. Do not be hasty. We have not yet reached a full understanding, so why the urgency? Chen Fan continued to inquire at a leisurely pace. Thus, the information regarding those influential figures was indeed contained within the documents you incinerated in the secret chamber? Yes, it was a list of these individuals' correspondence, and records of the bribes extended to them. Lu Ruyin replied helplessly. Surely, this cannot be all. There must be some unspeakable secrets hidden within. Chen Fan remarked with a cold smile. After all, they are high-ranking dignitaries within the imperial city, and there is no need for them to risk their lives for the demonic cult due to mere bribery. The only plausible explanation for their reckless devotion must be that the cult possesses leverage over them, coupled with the cult's bribes. It creates a scenario of both carrot and stick, rendering it impossible for these officials to refuse allegiance to the cult. Indeed, Lu Ruyin sighed quietly. She could not conceal the truth from this man. By voluntarily divulging the aforementioned information, she sought to divert his attention from the critical point of their hidden secrets. In the realm of governance, no one is devoid of private secrets. No individual can lay claim to absolute purity without flaw. Certain matters, when weighed, might seem trivial, yet once brought to light, they can fabricate a scandal of monumental proportions. Once these secrets are exposed, the privileged elite, accustomed to their luxurious lives, risk losing their esteemed positions, and in severe cases, may face execution or even the annihilation of their entire lineage. Thus, possessing their secrets is akin to grasping their throats and hearts. Whatever tasks these officials are assigned, they will have no choice but to comply. Bring forth the ink and brushes, Chen Fan commanded with a clap of his hands. Yes, my lord, replied several imperial guards, who promptly hurried away. Chen Fan took it upon himself to document this vital information. The accusation of collusion with the demonic cult is tantamount to treason and carries the weight of a crime severe enough to warrant the eradication of entire clans. Consequently, this list is of utmost importance and must be kept confidential. Chen Fan understood the necessity of safeguarding this secret himself. Speak, begin with the names, then reveal their secrets. He instructed, taking up the brush with a resolute demeanor. Upon witnessing his serious disposition, Lu Ruyin, consumed by despair, hastily complied. Vice Commander of the White Tiger Legion of the Four Symbols Army, Head of the Ministry of Punishment, Head of the Ministry of Revenue, Deputy Minister of Personnel, Captain of the Imperial Guards. One position after another, accompanied by names, flowed from her lips, causing Chen Fan's hand to tremble slightly as he recorded the information. It appeared that this matter could not be resolved amicably. He had never anticipated that the demonic cult could ensnare such a multitude of dignitaries within the city of Jinling, spanning nearly every sector. Not only did they infiltrate the 6 ministries, but even institutions like the Eastern Depot of the Imperial Guards harbored their operatives. The highest-ranking individual even held a third-grade official title, which is nearly a second-tier position, with only the chancellor and ministers above. With so many officials entangled with the demonic cult, how could the court's actions remain concealed? Perhaps this is why, despite the court's repeated efforts to eradicate the cult, they have never succeeded completely. Their own ranks are filled with pawns of the enemy. The most terrifying aspect is that this is merely the intelligence held by a single leader of the cult. One can only speculate how deeply the cult's roots extend in the shadows. Chen Fan could not fathom, nor dare to contemplate, the enormity of such a behemoth, whose clandestine strength could nearly rival that of the great Hua dynasty. Who knows when they will emerge from the depths? However, the strength of the Dahua dynasty may be far more complex than it appears on the surface. Finally, after the passage of a single incense stick's duration, Chen Fan, with a grave expression, halted the movement of her pen. If what she said is indeed true, Chen Fan exhaled deeply. If it is true, then it seems the court is on the brink of upheaval. It is foreseeable that once this list is submitted, it will undoubtedly yield earth-shattering consequences. One can only speculate how many officials will lose their heads, and how many families will face ruin and extermination. It is likely that soon, the city of Qingzhou will be engulfed in a turbulent storm of bloodshed. At that time, the Jinyui will surely have their hands full. Chapter 65. The Emperor's fury regarding her words. Chen Fan harbored neither complete trust nor outright disbelief. In such circumstances, amidst a multitude of names, it was conceivable that a few individuals she intended to ensnare might be entwined within, yet the majority would undoubtedly evade capture. Moreover, discerning the veracity of these claims was not Chen Fan's prerogative. The Jinyui were but instruments. Chen Fan was merely one of the sharper blades among them. The decision on how to proceed naturally lay in the hands of those wielding the knives. I must now deliver this list to Lord Qianhu. You all remain here and ensure she does not perish, Chen Fan instructed coolly before preparing to depart. However, one of the Jinyui hesitated and inquired, My lord, will Lu Qi not be interrogated? Without pausing, Chen Fan shook his head. He is merely a pawn. You may question him, but he likely possesses little of value to divulge. Chen Fan understood well that Lu Qi was but a marionette in a grander scheme. Perhaps the demonic sect had instilled in him a false sense of significance, yet it was evident they would not bestow too much information upon an outsider. Indeed, regardless of Lu Qi's diligence, he would forever remain an outsider in the eyes of the demonic sect. It was a lamentable reality. Upon arriving at the Qianhu office, Chen Fan swiftly approached Shen Xinran and performed a respectful bow. I am your subordinate, Chen Fan, and I pay my respects, my lord. Shen Xinran straightened, nodding slightly. How did the interrogation proceed? You appear in such haste. Surely you have gathered significant intelligence? With a grave demeanor, Chen Fan scanned the assembled guards and solemnly stated, My lord, I have uncovered exceedingly crucial information. I request that all present be dismissed, so I may report to you in private. A sudden glimmer of sharpness flashed in Shen Xinran's eyes. He recognized that Chen Fan's solemnity indicated he had something of great import to convey. He regarded Chen Fan's countenance and slowly nodded. You may all withdraw. Within 100 meters of the Qianhu office, no one is to approach without my command. Yes, my lord. Several strong men promptly closed the door and established a perimeter around the Qianhu office. Shen Xinran fixed his gaze upon Chen Fan, awaiting his report. Without further ado, Chen Fan produced the list and placed it upon the table. My lord, this is the list I extracted from the demonic sect's enchantress, detailing all officials and Jinyui personnel connected to the sect. They can all be deemed guilty of treason. Shen Xinran took the list, and, after a mere cursory glance, his expression darkened with intensity. With a resounding crash, the wooden table before Shen Xinran was shattered by his furious palm, scattering documents like snowflakes. Damn it! These traitors deserve death, every last one of them. He rose, and after a prolonged moment, he suppressed his fury and queried darkly. Are you certain everything Lu Ruoyan stated is true? Chen Fan shook his head. The information was obtained under duress, and while most of it should be accurate, We cannot dismiss the possibility of her deception. A thorough investigation must follow to reach a definitive conclusion. Chen Fan turned to Shen Xinran and said solemnly, "My lord, whether this is true or false, I must ask you to make the final decision. This matter is far too significant for someone of my modest rank to handle. In fact, even you, as a thousand-house master, may not be able to take charge." "Indeed," Shen Xinran sighed, "I cannot make this decision either. I will contact the commander of the Jin Yi Wei and submit this list to him, subsequently reporting directly to His Majesty for a resolution." Chen Fan smiled and cupped his hands in respect, acknowledging, "Your wisdom is commendable. It should be handled this way." He was indifferent to who ultimately made the decision, as long as he could relinquish this troublesome burden. Shen Xinran nodded, carefully placing the list into his bosom. He then cautioned Chen Fan, "Do not disclose this matter to anyone until I return. Furthermore, keep a close watch on the 800 house officials listed. None must be overlooked." As he spoke, Shen Xinran handed a token to Chen Fan. "If they exhibit any unusual behavior, I grant you the authority to eliminate them on the spot. This is my 1000-house token. Keep it secure." Shen Xinran was profoundly serious about matters concerning the demonic sect. His overwhelming aura of killing intent and true essence permeated the entire 1000-house office, filling it with an air of coldness and menace. It appeared he was genuinely enraged. Previously, Chen Fan had heard that Shen Xinran was personally nurtured by His Majesty and was utterly loyal, and now it was evident that this was indeed the case. Chen Fan accepted the token, bowing in respect. "I shall certainly live up to your expectations." He lowered his gaze to the token. This was Shen Xinran's exclusive insignia, distinct from the ordinary 1000-house tokens. It bore a golden inscription of 3 characters, signifying Shen Xinran's rank as 3rd among the 13 protectors. With this token, Chen Fan could exercise life and death authority over all Jin Yi Wei beneath the rank of 1000-house. Even open executions within the town protectorate would bear no consequences. Congratulations. Host, you have triggered the task. Suppress the spies of the demonic sect. There are currently 8 spies attempting to escape from the town protectorate. Please complete the suppression as soon as possible. Task reward, fully leveled Lingxi finger. Oh, upon seeing the task reward, Chen Fan's eyes brightened involuntarily. The Lingxi finger was a unique skill of Lu Xiaofeng. Not only was its power formidable, but its effect was also extraordinarily impressive. As the saying goes, without the colorful phoenix's wings, one has the Lingxi's understanding. The potency of the Lingxi finger, combined with Chen Fan's current internal cultivation, would surely render him capable of achieving the impossible. After leaving the 1000-house office, Chen Fan returned to his own 100-house, gathering all the flags and several teams of Jin Yi Wei to head towards the entrance of the town protectorate. Indeed, Chen Fan intended to block the entrance of the town protectorate directly, determined to prevent any escape. In the palace, at the Ascension Hall, this is the alchemical chamber of Emperor Kong Xian, a place imbued with his aspirations of one day concocting the elixir of immortality, thus transcending to a realm of infinite existence. Hence, it has been aptly named the Hall of Ascension. Emperor Kong Xian has long yearned for this day, though the shadow of his celestial ascension remains elusive. For over a decade, he has forsaken the court, opting instead to conduct state affairs from this very sanctuary. At present, the Hall of Ascension is devoid of its former tranquility, now resonating with the Emperor's ferocious roars, akin to that of a mighty tiger. These treacherous ministers, these vile traitors, these deceitful officials, they all deserve death. His thunderous cries reverberate beyond the hall, causing every guard, eunuch, and palace made within earshot to collapse in fear, trembling upon the ground. When an emperor's wrath is unleashed, it can claim countless lives and spill rivers of blood. Those kneeling outside speculate fervently on the cause of Emperor Kong Xian's furious outburst. Chapter 66. Is it perhaps impossible? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is of utmost importance. A middle-aged man, adorned in a resplendent flying fish robe, hastily offered his respectful counsel. This individual was none other than Chu Jianzhong, the current commander of the Jinyue, who also served as the most trusted and effective sword of Emperor Kong Xian. Though he appeared merely middle-aged, he was, in reality, in his 50s or 60s. However, due to his profound internal power and his consistent focus on self-care, he seemed to defy his actual age. Chu Jianzhong had accompanied Emperor Kong Xian since childhood, and their bond had been forged through playful rivalry, which was the foundation of the emperor's unwavering trust in him. Chu Jianzhong had demonstrated his loyalty on several occasions, even risking his life to save the emperor. Calm my anger. My subjects have been lured by the demonic cult. How can I possibly remain calm? Emperor Kong Xian slammed his palm onto the table with a heavy thud. Have we thoroughly investigated everyone on the list? He temporarily subdued his fury, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Chu Jinzhong. Chu Jinzhong quickly knelt before the emperor and respectfully replied, "I have just received this list. Aware of its grave importance, I rush to report to your majesty at once, and I have already dispatched individuals to investigate. Grant me 3 days, and I shall elucidate everything." Emperor Kangxian let out a cold snort. 3 days? That seems excessively long. Is there truly no one else aware of this list? Your Majesty, the only ones privy to this list are myself, the 3rd Grand Protector Shen Xinran, and the 100 Household Chen Fan. I stake my life on it. This list shall remain confidential, Chu Jinzhong assured. The emperor narrowed his eyes, pondering Chen Fan. I am acquainted with this individual. If you trust him, I shall too. However, 3 days is still too lengthy. Who knows what may transpire within that time? Even among the Jinyui, there are numerous individuals colluding with the demonic cult. We cannot ascertain how many infiltrators lurk within the Jinfu division. He shifted his icy gaze to the kneeling Chu Jinzhong. Moreover, I cannot wait 3 days. I wish to know immediately whether these traitors have indeed allied with the demonic cult. What machinations have they undertaken on behalf of the cult? And how many traitorous remnants of the previous dynasty remain within my court? Chu Jinzhong hastily bowed his head. Your Majesty, it is my dereliction of duty for failing to conduct a thorough investigation. I implore your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. Emperor Kangxian shook his head. Enough. Rise. It is not solely your fault. Human greed is insatiable. It is no surprise that they would expose their weaknesses to the cult. However, their susceptibility to bribery reveals their excessive greed. Their avarice is quite unbecoming. The emperor's tone turned ominous. As long as they could fulfill their duties, I have turned a blind eye to their minor indulgences. Yet now, daring to associate with the cult is a grave misstep. With that, he flung the list aside. His formidable true essence enveloping the entire Feishing Hall, the dragon robe he wore rustling fiercely. From the perspective of this true essence, it is evident that Emperor Kangxian's own prowess should not be underestimated. After retracting his aura, he turned to Chu Jinzhong and coldly commanded, "Convey my decree. Apprehend all individuals listed and confine them in the celestial prison. You shall lead several guards to interrogate them thoroughly. Strip them of their skin and reveal the audacity that led them to betray me. To collude with the demonic sect is to transgress my bottom line. Better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to spare a single traitor. Do you understand?" "Yes, your Majesty, I shall obey." Chu Jinzhong respectfully bowed his head and gradually exited the Ascension Hall. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a multitude of kneeling eunuchs and palace maids. A fine layer of cold sweat enveloped him, and his eyes radiated a chilling, murderous light. As the commander of the Jinyui, he still possessed the imposing aura of one in authority. Those treacherous rogues of the demonic sect, and the traitors in league with them, deserved nothing less than death. It was evident that his disdain for internal traitors ran deep. In the Zhengfu department, Chen Fan, having received a command from Shen Xinran, promptly sealed the doors of the Zhengfu. As long as he remained vigilant here today, the 8 captains would find no opportunity for escape. Relaxed, Chen Fan sat on a stool, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while sipping tea. This was no ordinary tea. It was premium Longjing, rumored to be second only to the royal supply, costing a staggering 1,000 taels of silver for just 1 pound. Chen Fan himself was not particularly fond of tea. Thus he hesitated to spend such sums on it. This exquisite tea was a gift from his father-in-law, Qingchen, who had generously sent him 10 pounds, worth a fortune of 10,000 taels. Although Chen Fan did not have a particular affinity for it, it would serve as a splendid gift if presented to others. One could see why Qingchen's business acumen flourished. His knack for social intricacies was evidently superior to Chen Fan's contemplations. "Chen Baihu, what brings you here? Have you committed some offense that has summoned you to guard the door under the orders of Lord Shen?" A familiar captain passing by chuckled at the sight. Teasing Chen Fan, he discerned that this was no punishment. Rather, it appeared to be a leisurely indulgence. The expressions of the 2 accompanying banners were notably nuanced, caught between amusement and restraint. They were aware of Chen Fan's formidable reputation and dared not laugh out loud. Chen Fan rose, savoring a sip of tea. It is merely a day of leisure, taking in the scenery here." "Scenery? Here? Chen Baihu, are you jesting? Surely you have been assigned some task." The experienced captain, having deduced the situation, wisely refrained from further inquiry. To learn of matters beyond one's purview could lead to a swift demise. He shifted the subject, saying, Chen Baihu, since you seem to have some leisure time, why not join us at Baifeng Tower today? I hear there are 2 young ladies there who are quite eager to see you." He approached Chen Fan, leaning in conspiratorially, with a somewhat lascivious expression as he whispered. Chen Fan shook his head and waved his hand, responding, "No, I cannot. I have matters to attend to today, and it would be inappropriate to accept. Haha, how could Chen Baihu not go? Is it possible that your affairs cannot be conducted here? The jovial Baihu pointed playfully to his own waist. Shortly thereafter, several other Baihu joined in, merrily engaging in conversation. Chapter 67. How arrogant. Let us see how you can stop me today. Haha, Chen Baihu, although you are young, you ought to take care of yourself. Alas, indulging in youth can lead to regrets in old age. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan could not help but roll his eyes. You old fellows should step aside. I am in good health. Do not curse me here. During Chen Fan's banter with the others, another Baihu approached, accompanied by two Zongqi. They did not acknowledge Chen Fan, but headed straight for the grand door behind him. Hey, Li Baihu, where are you off to? Chen Fan cheerfully interjected. The man he stopped was none other than Li Lei, one of the 8 Baihu on the list. Oh, so it is Chen Baihu. It has indeed been a while. Li Lei responded with a smile and a respectful nod, then gestured to his two Zongqi, saying, There's nothing much to do at the moment. So I thought I would take my subordinates out to execute a task and provide them with some experience. Execute a task? I have not heard of any assignments dispatched from our town's defense office recently. How come you, a Baihu, are taking Zongqi on a task? Li Lei chuckled. Oh, it is merely a trivial matter. I do not seek glory for myself. It is just for fun. Should we apprehend any thieves, the credit would rightfully belong to them. Chen Fan shook his head and maintained his hand in place, saying, Since it's just a small matter, let us pass the time together. We happen to have some company here, so why not indulge in a game or two? The nearby Baihu, upon hearing this, were equally intrigued and gathered around. Indeed, if we are to be idle, we might as well enjoy ourselves. Playing a game of do di zhu could be quite entertaining. Haha, I lost a few hundred taels to you last time. Today I must win them back. Yes, let us join in, Li Baihu. Idleness is a waste of time. They all extended invitations to him. In ancient times, entertainment options were scarce. The Jinyui, when not engaged in serious matters, either frequented pleasure houses or indulged in gambling. These Baihu often played, and Li Lei was no stranger to the pastime. Unfortunately, he was determined to decline today. Perhaps not. I came out in a hurry today, and neither I nor my subordinates have any money on us. It seems we shall have to pass on this. With that, he attempted to push Chen Fan's arm aside and depart with his subordinates. However, Chen Fan's arm stood firm like a steel beam, blocking his path without budging an inch. Ah, Li Baihu, do stay and play a while. Everyone is so eager. It would be rather inconsiderate of you otherwise. If you lack funds, we Jinyui are brothers. I could lend you a few thousand taels without issue. Li Lei smiled awkwardly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Well, everyone, I truly lack enthusiasm today. Let us save it for next time, I promise. Chen Fan continued to smile, yet an undercurrent of coldness seeped into his tone. No, Li Baihu. Today you must stay with us, no matter what. Li Lei's countenance darkened as he beheld the scene before him, and he muttered angrily, Chen Baihu, what is the meaning of this? Do you think me, Li, an easy target? I believe I have not wronged you in the past. Chen Fan, his tone devoid of emotion, repressed his smile. You are correct, Li Baihu. You have not wronged me before, but alas, I cannot allow you to leave today. Li Lei turned to Chen Fan, his voice rising. Chen Fan, what are you intending? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity within this town's garrison, bullying others at will? How utterly arrogant. Chen Fan responded with a cold smile. Li Baihu, do not attempt to label me. You are well aware of the reasons behind this situation. At these words, Li Lei's pupils constricted sharply, and he began to tremble involuntarily, his muscles tensing, hands clenching tightly behind his back. Although Chen Fan had yet to make any overt move, the air between them crackled with tension, their energies subtly clashing. The nearby Baihus, sensing the escalating atmosphere, felt compelled to intervene, albeit uncertain of the circumstances. Gentlemen, what is this? It is merely a game of cards. Must it come to this? Surely, we need not jeopardize our camaraderie over such triviality. Indeed, if you do not wish to play, then let us not. Chen Baihu, allow Li Baihu to depart. We can always regroup for another match later. Why escalate this, Chen Baihu? We understand your temperament, but this matter is not worth such fervor. Chen Fan regarded their pleas as mere whispers in the wind, for the uninformed are blameless. The Baihus, oblivious to the underlying issues, acted out of goodwill. He unwaveringly fixed his gaze upon Li Lei, his energy locking onto him with unyielding determination. Li Lei, you are acutely aware of your actions. Since I am here today, do not expect to leave. A glimmer of defiance sparked in Li Lei's eyes as he feigned indifference, letting out a scoff as he attempted to force his way out. I know precisely what I have done. My conduct is beyond reproach. Chen Baihu seeks trouble today, and I shall report this to Lord Qianhu in due course. In an instant, Chen Fan appeared behind him like a specter, his hand clamping down on Li Lei's shoulder like a vice, rendering him immobile. I have stated, Li Lei, that regardless of your words today, while I stand here, you shall not leave. Do not waste your efforts. You are no match for me. With a furious roar, Li Lei turned to attack Chen Fan, exclaiming, How audacious of you, Chen Fan. I shall break free today and witness how you intend to stop me. He aimed a palm strike at Chen Fan's head, only to suddenly transform his hand into a claw mid-air, seeking to tear at Chen Fan's throat. Chen Fan scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly halting Li Lei's hand with his right, and with a slight exertion, he shattered the bones within. Simultaneously, the hand resting on Li Lei's shoulder crushed his scapula. Without so much as a glance, Chen Fan flung him back with disdain. The air was filled with a series of sharp, cracking sounds, followed by the heart-rending wails of Li Lei as he collapsed onto the ground. With a gaze full of malice, he fixed his eyes upon Chen Fan, while his other hand pressed against his shattered shoulder. Chen Fan, you truly have gone too far. Today, many colleagues bore witness to your unprovoked assault upon me, and your blatant violation of the regulations of the town guard, resulting in my grievous injury. Such audacity. Do you intend to openly rebel against the town guard? Huh. Li Baihu has indeed mastered the art of wearing hats. Does he truly believe that donning a few lofty titles can intimidate me? Chen Fan reclined back into his chair. Undeterred, if Li Baihu wishes to report me, so be it. Do as you please. As long as you do not cross this threshold, you are free to act as you wish. Chapter 68. Elimination of the traitor. As the commotion from their argument grew louder, the crowd of onlookers swelled, their murmurs intensifying. However, aside from the two involved parties, the rest were left bewildered, unable to comprehend how 200 households could suddenly engage in a brawl. Was it merely a trivial exchange of words? Such a notion seemed implausible. The members of the Jinui were astute, fully aware that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared, yet the underlying reasons remained elusive. Nevertheless, despite their ignorance of the cause, they observed the expressions of those involved. Chen Fan appeared unabashedly self-assured, while Li Lei wore a mask of guilt. It was evident to the onlookers where their loyalties lay. Given that Chen Fan seemed capable of resolving the conflict himself, the best course for the crowd was to refrain from intervening. A few hundred household leaders took the lead in retreating, distancing themselves to become mere spectators, abandoning any attempts at mediation. Li Lei's expression shifted unpredictably. He was unable to fully ascertain the rationale behind Chen Fan's obstruction. Damn it, could it be that Chen Fan truly knows? Did the captured members of the demonic sect reveal my identity so swiftly? That shouldn't be the case. Those from the demonic sect are notoriously resilient. If I were truly betrayed, he would not be standing in my way. I would likely be facing execution by now. Breathless, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind like shooting stars. Regardless, I cannot remain in the town protector's office. I must devise an escape plan swiftly. Gritting his teeth, a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes, solidifying a determination within. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his actions. Should these transgressions come to light, his fate would be dire. Thus, he must escape the town protector's office at all costs. A murderous glint began to manifest in his gaze, and his inner energy surged. Chen Fan, you have forced my hand. With a fierce roar imbued with determination, he unleashed his inner energy, radiating an overwhelming presence. The energy surged forth, akin to boiling water, with steam escaping from his pores, transforming him into a veritable steam engine. This boiling energy burst forth from his palm, resembling a roaring dragon. Wherever his energy flowed, it boomed like cannon fire, even sending the specially laid blue bricks of the Jinui flying. Blood-burning technique. As Li Lei executed his technique, a few nearby 100 household leaders squinted, instinctively uttering the name in unison. For Li Lei had employed the secret art known as the blood-burning technique. This esoteric method could drastically enhance the user's strength instantaneously. However, such power came at a cost. After its effects waned, the user would be plunged into a prolonged state of weakness, rendering them nearly powerless for months as they recuperated. This technique was a desperate gambit, typically reserved for dire circumstances. Yet its invocation at this moment suggested that Li Lei had been driven to the edge by Chen Fan. While Chen Fan merely obstructed his exit, the onlookers could not help but conclude that Li Lei harbored some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, why resort to such a self-destructive and harmful technique? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of preventing him from leaving. Would colleagues truly risk their lives over such trivialities? Clearly, that is impossible. A desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Chen Fan scoffed, unwavering in the face of the overwhelming shadows of palm strikes descending upon him. He subtly circulated his true essence, emanating an astonishing sharpness as if he were a blade. With 2 fingers poised, Forming a sword-like gesture, he pointed distantly, instantly unleashing an ethereal apparition resembling a true dragon from between his fingers. His calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the frantic desperation of Li Lei. Flash! The colossal dragon roared, effortlessly tearing apart the palm shadow that resembled a coiling serpent. The dragon, undeterred, surged relentlessly toward Li Lei's chest, which was filled with terror and disbelief. Like a mere scrap of paper swept away by the wind, Li Lei spat blood, his form sent hurtling backwards several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Fan, you cough. Li Lei's true essence had already waned. At that moment, he struggled to prop himself up with one hand, desperately attempting to rise, but alas. He could not utter a word before gasping for breath, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. Chen Fan's gaze was frigid as he turned dismissively, gesturing, "Come. Take Li Lei away and confine him in the prison." The chief officer, who had been waiting nearby, immediately bowed respectfully, leading the men to apprehend Li Lei. The two chief officers accompanying him were not spared either, regardless of their prior knowledge. They were also to be taken in. These two, however, made no attempt to resist. For witnessing their own 100 households dealt with like dogs, they dared not oppose. Although Shen Xinran had previously informed Chen Fan that in urgent circumstances, he could act first and report later, it was evident that the situation did not warrant such urgency now. Thus, Chen Fan was measured in his actions, allowing Li Lei to retain a breath of life. A living spy is certainly more valuable than a dead one. While uncertain how much information could be extracted from him, it was undoubtedly better than having nothing at all. A few hundred officers who had been observing approached once more, although they sensed something amiss. They felt compelled to seek clarification. Chen Fan cast a glance, retrieving Shen Xinran's token from his robes, holding it aloft as he proclaimed loudly, "By the command of Chief Shen, I am apprehending 100 Officer Li Lei, regardless of life or death." Upon seeing the number inscribed on the token, the nearby Jinyui were taken aback, naturally hesitant to speak further, some even turning to leave in haste, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. After all, this was a Grand Protector's token. Chen Fan possessed the authority to act thus. Several hundred officers collectively exhaled in relief. They had surmised the outcome when Chen Fan took such bold action, internally acknowledging how things had indeed unfolded. Chen Fan's audacity stemmed from his backing, while Li Lei's evident trepidation suggested something was amiss. Just as the few were about to speak, several sharp whistling sounds sliced through the air beside them. The crowd turned toward the sound, witnessing several shadows darting from various directions, fleeing towards different corners of the town protectorate. What could this possibly mean? The attending Imperial Guards were momentarily taken aback, as they believed the ordeal had come to an end. After all, this was the very town protectorate of the Imperial Guards. It had been ages since such an incident had occurred. Aside from Li Lei, how could there be so many others? What was transpiring at the town protectorate today that compelled so many individuals to hastily flee? Had something dire unfolded? Those with keen instincts had already sensed the brewing storm within this unfolding situation. Chapter 69. A glimpse of insight at this moment. Those attempting to flee were evidently harboring guilty consciences. Chen Fan, with a mere sweep of his gaze across the figures, discerned their number. Exactly 7, the very traitors listed. Do they think they can come and go as they please at the town suppression office? Chen Fan's expression hardened, and he soared into the air like a delicate bird, swiftly dispatching the first 3 with a flurry of strikes. The trio, taken aback, barely caught a glimpse of his blurred shadow before they were sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. Before the 3 even hit the ground, the remaining 4 had already encountered Chen Fan's relentless advance. These 4, having sensed the impending danger, unleashed their techniques in a desperate defense. 2 of them, standing relatively close, brandished a knife and a gun, both utilizing the blood-burning technique. Their coordinated assault targeted Chen Fan's neck and heart, their crimson-infused energy clearly intent on taking his life. Yet, they were no match for him. Chen Fan's cold voice echoed in their ears as he swung his heavy black iron sword with tremendous force, akin to a mountain crashing down upon them. The blade roared like thunder, and in the next heartbeat, the 2, along with their weapons, were reduced to a mist of blood. With the enemies showing no mercy, Chen Fan reciprocated with equal ferocity, unleashing his full power. With ample captives already secured, he deemed it simpler to eliminate the remaining foes rather than extract any further information. A collective gasp arose from the watching Imperial Guards below, stunned by Chen Fan's overwhelming prowess. They silently vowed never to provoke this harbinger of death. The 2 remaining assailants, observing the unfolding chaos, felt their very souls quaking in fear. Immediately, they unleashed their full strength, fleeing without a backward glance, lamenting that their parents had not gifted them with an extra pair of legs. However, no matter how fervently they ran, they could never outpace Chen Fan. The black iron sword, like the herald of death, roared as it pursued them. The sound of the blade echoed like thunder, its gleaming edge cutting through the air with unmatched ferocity, like celestial beings descending from the heavens. In an instant, the two men did not even have time to register Chen Fan's movements before they were obliterated. Without a moment's pause, Chen Fan pivoted, returning to the town suppression office like a swan returning to its nest. Observers noted his unflappable demeanor, his attire unblemished by blood, and his breathing undisturbed, leading them to perceive his strength as unfathomable. It was astonishing to realize that just moments prior, he had dispatched 7 seasoned warriors with the ease of slaughtering mere chicks, 3 grievously injured, 4 utterly annihilated. Such power commanded awe. What level of mastery had he attained? This question arose involuntarily in the minds of all present. Though they understood that Chen Fan was a prodigious talent, having achieved innate abilities long ago, they could not fathom that this was the might expected of one so gifted. The 7 individuals, all innate masters, several of whom were already in the later stages of their innate abilities, could unite to withstand a grandmaster, albeit for only a brief moment. Yet before Chen Fan, they were effortlessly reduced to a mist of blood. Moreover, the sword techniques and movements employed by Chen Fan were entirely unfamiliar to them, and their power was beyond imagination. Could this be the essence of genius? Regardless of the martial arts in their hands, they wielded the potential for cataclysmic destruction. As Chen Fan's figure gracefully descended, the system's prompt resonated in perfect timing. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the undercover suppression task. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the full level Lingxi finger. Rewards are being dispensed. A torrent of immense knowledge surged into his mind, accompanied by a figure within his consciousness, continuously practicing the Lingxi finger. The Lingxi finger, the martial art most adeptly mastered by Lu Xiaofeng, is both offensive and defensive. When attacking, it remains a singular finger strike. Recognized as the foremost finger technique in the world, akin to the unrivaled palm technique, Yihuajiu. This remarkable skill does not seek to kill, but primarily aims to suppress the enemy, rendering it an unparalleled and infallible technique. The capability of the Lingxi finger lies in its ability to defend even under adverse and unforeseen circumstances. With the body devoid of colorful phoenix wings, the heart possesses an understanding that transcends. Under the system's guidance, Chen Fan instantaneously comprehended this exceptional skill to its fullest capacity, equipping him with another means of self-defense. A slight smile graced his lips as he turned to face the onlookers. In response to their awe-filled gazes, he wasted no time and issued orders. Seize these 3 individuals and confine them to the imperial prison for interrogation. As you command. His subordinates immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement, swiftly approaching to bind the captives securely. The commotion was indeed considerable, and many of the previous onlookers had returned to report to their superiors. Consequently, a multitude of 100 men began to arrive, led by their commanders. Amidst the escalating turmoil, the attention of the 1,000 men from the pacification office was finally drawn. Chen Fan, what are you attempting to do? A middle-aged 1,000 man stormed up to Chen Fan, unabated, and began to berate him. Who granted you the audacity to commit murder in front of so many colleagues from the pacification office? Are you openly defying the regulations of the pacification office, seeking rebellion? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have committed treason. He turned, unleashing a furious roar. Bring me Chen Fan. The 200 men accompanying him exchanged helpless glances, yet they felt compelled to grip their blades, preparing for battle. However, with a mere glance, Chen Fan rendered their hands immobile, making any thought of confrontation impossible. They were well aware of Chen Fan's reputation and had witnessed the earlier scene of him slaughtering as if it were mere sport. They dared not challenge him directly. Chen Fan fixed his gaze upon the 1,000 man and retrieved the token entrusted to him by Shen Xinran, placing it before him. This is a secret order from 1,000 Man Shen. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire with him directly. What secret order? Why was I not informed of any tasks that require the slaughter of my colleagues? And to think, 400 men have been ruthlessly killed. The middle-aged commander roared, resembling a powder keg ready to explode. Chen Fan, with an impassive expression, replied, I apologize. Commander, but this is classified information, and I am unable to divulge anything. You say nothing but this is classified. How can I possibly be convinced? He scoffed. Guards, seize Chen Fan at once. Unfazed, Chen Fan lifted his gaze to meet the commander's eyes directly and calmly stated, Commander, this directive was personally issued by Lord Shun. Are you truly willing to oppose him? Chapter 70. The Great Battle with the Thousand Households. Upon hearing these words, the Thousand Household was immediately consumed by fury. Do not presume that I fear Chen Fan. Today, even if you raise the heavens, your reckless slaughter of your colleagues within the town suppression division is an unforgivable crime. I advise you to cease your stubborn resistance and surrender obediently. Once Chen Fan returns to clarify the matter, I shall naturally allow your departure. Before he could finish speaking, he unexpectedly launched an attack, wielding his long knife towards Chen Fan. Without attempting to evade, Chen Fan met the strike with a single swift gesture, capturing the knife's tip with his fingers. How audacious of you! You dare to engage with me. The Thousand Household, already ablaze with rage, found his fury intensifying upon witnessing Chen Fan's defiance, prompting him to channel his true essence with greater fervor. Yet, no matter how he exerted himself, he found his blade firmly ensnared by Chen Fan. In a fit of rage, he discarded the long knife, opting instead to strike at Chen Fan with an open palm. Chen Fan, calm and unyielding as a mountain, responded by gathering his true essence, countering with a palm strike of his own. With a resounding crash, their palms collided. The immense force of their true essence erupted like a burst balloon, radiating outward in all directions. The cobblestones beneath their feet cracked like a spider's web, spreading fissures across a 10-meter expanse before shattering completely. The onlookers were momentarily blinded by the swirling dust and pushed back by the shockwave. As the dust settled, a figure was seen hurtling through the air, struggling to regain balance mid-flight. Upon landing, they stumbled backwards several paces before finally steadying themselves. As the crowd focused, a chilling realization gripped their hearts, rendering them momentarily speechless. The individual was not Chen Fan, as they had presumed, but rather the very Thousand Household who had initiated the attack. Am I seeing things? The one who was thrown out is actually Wang Qianhu? How could he have been defeated? Is it truly the work of Chen Fan? His strength is astonishing. Doubt and disbelief coursed through the onlookers. If my vision is clouded, then so is yours. I too witnessed Wang Qianhu being sent flying. The members of the Jinyue felt as though they were caught in a dream, while the female officials who had gathered were flushed with excitement, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. This Thousand Household, Wang Xiangbei, though ranked lower among his peers, was nonetheless a genuine master of profound skill. How could a mere innate fighter contend with, and even repel a master? Unless Chen Fan was not merely an innate fighter, but a master himself? An 18-year-old master. The very thought sent shivers through those who dared to entertain it, shaking their heads in disbelief. They would sooner believe in the extraordinary than accept the existence of an 18-year-old master. Chen Fan, how could your strength be so formidable? Qianhu Wang gazed northward, his eyes filled with astonishment, directed toward Chen Fan with an expression brimming with trepidation. Silently, he withdrew his slightly trembling hand behind his back, suppressing the fury that surged within him. It was only upon engaging that he truly realized the extent of his shock. The power he exerted in that previous strike was substantial, at least 70%. Even two peak innate masters would likely find it challenging to withstand such force. He had initially presumed that no matter how extraordinary Chen Fan might be, he would not pose a threat to him. Yet, unexpectedly, it was he who faced defeat. The sheer might of that palm strike nearly elicited an exclamation from him. When had innate practitioners attained such formidable prowess? This left him a master in his own right, in a state of bewilderment. Moreover, what astonished him further was that during their exchange, Chen Fan had only utilized 50% of his strength. In fact, out of consideration for him, he had even held back during their true confrontation. Otherwise, the outcome would not have merely involved being knocked back. He would have certainly sustained some injuries. This restraint was a testament to Chen Fan's compassion. Qianhu Wang, I beg your pardon, Chen Fan said with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. The prior confrontation had instilled in Wang a newfound respect, prompting him to respond with a disdainful huff. Chen Fan, although your capabilities are impressive, do not underestimate the authority of the Jinyue. Are you not aware of the consequences of harming a colleague within the Jinfu division? Even if I cannot subdue you at this moment, there are grandmasters who will intervene. Individuals of your caliber, deemed prodigies of the Jinyue, should not jeopardize their futures. Surrender peacefully, and I shall advocate on your behalf. Though Wang's tone still suggested that Chen Fan should yield, it lacked the previous malice. Instead, taking on a more conciliatory tone, it appeared that a conversation grounded in physical exchanges proved to be more effective. Despite Chen Fan's earlier explanations falling on deaf ears, their recent confrontation had rendered their dialogue more amicable. Even Wang, as a Qianhu, now found it necessary to afford Chen Fan some measure of respect. Chen Fan listened quietly, still wearing a smile as he cupped his hands in gratitude. I appreciate your kind intentions, Qianhu, but I am merely following orders, as this indeed pertains to Commander Shun's directive. Therefore, I truly cannot accompany you." Wang fell into silence. The fact that Chen Fan remained steadfast in his stance left him feeling somewhat helpless. He had begun to entertain a degree of belief in Chen Fan's claims. After all, the young man's strength was undeniable, and that Tai Bao token could not possibly be a forgery. It was unlikely he would deceive him. Yet, having softened his previous remarks, Wang found it disheartening that Chen Fan continued to remain unyielding, making it difficult for him to save face. Having taken a step back himself, could Chen Fan not reciprocate with a more cooperative demeanor? If he were to exert his full strength, the outcome would be unfavorable for both parties. Furthermore, given Chen Fan's displayed talent, his future prospects were indeed uncertain, causing Wang to harbor some apprehension. Should he completely offend him, the repercussions could be grave. Nonetheless, as a Qianhu, Wang felt compelled to maintain his dignity. If a 1,000 household leader cannot subdue a mere 100 household, regardless of the latter's capabilities, would he not be bringing disgrace upon himself in front of the entire town? At this moment, his insistence that Chen Fan surrender was merely a fade. If Chen Fan were to cooperate, even just to go through the motions, he would escort him to his own headquarters, share a cup of tea, and then release him. Thus, the matter would be resolved amicably, preserving dignity for all parties involved. However, to his surprise, Chen Fan seemed either genuinely oblivious or pretended not to understand, stubbornly refusing to grant him an easy way out. He was like a stone in a latrine, foul and unyielding, rendering him utterly embarrassed. The atmosphere had shifted to a tense standoff, filled with unspoken conflict. Reluctantly, Wang Xiangbei prepared to take action once more. Chapter 71. A bargain struck at that moment. A low voice echoed. "Enough, both of you. What are you doing?" The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing none other than the esteemed Qianhu Shen Xinran from the town guard. He approached with his hands clasped behind him, his expression stern and imbued with an aura of authority that rendered his emotions inscrutable. "Greetings, Lord Qianhu." Chen Fan immediately turned to Shen Xinran and offered a respectful bow. The surrounding officials, regardless of their ranks, whether they were mere baihus or higher officials, also bowed in deference to Shen Xinran. Even Wang Xiangbei was no exception, raising his hand in a gesture of respect. Although both men held the title of Qianhu, their statuses and strengths were worlds apart. Wang Xiangbei was merely an ordinary Qianhu at the bottom of the ranks within the town guard, while Shen Xinran, as the foremost Qianhu, commanded immense respect and was renowned even among the 13 guardians. The disparity in their abilities was even more pronounced. A few years prior, Shen Xinran had already established himself as a formidable grandmaster, whereas Wang Xiangbei was still at the early stages of his mastery. "Everyone may rise," Shen Xinran said, gesturing for them to stand. Wang Xiangbei stepped forward, hands clasped, and inquired loudly, "Lord Shen, Chen Fan claims to have acted under your orders to severely injure 3 baihus and slay 4 others in front of everyone. Is this true?" Shen Xinran nodded, speaking in a calm tone. "Indeed, it was my command. However, this matter is of great importance. I only informed Chen Fan, and no one else was privy to this information. His actions were carried out under orders, which is not a concern. Once the matter is resolved, I will inform all my colleagues. Please be patient." With that, Shen Xinran waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. He turned to Chen Fan and said, "Come with me." Without a backward glance, he led Chen Fan away. The members of the Jinyui collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed that this ordeal had finally come to an end. However, Shen Xinran's cautious demeanor sparked a wave of speculation among them. After all, he had personally commanded Chen Fan to publicly execute baihus within the town guard, which bore significant implications. Several baihus, who shared a close rapport, huddled together to discuss. "What do you think is happening here?" One asked. "Oh, by the way, I recall they recently captured the leader of the demon sect, the Tiangang Home Master." At this remark, the group fell silent, startled, and promptly excused themselves, recognizing the dangers of continuing the conversation. They were all astute individuals. Prolonging the discussion could yield only detriment, not benefit. Lacking sufficient strength, knowing too much could be perilous. Wang Xiangbei observed their departure and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had not completely alienated Chen Fan. Considering Shen Xinran's evident regard for him, it seemed likely that Chen Fan might have the opportunity to ascend within the ranks of the 13 guardians in the future. Thanks to Shen Xinran's timely return, the situation could have ended poorly otherwise. In the town guard's office, Shen Xinran sat at the head of the table, 2 cups of tea placed before him, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Chen Fan below. "Chen Fan, you have performed admirably this time. You have not disappointed me." Chen Fan replied with a smile. "My lord, it is my duty." However, he hesitated, But my lord, will my actions of indiscriminately slaying foes in the town guard have negative repercussions? Shen Shinran flicked his sleeve dismissively and scoffed. Humph, they are mere traitors of the demonic sect. Their deaths are inconsequential. I will clarify everything to the public afterward. Even if you had spared them today, I would have taken it upon myself to eliminate them all tomorrow. Their swift demise today is a mercy they do not deserve. The emperor harbored a deep-seated disdain for these rebels, wishing to subject each one to the most excruciating punishments. He could tolerate his subordinates occasionally indulging in corruption or forming factions, but he would never permit their betrayal. As long as they acted in their own interest, their greed was somewhat acceptable, but treachery was tantamount to declaring war against him. No emperor would tolerate such betrayal, especially when it involved colluding with remnants of a fallen dynasty. For these traitors, he would unleash the most brutal punishments imaginable. As a loyal instrument of the emperor, Shen Shinran shared a profound loathing for such individuals. Therefore, compared to the torturous fates awaiting those who survived, the few who had already perished could indeed be deemed fortunate. Shen Shinran pushed a cup of tea toward Chen Fan and continued, "The subsequent matters will be handled entirely by His Majesty and the commander of the Jinui. You need not concern yourself further. Your contributions are firmly etched in my mind, and they will be duly acknowledged in due course." Stepping forward, Chen Fan respectfully lifted the cup and drank it in one gulp. Were it anyone else, he might suspect flattery, but with Shen Shinran, he knew his words were sincere. The promise of recognition was one he could trust. Chen Fan clasped his hands in gratitude, smiling. "Yes, I understand, my lord." "Very well, you may leave now," Shen Shinran replied. Chen Fan nodded and took his leave, walking towards the door. After watching him depart, Shen Shinran's gaze shimmered with a subtle light. It was as if he were conversing with the air when he spoke. "Have you been observing Chen Fan within the town guard? Are you now aware of his capabilities?" A voice responded, "Indeed, I have witnessed his prowess." The 800 men before him were dispatched with ease, akin to chicks. Even Wang Xiangbei found no advantage in his attempts. Shen Shinran's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, and he inquired solemnly. Wang Xiangbei intervened? "Does this mean Chen Fan has reached the level of a grandmaster?" The voice hesitated slightly. "Perhaps not yet, but his strength is certainly sufficient to contend with a grandmaster. Based on my observations, it appears that Wang Xiangbei did not exert his full strength. His intent at that moment was merely to restrain Chen Fan. Nonetheless, even this can be deemed extraordinary, given his youth." Shen Shinran nodded, casually sipping the cup of tea before continuing to inquire. "Do you believe that Chen Fan is concealing his true capabilities?" "It is uncertain. Only he is aware of any concealment, for Wang Xiangbei did not compel him to unleash his complete power. However, one thing I can affirm is that the martial arts techniques Chen Fan displayed were nothing short of astonishing. I sensed that nearly all of them were at least of the 8th rank or higher. Moreover, his mastery of these skills was remarkably proficient rather than superficial. Perhaps it is precisely this mastery that affords him the ample foundation to engage in battles beyond his current level." Chapter 72, Pursuit of the 8th Rank Martial Arts. Shen Shinran squinted his eyes, a sudden jolt coursing through his heart. The 8th rank martial arts are not mere trifles found in the streets. Where could Chen Fan possibly have acquired multiple techniques? It is essential to recognize that 8th rank martial arts are regarded as the cornerstone techniques of even the most ordinary sects. Exceedingly rare indeed. Even within the esteemed collections of the Jinui, they are scarce. For an average wanderer of the martial world, mastering just a couple of such techniques can grant them the power to traverse the realm with ease, engaging in battles across ranks as effortlessly as drinking water. Should one attain such martial prowess to perfection, they might very well rise to the status of an unparalleled master. However, the cultivation of such arts typically demands a difficulty proportional to their strength. Talent, diligence, and opportunity must all converge. Lacking innate talent, even possessing such divine skills renders one unable to embark on the path. Without opportunity, one may never encounter these extraordinary techniques in their lifetime. Shen Shinran sighed and remarked, "It appears he may have inherited the legacy of an esteemed predecessor or perhaps received the enlightenment of a peerless master directly. Otherwise, it is unfathomable how his cultivation has ascended so rapidly, coupled with the mastery of such profound martial arts. In this vast world, the occurrence of such phenomena is not altogether surprising. It is said that numerous celestial treasures exist, capable of cleansing one's marrow and transforming mediocrity into genius. Some can elevate individuals to the ranks of body refinement experts. Moreover, certain sages may, in their final moments, choose a worthy successor to impart their lifelong skills and pass down their accumulated martial techniques and precious resources. Chen Fan might have been the recipient of such a master's legacy, undergoing a remarkable transformation through the abundance of rare treasures and elixirs. His talent soaring to the pinnacle, and his cultivation receiving the enlightenment of that master. Only in this way can the extraordinary events surrounding Chen Fan be elucidated. My lord, do you not desire to uncover the secrets that Chen Fan harbors? Shen Xinran shook his head. My lord, Chen Fan's martial prowess is extraordinarily remarkable, and it is highly likely that he possesses ninth-rank skills. Are you truly not intrigued? If we could obtain such techniques, the foundation and strength of our Jinui would undoubtedly advance further. If you were to personally request it, I am certain Chen Fan would not decline. An 8th or even 9th-rank martial art could cultivate numerous masters. Even grandmasters and supreme masters would find such techniques to be exceedingly beneficial. Shen Xinran sighed. There is no need for further discussion. I have my own resolutions. With so many harboring secrets within the Jinui, do you expect me to solicit each one individually? What do you take me for? Your subordinate dares not. Shen Xinran refilled his cup with tea, observing the slowly rising steam. Chen Fan is a talent, one I intend to nurture vigorously. If such matters were to sow discontent within him, it would be most unfortunate. Divine skills are but external possessions. Only true talents constitute the genuine foundation of the Jinui. Chen Fan, a figure of great potential to become a Grand Master, should not be swayed by a singular martial art, should he? A Grand Master possesses the prowess equivalent to that of 100,000 soldiers, surely. You can comprehend this calculation. Shen Xinran waved away the mist, finishing his tea. Ah, Chen Fan, I look forward to your future. I hope you do not disappoint me. The master, with his far-reaching foresight, earned my admiration. It is I who am foolish. Very well, you may leave now. Shen Xinran remained seated at the head of the 1,000 households, his gaze profound, obscuring his thoughts from view. Chen Fan had not anticipated that Shen Xinran would conjure such an elaborate narrative in his mind. However, this turn of events proved beneficial, as it would spare him the need to fabricate a rationale for the origins of his martial prowess in the future. At this moment, he was already en route to the Qing residence. As dusk fell, the sky blazed with the remnants of the sun, resembling the blood of the guilty. The distinction between right and wrong was no longer within Chen Fan's purview. He was simply aware that his day had concluded, and he was off to seek his beloved wife. In recent days, he had taken to residing at the Qing estate, fostering a bond with Qing Yunju, their affection growing ever deeper. His own modest dwelling had remained untouched for over 10 days. Suddenly, a shadow crossed his mind. Just after departing from the town protector's office, Chen Fan furrowed his brow as a surge of true essence coursed through him. It felt as though he were being watched from behind, an unsettling sensation that left him quite irked. Despite a thorough search, he could not locate the source of his unease, yet he was certain his instincts were not mistaken. The sensitivity of a Grand Master's perception is unparalleled, and given that he practiced the esteemed Yin sword manual, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Who could it be? Could it be someone from the demonic sect, or perhaps the Yi family? Chen Fan meticulously catalogued his adversaries in his mind, his defenses instinctively rising. The He family would not dare to act against him at this juncture, as it would undoubtedly provoke Shen Xinran's wrath. Having just eliminated a spy from the demonic sect and thwarted their plans, it was evident they harbored resentment towards him. With this realization, a cold smile graced Chen Fan's lips, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. Ah, the demonic sect, if you wish to play this game. Let me uncover your true nature. Rather than hastening his pace, Chen Fan deliberately slowed down, eschewing a return to the town protector's office for assistance or a swift journey to the Qing residence, lest he lead his enemies to his wife's abode. He chose to wait, to allow the demonic sect to make their move. It was still afternoon, the skies not yet fully darkened, and the streets were alive with pedestrians. Such a time was clearly unsuitable for confrontation, compelling the pursuers to bide their time for a more opportune moment. Chen Fan maintained his composure. Pretending as if nothing were amiss, he sauntered leisurely down the street, engaging in a casual stroll. Moments later, he indulged in a sweet treat here, sampled roasted duck there, and even took the time to share candies with children playing by the roadside. Chen Fan appeared to leisurely wander through Qingzhou City like a wealthy gentleman. Yet the two individuals trailing him were enduring considerable hardship. In such an environment, not only must they ensure they do not lose sight of him, but they must also strive to remain undetected by their quarry, a truly exhausting endeavor. Unbeknownst to them, however, they had long been discovered by Chen Fan. What on earth is Chen Fan doing? Why does he seem to be aimlessly roaming the streets? Is he homeless? It is said that he hails from a humble background and has never enjoyed a prosperous life. Now that he has apparently come into some wealth, it seems he wishes to indulge himself, Truly, he exhibits a lack of discernment. Chapter 73. Pursuit. The words spoken by the two individuals wafted into Chen Fan's ears. Yet he feigned ignorance. These two were not his targets. His true aim lay with those who lurked behind them. Not only did they fear exposure, but Chen Fan harbored an even greater dread of their potential realization of his presence. He ambled forward, savoring a meal, and arrived at the entrance of an inn, his mouth glistening with grease. "Good sir, I require a room. I wish to take a bath," he smiled, gesturing to the innkeeper, who, discerning something extraordinary about him, personally led him upstairs to a lavish chamber. Meanwhile, the two trailing him were rendered speechless. They observed Chen Fan leisurely entering for a soak, while they, having trailed him through the throngs, were now drenched in sweat, their frustration boiling over. "Damn it, this scoundrel can have already sensed us and is toying with us. Can he? I can't stand it any longer. I must confront him now." One of them, his eyes ablaze, rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge. Yet the other quickly restrained him. "Wait, why the haste? If he had detected our presence, he would have eliminated us by now. Why would he keep us around? Control your impulsiveness. If you jeopardize our master's plans, you will regret it." With a mix of persuasion and intimidation, he managed to hold his companion back. The two entered the inn, choosing a secluded corner to order several pots of tea, which they consumed in silence. One of them downed his tea with such ferocity, it was as if he were drinking Chen Fan's blood. "Just wait, this brat will get what's coming to him," he seethed. They waited for an hour, and eventually, Chen Fan emerged from his room, invigorated, while the two had nearly reached their limit with the tea. By this time, dusk had settled in. Finally, he emerges. Did he take an eternity to shed his skin? They muttered under their breath, casting sideways glances at Chen Fan's departure. As he stepped out, the two slammed their coins onto the table and followed. As night fell, the streets grew sparse with pedestrians. Chen Fan's pace quickened, becoming more lively. The two, no longer pretending to be discreet, began to run after him. However, amidst a series of twists and turns, Chen Fan vanished into a narrow alley. When the two reached the spot, he was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, we've lost him. How do we explain this to our master? I told you to hurry. Yet you dawdled, and now we've let him slip away." The atmosphere between them turned tense as they began to argue over who would take the blame. At that moment, Chen Fan's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind them. "Oh, master, who is it? Could it be Hiyucheng?" The hairs on their necks stood on end as they stiffly turned to see Chen Fan leaning against the wall, his eyes devoid of emotion. A formidable aura of murderous intent surged towards them like a tidal wave, pressing down upon their chests with a terrifying force that rendered them nearly breathless. This overwhelming atmosphere of dread momentarily clouded their minds, causing fleeting images to flicker before their eyes, and a chill began to seep into their veins. As their consciousness returned, the two burly men became aware that their jaws were quaking uncontrollably, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. In unison, they collapsed to their knees. Chen Fan regarded them with a cold, indifferent gaze, stepping forward with hands clasped behind his back. He looked down upon them, his voice resonating like the toll of a death knell. "I ask you, is your master Hiyucheng? Yes or no?" The men lifted their gazes, meeting Chen Fan's luminous and imposing eyes. Their throats constricted as they involuntarily uttered, "Yes." They were indeed the loyal assassins of Hiyucheng, otherwise, they would not have been dispatched for such a task. Yet, Chen Fan's eyes, empowered by the essence of the great Yin sword scripture, had breached their psychological defenses in an instant. At this moment, their responses were no longer governed by conscious thought, but were instinctive and automatic. In this state, there existed only the knowledge of truth or ignorance, devoid of deceit. Fear had ensnared their minds in self-preservation. Chen Fan continued his inquiry. "He sent you to find me for what purpose? To have you two imbeciles kill me?" "No, that is not the case. Our master instructed us to seek you out. He wishes to meet you." "Huh? To meet me in such a manner? I possess no interest in meeting that fool." Yes. If the master is not to be seen, then we shall not insist." With a disdainful chuckle, Chen Fan snapped his fingers. The two men, as if jolted from a dream, stared at him in terror. They began to prostrate themselves on the ground, pleading, "Chen Baihu, spare our lives. We have done nothing." "Oh, very well, you may leave," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, tilting his head. Yes, esteemed sir, we shall depart at once." The two felt as though they had narrowly escaped death, hastily scrambling to their feet and fleeing in panic. "How navi," Chen Fan mused, flicking his finger lightly. In an instant, two streams of true energy, sharp as blades, pierced through their hearts. The expressions on their faces, once a mix of fear and relief, now froze in place. Had they been able to speak, they would have surely cursed the treachery of martial ethics. Although Chen Fan had dealt with them, he remained standing with his hands behind his back, not moving towards the exit. The sensation of being watched, like a thorn in his back, lingered, clearly. True masters were lying in wait. Ah, my esteemed observers, you have enjoyed a fine performance. You may reveal yourselves now. Did you truly believe I, Chen Fan, would be unaware of your presence? Chen Fan closed his eyes, seemingly addressing the gentle breeze as he spoke softly. With a swift motion, two figures burst forth. One charged fiercely at Chen Fan, while the other darted away like lightning. Fools and wretches, he remarked. Chen Fan extended his slender, fair fingers, effortlessly pinching the razor-sharp blade without even a glance. With a mere flick of his finger, the cloaked figure was struck in the forehead. A look of incredulity etched upon his face. Chen Fan opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the fleeing silhouette, promptly employing his agile technique to pursue. However, he did not exert himself to the fullest. Instead, he followed with the ease of a cat toying with a mouse. The night enveloped the entirety of Qingzhou City like a pool of ink, with only the luminous moon above casting a faint glow upon the surroundings. The two figures danced above the city like migratory birds in the dark, their speed akin to arrows released from a bow. Each time their toes touched the ground, they silently glided forward for several zhang. Alas, for these two, one moved with grace while the other struggled desperately. Chapter 74. The Siege of the Evil Sect. The two individuals engaged in a game reminiscent of cat and mouse, seemingly capable of easily catching up, yet maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Before long, they had swiftly dashed out of Qingzhou City and headed towards a nearby grove. This grove appeared somewhat familiar. It was the very place where the delegation had been ambushed previously. A cold smile crept across Chen Fan's lips, for he was well aware of what was to come. The fleeing man gradually descended to the ground, removing his hood to reveal his true identity as a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Chen Fan landed shortly after, folding his arms and regarding him with a smile. Oh, why have you stopped running? Have you reached your destination? The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he spoke in a cryptic tone. Humph, knowing that I was luring you to follow, you still pursued without hesitation. Should I commend your audacity or lament your foolishness? Chen Fan burst into laughter. They are merely a herd of sheep awaiting slaughter. Even if there are ambushes lurking here, what have I to fear? A flicker of anger crossed the middle-aged man's face. Arrogant brat. We shall see if you can still laugh in a moment. No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound echoed around them, the noise of movement within the forest, accompanied by falling petals and leaves. Over 30 figures appeared like a pack of wolves. With a wave of one man's hand, they had completely encircled Chen Fan. Ah, quite the welcoming committee you have here. Chen Fan remarked casually, swiftly counting the number of adversaries. There were precisely 38. The middle-aged man smirked ominously. To deal with you, 38 is hardly excessive. Oh, I truly appreciate your high regard for me, but it seems this number is still a tad insufficient, Chen Fan retorted dismissively. Humph, such arrogance. Yet it appears you are a bit too overconfident, an aged voice interjected, as the crowd respectfully parted to make way for a figure towering at 8 feet tall. Though advanced in years, he still exuded vitality and stood tall. To eliminate you, the heavenly micro star and I, the heavenly longevity star, have joined forces, along with 10 earthly fiends and 26 ghost shadows. You should be prepared for your demise. Chen Fan glanced at him, finding it somewhat amusing. Ah, so you are the one who fled in disgrace that day? Humph, insolent wretch, to speak defiantly when death is imminent. I have never engaged you in battle. How could I have fled? The old man snorted, yet he averted his gaze from Chen Fan, betraying a hint of unease. Indeed, this old man was the very master of the evil sect who had attempted to rescue his comrades, but was repelled by Chen Fan. Such bravado from a decrepit thief. I thought you were dead after sustaining such grave injuries. A somber-looking middle-aged man stepped forward. Do you think the foundation of our holy sect is something you can comprehend? To assume that simply engaging in combat with a master makes you one of us? Brat, do not attempt to wield your tongue against me. Chen Fan, disinterested in further disputes, immediately channeled his inner essence, releasing a formidable aura that radiated in all directions, causing the individuals before him to wobble unsteadily. I am eager to witness the fortitude of your words today. Surely, when reduced to mere flesh and blood, they will lack resilience. The essence surged forth like an unrestrained spring, thickening the surrounding air with its palpable energy. Focus. This lad possesses extraordinary power. Prepare the formation. Do not underestimate him. Roared the two leaders of the Tiangang Hall. The 36 individuals swiftly initiated a complex formation, stepping with intricate movements, each fulfilling their role as they advanced towards Chen Fan, aligned with the positions of the Tiangang Beidou. This was an advanced battle formation from the demon sect, capable of temporarily amalgamating the strengths of its participants. The more individuals involved, the greater the force, capping at 36. At that moment, the 36 appeared as one, as if they were a singular entity. The combined might of these innate experts rivaled that of a peak master, instilling a sense of pressure even in Chen Fan. Kill, slay him, and exalt the might of our holy sect. A colossal wave of inner essence erupted from each individual, coalescing into an enormous demonic hand that ruthlessly descended upon Chen Fan. This technique was undeniably an advanced palm strike of the demon sect, showcasing formidable power. Interesting, albeit insufficient, Chen Fan mused, his demeanor as serene as a still pond. He extended a finger towards the impending demonic hand, a seemingly simple gesture. Yet within, his inner essence surged like a cascading waterfall, gathering at his fingertip to form a concentrated beam of golden light that shot forth in an instant. It was indeed the lynxy finger. The golden radiance illuminated the small grove, akin to a divine light, colliding with the encompassing demonic hand in a thunderous clash. With a resounding explosion, the turbulent flow of inner essence erupted violently from the epicenter, hurling earth and trees into the air. Massive trees were uprooted, leaving deep craters in their wake. In the aftermath of this catastrophic backlash, the 36 masters of the demon sect found themselves bleeding from their orifices, propelled backward. What? How is this possible? The two leaders of the Tiangang Hall shouted, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. They were unsettled. After all, even they could not easily dismantle such a grand formation. And Chen Fan appeared to be holding back. Impossible? Nay, it is merely that you, members of the demon sect, are too weak. Chen Fan's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he suddenly soared into the air. You too shall not escape. With his fierce declaration, the heavy sword of dark iron unsheathed with a resounding clang, a brilliant sword light slicing through the night sky, heralding a wave of inexorable death and radiance. As the sword energy roared forth, the remnants of the demon sect's formation were obliterated, leaving no trace of their existence. It was as if a merciless dragon had swept over ants, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Even the very earth beneath their feet was rent asunder, creating a profound chasm under the force of this attack. The might of a single sword was truly terrifying. The celestial longevity star and the celestial minor star felt a chill creep into their hearts, as a wave of coldness surged from behind, piercing directly into their very cores. We are no match for this individual. We must flee. The two, sensing the dire situation, immediately summoned their inner energy, preparing to escape. Yet, how could their speed possibly compare to that of Chen Fan? With their subordinates already annihilated, how could they shamelessly retreat without a fight? Come, exchange a few blows with me. Let me witness the prowess of the demonic sect's experts. Chen Fan's icy voice, laced with a hint of mockery, slowly emanated from behind them. Chapter 75. Interrogation. Two individuals were utterly terrified, not wishing to flee without a fight. However, Chen Fan's prowess far exceeded their expectations. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Initially, they had intended for the 36 others to test Chen Fan's strength before they joined the formation to exert control over the group. Yet, to their astonishment, within a single strike, Chen Fan dismantled their grand scheme. By the time they considered entering the fray, it was already too late. Given Chen Fan's displayed capabilities, they would be mere prey, even if they chose not to flee, though both were masters in their own right. Chen Fan's strength had evidently surpassed that of a mere master. The sword technique known as Duga 9 swords manifested like a white rainbow piercing the sun, effortlessly rending the body of Tian Weisheng asunder. Tian Shoxing turned to witness his companion's form being torn apart like a blank sheet of paper. How dare you? Though his heart seethed with murderous intent and fury, Tian Shoxing did not falter in his flight. It was absurd. If their strengths were comparable and his companion had been dispatched in an instant, seeking vengeance would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, even as he exerted every ounce of strength to escape, Chen Fan's silhouette relentlessly pursued him, an unyielding shadow. Yield and surrender. You cannot escape. A chilling voice echoed in his ears. Tian Shoxing gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear, and continued his desperate flight. It was a futile endeavor. Chen Fan halted. Yet his heavy sword surged forward like a bolt of lightning, imbued with ferocious authority, hurtling towards him. Tian Shoxing paused, turning to fully brace for the impending assault. If he could not withstand this strike, death was inevitable. He might as well fight with all he had. The heavy sword, glowing ominously with a hint of red, loomed larger in his vision. Tian Shoxing narrowed his eyes, channeling his essence to the pinnacle of his abilities. The shadow of the sky demon emerged behind him, a faint shroud of darkness enveloping his visage, as he unleashed a chaotic roar, reminiscent of a dying beast making one final stand. Yet, the merciless heavy sword pierced through his defenses as if bursting a bubble, casting him violently aside. When a tiger confronts a wild dog, the outcome is invariably one of domination. Tian Shouxing's aged face paled to a ghostly white, and he plummeted to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, he prepared to bite down on the poison concealed within his mouth. However, Chen Fan's speed eclipsed his own. Like a cheetah, he appeared in an instant, wrenching Tian Shouxing's jaw from its socket, followed by a powerful punch that landed squarely on his face. With a spray of saliva, several teeth ejected from his mouth like cannonballs, one of which glimmered purple, indeed, the tooth laced with poison. Chen Fan, arms crossed, regarded him as a deity surveying an ignorant mortal. I have warned you, do not waste your efforts. Before me, all is but a futile endeavor. The old figure of the heavenly longevity star lay prostrate on the ground, his severed jaw dripping saliva unconsciously. With a ghastly expression, he fixed a fierce glare at Chen Fan. A garbled sound escaped his lips. Heh. Don't think you can glean anything from me. Chen Fan listened quietly to his words, crouching down with a smile. Your demonic sect has such resilient bones. I quite admire that about you. His countenance darkened, resembling a chilling visage from the underworld. Do you know how long the last stubborn one like you held out? Heh. Soon enough, you will be compliant. As Chen Fan rose, he flicked his fingers, and the essence of the spirit sword surged into the old man's vital organs. The instant the essence entered, the heavenly longevity star's eyes widened in horror, and he emitted a wretched wail, beginning to roll helplessly on the ground. His fingertips instinctively scraped against the earth, as if attempting to grasp something, but all it accomplished was to shred his fingers, leaving them bloodied. In a dazed state, he began to crash against trees, hoping to restore his senses. However, under the torment of excruciating pain, he violently tore at his own garments, rolling amidst the gravel-strewn forest. Before long, his body was marred with countless wounds. Tears and mucus streaked his aged cheeks, his eyes burning like reflections of fire, vividly red. Kill me, Chen Fan, just kill me. He unconsciously wailed various pleas, and as the torment persisted, strange murmurs began to escape his lips. His gaze seemed to shatter, losing coherence. Chen Fan, with an icy demeanor, observed the scene before him. These masters of the demonic path were nothing but blood-soaked beasts. Whatever means he employed against them required no trace of mercy. He silently watched the heavenly longevity star plead for mercy on the ground, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. In the depths of the night, the forest echoed with his hellish screams, scaring away all creatures of flight and land for miles. After a span of several minutes, Chen Fan snapped his fingers, temporarily relieving the old man from his agony. So, old fellow, are you compliant now? Can we engage in a friendly conversation? He cast a glance at the heavenly longevity star, who lay like a lifeless dog, and asked nonchalantly, Speak. Why are you fixated on me? Fear clouded the old man's eyes as he regarded Chen Fan with a gaze akin to that of one looking upon the king of hell, trembling as he spoke. Your strength has drawn the attention of the Ghost Emperor. He suspects you have inherited the legacy of a senior expert and wishes to claim it for himself. Moreover, you have just destroyed one of our sect's strongholds. We also seek to capture you to interrogate the information of the Imperial Guards. Ultimately, the Ghost Emperor believes your talent is too terrifying. If he cannot possess it, he intends to annihilate it. It seems I have garnered quite a bit of attention. I truly have an abundance of reasons to be damned. A mysterious light flickered in Chen Fan's eyes as he inquired, Should I feel honored? The god of longevity fell silent, choosing not to respond. Observing his demeanor, Chen Fan refrained from further trivialities and posed another question, aside from the Ghost Emperor. Who else has set their sights on me? The god of longevity smirked. As of now, no one. However, once word of our potential failure reaches them, you shall undoubtedly face the relentless wrath of our holy sect. You are doomed, he chuckled heartily. With a sigh, Chen Fan silently summoned his true essence, watching as he continued to dance upon the ground. There is too much idle chatter. What I wish to hear is not this. Chapter 76. The Emperor's fate is of no concern to me this time. The celestial longevity star finally became utterly submissive, collapsing to the ground with a countenance ashen. One final question. Where is the lair of the Ghost Emperor? Chen Fan inquired coldly, yet he held little hope in his heart. For he had already been informed during the previous interrogation that apart from the Death Warriors, scarcely anyone knew. Still, a flicker of hope lingered. The celestial longevity star trembled slightly, fear glimmering in his eyes. I don't know. I truly do not know. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. yet maintained a heightened tone, fixing an unwavering gaze upon him. You don't know? I genuinely do not know. There is no reason for me to deceive you. You must believe me. The celestial longevity star appeared genuinely terrified, preferring death over enduring such torment again. Only the most loyal death warriors of the Ghost Emperor are privy to his whereabouts. Beyond them, no one knows his lair. The 4 emperors are the same. Even the leader remains unaware of their locations. Though Chen Fan had anticipated this outcome, he nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Having already eliminated 3 hall masters of the Celestial Gang, the fact that he could not ascertain even a rough location was maddening. Was the Ghost Emperor truly so cautious? Akin to a turtle? If that is the case, let us discuss something else. What is your mission in Qingzhou City? The Celestial Longevity Star hesitated briefly, but soon spoke. This mission involves infiltrating the court of the beautiful maidens to await the opportunity to assassinate the emperor. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Infiltrating? Haven't those infiltrators already been discovered? That is merely the facade, the Celestial Longevity Star retorted, spitting blood while wearing a sardonic smile. When our holy sect acts, how could it merely involve placing a few insignificant innate beings? Chen Fan's expression darkened swiftly, for the implications of that statement were profoundly rich. Are you suggesting that among the infiltrators, there are even masters of the Celestial Gang? Indeed. The Celestial Longevity Star laughed with a trace of arrogance. What identities have they assumed, and where have they been positioned? Chen Fan asked sternly. I do not know. Without further ado, Chen Fan activated his true essence. The Celestial Longevity Star howled in despair while hastily explaining, I truly do not know. Once the infiltrators entered, they severed all ties with the outside world. Only the Ghost Emperor possesses their information, and the arrangements were made solely by him. Their locations and identities are known only to the Ghost Emperor. Even if you kill me, I cannot reveal them. Reluctantly, Chen Fan ceased the flow of his true essence, observing as the Celestial Longevity Star gasped for breath. How many infiltrators are there? Surely you must know that. 3. All of them are masters of the Celestial Gang? Yes. After spending some time ensuring all pertinent inquiries were addressed, Chen Fan delivered a fatal blow, ending the Celestial Longevity Star's life. The methods employed by the demonic sect are indeed extraordinary. At that time, I was reviewing alongside a master, and astonishingly, 3 masters managed to infiltrate the Imperial Palace. Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback by the tactics of the demonic sect. They are truly the formidable adversaries of the current dynasty. However, despite acquiring this information, Chen Fan had no intention of reporting it. After all, the source of the information was beyond explanation. He could hardly tell Shinran that he single-handedly annihilated the ambush set up by the demonic sect and subsequently interrogated their master. Furthermore, Chen Fan was indifferent to whether the emperor lived or died. Regardless of how the dynasty transitioned, he believed his official position would remain unaffected. Perhaps if the crown prince ascended the throne, the dynasty might even improve. For years, Emperor Kong Xian had been engrossed in alchemy, neglecting state affairs, allowing treacherous officials to manipulate the government, resulting in the demise of countless commoners. A ruler like this might very well be better off dead sooner rather than later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Eliminate the demonic sect's guardian. The host is being pursued by members of the demonic sect, and the mastermind is the guardian. The Ghost Emperor. Please slay him. Reward, supreme mastery. How fortuitous. Upon seeing this task, Chen Fan's murderous intent surged within him. His gaze was as profound as the stars in the night sky, with myriad mysteries swirling within, as if everything was contained therein. Ghost Emperor, await your demise. Your end is nigh. Originally, having been ambushed, the Ghost Emperor was already courting death, and now with the mission reward, his death was all but certain. The sound reverberated through the desolate forest, yet its owner had already vanished without a trace. An hour after Chen Fan's departure, a group of cloaked figures hastily arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation, resembling a scene ravaged by natural disaster, along with the plethora of corpses and severed limbs, the leader's expression shifted from grim to increasingly somber. Damn it, something truly has gone awry. Quickly, we must report to the Ghost Emperor. This is serious. The cloaked figures left a few to swiftly clean up the site, while the leader began to lead the others in a graceful retreat. Their agility was remarkable, akin to swift birds, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the profound darkness of the night. Meanwhile, within the Wanhua Tower, in a private room designated as the highest tier, a young man in his 20s, with blood-red eyes, was furiously pounding the table, resembling a rabid coyote. Useless. All of them are useless. They were tasked with finding a mere brat, and were utterly eliminated. What use do I have for them? This man was He Yuqing, the grandson of the current Prime Minister He Qian and the son of He Shui, the Minister of Personnel, born with a silver spoon. He was a quintessential aristocrat, a person of high status. Throughout his life, there had been few matters that did not bend to his will, and nothing he desired that he could not obtain. With just a word, countless individuals would prostrate themselves at his feet, beseeching him to act on their behalf. Even those renowned masters of the martial world are but mere curs beneath the power of the He family. Yet, of late, one individual has incited his ire, provoking an unsettling fury within him. This person is Chen Fan. Recently, Chen Fan has audaciously usurped what he perceives as his rightful achievements and possessions. Today, he dispatched emissaries to seek out Chen Fan, hoping to summon him for an audience. Should Chen Fan meekly apologize and grovel at his feet, acknowledging his transgressions and serving as his loyal hound, He Yuqing might yet grant him a chance at redemption. However, that insufferable Chen Fan has once again slapped him in the face. Not only did he refuse to heed the summons, but he also ruthlessly dispatched the two messengers sent to convey his message. While these were merely two lowly assassins, their deaths are of little consequence. What truly matters is the nature of this affront. It is a blatant provocation directed at He Yuqing. Chapter 77. The Tower of Wind and Rain. When did a mere captain of the Jinyui ever dare to act so boldly? Even 1,000 households would not meet a favorable end if they recklessly provoked him. The thought of such humiliation ignited a flame of fury within He Yuqing's chest, rendering him restless. It was the wrath of a self-proclaimed wolf being countered by a mere rabbit. My lord, there is no need to be so agitated. Take care of your health. That Chen Fan is of little consequence. Our investigations have revealed he is merely a talented young upstart. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe spoke from the shadows of the private chamber. A faint smile adorned his face, as if he had everything under control. He Yuqing turned to him, inhaling deeply to temporarily suppress the beast within him. With a frigid tone, he replied, "Very well, then I entrust this matter to you. You have 2 days, only 2 days. Regardless of your methods, I demand to see his head." Humph. I initially considered his talent and contemplated recruiting him to serve me. Since he is so ungrateful, let us send him on his way, the middle-aged man said as he stepped forward from the shadows, respectfully clasping his fists in salute. Understood. My lord, he affirmed. Enough. You all may leave. He Yuqing dismissed them with an impatient wave of his hand, before wrapping an arm around the waist of a courtesan. The others, sensing the command, swiftly exited without further ado. Meanwhile, within the depths of a demonic sect's underground palace in Qingzhou, the Ghost Emperor, seated upon his throne, had learned of his subordinate's failure. Oh, are you saying that the Tianshou Star and the Tianwei Star, along with their entourage, have all been dealt with? The Ghost Emperor's voice was cold, exuding an aura of extreme chill, akin to an enraged lion. Indeed, my lord, responded a man kneeling before the Ghost Emperor. His face was concealed by a ghastly mask, and he wore a voluminous black robe, obscuring his features. His voice was hoarse yet calm, recounting the demise of so many skilled warriors as if discussing the death of mere ants, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Useless. Truly a pack of useless wretches. The Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes, his violent true essence surging outward. So many went to eliminate a mere novice, yet they failed to succeed? Pathetic. An overwhelming authority, vast as the ocean, engulfed the underground palace, causing all present to kneel in trembling submission. The man kneeling before the Ghost Emperor, however, remained utterly still, unperturbed. As a death warrior, he bore no emotions, no self-awareness, and felt neither fear nor trepidation. Their unwavering loyalty to the Ghost Emperor meant they would follow him to death without a moment's hesitation. The Ghost Emperor exhaled heavily through his nostrils, momentarily suppressing his fury, and spoke calmly. You have observed the scene. What is your impression of Chen Fan's strength? The surroundings were in utter disarray, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster, accompanied by a piercing sword intent. This Chen Fan's prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary, and he was clearly a master of high caliber in the realm of swordsmanship. Almost everyone present met with a gruesome fate, indicating that Chen Fan was exceptionally ruthless, leaving no survivors and exhibiting decisive lethality, while also displaying an unusual level of caution. Should such a person be allowed to fully mature, the consequences would be dire. A peculiar crimson glimmer flickered in the Ghost Emperor's eyes as he rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of headache. A peak swordsman of the master level would not be easily vanquished. Recently, the losses among his subordinates had been staggering. Even the Ghost Emperor himself could not casually bear such losses. Previously, a faction had been dismantled by the Imperial Guard and a Celestial Hall master captured. Today, He suffered the loss of 36 innate experts and 2 Celestial Hall Masters, not to mention the 3 Celestial Hall Masters who infiltrated the royal palace, leaving him temporarily devoid of capable subordinates. In such circumstances, to eliminate Chen Fan would likely necessitate the Ghost Emperor's personal intervention, which was evidently impossible. He had significant responsibilities within Qingzhou City for the demonic sect, and exposure was not an option. To act against a genius of the Imperial Guard would hardly justify such a risk. He lowered his gaze to the expressionless figure kneeling before him, cloaked in black. Go-A-E, if I were to permit you to act, what are your chances of killing Chen Fan? 30%. However, if I were to spare no effort, I believe I could ensure a 70% chance of mutual destruction. His tone remained eerily calm, as if discussing the lives of others, entirely detached from his own fate. The Ghost Emperor leaned back against his throne, brow furrowed, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Gu-A-E was a master assassin he had painstakingly cultivated, unlike the Celestial Hall Masters. These assassins were utterly loyal to him and possessed formidable strength. He had barely managed to nurture 2 master-level assassins, and the loss of either would be a grievous blow. Furthermore, a mere 70% chance of mutual destruction was still fraught with the risk of total failure, resulting in a complete loss. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the Ghost Emperor found himself unable to make a firm decision. To gamble with his precious master-level assassin for a chance at mutual annihilation simply was not worthwhile. You are to visit the Wind and Rain Tower and issue a bounty for the capture of Chen Fan, with a reward of 500,000 taels. The Ghost Emperor sighed heavily and spoke in a deep voice. Ultimately, he could not bear to send his assassin to die in vain and chose instead to place a bounty with the assassin organization. The Wind and Rain Tower was reputed to be the foremost assassin organization in the Great Hua dynasty, with connections spanning the globe. Their public claim was that, as long as the price was right, there was no one they dared not eliminate, not even the emperor himself. Certainly, the audacity to kill does not equate to the capability to do so. It is merely a slogan, not taken seriously by anyone. Nevertheless, it remains indisputable that the Wind and Rain Tower possesses formidable strength. Over the years, the number of individuals who have survived assassination attempts by the Wind and Rain Tower is quite limited. Yes, your subordinate shall obey. Gu-A-E respectfully bowed and then exited the underground palace, preparing to pursue the bounty. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had safely returned to his abode, as it was unwise to venture to the Qing residence at such a late hour. After peacefully cultivating through the night, he washed up and ventured outside at dawn. As Chen Fan passed by the tofu shop, he noticed a queue of several middle-aged individuals waiting to purchase tofu. Most of them were neighbors, with only a few residing at a considerable distance. Chapter 78. House search at the break of dawn. An extensive queue had already formed, leaving one to ponder whether the crowd was drawn by their fondness for tofu or the charm of the tofu maker herself. Brother Fan, would you care for some freshly made tofu? Widow Li greeted Chen Fan with a smile, waving him over. Though she had crossed into her 30s, the passage of time had left her with few marks, and she still radiated an enduring allure. As Chen Fan glanced around, he noticed that upon her smile, the eyes of the surrounding men nearly bulged from their sockets. He chuckled lightly and approached the front of the line, saying, "Auntie, there's no need for trouble. We have plenty of tofu at home." The term auntie paired with his extravagant attire caused the expressions of several burly men nearby to shift dramatically, their boisterous grins vanishing as they lowered their heads in secretive embarrassment. Were they truly there for the tofu? It was evident they were more interested in the woman herself. Many sought the opportunity to indulge in a little flirtation while purchasing tofu. However, with a man of Chen Fan's stature backing Widow Li, they certainly lacked the audacity to pursue their intentions further. Chen Fan's father had maintained a good rapport with Widow Li in his lifetime. Had it not been for Chen Fan's presence, it was conceivable that she might have become his stepmother. Chen Fan held no resentment towards this gentle neighbor. Since he could lend a hand, he found it no burden to speak up. His intervention would likely ensure that no unscrupulous ruffians would dare to harass Widow Li in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he nodded and took his leave. The street bustled with life, and Chen Fan casually purchased a few large buns as he made his way towards the town protectorate. Upon arriving at the entrance, he observed the Jinji within, bustling like a colony of ants, continuously entering and exiting, each bearing a serious demeanor. The moment they spotted Chen Fan, they respectfully saluted, and he reciprocated their gestures with a smile. His reputation among the Jinji was quite commendable. "Sir, you have finally arrived." 2 flags rushed forward upon his entrance, their faces lighting up with relief as they addressed him in a tone of urgency. Chen Fan sensed something significant was afoot but chose to jest. "What is the matter? Is there some major incident?" Have you perhaps uncovered the lair of the demonic sect amidst all this commotion? Oh dear, sir, please cease your jesting. We are in quite a state of distress. The flag bearer, exasperated, continued. We have thoroughly investigated the list you submitted. Since midnight last night, the Jinjui has been conducting house searches relentlessly. We have lost count of how many officials' homes have been searched during this time. Chen Fan chuckled, unhurriedly continuing on his path to his 100 households. Let them conduct their searches. Why the rush? It's not as though they are searching your home. Sir, this list was personally submitted by you. Surely you must be involved in these searches. The flag bearer insisted. If you do not act swiftly, the lucrative opportunities will be seized by others. Chen Fan was acutely aware of their urgency. The spoils from the house raids were indeed quite substantial. A well-known custom among the Jinjui. Particularly, raiding the residences of the corrupt officials in the court could yield bountiful rewards, with each individual potentially garnering years' worth of profit. While the list of officials was extensive, everyone knew precisely which few were most lucrative, and they all yearned to seize these rich targets. Arriving late to the scene, Chen Fan realized that not only might he miss out on the prime opportunities, but he might not even get a share of the more modest ones. Although he was not in dire need of money himself, with his father-in-law's family possessing considerable wealth, his subordinates were not as fortunate. Watching others enthusiastically partake in the raids, their faces glowing with success, was a torment more profound than death itself. Rest assured, I would not neglect my brothers. Soon enough, we shall reap the rewards. Surely, the captain would not expect me to toil without compensation. Chen Fan had a clear understanding of Shen Xinran. This captain was quite reliable and protective of his own. Since Chen Fan had personally submitted the list, he would ensure that Chen Fan received his due share. If all went well, Shen Xinran would soon send someone to find him. The two leading flags accompanied Chen Fan into the 100 households office. Their expressions tinged with melancholy as they observed Chen Fan sitting calmly, sipping tea. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Captain Chen, the captain requests your presence. Oh. As expected, the mention of the captain summoned him forth. Chen Fan rose, patting the shoulders of the two leading flags. Fear not, our brothers shall soon feast. Why envy those who toil for mere broth? With a wave of his hand, he hurried towards the captain's office. The two leading flags understood his intent instantly, their excitement igniting as they rushed to gather the remaining flags and summon their subordinates. Upon entering the captain's office, Shen Xinran wasted no time, slamming a list and a command token onto the table. Chen Fan approached and picked up the document, discovering it was a record of an official's credentials. Duan Hong, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, was a substantial figure, ranked higher than a captain of the Jinjui. Ordinarily, such an investigation would be led by the captain himself. However, Shen Xinran had entrusted this task to Chen Fan, and the reason was evident. This is now your responsibility. How much you can seize is contingent upon your abilities, Shen Xinran remarked, casting a measured smile at Chen Fan. Chen Fan clasped his fists and returned the smile. Rest assured, my lord. I shall ensure he is stripped of everything. This was an opportunity sanctioned by authority, a perfect chance to line one's own pockets. Such an occasion was not one Chen Fan would allow to pass him by. While he personally did not lack for wealth, who among us could not use more? Returning to the 100 households office, his subordinates had already gathered. A throng of eager eyes fixed upon Chen Fan, reminiscent of a pack of wolves awaiting the command of their leader. Chen Fan raised Duan Hong's resume high in his hand, akin to a wolf king designating the hunting grounds for the day. Duan Hong, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, a senior official of the 4th rank in the court. As these words were spoken, the previously tense atmosphere ignited with exuberant cheers from the crowd. The Dali Temple, responsible for the adjudication of criminal cases, is undoubtedly a department rife with opportunities for personal gain. As a high-ranking official within this institution, Duan Hong is surely not devoid of such advantages. Chen Fan's subordinates were acutely aware that this was a substantial opportunity, and wealth was about to flow into their hands. Chapter 79, You are slandering. Let us depart, my comrades. Yes, my lord. With spirited enthusiasm, Chen Fan mounted his steed and, accompanied by a legion of Jinjui, set forth in grand procession toward the residence of Duan Hong. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Duan Manor, they were met with a firmly shut gate, devoid of any signs of life. My lord, allow me, cried a chief officer nearby, clasping his fists in respect. Dismounting swiftly, he unsheathed his blade and struck at the door. Others, unwilling to be outdone, rushed forth to assist in the destruction of the entrance. In no time, the formidable door lay in ruins at their feet. A crowd of onlookers, initially drawn by the commotion, began to sense the ominous atmosphere, and their expressions shifted as they retreated. Whose estate is this? One murmured. I am not certain. These officials do not share their intentions with us. But the Jinyui's presence suggests dire consequences. Indeed, they are fearsome. I can smell the stench of blood from a distance. Who knows if this official is truly guilty or merely a victim of treachery? Perhaps it is the handiwork of that scoundrel he. Shoo, have you lost your senses? Such words cannot be spoken carelessly. If the Jinyui overhear, we may find ourselves implicated. Let us depart swiftly. The Jinyui's operations are not to be trifled with. Thus, the spectators hastily retreated to their homes, whispering among themselves. The scoundrel he they referred to was none other than He Qian, grandfather of He Yuchen, who had wielded immense power over the years, ensnaring countless ministers in his treacherous schemes. Yet, it was the Jinyui who executed the confiscations. While not all actions could be attributed to He Qian, the Jinyui had nonetheless earned a reputation for colluding with the scoundrel and betraying loyal officials. Ironically, the commander of the Jinyui, Chu Jianzhong, was a long-standing adversary of He Qian. However, the misdeeds of He Qian had inadvertently tarnished the Jinyui's reputation, leaving them to bear the blame. Yet, Chu Jianzhong harbored grievances over the matter. With the emperor remaining silent, he felt powerless against He Qian. He could only bide his time like a coiled serpent, awaiting the day He Qian would fall, ready to strike a decisive blow. He believed that day was not far off. Surround this place. Not a single fly shall escape. Yes. Dismounting with a cold demeanor, Chen Fan raised his hand to organize the personnel. A contingent was left outside to maintain vigilance, while the rest, eyes ablaze like ravenous wolves, followed Chen Fan into the manor. The inhabitants within, along with several guards, upon witnessing the intrusion, began to scream and flee in panic. A few guards, still unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, attempted to resist, only to be swiftly dispatched by the blades of the Jinyui. Amidst the throng of Jinyui, Chen Fan raised the command token high, his voice resonating as he began to proclaim his orders. His Majesty has decreed that Duan Hong, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, has colluded with the demonic sect, committing grave sins. The Imperial Guard is now tasked with raiding the Duan residence, leaving no one unaccounted for, and all will be detained for questioning. Should there be any resistance, there will be no mercy. His voice, infused with genuine energy, resonated like thunder across the terrain, echoing for miles. At this moment, Chen Fan's subordinates fell to their knees, trembling in fear, lest they be mistaken for rebels and face execution. Chen Fan, indifferent to the trembling figures, placed his hand on the hilt of his heavy sword and stepped into the grand hall of the Duan residence, where the true protagonist awaited. Upon entering, he instantly spotted a somewhat imposing middle-aged man. This man, with a dignified yet scholarly countenance, was clad in official robes, calmly pouring himself another cup of tea from an empty vessel, his expression unwavering. It was as if he were oblivious to the chaos outside, serenely attending to his own affairs. Once his cup was filled, he glanced at Chen Fan and then lifted the cup to blow lightly over its surface. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, remarking on Duan's remarkable composure in the face of calamity. Truly impressive fortitude to remain unfazed amidst impending doom. Although I am here to apprehend you, your demeanor is indeed commendable. Duan Hong set down his cup, straightened in his seat, and spoke slowly, asserting, I act with integrity and sit with honor. My conscience is clear, thus I harbor no fear. I have always maintained my integrity and self-discipline, loyal to His Majesty and just to the people, with a heart untainted by greed. Even if the Imperial Guard comes to raid my home, it cannot disturb my peace of mind. His tone was grave and resonant, rendering his words impactful. Were it not for Chen Fan's awareness, one might have genuinely believed him to be a paragon of virtue. These officials, inept in governance yet skilled in theatrics, are indeed remarkable actors, regardless of his proclamations. Chen Fan was resolute in his intent to apprehend him today. The Imperial Guard was merely here to conduct a raid, not to pass judgment. Whether he is a righteous official, a corrupt one, or a minion of the demonic sect is a matter for the higher authorities to decide. Chen Fan's purpose was simply to capture and confiscate. Let the esteemed minister save his words for the interrogators in the imperial prison. I am not here to entertain your rhetoric, Chen Fan commanded. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates surged forward, swiftly binding Duan Hong with ropes. Unbridled fools. You scoundrels of the Imperial Guard. As he was forcefully brought to the ground, the facade of calm began to crumble, and he cried out, I demand an audience with His Majesty. There must be some hidden truth. I am surely the victim of treachery. You Imperial Guards are notorious for torture and coercion. I will not accompany you. Release me. With a resounding slap, several teeth flew from Duan Hong's mouth. Chen Fan brushed his hands together and cast a cold glance at him. Spare us your bluster. His Majesty will make the judgment. There is no need for your outcries here. Every one of you claims to be a virtuous official before the interrogation. Pray tell, which upright official could possibly afford a residence of such grandeur solely on his meager salary? Duan Hong was momentarily taken aback by Chen Fan's inquiry. His gaze fixed on him with palpable animosity. There is no need for further prevarication, Lord Duan. Moreover, your current predicament does not stem from allegations of embezzlement or bribery. So let us not divert the conversation. Your charge this time is collusion with the demonic sect. Contemplate that for a moment. Duan Hong trembled involuntarily, raising a finger to point accusingly at Chen Fan. You wretched hound. This is slander. You and your imperial guard intend to imprison me, coercing a confession through duress. Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissing the need for further dialogue. He turned instead to occupy the seat previously held by Duan Hong, settling down with an air of authority. Whether it is slander or not will be revealed upon investigation. Chapter 80. The inept ally. Since Lord Duan prides himself on his innocence, he should have nothing to fear, right? Humph, I cannot believe you, the Jinui. You are nothing but treacherous ministers, akin to the vile He Qian. Chen Fan, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of disbelief. It was one thing for the common folk to consider the Jinui as accomplices of He Qian, but how could a minister entertain such notions? At that moment, the Jinui, who had been dispatched for a search, hurriedly returned, respectfully reporting, My lord, we have thoroughly searched the Duan residence, digging 3 feet into the ground. Chen Fan cast a knowing glance at Duan Hong before addressing the newly arrived Jinui. Pray tell, what did you uncover? Several Jinui bore grim expressions as they solemnly replied, My lord, the silver seized from the estate amounts to a mere 3,000 taels, along with a few antique paintings and calligraphy, all of which were previously bestowed by His Majesty and are duly recorded. Upon hearing this, Duan Hong's eyes brightened, and he straightened his back. He proclaimed with righteous indignation, Did you hear that? I have said that a clean conscience fears no shadows. You Jinui are indeed persecuting the loyal and virtuous. Chen Fan smiled, gazing at Duan Hong, thinking that perhaps the esteemed lord had jubilated too soon. We both know what sort of person you are. Since nothing substantial has been discovered, continue your search. I want every brick overturned, and not even the latrines shall be spared. Today, I shall compel him to confess. As these words left his lips, Duan Hong's demeanor instantly wilted, his countenance visibly darkening. That once proud posture was once again crushed, and beads of sweat began to surface on his pallid face. The Jinui resumed their search, while Chen Fan remained seated, a cold smile forming as he observed Duan Hong's predicament. Lord Duan, what seems to be the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to summon a physician? If your health were to falter, I could not bear the responsibility, given your esteemed position. Each of Chen Fan's mocking words felt like a heavy burden pressing down upon Duan Hong's heart. Before long, a Jinui returned, beaming with joy as he reported to Chen Fan, My lord, we have found it. Beneath the latrine, we discovered a hidden chamber containing 300,000 taels of silver. My lord, I have unearthed another hidden room underground, which holds 1,000 taels of gold. My lord, there is. My lord, one after another. The Jinui entered like a swarm of bees, continuously updating Chen Fan on their findings. With each new report, Duan Hong's complexion grew grayer, while Chen Fan's laughter became increasingly unrestrained. Finally, Duan Hong's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. TSK, esteemed official, what has brought you to such a state? They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It seems you possess at least 10. Truly deserving of your reputation as a clean official. Haha, do not be hasty, the best is yet to come. Chen Fan ceased his laughter, clapping his hands. And at once, the Jinui entered, escorting Duan Hong's wife and children. Aside from Duan Hong's son, who remained obstinately defiant, the rest of his wives and daughters wept inconsolably. How outrageous! Have you members of the Jinui gone mad? My father is a 4th-rank official of the court, ranking above your mere captains. He will not let you escape unscathed. I shall remember your faces. He railed, cursing them like a rabid dog. Chen Fan rose and approached him. With a resounding slap, he sent the young man flying, landing squarely at Duan Hong's feet. Chen Fan smirked. Duan Hong, I must admit, I have some admiration for your son. He possesses an innate arrogance, remaining so defiantly brash even when facing death. Truly commendable. At this moment, the young scion realized that the figure sprawled on the ground was his esteemed father. Father, what has happened? You must save us. You must hold them accountable. Drive these Jinui away and let them face their punishment. He lay before Duan Hong, wailing heart-wrenchingly, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Chen Fan found the scene rather amusing. Had this young dandy truly lost his wits? It was remarkable how he could remain unrepentant even when the Jinui had apprehended him. And now, witnessing his father's demise, he still boasted shamelessly, his tongue sharp as ever. Ah, such an admirable disposition in the face of adversity, Chen Fan mused, scoffing at the young man's loud proclamations of vengeance for his father. Yet, perhaps it was to be expected. One could hardly call him a proper dandy if he were not foolish enough to this extent. After all, the likes of Jia Daoud, who knew to bow and plead for mercy when confronted, could hardly be deemed a true scion of privilege. Duan Hong, witnessing his son's continued bluster, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had long been aware of his son's shortcomings, yet he could scarcely believe the depths of his foolishness. Despite the dire state of affairs, his son still clamored for vengeance and demanded the Jinui vacate the premises. Chen Fan paid them no heed, letting their lamentations linger as a mere form of intimidation. He stepped before Duan Hong's numerous wives and concubines, his expression stern and commanding. Does anyone among you possess knowledge of the treasures Duan Hong has concealed? Should you speak truthfully, I assure you that leniency will be granted. The wives exchanged glances, and soon one with a spark of realization stepped forward. My lord, I know. The master has hidden a sum of money beneath my bed, thinking I was unaware. There are 30,000 taels. I even pilfered 3,000 from it. With this revelation as a catalyst, a torrent of information followed, as others clamored to share their knowledge. Fearful of being overlooked, my lord, the master buried 2 large jars in the garden, filled with jewels. I can guide you there, my lord. He secretly crafted a waterproof chest in the pond, buried beneath the muck, though I have never seen its contents. One by one, they eagerly divulged every scrap of information they possessed, revealing all that Duan Hong had strived to keep hidden. Duan Hongren had become numb, witnessing the women reveal all their treasures, his demeanor resembling that of a stunned statue, rendered speechless. He should have anticipated this. These wretched women were utterly untrustworthy, and when faced with adversity, they would undoubtedly be the first to betray him. How foolish he had been, failing to conceal his feelings in that moment. Fortunately, he found solace in the presence of his wife, who remained silent, biting her lip. Yet, just as warmth began to blossom in his heart, she suddenly spoke. My lord. Chapter 81. Better off dead, your excellency. I have witnessed Duan Hong meeting with a mysterious figure on several occasions during the night, and this enigmatic individual invariably presents him with a substantial sum of silver notes. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes widened with intrigue, and he stepped forward to inquire. What is the identity of this mysterious person? Do you know him? Duan Hong, upon hearing this query, felt an overwhelming surge of rage, his eyes reddening as he struggled and shouted, Silence, you wretched creature. I trusted you implicitly, and you deserve to die. Cease your words. The 2 guards beside him, witnessing his outburst, swiftly retaliated with a couple of resounding slaps to prevent him from further interjecting. A commanding officer promptly advanced, pressing his foot firmly upon Duan Hong's head, ensuring he had no opportunity to disrupt the proceedings. With this critical information revealed, it became almost irrefutable that Duan Hong was indeed a spy for the demonic sect. And for such a criminal, the notion of human rights was utterly extinguished. His son, observing the unfolding scene, was rendered speechless, unable to even weep, merely staring vacantly at the horror before him, as if trapped in a nightmarish dream. Before long, he found himself in an embarrassing predicament, a dampness spreading beneath him, accompanied by an offensive odor that caused the guards to grimace in revulsion. Duan Hong, despite facing imminent death, felt a profound shame at his son's disgraceful state, wishing he could strangle him and bury himself alongside him. His wife cast a glance at him before continuing, I am unaware of the mysterious man's identity, for he has never met me. However, it is evident that Duan Hong holds him in high regard. I suspect they are engaged in a significant transaction, which you could uncover through further questioning. This truly exemplified the adage that a couple is like birds of a feather, fleeing in times of peril. As Duan Hong listened to his wife divulge these details, tears streamed down his cheeks, though it was unclear whether they stemmed from the fear of death or the agony of betrayal. Regrettably, his wife did not spare him a glance. Her gaze instead fixed on Chen Fan with a glimmer of hope. My lord, this is all the information I possess. Might you spare my life? I assure you, I have played no part in any of this. Chen Fan nodded, reassuring him, Rest assured, the information you have provided is invaluable. I shall commend your contribution and grant you your life. He then gestured to the nearby guards, instructing them, Take these individuals away and ensure they are treated well. They are witnesses who have provided evidence. Yes, my lord. The guards escorted the group of wives and concubines out. Chen Fan turned his attention back to Duan Hong. Observing his utterly disheveled and despairing state, which elicited a sense of amusement within him. Duan Hong, your shamelessness is truly remarkable. One might suspect you have nearly deceived yourself into believing your own facade. I must admit, I am somewhat in awe of your audacity to present yourself so innocently, as if you are without guilt. How do you manage to speak of loyalty to the emperor, the heavens, and the people? In terms of shamelessness, we, the Imperial Guards, find it challenging to compete with your kind. Humph, take him away, confine him, Chen Fan coldly snorted, refusing to cast another glance at him. At this moment, Duan Hong finally ceased his pretense. His will to survive had ultimately triumphed over all else. He crawled desperately to Chen Fan's feet, his face a grotesque mask of tears and snot, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. My lord, spare me. I will confess. I will reveal everything. If you can find a way to protect me, I promise you unimaginable wealth. He believed these words would move Chen Fan, but alas, Chen Fan remained unmoved. Do not rush, Duan Hong. Save your words for the prison. I am certain you will have much to say there. As for your so-called unimaginable wealth, I have no interest in such matters, and I suspect you will soon divulge it yourself. Chen Fan dismissed him with a wave. Enough of this nonsense. Take him away. He kicked Duan Hong aside and beckoned to the Imperial Guards. They swiftly advanced, dragging him away, ensuring he would no longer trouble Chen Fan. Duan Hong struggled along the way, babbling incoherently in a desperate plea for mercy, yet Chen Fan remained entirely unaffected. What unimaginable wealth, he mused. It sounds like a grand conspiracy. Such matters are best left unmentioned. Moreover, Duan Hong was doomed. No one could save him now. Why would Chen Fan involve himself in such troublesome affairs? He settled into his seat, savoring tea while patiently awaiting the announcement of the raid's completion. My lord, the raid has concluded. Here is the list of findings for your review. Chen Fan nodded and stepped outside to receive the list, glancing up at the dimming sky. Indeed, it had taken quite some time, yet the rewards were plentiful. This list certainly did not encompass all the spoils. A significant portion remained unrecorded, representing the gains of Chen Fan and his subordinates. As Chen Fan stepped outside, all the Imperial Guards wore faces aglow with triumph, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly, they had struck gold this time. Without further ado, Chen Fan gestured to the crowd, mounted his horse, and began the procession back to the town pacification office, laden with treasures, antiques, and artworks. Before the astonished townsfolk, the guards affixed seals to the Duan residence, leading the family out alongside their hoarded riches. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the spectacle of the Duan family encircled by Imperial Guards, followed by a significant haul of gold, silver, and precious jewels. The murmurs of the crowd pierced Duan Hong like a blade, intent not only on his demise, but on his disgrace. Such vast amounts of wealth uncovered. He must be a notorious corrupt official. I always thought him quite amiable. I believed he was a good magistrate, only to realize I had been deceived. How tragic. Among his plunder could very well be the spoils he extracted from us. The guards had indeed uncovered a scandalous cache. Did you know? I heard they raided numerous officials today. Even the Deputy Minister of Personnel was implicated. Indeed, I am aware that numerous high-ranking officials have recently fallen from grace. My goodness. It seems that a significant scandal has come to light. Yes, it must be a conspiracy of considerable magnitude to prompt such widespread actions. It appears that we are on the brink of a tumultuous upheaval. In a few days, there will be executions at the market square. Do not forget to witness the spectacle, for these are indeed notorious corrupt officials. Certainly, these individuals have long profited at our expense and deserve their fate. The onlookers by the roadside, undeterred by the presence of the Imperial Guards, even began to express admiration. Some were so incensed that they wished to confront this Duan Hong. But alas, they were restrained by the guards. Chapter 82. The night raid having finally returned to the town protectorate, Chen Fan promptly ordered the arrest of Duan Hong and his family, sending them to the prison, while he took the command token to report back to Xinxianran. On his way to the Qinhu office, Chen Fan encountered a middle-aged man named Lu Su, another 100-man with whom he shared a relatively amicable relationship. Both were subordinates of Xinxianran, and it appeared they were also on their way to report back. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Lu Su greeted him with enthusiasm. Ah, Chen, it seems you've struck gold this time. Chen Fan chuckled in response, dismissing the notion of wealth. It's merely a matter of duty. There's no fortune to speak of. Lu Su laughed heartily. Oh dear, I do have a loose tongue. You're right. We are simply fulfilling our orders. Although it was well known that the Jinyui often lined their pockets during raids, discussing such matters openly was frowned upon. After all, it was illicit conduct, albeit tacitly accepted from top to bottom, with no one daring to pursue accountability. Should there be a reckoning in the future, such actions could easily become grounds for prosecution. The two men exchanged jovial banter as they proceeded to report to Shen Shinran together. Shen Shinran took their command tokens with ease, seated at the head of the table. So, what did you two uncover during this raid? They both understood that Shen Shinran was not inquiring about material gains, but rather intelligence concerning the demonic sect. Lu Su shook his head, indicating he had gathered little information. My lord, I did not collect any information, I merely observed Chen. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before looking up at Shen Shinran. Through my interrogation of Duan Hong's wife, she divulged a crucial piece of information. Duan Hong had met with a man in black several times at night, and he seemed to hold this individual in great reverence. I suspect this man may be affiliated with the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Shen Shinran nodded slowly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, dispatching you was a wise choice. I understand now. You may leave. Yes. The two men clasped their fists in salute and turned to depart. This sufficed for the moment. Any further conjectures were unnecessary. Shen Shinran was no fool. He would exercise his own judgment, and undoubtedly had plans for the next steps. Requiring no further input from Chen Fan. After a long day of toil, Chen Fan returned to the 100-man office to recuperate briefly before heading home. The moon that night was exceptionally bright, and feeling inspired, he ventured into his courtyard to practice his swordsmanship. With the heavy sword of refined iron in hand, he elegantly executed a set of the Dugu 9 swords, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he sheathed his weapon. A surge of vital energy coursed through him, and he felt invigorated. However, at that moment, his keen senses alerted him. Who goes there? He furrowed his brow and looked toward the right. In the vast night sky, a figure was swiftly approaching. The individual demonstrated impressive agility, covering the distance in mere moments to stand before Chen Fan. Indeed, what remarkable swordsmanship! Chen Baihu truly deserves his esteemed position within the Jinyui, possessing such extraordinary skills. However, I am curious to know who imparted such profound techniques to you, as I have not heard of any such swordplay within the ranks of the Jinyui. A chilling voice reverberated through the night, laced with a subtle hint of concealed excitement. The speaker was an elderly man with white hair, exhibiting no effort to conceal himself, clearly confident in his ability to remain undetected. His gaze was reminiscent of a hawk spotting its prey, the avarice in his eyes unmistakable. Originally, he had been tasked with eliminating Chen Fan, a straightforward mission to kill and depart without delay. Yet, unexpectedly, he now found himself on the verge of a fortuitous discovery. His keen observation quickly revealed that Chen Fan's swordsmanship was exceptional, igniting within him nefarious intentions. He was no longer in haste to kill. Such a technique could undoubtedly enhance his own prowess. Who would have thought that in taking down a mere Baihu, he would stumble upon a peerless secret manual? This could prove immensely rewarding. Regrettably for him, the sheep he perceived was, in reality, a fearsome tiger cloaked in wool, a formidable force to be reckoned with. Upon hearing the man's boastful remarks, Chen Fan's expression darkened. The audacity of this intruder, to approach him and audaciously covet his swordplay, was tantamount to courting death. Chen Fan, I offer you an opportunity. Surrender your sword manual willingly. I have heard whispers of your remarkable lightness of foot. Bring that along as well. Should you comply, I may graciously spare your life. His sinister chuckle was indeed repulsive. Should you choose to refuse, then this day next year shall mark your demise. The old man squinted, his gaze on Chen Fan filled with greed, already envisioning himself mastering the techniques. He was supremely confident in his capabilities. After all, he was merely here to dispose of a Jinyui Baihu, a task he regarded as trivial. Ultimately, they were merely innate practitioners, and he had dispatched many before. Chen Fan exhaled slowly, silently gripping his Xian Tai sword, his icy demeanor akin to that of one surveying a corpse. Want the manual? Then come forth and claim it. Yet, given your apparent ineptitude, I doubt you possess the ability to do so. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man's previously jovial expression vanished, replaced by a sense of provocation. Youngster, if you seek death, I shall not hold back. Truly, you are oblivious. Today, I will show you what a true master is. You who gazes at the sky from the depths of a well. Humph, once I subdue you, I shall interrogate you at my leisure. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged at Chen Fan like a shadow, his right palm resembling an eagle's claw, powerfully infused with true essence. Crashing toward Chen Fan with overwhelming force, he seemed to transform into a majestic eagle soaring through the skies, executing a breathtaking strike aimed at Chen Fan. Merely that. However, Chen Fan remained utterly indifferent, dismissing the assault as inconsequential. Duga 9 swords. A chilling voice gently emerged, and a terrifying essence instantly enveloped the modest courtyard, causing the air to grow thick and oppressive. The flowing essence, akin to a surging river, ceaselessly converged upon the sword's edge, coalescing into a brilliant, snow-white beam of light that sliced through the air like a divine radiance aimed at the elder. What? You possess essence as well? Could you be a master? Impossible. How could a master possess such formidable strength? The elder, upon witnessing Chen Fan's prowess, appeared as though he had encountered a ghost, abruptly halting his movements. He could scarcely believe his own sensations and the sight before him. Chapter 83. A new task emerges. He could scarcely believe that, at such a young age, Chen Fan had already reached the pinnacle of a master, if not even the level of a grandmaster. The profundity of Chen Fan's true essence palpably surpassed his own, and indeed, it seemed to extend far beyond. But how could this be possible? Unless Chen Fan was some ancient creature. It was inconceivable that he could have attained such cultivation, even if he had begun training in the womb. Yet, regardless of the tempest of thoughts raging within him, he had no time to ponder, for Chen Fan's sword aura had already approached him. The cold, indifferent gaze of Chen Fan, coupled with the gleaming sword light, was fixated upon him, sending a chill coursing through his veins. A shiver crept up his spine, spreading to the crown of his head, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with dread. With a sharp, piercing sound, the sword light swept forth, colliding with his formidable claw. He had thought it would withstand the strike, but his claw was utterly obliterated before the sword light, as if it were mere decoration. The remaining sword energy surged forward, relentlessly cleaving towards the elder, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, leaving him breathless and devoid of any thought of resistance. A horrendous scream echoed as the elder was struck by the sword light, launching him skyward, where his body was violently severed in midair. His horrified gaze remained locked upon Chen Fan, his eyes wide with disbelief. You! Yet before he could utter another word, the remnants of his life force rapidly dissipated, silencing him forever. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan could not help but let out a disdainful sigh. Such braggadocio, and I presumed he possessed some degree of competence. What a pity! It appears he was utterly worthless, leaving me without even a single captive to interrogate. Approaching the remnants of the elder's body, he stared down in frustration. What now? I cannot even question the mastermind behind this. Let me first examine the corpse for any evidence. After a thorough search, he discovered only a few silver notes and 2 martial arts manuals. Alas, these do not reveal any substantial evidence. Glancing regretfully at the manuals in his hand, Chen Fan shook his head. With a surge of true essence, he swiftly obliterated the elder's corpse, leaving the scene immaculate and devoid of any trace. He similarly eradicated the other half of the body, though it yielded no further discoveries. Returning to his chamber, he perused the manuals. One was titled Divine Eagle Strike, a commendable technique of eagle claws. Although Chen Fan had no need for it, it was a 6th-tier skill, quite remarkable indeed. Not everyone was as proficient as he. Moreover, should this technique be mastered to its zenith, it could rival a 7th-tier skill, making it even more extraordinary. The other manual bore the title Blood Demon Technique. This is a secret technique akin to the blood-burning art of the Jinyui, designed to rapidly enhance combat prowess at a significant cost within a short time. However, based on the description, it seems to entail an even greater toll, demanding more desperation than the Jinyui's method. These 2 tomes can be considered unexpected gains. Nonetheless, for him, they are merely of trifling value, with hopes of selling them in the future. It would indeed be advantageous if an opportunity to sell arises, as these 2 martial arts are likely to command a considerable price. After all, they are high-level techniques, rare in the outside world. After assessing the spoils of this encounter, Chen Fan began to ponder the reasons behind the assassination attempt. The old man was clearly aware of his identity, indicating a well-defined target, suggesting that there were orchestrators behind the scenes. The Devil Sect? Chen Fan shook his head inwardly. The sect had recently suffered significant losses at his hands, and they would surely have a better understanding of his capabilities now, making it improbable for them to send a master to meet his end. Moreover, this individual was not as formidable as the Devil Sect members, and his cultivation methods did not resemble theirs. Thus, it could only be the doing of He Yuqing. Chen Fan had few enemies. Aside from these 2 factions, no one else had sufficient motive to dispatch a master for assassination. He Yuqing, you truly seem to court death. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Chen Fan's eyes, akin to a glinting sword reflecting light for an instant. If someone sought his life, and he were to endure any longer, he would no longer be Chen Fan. At that moment, an electronic voice from the system resonated perfectly in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task, Blood for Blood. It has been detected that you have encountered an assassination attempt by the Jinyui's Qianhu He Yuqing. Please seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Task reward, Max-level easing muscle classic. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly compelling him to rise immediately and slay He Yuqing. However, this thought was fleeting. The He family was no ordinary clan. Their defenses were formidable. Should he fail, it would merely alert the enemy. After all, He Qian was the current prime minister, and his residence was even protected by elite soldiers granted by the emperor. These 500 guards were seasoned veterans, each possessing commendable strength. Together, they could easily withstand a master. Although they were no match for Chen Fan, dispatching them would not be a swift endeavor, and he had no desire to commit wanton slaughter. Beyond these elite soldiers, He Qian had also made numerous preparations to safeguard himself and his family. Aware that many enemies sought his life, he had summoned various martial experts to fortify his defenses, including the presence of grandmasters. Despite He Qian's notorious reputation, many valiant figures from the martial world attempted to assassinate him, yet none emerged alive. This illustrates that his protective forces were indeed formidable. With such a level of security, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the He residence as a den of dragons and tigers. Even with Chen Fan's current strength, a reckless intrusion would likely not guarantee his safe return. To eliminate He Yuqing, it appeared that he would have to bide his time and seek opportunities from outside. He Yuqing, unless you confine yourself to your abode for the rest of your life, you might as well await your demise. The thought of eliminating He Yuqing and acquiring the Yi Jing to contend with the Grandmaster fills me with anticipation. My safety would be significantly bolstered thereafter. Presumably, I would no longer fear the relentless pursuit from the He family. At this moment, within the He residence, He Yuqing was indulging in wine with a middle-aged subordinate, eagerly awaiting favorable news from his men. The mere prospect of bidding farewell to that wretched 100 households filled He Yuqing with exhilaration, causing him to drink more heartily than ever before. Ha ha! Chen Fan, once I bring back your head, I shall use it as a stepping stone, placing it beneath my feet for all to tread upon. I will ensure you comprehend the consequences of crossing me. Death will not grant you peace, nor respite. Chapter 84. You have one day left. He Yuqing tilted his head back and downed a glass of strong liquor, the sharpness of the drink tearing through his throat, flooding his senses like boiling water. A long, guttural roar escaped him as he grinned, his face contorted into a cruel and grotesque expression. The guards surrounding him were well aware of their young master's penchant for tormenting the servants, some of whom had even met their demise at his whim. Witnessing his current state, the nearby guards felt a surge of anxiety, fearing they might be the next to be buried in his wrath. A few newly appointed guards turned pale, their souls seemingly fleeing in terror. On this staircase in He Yuqing's courtyard, countless heads had been buried, those of individuals who had once offended him. Among them were signs of other powerful families, skilled martial artists, and even some oblivious court officials. He Yuqing burped, suddenly lifting his gaze to the moon above. In a drunken stupor, he shook his glass and inquired, "What time is it now?" Trembling, a servant responded, "Master, it is already past the midnight hour." He Yuqing cast a sidelong glance at him, breaking into a wide grin. "Are you cold? Why are you shivering here? When did you start stuttering?" With a heavy thud, he slammed the glass down, producing a resounding crash. The servant dropped to his knees, prostrating himself repeatedly on the blue stone floor, fervently pleading, "I deserve death. I deserve death. Please, master, forgive me. Today I am in a good mood and shall not hold it against you, wretched slave. You may leave." He Yuqing waved his hand dismissively, casting the servant away before raising his eyes once more to the sky. It was already past midnight. Logically, his dispatched men should have returned by now. Could something have gone awry? However, with the prowess of Fei Ying, who had at least reached the master stage, dealing with a mere 100-man Chen Fan should pose no challenge. How could he possibly have failed? "Do not worry, master. Fei Ying has already attained the late master realm. Handling a mere Chen Fan should be a piece of cake. Surely, he has merely been delayed on the way and will soon return with Chen Fan's head," a middle-aged man seated across from He Yuqing said with a smile. "Yes, you are right. I must have been overly anxious. It seems I have been worrying unnecessarily," He Yuqing replied, feeling relieved, and returned to his leisurely drinking beneath the moonlight. The liquor he consumed was the exquisite imperial jade liquid, a delicacy reserved for royalty, and at this moment, he savored it with delight. Had it not been a fortuitous occasion, he would have hesitated to indulge. Ordinarily, if a minister wished to partake of such wine, they would need to beseech the emperor for a favor. Should they chance upon a couple of jars, they would undoubtedly cherish it, indulging only sparingly. Yet for He Yuqing, even this exquisite wine was at his disposal, and he could freely enjoy 2 jars without restraint. However, another hour passed, and as the time approached the end of the hour of the rat, Fei Ying remained conspicuously absent. At this moment, He Yuqing and the middle-aged man could no longer remain composed. He Yuqing's countenance darkened further, and he realized that something had gone awry. He forcefully shattered the expensive wine glass in his hand, and then stood up, violently overturning the table along with the lavish food and drink. Incompetent fools! You are all utterly worthless. He glared menacingly at the middle-aged man opposite him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and the muscles in his face contorted into a grimace. What is this so-called flying eagle? Merely a useless wretch. Is this what you call infallible? The middle-aged man's expression soured as he stood up, bowing respectfully, Master. With Chen Fan's strength, he could never be a match for Flying Eagle. It is likely that he has a formidable expert backing him. I will swiftly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. An expert? Just a mere 100-man commander of the Jinhui? What capabilities does he possess? He Yuqing approached him, his demeanor ominous, and delivered a powerful slap infused with the scent of alcohol across the man's face. Are you suggesting that Shen Shinran is protecting him closely? Do you truly believe I am inebriated? He Yuqing no longer restrained himself. Erupting in furious roars, aside from a grandmaster providing personal protection, who else could possibly contend with a late-stage master? Do you genuinely think Shen Shinran is safeguarding him? Who is Chen Fan to deserve such treatment? Is he a love child of Shen Shinran? He gasped heavily, glaring at the middle-aged man like a ferocious wolf before sweeping away with a flourish of his sleeve. You told me that within 2 days, I would see Chen Fan's head. A day has already passed. You have one final day remaining. As He Yuqing's figure receded, the middle-aged man's gaze began to reveal a flicker of uncontrollable murderous intent. His expression hardened, resembling black iron, and his eyes slowly turned crimson, with the murderous aura nearly spilling over. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous energy, maintaining an outward appearance of composure. Damn it, once I break through to Grandmaster, I shall leave this cursed place immediately. You insolent wretch, I will allow you to be arrogant for a while longer. A man of the martial world possesses his own dignity. He was no exception. Even amidst a situation where he was outmatched, he struggled to contain the fury boiling within him. Before aligning himself with He Qian, he had been a formidable figure in the martial world, with countless souls lost under his command. Who would have thought he would now find himself in such a dire state, subjected to relentless humiliation? Were it not for his desire to rely on He's household to attain deeper martial arts and advance further, he would never have willingly endured such indignities. It was a profound night. Some passed it in tranquility, while others faced sleeplessness. Chen Fan awoke from his cultivation, perceiving the previous night as an uneventful affair, and proceeded normally to his duties at the town defending office. However, before he could even enter his 100-man command, a cacophony of shouts erupted from within. How could you still have a big card, damn it? A familiar voice, tinged with despondency, echoed through the air. As Chen Fan stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of a group of imperial guards engrossed in a lively game of do di zhu. The captains, gazing at the dilapidated card table before them, exhibited a range of emotions. Some, having won significantly, wore expressions of delight and pride, while others, evidently having lost quite a bit, displayed looks of regret. How's the game going? Who's winning and who's losing? Chen Fan inquired, taking a few steps closer and positioning himself behind the previously disheartened captain. The captain gripped his cards tightly, fixated on the table ahead, muttering, "Damn it, that scoundrel Wang Guzi has won too much. If I keep losing like this, I fear I might end up losing my undergarments." Chapter 85. Card Skills Indeed. It was that rascal Wang who took all the winnings. His luck is quite extraordinary. The crowd surrounding erupted in loud chatter. Yet one of the chief flag bearers across from Chen Fan glanced up and promptly stood, offering a respectful bow. In that instant, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, as everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. Like a chain reaction, the others rose in unison, resembling startled birds, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Their demeanor reminded him of elementary school students caught by a teacher in his past life. "Good day, my lord," they chorused, turning to Chen Fan with a show of deference. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Look at how tense you all are. It's merely a game of cards. I have no intention of robbing you." Within the town protectorate, ever since he popularized the game of do di zhu, various card games had subsequently been invented. It must be said, humanity possesses remarkable ingenuity when it comes to play. "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." The chief flag bearer who had won the most chuckled, displaying keen insight as he brought over a chair for Chen Fan. "Would you care to join us for a few rounds?" Card playing remains quite the trend. Almost every corner of the town protectorate buzzes with games. Chen Fan frequently indulged in these pastimes with his peers, thus earning considerable popularity. That young Wang has been exceedingly fortunate today. It seems only fitting that you demonstrate your skill to temper his luck. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Fan, having overheard their discussions of luck upon entering, felt a twinge of curiosity. Is his luck truly so remarkable? How much has he won? Oh my lord, I have personally lost several hundred taels. That represents years of my salary. Although his tone was mournful, his expression betrayed a lack of genuine concern. Chen Fan laughed heartily. Come now. It's merely a few hundred taels. Don't you keep track of your winnings? The notion of salary in card games is rather laughable. That paltry sum would have long since been squandered. Following the raid yesterday, each individual had already taken their share home. And it was precisely because of newfound wealth that they now eagerly engaged in card games. As for Chen Fan, his haul alone amounted to 40 to 50,000 taels in silver notes, not to mention the value of other items. The chief flag bearers must have secured several thousand taels, while those in lesser positions garnered various amounts ranging from dozens to hundreds. Had this been in the past, they would likely have played for a mere 50 taels. How could they possibly reach 500 now? This fortune is all thanks to your blessings, my lord. If it were under previous circumstances, we might have only managed a few hundred taels. The chief flag bearers laughed in agreement. Had they been under an incompetent captain, they would merely have sipped soup, with the prospect of even a few hundred taels uncertain. Enough of idle chatter. I find myself with some free time. I shall join you for a while. After all, the interrogations ahead did not require Chen Fan's oversight, and for the time being, the town protectorate had no immediate need for their services. As Chen Fan took a seat, his expression abruptly shifted, abandoning the jovial banter. This was the seriousness of a gambler. In no time, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. My lord, your skills are simply extraordinary. You are about to win all our money. Lamented one. My lord, I just earned this. It hasn't even warmed in my hands before it slips away. Wang Zongqi gazed at the pile of banknotes before Chen Fan, his eyes filled with despair. My lord, you have concealed your prowess quite well. You have been biding your time for this grand victory, haven't you? Indeed, you must have been hiding your talents. Had I known you were this formidable, I would have refrained from participating. Although they jested, none truly believed it. After all, Chen Fan was not one to covet such trifles. Everyone understood that accompanying Chen Fan meant endless wealth. One by one, he stuffed the banknotes into his bag, laughing heartily. Fortune smiles upon me today. You cannot fault me for my success. A wager is a wager. The others waved their hands in protest. No more, no more. If we continue, we shall indeed lose everything. They gathered the few pieces of silver left on the table, reluctantly stowing them away. Yet, among the onlookers, some remained eager for more, shoving others aside to take a seat. If you won't play, I shall. I find this quite intriguing. With a gleam in his eyes, he began shuffling the cards, preparing for battle. However, Chen Fan quickly waved his hand. Never mind, you all carry on. I shall call it a day. If I continue, I might just clean you out entirely, and that would not be good. Though he was enjoying himself, Chen Fan opted to leave while he was ahead. Continuing further might lead to the unfortunate circumstance of exhausting all their winnings, which could foster resentment towards him. For a mere few taels of silver, he deemed it unworthy. Just then, a junior officer rushed over to Chen Fan, saying, My lord, the rebels are to be executed at Kaishiku. Would you like to witness it? The crowd fell silent, taken aback. After all, it had not been long since their capture. Could they truly have been interrogated so swiftly? How should I know? I only know that those captured yesterday are about to face execution. They are currently being escorted there. Chen Fan, however, was not particularly curious, as he was privy to some insider knowledge. Shen Shinran had informed him that the higher-ups of the Jinyui, including the commanding officer and the 13 guardians, were personally overseeing the interrogations. Their methods would certainly rival Chen Fan's, and their swiftness was not surprising. Moreover, this group of individuals, even if they gleaned little information, would be deemed worthy of death simply upon confirming any connection to the demonic sect. Not only would they die, but they would be hastened to their demise, massively so. After all, the emperor was still in a furious rage, desperately needing a deluge of blood to quench the roaring flames of his wrath. Yesterday, Chen Fan heard from Shen Shinran that his majesty had erupted in a furious tempest within his ascension hall, even subjecting his treasured alchemical furnace to dire consequences. If the insurrectionists are not swiftly dealt with, it seems the Imperial Guard may soon find themselves in dire straits as well. Let us not linger any longer, my friends. Do put aside your games and accompany me to witness this unfolding spectacle. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan led the way outside. After all, idleness breeds no purpose, and such extensive executions are indeed a rare sight. It presents a perfect opportunity to broaden one's horizons at the marketplace. Although Chen Fan had taken many lives in his time, he had seldom witnessed the decapitation of others. Upon their arrival, they were met with a throng of people, a veritable sea of humanity, with the roads nearly choked to a standstill. The prisoner carts, under the protective escort of the Imperial Guard, were transported to the execution platform. Chapter 86. Execution. The prison carts were replete with disheveled vegetable leaves and the foul liquid of rotten eggs, a testament to the enthusiastic reception these prisoners had received from the populace along their journey. The simplicity of the folk in Qingzhou City was indeed striking. Witnessing the grim sight of the prison cart, Chen Fan could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Upon arriving at their destination, the prisoners were escorted by the Imperial Guards, forced to kneel on the ground with their heads placed upon wooden blocks, reminiscent of a butcher preparing to slaughter pigs. However, among these individuals, a select few high-ranking officials, specifically those of the 3rd and 4th grades, enjoyed a different treatment, each bound to a separate wooden stake. Among them was a familiar face to Chen Fan, Duan Hong, the Deputy Minister of Justice. Soon after, the executioner, accompanied by several officials, ascended to the platform and took his seat. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a few officials stepped forward to announce the charges against the prisoners one by one. Among the accusations were embezzlement and abuse of power, as well as numerous counts of oppression against the common people. Yet, the most critical charge was collusion with the demonic sect. This crime, akin to treason, warranted the execution of one's entire clan. However, in an act of imperial mercy, only 3 clans would be eradicated, and this time, only officials of the 4th grade and above would face death by 1,000 cuts, while the others would be executed outright. The gathered crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing this news. They felt no empathy for these officials, viewing them merely as embodiments of the oppressive bureaucrats who had tormented them. Long live the emperor. His mercy is astounding, allowing these traitors a glimmer of hope. They exclaimed, "If I were in charge, I would surely annihilate their entire clans. These vile officials deserve death. Did you hear? A certain minister embezzled hundreds of thousands of taels. Oh, my goodness, that money was taken right from our hands. Finally, divine justice has prevailed." Chen Fan stood among the crowd, absorbing their fervent discussions, and found himself somewhat admiring Emperor Kangxian. This wily ruler not only purged the traitors, but also seized their assets to replenish the national treasury, all the while skillfully winning the hearts of the people. While the masses may not grasp the full implications, Chen Fan understood all too well. The so-called merciful execution of 3 clans bore little distinction from the annihilation of 9. In essence, it amounted to an almost complete eradication of their kin. The fates of the remaining distant relatives were inconsequential. Though some might survive, they would likely face the dismal fate of exile, with a grim survival rate of merely 10%. The ordinary emperor, adhering to conventional laws, would be branded a tyrant for executing such a multitude of court officials. Yet, through this slight modification in approach, he had remarkably transformed into a benevolent monarch in the eyes of the people. Such prowess was indeed impressive. No wonder he could evade court for over a decade, while still maintaining a firm grip on governance. Damn you, Zhu Yongyan. May you suffer in the afterlife. I shall haunt you even as a ghost. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Do not heed the slanders. I beseech you, spare this old minister. The great Hua is doomed. The Jinyui have framed me. You wretched Ke Jinzhong, you deserve death. Zhu Yongyan, you foolish and tyrannical emperor. The great Hua shall surely perish under your reign. The officials confront death with starkly contrasting demeanors. Some can no longer utter a sound, others wail loudly. Some plead desperately for mercy, while others, paralyzed by fear, are reduced to a pitiful state, their bodily fluids mingling in a disgraceful display. Yet, there are those who, resigned to their fate, curse the emperor and the commander of the Jinyui with unbridled venom, knowing their entire lineage is doomed. Zhu Yongyan is indeed the true name of the Kangxian emperor. Those facing execution dare not voice such contempt. Uttering such words could transform a beheading into a death by 1,000 cuts, a regret far too late to amend. It is primarily those awaiting the latter who indulge in their final verbal reprieve. Scoundrels! To insult His Majesty with death looming is a crime deserving of the most severe punishment. The executioner, with a disdainful snort, rose abruptly and waved his hand with authority. Bring forth the punishment. The executioners behind him raised their cups in unison, drinking deeply before shattering the vessels upon the ground. Execute, they proclaimed, their blades glimmering ominously under the light. In a flash, severed heads rolled like balls across the ground, and blood gushed forth from the severed necks like a gushing fountain, transforming the market square into a river of crimson. This scene momentarily stunned the onlookers, plunging them into an extended silence. only to be followed by a resounding cheer. Excellent. Excellent. Well done. These corrupt officials have finally met their end. Long live His Majesty, the wise sovereign. Chen Fan, witnessing this spectacle, fell into a contemplative silence. With the beheading concluded, the next act awaited, the gruesome punishment of lynching. The executioners were not ordinary but members of the Jinyui, skilled in the ancestral art of dismemberment. Even Chen Fan would find it challenging to meet the exacting standards of this gruesome craft. Lingqi demands not only exquisite knife skills, but also extraordinary psychological fortitude. One must perceive the condemned as less than human. A precise total of 3,600 cuts must be delivered, no more, no less, with the final stroke ushering the condemned into the next world. With an air of fierce determination, the Jinyui imbibed their liquor and commenced the grim task. Each incision was akin to a work of art, delicately slicing through flesh as thin as gossamer, eliciting heart-wrenching cries from the officials. Accompanying their screams were unceasing curses, predominantly directed at the Kangxian Emperor himself, as even Ke Jinzhong became unworthy of their mention. The wails and curses struck the hearts of the common people below like lashes, resonating with the collective anguish of the moment. They felt a chilling sensation enveloping them, as if they were immersed in a netherworld of torment, where the ghostly enforcers executed their grim duties. Many turned pale, unable to bear the sight any longer. As the gruesome punishment progressed, several individuals succumbed to nausea and gradually dispersed, no longer willing to witness the spectacle. Chen Fan silently observed the scene before him, his heart devoid of any tumult. After a few minutes, he turned and departed with his subordinates. The punishment was set to last 3 days and nights, and he had no time to squander in this place. As for the agony of the condemned, the pain he could unleash through his vital essence would far exceed this. To the emperor, these individuals were mere adversaries, and it was hardly surprising that they faced such a fate. Chapter 87. The ghost market. Chen Fan did not perceive such occurrences as particularly cruel. In ancient times, such events were almost inevitable, as they served to uphold the supreme authority of the monarchy. This was a natural progression in the course of history. On this day, the city of Qingzhou truly witnessed rivers of blood. The relatives of the implicated officials numbered in the thousands, approaching 6,000. Indeed, the emperor was the most prolific killer in this world. He did not need to wield a weapon himself. With merely a flick of his tongue, he could orchestrate the demise of countless individuals. In contrast, a Grand Master might spend their entire life without ever matching this level of bloodshed. Throughout the remainder of the day, Chen Fan found himself with little to occupy his time. It was not until he returned home in the evening that he donned a suit of black attire. He intended to visit the ghost market of Qingzhou City. Having recently acquired a considerable amount of spoils, he needed to take care of them. Qingzhou City, once the stronghold of the previous dynasty, was designed in accordance with the principles of geomancy. Although a change of dynasty had occurred, the Zhu family still adhered to the original layout, resulting in little alteration overall. Within Qingzhou City stood a towering structure known as the Celestial Tower, erected to suppress the dragon vein of the region, a design rooted in geomantic principles. It was said that within this tower, several royal ancestors engaged in prolonged seclusion and cultivation. These individuals were the epitome of true mastery, embodying the union of heaven and man, and served as the ultimate stabilizing force for the Dahua dynasty. As long as no events occurred that threatened a change of dynasty, they remained indifferent to the outside world. Even the transition of the throne held little significance in their eyes. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of who occupied the position. And as long as it was one of their bloodline, the identity of the ruler bore no consequence for them. Even emperors of successive reigns showed utmost reverence in their presence, fearful of the slightest neglect. With these celestial ancestors in place, the Dahua dynasty would never truly falter. Therein lay its true foundation. The location of the ghost market also adhered to geomantic principles. It was said that a previous earthquake had caused the ground to collapse, ultimately giving rise to a vast underground marketplace. Here, a congregation of nocturnal merchants, wanted fugitives, members of assassin organizations, and martial arts experts amalgamated, representing the essence of the underworld. In this realm, one could procure anything for a price: martial arts manuals, divine weapons, elixirs, and more, all available in abundance. Moreover, the ghost market was a melting pot of various social strata, where one could encounter individuals from every walk of life. Many illicit dealings could be conducted here, although the prices would vary accordingly. It was even possible to acquire legendary 8th or 9th grade martial arts techniques, though the cost would be steep, and one required sufficient connections to gain access. Information was also for sale within the ghost market, encompassing details about sect leaders, martial arts masters, and even private matters. In this domain, If one possessed wealth, almost anything could be obtained. In the realm of the ghost market, no legal statutes govern. Here, strength and wealth reign supreme. The ghost market typically opens only at night, with the concealed grand door revealing itself as dusk falls. Upon entering this portal, one is met by a lengthy corridor, a pathway that seems to be both naturally formed and subtly refined by human hands. Upon emerging, the vista unfolds magnificently, revealing a landscape adorned with numerous pavilions and towers, clearly the product of many years of operation. Some edifices are anchored to the mountainside, exuding a majestic aura, while others rise from the ground. And some appear to float in midair, though they are, in truth, supported by the contours of the terrain. From a distance, it is astonishing how this place seems indistinguishable from the world above, brimming with the same vibrancy and clamor. As the night progresses, the ghost market has been bustling for some time, with throngs of people navigating its pathways. Countless vendors hawk their wares along the streets. Yet Chen Fan pays them no heed, resolutely advancing deeper into the heart of the market. The further he ventures, the more the atmosphere is imbued with the presence of martial practitioners. Most of these individuals are clad in cloaks that conceal their identities, their faces shrouded from view. Those who frequent this market often harbor undisclosed motives, and no one wishes to reveal their true identities, not even Chen Fan. Despite the tacit approval granted by the court over the years, revealing oneself here is undoubtedly unwise. Chen Fan dons the quintessential garb of a wanderer from the martial world. A mask obscures his features, and a black robe envelopes him. While an unassuming longsword rests upon his back, he blends seamlessly into the crowd, exhibiting no singularity, embodying the essence of a hidden guardian. As a member of the Imperial Guard, Chen Fan possesses a certain understanding of the ghost market. While he has not actively sought intelligence, he is aware of the dominant factions at play. The ghost market is primarily governed by 9 significant powers, collectively referred to as the Old Nine Gates. These factions are categorized into 3 tiers: the upper 3, the middle 3, and the lower 3. The upper 3 gates are rumored to maintain connections with the court, primarily engaging in high-end trades involving martial arts manuals, exquisite weaponry, and precious elixirs. Each of these factions boasts a formidable reputation, and their influence is formidable even within the broader martial community. The middle 3 gates specialize in the commerce of information and the smuggling of stolen goods, and they are not to be underestimated. Reports suggest they even dabble in the arms trade. While their primary focus lies in these areas, they also engage in business dealings with the upper 3, albeit with considerably less clout and finesse. For those unable to access the upper 3 gates, the middle 3 provide an alternative avenue for such transactions. The lower 3 gates are rather mundane, largely comprised of common martial practitioners, merchants, and thieves. Occasionally, they may manage to sell rare burial artifacts, which can stir a tempest of chaos within the ghost market, yet their impact remains limited. In the grand scheme, they wield little influence among the throngs. Chen Fan did not immediately approach the formidable powers, but instead leisurely wandered among the various stalls, contemplating the possibility of discovering a hidden gem. Unfortunately, no delightful encounters materialized in this locale. He found nothing of the sort. With a sigh, he turned and approached the entrance of a lavish loft. A sign hung above, emblazoned with 3 imposing characters: Songjin Go. Chen Fan was already well aware that this establishment belonged to the influence of the Shang San men, dedicated to the trade of divine weapons, martial arts manuals, and elixirs of extraordinary potency. As soon as he stepped inside, a middle-aged man promptly greeted him with a warm smile. "I am the proprietor of Songjin Go," he announced, "and it is truly an honor to welcome you, esteemed guest, to our humble establishment." Chapter 88. The Sale of Secrets. He cast a glance at Chen Fan, inquiring about the esteemed guest's name. Chen Fan pondered briefly and replied in a subdued tone, "I am Xianyuan Ming." Amused internally, he thought to himself that this could be considered his first official alias. The shopkeeper did not press further, although it sounded like a pseudonym. He had encountered such situations frequently. Ultimately, it was merely a moniker. With a respectful gesture, he welcomed the esteemed Xianyuan hero, stating that the establishment specialized in procuring martial arts manuals, divine weapons, rare treasures, and miraculous elixirs. He assured Chen Fan that should the hero wish to make a transaction, he would certainly provide a fair price. The shopkeeper, being the proprietor of a renowned establishment, exhibited a humble demeanor, displaying no inclination to take advantage of a customer due to the shop's stature. Instead, he warmly introduced his services to this unfamiliar stranger. "If you seek to purchase some elixirs or divine weapons, our shop can certainly accommodate you. In this regard, we possess a comprehensive array of items, including longevity-enhancing elixirs, provided the price is right." Chen Fan smiled and remarked, "Truly, that Songjin Pavilion lives up to its illustrious reputation." He decided to forego further pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. "Shopkeeper, I possess 2 manuals. I wonder if your esteemed Songjin Pavilion would be interested in acquiring them?" "Oh, manuals?" The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing little surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Might I ask what grade of manuals you intend to part with?" Given the grandeur of Songjin Pavilion, they were accustomed to seeing a plethora of manuals, and the shopkeeper's standards were naturally high. Manuals below the 5th grade were not of particular interest to them. Chen Fan remained silent, casually tossing 2 manuals onto the counter. Indeed, these were the very 2 manuals he had previously obtained from the old man. The shopkeeper swiftly approached the counter, grasping the manuals and flipping through them. With just a glance, his pupils dilated, and his expression shifted dramatically as he scrutinized Chen Fan deeply. With his experience, he recognized the origins of these manuals instantly. He set the manuals down and turned to face Chen Fan, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Unfortunately, given that Chen Fan was masked, he could not discern his features at all. "Well, shopkeeper, what do you think? Can you accept these?" The shopkeeper momentarily refrained from responding, instead reopening the manuals to examine them once more. After spending some time reviewing the contents, he confirmed their authenticity. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, taking a deep breath before responding. "This Divine Eagle Strike is a top-tier 6th grade manual. Mastering it could rival that of a 7th grade manual. However, this is the exclusive secret of the Eagle Fiend among the 7 fiends of the desert, the Flying Divine Eagle. I never imagined it would fall into your hands. I presume the Flying Divine Eagle has met its demise now. After all these years traversing the desert, the once mighty Flying Divine Eagle has finally faltered. I must remind you, my esteemed friend, that the 7 fiends of the desert have always been as close as brothers. Now that the eagle has perished, it is certain that the remaining 6 will go to any lengths to avenge him. The Divine Eagle Strike has become a veritable hot potato, as it cannot be utilized in the immediate future." Chen Fan nodded in silent agreement, urging the shopkeeper to continue his narration. Observing Chen Fan's nonchalant demeanor, the shopkeeper felt an increasing admiration. Such tranquility could only stem from an unwavering confidence. He gestured towards another manual, saying, "This tome is also a pinnacle of 6th grade martial arts, its effectiveness comparable to that of 7th grade techniques. Regrettably, its side effects are exceedingly severe. Each use inflicts irreversible harm, and 3 applications could lead to significant injuries to one's meridians. Should one exceed 5 uses, their very life may be in jeopardy." The shopkeeper indeed possessed genuine expertise, which explained his position amidst the upper echelons of power. He meticulously analyzed the origins, backgrounds, and merits of these manuals for Chen Fan. He then remarked, "The price for 6th grade martial arts typically ranges from 20,000 to 60,000 silver taels. The Divine Eagle Strike is considered top tier under normal circumstances. I could offer it for 60,000 silver taels. However, given the current situation, it has become a perilous asset, and selling it would entail considerable risk, attracting the ire of the 7 fiends of the desert, which could lead to complications for us. Therefore, I can only offer you 40,000. As for the Blood Demon technique, its power is commendable, yet the side effects are too grave, resulting in a limited audience. Thus I also price it at 42,000. Would that be satisfactory for you? 80,000 taels? That seems rather insufficient." Chen Fan's voice emerged from beneath his black cloak, tinged with dissatisfaction. The shopkeeper could only respond with a wry smile. "My good sir, we conduct our business with integrity. Every word I have spoken is the truth, and I would never covet a single tael from you. You may inquire about our reputation. Both manuals are challenging to transact, and should we acquire them, the risks involved are substantial, making this price quite reasonable." Chen Fan spoke again. "This transaction is not a one-time affair. The shopkeeper could transcribe multiple copies to sell, and the profits could be substantial." The shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Hero Xinyuan, you jest. Such practices are not within the realm of our hidden gold pavilion. It would violate the established rules. The consequences are beyond what our humble shop could endure. Manuals sold from our establishment are always the original copies. If one wishes to duplicate and profit further, they should not expect to conduct business here the following day." His words were not merely for show. They reflected the unyielding customs of the martial world. When it comes to the sale of manuals, reproduction for resale is strictly prohibited. While this may be permissible for lower-grade manuals, it is absolutely forbidden for those of medium grade or higher, as purchasers seek to elevate their status. If this advanced martial art were to become commonplace, would not those who purchase the manuals become the unwitting fools? At that juncture, those selling the manuals would have to brace themselves for the wrath of the masses. It is not as though powerful factions have not attempted such endeavors in the past. However, the repercussions were far from favorable. That formidable faction was collectively eradicated, its entire foundation laid to waste, and from that point on, it was erased from the annals of the martial world. The secrets of advanced martial arts manuals are the true treasures of each sect, guarded fiercely by their most esteemed masters. Should these secrets circulate within the martial community, their advantages would be irrevocably compromised, a scenario they cannot abide. This is a matter that would not even be tolerated by the imperial court. Once everyone possesses the ability to cultivate martial arts, would it not pose a potential threat to the sovereignty of the court? Chapter 89. The deal. It is precisely for this reason that anyone who dares to breach this rule will face a joint eradication by both the forces of the martial world and the imperial court. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan spoke. 80,000 taels is rather insufficient. Could you possibly increase the amount? He surmised that the proprietor could discern a glimpse of his strength. Rest assured, I shall return to the Songjing Pavilion should I possess further valuables. Do not allow such a trifling sum to cause you to forfeit a grand opportunity. The proprietor, fiddling with the ring on his finger, hesitated, uncertain of how much the esteemed hero Xianyuan truly sought. Chen Fan merely offered a faint smile, indicating that it depended on the proprietor's sincerity. You may set your price, he suggested. With a firm resolve, the proprietor slammed his palm onto the table, declaring, very well, I shall add another 10,000 taels. I hope that this meets your satisfaction, esteemed hero. Ha, splendid. You are indeed forthright. Then we have a deal, Chen Fan replied. The two exchanged their respective goods, one receiving the money while the other relinquished the item. Chen Fan weighed the banknotes in his hand, feeling a sense of contentment. The so-called 7 fiends of the desert had become an object of his anticipation. He looked forward to their quest for revenge. After all, a mere eagle could fetch 90,000 taels. If he were to eliminate them all, what a fortune it would be. They were not merely the 7 fiends of the desert. They were akin to a treasure bringer. Chen Fan felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Having completed the transaction, Chen Fan prepared to depart, but the proprietor called out to him. Esteemed guest, since we shall engage in future dealings, allow me to offer a word of caution. The 7 fiends of the desert are not to be underestimated. Although your prowess is unmatched, it would be prudent to exercise caution. According to my information, their leader has recently ascended to the level of a grandmaster. Do consider this. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan smiled and offered a respectful nod of thanks to the proprietor. Nevertheless, he waved his hand dismissively and exited the Songjing Pavilion. If they were wise, they would refrain from confrontation. However, should they be foolish enough to seek retribution, it would only serve to enhance his gains. The proprietor observed Chen Fan's bold demeanor and somewhat arrogant words, momentarily taken aback. It seemed his previous assessment had been too low. This individual was likely no ordinary grandmaster. He truly exuded an air of elegance. One could not help but wonder what manner of person he truly was. After a few sighs, the attendant ventured closer, attempting to ingratiate himself. Proprietor, shall we send someone to follow him? Perhaps we could uncover his identity. The proprietor shot him a cold glance, causing the attendant to shiver. Fool, this man possesses unfathomable strength and has deliberately concealed his identity. To pursue his true nature would only invite trouble. Those we send may not only perish, but our Songjing Pavilion could also be implicated. Use your intellect in future. As his frustration mounted, the proprietor kicked the attendant to the ground. You wouldn't dare act so recklessly in your daily life, would you? At that moment, the proprietor's demeanor transformed entirely, shedding the previous affable facade and revealing the essence of a true leader. The formidable presence of authority was unmistakable. I would not, proprietor. We would never dare to take liberties without your consent. Please spare us. He turned over and crawled up, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. It was merely out of curiosity that I resorted to such desperate measures. I shall not dare again. Master, in light of my diligent efforts, please spare me this time. I am also considering the interests of our Songjing Pavilion. The shopkeeper looked down at him coldly, as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. You have exhausted your chances. How dare you contemplate disrupting the rules of Songjing Pavilion? Such an offense is unforgivable, and there is but one outcome. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, a figure sprang forth from the shadows and swiftly dragged him away. Master, Accompanied by his heart-wrenching cries for help that gradually diminished, the shopkeeper remained unmoved. The Songjing Pavilion had thrived in the ghost market precisely because of its iron-fisted approach. Individuals who disregard the rules and attempt to undermine them, risking significant losses to the pavilion, must face death. There are no second chances. The survival conditions of the ghost market are harsher than those of the outside world. Should one offend a formidable figure, They might not see the dawn of the next day. Hence, adhering to the rules is of utmost importance. Only by upholding the regulations can the power dynamics here develop stably. They have excelled in this regard, which is why they have maintained their position among the top 3 doors over the years, with momentum suggesting a potential rise to the foremost position. Of course, Chen Fan was oblivious to all this. He was now heading out of the ghost market, rather than lingering here any longer. However, he was not alone. There were companions following him. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the ghost market, about 20 people had gathered. A figure cloaked in a hooded garment glanced around cautiously before slipping into a narrow alley. Upon entering, he shouted to the group, "Boss, we have a fat sheep on our hands." A robust man, whose imposing presence was unmasked, was seated on a stone. Hearing the voice, he lifted his head and asked nonchalantly, "How many targets are there?" The cloaked figure hurriedly replied, "Only one. I just saw him emerging from Zongjin Pavilion. He must have just completed a transaction. I believe whether he bought or sold, if we rob him, we shall undoubtedly gain." As he spoke, the breaths of the men around him became increasingly rapid, clearly envisioning what they would do with the money. They eagerly looked towards their leader, anticipating his decision. It had been a while since they had engaged in such work, and their poverty had become unbearable. The robust man, under the gaze of his companions, fell into a moment of silence before continuing, "What do you assess his strength to be?" The cloaked figure fell silent for a moment before responding, "Well, I have not clashed with him, so I cannot say for certain. However, he is alone, and with so many of us, it should not be difficult to take him down." The man began to deliberate. He has been in this profession for many years, and the reason he has not faltered is due to his prudent nature. He only acts when he is absolutely certain. As the crowd observed their leader hesitating, they grew increasingly impatient and began to urge him, "Come on, boss, make a decision quickly. If we don't act soon, that person might slip away. Big brother, I'm in dire straits lately. Watching others spin makes my heart ache. Indeed, big brother, it has been quite a while since we've had a proper feast. Boss, boss." The cacophony of voices buzzed around him like a swarm of flies. Everyone's gaze was fervently fixed upon him. Ultimately, he was but one man, and this was a prime opportunity presented to him. Though he was kind-hearted, his indecisiveness led to countless missed opportunities, as he always hesitated before taking action. Chapter 90. Assassination. Though it may indeed seem safer this way, how can one thrive in this profession while being constantly fearful? Fortune favors the bold. At that moment, the burly man felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. He sensed something amiss, yet the crowd had already placed him in a precarious position. Nevertheless, with so many people around, surely he could manage to seize just one. Gritting his teeth, he finally grasped the large knife at his side. Damn it! Tonight he would indulge. Very well, let the feast begin. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and under the leadership of the imposing figure, they began to pour out towards the alley. At this juncture, Chen Fan had already exited the ghost market. The night was particularly gloomy, with the pale moonlight obscured by dark clouds, revealing only a few faint rays through the cracks. Chen Fan walked alone beneath this dim light, unhurriedly making his way to a nearby desolate hill, where he abruptly halted. As he stopped, over 20 figures seemed to emerge from the earth, leaping in front of him. The leading man plunged his knife into the ground and bellowed, "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine." Following a string of highwayman bravado, the group glared at Chen Fan like ferocious demons, eagerly awaiting his response. Yet, Chen Fan appeared unfazed, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. He turned his head, as if finding amusement in a pack of wild dogs attempting to block a tiger's path. The burly man and his subordinates felt a chill under Chen Fan's calm gaze, sensing something was amiss. Shouldn't this man either panic and inquire about the ransom or resolutely refuse? Why was he so composed? Their embarrassment grew. One of the lackeys behind the leader swallowed hard, disregarding the oddity of the situation, and stepped forward to shout, "Hey, kid, speak up. What are you doing?" Finally, Chen Fan spoke. He smiled slightly, unaffected by their provocation. "Is it just you lot?" The crowd was left bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend his meaning. Chen Fan merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. It mattered little. Death awaited regardless, and he had nothing more to discuss with them. Before they could react, Chen Fan's figure darted into the throng like a specter in the night. The burly man felt a sudden lightness in his body, his perspective elevating sharply. He glimpsed an indistinct shadow weaving through his men, accompanied by a cacophony of blood-curdling screams. When Chen Fan finally came to a halt, the leader beheld over 20 severed heads soaring through the air, alongside a headless corpse clutching a knife on the ground. In that moment, he realized he had been decapitated. His consciousness began to fade, leaving behind only waves of regret. He should never have listened to them. This venture was indeed fraught with peril. How could one walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet? The more one traverses dark paths, the more likely they are to encounter ghosts. Over the past decade, no matter how cautious one might be, a single mistake could lead to utter calamity. In a fleeting moment, Chen Fan dispatched his assailants yet lingered, his voice carried by the evening breeze, resonating far and wide. What is the matter? With no spectators left, why do you still hesitate to take the stage? The individuals tailing him were not mere weaklings. There were far more formidable foes among them. Even before he departed for the ghost market, Chen Fan had sensed their presence. He simply chose to disregard them, waiting for this very moment. He intended to eliminate them all at once, preventing any from escaping. However, he was taken aback by their sluggishness. Even after he had dealt with a band of highwaymen, they had yet to reveal themselves. With a sharp whoosh, several piercing feathered arrows shot toward Chen Fan. The tips of the arrows sparkled like diamonds, reflecting the cold moonlight of the night, resembling meteors streaking across the sky. They flew with such velocity that by the time Chen Fan registered the threat, they were already upon him. Yet, this did not hinder him, for his body reacted instinctively at the sound's onset, quicker than his conscious mind could process. In an instant, Chen Fan soared into the air, narrowly evading all the arrows. A few arrows zipped past him so closely that he could discern their shape. By chance, he recognized these arrows. They were infamous and exceptionally lethal weapons. Upon striking a target, the tail end would unfurl, viciously anchoring itself into the flesh of the victim, rendering the removal of the arrow impossible without excising a substantial portion of meat. These arrows were known as the sky-piercing blood arrows. Such weaponry was typically reserved for the elite forces of the Great Hua dynasty, not only boasting this unique effect, but also possessing formidable power capable of piercing through even innate masters with ease. When paired with a sufficiently powerful crossbow, they could even breach the protective true essence of grandmasters amidst a rain of arrows. This marked them as a significant tool for military intimidation against both foreign adversaries and martial experts alike. Little did he expect to encounter one today. Although the Jinyui also possessed such weaponry, Chen Fan had never utilized them himself, as doing so required prior authorization. He was aware of their exorbitant cost. The price of a single arrow equated to that of several dozen ordinary arrows. Chuckling softly, he realized that He Yuqing had resorted to such extreme measures to eliminate him. Chen Fan's cold laughter revealed his understanding of the mastermind behind these attacks. Weapons like these were strictly regulated. Such critical armaments were held in high regard and were absolutely forbidden from circulation. It was evident that aside from the He family, there was no other entity within the Great Hua dynasty capable of wielding such weapons against him. Before he could dwell further on this revelation, another wave of arrows followed swiftly. Once again, he found himself under fire from 30 or more arrows. He Yuqing, your demise is inevitable. The relentless attempts on his life had ignited a fury within him, a fury that even a clay figurine would struggle to contain, let alone Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan's fury was ignited to an unparalleled degree, as if he longed to flay He Yuqing alive. No longer holding back, he unleashed his full power with abandon. With the grace of the Lingbo Weibo, Chen Fan surged forth towards the incoming arrows, moving with the swiftness of a cannonball. This time, his speed reached its zenith, surpassing any previous instance. The arrows, now aimed at him, appeared to move as if in slow motion before his overwhelming might. With a swift motion, Chen Fan grasped all the arrows in his hand, and then, employing the technique of Shao Li Fei Dao, infused them with his true essence and hurled them back. Whoosh! The arrows soared back with greater velocity than they had originally come, rendering them utterly unavoidable. Chapter 91. A sweeping victory in the blink of an eye. All the archers had been utterly annihilated. The arrows that flew back mercilessly pierced through every body, felling the towering trees behind them, a testament to their formidable force. Yet, this was not the end. From the depths of another grove, the archers continued to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows. Chen Fan's expression darkened like turbulent waters. With his right palm enveloped in dense true essence, he forcefully waved forward, countering the rain of arrows above. With another decisive sweep, the arrows were sent flying back, eliminating the remaining concealed archers hidden within the thicket. Standing firm, Chen Fan's gaze pierced through the woods like a sharpened blade. To his astonishment, a handsome middle-aged man emerged from the shadows of the trees, his eyes wide with surprise as they fell upon Chen Fan. It is truly remarkable that a young man like you has already attained mastery, and not just any mastery, but a rare kind indeed. It was clear why the inept Feiying had met his demise at Chen Fan's hands. Despite the middle-aged man's calm demeanor, Chen Fan could discern the overwhelming confidence in his tone. His expression remained unperturbed, as if the fallen archers were mere ants rather than human lives. His gaze, sharp and predatory like that of an eagle, fixated on Chen Fan as if he were a prize. Being a master of the sword himself, Chen Fan immediately sensed the layer of sharp sword intent enveloping the man. Though intangible, as a powerful swordsman, he recognized its palpable existence. At that moment, several leaves drifted down, silently severing in two as they fell. Chen Fan met the man's gaze, a layer of sword intent manifesting around him as well. Has he Yuqing? That incompetent fool sent you? Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. I share your disdain for that foolish wretch. However, it is unfortunate that sometimes sheer power pales in comparison to the fear instilled by sufficient authority. I can sense, Chen Fan, that you too are a master of the sword, but regrettably, you are no match for me. Today shall mark your end. As he uttered his final word, he lunged forward like a drawn sword, swift as a meteor descending from the heavens. His blade gleamed brightly, casting a radiant light that reflected upon Chen Fan's face in an instant. The sword's aura danced excitedly, akin to a serpent poised to strike, eager to sink its fangs into its prey. Yet, with a resounding clang, the sharp blade suddenly halted. No matter how the middle-aged man struggled, the sword remained immobile. Chen Fan's two fingers had clamped down upon the sword's tip with an unyielding grip, resembling merciless iron pincers. The middle-aged man felt as though an invisible mountain pressed down upon the blade, rendering him utterly powerless against the terrifying force wielded by the young man before him. Such might was astonishingly contained within merely 2 fingers of this youth. The middle-aged man's previously placid expression was suddenly beset by a tumult of emotions, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Chen Fan's prowess far surpassed his expectations. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair. His reflexes were swift. He immediately relinquished his long sword and, with a deft twist, drew forth another blade from his waist. As he gathered his energy to counterattack, Chen Fan would not allow him such ease. With a rush of wind, Chen Fan charged forward, his 2 fingers piercing towards the man's brow like a rapier. The spirit's finger. The cry of a divine bird echoed through the forest, a blinding golden light erupting from his fingertips like a celestial dragon. The Tsangling sword. The middle-aged man sensed the terrifying intent to kill emanating from Chen Fan and was compelled to unleash all his strength. With a thunderous shout, he poured forth all his true essence. No longer underestimating Chen Fan, he regarded him as a formidable adversary. His true essence surged forth, coalescing upon the long sword before him. Instantly, the sword fragmented into a myriad of blades, resembling a torrential rain of swords that enveloped Chen Fan. The golden radiance collided with the multitude of sword shadows, producing a resounding roar that shook the heavens. The immense force of true essence erupted, uprooting trees in the vicinity as if they were mere blades of grass. The overwhelming aftermath would obliterate even the most seasoned innate masters. A mere master would suffer grievous injuries upon contact. Chen Fan, you cannot possibly triumph over me. I am the strongest. Blood began to seep from the middle-aged man's 7 orifices, his demeanor resembling that of a madman, desperately masking his inner trepidation with furious cries. He was at the end of his tether, merely struggling to hold on. The Tsangling sword was one of the supreme techniques of the contemporary sword arts, a pinnacle of swordsmanship, having reached the 9th tier. In the past, whenever he wielded this move, no one had ever survived its onslaught. He could not fathom that Chen Fan, a rising star, could withstand a technique he had honed over many years. Yet, alas, no amount of fantasy could rival the harshness of reality before him. Despite the move's might, the middle-aged man was simply too weak. The Chen Fan he faced could be deemed the greatest master of all time, his strength nearly on par with that of grandmasters, far beyond the reach of an ordinary master. Bang! With a single finger thrust, the golden light mercilessly pierced through all the sword shadows, ultimately breaching the man's brow and leaving a gaping void. He fell backward, his eyes wide open. Although his eyes remained unblinking, he could feel the encroaching darkness before him, his consciousness fading. In his final moments, memories flickered before him like a revolving lantern. A swordsman, a swordsman. The crux lies in the word sword. If one wishes to truly become an unparalleled swordsman, to surpass one's master, one must forge a transparent sword heart. Only then can one aspire to become a matchless sword immortal. Should you fail to cultivate a sword heart, the pinnacle of masterhood may well be your life's ultimate limitation. Only at the brink of death did the middle-aged man truly comprehend the teachings of his master. Regrettably, it was too late. The heart of the sword is not something that everyone possesses the ability to forge. Similarly, becoming a sword immortal is not a feat attainable by all. A swordsman, at the very least, must embody the proud spirit of a swordsman. All external tribulations and hindrances are to be severed with a single sword strike. One individual, one sword, can traverse the world with impunity. However, when he sought to align himself with the He family in pursuit of a method to transcend into a grandmaster, he had irrevocably forfeited his chance to become one. Once a swordsman chooses to become another's servant, his soul becomes shrouded in dust, forever rendering the clarity of the sword heart unattainable in this lifetime. Hence, throughout the years, his cultivation has seen no advancement, and he has struggled in vain to discern the reason. He has, with his own hands, severed the path before him. Chapter 92. The trembling He Yuching. Perhaps the pinnacle of the Grandmaster was the utmost limit of your capabilities. Master, a prophecy fulfilled. The words left by the Master came to pass. He remained merely a Grandmaster until his last breath. As the final flicker of consciousness faded, his body erupted from his brow, bursting forth like a split watermelon. The swordsmanship was commendable. He was indeed a person of some substance, yet regrettably insufficient. Chen Fan clasped his hands behind his back, casting a wistful glance at the now desolate ground beneath him. Alas, still too feeble to withstand a blow. That Songling's sword held some intrigue, but the inner strength of this middle-aged man was still lacking. Otherwise, he might have posed a genuine challenge. Chen Fan raised his gaze, peering into the distance. He Yuching, ha, wait for it. It shan't be long before we settle the score. A chilling aura enveloped him, akin to a millennium of frozen ice, causing the surrounding trees to momentarily frost over, only to be swiftly retracted. His eyes were serene, resembling a placid lake, yet one could not ascertain what lurked beneath its surface. After carefully scanning the area to ensure nothing was overlooked, his form shot upward like an arrow, vanishing instantaneously within the thicket. However, mere moments after his departure, the forest echoed with the sound of chaotic footsteps. 3 figures burst forth from the woods and arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation strewn across the ground and the severed limbs, their expressions shifted dramatically. This is grave. Something has gone awry. We must locate Mr. Yi. The leader scoffed, directing the others to disperse and examine the remnants of the battle. Yet, despite scouring the area, they found no trace of Mr. Yi among the 60 or so archers pierced by arrows and the 20 or so decapitated strangers. Boss, it seems Mr. Yi might be no kidding. Who couldn't deduce that? The leader cursed, surveying the multitude of corpses at his feet, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He was acutely aware of the mission Mr. Yi had undertaken that day. However, he could never have anticipated such a scene or its dire consequences. These assassination squads, which they believed were more than sufficient, had been utterly annihilated. We must immediately inform the master of these developments. Third brother, you go relay the information. We will manage the situation here. Go on. Upon hearing this, the third brother donned an overly cheerful facade. Ah, boss, how could you possibly handle such dirty work? You should be the one to report. I'll take care of the cleanup here. Externally, he smiled, yet inwardly, he was cursing the leader vehemently. The leader furrowed his brow, exasperated. Nonsense. Why so much chatter? Do you wish to defy orders? Go as instructed. The third brother's expression darkened, but upon surveying the situation before him, it became apparent that he had no choice but to proceed. The eldest, well aware of his thoughts, promptly stepped forward to clasp his shoulder. Do not worry. It's merely a notification of information. Nothing will happen. After the third brother, still grim-faced, departed, he flashed a wry smile and added, if anything were to occur, I shall take care of your wife and children, so you need not have any lingering worries. The second brother, witnessing the eldest deftly shift the burden onto the third brother, felt a sense of relief. They all understood that this master was notoriously difficult to please, often capricious and prone to indiscriminately punishing his subordinates. With such a matter to report, it was easy to predict his reaction, although both were reluctant. They understood the saying, better a dead friend than a dead comrade. The second brother could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. We are good brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. Should anything happen to the third brother, we will ensure that his new wife is well cared for. We shall not let her suffer. His words were delivered with a righteous fervor, powerful enough that, if one were not attentive to their content, they might easily be deceived. However, the eldest feigned ignorance, nodding in agreement. Brother, we can only do so much. As anticipated, the unfortunate third brother, upon returning with the news, was indeed met with the wrath of He Yuching. In a fit of rage, he overturned the expensive mahogany table before him, and, in a single motion, smashed a precious painting. Incompetence! These worthless fools deserve to die? He bellowed. Damn it, to be exterminated in 2 days? I might as well be the one to perish. What is this about eagles and sword immortals, accompanied by a small army equipped with the finest gear? Is this all they can muster? The servants around him knelt, trembling in fear, hesitant to move, lest they provoke his ire. The mutilated corpse of the third brother lay gruesomely on the ground. He Yuqing, outwardly consumed by rage, was in fact masking a profound fear. Yes, he was afraid. This was the strongest force he had at his disposal, a peak master personally leading a well-equipped squad, and yet they had been utterly annihilated. For the first time, he sensed that events had spiraled beyond his control. From a young age, he had adeptly wielded the power at his command, eliminating countless individuals who had displeased him, be they court officials, martial heroes, or even members of the Imperial Guard. Anyone who had incurred his wrath had never lived to see the dawn. Yet this time, despite dispatching multiple forces, not only had he failed, but they had all perished. He had even sent forth his most formidable expert, yet not a single body had returned. He cursed the incompetence around him, but he was acutely aware of Mr. Ye's capabilities. This self-proclaimed sword immortal was nearly as formidable as 2 or 3 typical peak masters combined. Yet, even such an individual had met with defeat. This realization instilled within He Yuqing a genuine fear of Chen Fan's prowess. Could it be that Chen Fan is indeed under the personal protection of Shinran? Is he truly his illegitimate son? How else can one explain all of this? He Yuansheng pondered with gritted teeth, utterly confounded by these phenomena. If there were not an extraordinary powerhouse safeguarding Chen Fan, how could everyone else have met with utter failure? He could not bring himself to believe that these individuals were vanquished by Chen Fan alone. A grandmaster of such tender years, what a farce. Even if he had begun his cultivation in the womb, it would be impossible. The more He Yuansheng contemplated, the more fearful he became, rising from his seat to stride outside. This cannot continue. I must inform father and request that he dispatch several experts to assist me. He realized that he was in over his head, and the troubles he had stirred had escalated beyond his capacity to resolve, necessitating parental intervention. Chapter 93. Espionage. The most formidable guard by his side had already perished, leaving him devoid of any sense of security, as if at any moment Chen Fan might burst in. He felt an urgent need for a more powerful protector. Those who, like him, wielded wealth and influence, often harbored an intensified fear of death. He Yuqing, a being born to stand just beneath the emperor, was engulfed in dread. There were still countless pleasures he had yet to experience, numerous companions he had yet to indulge in, and he was unwilling to part with life. Time flew by swiftly. The tranquility of the past fortnight had already slipped away. During this span, nothing of consequence transpired. Chen Fan seemed to behave as though nothing had occurred, continuing his routine at the local government office. Engaging in card games with subordinates and colleagues, attending performances at brothels, or apprehending petty thieves, basking in the admiration of the populace. It was as if he were entirely oblivious to He Yuqing's assassination attempt, displaying no signs of agitation. Correspondingly, He Yuqing had also refrained from making any moves, and everything appeared to revert to a state of equilibrium, as harmonious as if he had just joined the Imperial Guards. Yet, Chen Fan was acutely aware that this faade was mere illusion. Beneath the calm surface lay turbulent undercurrents. Over the past 2 weeks, Chen Fan assumed the role of a clandestine observer for the He family, diligently surveilling their movements, dutifully assisting them in identifying vulnerabilities in their defenses. Regrettably, the He family's defenses revealed no flaws, and He Yuqing had not once ventured beyond the confines of his residence. Indeed, since the thwarted assassination attempt which Chen Fan had entirely resolved, He Yuqing had not emerged from his family home, nor had he returned to the local government office. Of course, whether he chose to show up or not was of no concern to the local government, and he certainly held no regard for its so-called regulations. He Yuqing, who often spoke boastfully, proved to be more cowardly than anyone when it came to retreating. I refuse to believe that you can continue to suppress your desires. Surely, you reminisce about the courtesans of Baifeng Tower. This evening, as with others, Chen Fan prowled near the He residence in search of opportunity. With his current abilities, as long as he wished to remain undetected, even a grandmaster would find it arduous to uncover his presence. It was now midnight. The moon hung high in the sky, resembling the watchful eye of the heavens. Yet, Chen Fan remained alert, meticulously monitoring the He family's every move. Just as he anticipated another fruitless night, an unremarkable door was suddenly pushed open. 2 guards cautiously emerged, scanning the surroundings before signaling safety with a wave. It was at that moment that He Yuqing, enveloped by a dozen guards, slowly made his exit. His expression was tinged with impatience. What on earth is this? Is such caution truly necessary? Is there anyone brave enough to lay a hand on me? That worthless Chen Fan can only slay a few of my subordinates. I doubt he even knows who sent them. He must still be in the dark. I intend to make him aware that even if he were to borrow tenfold courage, he would still dare not lay a hand on me, would he? The attendant beside him promptly replied with utmost respect, "My lord, it is always prudent to exercise caution. It will not consume much time. All of this is for your well-being, so I beseech you to endure a little longer." The master is indeed urgently investigating Chen Fan, yet it appears there has been no significant progress. Upon hearing Chen Fan's name, He Yuqing's countenance darkened ominously. No progress. How can that be? With the strength of the He family, what is there that we cannot uncover? My lord, the information we have thus far reveals that he possesses no notable background. Apart from his innate talent and possibly having received the legacy of a great master, there is indeed no reliable information available. Based on our current findings, we can only deduce that he has likely reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, perhaps capable of contending with a grandmaster. He Yuqing was immediately consumed with rage. If he possesses only this level of strength, how did those I dispatched meet their demise? My lord, it is precisely for this reason that we have hesitated to ascertain Chen Fan's background. Furthermore, your suspicion regarding Shen Xinran's close protection has now been dismissed. The most plausible theory at present suggests that the great master may have left him with a formidable guardian. What? A guardian? This wild brat actually possesses such fortune? He Yuqing's face turned an ashen hue, a tumult of emotions, anger, envy, and resentment swirling within him. Receiving the legacy of a great master, coupled with the protection of a guardian, is an exceedingly rare occurrence in the martial world. This signifies that Chen Fan is likely to evolve into a master of grandmaster caliber. Such a prospect was enough to instill fear in He Yuqing. Though he hailed from an illustrious lineage, he could not help but envy the grandmasters. After all, he himself might never attain the status of a grandmaster. Even with the expenditure of vast resources, he could at most aspire to be a mere master. Reaching the level of grandmaster transcends the influence of their worldly power. While the He family has indeed recruited a few grandmaster guardians, they stand in stark contrast to those lesser masters. These grandmasters are revered as venerated ones. Each year, He Shui must expend considerable resources and wealth to retain their allegiance, treating them with the utmost respect. Should they choose to depart, the He family would be powerless to prevent it. If a grandmaster were truly resolute, they could bring ruin upon the He family, systematically eliminating them. Even if they could not eradicate them entirely, the few remaining would live in perpetual dread, ensnared in an existence of unending terror. He Yuqing had once fantasized about becoming a grandmaster himself. Alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow. His talents were mediocre, and he feared he would be forever distant from the grandmaster realm. To achieve such heights, one must possess innate gifts, insight, foundational strength, and serendipity, none of which he could claim. My lord, we are prepared now. Let us make our departure. The guard returned and respectfully bowed to him, stating that once they gathered those individuals tonight, eliminating Chen Fan would be a mere trifle. Upon hearing this, He Yuqing's demeanor shifted to one of calm, as he began to follow the guard onto the carriage. Indeed, if they succeeded today, disposing of Chen Fan would not be a significant feat, huh? The protector? Should this undertaking come to fruition, both he and the protector would be dispatched to the depths of hell. He Yuqing stepped onto the carriage, his eyes brimming with a ferocious killing intent, for he had endured considerable suffering in recent days. Subsequently, the carriage set forth, bearing him toward a certain location in Qingzhou City. At that moment, Chen Fan stealthily revealed himself, beginning to trail behind them. Chapter 94. The emergence of the enchantress. He chuckled. They certainly had a vivid imagination, conjuring notions of guardianship. Chen Fan found their speculations rather amusing. It appeared that his formidable prowess left them no alternative but to envision such roles. Although he was solely responsible for his accomplishments, the idea of an 18-year-old grandmaster was incredulous to many. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on their discussions, his vigilance heightened significantly. From their earlier remarks, it seemed they were intent on recruiting talented individuals today. He Yuqing's confident assertion suggested that these individuals were not to be underestimated. Otherwise, they would not possess the audacity to eliminate a grandmaster-level guardian. At present, Chen Fan felt assured in his ability to confront a grandmaster head-on, and perhaps even triumph. However, as he had yet to engage directly, the specifics remained uncertain. Like a specter, Chen Fan stealthily trailed behind the carriage, unnoticed by anyone nearby. The carriage glided effortlessly through the streets during the curfew, traversing nearly half of Qingzhou City before arriving at a dilapidated theater. The carriage came to a halt, and He Yuqing emerged. Is this the place? Yes, master, this is the designated location. He Yuqing nodded and turned to an elderly man beside him, saying, Old Lin, I shall rely on you at the appointed time. I understand. You need not worry. came the hoarse yet confident reply. He Chen's demeanor towards him was markedly different from his usual self, exuding utmost respect. Subsequently, he proceeded into the theater, flanked by his retinue. The theater, now abandoned, lay in ruins, with only remnants of walls scattered about. Inside, crumbling structures stood amidst the fluttering remnants of colorful ribbons that had been left undisturbed, creating an eerily enchanting atmosphere akin to a haunted house, striking fear into the hearts of those timid enough to linger at the entrance. Yet, as the group stepped inside, they were unexpectedly greeted by the intoxicating strains of opera emanating from the ruins. The melodic cadences were intricate, the intonations gracefully undulating, and the lyrics beautifully rounded, ensnaring their spirits and transporting them to a realm of ethereal bliss. Upon hearing the haunting melodies, He Chen gently closed his eyes, his countenance shifting as if entrapped in a dreamlike state, displaying a kaleidoscope of emotions, at times smiling vacantly, at others gripped by fear, and occasionally bursting into tears. Before long, he began to dance in unison with the opera's rhythm, his movements surprisingly graceful, reminiscent of a seasoned performer. The guardians surrounding him mirrored this transformation. Irrespective of their individual prowess, they appeared as a cohesive ensemble, each taking on their roles in a balletic display. They seemed possessed by otherworldly spirits, participating in an enigmatic ritual devoid of their former selves. However, the elder cloaked in black trailing behind them emitted a discontented snort, his dissatisfaction palpable. With a cold snort, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, their senses returning to them. What just transpired? What did I, the young master, experience moments ago? He Chen's expression was one of terror, his face ashen, as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his pupils slightly constricted. You must have been ensnared by the devil's melody, your mind thrown into disarray, trapped in an illusion, and thus manipulated. It appears that the one behind this is one of the 7 fiends of the desert. The old man in the black robe spoke with an air of indifference. His demeanor towards He Chen was peculiarly cold, devoid of any respect. However, He Chen bore no resentment towards this attitude. In fact, he held the old man in high regard. A peculiar yet melodious laughter echoed from all directions, penetrating the hearts of those who heard it. Following this, a voice akin to that of a celestial being wafted through the air. Sir, you are indeed formidable. Might I inquire if you would reveal your face and meet me? The black-robed figure remained unmoved, his gaze unyielding, like an arrow poised to strike, fixated on a singular point. Do not flaunt your tricks before me. Come forth obediently. Should I have to summon you, it will not be a simple matter. Dear sir, you truly lack charm, came the reply. As her words faded, an eerie breeze swept through the theater, causing ribbons to tremble as if summoned by an unseen force. They danced in the air, gathering together before gradually ascending toward the heavens. The guards below, upon witnessing these ribbons, fell into a trance, mirroring their previous state of enchantment. Suddenly, the ribbons coalesced and then dispersed, revealing a mesmerizing woman at the center. Cloaked in delicate veils, her alluring figure was tantalizingly obscured, radiating an irresistible allure. Her eyes seemed to converse, filled with shyness and allure, while her lips were painted of vivid crimson, reminiscent of the most passionate rose. A beauty that could topple nations. A siren of unparalleled charm, such was she. Not only the guards, but even He Chen, who was no stranger to beauty, found himself utterly entranced, his gaze fixated upon her. His eyes betrayed an insatiable longing and desire, a fervor so intense that it caused certain parts of their bodies to involuntarily rise in response. The only one unaffected was the old man cloaked in black. Am I beautiful? She descended gracefully, her sultry gaze and fragrant breath enchanting all. The crowd stood spellbound, responding in unison, beautiful. Do you love me? We love you. Since you love me, would you be willing to sacrifice your lives for that love? The throng nodded in unison, as if under a spell, without a hint of hesitation. I am willing. I am willing. The woman smiled, covering her lips, resembling a girl who had received a cherished toy. Thank you all. Since you are willing, I shall take my leave. As her words fell, her gaze transformed into the cold, merciless eyes of a predator. With no hesitation, she unleashed a relentless strike, sparing no opportunity for mercy. The fluttering ribbons, once mere embellishments, had now morphed into lethal weapons in her grasp. 7 or 8 ribbons gracefully entwined around the necks of the guards, only to tighten abruptly. Simultaneously, 2 ribbons shot forth from her hands like swords, swiftly severing 2 heads from their bodies. When the blood splattered across her face, He Chen and the others were jolted awake, realizing that in this brief moment, their senses had been ensnared twice. He Chen glared with fury, bellowing, What do you intend to do, woman? Chapter 95. The Seven Fiends of the Desert. The enchanting woman lightly covered her lips with a smile. What is the matter? Did you not just proclaim your willingness to sacrifice your lives for me? Have you changed your minds now? Were you merely deceiving me? Her eyes shimmered with tears, as if on the verge of overflowing. In that moment, she resembled a forsaken maiden, exuding an aura of vulnerability that stirred a profound sense of pity in those present. Despite their awareness of her as a merciless assassin, they found themselves ensnared by her beguiling charm, a captivating spell that promised the inevitable passage of life itself. Her lips curled into a smirk, and with a peal of laughter like silver bells, a ribbon reminiscent of Death's scythe descended from the heavens. The guards' psychological defenses crumbled entirely as they began to wail and flee in terror, yet one by one, they met their demise, either hanged or decapitated. He Yuqing trembled violently, clutching the robe of the cloaked figure behind him. He gazed upward, and amid the profound darkness of night, a colossal creature seemed to burst forth with a rush of wind. Lost in a trance, he stared at the moving shadow above, feeling as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. In that unseen abyss, it appeared to see something. Accompanied by a shrill scream of terror, it swept past him, and the cry abruptly ceased. Then, something was cast before him. He Yuqing looked on in horror, his blood running cold. For what lay before him was a corpse, now a desiccated husk. Its skin had shriveled to an alarming pallor, and upon closer inspection, two conspicuous puncture wounds marred its neck, evidence of blood long since drained. The shadow continued to soar, and this time, He Yuqing discerned its true form, an enormous bat, unlike any he had ever encountered. The cloaked figure observed the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. As long as He Yuqing remained unharmed, the deaths of others bore no consequence to him. In the span of merely a TS time, the dozen guards accompanying He Yuqing had been utterly annihilated. The bat hovered before He Yuqing, suspended beside the woman, emitting a series of strange chuckles. Ah, the blood of these individuals is truly revolting. Yet, I yearn to savor the flavor of this young master's blood. As the grandson of the Prime Minister, he must have been raised on sweet nectar. His blood and flesh should be as delectable as honey. This bat was no ordinary creature. Its eyes glowed with a sinister red light as it extended its tongue to lick its lips, gazing intently at He Yuqing with a peculiar glint. Under the bat's terrifying gaze, He Yuqing felt a shiver run down his spine. The woman stepped forward, her face a mask of feigned innocence. My dear, just a moment ago you were willing to sacrifice everything for me. Why now do you resist so vehemently? Her voice, laced with sorrow, resembled a melancholic melody. Could it be? Have I truly been deceived by you, a heartless and ungrateful man? As she spoke, a solitary tear cascaded down her exquisite visage. Yet, this time, He Yuqing was resolute, his overwhelming fear suppressing any carnal desires. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Do you know who I am? I am He Yuqing. My grandfather is the Prime Minister, and my father the Minister of Personnel. Are you aware of the power our family wields? How dare you seek my life? He Yuqing, cowering behind the cloaked figure, erupted in a furious roar, attempting to mask the terror that threatened to engulf him. Oh, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation, she chuckled lightly, her companion, a bat-like creature, cackling in derision. At that moment, despair washed over He Yuqing, and he clung desperately to the only support he had, the figure cloaked in black, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Old Lin, save me. Please, take me away from here. His voice cracked, the raw anguish evident as he cried out, revealing the depths of his fear. Never before had he encountered such peril. Each passing second felt like an eternity, as if death loomed with every breath. Regret flooded He Yuqing's mind. He lamented his decision to come here. Thankfully, the cloaked figure finally spoke. Calm yourself. I am here. They would not dare harm you. These are the very people you seek. He Yuqing's expression froze in disbelief. It's them? Indeed, it is, the cloaked figure confirmed with a nod, gesturing toward the woman before them. This is Butterfly, ranked 6th among the 7 fiends of the desert, renowned for her lethal beauty. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She is a woman capable of mothering you. Upon hearing this, Butterfly's expression darkened, her facade crumbling. With a swift motion, she unleashed her deadly ribbons, an exceedingly sensitive topic for her, regardless of her prowess. Being reminded of her age provoked an inevitable reaction. However, the cloaked figure remained unfazed, treating her lethal weapons as mere toys. With a casual gesture, he shattered the ribbons, which fell like rain. Though Butterfly possessed some strength, she was utterly fragile before him. He then pointed to the beams overhead. This is Bat, ranked 5th among the 7 fiends of the desert. This individual kills by draining blood. Should he go a day without feeding, his power wanes, and and his appearance withers. His current state is a consequence of having succumbed to the perils of his training years ago. Once the backlash ensues, it results in a loss of rationality and an insatiable thirst for blood. Chen nodded, a lingering sense of dread still residing within him. He had witnessed the horrifying fate of those corpses and was resolute in his desire to avoid such a grim destiny. After experiencing the formidable display of authority from these two individuals, all remnants of pride had dissipated within Chen, leaving only trepidation in its wake. The seven fiends of the desert were utterly ruthless, their enjoyment derived from the act of killing, starkly contrasting with the martial experts he typically encountered. He no longer harbored any illusions that his status as the grandson of a prime minister would intimidate this group. They were a band of lunatics, and should they be provoked, they would heedlessly disregard the consequences. Chapter 96. The Lion King. With a faint chuckle, the figure in the black robe spoke. Since I have personally arrived, let us proceed to meet the Lion King. You must have summoned us for reasons beyond merely eliminating us. At this moment, Butterfly, having witnessed his prowess, regained her composure and smiled sweetly. Sir, will you not remove your black robe? At the very least, allow me to behold your true visage. How can I place my trust in you without seeing your face? Bat scoffed derisively, thinking it unnecessary to engage in idle chatter. If the man refused to unveil himself, he would simply tear him apart, exposing his pretense. No sooner had he finished his thought than he launched himself into action. Leaping from the beam above with arms outstretched like a genuine bat, with a subtle flutter of his sleeves, he glided effortlessly toward the black-robed figure, extending his hands to grasp at the man's face. The black-robed figure huffed in discontent, swiftly countering with a palm strike that sent Bat hurtling backward, devoid of any resistance. He landed with a series of staggered retreats, eventually swinging back up to the beam, his expression a mixture of astonishment and dread. Glancing at his hand, he noticed it had turned a deep shade of purplish black. Hurriedly, he pressed several acupoints on his body to prevent the toxin from spreading further. Tianyin Palm. You are Lin the old ghost, Bat exclaimed. The black-robed man paid him no heed, instead flicking his fingers to send a pill soaring toward him. For the sake of the Lion King, I shall overlook your insolence this time. Should there be a next, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Bat caught the pill and swiftly swallowed it, relieved to see the purplish hue gradually dissipate. He could hardly believe that the infamous Lin the old ghost had actually allied himself with the current prime minister, serving as a lackey. If this were to become known among the martial community, he would certainly become the subject of ridicule. The black-robed man removed his hood, revealing his true countenance. Though his hair and beard were white as snow, his youthful visage belied his age. His skin was remarkably supple, yet his neck and hands appeared withered, resembling desiccated wood, starkly contrasting the vitality of his face. He cast a glance at Bat, but showed no sign of anger. I merely seek mutual benefit. There is no need to label me as a lackey. Ah, Lin the old ghost, continue to delude yourself, Bat retorted with disdain, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. Numerous martial artists had aligned themselves with royalty or the powerful for various reasons. However, the seven fiends of the desert held these individuals in the deepest contempt. They prided themselves on embodying the true spirit of martial artists, believing that if one lacked the backbone to stand independently, serving as a lackey rendered one's life devoid of meaning. Their pursuit was freedom, unrestrained by others, to seize whatever they deemed worthy. What was the initial aspiration behind martial arts practice? Was it not the desire to traverse the rivers and lakes, acting freely at will? The seven fiends of the desert united due to their shared ambitions, regarding one another as brothers. Alas, Fei Ying, in pursuit of breaking through his limits, betrayed his oath and chose to serve the He family as a lackey. Although he was considered a guest of the He family, their perception of Fei Ying diminished significantly as a result. Consequently, Fei Ying parted ways with them. However, having shared over a decade of brotherhood, remnants of old feelings lingered. Thus, upon learning of Fei Ying's demise, the six of them hastened to Qingzhou, driven by the desire for vengeance. Our paths converge today, united by a common goal. Therefore, let us dispense with idle chatter and allow me to meet the Lion King. Old Lin fixed his gaze upon the bat hanging from the rafters. The bat descended, casting a disdainful glance at Old Lin and then at the trembling He Yuqing, before stating, "Come, follow me." He and the butterfly began their journey deeper into the shadows. Old Lin and He Yuqing hurriedly followed suit. He Yuqing felt an overwhelming dread. He had no desire to meet the Lion King, yearning only to escape this accursed place. The eerie, foreboding theater chilled him to the bone, each step feeling rigid, as if the theater might consume him at any moment. Regretfully, he could not leave. To do so now would mean forever forfeiting the opportunity to ally with the seven fiends. This meeting was not solely for the purpose of eliminating Chen Fan. It was also in obedience to his father's directive. He Shui had instructed him to forge a connection with the seven fiends to attempt to recruit them. In the struggle against Chen Fan, He Yuqing had nearly lost all capable subordinates. If he could reclaim the seven fiends, it would not only compensate for his losses, but also enhance the strength of the He family. Compared to the insignificant task of slaying Chen Fan, the true objective lay in enlisting these formidable individuals. The group arrived beside the stage within the theater. Upon entering, a peculiar sound echoed, and a dark figure lunged from the stage, hurtling directly towards Old Lin's face. Unfazed, Old Lin reached out and caught the object effortlessly, applying a slight pressure to crush it. He glanced at the stage, his expression impassive, and inquired, "After all these years, is this how the Lion King treats his guests? Is this the attitude one should display to an old acquaintance?" A dull voice responded from the stage, "You and I, Old Lin, are hardly old friends. Moreover, we seven fiends hold the utmost disdain for you sycophants of the powerful. This is well understood in the martial world." The speaker was a burly middle-aged man, towering in stature, with a striking mane of golden hair atop his head and eyes that sparkled like jade gems, exuding a faint glow. He wielded an enormous blade, which was currently embedded in the stage. He merely sat upon the stage, devoid of any superfluous movements, yet an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped the atmosphere. This individual was none other than the leader of the seven fiends, the Lion King. Flanking him on either side were three others. To his left stood a middle-aged man with a square face, whose physique rivaled that of the Lion King. His bulging muscles strained against the tattered black garment he wore. His gaze was piercing, having fixed intently on the two newcomers the moment they stepped into the shadows. He resembled a tiger lurking in the darkness, poised to pounce at the slightest provocation. This man was the Black Tiger, ranked second among the seven fiends, a master of unparalleled might, second only to the Lion King himself. Chapter 97. Discussion. Standing to the right of the Lion King was a pair of individuals, one man and one woman. The man was clad in black, donning a wolf mask, his arms adorned with weapons resembling wolf claws. His eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, reminiscent of a malevolent wolf. He continually licked his lips, emitting strange, sinister laughter as he gazed at He Yuqing. This man was known as the Purple Wolf, ranked third among the seven fiends. As for the woman, she possessed a strikingly enchanting mane of purple hair, cascading down to her waist, with a portion elegantly styled atop her head, forming a resplendent coiled bun. Her eyes seemed to possess an alluring charm, as if they could speak. At the corner of her eye, a tattoo of a serpentine spider quietly nestled. She wore a long purple gown, its hem nearly brushing the ground. Yet the bodice was quite revealing, exposing ample fair skin. A large, sinister spider coiled around her waist, accentuating her stunning figure, rivaling even that of a butterfly. Both individuals were equally beguiling, each embodying a unique allure that was captivating and deadly. This enchantment served as their camouflage. Upon seeing this woman, He Yuqing felt a stirring within him. Despite her being a member of the seven fiends of the desert, feared like the butterfly, he could not deny their breathtaking beauty. The woman seemed to sense He Yuqing's intense gaze, turning to cast a flirtatious glance his way, imbued with a softness that stirred his heart. However, as he dared to look again, a chill coursed through his veins, clearing his mind of all distractions. His vision sharpened. He noticed that a live spider was crawling upon her. Fortuitously, He Yuqing recognized this spider. Known as the Azure Spider, its venom was said to effortlessly slay innate masters, causing considerable trouble even for grandmasters upon contact. The woman allowed this spider to roam freely upon her, indicating that she was certainly no ordinary individual, akin to the butterfly. Her name was Spider, ranked seventh among the seven fiends of the desert. Spider and Butterfly had become notorious figures within the martial world, their fearsome reputations striking terror into the hearts of many, earning them the moniker of the Sisters of Deadly Venom. Over the past decade, numerous admirers had succumbed to their beauty, yet all had met grim fates, the details of which need not be elaborated. At this moment, all members of the seven fiends of the desert had gathered. The Lion King turned to the two, speaking in a grave tone. "Now, let us discuss serious matters. Do you know who killed the flying eagle?" Upon hearing this, a group of fierce and intimidating figures on the stage turned their attention to the pair. While Lin Laogui remained unfazed, He Yuqing felt a wave of terror wash over him, nearly paralyzed by fear under their scrutinizing gazes, rendering him momentarily speechless. At this sight, Lin Laogui couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at him. He spoke up, stating that the one who killed Feiying was a captain from the Jinyue named Chen Fan. The Lion King's expression darkened immediately, and his tone carried a hint of anger. Lin Laogui, are you insulting me? Or are you belittling my brother Fei Ying? If you wish to challenge me, just say so. The others present also bore grim expressions, their eyes glinting with intent as they prepared to act. Could Fei Ying really have been slain by a mere captain? Such a notion was utterly absurd. It was well known in the martial world that the captains of the Jinyi were merely at the innate level, and even the stronger ones barely reached the peak of innate mastery. Yet Fei Ying was a genuine master of the craft. How could he be killed by a lowly captain? At this moment, the Lion King erupted with a wave of murderous intent directed at the two men. However, Lin Laogui remained unfazed in the face of this terrifying aura. Do not underestimate this captain, he cautioned. Though his personal strength may be lacking, the forces behind him are formidable. The Lion King raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and inquired, what? Does he have a powerful backing? A significant background? Could it possibly rival that of the He family? Lin Laogui shook his head, explaining that they suspected Chen Fan had inherited the teachings of a high master, practicing nearly all of the top-tier skills, and that he was secretly protected by a guardian. Fei Ying was likely killed by this guardian. According to their conjecture, this guardian was a veritable grandmaster, whose strength was not inferior to that of the Lion King himself. Upon hearing that Chen Fan possessed numerous top-tier skills, the others' breaths quickened, their eyes igniting with fervor. Such rare skills were a tremendous fortune. Having even one was a significant boon. Yet the mention of a guardian brought a more serious demeanor to their expressions. They understood well the implications of having a guardian. To have one meant that a powerful faction must have taken an interest in Chen Fan, assigning someone to protect him closely, a treatment indicative of being groomed as a successor. This was not something to provoke lightly. Setting aside the possibility of dealing with the guardian and capturing Chen Fan, even if they succeeded, the wrath of the powerful faction behind Chen Fan would be dire. Though the seven fiends of the desert held some renown, the gap between them and long-standing top-tier sects was unfathomable. If their actions against Chen Fan provoked some ancient foe, their fates would be grim. Nevertheless, the seven fiends were bonded by brotherhood. Despite Fei Ying's later betrayal, he remained their sworn brother, and this vendetta could not go unavenged. Thus, they found themselves with no other option. While they harbored some apprehension regarding the guardian, they did not fear him. United, the six of them believed they could contend even with a mid to late stage grandmaster. However, it is of paramount importance to consider what actions they should take after eliminating Chen Fan and his guardian. This matter is the central theme of their deliberations. Yet, while they were engrossed in lively conversation with old Ghost Lin, they remained oblivious to the fact that a pair of eyes had been watching them intently. How fortuitous it is that everyone has gathered at once. Chen Fan exerted every effort to heighten his senses, meticulously absorbing every word, gesture, and movement of these individuals. In addition to his persistent concern for He Yuqing, another group of adversaries, whom he would inevitably have to confront, had also assembled simultaneously. Chapter 98. Taking action. Chen Fan had slain the Flying Eagle, thus establishing an irreconcilable enmity with the remaining six. The day would inevitably come when this debt would be settled. To his astonishment, they had already arrived in Qingzhou and had allied themselves with his old adversary, He Yuqing. It seemed that fortune had favored him, as this opportunity had presented itself effortlessly. The day's gains were indeed substantial. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system echoed softly. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task, rooting out the problem. You have incurred a deadly feud with the seven fiends of the desert. Neither side can coexist. Please eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Task reward: the ultimate death spiral 3 immortal sword. Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. The Death Spiral 3 Immortal Sword was a renowned sword technique, and acquiring it would elevate his mastery of the sword to new heights. However, he suppressed his exhilaration and continued to observe them quietly. These were his foes, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. He had no desire to jeopardize his long-standing concealment just before the finish line. Old Lin, noticing the conflicted expressions of the individuals on stage, chuckled softly, sensing an opportunity. Gentlemen, if you cannot devise a plan, I might offer you a suggestion. The six turned their gazes towards him, eager to hear his wisdom. Old Lin smiled nonchalantly. If you all were to join the He family, I am certain that Prime Minister He would extend a warm welcome to you. Should the forces behind Chen Fan come knocking, I believe Prime Minister He would certainly intervene. He Yuqing, upon hearing this, became animated. When it came to exerting influence, he was exceptionally skilled. Indeed, Mr. Lin is correct. Regardless of the power or hidden sect behind him, they must concede to the He family. Otherwise, they would face the might of the entire Dahuang dynasty. If you esteemed heroes join us, they would not dare to trouble you. Rest assured, the He family will not treat you unfairly. We possess wealth, power, esteemed status, profound techniques, and miraculous elixirs. We have it all. He Yuqing passionately delivered his speech. After all, this was his purpose for the day, and there was no time to be passive. If he could recruit these individuals, the earlier fright he had experienced would be deemed entirely worthwhile. The Black Tiger and his companions fell silent, turning to the Lion King, prepared to await his decision. Though they claimed to be as close as brothers, their camaraderie was not mere words. They shared laughter and resources alike, valuing unity above all. However, in matters of great consequence, they unanimously entrusted the decision-making to their elder brother, the Lion King, who acted as a protector, shielding them from the storms of life. Yet, upon hearing these words, the Lion King merely scoffed, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded old Lin and He Yuqing. I perceive that your invitation to us under the pretense of seeking vengeance for the eagle is but a ruse. The true intention is to exploit us as mere pawns in your service. He snorted disdainfully, asserting that there was no room for negotiation. To expect me, the king of the desert's 7 fiends, to serve as a lackey for anyone, even the emperor himself, is utterly inconceivable. His penetrating gaze fixed upon He Yuqing. He commanded him to convey to He Qian that any attempt to recruit us was utterly futile. He Yuqing, accustomed to rarely being denied, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, he refrained from displaying his anger, for those before him were seasoned killers, and provoking them could spell his demise, even with the protection of the old ghost Lin. With a sigh, the old ghost Lin inquired gently, "Will the Lion King truly not reconsider?" The Lion King coldly retorted, insisting that the matter should not be broached again. "What a pity," he lamented. "We, the 7 fiends of the desert, possess our own aspirations. We shall never forsake our pride for the allure of power. The eagle met its downfall by straying from this path, but we shall not repeat such folly. As for Chen Fan, we shall devise a means to deal with him. Should he possess formidable backing, we, the 7 fiends, shall not cower. After all, what is there to fear in matters of life and death?" Old Ghost Lin shook his head, acknowledging that with this stance, there was little left to discuss. He turned to lead He Yuqing away. However, He Yuqing remained rooted to the spot, clutching Lin's garment, filled with reluctance. "Mr. Lin, are we truly to leave it at this?" Lin turned to him, his gaze as deep as a bottomless pool. "What else is there? Shall you attempt to persuade them once more? See if their pride can be swayed by your influence." At this, He Yuqing felt utterly deflated. Persuade? With what means? Should this group continue their discourse, they might indeed provoke their ire, leaving him with no chance of survival. Though reluctant, he resigned himself to his misfortune and chose to retreat. At the very least, this exchange confirmed that the 7 fiends were resolute in their intent to eliminate Chen Fan, which provided him some solace. At least our goals align. Hastening the demise of that wretched pest, Chen Fan, is a worthy endeavor. Yet, as he and old ghost Lin truly prepared to depart, the lurking Chen Fan finally seized an opportune moment. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he surged forth, swift as lightning. The sound of cutting wind erupted suddenly, akin to a specter leaping from the inky darkness of the night, catching even the masters off guard. Both the Lion King and old ghost Lin, caught unawares, could not react in time. By the moment they comprehended the threat, it was far too late. Chen Fan's formidable essence had enveloped the entire stage and its surroundings. Old ghost Lin barely had time to instinctively conjure a semblance of defense, summoning his protective true essence. However, before his true essence could fully manifest, Chen Fan's heavy sword descended upon his back like a falling star. The 9 swords of Dugu. The unparalleled sword aura instantaneously shattered his protective true essence, and a torrent of true essence surged into his body like a raging river, wantonly wreaking havoc within. Old ghost Lin was violently propelled away, and a cacophony erupted from within him, the sound of his bones and internal organs suffering grievous injuries. His meridians, in particular, bore the brunt of the assault, with nearly every single one fracturing bit by bit. Chapter 99, The Pinnacle of the Ultimate Skill, Ascension to the Grandmaster's Apex. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips, his complexion instantly paling to a ghastly shade, his breath diminishing to near oblivion. Who are you?" Lin Laogui gazed at Chen Fan with a look of sheer astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, fixating on Chen Fan as if he wished to inquire further. Alas, he was destined to remain a confused spirit. Before he could utter another word, he had already breathed his last, completely succumbing to his fate. Yet his eyes remained wide open, filled with bewilderment and reluctance. Chen Fan's footsteps landed firmly as he coldly regarded the lifeless body. "There is no need for you to know. The dead are unworthy of such knowledge." This marked Chen Fan's inaugural confrontation with the Grandmaster, and thus he spared no effort. channeling his full strength to its utmost peak. Confronting the Grandmaster head-on with his own power had already proved formidable, let alone the element of surprise in a sudden ambush. Consequently, a single strike was sufficient to end his life. The illustrious Lin Laoge surely did not anticipate that his demise would be so abrupt and humiliating. The decision to target Lin Laoge had been a carefully considered one for Chen Fan. Both Lin Laoge and the 7 fiends of the desert would undoubtedly unleash their full might against him, but the gravest threats lay with the Lion King and Lin Laoge, the 2 Grandmasters. Among them, the recently ascended Lion King posed a slightly lesser threat, and he was surrounded by the others, making a stealthy attack less likely to succeed. Chen Fan. This unforeseen turn of events left all present in shock. The 7 fiends on stage braced themselves as if facing a dire enemy, preparing to strike at Chen Fan. As for He Yuqing, upon seeing Chen Fan, his legs turned to jelly, and he felt a warm dampness in his trousers. This once arrogant scion, accustomed to wielding power over others, was now acutely aware of despair and helplessness. At this moment, he realized he was utterly bereft of hope. The last time the 7 fiends had intimidated him, Lin Laoge had been there to protect him. They could not afford to truly harm him. Yet, Chen Fan would show him no mercy. Chen Fan, why are you here? He Yuqing, gazing into Chen Fan's cold, piercing eyes, found his psychological defenses utterly shattered. He fell to his knees, beginning to prostrate himself in a desperate plea for mercy. No. Please don't kill me. My grandfather is the Chancellor. My father the Minister of Personnel. If you take my life, you will surely face dire consequences. I can offer you peace. I will never trouble you again. I can provide you with wealth, riches, secrets of martial arts, elixirs, whatever you desire. I will grant it. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately sought to save his own life. I implore you. I beg you, spare me as you would a stray dog. I swear I will not dare to cross you again. Faced with the imminent threat of death, he had cast aside all dignity in pursuit of a fleeting glimmer of hope. Yet, Chen Fan merely scoffed as he absorbed the entirety of his words before driving his sword through the man's skull. With a swift motion, he reduced him to ashes. Do you think I fear you? Do you think I fear the He family? To seek reconciliation? How naive. The conflict had escalated to a life-or-death struggle, leaving no room for gestures of peace. As for the so-called power of the He family, Chen Fan had never felt intimidated, nor did he regard it with any seriousness. Ultimately, with sufficient strength, such threats were rendered inconsequential. Upon confirming the successful slaying of He Yuqing and the completion of his task, the system's voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the maximum level of the I Jing Jing. Will you accept the reward? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have received the full mastery of the I Jing Jing. The reward has been dispensed. An overwhelming surge of inner strength erupted from his dantian, radiating through his limbs and bones. Under the system's guidance, Chen Fan instantly attained the pinnacle of mastery in I Jing Jing. Not only had his true qi transformed into a higher caliber, but its quantity and quality had also significantly increased. Chen Fan's realm finally broke through, propelling him to the apex of Grandmaster. The I Jing Jing was truly a transcendent skill. As he exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze shimmered with a brilliance that pierced the night. He felt an unprecedented power within him, as if he could connect with the cosmos through mere gestures, harnessing the forces of nature. It was an indescribable sensation, a vague ability that lingered just beyond his grasp. Even at the peak of Grandmaster, this power remained elusive, perhaps only perceivable to beings of celestial nature. To the 7 fiends, this scene was nothing short of terrifying. This young man who had suddenly emerged not only dispatched the venerable Lin Laoge, a Grandmaster, with ease, but also ruthlessly eliminated the grandson of the Chancellor. It was as if he had unshackled some hidden seal, transforming from a perceivable Grandmaster into an unfathomable existence akin to the boundless depths of the ocean. The death of Lin Laoge was already enough to leave them in shock. How many years had Lin Laoge roamed the martial world? He had undoubtedly slain countless adept fighters, his formidable reputation earned through sheer prowess, eclipsing even that of the Lion King. To think he could be so effortlessly vanquished was beyond their comprehension. Though it was an ambush, they were all masters who would not attribute the outcome to mere chance. Had they been the ones caught off guard by Chen Fan's display of agility and swordsmanship, they too would have met with a fatal end. Moreover, even in a direct confrontation, given Chen Fan's demonstrated aura, Lin Laoge might not have stood a chance against him. You are Chen Fan. The Lion King rose, his voice cutting through the tension as he fixed his gaze intently upon Chen Fan, his right hand gripping the hilt of his formidable blade, poised to strike should Chen Fan make any sudden moves. It appears that both He Jia and the old ghost Lin have underestimated you. Where did you find such a guardian? You are the eminent one yourself. If that is the case, then the eagle must have met his demise at your hands, correct? Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, clasping his hands behind his back, facing the Lion King with a countenance full of disdain. Indeed, it is true, it was I. What of it? In this world, the weak are devoured by the strong. Since he dared to come and attempt to take my life, he must also have been prepared for the consequences of being slain in return. Having come to assassinate me, the repercussions that follow can only be considered his own doing, a result of his own folly. If he is to be blamed, let it be directed towards his accursed master. How dare you? No matter what, the eagle is still our brother. It is not your place to take his life. The bat stepped forward, his face a mask of fury, standing firm even before the immensely powerful Chen Fan. The purple wolf fixed him with a cold glare. The remaining individuals also gathered their strength, each exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. A great battle is about to commence. Chapter 100. The Massacre. The Lion King brandished his mighty blade, advancing with resolute intent directed at Chen Fan. Prepare to meet your end, he bellowed, leaping into the air, his hands gripping the enormous sword tightly as he descended with overwhelming force. This strike, devoid of ornate technique or advanced swordplay, was a simple yet potent fundamental move. Yet, it was the most formidable of them all, as it was imbued with the Lion King's colossal essence, exuding a ferocious might, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A wave of colossal sword energy surged forth, akin to a lion charging into battle. The dense essence enveloped him, conjuring the formidable presence of numerous lions, all gazing fiercely at Chen Fan, converging alongside the blade's trajectory. Come forth, Duga Nine Swords. In the face of such an overwhelming assault, Chen Fan exhibited no trepidation. He exerted force through his legs, bending his right knee as he drew his sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes before delivering a decisive slash. The profound essence of the Yi Jing instantaneously transformed into an enigmatic sword intent, erupting forth like a roaring dragon. The dragon ascended, bellowing as it charged towards the pride of lions and the sword energy, colliding with a resounding crash. Boom! The air reverberated with a deafening noise, and the assembled lions, amassed from the essence, collectively let out mournful cries before bursting apart. Even the sword energy seemed to recede like a receding tide, dissipating in no time. The ultimate technique was effortlessly shattered, leaving the Lion King pallid with shock. Under the impact of the essence, he staggered backward, retreating several steps, each footfall leaving a deep impression in the ground. Cough, cough. With a series of coughs, blood splattered from the corner of the Lion King's mouth. Boss, are you all right? Black Tiger, Purple Wolf, and others witnessed the Lion King being wounded so easily, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed in shock. They were well aware of the Lion King's prowess, a genuine grandmaster. To their astonishment, he had been defeated in a single strike. This Chen Fan, seemingly youthful, possessed a terrifying strength beyond their expectations. Taking a deep breath, the Lion King summoned his essence once more, barely managing to stabilize his footing. He spoke gravely, "Be cautious. This individual possesses an astonishing mastery of swordsmanship, and his cultivation is profoundly deep, possibly surpassing my own. Do not underestimate him." Before he could catch his breath, Chen Fan surged forward once again like an unstoppable tide. Employing the Lingbo Weibo technique, Chen Fan moved with the swiftness of a meteor, arriving in an instant. This time, however, his target was not the Lion King, but rather the butterfly. With a flick of his finger, akin to a celestial gesture, Chen Fan positioned himself above her. Aiming directly at her forehead, being the closest adversary, she became his immediate focus. Despite her femininity and breathtaking beauty, Chen Fan held no qualms about sparing her. For to him, beauty was inconsequential in the face of enmity. His speed was unparalleled, too swift for them to react. By the time he struck, she was unable to evade. The butterfly's complexion paled, as the specter of death encroached upon her heart, her eyes wide with terror. The woman, devoid of any hesitation in taking lives, bore no distinction from those she had slain when confronted with death herself. At her core, she was merely an oppressor of the weak. As she witnessed Chen Fan's piercing finger of insight, she could only muster a desperate resistance. Yet, before she could mount any significant defense, a flash of golden light had already penetrated her forehead. With a resounding bang, her entire being erupted into a chaotic display. Butterflies. The sight of the butterfly's demise plunged those nearby into despair. Their eyes widened in anguish as they immediately unleashed their powers against Chen Fan. The Lion King, racked with pain, let out a heart-wrenching roar, embodying rage and sorrow as he executed the lion's roar technique. The sound waves, bolstered by his true essence, surged forth like invisible weapons aimed directly at Chen Fan's visage. Alas, Chen Fan remained undeterred, shielded by the transformative powers of the Yi Jing, rendering him impervious to the sonic assault. What would have easily demolished a building merely brushed against him like a gentle breeze. Disregarding the sound wave attack, Chen Fan propelled himself forward, intent on vanquishing the Black Tiger, Purple Wolf, and others. At that moment, he encountered the bat, the swiftest among the 7 fiends, and thus the first to meet his demise. The bat bared its fangs, lunging at Chen Fan's throat, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. With a disdainful glance, Chen Fan retaliated, thrusting his sword and leaving the bat in a state of utter dismemberment. Following closely were the Black Tiger and Purple Wolf, who joined forces to unleash a barrage of lethal strikes. Simultaneously, a cloud of toxic mist enveloped the air, aiming to incapacitate him. This was the spider, lurking nearby, too timid to engage directly in combat due to a prior encounter, and instead resorting to releasing toxins from a distance. The Black Tiger, akin to a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, enveloped himself in a formidable aura as he lunged at Chen Fan with his powerful claws. The Purple Wolf extended its paws, 10 iron teeth glinting ominously, aimed directly at Chen Fan's forehead, poised to pierce through. Yet, faced with this onslaught, Chen Fan merely scoffed, advancing rather than retreating. With a sweeping motion of his heavy sword, he conjured a forceful gale, scattering his adversaries into disarray. As their assault faltered, Chen Fan's left hand gestured, and 2 golden rays erupted into the form of golden dragons. Accompanied by a fierce roar, they engulfed the Black Tiger and Purple Wolf. Despite their desperate resistance, their defenses crumbled swiftly, unable to withstand the onslaught. The Black Tiger, marginally stronger, managed a pitiful wail before being reduced to nothingness, his essence dissipated. The Purple Wolf, however, met a far grimmer fate, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist in an instant. Thus, only 2 of the 7 fiends remained. Witnessing this spectacle, the spider broke into a cold sweat, its pallor akin to that of a ghost, retreating behind the Lion King. The Lion King fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. Teeth clenched, his eyes narrowed into slits, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent, yearning to slay Chen Fan on the spot. All were gone. His siblings had vanished. The 7 of them had forged a bond akin to brotherhood, coexisting harmoniously for over a decade. Though not of the same blood, they had become as close as true kin. Throughout the years, they had encountered formidable foes, yet they persevered, with no lives lost. However, today, before his very eyes, they met their tragic end. He watched helplessly as Chen Fan ruthlessly took the lives of 4 of his beloved siblings, including Fei Ying. That made 5 souls lost to his hands. The Lion King felt an unprecedented surge of hatred towards this man. At this moment, he longed to devour Chen Fan as flesh and strip away his skin. Chapter 101. The ultimate deadly triad of the 3 immortal swords gazing upon the lifeless bodies of his comrades strewn across the ground. The Lion King was engulfed by a profound sense of remorse. He lamented not having conducted a thorough investigation beforehand, having foolishly believed in their invincibility, and hastily led his brothers into this dire situation. He harbored a deeper resentment towards the 2 inept individuals who had allowed Chen Fan to follow them unnoticed. Had he not brought them here, his brethren would not have met such a tragic fate. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Chen Fan's power far surpassed the initial estimations of the 7 fiends, and none among his ranks were a match for him. Be Butterfly. I shall engage him in battle shortly. You must flee. The Lion King whispered softly into Butterfly's ear, lowering his head, with determination glimmering in her eyes. Butterfly grasped his hand firmly. Elder brother, we must leave together. I refuse to abandon you. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. None of you shall escape. Today, you shall all reunite. I will personally ensure your reunion. Solitary 9 swords, Chen Fan declared in a low voice, and in an instant, an immense surge of true essence erupted from his body, coalescing into an awe-inspiring divine dragon that surged forth from the tip of his sword. The dragon roared defiantly, unleashing a thunderous growl at those who dared to challenge him. It charged forward with an unstoppable force, its might beyond description. The stage was ravaged as if caught in the midst of a tempest. The residual energy alone had reduced it to ruins. This once-abandoned theater would today be irrevocably consigned to the annals of history, its remnants destined for destruction in the wake of this battle. The turbulent true essence stirred the very air around them, causing the space before the Lion King and Butterfly to warp slightly. Witnessing this scene, the Lion King's final vestiges of fighting spirit evaporated. He seized Butterfly and hurled her away from the impending doom. Flee! I shall make one last contribution for you. The Lion King's gaze fell, fixating on the divine dragon before him, his heart quaking in disbelief at the magnitude of the assault unleashed by a mere mortal. He felt akin to a weary lion, mustering the last remnants of his true essence to roar defiantly against the onslaught. Though the 7 fiends of the desert had taken countless lives, their camaraderie was genuine. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, the Lion King sought to buy precious moments. Hoping to grant his brothers a fleeting chance rather than opting for a cowardly escape. He understood that death was inevitable, but before meeting his end, his only desire was to ensure Butterfly's safe passage, unwilling to see the 7 fiends of the desert obliterated. With a resounding crash, a tremendous sound echoed as the Lion King's body was flung through the air like a tattered sack amidst the thickening smoke. Suspended in midair, his consciousness began to blur. He felt excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. Judging by his experience, he surmised that while not all of his bones were shattered, they were perilously close. His strength waned as his true essence relentlessly escaped through every pore, indicating that his dantian had been irreparably damaged. However, in his final moments, he caught a glimpse of the butterfly fleeing, and at last, a heavy stone seemed to fall from his heart. As long as the butterfly could escape, the 7 fiends of the desert would retain a flicker of hope. Yet, how could Chen Fan allow such a thing to transpire? His modus operandi was to eliminate threats with ruthless efficiency. Accompanied by the rush of wind, the beautiful head of the butterfly was suddenly severed. Its body continued to run for a brief interval before finally collapsing in despair. This was the last image the Lion King beheld before his consciousness faded. That fleeting comfort morphed into an abyss of resentment and regret. He lamented his arrival here, regretting that he had led all his brothers to their demise. They should never have come. It was his decision that had doomed them all. This choice had resulted in the annihilation of the 7 fiends of the desert. With a thud, the Lion King's body fell to the ground, devoid of any further movement. His great blade followed suit, embedding itself at an angle beside him. The notorious 7 fiends of the desert were thus extinguished. The system's electronic voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the 7 fiends of the desert and completed your mission. Would you like to claim your reward? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the fully leveled Deathly Chain 3 Immortal Swords. The reward is being dispensed. Dispensation complete. As the system's cold voice faded, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. An indistinct figure practiced sword techniques ceaselessly, as though these skills had been etched into his very consciousness. In that moment, Chen Fan attained mastery over the Deathly Chain 3 Immortal Swords. A more profound sword intent radiated from him, soaring toward the distant heavens. The harvest was indeed splendid. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan opened his eyes, a glimmer of sword intent flashing within them, and he nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he reined in that sword intent, feeling a sense of fulfillment at having reached a new pinnacle. Next came the eagerly anticipated moment of collecting spoils. Chen Fan meticulously searched the bodies of the fallen, acquiring several tens of thousands of taels and silver notes, a few bottles of elixirs, and several tomes of martial arts. Subsequently, he crushed the corpses to erase all traces. As he surveyed the scene one last time, his gaze fell upon the massive blade embedded in the ground. This weapon was remarkably heavy. When Chen Fan pulled it free and gripped it in his hand, it felt no less than 100 pounds. Only those with profound cultivation or innate strength could hope to wield it, let alone use it effectively. Clearly, this was no ordinary blade. Chen Fan tested its resilience and sharpness. It was evidently crafted by the Lion King himself, and its value was considerable. Contentment swelled within him as he secured the blade and swiftly departed from the theater. Shortly after his exit, he heard the sound of urgent hoofbeats approaching. It seemed the commotion from their battle had attracted the city guards, prompting them to investigate. Not wishing to complicate matters further, Chen Fan summoned his true essence and quickly vacated the premises. After he departed, the group of soldiers entered the theater. The leader was a general adorned with an azure dragon mask, and the soldiers behind him donned various styles of the same mask. Had Chen Fan been present, he would have instantly recognized these individuals as members of the Azure Dragon Legion, a formidable contingent within the Four Symbols Legion, which serves as the elite guards of Qingzhou City. The Azure Dragon Legion is indeed the foremost among the 4 legions. Come in and investigate. The general commanded with a wave of his hand. Immediately, several men took their orders and rushed inside to assess the situation. However, it was not long before they emerged to report back. Report, General, the theater is deserted, yet it bears numerous signs of a struggle. Are there any corpses? There are no bodies. They have likely been destroyed to eliminate evidence. as we have discovered a significant amount of residual bloodstains. Chapter 102. The terrifying sword intent. The corpses have been obliterated. The expression of the general turned grave. They had rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion, yet the battle had concluded so swiftly? How could that be possible? Such a cacophony hinted at a confrontation between formidable experts. How could it end so abruptly? Typically, clashes between such skilled individuals would endure for a considerable duration. The general, perplexed, decided to investigate the situation personally. The theater had long been abandoned, leaving only crumbling walls and various remnants. However, these signs were evidently recent additions, fresh and telling. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, clearly not dissipated. As the general surveyed the grim aftermath of the battle, his concern deepened. Who had fought here with such devastating power? Having witnessed many spectacles, the general was no stranger to extraordinary prowess, and he could surmise from the evidence at hand that the combatants possessed remarkable strength. General, it seems there is a sword mark. At that moment, a soldier behind him exclaimed, having made a discovery. The general turned to see an exceptionally deep sword scar etched into the ground. Yet, the scar was incomplete, abruptly ending midway, indicating that it had been countered. What an intimidating sword aura! What level of swordsmanship could this signify? The general was profoundly alarmed, sensing the lingering, terrifying sword intent upon the mark. Merely from this intent, he could ascertain that the wielder far surpassed him in skill. Who could it be? Is there such a powerful swordsman within Qingzhou City? Surely, this was the result of a clash between at least two grandmasters. Could it be that members of the demonic sect were involved? The general fell into a deep contemplation. In recent times, the residents of Qingzhou City had become jumpy. The Jinui and the Eastern and Western workshops were all actively pursuing the traces of demonic sect practitioners. Not long ago, the emperor had executed numerous civil and military officials due to issues concerning the demonic sect. Although some time had passed since those events, the repercussions lingered, leaving a profound impact. Thus, the presence of remaining practitioners of the demonic sect in Qingzhou City was hardly surprising. However, the sudden emergence of an unidentified grandmaster of swordsmanship unsettled the general. This was the jurisdiction of their Qinglong Legion. Any arising issues would fall upon their shoulders, and he could not afford to evade responsibility. Sir, what manner of formidable expert could have left such terrifying traces of battle? A soldier, witnessing the horrific scene as if ravaged by natural calamity, finally voiced his inquiry. The other soldiers, equally curious yet lacking the strength to discern the depth of the sword mark, turned their gazes toward the general. Casting a sidelong glance at the audacious soldier, the general replied coolly, this could only be the mark left by a grandmaster of swordsmanship, capable of such fearsome traces. If one could comprehend this sword intent, it would surely elevate their prowess to new heights. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing the general's words, the soldiers' eyes brightened with the realization that an opportunity had presented itself. Each of them felt an eager anticipation stirring within, their hearts ablaze with fervor. The sword intent left behind by the Grand Master was a rare phenomenon, a once-in-a-millennium chance for lowly soldiers like themselves. Suddenly, one soldier, unable to contain his impulse, stepped forward, attempting to touch the sword mark for a sense of resonance. The general, witnessing this, immediately bellowed, "Fool, do not approach." Unfortunately, it was too late. A resonant hum echoed, akin to an explosion, intertwined with a vast and profound aura. Boom! Accompanied by a shattering sound, an immensely powerful sword intent erupted from the mark, engulfing the surroundings in a sweeping wave. The soldier, naturally, bore the brunt of the impact, and in an instant, he transformed into a mist of blood. Those nearby were also caught in the aftermath, spewing blood and sustaining severe injuries. Damn it, a bunch of fools. Don't you know to stand back? The general cursed, personally hauling the injured to safety. The sword intent left by the Grand Master was not something they could recklessly approach. Without innate strength, even the residual waves could spell instant death. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers felt a chill in their hearts and promptly vacated the area. A few, witnessing the soldier turn to blood mist, felt a mix of relief and sorrow. They too had contemplated touching it, but were preempted. Had they acted, they might have met the same fate. Seal off this area and conduct a thorough search for any other potential gains. If we encounter enemies, do not engage directly. Prioritize relaying information, the general instructed the soldiers present. Yes, general, they replied in unison, each taking on their respective responsibilities. Unbeknownst to them, the instigator Chen Fan was already back in his residence, completely unaware of the unfolding events. With He Yuqing dead, the He family will surely be in an uproar. But it matters not, they won't find the culprit. Even if they suspect me, there's little they can do, Chen Fan mused. feeling remarkably at ease and in high spirits. With formidable weapons in his possession and a burgeoning desire for vengeance, he was equipped with the Yijin Jing, the indestructible Vajra skill, and the great sword classic. Even if the He family dispatched all their grandmasters, he would harbor no fear. As for the celestial beings, chuckling softly, he mused that the He family could hardly summon such figures. Each of them was a national treasure, pivotal to the stability of the realm. A night passed without incident, and soon it was the following day. Chen Fan continued his calm routine at the town protector office, appearing as if nothing had transpired. However, upon entering, he overheard the Jinui whispering amongst themselves, discussing something unknown. Ah, did you hear? Those who contribute to the suppression of the demon church will receive substantial rewards. Indeed, although His Majesty was greatly angered this time, our Jinui has also achieved notable merits, earning praise from His Majesty. It is amusing to hear that both the Six Doors and the East and West factories were reprimanded by the Emperor, even if they later accomplished something commendable. It merely offsets their misdeeds. Haha, our Jinui has certainly made quite an impression this time. Who do you think deserves the greatest credit for this achievement? Upon this inquiry, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. However, after a brief moment, they began to voice their opinions. I believe that the greatest credit should go to Chief Chun. That sentiment holds true. I share the same belief. Had it not been for Chief Chun's interrogation that revealed the names of the demonic sect, we would not have had the opportunity to raid their residences. Haha, we certainly owe him a significant favor. Chapter 103. The Deputy Qianhu. As time passed, it became evident to everyone why Chen Fan had brazenly executed a massacre of the 100 households at the town protector's office that day. It turned out these individuals were insidious infiltrators of the demonic sect. The mere thought that these traitors had been living alongside them, even calling each other brothers, sent shivers down their spines. Had these spies suddenly turned against them, their lives would have been forfeit long ago. Fortunately, Chen Fan had dealt with them in a timely manner. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. At that moment, someone with keen eyes finally spotted Chen Fan and hurriedly approached him with a smile. Among the crowd were several hundred households who had a good rapport with Chen Fan. One of them clasped his hands together and said, "Ah, Chen-hu, congratulations. You must be in line for a promotion this time." The others chimed in, joyously congratulating him. "Chen-hu, if you soar to great heights, do not forget us old friends. Congratulations." As the atmosphere grew increasingly festive, regardless of their usual relations with Chen Fan, everyone gathered to extend their congratulations. Although they may not have formed strong connections in the past, at least being familiar faces now was a positive step. Chen Fan responded to each with a clasped hands gesture, displaying no airs of superiority. "Congratulations to us all. Everyone has made significant contributions this time. I merely had a stroke of good fortune. Ultimately, I haven't done much," he remarked. "Besides, it is rather premature to celebrate. The official orders have yet to be issued. Let us remain discreet, haha." With Chen Fan's words, the others could only nod in agreement, murmuring their assent. Indeed, Chen who speaks wisely. Let us disperse and keep a low profile. Being too ostentatious could have adverse effects. Just then, a chief flag bearer entered the crowd and directly addressed Chen Fan with a respectful gesture. "Chen-hu, the Qianhu wishes to see you." Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He once more clasped his hands to the surrounding imperial guards, offering a smile before promptly following the chief flag bearer towards the Qianhu's office. The imperial guards watched Chen Fan's departing figure with a mix of envy and admiration. They were acutely aware that although he was merely 100 household now, he would soon become their superior. The title of Deputy Qianhu, though prefixed with deputy, still denoted him as a Qianhu. It was likely that this deputy would soon be stripped away. Upon arriving at the Qianhu's office, Chen Fan immediately caught sight of Shen Xinran seated at the main position, smiling and evidently in good spirits. Chen Fan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Your subordinate, Chen Fan, reports to the Qianhu." Shen Xinran waved his hand, smiling at Chen Fan. "No need for such formalities. You need not be so courteous in the future. I have previously stated that I would remember your contributions and will ensure you are rewarded accordingly. This time, your efforts in besieging the demonic sect, leading the assault on their stronghold, and uncovering the list of spies have been monumental. His Majesty is exceedingly pleased and has thus appointed you as the Deputy Qianhu of the Imperial Guards." As he spoke, Shen Xinran called out loudly to those outside, "Come in." With a single command, a chief flag bearer promptly entered, holding a tray. Upon the tray lay a pristine set of flying fish attire, accompanied by the corresponding deputy token. "Ha ha, from this moment forth, you shall be the deputy chief of the Jinui," declared the bearer. "Your subordinate, Chen Fan, is deeply grateful for your Majesty's generous favor. Long live the Emperor, Long live 1,000 years. Chen Fan clasped his hands in salute, receiving the tray with both hands. Shen Xinran smiled and continued, in addition to this deputy position, His Majesty has bestowed further rewards upon you. 50,000 taels in silver notes and an 8th grade martial skill. A peculiar smile danced upon Shen Xinran's lips as he gazed into Chen Fan's eyes. However, I believe that you, Chen Fan, are not in one of such martial arts. Unfazed by Shen Xinran's expression, Chen Fan calmly replied, Indeed, I have encountered fortuitous circumstances and do not lack for martial skills. My current abilities are more than sufficient for my cultivation. Acquiring another may prove more detrimental than beneficial. From the earlier conversation between He Yuchan and Shen Xinran, Chen Fan had already surmised that they believed he had received some form of inheritance. Thus, he decided to embrace this notion to spare himself any unnecessary troubles. Consequently, he regarded the bestowed reward with indifference. An 8th grade martial skill held no value for him. Upon hearing Chen Fan's acknowledgement, Shen Xinran treated it as if nothing had occurred and continued, Since you do not require the manual, I shall offer you an alternative. You may select any artifact of 9th grade or below from the scripture pavilion. Yes, thank you for your understanding, my lord. Chen Fan nodded, preparing to depart with the tray. However, just as he took a few steps, Shen Xinran's voice echoed behind him. Could you enlighten me about the esteemed individual who imparted your martial skills? Initially, he had not intended to inquire, yet his curiosity proved insatiable. The ability to freely impart such advanced skills must stem from someone of at least grandmaster status, if not a celestial being. Such an entity warranted serious consideration from the court. Not clarifying this matter left Shen Xinran somewhat restless. Although he had determined that Chen Fan posed no threat, the identity of the figure behind him remained uncertain. After all, Chen Fan could merely be a pawn of that esteemed individual. Chen Fan halted, turning with a smile. I am unaware of this esteemed individual's identity, but I believe you need not worry, for he has already passed away. By a twist of fate, I saved his life. Yet his injuries were too severe. In his final moments, he imparted the entirety of his life's learnings to me, wishing not to sever the lineage. Is that so? What a shame, Shen Xinran sighed, nodding in understanding. Very well, you may go. I have taken note of this. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Many rising talents like Chen Fan existed. Shen Xinran could only lament the extraordinary fortune of such individuals. Upon his departure, Chen Fan immediately donned the new deputy flying fish attire. Chen Fan gazed at his reflection in the bronze mirror, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He exuded the demeanor of a top-tier master, enveloped in an intoxicating aura. As he slightly tempered this imposing presence, he became aware of his everyday demeanor. After so long in a position of power, his usual bearing was imbued with the authority of a superior. However, in comparison, the relentless refinement he had undergone had diminished some of his sharpness and sense of oppression. After all, the strength he possessed granted him a profound sense of security, one that instilled confidence in his ability to resolve any situation. Thus, the reduction in his previously overwhelming aura was entirely understandable. With that, Chen Fan turned away, no longer regarding his attire. Chapter 104. The 8th floor of the scripture pavilion. Stepping outside, he was immediately greeted by his subordinates, who bowed respectfully and exclaimed, We pay our respects to the esteemed Lord Qianhu. Congratulations on your promotion. This is indeed the art of conversation. No one relishes the title of deputy. Hence, it is customary to omit that word when addressing a vice lord, not only for the sake of euphony, but also as a form of blessing. Chen Fan waved his hand and smiled, saying, All right, rise. From this day forth, you shall be known as Trial Baihu. Upon hearing this, the group was instantly elated, once more bowing deeply in reverence. Thank you, my lord. We are grateful for your nurturing. They were among the first to follow Chen Fan, and their fortunes had ascended like a rocket due to their loyalty. In contrast, their contemporaries still languished in obscurity, with only a few having ascended to the rank of Zongqi through connections. Following Chen Fan required no such machinations. They thrived merely by his side, reaping the rewards. Whenever Chen Fan feasted, he would invariably share a taste with his subordinates. A mere sip from the elephant's bounty felt like a hot spring to them, each of them profiting immensely. As they walked, they were greeted with bows from former peers, and what joy it brought them. Though they feigned modesty by urging others to refrain from such formalities, their hearts were brimming with delight. This was the advantage of having an exemplary superior. Promotions and wealth were trifling matters when one had a leader like him. They resolved to cling tightly to his coattails. Chen Fan's commands were absolute. Ascend the mountain of blades or plunge into the sea of flames. He was unwavering. Whatever he instructed, there was always a purpose behind it, and he would never lead them astray. After settling matters with his subordinates, he made his way to the scripture pavilion. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing Chen Fan adorned in the deputy's flying fish uniform, immediately bowed their heads in respect. Chen Fan approached with a smile, presenting his token and the authorization from Shen Shiran, and confidently strode inside. Ah, what a different experience promotion brings. The guards outside watched him enter, their eyes reflecting envy. The gulf between them was so vast that jealousy seemed futile. They recalled the young man who had recently inherited a minor rank. Though he had been a small official, they had not thought much of him. Yet, in what felt like no time at all, he had risen to the position of vice lord, entirely through merit and capability, not through deceitful means. Chen Fan was even younger than many of them, yet he had attained a status they could scarcely fathom. Such was the disparity. Chen Fan proceeded directly to the 8th floor of the scripture pavilion, expertly navigating the catalog in search of his desired texts. His swift page-turning roused an elder nearby from his slumber, much to the latter's chagrin. He cast a perplexed glance at Chen Fan, muttering softly, "Young man, if you were searching for something, could you possibly keep it down? An old man like me cannot withstand too much noise. It disturbs my rest." However, upon taking a closer look, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, how is it that at such a tender age, you have reached the rank of Deputy Qianhu?" Chen Fan lifted his head and smiled at him before resuming his perusal of the books. "Elder, age does not equate to capability. Though I may be young, my strength is not to be underestimated. Before long, I shall ascend to the rank of Qianhu." The elder perked up at this remark. "So, you claim to possess considerable strength?" He squinted, surveying Chen Fan from head to toe, unable to fathom how such a slight figure could harbor any significant power. With a dismissive curl of his lip, he scoffed. "Strength, you say? I suspect you have someone backing you, don't you? Come now, which family do you belong to? You need not put on airs with me. I am not intimidated by your connections." A deputy Qianhu so young was indeed a rarity. In his long tenure, he had encountered but a handful. Most of those who achieved such positions at a young age typically had influential family ties. He had never witnessed anyone ascend to such heights purely through merit and capability. The last young deputy Qianhu he had seen was He Yuqing from the He family, a mere figurehead. Chen Fan merely smiled at this commentary, opting not to offer an explanation. There was no need. The elder, noticing Chen Fan's disinterest in engaging with him, felt a twinge of irritation. He had spent countless hours in this place, often idling away in boredom. Now, with the arrival of a young person, he yearned for conversation, yet found himself confronted by a taciturn individual. Previously, those who entered would show him utmost respect, seeking his guidance, while he would choose to ignore them. None had exhibited the same indifference as this young man. The elder, feeling increasingly impatient yet too proud to speak up, sat quietly, observing Chen Fan as he fervently rifled through the catalog with remarkable speed. Unable to contain himself any longer, he blurted out, "Young man, what exactly are you searching for? There are countless martial arts secrets here. How can you not find what you seek?" It was important to note that they were in the 8th level of the scripture repository, where treasures of the 8th rank resided, items that could incite madness and bloodshed in the martial world. Even within the ranks of the Jinyue, such treasures were few and far between. Yet here was Chen Fan, seemingly unimpressed by any of them, searching tirelessly without pause. His standards were indeed high. Chen Fan responded with a smile, "I am not here to seek martial arts manuals. I am merely in pursuit of a reliable protective treasure. However, after searching for quite some time, I have yet to find any suitable options." His quest for a protective artifact was not for his own sake. With his formidable abilities, few could pose a threat to him. His intentions were solely to find something for Qing Yunju. Having provoked the He family, he himself remains indifferent. However, should Qing Yunju face retribution from the He family, how could she possibly withstand it? Although he had previously gifted her a protective talisman, Chen Fan felt that the caliber of such an artifact was insufficient for her safety. He resolved to seek a new treasure of considerable power to safeguard her. Protective artifacts? They are indeed scarce. While numerous protective talismans exist in the world, very few possess the privilege of being housed in the 8th level of the scripture vault. In fact, their rarity surpasses even that of 8th grade divine skills. The elder chuckled as he spoke these words, then regarded Chen Fan in silence, awaiting his inquiry. Regrettably, after casting a curious glance at him, Chen Fan continued to peruse another book, undeterred. Chapter 105. The King of Hell's Decree of Death. At this moment, the elders were utterly perplexed. "Youngster, what is the matter with you? Why don't you inquire? You remain silent while continuing your search. Shouldn't you at least acknowledge an old man like me at this juncture?" As the incessant rustling of pages filled the air, the elder could no longer contain his frustration. Enough, enough. Stop your rummaging. What you seek is not found there. With a tone of impatience, he retrieved a tome from beneath the table and tossed it toward the young man. This is what you were looking for. Thank you, esteemed elder. Chen Fan replied with a smile as he accepted the book. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed a compilation of protective treasures. The Tsangyun armor, crafted from a blend of dozens of silks, combined with ancient black iron and meteorite materials, it is impervious to blades and fire, rendering it nearly impossible for even a master to inflict harm upon an ordinary wearer. This was the first extraordinary artifact he laid eyes upon. It was akin to a Pro-Max upgrade of the previous soft armor. Attacks from innate masters would feel like mere paper striking cotton. While not entirely ineffective, they would barely register. Even assaults from master-level opponents would struggle to penetrate its defenses. Donning such a treasure, one could contend with ordinary innate practitioners on par with masters, showcasing the astonishing nature of this artifact. However, being merely armor, it would significantly benefit a martial arts master. Yet for Qin Yunju, it left many areas unprotected. For someone without martial prowess, it was essentially a superfluous item. Thus, Chen Fan continued his perusal. A series of resounding names drifted by: the Zhuke battle robe, the Luyan wandering clouds. Each was a remarkable item, yet none fully addressed Chen Fan's needs. Suddenly, after glimpsing the description of a particular item, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The King's Decree of Death, a defensive treasure that activates automatically in the presence of murderous intent, capable of instantaneously claiming lives, even that of a master-level warrior. The King of Hell demands your demise at the third watch. Who would dare allow you to linger until the fifth? Unlike other artifacts, this treasure did not require true essence to activate, making it suitable for ordinary individuals, thus perfectly fitting for Qin Yunju. Elder, I have made my selection. It is this one, Chen Fan asserted, placing the catalog before him and indicating the King's Decree of Death. The elder scrutinized it and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "This item is located at Section 19. You may retrieve it yourself." "Thank you," Chen Fan said, setting aside the catalog and bowing respectfully before proceeding to collect a small wooden box from the designated area. Upon opening the box, he revealed an exquisitely crafted ring. Yet, this ring was no ordinary piece. It was forged from the world's most formidable materials, capable of cutting through iron as if it were clay. Once activated, its edges would transform into lethal weapons. Truly, as an 8th-tier treasure, it was remarkable indeed. The exquisite craftsmanship of such a formidable creation speaks volumes about the unparalleled skill of its maker. However, the intricate techniques employed in its fabrication have sadly been lost to time. It remains uncertain whether more than 5 of these legendary artifacts, known as the King of Hell's Decree, still exist. Treasures of this caliber are rare even among the most prestigious sects, often serving as their most treasured possessions. It is only someone of Chen Fan's stature who would bestow such a precious item upon his fiancée for her protection. After efficiently registering with the elder, he departed without a backward glance. The elder, witnessing Chen Fan's nonchalant retreat, felt as though an immense weight had been lifted from his heart. This young man truly possessed the ability to leave whenever he pleased, seemingly without concern for attracting attention. Previously, others had sought him out, hoping to gain his insights. Yet today, when he took the initiative, Chen Fan appeared utterly indifferent. Had Chen Fan been privy to the elder's thoughts, he would have surely laughed. After all, with the elder's realm being inferior to his own, why would he covet his guidance? Though the elder, stationed here, was undoubtedly a grandmaster, Chen Fan's confidence surpassed his own. It was uncertain who could instruct whom. The elder's irritation grew as he quietly cursed the young man, lamenting his fixation on protective artifacts instead of honing his own abilities. If only he could impart a few words of wisdom, it would surely be more beneficial than this trinket. Feeling dejected, the elder succumbed to sleep. At that moment, a rewarded captain arrived, his eyes lighting up upon spotting the elder. Eager to ingratiate himself, he approached, only to be ignored as the elder continued to snore. Having witnessed the elder's earlier jovial demeanor towards Chen Fan, he had assumed the elder was in good spirits. Now, however, the elder feigned slumber, reinforcing the notion that luck seemed to favor this young man, as good fortune perpetually gravitated towards him. The disparity between individuals is indeed striking. Regardless of his own frustrations, the elder would remain unaware that Chen Fan's promotion to deputy captain had spread through the entire command like a flock of migrating geese. The members of the Imperial Guard harbored no doubts about this development. It was, after all, anticipated. Although Chen Fan's tenure was brief, his prowess and achievements were evident to all. Even with his elevation to captain, it was unlikely that anyone would voice dissent. On this day, Chen Fan quickly garnered favor from numerous captains, with several even visiting him personally to forge alliances, including Wang Xiangbei, who had previously clashed with him. Nevertheless, Chen Fan welcomed him with a warm smile, harboring no grudges. After all, it was a matter of duty, and their misunderstanding had been resolved, under similar circumstances. Chen Fan would have comprehended the necessity of such actions. Though he favored decisive retribution, he was not a narrow-minded individual. In the process of forging connections with his colleagues, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to inquire about various internal matters concerning the town protectorate. Among these, the most pivotal piece of information pertained to He Yuqing. He yearned to ascertain whether news of He Yuqing's demise had spread. Regrettably, none of the visitors mentioned anything regarding this critical matter. This oversight is, perhaps, understandable. He Yuqing had always been a free spirit, coming and going as he pleased, with no one daring to impose on him or tether him with responsibilities. Thus, even after a considerable absence, his absence went unnoticed by those around him. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, however, turmoil was brewing within the He family. Since the revelation of the young master's sudden disappearance, the entire He household had been thrown into disarray. Chapter 106. The enraged He Shui. Have you located the young master's whereabouts? In the grand hall of the He family, a formidable middle-aged man bellowed at his subordinates. He was He Shui, the son of the Chancellor He Qian and the current Minister of Personnel. No, we have searched every conceivable location. Yet there is no sign of the young master, a trembling subordinate replied, collapsing to the ground. Useless, truly a band of imbeciles. What purpose do I serve in sustaining you wretches? Search. Utilize every resource at your disposal to find him. Turn over all of Qingzhou City, if necessary. But bring back the young master. If you fail, you shall all meet your demise at my hands. He Shui had lost all semblance of composure, resembling a roaring wolf, cursing as he advanced to kick one of his subordinates. It was evident that his anger and anxiety had frayed his nerves completely. Observing He Shui in such a state, his subordinates bowed their heads in silence, trembling in fear, hastily prostrating themselves before scurrying out of the hall to commence the search. Since He Yuqing had departed the previous day, he had not returned. Although it was not unusual for him to stay out at night, He Shui had initially paid it no heed. However, as time progressed without any news, his concern escalated. Not only had He Yuqing not returned, but none of the subordinates he had dispatched had reported back either. In the past, even during his indulgences in the brothels, He Yuqing would always send word of his safety. This time, however, it was altogether too peculiar. Not being privy to He Yuqing's personal affairs, He Shui immediately recalled the purpose of his son's outing the previous day. A wave of panic surged within him, prompting him to send out searchers, which soon unearthed troubling information. Upon arriving at the theater, the He family members discovered it had been cordoned off by the Qinglong Legion. The servants, utilizing the He family's name as a banner, managed to glean that a fierce battle had occurred there, even involving a master of swordsmanship. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the servants rushed back to relay the news. Upon hearing this, He Shui's unease transformed into profound worry. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to panic, for he was aware that a grandmaster was personally safeguarding He Yuqing. With such a protector, it seemed improbable that harm could befall his son. Perhaps the conflict had no connection to him and had erupted after his departure. Even though such a possibility was slim, He Shui sought to reassure himself with this thought. Thus, he dispatched more men to scour all of He Yuqing's frequented locales throughout Qingzhou City, combing through various private residences as well. Regrettably, the outcome was predictably fruitless. He Yuqing, along with the Grandmaster Lin Laoguei and all the guards, had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no corpses behind, no signs of life. At this juncture, He Shui was finally overtaken by trepidation. He deployed a considerable number of personnel to initiate a widespread search across the city. As time drifted on, his expression grew increasingly grave, until he ultimately succumbed to a state of furious frenzy. Until now, how could he not comprehend that his son had undoubtedly fallen victim to foul play? Alongside that Grandmaster, he had been ruthlessly eliminated. Otherwise, given the capabilities of the He family, as long as He Yuqing was alive, no matter where he was concealed, he would certainly be found. Who, pray tell, is responsible for my son's demise? How dare they take my son's life? I shall not rest until I exact vengeance. He Shui roared in the grand hall, resembling a tormented tiger in agony. He overturned and shredded everything within his sight, regardless of their exorbitant worth. Eventually, he slumped into his chair, panting heavily, and with a furious slap, shattered the jade table before him, continuing to curse at an unrelenting volume. Regarding the death of He Yuqing, He Shui's primary suspect was the 7 fiends of the desert. After all, They were the very individuals He Yuqing intended to engage with last night, and they possessed the capability to slay a man accompanied by a grandmaster. This aligned with the intelligence from the Qinglong Legion as well. Could it be that during his interaction with the seven fiends, He Yuqing inadvertently provoked them, inciting their wrath to the point of murder? He Shui sat in his chair, inhaling deeply, striving to regain his composure and reflect upon the matter. The seven fiends were notorious for their rebelliousness, arrogance, and utter disregard for authority. They held a particular disdain for those in the martial world who bowed to the powerful. If He Yuqing had inadvertently triggered some incident during their discourse, thoroughly inciting their fury, it would not be surprising if they resorted to such extreme measures. Should these 6 individuals have collaborated in their assault, even the Grandmaster Lin Laogui would likely have been unable to withstand their onslaught, and the outcome would be predictable. Furthermore, it was also plausible that they had intended to eliminate He Yuqing from the outset. Although the death of Fei Ying was initially due to Chen Fan, He Yuqing, who had sent him, bore a portion of the responsibility. Viewed in this light, He Yuqing could be considered a principal culprit. If this led the seven fiends to harbor animosity towards him, it would not be unexpected. Perhaps from the very beginning, their objective was to assassinate his son. A profound heaviness enveloped He Shui's heart, and he could not help but feel regret. He lamented his impulsiveness, in his haste to understand the situation. He arrogantly sent his son to negotiate personally when he could have dispatched several skilled experts instead. He had anticipated this would be a valuable experience for his son, yet it had tragically led him to the path of the afterlife, resulting in an eternal separation. He had never imagined that yesterday's meeting would be their final farewell. Today, he found himself in the sorrowful position of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. As for his second suspect, that would undoubtedly be Chen Fan and his so-called protector. He Shui was unaware of whether Chen Fan truly possessed a protector, yet he firmly believed this to be an act of retribution on Chen Fan's part. If He Yuqing could orchestrate an assassination attempt on Chen Fan, then it was entirely plausible that Chen Fan might retaliate by sending his own protector to eliminate He Yuqing. In terms of other potential suspects, the focus shifted to the political adversaries of the He family. Over the years, the enemies of the He family had been countless. However, He Shui did not consider this possibility to be particularly significant. If these individuals possessed the capability, they would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. He has been operating for many years, demonstrating a profound influence and capability. It is rare to find officials with such extraordinary skills to execute such deeds. Ultimately, these officials are merely a flock of sheep, resorting to complaints and mutual suppression among themselves. The notion of orchestrating an assassination, especially by a master-level expert, seems far beyond their reach. Thus, his thoughts remain focused on these two suspects. The former is the most likely, while the latter is not without possibility. Rest assured, my son, I shall avenge you. Regardless of who they may be, I will unearth the perpetrator and ensure they meet their end in retribution for you. Chapter 107. A surprise for him in He Shui's eyes. An inexhaustible chill radiated, enveloping the grand hall like the frost of eternal ice. His cold gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent devoid of all emotion, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Those who dared to glance in his direction felt their hairs stand on end, intimidated by his formidable presence. The grudge of a slain son was one that could never be forgiven. At that moment, hurried and disordered footsteps echoed through the space, and an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, approached swiftly, flanked by several guards. This old man bore a striking resemblance to He Shui, radiating an imposing air, yet at that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. His breath came in quick gasps, his eyes bulging like those of an enraged bull, and an aura of terrifying murderous intent surrounded him. Upon seeing him, He Shui quickly suppressed his emotions and rose to greet him. "Father, what brings you here?" His tone betrayed a hint of nervousness, and he dared not speak loudly. The old man was none other than his father, He Qian, the current prime minister, a figure of immense power, and notorious as a treacherous minister known throughout the realm. "You insolent fool, do you dare to ask why I have returned?" He Qian stood tall, pointing a finger at his son's forehead, unleashing a torrent of curses, akin to a once mighty lion roaring in its twilight. Despite his advanced age, his imposing presence remained undiminished. "If I had not returned, would our family not have crumbled? I have only been gone for a few days, and already such calamities have befallen us. How can I entrust our family legacy to you?" He Qian's furious bellowing left He Shui stammering in fear. Recently, He Qian had been away from Qingzhou, occupied with the collection of rare herbs for Emperor Kong Xian's alchemical endeavors. His esteemed position was entirely due to the emperor's favor, making the task of appeasing the sovereign his utmost priority and the foundation of the He family's standing. Thus, he spent most of his time assisting the emperor or gathering spiritual herbs for alchemy. This time was no different. But he had been busy when he received a grim message from the family's hidden guards, prompting his hasty return. He had not even traveled by carriage, but had enlisted a grandmaster to carry him back using lightness skills. Hence, his appearance was one of disarray and fatigue. Speak. What has transpired? What has happened to my grandson? He Shui dutifully helped He Qian to a seat, finally allowing himself a moment to breathe. Although He Qian was aware that something had gone awry at home, he did not believe his grandson was truly in danger. After all, this was his grandson. Who would dare to kill him? Was one so foolish as to invite annihilation upon their entire lineage? However, the next words from He Shui sent a wave of darkness before He Qian's eyes, nearly stealing his breath away. Father Chen may have met with a tragic fate. He Qian stood frozen, his hands trembling as they gripped the chair, his body shaking as if afflicted by a seizure, and he slowly closed his eyes. Then he abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes bloodshot and terrifyingly intense. He gasped for breath, as though he might suffocate at any moment. What did you say? Repeat that. Father, please don't be anxious. Sit down first. Let me explain it to you slowly. How can I speak like this? He Shui hastily stepped forward to calm him down, his voice trembling with helplessness. The loss of his son filled him with immeasurable sorrow, yet he could accept it to a degree, knowing he could still have more children. After all, he was still young. The death of one son would not bring the He family to its knees. However, if He Qian were to perish, the very foundation of the He family would crumble. Their current status was entirely reliant on He Qian's influence. Should He Qian die, the He family would face imminent collapse, swiftly besieged from all sides. Get away, get away. I do not require assistance. I am not so fragile. Continue speaking. He Qian forcefully shoved He Shui aside, furiously pointing at his face. He Shui could only nod submissively and step aside, continuing to relay his speculations. Seated, He Qian's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. So, the potential culprits are the 7 fiends of the desert and that captain of the Imperial Guards? Indeed. Father, useless. You can't even handle a mere captain. What good are you? He Qian rose, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon his son. The Minister of Revenue lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Indeed, this was his blunder. The root of the problem lay with that lowly captain of the Imperial Guards. Had he eliminated him sooner, none of this would have transpired. It was truly a source of ridicule that the He family, so powerful, allowed a mere captain to cause such turmoil. He Qian sighed, ceasing his reprimands. Turning his gaze toward the elder who had carried him back, he inquired, Mr. Nangong, what do you think of this matter? The elder smiled serenely, hands clasped behind his back, and replied, the 7 fiends of the desert are nothing more than a bunch of rabble. Although they have some notoriety, they are utterly ineffectual. If I were to intervene, it would be an effortless task. However, that guardian does sound intriguing. Few possess the influence of a guardian, yet he is not insurmountable. As long as the leader of the martial arts world does not personally intervene, I have nothing to fear. This elder, known as Nangong, spoke with a tone of disdainful confidence, brimming with pride. The infamous 7 fiends of the desert were likened to stray dogs beneath his contemptuous regard, easily suppressible. His words even suggested a comparison between himself and the leader of the martial arts world. Nevertheless, such a claim was not unfounded, for he bore another name, Zhan Tian. This name had instilled fear in the martial arts community for countless years, with countless masters having perished at his hands. Upon hearing the elder's words, He Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dare to take the life of my grandson, regardless of his strength, identity, or background, he must pay the price. In He Qian's tumultuous, chaotic gaze, there glimmered a fierce light akin to that of a ravenous wolf, ablaze with an insatiable inferno intermingled with an unmistakable aura of terrifying murderous intent, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, after finishing his tasks, Chen Fan directly made his way to the Qing residence. Good day, young master, greeted the various individuals along the path with warm smiles, their expressions imbued with respect and friendliness. Chen Fan, eschewing any airs of superiority, responded graciously to each greeting, which undoubtedly contributed to his esteemed reputation. You must be here to see the young lady. I shall inform her at once, one of the attendants said. Haha, no need for that. I shall seek her out myself to offer her a delightful surprise. Chapter 108. Forget me not with a smile. Chen Fan responded and made his way towards the backyard to find Qing Yunju. By now, he was quite familiar with the Qing residence, requiring no formal announcement. As if he were returning home, in a small pavilion in the backyard, Qing Yunju was lost in thought, gazing intently at the pond, her mind a mystery. At that moment, her maid hurried over, calling out, Miss, your fiancé has come to see you. I know, Qing Yunju replied, a delicate smile blooming on her lips as she rose to seek out Chen Fan. Just as she lifted her gaze, Chen Fan had already arrived, extending his hand in greeting. Chen Lang. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Qing Yunju beamed, disregarding any pretense and leaping into his embrace. Chen Fan laughed heartily, lifting her into the air and spinning her around a few times. The maids nearby covered their eyes with their palms, murmuring, indecent. Yet, Chen Fan noticed that they peeked through their fingers, unable to resist the sight. After spending some time together, their bond had deepened significantly, and Qing Yunju had shed her shyness. What brings you here today? She inquired, having not seen him for over 10 days. During this time, Chen Fan had been preoccupied with watching the He family, seeking an opportunity to eliminate He Yuchan, leaving him little chance to visit her. Though it had only been a brief separation, it felt as if they had been apart for ages, their longing for each other nearly overflowing. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and they were now brimming with sweet nothings. Chen Fan tenderly caressed her cheek, lowering his head to whisper softly, I missed you, so I came to find you. Is that not permissible? Upon hearing his words, a rosy hue instantly graced Qing Yunju's cheeks, rendering her exceedingly bashful. What woman does not delight in hearing sweet words from her beloved, especially in this feudal era where such expressions were rare? For Chen Fan, a man from a distant world, his charm was an overwhelming force. Now, I have a gift for you, he continued, retrieving a small wooden box from his bosom. Opening it, he revealed a ring adorned with exquisite craftsmanship. What do you think? Do you like it? As Chen Fan held up the ring, his eyes radiated boundless affection. Qing Yunju's heart blossomed at the sight of the delicate piece, her eyes sparkling as if stars had ignited within them. She had encountered countless pieces of jewelry throughout her life, given her family's profession, yet this ring was unlike anything she had ever seen. It seemed as if a master artisan had captured the essence of a night blooming Sirius, transforming it into a ring of unparalleled beauty. Is this for me? Qing Yunju gazed at Chen Fan, her eyes brimming with tenderness, love threatening to spill over. Lowering her head, she nestled closely against his chest. Thank you, I adore it. She said little more, her actions speaking volumes about her affection. Chen Fan smiled gently, caressing her flowing hair, savoring a moment of tranquility. He took out the ring and placed it on Qing Yunju's finger. It bore a melodious name, one that I had chosen myself, called Forget-Me-Not. From this day forth, in my absence, it shall serve as a guardian for you, day and night. Forget-Me-Not. Qing Yunju grasped Chen Fan's hand tightly, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to having indulged in a jar of honey. She etched each word spoken by Chen Fan deeply into her memory. Moreover, this was the first time Chen Fan had personally gifted her a ring, adorned with a name rich in meaning and beauty, even without his prompting. She would never part from it. After a tender moment, Chen Fan took her hand, leading her on a leisurely stroll. Time seemed to accelerate between them, and before they knew it, the sky had transformed into a canvas of vibrant twilight hues. The evening glow resembled a heart ablaze, stretching across the heavens, prompting them to share a knowing smile. At that moment, a maid approached to announce, Young master, miss, it is time for dinner. Nodding in agreement, they made their way to the dining hall. Upon hearing of Chen Fan's arrival, his father-in-law personally orchestrated a sumptuous feast, even preparing several of his signature dishes. In his earlier years, he had been in the restaurant business, naturally a culinary master. However, in recent years, having amassed considerable wealth, he rarely cooked himself. Thus, a meal prepared by his own hands was indeed a rare treat. Observing Chen Fan smilingly holding Qing Yunju's hand as they entered, the couple responded with smiles. Feeling no sense of awkwardness, Qing Chen laughed heartily, beckoning Chen Fan to sit beside him. Come, son-in-law, let us indulge until we are intoxicated. But as he took a closer look at Chen Fan's attire, he froze momentarily. Son-in-law, have you been promoted again? Chen Fan nodded, smiling as he replied, Not long ago. I accomplished some merit, and thus His Majesty graciously bestowed upon me the title of Deputy Qianhu of the Jinyue. You are so young, and yet, a Deputy Qianhu? Qing Chen exclaimed in astonishment, his words faltering. Despite his disbelief, he understood that Chen Fan had no reason to deceive him. The splendid attire he wore could not lie. Qing Chen felt a daze wash over him as he gazed at Chen Fan, hardly able to believe this was his own son-in-law. What sort of person had his daughter chosen? It was utterly astonishing. He was aware that Chen Fan was destined for greatness and would undoubtedly become a Qianhu in the future, but that was not the present reality. He had assumed it would be a lengthy journey, where Chen Fan would slowly accrue achievements and qualifications before such a title could be attained. After all, just recently, Chen Fan had been promoted to Baihu, and he thought it would take at least a decade for him to rise to Qianhu. Who could have foreseen that within just a month, he had ascended to Deputy Qianhu? At this rate, it seemed that soon enough, he would truly become a Qianhu. There was no need to wait 10 years. How could it be that he was to become a Qianhu so soon? Ah, son-in-law, you have truly astonished me, Qing Chen remarked. However, the old man felt compelled to voice a few more words. Although promotion is indeed a cause for celebration, one must also remain vigilant regarding personal safety and not overexert oneself in daily endeavors. You are no longer alone. We are all your family now. Qing Chen raised his glass, took a sip of wine to steady his nerves, and could not help but offer some advice. Yet, within his few utterances, anyone could discern his profound concern. Despite his limited knowledge of the Jinyui, he was somewhat aware of their workings. A deputy captain so young is indeed a rarity in the annals of the Jinyui's history. Chen Fan's rapid ascent must surely stem from significant achievements, accomplishments that can only be earned through perilous endeavors. Such a position is a testament to the sacrifices made with one's very life. Chapter 109. Revelry. Qing Chen felt a natural joy in her heart, pleased that her son-in-law could achieve a promotion so swiftly. Surely, he would wield significant power in the future. Yet, she harbored concerns for his safety. After all, the Jinyui were known for their perilous lives, treading the line between life and death. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Hearing her thoughts, Qing Yunju was engulfed by unease, her grip on Chen Fan tightening as if she feared he might slip away at any moment, her face betraying her worry. Chen Fan returned her grip firmly, whispering, Yunju, have no fear. For you, I assure you, I will remain unharmed. He smiled at Qing Chen, reassuring his father-in-law, rest easy. I am prudent in my actions and possess sufficient martial skills to ensure my safety. Should any formidable adversary arise, I shall be the first to flee. You may trust me, haha. Qing Chen chuckled in response. Though he knew little of the Jinyui, he placed his faith in Chen Fan. Meanwhile, his mother-in-law, having listened intently, wore a face full of concern. She spoke up, given the dangers associated with the Jinyui, perhaps we should reconsider. Fanner, you could inherit the family business and marry at an early age. We are not lacking in wealth, combined with your talents. You need not serve in such a perilous role to achieve greatness. Having built their fortune from a modest tavern to immense wealth, she understood well that capability surpassed riches. Chen Fan was highly capable. What could he not accomplish? With their considerable wealth as a foundation, who could say what great influence he could amass? With that in mind, why pursue such a hazardous position in the Jinyui? She was quite content with her son-in-law and wished to avoid any misfortune befalling him. Her words were sincere. Moreover, her daughter had entrusted her heart entirely to him. If anything were to happen, could the family endure? Qing Chen, however, understood the matter well and was incensed by her words. What does this wealth matter compared to the position of the Jinyui? Such foolishness. Do you think one can simply resign from the Jinyui? Since ancient times, the Jinyui has been a hereditary position in the Great Hua dynasty. Even if Chen Fan and Qing Yunju were to have offspring, one must be chosen to serve in the Jinyui. Sensing the tension in the room, Chen Fan quickly stood, raising his cup with a smile. All right, today my esteemed father-in-law, I have come with great difficulty. Let us not dwell on such disheartening topics. My mother-in-law speaks from a place of concern. Were it not for necessity, I might have indeed resigned. Come, esteemed father-in-law, let me toast to you. Seeing this, Qing Chen ceased his objections, smiling as he raised his cup to drink with him. The clinking of their glasses soon cast aside the earlier discomfort. Before long, Qing Chen found himself quite intoxicated, his face flushed as he slumped over the table. They had to summon servants to assist him back to his room to rest. Chen Fan, though he had consumed his share, remained unperturbed, his spirits undimmed. After the two departed, Chen Fan accompanied Qing Yunju back to their quarters to rest. The following day, Chen Fan rose to continue his duties at the town guard office. This time, the gatekeeper, a muscular man, regarded him with eyes full of reverence. For Chen Fan had ascended to the esteemed rank of Deputy Qianhu. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Remarkably, these 7 days had been unsettlingly tranquil, leaving Chen Fan both puzzled and astonished. Recently, he had been embroiled in fierce battles, anticipating assassination attempts at any moment. Yet, to his surprise, nothing had transpired thus far. What was the He family scheming? Had they truly abandoned the quest for vengeance upon the loss of their heir? Although Chen Fan had meticulously cleared the scene, deducing his involvement would pose little challenge for them. Moreover, had they ever required evidence to act? The mere fact of Chen Fan's prior conflict with them was sufficient grounds for them to send someone to deal with him. Were they plotting something? Could it be that they feared the non-existent guardian? A sense of caution gripped Chen Fan. Their prolonged inaction hinted at preparations for a grand scheme. When they finally moved, it would surely be with tremendous impact. On this particular day, upon entering the town guard office, Chen Fan discerned a group of imperial guards engaged in hushed conversation from a distance. Have you heard? He Yuqing seems to have encountered some trouble. Is that true? He is the Prime Minister's eldest grandson. How could that be? He hasn't shown up at the town guard office in over 20 days. It's quite plausible. What of it? It's not unusual for him to be absent. Even if he were to disappear for a year, no one could question him. Indeed, he has the Prime Minister backing him. He has often been absent before, but this time is different. A cautious young guard glanced around before gesturing for them to come closer. In a lowered voice, he remarked, I heard from Wang, a young guard, that a neighbor of his cousin's nephew's uncle is the steward of the He family. According to his intel, the He family is in turmoil. The death of He Yuqing has enraged these two powerful figures, and they are scouring the land for the perpetrator. Is that true? I seem to recall that extensive search a while back. Sure, don't speak of it. Who would dare? This is the Prime Minister's grandson we're talking about. They must be out of their minds. The young guards exchanged anxious glances. The one who had initially spoken continued. Who knows? Perhaps it was someone pushed to desperation. Otherwise, killing He Yuqing would lead to nowhere. Well, his death is a relief. I never liked the sight of him. He has always been a nuisance, oppressing the common folk and bullying his fellow guards. The lives he has ruined are countless. Let us cease this conversation here. We shall pretend none of this was ever spoken. Yes, we said nothing at all. All right, disperse quickly. With an impassive demeanor, Chen Fan walked past them, feigning ignorance of their discussion, though a cold smirk involuntarily danced at the corners of his mouth. The truth can no longer be concealed. Has it finally come to light? No one could have anticipated that the so-called villain, whom they spoke of, was right before their eyes. As I traversed the path to the town protectorate, whispers regarding this affair echoed through the air. It is evident that the number of individuals aware of this matter is not insignificant. Presently, it is merely the members of the Jinyui discussing it in hushed tones. But it will not be long before this news spreads like wildfire, and soon the entire city will be informed. The death of the Prime Minister's grandson is indeed a significant event, one that can shake the very foundations of Qingzhou City. Chen Qianhu, SH in Qianhu request your presence. As Chen Fan approached the entrance of the Qianhu office, a flag bearer hurriedly arrived, respectfully addressing him. Chapter 110 Chen Fan, what are your thoughts? All right, I understand. Chen Fan nodded and promptly made his way to the Thousand Household office. Upon his arrival, he discovered Shen Xinran engrossed in reviewing official documents. As he entered, Shen glanced up and caught sight of him, his gaze peculiar and silent. Noticing this, Chen Fan chuckled and inquired, What troubles you, Master Shen? Is there something on my face that warrants such scrutiny? Upon hearing this, Shen set down his pen and paused in contemplation. You must have heard the news of He Yuqing's demise? Chen Fan nodded, having heard the whispers of the town's people throughout his journey. Shen pressed further. What is your perspective on this matter? With a light-hearted smile, Chen Fan replied, I have no particular opinion. I merely observe with my eyes. Shen rolled his eyes, exasperated. I am not jesting. Speak to me seriously. After a moment's reflection, Chen Fan stated, In my view, it is of little consequence. His death does not affect me in the slightest. After all, many imperial guards perish daily in our town, and losing one more is hardly remarkable. Oh, you bold fellow. Such audacity for a mere newly appointed Thousand Household official. Chen Fan chuckled, while Shun regarded him with bemusement. This is no ordinary imperial guard. He is the eldest grandson of He Qian. Only you would dare speak so flippantly. Indeed, I maintain that his fate bears no significance to me. If he is no longer among the living, so be it. Shen scrutinized him intently, and after a moment, murmured, Speak the truth. Does his death bear any relation to you? This question provoked Shun's suspicions. After all, it had only recently come to light that Chen Fan had a conflict with He Yuqing, and now the latter was deceased. The timing was indeed suspicious. Where could one seek justice for this? Chen Fan shook his head in denial. Master, I assure you, I am not involved. He Yuqing had numerous enemies in the world. His lineage has many who resent him. How could a mere deputy like me be implicated? Who could ascertain which adversary might have struck him down? Moreover, I lack the capability. He surely had formidable protectors in his company. Shen listened quietly and nodded in agreement with Chen Fan's reasoning. While Chen Fan possessed some skill, it was far from sufficient to take down He Yuqing. The likelihood was exceedingly slim. Perhaps it truly was an enemy of the He family who had acted? Seizing the moment, Chen Fan shifted the conversation. Master, you did not summon me merely to inquire about my opinions, did you? Shen lifted his teacup with a smile. Of course not. Do you know what concerns His Majesty the most at present? Feigning deep thought, Chen Fan replied earnestly. His Majesty is likely contemplating the whereabouts of the demonic sect's rebels, the location of their stronghold, the border conflicts, and the state of national affairs and the populace. Chen Shinran's lips twitched slightly as his piercing gaze fixated on Chen Fan. You think you can deceive me, don't you? I'll give you another chance. Speak candidly. Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Very well. Your Majesty is currently yearning for ascension to immortality, to achieve eternal life. Indeed, quite right. Chen Shinran nodded in satisfaction, setting down his teacup. What you mentioned earlier is not for His Majesty to ponder. Matters such as these should concern the Jinui, the Six Doors, and the Eastern and Western factories. Border conflicts are best managed by seasoned generals, and the so-called national affairs should be deliberated by ministers. What truly occupies His Majesty's thoughts is his own quest for enlightenment and immortality. Chen Fan inquired. So, this mission is not related to His Majesty's aspirations, is it? I am no cultivator and doubt I can assist him. Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Chen Shinran, his superior, seemed overly reliable, akin to a caring father. Tasks linked to the emperor were of utmost importance, with everyone vying for them, yet they invariably landed in Chen Fan's hands. Chen Shinran huffed. Focus, will you? I am discussing serious matters. This mission may present some difficulties. If you wish to refuse, I shall understand and seek others. Without hesitation, Chen Fan stepped forward. No need for that. I thrive on challenges. The more daunting, the more invigorating. I am here to seek promotion and wealth, and since an opportunity has presented itself, how could I possibly let it slip away? Just speak plainly, my lord. Chen Fan's gaze was intense, his words devoid of pretense, striking straight to the heart of the matter. Others might cloak such sentiments in modesty, but Chen Fan was refreshingly direct. I seek to rise in rank and fortune, so what? Chen Shinran, accustomed to Chen Fan's forthrightness, paid it no mind and continued. Are you familiar with Songyun Mountain Manor? Yes, Chen Fan replied. Songyun Mountain Manor, nestled in Ningzhou and backed by the Songyun Mountain Range, is the foremost manor in Ningzhou. 60 years ago, its master, a grandmaster of the sword, wielded the Songyun sword technique, rendering him invincible across Ningzhou. Under his leadership, the manor reached the pinnacle of power, establishing itself as a formidable force. Alas, the master passed away abruptly, leaving the manor without a successor, and even their ancestral sword techniques have become incomplete, losing their former potency. In recent years, Songyun Mountain Manor has ceased to engage in martial affairs and has focused solely on business. With the mountain's resources, their herbal trade has flourished, and the manor now appears to be on the rise once more. Excellent. Well articulated. Chen Shinran nodded in agreement. Your mission will target this very Songyun Mountain Manor. Recently, their master discovered a millennium-old snow ginseng within the Songyun Mountain Range. Aware that such a divine item is beyond their ability to safeguard, they intend to present it to His Majesty. Millennium Snow Ginseng? What is this snow ginseng? The snow ginseng is a rare variant among ginseng, exceptionally scarce, particularly at the millennium level. This extraordinary herb not only possesses detoxifying and healing properties, but can also enhance one's capabilities. When combined with suitable spiritual elixirs, it can even extend one's lifespan. The snow ginseng of this millennium grade boasts tremendous medicinal power, truly a divine gift. Chen Fan found himself momentarily silent and astonished, as he had not anticipated that this would be the item he was escorting. It was no wonder that Chen Shinran had mentioned the task would be somewhat challenging. Upon hearing about its potential to prolong life, Chen Fan could easily envision the immense desire that Emperor Kangxian would have for such a treasure. Even ginseng aged for a decade or two is regarded as a precious gem in the martial world. Thus, the value of a millennium-aged snow ginseng is indeed beyond imagination. Chapter 111. Journey to Ningzhou. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. At present, this matter remains known to only a select few. As long as the information remains confidential, it is unlikely that anyone will attempt to seize it. Your assignment is also intended to serve as a guise. Although you have recently garnered considerable attention, your youth renders you less conspicuous, thus minimizing the likelihood of attracting undue scrutiny. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. The captains of the Jinui are either masters or grandmasters, renowned within the martial world. Their mere presence would undoubtedly draw significant attention, thereby risking exposure of the snow ginseng affair. Hence, dispatching Chen Fan, a young man of remarkable prowess, was indeed a prudent choice. In the eyes of Chen Shinran, Chen Fan, possessing a lineage and having cultivated numerous formidable techniques, is more than capable of engaging in battles beyond his rank, presenting no challenge against a master. While Chen Fan enjoys a notable reputation within the Jinui, he remains relatively obscure in the martial world, making his deployment a rather safe bet. Given his combat abilities, Success seems assured. At this juncture, the system's voice resonated perfectly. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Escort the snow ginseng. Your objective is to safely transport the snow ginseng from Tsungyun Villa back to Qingzhou City. Task reward, max level disguise technique. Upon seeing this reward, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This martial art had been long anticipated. Although it may not possess overwhelming power, its utility, in Chen Fan's estimation, surpasses that of any divine technique. This skill is invaluable for assassination, theft, and identity concealment. Acquiring this will greatly facilitate his endeavors in crafting an alias, easing the process that once required meticulous planning to avoid leaving traces. Shen Xinran regarded Chen Fan earnestly. Since you have accepted the task, depart immediately. Be swift in both your journey and return to prevent any unforeseen complications. Chen Fan nodded, clasped his hands in respect, and departed. After leaving the captain's headquarters, he made his way to the stables, selecting a steed suitable only for a captain's use. This was a magnificent horse he had long coveted. Though it may not match his speed, it would prove far more advantageous for long-distance travel. Mounted on this steed, Chen Fan set forth from Qingzhou City, heading towards Ningzhou. However, at the very moment he exited the city, countless eyes were already fixated upon him. A carrier pigeon flew into the He family compound, landing precisely in He Qian's hand. He Qian swiftly unsealed the envelope, and, upon glancing at its contents, a chilling aura and murderous intent erupted in his gaze. Humph. Instruct the men. The target has left the city, and the mission must be accomplished. Yes, my lord. He Qian crushed the envelope in his hand, exiting the main hall and gazing skyward. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually receded, becoming more profound. My grandson, I shall avenge you. That accursed 100-man will soon meet his end. And those 7 fiends of the desert. Humph. No matter where they hide, it will not be long before they accompany you to the netherworld. At this point, He Qian still believed the 7 fiends of the desert to be the primary culprits, unaware that they had long since met their demise. In the depths of hell, the 7 fiends of the desert remain orderly, and should they grasp the thoughts of their adversary, it would undoubtedly incite them to leap forth in fury. Even in death, there are those who harbor intentions of exterminating them. Father, this Chen Fan is backed by a protector of Grandmaster level. Can our dispatchmen truly contend with him? He Shuai inquired, stepping behind He Qian with a hint of uncertainty. Huh, a protector of Grandmaster caliber? How can you be so sure? He Shuai found himself perplexed by the retort. Well, Chen Er once sent several masters to assassinate Chen Fan, yet they were all vanquished by him. Does that not imply he has a protector? Huh, merely 2 useless individuals. Their failure only signifies their inability to challenge Chen Fan, possessing no further significance. What do you mean? A thunderous thought suddenly struck He Shuai's mind. Are you suggesting that Chen Fan himself is a grandmaster? But how is that conceivable? His eyes widened in disbelief. A grandmaster so young? It is unprecedented. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? He Qian replied nonchalantly, whether he is a grandmaster, I cannot ascertain, yet I know for certain that those 2 were powerless against him. You need not fret. This was merely a test. A test? He Shuai felt bewildered, unable to comprehend how an assassination could be construed as a trial. It was no wonder He Qian could deftly navigate the intricacies of court politics. Beyond merely pleasing the emperor, his strategic acumen surpassed that of his own son, the minister of personnel. Casting a sidelong glance at He Shuai, He Qian continued. Under suitable conditions, it is assassination, otherwise, it is merely a test. Should Chen Fan's strength be confined to what is displayed before the Jinui, he would be doomed. If he possesses a protector, he cannot remain concealed and must reveal his true self. Once he exposes his identity, transitioning from shadow to light, we can formulate our subsequent plans based on his capabilities and background. Admiration flickered in He Shuai's eyes. Indeed, a cunning old fox. Yet, regaining his composure, he inquired, what if Chen Fan truly aligns with your estimations? What then if he is indeed a grandmaster? He Qian's tone turned grave. Then we must contemplate this matter thoroughly. Why not summon Master Nangong? Would that not suffice? He Shuai questioned, frustration igniting a fire within him. Even if Chen Fan were truly a grandmaster, Master Nangong would surely handle him with ease, or so he thought. The mere thought of his son possibly having fallen at Chen Fan's hands stoked the flames of his rage, compelling him to desire immediate vengeance against Chen Fan, even if it meant flaying him alive. Regardless of whether Chen Fan delivered the fatal blow, he was the catalyst of the calamity, and in any scenario, he must perish. He Qian slowly shook his head, gazing skyward. Grandmasters are not easily slain, and Chen Fan possesses exceptional lightness of foot if he is determined to flee. Even Master Nangong's intervention may not guarantee success. If Chen Fan were compelled to relinquish everything, the situation would surely take a turn for the worse. A master of extraordinary martial prowess lurking in the shadows. Can you truly accept such a life? Presently, he is in the open while we remain concealed, affording us the advantage to strategize effectively. This benefit must not be forsaken. He Shui hesitated momentarily before finally inquiring if he truly is a grandmaster. Shall we simply let this matter rest? Let it rest? How could that possibly be the case? He Qian's expression under the sunlight appeared even more grim than that of He Shui. He dares to harm my grandson, even if he is a grandmaster. He must face death. Chapter 112. The general's temple. Upon hearing his words, He Shui's eyes brightened. Father, do you mean you have a solution? He Qian let out a cold snort. Have you forgotten? Our family does not rely solely on brute force or these hired experts. What we truly possess is power. To eliminate someone, one does not necessarily need to be stronger than them. He Shui suddenly understood. They intended to suppress Chen Fan through authority. Indeed, considering this, even if Chen Fan were a grandmaster, there was little to fear. No matter how formidable he was, could he surpass the entire machinery of the Dahuang dynasty? If brute force was ineffective, then they would resort to power against him. As long as Chen Fan remained within the realm of the state, he would have to confront them. With the capabilities of the He family, they had numerous means to contend with a grandmaster like Chen Fan. If one attempt failed, they would try again and again. They had ample opportunities. Eventually, Chen Fan would meet his demise at their hands. Of course, this all hinged on the premise that Chen Fan was indeed a grandmaster. If he were to perish on this mission, then all would be for naught. He Qian shot him a glance. Have you found the 7 fiends of the desert I instructed you to seek? Turning to face his son, he continued. Chen Fan is merely one suspect. The greater suspicion lies with the 7 fiends. They must not be overlooked. He Shui's expression shifted, and after a sigh, he admitted, I apologize, father. I have searched extensively, but I have yet to uncover any relevant information. He Qian, filled with irritation, waved his sleeve and departed. You are utterly useless. How can I trust you with the family when you cannot even handle such a trivial matter? With his head bowed, He Shui followed him into the grand hall. Unbeknownst to them, the 7 fiends of the desert had long since perished, leaving no trace behind. Thus, they were impossible to locate. Even if one were to scour the entire world, no information regarding them could be found. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was still en route, entirely unaware of their machinations. The journey from Qingzhou City to Ningzhou was not a short one. If the steed were to gallop at full speed without rest, it would take 4 to 5 days to arrive. However, Chen Fan was indifferent to this, and thus did not urge his horse to its limits, choosing instead to travel silently. 7 days passed without reaching the destination. Remarkably, these 7 days were peaceful. Aside from a few audacious bandits who dared to ambush him, nothing else occurred. These brazen marauders soon became corpses, and the scant silver they possessed became Chen Fan's fare. Even the smallest morsel is sustenance. Chen Fan was not one to be picky. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Since leaving Qingzhou City, he had sensed a vague undercurrent of murderous intent. Although this aura remained concealed, Chen Fan knew it would eventually surface. He was merely biding his time, waiting for the hidden assassin to lose their restraint and strike. It was a contest of patience. A skilled hunter often disguises themselves as prey. As dusk descended, Chen Fan found himself in a desolate mountain area. This locale was truly remote, devoid of any signs of human presence for miles on end, and the path he traversed was far from conventional. This was a burial ground he had deliberately chosen for someone. He initially intended to pass through this territory swiftly, for traversing it would bring him closer to his destination. A killer must not linger unnecessarily. However, he was taken aback by the sudden onset of a torrential downpour. The weather in this season was as capricious as a woman's temperament, changing without warning. Reluctantly, Chen Fan sought refuge. Fortuitously, he stumbled upon a dilapidated temple along the way. The reason for its existence in such a forsaken location eluded him. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to enter. The temple, long neglected, bore a roof with scant intact sections, with a significant part having collapsed, leaving the ground strewn with broken tiles. At the center of the temple stood a statue of a general, albeit in a state of disrepair. It was tattered, its head missing half. Yet the weapon it wielded still exuded an aura of authority. This was indeed a rare general's temple. Legend had it that this place was once a battlefield during a bygone dynasty, where the troops of the Great Hua dynasty engaged in a fierce and bloody conflict with those of the previous dynasty. The number of lives lost was unfathomable, resulting in rivers of blood and utter devastation. Since that time, the area had been rumored to be haunted, which contributed to its desolation. The haunting was said to stem from the overwhelming number of souls unable to find peace, left to wander in a state of unrest. Those fierce spirits, who had fought relentlessly in life, continued their battles as phantoms. Travelers passing through would often be ensnared by these malevolent spirits, meeting tragic fates. The tales of hauntings grew increasingly exaggerated, leading to a general aversion to the area. In desperation, local officials erected the general's temple to quell the restless spirits. Remarkably, after the temple's construction, the hauntings ceased. Nevertheless, the impression this place left was indelible. Few dared to traverse it, and it remained largely unvisited. Over time, the stories of hauntings faded into obscurity, and the general's temple fell into disrepair. Yet, the habit of avoiding this route persisted among the populace, despite its proximity. No one chose to pass through. Chen Fan, however, harbored no belief in such tales, nor did he fear them. The notion of ghosts and deities, at its core, was merely a manifestation of human fears. If one were to assert that the world Chen Fan traversed was inhabited by spirits, he might entertain the idea. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that no such entities existed. This was simply a realm of martial prowess, devoid of supernatural forces. Though the martial world was rife with legends of extraordinary abilities, some claiming to bestow eternal youth, others promising extended lifespans, ultimately, they bore no relation to the supernatural. According to Chen Fan's extensive investigations, the longest recorded lifespan belonged to an individual who lived for little more than 300 years, a formidable being of transcendent harmony. What is this? Chen Fan surveyed the temple for a brief moment, only to suddenly discover that behind the statue of the general lay numerous coffins. These coffins appeared to be covered in dust and were in a state of disrepair, clearly having been left there for an extended period. Chen Fan shook his head, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Had this place been mistaken for a charnel house? This so-called charnel house served as a repository for coffins. Those from distant lands, whose bodies remained unclaimed and could not be buried, would be temporarily stored in the charnel house. However, if no one came to claim the bodies, they would inevitably remain there, resulting in an ever-increasing accumulation. Chapter 113. The midnight visitor. The general's temple had evidently been repurposed as a mortuary. Yet the passage of time had left it in a state of neglect. Upon encountering the coffins, Chen Fan could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. In a world where human lives are as inconsequential as blades of grass, countless souls pass away far from home, some even without a complete resting place. For these departed, the mere existence of a coffin seemed a stroke of fortune. Many others have no place to be buried, their remains discarded in the wilderness, left to be devoured by wild beasts. The deceased in Chen Fan's possession had no such worries. Once slain, they were reduced to a mere mist of blood, leaving no trace behind, a seamless service. Within the temple, coffins lay stacked, while outside, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds that echoed like the cries of the damned, amplifying the temple's aura of dread. However, Chen Fan stood undaunted, resolutely anchoring himself within the shrine. Finding a clean patch of ground, he kindled a fire, sitting cross-legged as he lightly toasted the provisions and dried meat he carried, washing it down with a sip of fine liquor. By the time he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, the outside world had succumbed to a profound darkness. Aside from the occasional illumination from a lightning strike, the night was enveloped in an impenetrable blackness. Howls of wolves echoed from a distance, deepening the sense of foreboding. Desolate mountains, wild wolves, dilapidated temples, tales of hauntings, and the relentless storm coalesced to create an atmosphere ripe for a horror film. Chen Fan couldn't suppress a smile. In such circumstances, one might expect death to claim someone. Yet he was acutely aware that he would not be the one to perish. He wondered when the hidden assailant might choose to strike. If he were to hesitate in this situation, it would indeed be a source of amusement. Chen Fan recalled the figure who had been trailing him and felt a sense of anticipation. Today was a prime opportunity. Any assassin, regardless of their skill level, would undoubtedly seize the moment to act. Even Chen Fan, in the role of a killer, would not pass up such an occasion. Sleep was out of the question. Knowing someone intended to take his life, only a fool would succumb to slumber under these circumstances. However, feigning sleep to draw the enemy closer was a strategy worth considering. Chen Fan reclined on the ground, silently channeling his energy to cultivate his skills. He heightened his senses to their utmost, attuning himself to every whisper of the wind and rustle of leaves. The howling winds grew ever louder, the rain intensified, and flashes of lightning became more frequent. It appeared that the storm was nearing its climax, unleashing its fury with wild abandon. Chen Fan's ears perked up, and he quietly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, stars seemed to swirl, profound and boundless, untouched by the night's gloom. With the acute hearing of a grandmaster, he discerned the faint sound of hooves amidst the cacophony of wind, rain, and thunder. True to his instincts, the sound of hooves soon approached the temple. Accompanied by a horse's whinny, the hoofbeats abruptly ceased, followed by the voice of a woman. "Brother, this dilapidated temple, situated amidst these desolate mountains, is said to have been haunted in the past. I am quite frightened. Shall we not find another place? After all, this was once a battlefield. It would not be surprising if it were indeed haunted." The young woman's voice quivered, imbued with trepidation. "Huh, sister, what is there to fear? I am here to protect you," responded the man, his voice resonating with strength and conviction. What specters could possibly exist here? Such entities pale in comparison to human malice. As martial practitioners, with our swords in hand and righteousness in our hearts, what fiend would dare approach us? Evil spirits shall be repelled. If any malevolent being were to appear, I would cleave it asunder with my sword. Brother, how impressive. The sister's voice brimmed with admiration. And even without seeing her face, Chen Fan could envision her eyes sparkling with wonder. Ha ha ha, it's nothing extraordinary. These are merely words I have heard from our master, which I have borrowed for the moment, the brother replied with a hint of embarrassment. Their voices drew nearer, and soon they entered the general's temple, one after the other. Both were relatively youthful. The brother appeared to be in his 20s, while the sister seemed even younger, not quite reaching the age of 20. Although they were not strikingly beautiful, they were certainly a compatible pair, both possessing a certain charm and spiritedness in their eyes. However, as they stepped into the temple, before they could catch their breath, they locked eyes with Chen Fan, who sat upright, exuding an aura of solemnity akin to a Buddha. A heavy iron sword rested upon his knees as he sat cross-legged. His piercing gaze was fixed upon them, emanating an astonishing presence that struck them like a wave. In that instant, both young practitioners instinctively placed their hands on their weapons and adjusted their stances, their expressions tightening with tension. The brother took a silent step forward, subtly shielding the sister behind him. Out in the world, one must remain vigilant. Combat could erupt at any moment. Though they appeared youthful, their awareness was commendably sharp. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, with only the patter of rain against the leaves and the occasional rumble of thunder breaking the silence as the three stood in a tense standoff. It was only when a spark erupted from the fire before Chen Fan that the brother slightly relaxed his stance. Standing there, sensing that Chen Fan harbored no ill intentions, he cautiously clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Brother, we are merely wayfarers caught in this sudden downpour, seeking shelter in this temple out of necessity. Might we impose upon you for a brief respite? In this world, one often finds themselves in circumstances beyond their control." Chen Fan understood this. He was not a tyrant, and after a few glances, he calmly replied, "This is but a decrepit temple. It is not mine to govern. If you wish to stay, you may do so without seeking my permission. However, I must remind you that this temple is perpetually haunted, and there lies a heap of corpses accompanying us." Chen Fan casually gestured towards the pile of coffins and fell silent. The junior sister turned her head to look, and immediately recoiled, trembling all over as she clutched tightly to the sleeve of her senior brother. "Senior brother, I am truly frightened. Shall we find another place?" she implored. "You heard what he said. This place is indeed not clean." Upon hearing her words, the senior brother could only respond with a wry smile. "Junior sister, where else is there to go? If it weren't for the lack of alternatives, I would not have come here myself." Chapter 114. The palm. Let us make do with this, for there are no villages ahead nor shops behind. Apart from this place, there is no other. Rest assured, I am here with you. With such reassurances from him, the junior sister found herself without alternatives, though fear still lingered in her heart. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, she clutched his garment tightly, her form trembling against him, visibly gripped by terror. The senior brother, on the other hand, held no objections and even seemed to derive a certain pleasure from the situation, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After their exchange, he offered a respectful bow to Chen Fan, expressing his gratitude. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "No need for that." They nodded to one another and sought out a clean spot within the general's temple, where they kindled a fire. "Junior sister, please commence your meditation to dispel the cold. I shall guard you," the senior brother instructed softly, turning to her. "Yes, thank you, senior brother," she replied sweetly, settling onto the ground to prepare for her meditation. However, her gaze flitted nervously over the statue of the general, her complexion paling slightly. It was only when she saw her senior brother standing resolutely before her that she exhaled, beginning her practice to ward off the chill. Chen Fan cast a casual glance and noticed that an astonishingly potent aura of internal energy surrounded the junior sister. indicating she had indeed entered the realm of the innate. He paid it little mind, taking a brief look before diverting his attention. Although it was rare for someone of such youth to reach this stage, it was not entirely unheard of. Prestigious clans often produced a few such prodigies in each generation. From the demeanor, grace, conversation, and cultivation displayed by the two, it was evident they were disciples sent forth by a major sect for training. Such occurrences were not uncommon. No prominent sect would allow their disciples to remain cloistered like fragile birds. They would invariably seek suitable opportunities to venture out, experiencing the perils of the martial world firsthand. During this process, no one would shield them. They must personally navigate the treachery of the world, encountering conflict, betrayal, and the ruthless struggle for power. All these experiences would inevitably forge their growth. Those who survived would not only see advancements in their martial prowess, but also attain a deeper understanding of their inner selves, greatly benefiting their future cultivation. As for those who perished, the sect might seek vengeance, or perhaps not, for ultimately, it would be a matter of their own inadequacy in adapting to the martial world. A greenhouse cannot nurture truly towering trees. The senior brother was evidently cautious, his gaze shifting towards Chen Fan with an air of vigilance as he safeguarded his junior sister during her meditation. This was a necessary precaution for anyone traversing the martial realm, and Chen Fan understood this well. At the foot of the Qiankuan sect, I am Yun Cheng. May I inquire your esteemed name? The senior brother broke the oppressive silence, initiating conversation with Chen Fan. The Qiankuan sect was indeed a well-regarded establishment in the martial world, its disciples largely adhering to the righteous path, a fact Chen Fan was aware of. Moreover, the current leader of the Qiankuan sect had some connections with the Jinyue, even in serendipitous circumstances. Occurrences where the Jinyue and disciples of the Qiankuan sect unite to apprehend notorious bandits are not uncommon. Upon hearing Yun Cheng's self-introduction, Chen Fan merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, responding nonchalantly, I am but a nameless wanderer of the Jianghu. You may refer to me simply as Nameless. This unexpected reply rendered Yun Cheng's expression rigid, as he had never anticipated such a response. Would it not have been more appropriate to fabricate a dismissive retort? Yet, he was met with mere anonymity. Drawing a deep breath, Yun Cheng's lips twitched as he managed to utter, a splendid name, indeed. He discerned the underlying message, a subtle indication to refrain from disturbing him, prompting him to fall silent thereafter. However, after closing his eyes, Chen Fan suddenly reopened them, fixing a steady gaze upon Yun Cheng as he cautioned, You ought to exercise caution tonight. Unforeseen events may transpire. This pronouncement took Yun Cheng by surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, What do you mean, nameless brother? Oh, it is nothing of great import, merely a piece of advice, a conjecture. Feel free to dismiss it as mere folly, Chen Fan replied, turning away to close his eyes once more, remaining unresponsive to Yun Cheng's subsequent queries. Although perplexed by the implications of Chen Fan's words, Yun Cheng heightened his vigilance, meticulously observing the shifting winds and rustling grass around him, his hand firmly resting upon the hilt of his sword. As time slipped away, the torrential rain intensified, accompanied by howling winds that rattled the senses. A mighty tree outside the temple bent under the force, teetering on the brink of breaking. Yet, the ancient tree exhibited remarkable resilience, enduring the tempest. With a resounding roar, thunder clashed in the heavens, unleashing a cacophony and a fleeting flash of light. The lightning illuminated the three figures within the temple. Chen Fan remained in serene repose, eyes shut, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to that of an ascetic in deep meditation. The senior brother appeared transfixed by Chen Fan's earlier words, his gaze unwavering and his hand never straying from the sword's hilt. The junior sister, having completed her cultivation, now cowered in fear, clutching her senior brother's clothing tightly. A faint, barely discernible creak resonated within the temple, unnoticed amid the tumult of wind, rain, and thunder. Behind the statue, the lid of a coffin began to shift, as if an entity within stirred. Gradually, a hand emerged, wrinkled, emaciated, and adorned with sharp, black nails. This hand, not only featuring blackened nails, but also skin mottled with dark spots reminiscent of age spots, appeared as though it had been submerged in some liquid for countless years. Resembling the undead from Tales of the Bizarre, the fingers twitched, the glint of the razor-sharp nails reflecting a chilling light, silently aiming for the junior sister's neck. Oblivious to the imminent peril lurking behind her, she remained fixated on the temple door, her gaze occasionally flickering towards Chen Fan, entirely unaware of the deadly threat approaching from behind. The nails upon the palm were poised to pierce the delicate flesh of the neck. With a swift motion, akin to the unsheathing of a sharp sword, a glimmer of blade illuminated the shrouded night. Accompanied by a resonant clangor, the sword light descended fiercely upon the palm, cleaving it open with brutal force. Indeed, it merely split apart. The hand bore the appearance of a decrepit elder's, seemingly fragile enough to shatter at a mere touch. Yet, in truth, it was unyielding. Yuncheng executed this strike with all his might, yet despite his innate prowess, he not only failed to sever the hand, but instead unleashed a cascade of brilliant sparks. Chapter 115. The Law of the Jungle. As Yuncheng realized he could not sever his own hand, his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly grasped his junior sister and retreated. Be careful. With a mere touch of his toes, they had already distanced themselves by several meters. Even as they came to a halt, his junior sister remained in a daze, her face pale as a ghost. It was only when she regained her senses that a wave of dread washed over her. Had it not been for her senior brother's timely intervention, she would likely have found herself a lifeless corpse, cold as ice. In stark contrast to the cautious and decisive Yuncheng, his junior sister resembled a naive novice, utterly unprepared for the crisis. Though they both possessed innate abilities, her performance under duress scarcely exceeded 30% of her potential, rendering her less capable than seasoned warriors. What does it mean to be a flower in a greenhouse? She epitomized that very notion. Humph, lurking in the shadows and launching a sneak attack. Who are you? Why would you harm my junior sister without provocation? Show yourself. Yuncheng stepped forward, shielding his junior sister behind him, and bellowed at the ominous coffin before him. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of sword light shot towards the coffin. However, a hand reached out effortlessly, grasping the sword light and shattering it before swiftly retracting back into the coffin. A chilling, sinister laugh echoed from within. What a splendid move, the twin wings of flight. Not bad, young one. Your desert smoke sword technique has been honed well. Alas, your internal energy is woefully lacking, insignificant before me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the coffin lid flew open, propelled by a formidable surge of true essence that struck like a piercing arrow towards the two. Yuncheng and his junior sister were taken aback, hastily evading the onslaught. The coffin board hurtled past them, crashing violently into a tree outside with a thunderous roar, splintering upon impact. This casual display of power surpassed the might of Yuncheng's earlier strike. Who are you? Yuncheng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixated on the coffin, unwilling to relax his vigilance for even a moment. His junior sister had drawn her sword as well, but cowered behind her brother, her trembling hand rendering the weapon less effective than a mere stick. Hee hee. The sinister laughter resounded again as a figure abruptly emerged from the coffin, not rising in a conventional manner, but standing upright like a zombie, rigid and unnatural. The man appeared disheveled, his tattered garments reeking of an overwhelming stench. Had he not spoken moments earlier, they would scarcely have recognized him as human. Ah, the two young ones from the Qinquan sect. I have no quarrel with your sect and did not intend to trouble you. Regrettably, you have strayed into the wrong place today, obstructing my affairs. It seems I must deal with you as well. The peculiar individual spoke, and an eerie wail echoed around him, as if the very ground had descended into a netherworld. Humph, straight into the wrong place. Upon hearing these words, Yuncheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to Chen Fan, who remained unperturbed by the fire. Suddenly, the situation dawned upon him. The intention of this strange man was not directed at them, but rather aimed at Chen Fan. Now he comprehended fully why Chen Fan had earlier inexplicably cautioned him to be wary. It turned out he was being hunted. Truly, an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Yuncheng bitterly smiled within, yet his demeanor turned serious as he clasped his hands in a respectful salute towards the strange individual. Senior, since we have no grievances or enmities, I am willing to act as if I have seen nothing today and depart at once. I hope you can show me mercy. Having spoken, he took his junior sister's hand, preparing to turn away. Leave? Ha ha ha. How naive you are, young lad. Where do you think you can go now? The strange man chuckled menacingly, and with a wave of his hand, the wails grew even louder. A surge of true essence began to swirl, coalescing into a ghostly figure that lunged towards the two. Chen Fan squinted, having already discerned the identity of their assailant from this single move. While Yuncheng feigned a desire to flee, he was not foolish and remained ever vigilant. Thus, the moment the strange man struck, he swiftly drew his sword in one fluid motion. A radiant glow enveloped his sword, and with a tremor of his body, multiple sword energies surged forth, clashing with the ghostly figure. The sword technique was quite commendable, yet regrettably, Yuncheng was still too young, his internal cultivation insufficient to unleash its full potential, rendering him incapable of contending with the strange man. The spectral figure charged unrelentingly, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling through the air. Although Yun Cheng managed to partially deflect the blow with his sword, he fell to the ground, spitting blood, his complexion turning pale. In an instant, he was grievously injured. His combat capability reduced to a mere fraction. Brother, are you all right? His junior sister rushed forward in a panic upon seeing her brother collapsed. Her face etched with worry and fear. She cast a glance at the strange man, tears brimming in her eyes. Why have you harmed my brother? We do not even know you. We hold no grudge against you, so why inflict such violence upon us? She questioned the strange man loudly, only to be abruptly pulled back by Yun Cheng, who lay on the ground. Junior sister, do not speak any further. We must flee quickly. Though this was her first foray into the martial world, and she remained oblivious to its perils, Yun Cheng was not new to such treachery. He understood all too well. The realm of the Jianghu is devoid of reason. It is a domain governed by strength. It is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. As long as you possess sufficient power, you may strike whomever you desire and extinguish the life of anyone who stands in your way without needing a rationale. What does it matter if we are strangers or if there exists no enmity between us? My decision to end your life stems solely from your weakness, which obstructs my pursuits and has nothing to do with your essence. Such is the plight of the weak. It is akin to trampling upon a multitude of ants without a second thought. How much regard would you have for their plight? The Jianghu is indeed this merciless. Brother Wu Ming, I beseech you to lend your hand and save my young junior sister. She is still but a child, innocent and unaware of the world's cruelties. I have already succumbed to despair. I earnestly implore you for assistance. Yun Cheng turned to Chen Fan beside him, voicing his plea for help. Chapter 116. The mere wild ghost. The junior sister spoke up, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she accused the strange figure. The one you wish to kill is him. Go ahead and do it. Why must you trouble us? Upon hearing her words, Yun Cheng felt as though the world had darkened before his eyes. I sought help for you, and yet here you are, urging our enemy to slay him. What are you thinking? At that moment, Yun Cheng deeply questioned his sister's mental faculties. Her words were utterly reckless. Though he found himself entangled in Chen Fan's affairs and severely injured, akin to a fish awaiting its fate on a chopping block, it was impossible for him not to harbor resentment towards Chen Fan. However, could such words truly be uttered? Was she not simply provoking their adversary? Their only glimmer of hope lay with Chen Fan. If her statement incited Chen Fan's wrath, and he chose to merely spectate, their demise would be imminent. Brother Wu Ming, my junior sister, her mind is a bit muddled, being young and inexperienced. Please do not take her words to heart. She merely speaks with unfiltered honesty, devoid of malice. Yun Cheng cast another glance at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with helplessness and pleading. Yet, at that moment, the strange figure ceased to observe the spectacle and raised a hand to unleash a powerful strike. Enough of this nonsense. None of you shall escape today. To perish at my hands is a privilege. The ghost, accompanied by a chilling wind and the wails of the damned, surged toward the two. Yun Cheng gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, once again shielding his junior sister behind him. Bracing himself for the impending attack with a sense of resignation and despair etched upon his face. Though both were still youthful, their bond was profound. In the face of death, true hearts are laid bare. It is not uncommon for couples to turn against each other, for father and son to clash, or for disciples to sever their ties in the shadow of demise. Yet, Yun Cheng was willing to sacrifice his life to protect his sister, who, in turn, remained steadfast by his side, refusing to flee. This unwavering loyalty earned them a measure of respect from Chen Fan. Truly, they were disciples of the Qiankuan sect, their character commendably noble. Despite their lack of strength and the evident foolishness of one, they were not beyond redemption. Thus, Chen Fan intervened. After all, they were innocent victims of his entanglement, and if there was a chance to save them, he would act. Chen Fan was not so cold-hearted as to watch innocent lives perish due to his own misfortunes. With a resounding clash, a flash of sword light erupted like thunder in the night. The ghost, transformed by true essence, disintegrated upon contact with the sword light, as if ice met the sun. The two, who had been certain of their demise, now found themselves drenched in sweat, exhaling sighs of relief. The not-so-bright junior sister finally engaged her mind, scooping up the injured Yun Cheng and swiftly retreating behind Chen Fan. With an impassive expression, Chen Fan gripped the heavy sword forged of dark iron. His gaze coldly fixed upon the strange figure as he spoke with indifference. I expected a formidable opponent, elusive and cunning. Instead, I find a mere blood llama. No wonder he enjoys sleeping in a coffin. He possesses such a peculiar penchant. I remarked to this old specter, are you not already deceased? Have you truly become a zombie? The name Blood Yama echoed in the air, causing Yun Cheng's expression to freeze. his body trembling in response. Only the junior disciple remained oblivious, her face still reflecting innocence and ignorance. Although this moniker had not circulated in the martial world for many years, it still resonated powerfully in Yun Cheng's ears. Over a decade ago, a sinister practitioner emerged in the realm, committing heinous acts of murder and crafting corpses, even stealing the remains of esteemed masters from various sections. This individual, known as Blood Yama, unleashed a tempest of bloodshed upon the martial community. However, his actions provoked the ire of numerous martial factions, ultimately leading to his suppression by a formidable figure. It is said that 10 years ago, he was subdued by a high monk, leaving no trace of his existence. In the ensuing decade, he had faded into obscurity, with the world believing him to be truly dead. Yet, unexpectedly, he appeared before them today, alive and well. Ha! I have attained unparalleled mastery, impervious to death. A mere bald monk thinks he can slay me? Blood Yama laughed maniacally, revealing a set of grotesquely blackened teeth, a sight utterly repugnant. It was that old dog Chen who saved you, was it not? Chen Fan replied with a faint smile directed at Blood Yama. You. Blood Yama faltered, his expression freezing in disbelief. If you were truly indestructible, why has there been no news of you for 10 years? You would have sought vengeance by now. A sardonic chuckle escaped Chen Fan. Over the past decade, you must have had a miserable existence. A rat in the gutter is universally loathed and dare not see the light of day. Do you still have the audacity to call yourself Blood Yama? You are likely inferior to even a mere specter. Your existence now is that of a wretched dog merely surviving. Brat, you know nothing. Blood Yama's dark visage turned crimson with rage, his fury palpable. Chen Fan's words struck deeply, each syllable piercing like a dagger. The truth resonated with what Chen Fan had articulated. 10 years ago, he had fled in terror from a relentless pursuit by a monk. Had it not been for He Qian's intervention, he would have perished long ago. However, He Qian was no benevolent savior. His assistance came with shackles, binding Blood Yama to a life of servitude. Throughout the years, he had contemplated rebellion, yet he feared the consequences of betrayal. He Qian commanded an army of skilled fighters, and should he choose treachery, he would find no refuge in this vast world. Now, as Chen Fan's words tore open old wounds, the murderous intent within Blood Yama surged forth. Chen Fan, you insolent whelp. You truly are audacious, but allow me to impart a lesson. The arrogant seldom live long. Today, your end is nigh. Prepare to pay with your life. Enraged, Blood Yama leaped high, channeling all his vital energy, and struck down upon Chen Fan with tremendous force. The essence surged forth, coalescing into a colossal hand that thundered down. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this gigantic hand was, in fact, composed of countless restless spirits. As the hand manifested, the wails of vengeful ghosts intensified, and a chilling wind swept through the air. This modest temple of the general was abruptly transformed into a veritable realm of the underworld. In the face of this formidable strike, Chen Fan's expression remained remarkably serene. He merely rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword. An immense sword intent soared skyward, and in an instant, everything around began to thaw and dissolve. Even the howls of the damned ceased abruptly. If the deities themselves descended, I would dare to slay them, let alone these mere specters. The deathly chain of 3 immortal swords. Chapter 117. A single strike to annihilate. As Chen Fan unsheathed his sword, an immediate silence enveloped the world. Outside the general temple, the wind ceased and the rain halted. Even the lightning lost its audacity to flash. It was as if the thunder god dwelling in the heavens had been awed into submission by the brilliance of this single stroke, no longer daring to flaunt its might. The radiance of the sword surged forth, expanding from a mere glimmer into a colossal sword aura stretching 30 meters, forcefully piercing through the palm imprint. With a resounding crash, the hand shattered, and dense true essence radiated outward from its center. What? This is impossible. Blood Yin Wang's eyes widened in terror as he bellowed in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend the scene before him, he could hardly believe that his most powerful strike had been effortlessly dismantled. The nonchalance with which it was done resembled the ease of partaking in a meal or sipping water. Yet, he had little time to dwell in shock, for the sword light was already upon him. With a blood-curdling scream, the enormous sword light crushed Blood Yin Wang, as if a merciless train were trampling an ant. Showing no signs of pause, the sword light continued its relentless advance, shattering the statue of the general behind him, along with several coffins, and even the rear wall. Yun Cheng and his junior sister were swept away by the tempest of true essence, crashing heavily to the ground. When they finally opened their eyes again, Chen Fan had already returned his sword to its sheath. Before them lay an immense, gaping sword scar that pierced through the very ground. The general temple had been cleaved apart, and blood Yanwang had been reduced to dust within the sword aura, leaving no trace behind. To perish beneath the lethal triad immortal sword is indeed an honor, Chen Fan declared coldly, exuding an aura of formidable strength that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Although the name of blood Yanwang resounded with prominence, his actual prowess was rather mediocre, merely that of an ordinary master. Such a level was utterly insufficient to withstand Chen Fan's blade. Chen Fan had exerted little effort, yet it was more than enough to obliterate him. This is astonishing. What level of cultivation does he possess to wield such terrifying power? Yun Cheng lay on the ground, his mind overwhelmed, nearly paralyzed into silence. As a buzzing filled his ears, he was utterly astonished that the seemingly innocuous Chen Fan harbored such formidable strength. The infamous blood Yanwang had not even managed to withstand a single blow before being reduced to nothingness. Such prowess was likely even greater than that of his own master. At that moment, his junior sister was equally dumbfounded, sitting on the ground with her mouth agape. The events of the day shattered her worldview, unveiling the harsh realities of the outside world for the first time. In the confines of her sect, she had been showered with affection, believing herself a prodigious talent in martial arts due to her early achievements in innate cultivation. Little did she realize until today that she had merely been gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. At that instant, an electronic voice resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission, eliminate the mastermind. Detection has revealed that the current Prime Minister, He Qian, has dispatched individuals to assassinate the host. Please execute him. Task reward, the fully leveled Lingxiao Divine Sword. At last, it was this old man's turn. Upon hearing the system's electronic voice, a glint of cold light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and a palpable murderous aura emanated from him. That old rascal He Qian, regardless of whether there was a mission or not, was destined to meet his end at Chen Fan's hands. The members of the He family had persistently pursued him. If he did not eradicate them all, he would no longer be Chen Fan. However, the matter of killing He Qian required careful contemplation. He Qian was not like He Yuqing. Eliminating him was no simple task. A chilling killing intent radiated from Chen Fan, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Yun Cheng and his junior sister could not help but shiver in such an oppressive atmosphere, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at Chen Fan. Chen brother, what has come over you? Having heard the blood Yama's furious roar earlier, Yun Cheng now recognized Chen Fan's name. Witnessing Chen Fan's murderous aura surge once more, he felt an overwhelming fear. The blood Yama was already dead, so whom did Chen Fan intend to kill? Could it possibly be the two of them? Was it because they knew he had slain the blood Yama, and he sought to silence them? It was not entirely unreasonable for Yun Cheng to harbor such thoughts, for he and Chen Fan were mere strangers with limited acquaintance. The blood Yama was undoubtedly a figure of the dark path, that much was clear. Yet, this did not inherently imply that Chen Fan was a paragon of virtue. Currently, Yun Cheng was severely injured, and his junior sister lacked discernment. If Chen Fan truly intended to eliminate them, they would be akin to fish on a chopping block. Perceiving Yun Cheng's apprehensions, Chen Fan cast him a glance and restrained his murderous intent. Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. I will not harm you. I merely recalled certain matters. Upon hearing these words, Yun Cheng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly asserting, that is indeed a relief, truly a relief. I see that Brother Chen possesses a dignified demeanor, exuding exceptional talent and virtue. Surely you are a chivalrous individual and would not engage in wanton slaughter. I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. The debt of life saved is beyond measure. Should you ever require my aid in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall offer my utmost effort without hesitation. Chen Fan smiled. You do not harbor any resentment for the trouble I have caused you? Yun Cheng shook his head, managing a wry smile. In the realm of the martial world, encountering unforeseen calamities was a distinct possibility. To claim he held no resentment at all would be disingenuous. However, having witnessed Brother Chen's prowess, he found it impossible to nurture any animosity. Furthermore, Brother Chen had already cautioned him that danger might befall them this night. It was merely his own carelessness that had led to his current predicament, a testament to his own inadequacy. Yun Cheng was a perceptive individual. Upon witnessing Chen Fan's lethal strike against the blood Yama, he had been utterly awestruck. That was a realm of mastery he could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime. He had no grounds to feel resentment. Surviving this encounter was a feat in itself. Should he dare to provoke further conflict, he would be courting his own demise. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Yun Cheng's complexion turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his entire being seemed to wither away. Senior brother, what has happened to you? Senior brother, please do not leave us. Upon witnessing Yun Cheng's condition, his junior sister took a large stride to support him, tears streaming down her face as she fervently shook him. Chen Fan, observing this scene, felt his lips twitch slightly. Indeed, this junior sister seemed to possess a rather peculiar mindset. If she continued her frantic actions, even if Yun Cheng were unscathed, he would surely come to harm. Please, stop shaking me. I am fine, junior sister. Yun Cheng's breath was faint, yet he managed to force out a few words. Quickly retrieve the elixir and help me take it. If you continue to shake me like this, I may truly meet my end. Chapter 118 Departure. At this moment, the younger sister suddenly came to a realization, exclaiming, "Oh, I understand now." As she nodded vigorously, she hurriedly retrieved a healing elixir from her possession and placed it into Yun Cheng's mouth. After consuming the medicine, Yun Cheng's complexion improved somewhat, no longer appearing as pale as before. With a deep exhalation of stale air, he finally regained some composure, sitting up to commence his meditative practice for self-healing. Observing their ability to manage the situation independently, Chen Fan chose to withdraw his attention, resuming his seated position to rest his eyes. Although the general's temple had been cleaved open, the torrential rain had ceased, rendering the lack of shelter inconsequential. A night passed in silence, until the deep darkness was gradually torn apart by the first light of dawn, illuminating the surroundings. Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes, startling the younger sister who had been waiting nearby, causing her to timidly retreat and seek refuge behind Yun Cheng. After a night of recuperation, Yun Cheng appeared significantly better. Though still gravely injured, at least his life was preserved. Chen Fan cast a glance at them, uttered no further words, and turned to exit the general's temple, mounting his horse and departing. Only when Chen Fan's silhouette faded from view did the younger sister finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the presence of Chen Fan, she had been so apprehensive that she scarcely dared to breathe heavily, fearing she might disturb him. "Brother, let us hasten back to the sect. The martial world is truly perilous," she said to Yun Cheng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before their departure, she had been filled with enthusiasm and dreams of the martial realm, hoping one day to become a renowned heroine, upholding justice and ridding the world of evildoers. However, the events of the previous day had shattered her aspirations, revealing that the martial world was no mere amusement, and its cruelty far exceeded her imagination. As a weakling, she could not even guarantee her own safety. One's life could be extinguished without reason, simply due to one's frailty. "Very well, let us return," Yun Cheng sighed, recognizing the turmoil within his younger sister's heart. If this inner demon remained unchallenged, it would hinder her growth for a lifetime. This affliction would cling to her spirit for an extended period. Continuing to wander the martial world now seemed meaningless. Moreover, as he too was severely injured, he needed to return to the sect for recuperation. Should he persist in his current state, it would not be long before a minor adversary could claim his life. Although the martial world was indeed ruthless, it was not so brutal as to render two innate masters utterly helpless. It could only be said that they had encountered misfortune by crossing paths with Chen Fan. Had they not been embroiled in this matter, they could still wield their swords throughout the realm, perhaps even establishing their own reputation. "Sister, I have something I wish to convey to you." "Brother, please speak freely." "There is no need for formalities," she replied, her fair cheeks tinged with a slight blush, fidgeting in anticipation of Yun Cheng's words. "Then I shall speak plainly." Yun Cheng cast a peculiar glance at her. "Junior sister, upon our return, could you possibly amend that little mind of yours? It's rather troublesome. Your intellect seems quite lacking. If you continue like this in the world, your head might very well lead us to our doom." The junior sister, taken aback, lifted her gaze defiantly and retorted, "You are bullying me. How have I been troublesome? You all claim I am a burden, yet many times I have acted with remarkable cleverness." He chuckled softly. "As long as you are happy, junior sister." The two mounted their horses and gradually rode away, their voices fading into the distance. However, several hours after their departure, three figures unexpectedly appeared in the general's temple. They huddled together, gazing at the astonishing sword marks on the ground, their expressions grave. One of them sighed, "We have arrived too late. The blood yama is already devoid of life. The power of a single sword strike is truly formidable. What a terrifying realm." Another stepped forward to touch the sword marks, experiencing a surge of pain as the lingering sword intent fiercely assailed him. He spoke solemnly, "A sword of such caliber, I fear even I would struggle to withstand it." The third person, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why was the blood yama eliminated in this manner?" According to the information we gathered along the way, Chen Fan was indeed alone. Could it be that his guardian concealed their prowess so adeptly that they went unnoticed? The second individual responded. It is also possible that Chen Fan himself was the one who inflicted those sword marks. He may not have had a guardian at all, and everything during this time was accomplished solely by him. Impossible. How could he possess such strength? Have you lost your senses? The other two shook their heads in disbelief, harboring no trust in this notion. Even if he had received a legacy, it was absolutely implausible for his martial realm to advance so rapidly. Even a bestowal of power would not account for such a leap. A bestowal, after all, involves a powerful individual sacrificing their lifetime of skill to infuse it into another. History has seen individuals undergo such bestowals, yet none have achieved the level of a grandmaster at Chen Fan's age. Moreover, while a bestowal can lead to rapid advancement for the recipient, it invariably results in the demise of the bestower. Furthermore, not just anyone can perform a bestowal. There must be a lineage connection between the two, with compatible physiques and techniques. A significant disparity could lead to mutual destruction, even for those closely related. The integration post-bestowal is fraught with inefficiencies, wasting much of the potential. In summary, the conditions for a bestowal are exceedingly stringent, and its effects are not as exaggerated as one might think. This sudden surge of power could easily lead the inheritor to lose themselves, posing grave risks to their mental cultivation. While a short-term bestowal may seem impressive, it may not bode well in the long run. Consequently, in general circumstances, few formidable individuals would opt for a bestowal to cultivate their successors. Reliance on one's own training remains the most dependable path. Regardless, it matters not how it came to be. Since the blood Yama is dead, we must continue to fulfill our mission. Alas, he has already startled the snake in the grass. It is certain that Chen Fan will exercise even greater caution in the future, leaving us with fewer opportunities. Inform those behind us to refrain from acting alone. Let us hasten to pursue him. This is a command personally issued by the Prime Minister, and if we fail, the consequences are clear to you all. As these words left his lips, a shiver ran through the three of them, compelling them to quicken their pace. Chen Fan urged his steed forward, covering over 100 miles in the span of a mere half-day. Upon arriving at a small grove, he swiftly sensed the lurking menace once more. This aura of assassination enveloped him, sending a chill down his spine. How could they have arrived so swiftly? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, astonished, for the last attempt on his life had only just transpired. Chapter 119. The assassin of the storm tower. Chen Fan rode with an air of nonchalance, yet his senses were heightened to their utmost. Acutely aware of the slightest rustle around him, concealed amidst the dense foliage of a grand tree, a figure lay in wait, his gaze fixated on Chen Fan below, meticulously searching for the opportune moment to strike. At that juncture, Chen Fan, oblivious to the lurking threat, stood with his back turned, gazing ahead, presenting an ideal opportunity for an ambush. However, hesitation gripped the assassin, an instinctive dread holding him back. As if an inner voice warned him of the precipice before him, one misstep could lead to his demise. Thus, he exhibited an unprecedented level of caution and patience, opting to remain still and await a more favorable chance. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, when he refocused, Chen Fan had vanished, leaving only his steed behind. What? Where did he go? A chill coursed through the assassin's veins. At that instant, a cold voice emerged from behind. Ah, were you looking for me? The assassin's body reacted before his mind could process, instinctively drawing his blade in a swift arc. His strike revealed him to be a masterful combatant, executing a flawless attack honed through countless repetitions. Yet, Chen Fan was swifter still. With a mere flick of his finger, he disarmed the assassin, sending the weapon flying. And with another deft motion, he struck the assassin's back. The assassin's eyes widened in shock as he crumpled, blood spattering, plummeting from the tree like a lifeless shrimp. Before he even reached the ground, his breath had fled. Chen Fan landed gracefully, but no sooner had he steadied himself than two weapons erupted from the earth, aimed at his feet. Given Chen Fan's prowess, evasion would have been effortless. Instead, he charged forward. He brought his foot down with tremendous force, shattering the weapons with a resounding crack. The ground beneath him sank 3 inches under his weight. With a cold snort, he channeled his formidable essence into the earth, causing the ground to tremble with relentless thunderous sounds. The muffled gasps of the two assassins hidden below abruptly ceased. However, the onslaught of assassins continued unabated. Having dispatched the two beneath him, 6 more emerged, surrounding Chen Fan and attacking from all sides. Yet, their speed was utterly inconsequential before him, akin to that of sluggish turtles. Chen Fan discerned their mediocre abilities, all confined to the innate realm, with the strongest barely at the late stage of the innate level. These individuals exhibited no necessity to draw their swords. He stood there, as calm as a tranquil well, silently observing the approaching figures. Subsequently, with a flick of his fingers, the attack was concluded before they could even discern Chen Fan's movement. A formidable surge of true essence erupted forth, halting the 6 assassins in their tracks. In an instant, a sanguine hole burst open at the center of each of their foreheads, and they collapsed backward in unison. Their capabilities were clearly misaligned. Were these truly the emissaries sent by Chen? Chen Fan furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surrounding corpses, a deep sense of perplexity enveloping him. The truth was, these individuals were woefully weak, entirely unbefitting of Chen's usual standards. After witnessing Chen Fan's displayed prowess, it would stand to reason that Chen should have dispatched at least a master-level expert, disregarding the guardians. Could he truly be unaware that innate experts would falter before Chen Fan? Such a notion was implausible. No matter how many innate experts he sent, they would be insufficient to withstand Chen Fan's might. With these questions lingering in his mind, Chen Fan meticulously searched through the bodies. Aside from discovering some monetary possessions, he found nothing of significance. What was this? From one of the deceased, he unexpectedly retrieved a peculiar piece of parchment. Upon unfolding it, he was astonished to find it was a bounty notice, prominently featuring Chen Fan's likeness. Beneath the portrait, the bounty amount was inscribed, a staggering 500,000 taels of silver, which piqued his interest. Surrounding the sum were 7 blood-red characters denoting kill. Fengyue Tower? What business do they have meddling here? As a member of the Jinyue, Chen Fan was well acquainted with the bounty notices issued by Fengyue Tower. Fengyue Tower was the foremost assassin organization within the Great Hua dynasty, shrouded in mystery with an elusive leader, yet known for its long-standing legacy. It had existed since the previous dynasty. Within Fengyue Tower, assassins were categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. As long as the payment was substantial, they were reputed to kill without fear, even daring to assassinate emperors. Indeed, they had attempted to eliminate members of the royal family. Years ago, when the Bailey clan lost their dominion and the Great Hua was newly established, remnants of the previous dynasty had solicited Fengyue Tower to assassinate members of the Zhou royal family. In their reckless audacity, they inflicted severe casualties upon the royal offspring, inciting the wrath of the then foundational emperor, who personally dispatched troops to confront Fengyue Tower. Ultimately, Fengyue Tower, being merely a rogue faction, found itself unable to withstand the might of a dynasty, suffering catastrophic losses in that conflict, with their vitality severely diminished. The number of assassins remaining was nearly obliterated. In a state of desperation, Fengyue Tower was compelled to surrender, withdrawing from the fray, disappearing into the shadows until re-emerging decades later. During these intervening years, they had regained their strength, reclaiming their position atop the assassin hierarchy. Although their power did not quite match that of the true top-tier forces of the martial world, few possessed the capability to contend with them directly. Why have the people of Fengyue Tower set their sights on me? Have I ever provoked them? Chen Fan gazed at the bounty notice in his hand, furrowing his brow. He suddenly felt as though this world was indeed conspiring against him. The cults sought his demise. The all-powerful chancellor aimed to eliminate him, and now even the foremost assassination organization wished to dispatch killers to end his life. He stood resolutely, like a stone at the eye of the storm, unyielding amidst the chaos. No matter how colossal the waves crashed upon him, they could not disturb him in the slightest. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a target for enemies across the globe. Each of these 3 formidable forces intent on his destruction boasted a fearsome reputation. Chapter 120. Annihilation of Assassins. Should an ordinary individual find themselves targeted by any of these 3 factions, they would likely be overwhelmed with trepidation, unable to eat or sleep, and treading cautiously as though on thin ice. Yet, Chen Fan was a different breed altogether. Faced with simultaneous pursuits from all 3 factions, he felt not an ounce of pressure. A person of his caliber is indeed a rarity throughout the entire dynasty. It seems these worthless individuals are merely bounty hunters after the reward. Upon spotting the bounty notice, Chen Fan immediately deduced their identities. The reward of 500,000 taels of silver was sufficient to drive most individuals into a frenzy. Although it was common knowledge that anyone marked with such a bounty possessed extraordinary prowess, the allure was far too potent for the average person to resist. Thus, despite the likelihood of Chen Fan's formidable strength, these innate assassins still dared to approach. Which faction could have issued this bounty? Was it the demon sect or the He family? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chen Fan surmised that only these 2 forces would have the motive to place a bounty on him. It matters not which one it is. I shall dispatch any who come my way, be it one or a pair. With a cold smirk, he allowed a glint of frost to flash in his eyes and casually tossed the bounty notice aside. It soared into the air before shattering into countless fragments like raindrops, cascading to the ground. At that moment, an electronic voice from the system unexpectedly resonated. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Annihilate all enemies. It has been detected that you are being pursued by the Wind and Rain Tower assassins. Please eliminate all incoming assassins without leaving a single one alive. Reward: Mastery of Sword Control. Oh, annihilation. How delightful. Chen Fan, upon reading the task details, felt a surge of satisfaction and erupted into hearty laughter before mounting his steed and galloping towards the horizon. In the following days, the relentless pursuit by the Wind and Rain Tower indeed continued unabated. The majority of the assailants were merely innate experts lured by the bounty. However, there were one or two masters among them, yet they posed no threat to Chen Fan. With little hesitation, he executed them mercilessly. As the number of slain assassins increased, those driven by the promise of riches began to regain their composure. The frequency of attackers dwindled, and those who dared to approach grew increasingly formidable. By now, only those who fancied themselves capable of dealing with Chen Fan, rather than seeking their own demise, would dare to confront him. Conversely, the forces of the He family had, for some inexplicable reason, yet to make an appearance. Chen Fan speculated they had observed the involvement of the Wind and Rain Tower assassins and were waiting to reap the benefits. However, he paid them no mind. Their thoughts were of little concern to him, as he harbored no fear. After days of travel, he had finally entered the territory of Ningzhou and was nearing his destination. Ningzhou, at the Tsungyun Villa. This was the training ground for the disciples of Tsungyun Villa, and although it was still early morning, many disciples were already vocalizing their practice routines with fervor. A large group gathered together, exchanging sword techniques in a spirited display. Meanwhile, some disciples paired off to engage in duels, testing their understanding and progress against one another. The Tsungyun sword technique is indeed a sophisticated martial art, once renowned throughout the martial world. Regrettably, after the demise of the first master of the estate, no one has been able to cultivate this ancestral swordplay to a profound level. Furthermore, over time, portions of the treasured family manuscripts have been destroyed, resulting in an incomplete legacy. Presently, the over 40 sword techniques have dwindled to a mere 30, their potency significantly diminished. Although the descendants of Tsungyun Manor have endeavored to restore the swordplay, it is lamentable that few among them have even managed to master those 30 techniques to an advanced degree. Consequently, Tsungyun Manor has been in a steady decline, no longer participating in the affairs of the martial realm. Fortunately, they still possess some foundational strength, bolstered by the vast resources of the Tsungyun mountain range, allowing them to retain a semblance of power. Alas, this accumulation pales in comparison to their former glory. Take this move. Huh. You cannot match me, behold. Humph. So you practice the little horse crossing the river technique. Watch my strike. I shall join in. Receive my attack. A group of disciples engaged in spirited combat, their sword techniques appearing quite formidable, exuding vigor as they danced through the air. Occasionally, one would gain the upper hand, immediately reveling in their triumph. The commotion continued until someone shouted, "The master has arrived." Upon hearing this, they quickly dispersed, each bowing respectfully to the newcomer. "Greetings, master. We pay our respects." The individual was a middle-aged man clad in white, his features sharp and his demeanor exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. This man was none other than the current master of Tsungyun Manor, Song Jingyun. His name was impressive and carried a certain gravitas, evoking the image of a formidable expert. Unfortunately, his actual prowess did not match the grandeur of his name, often rendering him a target of ridicule. Pathetic. You all boast about your meager skills, brimming with self-satisfaction. What future do you envision for yourselves? He frowned, casting a stern gaze over his disciples, commanding, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and resume your training. Today, each of you will engage in extra practice." Not that. Upon hearing this, the disciples lamented in unison, their faces reflecting dismay. "What? Do you all disdain training? If so, you are not welcome in Tsungyun Manor. A bunch of useless ingrates. We do not accommodate such mediocrity." Seeing Song Jingyun truly incensed, the disciples ceased their complaints, straightening up to focus on their practice. Song Jingyun, having tempered his expression, ascended to a higher vantage point. His face etched with sorrow as he surveyed the bustling disciples below. He could not help but sigh and shake his head. This generation lacks exceptional talent. I wonder when Tsungyun Manor will reclaim its former glory. I, Song Jingyun, am also a failure. I apologize to the ancestors of our estate. Although his prowess in the martial arts world is not particularly formidable, he possesses keen insight and can readily discern that few of these disciples are likely to become exceptional. To expect this group to rejuvenate the estate is indeed a fanciful notion. Father, please do not despair. I firmly believe we shall have the opportunity to restore the estate's esteemed reputation. My fellow disciples and I will double our efforts. We are bound to succeed. A young man behind him, clenching his fists, spoke with unwavering determination. He is Cang Jingyun's eldest son, Cang Wangfeng, who also serves as the senior disciple among them. Wangfeng, I have lost all hope. You are destined for greater things than I, and the future lies in the hands of your generation, Cang Jingyun sighed, patting his son's shoulder. Chapter 121. The burial of bones. Cang Wangfeng's innate talent far surpassed his own. At just over 20 years of age, he had already attained the mid-stage of innate mastery, with a promising future that could lead him to the realm of masters. He was the beacon of hope for Canyun Villa. Fear not, father. I shall not let you down. Cang Wangfeng clenched his fists, determination evident in his gaze. From a young age, he had understood the aspirations and desires of his family. He bore these ideals as he forged ahead, fulfilling the wishes of his father and grandfather. Thus, he had resolved from childhood to revitalize the villa, dedicating himself to rigorous practice from the moment he could wield a sword, never once faltering in his commitment to this goal. Cang Jingyun felt immense pride witnessing his son's accomplishments, reassured that given a little time, his son would undoubtedly surpass him. However, what they lacked most at present was time. Father, are you still troubled by that matter? Cang Wangfeng observed his father's forced smile, which quickly gave way to a furrowed brow, prompting him to inquire further. Cang Jingyun nodded, sighing. Indeed, that item is exceedingly precious. Should the news leak, calamity will surely befall us. With our current strength, such divine artifacts are beyond our reach. Cang Wangfeng stepped forward to reassure him. Do not worry, father. You have informed the Jinyui, and your willingness to present the item to the emperor should hasten their arrival. With the court on our side, few would dare to act against us, although aligning with the imperial court was frowned upon in the martial world. Failing to do so would jeopardize their very lives. Cang Wangfeng continued to analyze the situation with composure. We have successfully sealed all information regarding this matter. Outsiders should have no means of knowing. As long as we can coordinate with the Jinyui, we shall not be troubled further. Cang Jingyun sighed deeply, gazing into the distance, and spoke solemnly. Paper cannot contain fire. My fear is that the matter has already been leaked. Just as Cang Wangfeng was about to argue that it was impossible, a piercing cry echoed from afar. Master, master. It's bad. Something has happened at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, both father and son's expressions changed drastically. Following the voice, they beheld a blood-soaked disciple limping up the steps, shouting about the unfolding chaos. There are intruders storming the villa. The brothers fought valiantly, but everyone, including the second brother, has been slain. What? The disciples practicing their swordsmanship turned pale upon hearing this. Their second brother was a mid-stage innate master, only slightly inferior to Cang Wangfeng. How could he have been killed? What kind of strength did their assailants possess? Cang Jingyun inhaled deeply, setting aside his sorrow, his demeanor darkening as an aura of calm determination enveloped him. Everyone, rally together and prepare for battle. His voice, empowered by internal energy, reverberated throughout every corner of the manor like thunderclaps striking the earth. The disciples, who had previously been engulfed in chaos, seemed to find their anchor upon hearing his command. Instantly, they regained their composure and began to converge towards the mountain gate. Ha! Accompanying an exuberant burst of laughter, a voice floated through the air. His lightness and movement was remarkable, gliding gracefully like a bird before descending heavily to the ground, akin to a massive stone. With a thunderous crash, the force of his arrival unleashed a wave of true energy, sending several surrounding disciples sprawling as if they were mere sacks of chaff. Cang Jingyun's expression turned grave as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He understood that the impending confrontation held ominous prospects. The adeptness displayed in the arrival and landing of this newcomer suggested that his strength was at least on par with his own. Amitba, so many have come to welcome this humble monk. I am truly honored. The dust settled to reveal the figure of the visitor. Clad in monk's robes and wearing simple monk shoes, his head was completely shaven, adorned only by a few glaring scars. No one had anticipated that the newcomer would be a monk. Zhonggu Heishu, is that truly you? Cang Jingyun immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him. Indeed, it is I, Cang, my esteemed benefactor. I have long admired you, he exclaimed cheerfully, uttering a Buddhist chant as he pressed his palms together in a gesture of reverence. Zhonggu Heishu wore a broad smile, exuding a demeanor of courtesy, as though he were a genuine, enlightened monk. However, this facade could not deceive Cang Jingyun. He remained tense, fixated with vigilance on Zhonggu He, his grip on the sword firm, prepared to draw it at any moment. For Zhonggu He was not a legitimate monk. Although he originated from a reputable Zen lineage and had received significant teachings from high-ranking monks, his path took a dark turn several years ago. After an unknown provocation during a journey, he had slain all his fellow disciples and renounced his sect. Since then, Zhonggu He had become notorious as a malevolent figure in the martial world. Why did he adopt the name Zhonggu? It was a self-bestowed title, a reflection of his grim determination to eradicate all life and bury the bones of the world. If even the Buddha cannot save the suffering, then I shall forge my own path, he declared. His philosophy was one of bloodshed as a means to enlightenment. Is the world not plagued by suffering? He reasoned. Then let there be death. With death, suffering ceases. And in that cessation lies liberation from the abyss of anguish. Thus, he became Zhonggu He, often smiling as he proclaimed, to save all living beings, I must first eradicate them. Thus began his relentless journey of slaughter. Certainly, regardless of his words, the public is well aware that he has succumbed to the path of darkness. Though he outwardly maintains the guise of a monk, he has, in truth, devolved into a remorseless fiend. Since his defection a few years ago, he has taken countless lives, far beyond measure. Unlike typical cultists, he does not limit his bloodshed to those of the martial world. He spares not even the innocents. The number of civilians he has slain far exceeds that of his martial counterparts. Astonishingly, he perceives no wrongdoing in his actions. Instead, he proclaims the name of Buddha, claiming to rescue souls from suffering, as if his deeds were of immeasurable merit. Among the nefarious, he remains an outcast. Chapter 122. The Dominance of Wang, Xiongba Master Zhonggu. You have unjustly slain my disciple. Do you intend to become an adversary of Tsangyun Mountain Manor? Song Jingyun proclaimed, his sword pointed resolutely at the monk, his voice resounding with authority. The nearby disciples, their expressions a mixture of caution and determination, drew their swords, glaring fiercely at the intruder. Yet, the monk remained unfazed by the hostility directed at him, maintaining an expression akin to that of a benevolent bodhisattva, his smile placid and unyielding. Amitba, I have heard that the esteemed master possesses a divine herb. Is this true? The monk continued, feigning concern. This herb is a harbinger of calamity, and in your possession. It bodes ill. Out of compassion, I have come to retrieve it, lest it bring misfortune to your manor and lead to unnecessary demise. The monk's words dripped with false benevolence, concealing an underlying threat. The implication was clear. Should Song Jingyun refuse to surrender the snow ginseng, he would invoke disaster upon the manor, potentially resorting to violence himself. There is no divine herb here. You must have come to the wrong place. Song Jingyun replied firmly. He had already reported the matter of the ginseng to the Jinyui, and it had been designated as a tribute. There was no way he could relinquish it now. Surrendering it to this monk might avert a crisis, but should the Jinyui come and he fail to deliver, that would be treason, leaving him with no escape from death. Amitba, truly, you speak naught but falsehoods, which displeases me greatly. Such conduct is unbecoming of a gentleman. It seems you are unwilling to part with the snow ginseng. What a pity. The monk lamented, shaking his head in apparent sorrow. However, as he stepped forward, his eyes widened, and his demeanor shifted dramatically, malevolence radiating from him in waves. Since you refuse to comply, I shall have to seek it out myself. Amitba, he proclaimed, unleashing his fury like a descending tiger. With a swift motion of his hand, 2 disciples perished instantly, their blood raining down like a torrential downpour. Those nearby were caught off guard, drenched in the crimson deluge. Scoundrel! Song Jingyun bellowed, his fury igniting as he charged forward with his sword. He executed a swift and agile thrust aimed at the monk's brow, yet the monk effortlessly deflected it with a mere palm. Song Jingyun immediately altered his approach, sweeping the sword towards the monk's neck, then targeting his chest, yet the monk parried each strike with ease, rendering Song Jingyun's assault futile. Each clash of their weapons resonated like the sound of metal meeting metal, sparks flying in the air. Despite Song Jingyun being a peak innate master, capable of unleashing earth-shattering strikes, his relentless barrage failed to even graze the monk, let alone inflict harm upon him. Ah, esteemed master, it appears your swordsmanship poses no threat to me. My golden body is beyond your reach, the monk said, casually striking Song Jingyun's sword tip, sending both the man and his weapon flying several paces away. The monk's cultivation revolves around the profound external skills of the Buddhist path, attaining a pinnacle where he becomes impervious to blades and flames, with no vulnerabilities to be found throughout his being. Of course, the monk has not yet reached this ultimate state, yet even so, he is far from being someone that Song Jingyun can confront. Amitba, the monk said with a smile. Palms joined in reverence, his expression betraying a veneer of mirth while his gaze remained fixed and unyielding upon Song Jingyun. You arrogant fool, I assure you. There is no truth in your claims. Song Jingyun cast a fleeting glance at his fallen disciple's corpse, a surge of fury igniting within him, leaving him devoid of patience for further discourse with the monk. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and advanced. Father, I shall aid you. Song Wangfeng, having observed for a considerable time, saw his father's prolonged struggle yielding no results and felt compelled to assist. However, just then, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, leaving several disciples no opportunity to react, resulting in decapitated bodies. The sword light continued unabated, swiftly redirecting towards Song Wangfeng. Eldest senior brother, be cautious. Young master, take cover. Quickly evade. Nearby disciples shouted urgently, their voices echoing with alarm. Song Wangfeng, fully aware of the peril, heightened his focus. At this juncture, evasion was impossible. The speed of the sword light was overwhelming, leaving no time to escape. Furthermore, in a duel of masters, even if one were to evade, the subsequent breath would be equally difficult to seize. It was better to confront the attack head-on. Song Wangfeng unsheathed his sword and launched into action, executing the Songyun sword technique as he struck towards the incoming light. The swords clashed with a series of resonant sounds, forcing Song Wangfeng to retreat rapidly, stumbling back a dozen paces before regaining his footing. The wielder of the sword light finally revealed himself, and as the onlookers focused, they recognized a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, clad in tattered hemp garments, emanating an aura of murderous intent. Wang Xiongba, how dare you come to my Songyun Mountain Manor? Upon seeing this man, Song Wangfeng's face flushed crimson, his eyes ignited with flames of fury, and the murderous rage within him surged forth. All disciples, upon recognizing him, were equally incensed, their eyes glinting with lethal intent, poised for action. This man was none other than an old acquaintance, or rather, an old nemesis, of Songyun Mountain Manor. The Songyun Mountain range stretched far and wide, spanning several provinces, and was not solely the domain of Songyun Mountain Manor. Numerous factions were entwined with its expanse. Thus, within Ningzhou, Songyun Mountain Manor was not the only power backed by the mountains. Nearby, on a certain peak, lay a bandit stronghold. This stronghold did not merely engage in pillaging. It frequently ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Consequently, conflicts between the two factions were incessant, with significant clashes of interest leading to deep-seated enmity over time, marked by a cycle of mutual killings. Wang Xiongba was the leader of this bandit stronghold, his strength comparable to that of Song Jingyun, rendering the two factions equally matched in their rivalry. Although Songyun Mountain Manor had fallen from its former glory, it retained a rich heritage, maintaining the upper hand in their ongoing conflicts. In bygone days, Wang Xiongba would undoubtedly refrain from delivering a head for sacrifice. However, the circumstances today are strikingly different. The Songyun Manor now finds itself in dire peril, and the presence of one more adversary serves only to exacerbate the situation. Wang Xiongba, since you have the audacity to venture alone into Songyun Manor, do not expect to leave alive. With a commanding voice, Song Wangfeng ordered his disciples, unite to slay this fiend. He then unsheathed his sword, leading the charge with an elegant sweep that sent a beam of sword light directly towards Wang Xiongba's neck. The disciples surged forward in unison, eager to bring him down. Chapter 123. The masked man Wang Xiongba, upon seeing Song Wangfeng charging towards him, remained utterly unfazed, merely letting out a derisive sneer. You, a mere boy yet to mature, do not even warrant my consideration, let alone your father. Wang Xiongba, a swordsman in his own right, wielded a sword with a style less refined than the remnants of Songyun's sword techniques. Nonetheless, his profound cultivation rendered him unperturbed in the face of Song Wangfeng. With a swift motion, he dispersed Song Wangfeng's sword aura and swiftly retaliated, thrusting directly at Song Wangfeng's brow. Song Wangfeng raised his hand to deflect the blow, retreating rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xiongba pursued him relentlessly, his footwork allowing him to advance with remarkable speed, launching a flurry of strikes that left Song Wangfeng gasping for breath. The onslaught was akin to a tempest, and despite Song Wangfeng's desperate search for a chance to counterattack, he found himself continually forced back. At that moment, several disciples rushed forward to assist, yet they resembled lambs charging into the jaws of a wolf, as Wang Xiongba effortlessly dispatched them all, lacking even the foundation of innate abilities. They had no strength to resist. You are no match for me, boy. Today marks your demise, along with the downfall of your Songyun villa. Wang Xiongba's cruel grin widened, and before Tsang Wangfeng could grasp his implication, a cacophony of shouts and battle cries erupted from a distance. 30 or 40 men, clad similarly to Wang Xiongba, surged through the mountain gate, charging towards the scene. They were indeed the brigands of Wang Xiongba's stronghold, the disciples of Canyun Villa. Witnessing the turn of events, rushed to engage in combat with the bandits. Given the pre-existing enmity between the two factions, the sight of each other ignited their fury, leading to a fierce exchange of blows. Wang Xiongba, you shall pay for this. The sight before them sent both father and son into a frenzy, their anger nearly overwhelming their rationality. Song Jingyun yearned to turn and slay his adversary immediately, but alas, the foe before him was equally formidable, binding him in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Song Wangfeng was already at a disadvantage against Wang Xiongba, and though his fury fueled his courage, it also clouded his judgment. Ha! From this day forth, your Canyun Villa shall be erased from existence. Wang Xiongba laughed heartily, and in a moment of fierce engagement, Song Wangfeng inadvertently exposed a flaw, which Wang Xiongba seized upon, launching an attack toward him. Not good. Song Wangfeng gasped in horror, hastily attempting to defend himself, but it was too late. The sword's edge sliced toward his chest, its brilliance flashing, blood erupting forth. Although Song Wangfeng staggered back, he narrowly avoided a mortal wound. Despite his efforts, he let out a cry of agony, his complexion paling as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, rendered incapable of further combat. Song Jingyun, witnessing this dire situation, felt his heart shatter, and he immediately turned, roaring as he charged at Wang Xiongba. However, the gravekeeper monk was not one to let him escape so easily. Amitba, my dear benefactor, do not be so hasty in your distractions. First, engage with this humble monk. The monk uttered a Buddhist chant with a serene smile on his face. Yet his hand struck with unrelenting force. Observing that Song Jingyun had the audacity to expose his back, the monk unleashed his internal energy, delivering a heavy blow to the center of Song Jingyun's back. With a resounding thud, Song Jingyun was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. His sword slipping from his grasp. Coughing violently, Song Jingyun collapsed to the ground, expelling a few mouthfuls of foul blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Severely wounded by the strike. Amitba, good sir, it would be wise to surrender the snow ginseng, the monk continued, his smile unwavering. If you comply, I shall cease my assault and even assist in saving your son. Meanwhile, Wang Xiongba effortlessly subdued Song Wangfeng, placing his sword against the latter's throat, ready to end his life with a mere flick of his wrist. Song Jingyun, you have lost. Ultimately, you have been defeated by me, Wang Xiongba. Who would have thought? His laughter rang out, unabashedly displaying his triumph. Who could have imagined that the once mighty Canyun Manor would fall to a mere bandit leader? From this day forth, his name would echo throughout the martial world. It is time to end this. A gleam of satisfaction flickered in Wang Xiongba's eyes as he gestured with his sword towards the despairing Song Wangfeng. With a single strike, Wang Wangfeng's death was assured. Damn it, stop this. Song Jingyun roared like a dying lion, his eyes bloodshot and ablaze with fury. Just then, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air, accompanied by a flash of cold light, reminiscent of falling stars, which struck Wang Xiongba's temple, erupting into a mist of crimson. The sword slipped from Wang Xiongba's grasp, clattering to the ground, while his face froze in a mask of horror, his eyes dimming. His massive form toppled backward like a statue, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Who? The abrupt turn of events ignited a heightened sense of caution within the bone burial monk. He realized that had the strike been aimed at him, he too would have been in peril. He quickly turned to observe the direction from which the projectile had come. Song Jingyun was taken aback, yet a surge of elation surged within him. Surely, the Imperial Guards had arrived to rescue him. However, upon seeing the visage of the newcomer, his heart plummeted. The figure was not one of the Imperial Guards, but rather a mysterious individual donning a mask. Upon witnessing their leader slain, the members of the bandit camp rushed at him in a frenzy, seeking vengeance for Wang Xiongba. Yet the mysterious figure paid them no mind, regarding them as nothing more than insignificant insects. With a casual wave of his hand, those who charged forward were struck as if by a formidable force, their eyes reflecting disbelief before they were sent flying far away. They spewed forth blood mid-air, and by the time they hit the ground, they lay lifeless. The remaining members of the bandit group stood frozen in shock, before scattering like frightened birds, their souls seemingly fleeing in terror as they hastily made their escape. Amitba, who might you be, benefactor? Such a display is not the act of an honorable man, the monk inquired, his gaze heavy with concern as he looked towards him. Yet, the masked figure paid him no heed. instead advancing step by step to stand beside Song Jingyun. Chapter 120. For I have already notified the Jinyui. I saved your son's life. You shall hand over the snow ginseng to me, and we shall owe each other nothing. This transaction is quite fair. Would you not agree? The masked man spoke, hands clasped behind his back, standing beside Song Jingyun. Unfair. A voice suddenly interrupted, even before the monk had a chance to speak. A group of young individuals clad in white garments approached, evidently from the same sect. They appeared strikingly handsome, each wielding a long sword, their expressions imbued with an air of haughty superiority, as if perpetually raising their chins to look down upon others. These disciples sauntered into the arena, and the leader stepped forward, gesturing emphatically as he declared, "Your actions are unbecoming of a gentleman. While it is true you saved the young master's life, this does not absolve you of your ignoble desire for the snow ginseng. Thus, this transaction is decidedly unfair." The monk frowned, visibly displeased with the arrival of these young disciples. How unfortunate that these members of the Zen temple had come. He was well aware of their identities, as they belonged to the sect that had betrayed him. The Zen temple, straddling both Buddhist and Taoist traditions, was recognized as a righteous sect. The disciples soon recognized the bone burial monk, and a flicker of murderous intent surged within their eyes, though it was swiftly suppressed. Despite their mission to vanquish evil, confronting a traitor was not opportune amidst such formidable foes. Their focus shifted solely to the masked man. The masked figure exuded confidence. Seemingly indifferent to the presence of the Zen disciples, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on Song Jingyun. Song Jingyun, have you come to a decision? Will you surrender the snow ginseng to me? Song Jingyun remained silent, despair overwhelming him as he beheld the assembly of masters before him, his countenance ashen. The disciples stood like lambs awaiting judgment, their numbers rendered futile in the face of such prowess. Any one of those masters could easily obliterate them all. They bowed their heads, not daring to breathe, their expressions dark and foreboding. The leader of the Zen disciples cast a glance at his peers and approached Song Jingyun, clasping his hands in respect. Rest assured, Song Hero, our Zen temple shall safeguard your safety. It is our moral obligation to uphold the righteousness of the righteous path. No one shall seize your belongings from your hands today. His words resonated with conviction and righteousness, yet the underlying implications were clear to all. The monk, overhearing this, couldn't suppress a smirk, disdain and disgust bubbling within him. He was all too familiar with the true nature of these disciples. They were not even worthy of being called hypocrites, merely a gaggle of petty individuals. Song Jingyun's pallor deepened as he struggled to rise, breathless as he declared, "The snow ginseng shall never be surrendered to you. Abandon your hopes, it is no longer in my possession." Upon the utterance of these words, the once jovial monk's countenance suddenly darkened, his patience utterly exhausted. He squinted at Song Jingyun, thinking to himself, "You truly are one who will not weep until faced with the coffin. How reckless." Without directly attacking Song Jingyun, he nonchalantly waved his hand, reducing several nearby disciples to mere dust. Blood erupted, splattering onto Song Jingyun's face. Witnessing this, he bellowed in outrage, "Scoundrel, cease at once." Yet the monk feigned ignorance, continuing his merciless slaughter of the nearby disciples, his demeanor unperturbed. In mere moments, another dozen disciples fell victim to his hands. The masked man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky, not sparing a glance, silently allowing the monk to continue his rampage. As for the disciples of the Zen temple, who had just moments ago spoken with righteous fervor, they now appeared deaf and blind, merely spectating without so much as a gesture to intervene. Just as the monk had surmised, these individuals were nothing more than despicable cowards. The so-called disciples of righteousness were merely a fad. Anyone who took that seriously would be a source of mockery. They too had come seeking the snow ginseng, merely cloaking their intentions in flowery words, all while feigning the demeanor of noble heroes, a truly nauseating display. "Ah, Master, save me." A chorus of anguished cries echoed as the disciples of Tsangyun Villa suffered grievously. Before long, a river of blood flowed beneath the monk's feet, the ground littered with dismembered corpses. Ignoring the carnage at his feet, the monk returned, palms pressed together, intoning a Buddhist chant. "Amitabha, well done, well done." A wicked grin spread across his face as he proclaimed, "To liberate the masses from their suffering, this small monk must bear the burden of pain himself, and thus hasten their journey to paradise." He tilted his head towards Song Jingyun, a provocative smile gracing his lips. In Song Jingyun's eyes, he was the very embodiment of a terrifying demon. At that moment, the masked man spoke. "Song Jingyun, do you still cling to that snow ginseng? Such a divine artifact is beyond the grasp of your insignificant Songyun Villa. His hand subtly shifted, aiming at the gravely injured Song Wangfeng lying on the ground. He remarked coolly, "If you do not yield it soon, your son shall be the next to perish. For me, saving him is as effortless as ending his life." Dragging the lifeless form of his son along the ground, Song Jingyun finally positioned himself to shield Song Wangfeng before whispering, "I can no longer hand over the snow ginseng to you. I have already sent word to the Jinyui, informing them that I intend to present it to His Majesty, and their men will surely arrive shortly." He continued, "If I surrender it to you, Songyun Villa would be committing treason against the emperor, and our entire clan would face execution." Upon hearing this, the nearby individuals' breaths became noticeably heavier, their expressions shifting visibly. The Jinyui were not to be trifled with. Their formidable reputation resonated throughout the martial world. As a formidable sword wielded to suppress the martial world, none among the practitioners dare to underestimate the power of the Jinyui. Regardless of one's prowess or the sect from which one hails, should the Jinyui set their sights upon you, they are invariably capable of locating an adept to counter you. Moreover, the Jinyui embodies the imperial authority. To oppose them is to confront the might of the entire state apparatus. Even the esteemed sects of Buddhism and Taoism would not dare to lightly offend their dignity. Cursed be the wretch who has informed the Jinyui. The monk's eyes glimmered with an uncertain light, filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Song Jingyun, wishing fervently to strike him down with a single blow. Chapter 125. The arrival, however, the once ruthless monk, who had taken countless lives, now hesitated to act recklessly. He was intimidated by the formidable reputation of the Jinyui, which deterred him from making any impulsive moves. The imperial court had long proclaimed that any sect willing to align with the government could receive its protection. Song Jingyun had already presented the snow ginseng to the emperor, thereby implicitly pledging allegiance to the court, which naturally meant that they would be safeguarded. Should he choose to eliminate Song Jingyun, the repercussions would be dire. The Jinyui would undoubtedly issue a nationwide manhunt. While he was not particularly concerned about ordinary bounties, having evaded them before and possessing a multitude of lives on his conscience, this particular pursuit was no trivial matter. The crime of seizing tribute, such as the snow ginseng, was akin to treason, warranting the highest level of manhunt. A criminal marked by a heavenly warrant would face relentless pursuit by the Jinyui, leading to a fight to the death. In the face of such daunting odds, this mere innate master would be insignificant against the might of the Jinyui. Out of fear for their reputation, the monk and the disciples of the Zen temple began to contemplate retreat, yet one figure remained resolute, the masked man. With a disdainful snort, he exuded a palpable aura of menace, coldly declaring, "While others cower before the Jinyui, I stand unafraid. I will not relinquish my quest for the snow ginseng. If you fail to deliver it today, I shall personally annihilate the entirety of your Songyun Villa. Consider your options." Before his words had fully settled in the air, the masked man launched himself towards Song Jingyun, intent on subduing him for a thorough interrogation. Witnessing this, the monk's expression shifted, caught in an internal struggle as desire reignited within him. After all, he had already spilled so much blood at the villa. His sins were irredeemable. It seemed wiser to continue down this path rather than retreat. What was one more casualty among the disciples? If he could escape promptly to some secluded mountain, the vastness of the world might conceal him from the Jinyui's grasp. Securing the snow ginseng would ensure his ascension to mastery, perhaps even to grandmaster status. In such a case, the Jinyui would scarcely be able to contend with him. As he traversed the martial world, was he not in pursuit of unparalleled prowess? The opportunity lay before him. How could he allow fear to stifle his progress? Should he abandon this chance, he risked shattering his cultivation and hindering his growth forever. Resolute, a fierce glint flashed in the monk's eyes as he lunged towards Song Jingyun. Although he had hesitated for a moment, as long as his target still breathed, there remained a possibility for confrontation. At the very least, he and the masked man would rely on their respective skills. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Zen temple also moved with determination, yet their target was not Song Jingyun. The long sword was unsheathed, accompanied by a melodious chime. As he resolutely aimed for the exposed back of the masked man, this strike was infused with a substantial amount of his inner strength, executed without the slightest restraint. Although he was a disciple of the righteous path, his proficiency in launching a surprise attack was astonishingly adept, displaying an utter disregard for decorum. However, the monk showed no surprise at the ambush. His expression remained unchanged as he augmented his inner power by threefold. How audacious! The masked man, who had almost secured victory, was now compelled to defend himself against the simultaneous assaults from both adversaries. The back is a critical vulnerability for any martial artist, and even he could not afford to be caught off guard. Should he fail to defend in time, A severe injury would render him powerless to retaliate. You two are truly courting death. The voice of the masked man, now devoid of calm, brimmed with fury. He pivoted, his left foot slightly bending, as he struck with his right palm, unleashing a torrent of inner power that forcefully repelled both assailants. His prowess far surpassed that of the other two, enabling him to hold his ground even while facing two opponents. After driving them back, he turned once more towards Song Jingyun, who was gravely injured and devoid of any capacity to defend himself, left only to sigh in resignation as he watched the masked man approach. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the tension. The onlookers beheld a fleeting object in the sky, resembling a falling star, which struck the masked man's palm in an instant. Blood splattered as his empowered hand was unexpectedly penetrated, revealing a perfectly symmetrical wound. Who is it? The masked man wailed as he withdrew his hand, staggering several steps back before regaining his balance. With a resounding thud, the star struck the ground, creating a small crater and leaving a web-like pattern of cracks in the surrounding earth. Only then did the crowd realize that the concealed weapon was merely an ordinary pebble, a trivial object that, despite its simplicity, achieved an effect beyond their combined capabilities. The masked man, capable of facing two opponents, found himself grievously injured by this single blow, forcing him to retreat. A chill ran through the crowd as they comprehended that a true master had just arrived. Who could it be? Concealed in the shadows, striking from a distance. Why not reveal yourself and confront us directly? The masked man's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he struggled against the pain, clutching his injured right hand and bellowing at the sky in fury, unable to discern the origin of the projectile, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. Be still. Do not move. A calm voice whispered in his ear, and in that moment, his body felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, freezing him in place. Paralyzed by fear, cold sweat cascaded down his forehead in torrents. The monk and the disciples of the monastery exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of awe and trepidation, as they instinctively retreated, casting fearful glances at the masked man's rear. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, a figure had materialized behind him. This was a remarkably striking young man, his sword resting casually upon the shoulder of the masked individual, though he made no overt movements. The terrifying aura of his blade seemed to serve as the most precise of assassin's tools, firmly locking onto the crowd. An austere chill swept through the vicinity like a tempest, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. A master need not raise his voice. A mere appearance suffices to instill fear in the hearts of the petty. The newcomer was none other than Chen Fan, having finally arrived just in time for the unfolding events. Chapter 126. Slaying Chen Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have struggled to procure the snow ginseng. The strength of this individual was truly terrifying. The monk and the members of the Zen monastery dared not even breathe, their hearts filled with trepidation as they heightened their vigilance to the utmost. Although they were unfamiliar with Chen Fan and he appeared quite youthful, they could not afford to underestimate him in the slightest. After all, in the blink of an eye, none of them had sensed how or when Chen Fan had appeared. Such a disparity was unfathomable. It indicated that if Chen Fan had wished to eliminate them, he could have done so without ever revealing himself. Who are you? The masked man inquired, his voice strained and his body frozen in place. Chen Fan surveyed the gathered crowd with an icy gaze and coldly declared, I am Chen Fan, Deputy Qianhu of the Jinyui. The revelation that he was from the Jinyui brought an expression of wild joy to the faces of the father and son who lay injured on the ground. Even the few trembling disciples nearby were swept up in exhilaration. They understood that they had found salvation. With the Jinyui present, none could harm them. As Chen Fan's cold eyes scanned the scene, he clenched his fists involuntarily upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground. He spoke with indifference, his voice resonating like the tolling of a death knell. In broad daylight, under the clear heavens, you dare to commit such heinous slaughter? You are truly deserving of death. Your crimes unforgivable. In the name of the Deputy Qianhu of the Jinyui, I hereby pronounce your execution. No mercy shall be shown. With a resounding clang, the sound of his sword sliding from its sheath filled the air, and in an instant, the blade gleamed with a flash of light. The onlookers merely caught a glimpse of the sword's brilliance before Chen Fan had already sheathed it once more. It would be an exaggeration to say they witnessed the retraction of the blade. Chen Fan's speed was such that they could not comprehend what had transpired. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. Standing firm, with his right hand resting upon the hilt, he resembled a grim reaper collecting souls. A gentle breeze swept through, causing a shiver to run through the crowd, who remained oblivious to the events that had just unfolded. Yet, in the next moment, They beheld the masked man's head effortlessly detached from his neck. Through the eye holes of the mask, the despair and shock frozen in his gaze were evident. This person is beyond my capability to confront. Run. The monk, drenched in cold sweat, turned and fled the moment he witnessed the masked man's head fall. He dared not waste a single second. Though he could not fathom Chen Fan's true strength, he could only imagine it to be horrifyingly formidable, far surpassing his wildest fears. He knew that if he lingered even a moment longer, he would surely meet his end. Yet, though he fled, he could not hope to outrun Chen Fan. As the monk exerted his utmost effort in a desperate escape, he once again heard the unmistakable sound of a sword, a harbinger of death. Upon hearing that sound, the monk's body was engulfed in a chill, his hair standing on end, and a plea for mercy shimmered in his eyes as he implored, "My lord, please." The merciless sword light swept through, and the monk, notorious for his misdeeds, was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Blood rained down from the heavens, cascading upon the many disciples of the Zen temple. Their white garments transformed into crimson robes, emanating the stench of blood. Previously, if anyone had dared to soil their attire, even with a speck of dust, they would have erupted in fury and retaliated without hesitation. Yet now, drenched in fresh blood spilled by Chen Fan, they dared not utter a single word. "Why do you not flee?" Chen Fan descended, turning his cold gaze towards the quaking disciples. The leader, trembling, stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "My lord, you jest. We are disciples of the Zen temple, righteous individuals. We came here to save lives. Those corpses perished before our arrival. We were merely confronting them." "A Zen temple? Righteous individuals? From what I observed, it appears you were not exactly confronting them." Chen Fan replied, casting a glance filled with a terrifying killing intent. The disciple hastily continued, "My lord, please listen to me." However, he was met with Chen Fan silently raising his sword, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The next words shattered their souls and sent them into despair. "I care not who you are or what you have done. Since you are here today, your demise is certain." With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword echoed as a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, barreling towards the disciples. In their eyes, filled with fear and disbelief, it approached without pause. We are from the Zen temple, you." The sword energy roared, causing the ground beneath to sink, drowning out their every utterance. Before they could utter another word, the relentless sword energy had mercilessly swept over them. The ground bore a massive sword mark, leaving no trace behind, not even a drop of blood. As for the disciples of the Zen temple, they were utterly scattered, with only a few remnants of clothing left on the ground to testify to their existence. Righteous disciples, indeed. Did you truly believe Chen Fan could not see through your deceit? Chen Fan cared not for their backgrounds. Those who dared to defy him would meet their own end. "My lord, this. Song Jingyun's mind nearly short-circuited as he stared blankly at Chen Fan, stammering, unable to articulate his thoughts. The individuals who had nearly annihilated their Songyun mountain manor were now effortlessly dispatched, like mere street vermin, in but a few fleeting seconds since Chen Fan's appearance. Many remained oblivious to the abrupt shift in circumstances. Astonishingly, the matter had already reached its conclusion. Those individuals fell before Chen Fan's prowess without the need for a second strike. With merely a flick of his wrist, they vanished into thin air. It could scarcely be termed as murder. It was akin to crushing a mere swarm of ants. If those capable of annihilating an entire clan were likened to ants, then what did that make them? Is this what the Imperial Guards embody? Song Jingyun inhaled deeply, his heart filled with a mixture of relief and awe. This is what it means to be a formidable force. Thankfully, he had the foresight to make a decisive choice, offering the snow ginseng to the emperor. Otherwise, Songyun Villa would have already met its doom at his hands, and he would have become the vilest traitor to his ancestral lineage. He would have been ashamed to face the spirits of his forebears. Chapter 127. Snow Ginseng. Despite their grievous injuries, the father and son resolutely rose to their feet and approached Chen Fan, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to Lord Chen, and we are profoundly grateful for your salvation of our Songyun Villa." The stalwart Song Jingyun felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. "The life-saving grace you have bestowed upon us and your protection of our villa is a debt I shall never forget. Our Song family will eternally remember your kindness. Should you ever require our service, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly without the slightest hesitation." Chen Fan smiled gently, patting his shoulder. "Rise, there is no need for such formality." The formidable aura surrounding him dissipated, and he became more approachable. He addressed the two men. "Since your villa has decided to offer the snow ginseng as tribute, it is only right that the Jinui offers you protection. Those who seek to seize your tribute are nothing more than traitors. their actions akin to rebellion. Merely executing them on the spot is already too lenient. They are unworthy of pity. I shall not linger on needless words. Where's the snow ginseng? Please take me to it. It is safer for me to keep it, lest unforeseen events occur. Indeed, your wisdom is undeniable, my lord. Please follow me, Song Jingyan replied, a smile breaking across his face as he led Chen Fan to where the snow ginseng was hidden. However, being severely injured, he stumbled along the way, finding the journey arduous. Observing his condition, Chen Fan placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling a surge of inner strength into him to mend his injuries. As the vital energy flowed into him, Song Jingyun felt the pain subside significantly, his wounds healing rapidly, bringing him immense relief. Thank you, my lord. Your skill is truly remarkable, Song Jingyun exclaimed, astonished by Chen Fan's capabilities. There is no need for such gratitude. It was merely a trifling effort. Chen Fan replied with a slight shake of his head, dismissing the praise. A mere trickle of vital energy was nothing compared to the vast ocean of power that surged within him. In addition to healing Song Jingyun, he also bestowed a measure of energy upon Song Wangfeng. Stay at the door and ensure no one approaches, he instructed. Yes, father. Upon arriving at an unassuming room, Song Jingyun directed Song Wangfeng to guard the entrance before leading Chen Fan inside. They entered the treasure chamber of Songyun Villa, which housed most of their accumulated wealth. Medicinal herbs and other invaluable assets amassed over the years. Rarely had outsiders ventured into this sanctum, yet Song Jingyun brought Chen Fan within, demonstrating the depth of his gratitude. Should Chen Fan harbor malicious intent, he could easily annihilate the Songyun Villa and seize all their treasures without difficulty. Even if he returned to report, he could easily claim that he was late, allowing the thieves to massacre the entire clan of Songyun Villa, and no one would hold him accountable as a deputy commander, provided he fulfilled his mission. However, although Chen Fan was not a paragon of virtue, he possessed his own moral boundaries. He simply could not bring himself to engage in the slaughter of innocents to seize their lifelong treasures. It must be said that while these riches were indeed splendid, they bore no relation to him. Moreover, even if he were a deranged killer, such an abundance of gold and silver was not something he could carry away. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter the treasure chamber without any particular reaction, Song Jingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had not wished to bring Chen Fan into this place, but the latter's earlier actions had been executed with such ferocity that he feared any delay on his part would provoke his ire. This is the snow ginseng, my lord. Song Jingyun retrieved a small, elegant box from the depths of the chamber. As Chen Fan accepted it, he felt a faint chill emanating from within. Upon opening the box, a glimmer of cold light shone forth, reflecting in his eyes. Inside lay a ginseng of unparalleled purity, appearing as if it had been frozen, crystalline and translucent, even revealing a hint of ginseng juice flowing within. It was indeed a divine entity. Snow ginseng is a rare variant of the common ginseng, with nearly 10,000 ordinary ginseng roots yielding but a single specimen, making it extraordinarily precious. Ginseng of such age is seldom recorded in history, truly a treasure of the highest order, which explains the emperor's profound interest in it. Song Jingyun looked at the ginseng in Chen Fan's hands, his gaze betraying a hint of reluctance. If not for his inability to safeguard such a treasure, who would not wish to possess it solely for themselves? Yet, Songyun Villa was far too weak, too feeble to dare keep such a treasure, as if a 3-year-old were to parade a gold bar through the streets. That would not be acquiring a treasure. It would be clutching a ticking time bomb, a fate they were destined to evade. Indeed, it is a magnificent treasure. The master of the Tsang clan is truly fortunate, Chen Fan remarked, closing the box and expressing his astonishment, as even he could discern the extraordinary nature of the ginseng. Song Jingyun shook his head, his expression one of desolation, as he bitterly laughed and said, "My lord, you jest. Because of this item, Songyun Villa has suffered unprecedented losses. I nearly became a sinner throughout history. There is no fortune here." Chen Fan smiled and shook his head in rebuttal. "There is no need for such lamentation, Master Tsang. Every incident, every morsel consumed, is governed by fate. Though the losses are indeed grave, who can say that the loss of the old man's horse may not be a blessing in disguise? Although Songyun Villa has incurred substantial losses today, the presence of such a treasure will surely earn the emperor's favor in the future, providing an opportunity for the family to regain its former glory. Why should Master Tsang fixate on this momentary gain or loss? The future stretches ahead. Although I am aware that you are deeply saddened by the loss of many disciples, it is essential for individuals of our standing to adopt a broader perspective and to consider matters from a distance." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Song Jingyun's expression gradually softened, and he nodded in agreement. After all, All his efforts were aimed at this very acknowledgement from Chen Fan. With this affirmation, he felt a sense of relief. At this moment, Chen Fan's words, as a distinguished official, effectively conveyed the will of the authorities. With his mind at ease, Song Jingyun smiled at Chen Fan and remarked, "Esteemed Sir Chen, your journey has been arduous. Why not take a moment to rest at our villa? It would be our honor to extend our hospitality to you." Chen Fan contemplated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Very well, I appreciate your kindness, master of the villa." Chapter 128. The relay station. The journey he undertook was indeed arduous, marked by relentless travel, exposure to the elements, and even the necessity of sleeping under the open sky. He had been persistently pursued by assassins, making a proper rest all the more essential. Subsequently, within the grand halls of Canyon Manor, a lavish banquet was arranged to honor Chen Fan, where both host and guest reveled in the merriment. After the feast, Song Jingyun dispatched several exquisite female disciples to attend to Chen Fan's needs, while discreetly presenting him with a substantial gift. Upon counting, Chen Fan discovered a remarkable sum of 100,000 taels in silver notes. This prompted him to marvel at the generosity of what was renowned as Ningzhou's foremost herbal estate. Though it might have been a calculated gesture to curry favor, Chen Fan could not help but acknowledge the immense wealth possessed by these affluent households. At dawn the following day, Chen Fan wasted no time in bidding farewell and mounting his horse, departing from Canyon Manor. At that moment, he comprehended that the true peril was only just beginning. The earlier threats had merely served as a prelude, devoid of any real menace. The journey back to Qingzhou would present dangers tenfold greater than those faced in Ningzhou. This was the sole opportunity for those intent on his demise. Should they miss this chance, future opportunities to catch him alone would be scarce. Thus, these adversaries would undoubtedly exert every effort to eliminate him along the way. Go, go. Chen Fan urged his steed into a furious gallop, the hooves pounding against the earth, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Unlike his leisurely approach, he wasted no time on the return journey. By that very day, he had already exited Ningzhou and commenced his trek towards the nearest prefecture. While on the road, ominous thunder rumbled in the distance, and dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead. This was the height of summer, a season notorious for its unpredictable downpours. One could never anticipate how quickly the heavens might shift. Suddenly, torrential rain cascaded down, and having grown accustomed to such abrupt storms, Chen Fan remained unfazed. With his true essence enveloping him, he was well protected. However, his horse lacked such a safeguard, and soon could not endure the deluge. Reluctantly, Chen Fan sought refuge at a relay station to recuperate. Bang, bang, bang. He led his horse to the entrance and knocked forcefully on the wooden door. Coming. A relay station attendant, clad in a raincoat, hurriedly approached. As he swung open the door, he was met with a token inscribed with the words Qianhu in bold characters. Recognizing the arrival of a high-ranking officer from the Jinhui, the attendant dared not show any negligence. He immediately knelt in reverence, trembling as he spoke. "I humbly greet you, Qianhu. I was unaware of your esteemed arrival and apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." The attendant quaked visibly, his demeanor suggesting a profound fear, whether of Chen Fan or the notorious reputation of the Jinhui. Chen Fan glanced down at him, assessing him swiftly, and then, maintaining a stoic expression, commanded, "All right, rise. Prepare a suitable room for me, and ensure my horse is well taken care of." The young attendant nodded repeatedly, respectfully welcoming Chen Fan to the station. This location served as a vital thoroughfare, frequented by numerous officials. Consequently, the station was considerably larger than typical ones, likely several times its usual size. As it was the season of heavy rains, many officials sought refuge here from the downpour. Chen Fan strolled leisurely into the main hall of the station, where he observed several individuals seated and dining. Upon his arrival, their curious gazes fell upon him, as they endeavored to ascertain his origins and rank, speculating on his potential connections and background. One should not underestimate these local officials. Their ability to maintain their positions indicated a keen perception. Each of them possessed years of bureaucratic experience, honing their skills to discern the nuances of status and influence. With a mere glance, they could often deduce an official's rank, whether from the provinces or the capital, whether a civil or military officer, and the depth of their connections, often arriving at a fairly accurate assessment after mere moments of observation. This skill was essential to their livelihoods. Noticing the weapon strapped to Chen Fan's back, they immediately recognized him as a military officer, a fact that required no further analysis. One official, perceiving Chen Fan's imposing presence, stood and approached him with a friendly demeanor. With great politeness, he introduced himself. "I am Chai Kai Liang, the army Sima. It is an honor to meet you, sir." May I inquire your esteemed name and purpose for visiting this place? As one person took the initiative to engage, the others leaned in attentively, eager to hear Chen Fan's response. Chen Fan surveyed the assembly with a slightly bemused expression before replying with a smile, I am Chen Fan, the deputy Qianhu of the Jinhui from the town pacification office. Upon hearing Chen Fan's title, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, and Chaikai Liang bowed deeply, filled with trepidation. He was merely a 7th-rank official, while the deputy Qianhu of the Jinhui held a prestigious 5th-rank position, further elevated by being a court official from the capital. The remaining officials, sensing the shift in power dynamics, hastened to Chen Fan's side to pay their respects, their words imbued with reverence and flattery. The status of the Jinhui was formidable, especially for a high-ranking official. They dared not offend him and instead sought to ingratiate themselves. If they could win Chen Fan's favor, it might smooth their own paths in the bureaucratic landscape. Chen Fan merely smiled, unaffected by their attempts at camaraderie, and proceeded to an empty table to take a seat. The nearby attendants, seasoned and perceptive, required no instruction from Chen Fan. They swiftly began to serve him food and drink. With a flourish, Chen Fan seized the wine jug and tilted it back, consuming it heartily alongside his meal, finishing it with remarkable speed. Casually wiping his mouth, Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the pawn who had welcomed him earlier. The food and drink at this relay station are quite commendable. Though they cannot compare to the grand establishments in Qingzhou, they possess a unique charm of their own. If you were to abandon your post as a pawn and pursue a career as a chef, you would likely find greater prospects. The young pawn smiled awkwardly and replied respectfully, Your Excellency, you flatter me. My meager skills are hardly worth mentioning. In my early years, I merely worked as a kitchen assistant to survive. Chen Fan glanced at him and asserted, I say your cooking is indeed commendable, which makes it so. It is not flattery. Chapter 129. Poison in the wine. Chen Fan lifted the glass, savoring a deep sip of the exquisite wine, which boasted a rich and robust flavor with a lingering aftertaste. With a penetrating gaze, he cast a fleeting glance at the small attendant before finishing the drink in one gulp. As long as the esteemed Sir Qianhu enjoys it, I am content, the attendant said, rubbing his hands awkwardly and forcing a smile. Setting down the glass, Chen Fan regarded him with a thoughtful expression. If only this wine were free of poison, he mused. Alas, although the deadly toxin was colorless and tasteless, its presence tainted the exquisite flavor of the wine, rendering it a tragic waste. His voice, though tinged with regret, reverberated ominously among those nearby, striking them like thunder. They leaped to their feet, slamming their hands on the table. What? Poisoned? The wine is poisoned? Anger swiftly morphed into fear as several began to choke, desperately attempting to expel the wine from their throats. Despite knowing the futility of their efforts, they felt compelled to try. Chai Taoyong gazed at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with profound dread. Could it be that Sir Qianhu was toying with them? Was there truly poison in the wine? Chen Fan offered no reply, his focus unwavering on the small attendant. At that moment, however, the attendant seemed to transform, displaying no trace of fear or anxiety, but rather an unsettling calmness and indifference. How intriguing. When did you uncover this? He inquired. This question undeniably confirmed Chen Fan's earlier assertion that the wine indeed contained poison. The officials erupted in a mixture of fury and alarm, hurling insults at the attendant. How dare you poison the wine? What is your intention? You are jeopardizing the lives of court officials. Quickly, produce the antidote, or you shall face certain death. Faced with terror, the officials lost all semblance of reason, resembling wounded beasts, reduced to frantic barking. Yet, the attendant appeared unperturbed, ignoring their shouts, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan, awaiting his explanation. Chen Fan, with an air of indifference, remarked, I noticed it the moment I entered. Do you not find your disguise rather crude? As a mere attendant, you wear fine official boots. Does that seem normal? Moreover, you move with such stealth, demonstrating exceptional agility. But as an attendant, where did you acquire such remarkable skills? Would anyone believe your claims of innocence? Upon hearing this, the attendant burst into laughter, clapping his hands in amusement. Ah, Chen Fan, you truly are remarkably astute. Yet, I wonder if it is your arrogance or mere luck that led you to drink every last drop. Now that you have discovered the truth, what of it? You are doomed to perish from my Yinwang powder, a poison without antidote. Ha ha. He remained there, laughing, while the officials beside him silently collapsed onto the ground, not even having the chance to utter a single word. These once arrogant court officials now lay lifeless, their eyes wide open in death. Such a potent poison indeed. Chen Fan gazed upon the fallen bodies of the officials, shaking his head in quiet lament. It was not that he was devoid of compassion, watching them perish with indifference. Rather, he had arrived far too late. Before he had even entered the post station, these officials had already partaken of their meal, the poison having seeped deep into their bones. By the time he sought to intervene, it was already too late. The young attendant, overhearing his lament, chuckled with pride. Hee hee. This is a meticulously concocted poison. How could it not be formidable? Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking than his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of doubt and fear. He witnessed Chen Fan deliberately pour himself another cup of wine, leisurely drinking it. However, this wine had been laced with poison in advance. At that moment, Chen Fan, fully aware of the poison within, continued to drink as if nothing were amiss, consuming a significant amount without any apparent ill effects. How are you unaffected? The young attendant stammered, his throat dry and constricted. Why are you not poisoned? Chen Fan took another hearty sip, replying calmly, Of course, I am not poisoned. With the protection of his Jin Jing, how could he possibly succumb to poison? The so-called deadly toxin posed no threat in his eyes. Even if the wine were entirely poisoned, he would remain unafraid. To poison him was an impossibility. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The young attendant's composure shattered, his face paling as he regarded Chen Fan with a look of sheer horror, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted from outside, accompanied by the splashing of water as they drew near. In the blink of an eye, the downpour outside was filled with a multitude of figures. He is not poisoned. Quick, take action, kill him. The young attendant turned and hurried towards the door, his face ashen as he shouted. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a flash of sword light cut through the air. The brilliance flickered like an illusion. Yet the young attendant's head soared through the sky like a shooting star. If it weren't for the need to resolve the trouble you brought, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on you, Chen Fan remarked, not even glancing at the headless corpse on the ground as he coldly walked past it. Making his way toward the throng outside, he pushed open the door and beheld a multitude of figures standing in the torrential rain. A mere sweep of his gaze revealed that there were at least 100 individuals, all clad in similar attire, sporting bamboo hats and cloaked in darkened ponchos, wielding an array of weapons. As Chen Fan emerged, they all felt as if faced with a formidable adversary, their murderous intent coalescing into a singular force, firmly fixated upon him. The dark clouds above had completely obscured all light, rendering the surroundings as dim as night. A chilling wind howled past Chen Fan, tousling his hair and revealing eyes as frigid as ancient ice. Thunder rumbled in the distance, illuminating their figures alongside Chen Fan's solitary shadow. Chen Fan, weary of further discourse with these individuals, swiftly drew his sword and leaped into the throng. In the presence of true masters, numbers hold no significance. It was akin to a lion plunging into a flock of sheep. The only outcome is slaughter. Chapter 130. Annihilation. The sound of a sword being drawn reverberated through the air as a blade of energy surged forth, instantly tearing through the curtain of rain, accompanied by the splattering of raindrops as it plunged into the crowd. With a resounding crash, dozens of assassins erupted, leaving not a trace behind. The blood that gushed forth resembled a fresh rain of crimson, mingling with the flowing rainwater. All heed. This individual's prowess is formidable. Do not confront him alone. One among the assassins shouted, brandishing a large knife as he charged toward Chen Fan, aiming directly for his head. Chen Fan did not even cast a glance his way. Instead, he swung his heavy sword backhandedly, employing sheer force without any technique, a mere simple strike. Before the overwhelming might, the assassin crumbled without resistance. Chen Fan swiftly rotated his long sword and unleashed the deadly, continuous three immortal sword technique, sweeping his blade with great force. The sword energy surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming in its ferocity. Wherever the sword energy touched, the very heavens seemed to change hue, and the torrential rain began to recede, leaving behind only the assassins who had been pierced through. The remaining sword energy surged ahead, shattering the distant walls as well. Under the weight of this single strike, yet another dozen assassins perished. Chen Fan had merely unleashed a few casual blows, and already half of the assassins were dead. The remaining assassins were stricken with terror. Their courage to resist utterly shattered, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Many assassins lamented their choices, regretting their greed for the 50 taels of silver that had led them to this place, only to meet their demise against an insurmountable wall. Do not panic, after all. He is but a single individual. He must surely be exhausting his true essence. Indeed, this must be his ultimate technique, and he likely has no combat capability left. If we all advance together, he cannot withstand us. Today he shall face certain death. Two assassins, witnessing the despondence of their comrades, began to hide behind others, attempting to rally the remaining assassins. However, Their words only rang hollow, sounding utterly ridiculous. Chen Fan appeared unfazed, his expression calm. How could he possibly be in a state of expending his ultimate move? The notion that they could overwhelm and kill Chen Fan was nothing short of a farce. In the presence of such a master, numbers meant little. They were merely adding to their own demise. Even a multitude of ants cannot bring down an elephant. Truly, they were courting death. Chen Fan's eyes glinted with a chilling light, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped the assassins. Those present began to tremble, unsure if it was from fear or the chilling rain. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth. An immense reservoir of true essence pouring out, enveloping all the assassins within its grasp. The sword energy resembled an enormous net, ensnaring every assassin present. As the blade fell, the very heavens trembled. The rain above ceased its descent, and all the assassins halted their movements, as if time itself had been suspended. With a crisp crack, as if something had shattered, time seemed to flow anew. All the assassins were unexpectedly reduced to mere fragments at the same moment. Accompanied by the torrential rain that fell once more, the blood on the ground mingled with water, forming a serpentine stream of crimson that meandered away. Furthermore, every trace of the scene dissipated into nothingness, as if nothing had ever occurred here. Dust to dust, earth to earth. If blame is to be placed, let it rest upon your inability to discern good from ill. To die by my blade is, indeed, your honor. Chen Fan's gaze remained unwavering as he surveyed the courtyard before him, slowly sheathing his longsword. Thunder rumbled ominously, lightning illuminating Chen Fan's visage as it cut through the deluge. At that moment, a shadowy palm struck forth with ferocious intent, carrying with it a terrifying surge of true essence aimed at Chen Fan's back. The overwhelming energy enveloped all areas surrounding him, leaving him no choice but to confront this onslaught head-on. The suddenness of the attack, occurring just as he had sheathed his sword, granted him no opportunity to retaliate. Humph, mere parlor tricks. I anticipated this, Chen Fan remarked, his demeanor betraying no hint of trepidation, as if he had everything under control. With a forceful stamp of his right foot against the ground, he raised 2 fingers and pointed towards the encroaching shadow. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted forth, coalescing into a majestic golden dragon forged from his formidable true essence, confronting the palm shadow with unyielding might, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The resounding roar echoed through the night, the residual force of true essence sweeping outward in all directions. The surrounding rain momentarily halted, and the furnishings within the hall shattered instantaneously, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of sound. The true essence surrounding the dragon distorted vision, as it crushed the palm shadow as if it were but an insignificant insect. This seemingly lethal strike failed to withstand even a breath's duration. A full-force attack effortlessly dispelled. The backlash struck back immediately. A figure in the distance bled from all 7 orifices, spewing forth crimson. Subsequently, the explosive wave of true essence surged forward, sending him hurtling away without any means of resistance. Yet, he utilized this very force to propel himself further into the distance. Realizing that his full-power assault had been easily thwarted, the assassin, not being a fool, was now paralyzed by fear. Frantically fleeing and daring not to confront Chen Fan any longer. Think you can escape? Umph, having ambushed me, do you truly believe you can flee unscathed? Chen Fan's eyes chilled, locking onto the fleeing assassin cloaked in darkness, his hand rising to draw his sword, unleashing a glimmering arc of cold light. The formidable sword energy traversed the vast distance with ruthless precision, obliterating the distant assassin into powder. Such a remote and accurate strike, achievable only through profound internal cultivation, adept control of true essence, and mastery of the sword, was indeed a rare feat, however. It was unfortunate for the assassin that all these conditions were precisely met by Chen Fan. Thus, what appeared impossible to even the most seasoned masters was, for him, a mere trifle, as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. With a burst of crimson blossoms, the assassin had shattered into fragments. Who was this individual? What was their appearance? Were they male or female? Which faction did they belong to? Chen Fan was oblivious to all these inquiries and cared little for the answers. He only recognized that this person was now deceased. The individuals who had come to lay an ambush for him could only be members of the 3 factions. Yet, at the moment of that individual's explosion, 2 more figures emerged from the shadows, one on the left and one on the right, advancing towards Chen Fan with lethal intent. One wielded a knife, while the other brandished a firearm, both converging upon him with deadly precision. Chapter 131. The sword emerges as the rain ceases with a swift stroke. A blade cleaved through the air, manifesting 5 distinct arcs of energy that enveloped Chen Fan from all directions, leaving him with no avenue for escape. To his right, a man wielding a long spear lunged forward, aiming directly at Chen Fan's midsection. Before the spear could even approach, an overwhelming sense of sharpness permeated the atmosphere. Both adversaries unleashed their lethal techniques simultaneously, effectively sealing off all of Chen Fan's potential retreats. To strike the assailant on the left would leave him vulnerable to the one on the right, and vice versa. The intricacies of their strategies were clearly calculated to extinguish Chen Fan's life in an instant. Mere trifles. Chen Fan scoffed coldly, standing resolute. His eyes glimmered with icy resolve, devoid of fear. With the emergence of his formidable black iron sword, a vast aura of sword energy enveloped him for several paces, rendering the attacker's assaults trivial, akin to mere child's play. With a casual flick of his wrist, he executed a sweeping arc with his heavy sword, conjuring a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy that surged forth with unrelenting ferocity. The combined strikes of the two assassins were instantly shattered, the momentum of the sword energy unabated. As the blade passed, the torrential rain was dispersed, and the puddles that had accumulated on the ground vanished without a trace. Realizing their lives were in jeopardy, the assassins' faces contorted in sheer terror as they attempted to flee. Yet, by that time, they were irrevocably ensnared by the sword's energy, with no chance of escape remaining. The immense force of the sword energy swept over the two like a colossal wave, engulfing unwitting bystanders, leaving no effective resistance in its wake. The sword energy continued its relentless advance into the distance, and as it gradually dissipated, the downpour unexpectedly ceased, the dark clouds parting to reveal strands of radiant light from the heavens. It was as if Chen Fan's strike had rent the very sky asunder, halting the deluge. The once renowned relay station lay in ruins, utterly devoid of any remnants of its former glory, marked only by the numerous gashes of sword strikes etched into the ground. The assassins, long since reduced to mere nutrients for the earth beneath them following Chen Fan's assault, were no more. With deliberate grace, Chen Fan sheathed his sword, his right hand resting upon the hilt. His cold, fearsome gaze swept across the surroundings, and his voice resonated like a thunderous bell, proclaiming to all those lurking in the shadows, "I am Chen Fan, deputy captain of the Jin Yi Wei. Should there be any who wish for death, step forth, and I shall escort you to the path of the underworld." His voice, frigid and merciless, echoed as an undeniable declaration across the desolate expanse, reverberating far and wide. The audacity of his presence, unyielding and fearless, was palpable. What does it mean to be unafraid? Chen Fan embodied that very essence. Even surrounded by ambush and the palpable threat of death, he stood tall, brazenly proclaiming his defiance. Regrettably, after his proclamation, not a single soul dared to respond. In this confrontation, the number of skilled foes who had perished at his hands was simply too great. The haunting images of those who met their tragic demise linger in his mind. No fool dares to challenge him for the bounty anymore. Just how formidable is Chen Fan? Perhaps those who fell before him could not gauge his strength, yet it suffices to convey an undeniable truth. They are far from capable of provoking him. All who lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment, are now seized by terror, their hairs standing on end, retreating like the ebbing tide. 3 factions are involved. The first comprises individuals dispatched by the Chancellor He Qian, who, upon witnessing the effortless slaughter by Chen Fan, realize that the mission is beyond their capabilities. Their only recourse is to relay what they have witnessed to He Qian. Their failure is not due to their weakness, but rather Chen Fan's overwhelming power. The second faction consists of assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower, drawn by the allure of the 50,000 taels of silver. Those still alive rejoice in their prudence, grateful they chose to observe rather than rush in. Had they acted hastily, they would be mere corpses now. Although they escaped death, they have mentally traversed the threshold of the underworld, realizing it was a mere flicker of fate that spared them. To them, Chen Fan is no longer a bounty. He is a harbinger of death, a malevolent specter from hell, a reaper of souls. From this moment forth, they shall lack the audacity to appear before him. Though the bounty appears exceedingly tempting, one must possess life to claim it. The final group comprises wandering martial artists, drawn by the whispers of the precious snow ginseng. They are neither powerful nor numerous, and after Chen Fan's ruthless display, they are the first to flee, even too frightened to linger for a moment, fearing they might attract disaster. As all the assassins scatter in disarray, this battle draws to a close. Is this all? Chen Fan smirks disdainfully, filled with contempt. This confrontation, he thinks, did not even require his full strength. He barely exerted 50% of his power. It was nothing less than a one-sided massacre. Such insignificant insects offer him no challenge whatsoever. He chuckles softly. Qian, Wind and Rain Tower, you may yet provide me some amusement on the road ahead. With a calm demeanor, Chen Fan proceeds to the stables, retrieves his horse, and resumes his journey. Days later, he arrives at the provincial capital near Qingzhou City. If he pushes onward, he will reach Qingzhou City in no time. Surprisingly, no one has attempted to assassinate him. Could it be that they are truly paralyzed by fear after the earlier battle? Or do they harbor some insidious plot? As he rides, Chen Fan reflects quietly. Since the conclusion of that skirmish, he has experienced an unusual lack of assassination attempts. Such an anomaly piques his wariness. Tranquility often conceals great treachery beneath its surface. However, their restraint does not imply that he is bound to inaction. As the thought takes shape in his mind, a subtle smile begins to play at the corners of his lips. Although I presently lack the means to eliminate you directly, I shall find a way to extract some interest from you, which I believe is still feasible. After all, the Wind and Rain Tower is a clandestine assassin organization, and I currently have no means to contend with it. However, Qian, with his glaring presence, is an entirely different matter. While he himself may be temporarily untouchable, his enterprises are laid bare for all to see. With the plan firmly established, Chen Fan let out a cold chuckle, tugged at the reins, and began riding his horse towards an exceedingly opulent tavern in the city. Chapter 132. The Golden Pavilion. The establishment loomed impressively at 5 stories tall, adorned with opulent decor that bespoke considerable investment. At this moment, the entrance bustled with a constant flow of patrons, its vibrancy rivaling that of the grand taverns within the imperial city. A magnificent plaque hung above, inscribed with the words Golden Pavilion, radiating an air of grandeur and sophistication. Clearly the work of a master artisan. This so-called Golden Pavilion stands as the largest tavern in the realm of Dahua, akin to a vast chain of luxurious hotels in contemporary terms. Countless branches span the nation, and the phrase of fortune amassed daily scarcely does justice to its prosperity. Yet, few are aware that the formidable patron behind this establishment is none other than the current Prime Minister, Qian. It is precisely due to this influential backing that the Golden Pavilion thrives so magnificently within Dahua, becoming a landmark in every city. Qian has adeptly utilized these taverns as a means to amass wealth, the exact sum of which remains unknown. The tavern serves not only as a personal tool for Qian's financial gain, but also fulfills multiple roles. It acts as a point of contact for his faction and a hub for intelligence gathering. Consequently, any whisper of unrest within Dahua is unlikely to escape Qian's keen awareness. Through these taverns scattered across the land, he has forged a robust connection with the world of martial heroes, recognizing that the court and the underworld are inextricably linked. With a sardonic smile, Chen Fan contemplated his audacious venture into the lioness den, resolute in his belief that his presence would not go unnoticed. "Ah, esteemed guest, welcome. Please come in." A young attendant approached with earnest enthusiasm, his demeanor exuding utmost courtesy. In this profession, one must possess a keen eye. Upon glimpsing Chen Fan's attire, he discerned at once that this was a figure of great significance, warranting exceptional service. Chen Fan tossed the reins into the attendant's hands and, casting a cold glance his way, commanded, "Ensure my horse is well taken care of, and that only the finest provisions are used." "Yes, certainly, esteemed guest," the young man replied, his smile unwavering as he accepted the reins. He promptly assigned another attendant to tend to the horse while he remained to serve Chen Fan. "Please, follow me. Should you have any desires for food or drink, do not hesitate to voice them. Our culinary offerings will undoubtedly satisfy your palate." The attendant spoke with confidence, leading Chen Fan toward a private dining room on the 2nd floor. However, Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I prefer to dine in the main hall. Hurry and prepare me some fine wine and dishes, those that are your specialties." As he spoke, Chen Fan casually chose a vacant seat by the window and settled down. "Simply prepare the provisions. Someone will come to settle the bill later." The attendant, not daring to say more, could only comply, repeatedly assuring him, "Of course, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. We shall prepare exquisite food and drink for you post-haste." With that, he hurried off to the kitchen to relay the order. However, the waiter failed to notice that ever since Chen Fan had been welcomed into the tavern, the innkeeper's countenance had darkened significantly. The waiter, being merely a local servant of humble standing, was certainly unfamiliar with a personage of Chen Fan's caliber. Yet, the innkeeper, sent specifically by Qian, could not possibly be ignorant of Chen Fan's identity. Chen Fan was, after all, the target they sought to eliminate. He could not afford to turn a blind eye. Although he primarily bore the responsibility of relaying information rather than engaging in combat, Chen Fan had essentially delivered himself to their doorstep. If he did not make some show of acknowledgement, it would be impossible to account for his actions to He Qian. The innkeeper was acutely aware that even with all the combatants at their stronghold summoned, they would be powerless against Chen Fan. However, he was compelled to act. This was a matter of demonstrating loyalty to He Qian. When the boss issued a direct order and the target came willingly into their territory, to remain indifferent would be tantamount to insubordination. Even if it were not outright defiance, it would suggest a cowardly disposition. If one were to be seen as a cowardly and disobedient wretch, what consequences could one expect? What utility was there in maintaining such a useless individual? The sooner one departed this life, the sooner one could attain rebirth. He Qian, a cunning minister who wielded power over the court, was impervious to the fates of these men. His concern lay solely with their loyalty, scrutinizing whether they were truly faithful. Should He Qian desire their demise, he would not hesitate to ensure his own escape. Any hint of hesitation or disobedience would be viewed as rebellion and disloyalty. For traitors, He Qian would orchestrate a fate far worse than death. Why, oh why, did that insufferable Chen Fan choose to come here? Could he not dine elsewhere, but instead had to venture into He Qian's domain? Did I harbor a grudge against you? Were you deliberately seeking to torment me? The innkeeper glared at Chen Fan, nearly exploding with rage. Although his exterior remained sullen, his heart brimmed with hatred for Chen Fan. Ultimately, this was merely a task imposed from above. Had Chen Fan not come here of his own volition, the innkeeper would never have dared provoke such a calamity. At that moment, the waiter, eager to please, began to serve the dishes at Chen Fan's table, his face adorned with obsequiousness. Unable to confront Chen Fan directly, the innkeeper redirected his ire towards the waiter, wishing he could slay him on the spot. If not for your incompetence in allowing Chen Fan entry, would I now be in such a wretched and fearful state? With murderous intent boiling within, he called out to the waiter, "Hey, Li Dazhuang, come here for a moment." "What is it, innkeeper?" The waiter, upon hearing his name summoned, wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried over with a smile. The innkeeper forced a smile. "You've been doing quite well lately. I was thinking of giving you a raise." The waiter's eyes brightened at this. "Thank you so much, innkeeper. You truly are a good person." As the waiter beamed with joy at the prospect of a pay raise, he remained blissfully unaware of the cold, murderous intent that lingered in the innkeeper's eyes. With a chuckle, he beckoned the young waiter to follow him to the kitchen, intent on discussing the matter at hand. The bustling kitchen was alive with the fervent activity of numerous chefs, who paused momentarily in surprise at the arrival of the master, yet continued their labors undeterred. The young waiter, sensing an unsettling atmosphere, timidly inquired, "Master, shouldn't we be going to the accounting room to discuss a raise? Why are we in the kitchen?" However, the master responded with a sinister grin, delivering a swift blow to the waiter's crown. In an instant, the young man collapsed, his skull shattered and breath extinguished. The surrounding chefs, accustomed to such grim occurrences, paid little heed to the event. Chapter 133, Poison in the Dish. The young attendant, until his last breath, could scarcely comprehend why the master, who had promised him a raise, now sought his demise. He had envisioned boasting to his mother about the newfound wages, intending to gift her a couple of fine garments. He also dreamed of presenting his father with a fine bottle of wine. Eager to share the news of his modest achievements, he lived a life of simplicity, yet maintained an unwavering optimism. However, this ordinary yet hopeful flame of existence was extinguished in an instant, as effortlessly as one swats a mosquito. This epitomizes the tragedy of the common man. The cooks, essentially trained assassins, were not surprised by the master's intentions. They had no objections to the plan to kill. Naturally, those who remained in the kitchen were likely of mediocre skill. Otherwise, they would not have tolerated being relegated to mere cooks. After the attendant was slain, the master opened a concealed door in the kitchen and beckoned to a few idle chefs to follow him inside. The secret chamber appeared spacious, housing a dozen assassins alongside 20 or so cooks. Clearing his throat, the master addressed the gathered assassins. "Gentlemen, our target, Chen Fan, is currently seated in the tavern, enjoying a drink. According to our employer's directive, we must eliminate him." "What? Here in our tavern, we are to kill him?" The assassins exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting profound trepidation. They could sense the palpable fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Who was Chen Fan? A warrior who had battled hundreds of elite fighters, causing them to flee in terror. Even grandmasters were mere trifles in his presence. Could they truly inflict any harm on him? To confront him would be akin to courting death, merely disturbing his meal. "Boss, have you lost your mind? What do we possess that could possibly vanquish Chen Fan? Even if we all charged at him together, we would barely be a match for a single strike." One assassin gasped, his voice trembling with dread and uncertainty. After all, This mission seemed an invitation to their demise, and they had no desire to perish in vain. Indeed, boss, even if we doubled our numbers, we could never rival him. It may suffice to bully ordinary folk, but Chen Fan is beyond our reach. Perhaps we should act as if we have not noticed him. Yes, once he finishes his meal, he will likely depart, perhaps unaware of our presence. One assassin clenched his jaw and declared loudly, I have been here for 2 years, and this is my first mission. To be sent to my death right away is unacceptable. I refuse to partake in this. With a resounding thud, the one who declared his withdrawal suddenly collapsed. The master, devoid of expression, clapped his hands. The remaining assassins fell into a hush, silenced by the scene before them. The master's gaze was as frigid as ice. He sighed, lowering his voice to a fierce whisper. Am I unaware that this is a death sentence? I do not wish for this either, but what can I do? Chen Fan has already presented himself at our doorstep. If we allow him to depart, how shall we justify our inaction? Have you all forgotten the fate of those who previously released their targets out of fear? The mere mention of this sent a shiver through all the assassins, their eyes betraying a flicker of terror. He Qian's methods for those who cower in fear are notoriously brutal. Their fate is indeed more unbearable than death itself. I too am reluctant to confront Chen Fan, feeling utterly despondent, yet I find myself with no alternatives. The innkeeper's features twisted into a grimace as he shouted in despair. We must blame this scoundrel for choosing to dine here. Why couldn't he go elsewhere? He thinks he is merely here to eat, but in truth, he seeks to drive us to our doom. The innkeeper's fervent words momentarily clouded the assassin's rationality with emotion, each one clenching their fists. After all, death is inevitable. We might as well confront him head-on. Seeing the impact of his words, the innkeeper exhaled in relief and began to issue commands. You few shall handle the poisoning, while the rest of you will set fires in the kitchen, stables, and other vacant rooms. When chaos ensues, you will seize the opportunity to strike and annihilate Chen Fan. And remember to disguise yourselves as bandits. Do not let it be known that you are connected to the Wanjin restaurant. Wanjin restaurant is He Qian's means of earning money. If we involve ourselves in the assassination of patrons, our own demise is assured. Even if we succeed in killing Chen Fan, it is a matter of either his death or ours. The faces of the assassins contorted as they brainwashed themselves, suppressing their inner fears with rage. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Chen Fan sat quietly, indulging in his drink when a cheerful waiter approached, presenting a platter of roasted duck at his table. The duck appeared succulent, its skin a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, undoubtedly delightful. Please enjoy, esteemed guest, the waiter said with a forced smile, preparing to turn away. However, Chen Fan called out to him, Wait a moment, this duck seems to have some issues. Upon hearing this, the waiter froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he managed a strained chuckle. Oh, esteemed guest, you jest. What could possibly be wrong with this roasted duck? It must be consumed while hot. Do not overthink it. Just enjoy it before it cools down and loses its flavor. Chen Fan prodded the duck with his chopsticks, declaring loudly, This duck is laced with poison. What is the meaning of this at Wanjin restaurant? What? Poison? The food is poisoned? Is Wanjin restaurant attempting to commit theft and murder? At Chen Fan's alarming proclamation, panic erupted among the patrons. Upon hearing that the food was tainted, some began to choke, desperately trying to purge their stomachs. Others turned their ire upon the beleaguered waiter. The reputation of an establishment like a restaurant is built over time. However, if certain circumstances undermine the foundation, even the tallest edifice may collapse in an instant. Rumors, once disseminated, become increasingly terrifying with each recounting. Chen Fan need only present an initial suggestion, and the patrons here will incessantly conjure their own narratives, distorting the tale as it spreads. Moreover, as the adage goes, it is easy to fabricate a rumor but arduous to refute it. Even the prestigious Wanjin restaurant would find it no simple task to dispel such fabrications. Furthermore, Chen Fan is not indulging in mere rumor. His statements are rooted in truth. He wore a facade of amusement while observing the waiter, all the while listening to the increasingly outrageous and escalating gossip swirling around him. Chapter 134. The Assassination of the Chancellor by the Imperial Guards. Dear guest, surely you jest. How could our illustrious Wanjin Tavern, renowned throughout the realm, ever engage in such nefarious acts as poisoning? The young waiter forced a smile, his body trembling ever so slightly. Chen Fan chuckled softly. If there is truly no poison, might you partake of a bite to prove it? The waiter's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He was undoubtedly aware of the poison within, for it was he who had administered it, and it was precisely for this reason that he now appeared so disconcerted. Observing the waiter's demeanor, the surrounding patrons began to sense the gravity of the situation, their agitation mounting. It appeared that the roast duck indeed harbored poison. Was Wanjin Tavern truly resorting to such villainy? If there were no poison, why would the waiter hesitate to eat? With a cold smirk, Chen Fan seized a leg of the roast duck and unceremoniously thrust it into the waiter's mouth. The waiter recoiled, desperately attempting to spit it out. But it was far too late. The toxin he had used to target Chen Fan was an exceedingly rare and lethal poison, given his strength. Even a mere trace would spell his doom. The waiter's eyes widened in horror, his complexion swiftly shifting to a sickly green as he clutched his throat, gasping for breath. Moments later, his visage turned a ghastly gray, and he expelled copious amounts of blood, collapsing to the ground. His limbs twitched involuntarily for a brief moment before he began to froth at the mouth, soon succumbing to the void. In the blink of an eye, from the moment the duck leg was forced into his mouth to his untimely demise, it was but an instant. A death. A death. The initial silence of the crowd erupted into chaos, akin to the ignition of a bomb. Poison. Wanjin Tavern schemes to profit at the cost of lives. Flee. This is truly a den of iniquity. Hurry, hurry, this is clearly a deadly toxin. The sight of a man, once vibrant and speaking, suddenly collapsing lifelessly sent waves of panic through the assembly. The patrons, all of some standing, including court officials and renowned martial artists, rushed in a frenzy toward the exit. Today's events would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Wanjin Tavern, and the ensuing losses for He Qian would be incalculable. However, this was not Chen Fan's sole aim. He sought to reap far more than mere interest. If he did not seize this opportunity to carve a substantial piece from He Qian, he would not be Chen Fan at all. The innkeeper, concealed in the shadows, watched the scene unfold, nearly grinding his teeth in despair, yet paralyzed with fear. He realized that from this day forth, Wanjin Tavern was effectively doomed. Yet, this mattered little to him, for he understood that he likely would not live to see the day when He Qian would seek retribution for his actions. At that moment, the patrons of the restaurant had not yet fled, when suddenly, the kitchen, stables, private rooms, and all the other locations he had commanded to be set ablaze erupted into fierce flames. The inferno leapt skyward like a malevolent demon, uncontrollable and ferocious. The once thriving Wanjin restaurant was transformed into an ocean of fire. The guests, now thrown into chaos, began to wail in despair as they surged towards the exit in a frantic scramble. Thick smoke enveloped the entire establishment, obscuring their vision entirely. Attack! A furious roar echoed from an unknown source, followed by a volley of arrows that soared towards Chen Fan. They targeted every vital point around him, leaving him no avenue for escape. These projectiles included hidden weapons such as the rain of pear blossom needles and dragon whisker needles. Few in the martial world could match the skill required to launch such a multitude and variety of concealed weapons simultaneously. Naturally, Wanjin Restaurant lacked such prowess, indicating that this barrage was the combined effort of many. Scoundrels! Who are you to dare assassinate the Jinji? Are you plotting a rebellion? You seek to seize the tribute? Speak. Who sent you? Chen Fan's voice, infused with his profound essence, resonated throughout the restaurant, and even extended to the nearby residences, reaching the ears of thousands. Most of those who heard him were either wealthy or noble, as only individuals of some standing could reside in that vicinity. Moreover, the officials dining within the establishment all bore witness to his declaration. Upon hearing that the Chancellor He Qian had allegedly ordered assassins to target the Jinji and steal the tribute, many were left in stunned silence. Some astute officials felt their expressions shift dramatically, understanding that this incident could evoke the wrath of heaven. The gravity of the situation was undeniable, in broad daylight. The Chancellor sending men to assassinate the Jinji for tribute was a matter of utmost severity. Even if He Qian was indeed the esteemed Chancellor, he could not hope to navigate this ordeal unscathed. Among those present were officials from the capital who harbored animosity towards He Qian, and upon hearing these words, they felt an overwhelming surge of elation. Their extensive experience in political strife told them that this was a prime opportunity to undermine He Qian. Should the emperor remain indifferent, the act of seizing his tribute would surely incite his fury. Whether the allegations were true or false mattered little. With this incident as a catalyst, they could easily frame it as fact. This was indeed a rare and fortuitous opportunity. While a surge of joy surged through their hearts, these officials found their admiration for Chen Fan, the Imperial Guard, greatly enhanced. His deliberate utterance of such words, coupled with the infusion of true essence, undoubtedly marked him as a loyal and patriotic talent. Meanwhile, Chen Fan wore a cold smile. He recognized that his objective had been accomplished. It was now time for him to take action. With a mere flick of his hand, he did not draw his sword or employ any visible technique. Yet, This seemingly ordinary gesture astonishingly caused the hidden weapons to abruptly halt and subsequently rebound. Accompanied by an unceasing chorus of anguished cries. A multitude of corpses tumbled down from the upper floors. However, at that moment, a dozen figures clad in black and masked emerged, with the leading individual revealing a pair of eyes shimmering with a desperate intensity. It was none other than the proprietor of the Golden Wine Tavern. Chapter 135. Interest. This location is in close proximity to the Imperial City, and thus, the person in charge here possesses considerable strength. This shopkeeper is surprisingly a congenital master. He brandishes his sword with a semblance of grandeur. However, when faced with Chen Fan, he is but a mere faade. Chen Fan casually picks up a chopstick and hurls it, piercing directly through the shopkeeper's forehead. Then, with a swift clap on the table, all the chopsticks stored in the wooden barrel soar into the air, darting in all directions and instantly impaling and annihilating the assassins that had rushed in. These individuals are not even congenital. They are merely hotel thugs who bully the common folk, lacking any real combat capability. Once they are all dispatched, Chen Fan lightly taps his toes and leaps onto the hotel counter, sweeping away all the stored silver notes before making his exit through the window. The fire blazes fiercely, thick smoke spiraling into the sky like a black dragon, piercing through the clouds. The nearby citizens, sensing the grim situation, begin to organize themselves to extinguish the flames. The officials in the vicinity do not dare to delay and promptly arrive at the scene. However, the inferno is too immense, and the very materials of the establishment serve as excellent fuel, leaving no hope for extinguishment in the short term. All one can do is watch in stunned silence as the once opulent and renowned Wanjin restaurant is reduced to ruins. At this moment, Chen Fan has long since departed, riding away on his horse. As he sits astride, he counts the silver notes in his hand, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He muses, "Qian, while I currently cannot eliminate you, I shall cause you some inconvenience and collect a bit of interest." Chen Fan counts the notes, but finds the amount rather modest, only a few thousand taels. For someone accustomed to the storms of life, this sum is trivial. Yet, a few thousand is still commendable, considering this is not a treasury, merely a counter. While several thousand is not insignificant, the true reward lies in the successful destruction of this establishment. Situated near the Imperial City, the clientele here are anything but ordinary. Although Qian owns over 200 restaurants, this particular one ranks among the top 3 in revenue. The income from this single establishment nearly rivals that of 30 or 40 others combined. The loss incurred from its obliteration is incalculable. Moreover, this is not even the greatest triumph. The most significant achievement is the accusation Chen Fan has leveled against Qian, attempted assassination of the Imperial Guards, and overt theft of tribute. Such acts carry profound implications. If common martial artists were to engage in such conduct, the nature of the offense might not be as severe. After all, they are often a group difficult to manage, and eliminating them post-incident would suffice. However, for court officials to dare hire assassins, particularly against the Imperial Guards, and to attempt to seize tribute is a brazen affront to the Emperor, an unmitigated provocation that is tantamount to slapping the Emperor's face and then kicking him while he is down. Regardless of which emperor it may be, no ruler would be indifferent to such matters. Although Chen Fan's scheme was not meticulously planned, any astute observer could easily discern the myriad flaws within it, recognizing it as a blatant attempt at framing. However, the veracity of this incident had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was its potential to serve as a thorn, a piercing irritant embedded in the Emperor's heart. Given the Emperor's temperament, it was certain that upon learning of this affair, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a stern reprimand to Qian. The repercussions of this chastisement would be far from trivial. Qian was bound to suffer significant losses. The officials who had been suppressed by Qian in the past would undoubtedly leverage this information to rise against him, delivering a fierce blow. This incident represented the most profound impact of Chen Fan's machinations against Qian. The mere thought of Qian's sullen countenance at that moment brought an involuntary smile to Chen Fan's lips. It seemed that Chen Qianhu was in high spirits. As Chen Fan reveled in his thoughts, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sound that echoed through the surroundings. Instantly, he heightened his vigilance, expanding his perception to its fullest extent, casting his keen gaze over every conceivable hiding place in search of the source of the disturbance. How audacious to dare to frame the current prime minister. What was Chen Qianhu plotting? The sound reverberated through the woods, rendering it nearly impossible to discern its origin. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, for even he could not pinpoint the source of the noise at that moment. The individual either employed some secretive technique to transmit sound over a considerable distance or possessed exceptional skills in concealment, making it difficult for Chen Fan to locate him. Who dares to skulk in the shadows? Why not emerge for a proper discourse? Chen Fan inquired, his expression unchanging and his tone measured. To his surprise, a resonant laughter erupted, revealing an elderly voice, worn and gravelly. I, the old man, would not dare to engage with you, Chen, lest you cleave me in two with your sword. Am I not aware of your temperament? I have not yet exhausted my days, so please spare me your wrath. I have no desire to meet my end just yet. Oh, but then again, those whom you slay seldom find rest in a complete grave. It seems I might not even find solace in the earth. An old man like me wishes not to be dog food, but rather to lie beside my beloved in eternal rest. Ha ha ha. The old man's words revealed a profound understanding of Chen Fan, indicating that he had been observing him for quite some time. Hearing such remarks, Chen Fan inhaled deeply before responding in a low voice. If you are too timid to reveal yourself, I shall devise a means to summon you forth. Ha ha ha. Then by all means, Chen Qianhu, do attempt it, came the reply, accompanied by a cold smile from Chen Fan. His gaze suddenly fixed upon a branch of a tree to his left, and he leapt into action. I shall indeed put your words to the test. With a swift motion, the heavy sword unleashed a resounding, piercing clang, echoing through the air. Chen Fan gripped the heavy sword with both hands, channeling his profound true essence and delivering a powerful strike without hesitation. A formidable sword aura surged forth, soaring to a height of 40 meters, sweeping away everything in the surrounding forest that dared to impede his path, as if a cataclysmic disaster had befallen the earth. The massive tree, along with dozens of others behind it, was reduced to shattered fragments. The sword energy cut through the air, causing the roots and the very ground to explode, leaving behind vast craters. Clouds of swirling dust filled the sky, resembling a rain of earthy gray. Yet, at that moment, a figure effortlessly flipped through the air and landed gracefully on the distant ground. Chapter 136. The mysterious old man. He appeared utterly unscathed. This was the first time Chen Fan had encountered someone who could withstand his strike without sustaining any harm. The individual's prowess was extraordinary. Ha ha ha, what a fiery temper. Chen Qianhu remarked. That sword strike nearly felled the old man. Why is he so agitated when I harbor no ill intent? The man stood on the ground with a slight smile, his tone somewhat teasing. It was only then that Chen Fan discerned the newcomer, a comical figure clad in theatrical garb, his face obscured by a mask. Had they crossed paths on the street, one might easily mistake him for a performer. Ah, esteemed elder, your skills are truly remarkable. Allow me to test you with another strike. Without further ado, Chen Fan swung his sword again. A colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, roaring towards the man. Are you truly serious? Such a young man with such a temper. Not a word of conversation, straight to threats. The old man grumbled, visibly displeased, but not underestimating Chen Fan's attack. He immediately summoned his full strength to counter. With his legs apart and palms extended, he unleashed a massive shadow of a hand, rushing towards Chen Fan's sword energy with fierce determination. Bang! The two formidable techniques collided, releasing a shockwave akin to an explosion. The force swept through the surroundings, uprooting trees and leaving enormous craters in the ground, while debris flew through the air. Remarkably, this exchange was evenly matched. The old man, propelled by the backlash, retreated to perch on a nearby tree branch. Yet, no sooner had he steadied himself than Chen Fan's cold visage appeared before him once more. With a mighty swing of his heavy sword, Chen Fan aimed to cleave through the old man's skull. You persistent little brat. The old man finally felt a twinge of urgency, cursing under his breath. Chen Fan dismissed him with disdain, asserting, You, a shadowy figure who hides and lurks, have yet to reveal your true self. What reason do I have to hold back against someone like you? Do you think I am merely sparring with you, waiting for your rest? As his words fell, Chen Fan gathered an immense surge of sword energy, striking down with overwhelming force. This blow was executed at close range, with an unyielding sword intent sealing off all avenues of escape for the old man, leaving him with no choice but to confront the attack head-on or perish beneath it. Little brat, do you truly think I fear you? The old man seemed agitated, taking a deep breath to gather himself. Calm as the mountains, he roared, his internal energy surging forth like thunder, erupting within him, and cascading out like a mighty tsunami. The old man clasped his fists on the ground and twisted his body a few times. Then, he retreated his right leg and pushed both palms forward, unleashing a tremendous energy. A colossal shadow of a palm surged forth, as if to envelop the heavens and earth, clashing head-on with Chen Fan's sword aura. The explosion of true essence resonated with a deafening roar, reverberating from all directions and sweeping across the area, for dozens of meters. Where the two engaged in battle, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, leaving no place untouched. The earth, several meters wide, resembled a landscape ravaged by a tempest, revealing fresh layers of soil. The uprooted trees left behind immense craters in their wake. The residual shockwaves struck the two combatants, forcing them both to stagger backward several steps. Chen Fan, grounding himself, executed a series of acrobatic flips to dissipate the force. He then promptly advanced again, charging towards the elder. Chen Fan had never been one to hold back against his enemies. He offered no respite, intent on overwhelming them completely. Any conversation could wait until the opponent was rendered powerless. Is it not over yet? The old man, witnessing Chen Fan's relentless advance, felt a surge of panic and swiftly utilized his lightness skill to flee into the distance. Remarkably, in just a single step, he had already covered several meters. The old rascal thinks he can escape? Chen Fan bellowed, activating his swift footwork to pursue him relentlessly. He had never feared lightness skills. Chen Xinhu, we have no grievances. Why do you insist on pursuing me so tenaciously? The elder called back, straining to maintain his pace. Humph, you cowardly schemer. So you are aware of my accusations. How am I to discern whether you are friend or foe? Any words you wish to speak shall wait until you lie prostrate on the ground, Chen Fan retorted, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, demonstrating no intention of letting the elder escape. This old man was the strongest adversary Chen Fan had faced in recent days. Until he uncovered the man's true identity, he would not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. This time, he was resolute in his relentless pursuit, determined to bring the elder down. You insolent brat, what gives you such audacity? Merely jesting with you, and you wish to resort to violence? The elder protested, realizing Chen Fan was closing the distance. Seeing Chen Fan draw ever closer, the elder, resigned to his fate, leaped backward. He halted in midair, formed a stance with his hands, and struck down with a powerful palm. This strike was even more formidable than the previous two, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. As if the laws of the universe were swirling within his hand, Chen Fan felt an unprecedented wave of immense pressure surge towards him, causing him to falter. His breath slowing, his heart heavy with foreboding. He looked up to see the gigantic palm descending upon him, and with a deep breath, he readied himself. Fully aware of the gravity of the moment, he infused all of his true essence, along with the essence of his sword intent, into the longsword. Then closed his eyes and slowly executed a breathtaking strike. An incomparably potent sword energy surged skyward, effortlessly piercing through the colossal hand as if it were a mere blade. The cosmos seemed to shatter, abruptly reverting to its original state. The surrounding forest had transformed into stark, bare trunks, as every leaf had been utterly severed by the sword intent just moments before. Chen Fan halted his steps, alighting upon a branch, now devoid of any trace of presence. The old man had seized this opportunity to make a swift escape, leaving no sign of his whereabouts. A shadow of gloom crossed Chen Fan's countenance as a distant voice echoed through the air. Chapter 137. Old Man Chen Xianhu. There is no need to see me off. We may meet again in the future. The old man is leaving now. The voice seemed to resonate from all directions, gradually fading away until silence enveloped the air. Chen Fan sheathed his heavy sword, his expression grave, filled with perplexity regarding the old man. In their earlier confrontation, Chen Fan could not claim to have exerted his utmost strength, yet he had employed 90% of his power. Even a late-stage grandmaster would find it impossible to depart alive from that encounter. Yet, despite this, the old man managed to leave unscathed, indicating the sheer magnitude of his prowess. It is reasonable to estimate that this old man is at least a peak grandmaster. Had he not been, he would not have been able to withstand those few exchanges. But where did such an extraordinary master originate? The enigmatic old man, clad in theatrical garb, appeared out of nowhere, jested, and then departed without a trace. His words and actions, though undeniably powerful, bore no trace of malice. He did not seem like an assassin sent from any faction. Moreover, his manner of speaking suggested a familiarity with Chen Fan, imbued with a tone of probing and amiability. Yet, Chen Fan was certain that within his memory, there was no such master. Even if Shun Xinran himself had come here, he would not have managed to leave alive. Could it be that the Jinyui had dispatched someone to test me? But that seemed unlikely. Chen Fan stroked his chin, feeling as though his thoughts had spiraled into a loop, yielding no answers. The Jinyui conceals countless talents. It is not beyond possibility that a master of such caliber exists among them, and Chen Fan certainly could not know every adept. However, considering the old man's age and demonstrated strength, if he were indeed from the Jinyui, his status would likely surpass that of Shin Shinran, thus rendering any acquaintance with him improbable. What a mystery. Who could this person possibly be? Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan found no shred of evidence. His heart weighed down by frustration. Such unforeseen circumstances left him feeling powerless, a sensation that was profoundly unsatisfactory. No one relishes events beyond their control. Previously, whether facing He Qian, the demon sect, or the Wind and Rain Tower, Chen Fan had remained steadfast, fully aware of his adversaries and confident in his own strength. However, the origins of this old man were shrouded in mystery, and he posed a tangible threat, leaving Chen Fan in the dark. The thought of a formidable enemy lurking in the shadows was indeed unsettling. Nevertheless, there was no need for undue concern. As long as he remained alive, regardless of the old man's identity, there would surely be future intersections. If he truly turned out to be an enemy, Chen Fan would simply sever him with a single strike. With his gaze hardening into icy resolve, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings aimlessly before remounting his steed, urging it forth to leave the grove behind. In a quaint little town, an elderly man adorned in theatrical garb, his hair and beard as white as snow, emerged from a narrow alley, his face etched with a bitter smile. He stripped off the comical attire and tossed it to the ground, his expression tinged with resignation. This rascal truly wields a ruthless hand. Had I not retained a modicum of strength, he might have bested me. A trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of the old man's mouth, which he casually wiped away. Humph, it seems my life nearly slipped through his fingers. Could this callous temperament be a habit cultivated during his time as a member of the Imperial Guard? He bears no resemblance to his father whatsoever. Yet, a flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. Where, indeed, did he acquire such martial prowess? It is quite peculiar. His father, even after a lifetime of training, would not attain such a level. Certainly, it cannot be inherited. Could it be that his father was cuckolded? The old man chuckled mischievously, though soon his mirth was interrupted as he grimaced, clutching his chest, baring his teeth in pain. This wretched boy is far too vicious. At my age, such an assault could very well shorten my years. With a sigh, he pondered, yet on the flip side, a certain degree of ferocity is indeed necessary. Without it, one cannot establish a reputation in this turbulent world. The old man's gaze deepened, imbued with a profound sense of reflection, yet there was an undeniable satisfaction in his heart. Despite being injured by Chen Fan, he harbored no grievances. Instead, he felt a sense of gratitude. After regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply, humming a peculiar tune, and strolled leisurely from the alley with his hands clasped behind his back. Nearby, a vendor selling pastries waved at him. "Old Chen, what mischief have you been up to? Surely you haven't been visiting that widow again to make tofu? At your age, don't you have better things to occupy your time?" Old Chen scoffed, a playful reprimand escaping his lips. "You shameless old fool. It's you who spends your days making tofu. I'm quite busy, unlike you. Should I choose to visit, it is my prerogative, is it not?" "Ha ha ha. Old Chen, don't take offense, but at your age, perhaps you should indulge in tofu a little less. Look at your neighbor. Having consumed too much tofu, he now lies bedridden, unable to rise. It's quite a pitiful sight indeed." Old Chen snorted dismissively, puffing up his chest. "My health is robust. Can he possibly compare to me? At my age, with no money and few teeth, I simply enjoy my tofu. What of it? Why don't you, old Lu, lend me a few coins for a decent meal? Now, what sort of talk is that? Just because you lack funds doesn't mean I am wealthy." Old Lu shook his head vigorously, hence gesticulating. "Look at you, refusing to part with a few coins for old Chen, yet here you are, instructing me on my affairs. Let us not continue this conversation. I'm off home." Old Chen shook his head and began to sway unsteadily as he made his way home. "Oh, come on. Why not have some sesame cakes for me to change your palate? Oh, spare me that. I simply relish a good piece of tofu. Just leave it be." Old Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of large yellowing teeth. With a smile, he continued to sway towards his home, greeting the residents he encountered along the way, who in turn responded with cheerful salutes. This was a tranquil little town, where no one would suspect that this seemingly ordinary old man was, in fact, a master of unparalleled prowess at the pinnacle of his craft. Chapter 138. Mastering disguise. Chen Fan did not linger on land, but swiftly returned to the imperial capital. "Greetings, Lord Chen." "Greetings, Captain Chen." As he made his way back to the town protectoress office, numerous imperial guards saluted him warmly. Having been away for a month, Chen Fan had not shown his face at the office for quite some time. He wasted no time and directly sought out Shen Shinran with a box in hand. Upon arriving at the central hall of the captain's headquarters, Chen Fan clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I, Chen Fan, pay my respects to you, my lord." "There's no need for such formality." Shen Shinran waved his hand dismissively. "How did the mission go? No unexpected incidents on the way, I hope?" Chen Fan reflected on the numerous assassination attempts, poisonings, and ambushes he had encountered during his journey. Although the spectacle had been quite dramatic, it was all within his expectations. Thus, he smiled and shook his head, replying, "Nothing out of the ordinary, merely minor characters, all dealt with." However, he shifted his tone, speaking gravely, "Yet, on my way back to the capital, I encountered a group of bandits at the Wanjin Tavern who sought to plunder Snow Ginseng. They claimed to be acting under the orders of Prime Minister He Qian. I believe this matter warrants thorough investigation." As he spoke, Chen Fan retrieved the box from his robe and placed it on the table before them. Shen Xinran casually took the box, opened it for a brief glance, and then tucked it away in his own robe. He regarded Chen Fan with a knowing gaze, calmly stating, "I am aware of this matter. I will take care of it. You need not concern yourself with it." Shen Xinran, a shrewd individual, understood Chen Fan's insinuations immediately. He was acutely aware that such allegations were implausible. After all, He Qian's current position was solely due to his ability to curry favor with the emperor, primarily through the cultivation of spiritual herbs. It was unlikely he would engage in such nefarious activities. If he were to discover Snow Ginseng, he would be the first to present it to the emperor. Nonetheless, the truth of the matter was irrelevant to them. The words of the imperial guards required no corroboration. They were, in themselves, evidence. The imperial guards had always been at odds with He Qian, and given this opportunity, they would not hesitate to exploit it. Shen Xinran was well aware of the underlying power dynamics, and thus nodded approvingly at Chen Fan. "I know you will not disappoint me. This time you have retrieved a tribute. It is yet another achievement. I trust the emperor will reward you accordingly." Chen Fan smiled. "Will the emperor bestow upon me the title of captain?" Shen Xinran, aware of his jest, laughed and scolded playfully. "You rascal, how long have you been a deputy captain? You truly have the audacity to dream. Each captain of the town protector's office has built their position through years of dedication and effort. You've only been a deputy for a month and completed one mission, and you're already coveting the captaincy?" Chen Fan chuckled, exchanged a few more casual words with Shen Xinran, and then clasped his hands in farewell as he exited the captain's headquarters. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Would you like to claim your reward?" "Yes. Congratulations. The host has received the maximum level disguise technique, and the reward is being distributed." A torrent of information surged into Chen Fan's mind, as if he had studied for decades, solidly embedding itself within him. This information pertained directly to the art of disguise. Disguise techniques are regarded by practitioners of the martial world as one of the lower forms of martial arts. Nevertheless, every wanderer of the Jianghu has, to some extent, learned a few tricks of disguise. However, like the indestructible Vajra technique, this martial art shares a common trait. It is easy to learn, but difficult to master. The most rudimentary method of disguise involves simply adding elements to one's appearance: fake beards, donning dark robes, lowering one's voice, and altering vocal tone, all fall within the realm of basic disguise techniques. These tactics are simplistic and elementary, capable of fooling only the inexperienced. Those with even a modicum of expertise can easily see through such superficial facades. Further methods include wearing human skin masks to completely conceal one's visage. However, this approach merely obscures one's identity and does not allow for a complete transformation into another person. While one can disguise their face, one's voice remains unalterable. Even though one might forcibly mimic a voice, aspects such as physique, habitual mannerisms, and aura are exceedingly difficult to replicate. For those who are familiar, it would not take long to discern the flaws in the disguise. The highest level of disguise, of course, is the one that Chen Fan now possesses. He merely needs to will it, and he can entirely imitate another individual. Not just their face, but even their voice, physique, and mannerisms can be replicated. The pinnacle of this art transcends mere disguise. It encompasses voice modulation, bone structure alterations, and illusions as well. At this moment, Chen Fan immediately decided to test his newfound skills. Returning to his exclusive room, he seamlessly transformed into the likeness of Shen Xinran. Every gesture and movement mirrored Shen Xinran perfectly. Even his children would be unable to detect any flaw in his disguise. The mastery of disguise was astonishing, an extraordinary martial skill unlike anything he had ever encountered. Gazing into the mirror, Chen Fan felt a wave of reflection wash over him. The martial arts he had learned before, no matter how formidable, were ultimately tools for killing. Yet, if wielded adeptly, the art of disguise could strike at the heart of one's adversaries. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If he were to impersonate He Qian and stroll through Baifeng Tower, openly proclaiming rebellious sentiments, it would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had yet to see He Qian's true appearance. Moreover, even if he did, It was unlikely that Emperor Kang Xian and the court officials would be foolish enough to believe that He Qian would act so recklessly. Although this plan might not deliver a decisive blow to He Qian, it would certainly render his subsequent days quite difficult. If the opportunity arose, causing this old rogue some distress would not be a bad idea. Even if he could not bring about his demise, the repercussions would be sufficiently bothersome. It was a scheme worth attempting. Chen Fan harbored malicious thoughts, and the more he contemplated, the more pleasure he derived from it. With this newfound skill, eliminating an adversary in the future would be exceedingly simple. He could assume their guise to instigate chaos. Even if death were to elude them, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. At that moment, Shen Xinran had arrived at the commander's quarters of the Jinyui, bearing the snow ginseng. He presented the item to Chu Jinzhong and subsequently relayed Chen Fan's earlier remarks. Chu Jinzhong comprehended the implications immediately. Over the years, the Jinyui had been at odds with He Qian, and their reputation had been tarnished by association. He had long desired to bring this old scoundrel to justice. With the opportunity now at hand, he was fully aware of the course of action he needed to take. Chapter 139. Disaster Relief. Chu Jinzhong promptly brought the snow ginseng to meet the emperor. This snow ginseng, aged 300 years, is an extraordinary treasure, rarely encountered in a millennium, and even the royal family seldom comes across such a gem. Its most significant effect is the enhancement of longevity, which is precisely what Emperor Kang Xian desires most. Upon receiving the snow ginseng, the emperor's joyous laughter echoed throughout the Ascension Hall. Observing the emperor's exuberance, Chu Jinzhong seized the moment to elaborate on the assassination attempt on Chen Fan orchestrated by He Qian, embellishing the tale with dramatic flair. However, the emperor's excitement swiftly morphed into a dark scowl upon hearing this news. He immediately berated He Qian in front of Chu Jinzhong. The veracity of the situation is secondary. The information relayed by the chief commander of the Jinyui carries substantial weight. Nonetheless, executing He Qian on the spot is out of the question, for he remains a valuable pawn, essential for future scapegoating. Eliminating him too hastily would squander time in cultivating another such asset. Moreover, it is evident that the matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Emperor Kang Xian is no fool and quickly discerns the underlying complexities. Nevertheless, the truth of the matter is irrelevant. What matters is how to leverage this information. While it would be unwise to remove He Qian entirely, it is certainly feasible to exert pressure on this old rogue, perhaps even appropriating a portion of his assets to bolster the imperial coffers. Coincidentally, a recent natural disaster had struck a province, severely affecting several counties and leaving hundreds of thousands of victims in its wake. The emperor, already troubled by the substantial funds required for disaster relief and the lack of suitable personnel to dispatch, saw an opportunity present itself. Thus, he swiftly drafted a decree, commanding He Qian to oversee the relief efforts, ostensibly to earn merit while atoning for his sins. To placate the emperor regarding this incident, He Qian must adeptly manage the situation. As for the funds, not a single coin would be provided. The responsibility rests solely on He Qian's shoulders. Should he fail in his endeavors, the repercussions would be clear. If the situation remains unresolved, both matters would be held against him concurrently. As for Chen Fan, who successfully escorted the snow ginseng back, the emperor merely offered a curt acknowledgement. Well done, you shall be generously rewarded. This single statement signifies Chen Fan's rising prominence in the emperor's eyes. He is the first of the Jinyui to consistently capture the emperor's attention. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the He residence. Even from outside, one could hear He Qian's furious roars. The servants cowered in fear, trembling in place, terrified that the slightest sound might disrupt He Qian's tempestuous mood and draw his ire upon them. Chen Fan, you wretched little beast. How dare you set such a trap for me? Just after the Grand Eunuch delivered the imperial edict, He Qian's veins bulged, and he erupted in rage, tearing apart his cherished painting, while the remaining furniture and tea sets met a similarly grim fate. The failure of the assassination is of little consequence. Such outcomes were anticipated. He never harbored any genuine hopes of successfully eliminating Chen Fan during this attempt. The true scheme lies ahead. Even if the Wanjin restaurant were to be reduced to ashes, it holds little significance. Merely an establishment, the loss is one he can bear, amounting to only several tens of thousands of taels of silver, a sum he hardly cares for. However, that scoundrel Chen Fan audaciously slanders him, accusing him of attempting to assassinate the Jin Wei and seizing imperial tributes. As one of the most powerful figures of the present era, what motive would He Qian have to commit such acts? Who could possibly believe he would resort to plundering imperial treasures? It is evident to all that this is a blatant slander, yet He Qian finds himself unable to defend against such accusations, forced to swallow this bitter pill. The truth remains that he did indeed dispatch numerous individuals to assassinate Chen Fan, and whatever the reason, this fact could be easily uncovered upon investigation. Furthermore, the Wanjin restaurant is not immune to scrutiny. While others may remain oblivious, the Jin Yiwei undoubtedly knows the truth. Should this matter escalate, they could very well shut it down entirely. If the Jin Yiwei were unaware, Chen Fan would not have chosen to create a scene at Wanjin restaurant. Presently, the emperor is seizing this opportunity to extort and suppress him, demanding that he provide disaster relief to the state. Dozens of counties, hundreds of thousands of victims. Moreover, he has not been allocated a single tael of silver. He has merely received an imperial edict, instructing him to manage the situation as he sees fit. Merely ensuring the sustenance of those victims will require an unfathomable sum, at least 1 million taels of silver. The subsequent arrangements for the victims, post-disaster reconstruction, medical treatment and epidemic prevention, as well as the construction of new water conservancy facilities, are even more difficult to estimate. This time, he roughly estimates that he will need a baseline of several million taels, with the total potentially exceeding 10 million. It seems the emperor is well aware of his wealth. They can indeed come up with such an amount, but it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Among the many officials in the court who have opposed him, their relentless efforts over the years have proven futile. Who could have imagined that he would be brought low by a mere deputy captain of the Jin Yiwei? At such a steep price? Chen Fan, very well, very well. He Qian gritted his teeth, muttering Chen Fan's name, wishing he could consume him alive. The grudge of today shall not be forgotten. In the future, you will pay the price. We shall see. A cold, venomous glint flickered in He Qian's eyes, akin to a starved serpent. Father, shall we simply let this matter pass after incurring such a heavy cost? He Shui expressed his discontent. He Qian snorted coldly. It cannot be allowed to stand, yet for the moment, we truly lack the means to deal with that scoundrel. To openly send someone to assassinate in the imperial city now would be tantamount to defying His Majesty, an act of self-destruction. Should His Majesty be displeased, our fate would be even more dire. Furthermore, this incident is likely to be exploited by those officials to our detriment, seeking to capitalize on this situation to make us suffer greatly. He Shui slammed the table, rising furiously to exclaim, "They dare." He Qian coldly smiled and remarked, "What do they have to fear? Haven't they frequently impeached us in the past? In this moment, we must simply offer up a few oblivious scapegoats to provide an explanation for His Majesty and those individuals. They have always been well-fed in content. Now is the perfect opportunity to draw them out as shields, conveniently sacrificing them to recuperate some of our losses." He Qian, with an impassive expression, declared the fate of a group of officials under his command, his eyes devoid of compassion. By presenting these individuals, not only can we provide an explanation, but the wealth seized from their estates can also replenish our own coffers. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? Chapter 140. A parting greater than a new marriage. He Qian, having served in high office for many years, is not merely adept at winning the emperor's favor. His personal capabilities play a significant role as well. After all, leveraging others' accusations for personal gain is a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual. Those who betray themselves do so without remorse, exhibiting a ruthless nature, and can thus be considered a formidable figure of their time. Before embarking on his journey, He Qian cautioned He Shui, "During my absence for disaster relief, do not provoke that young scoundrel recklessly. You are not his match. We shall address everything upon my return." Recent events have illuminated for He Qian that not only is Chen Fan exceptionally powerful, but his cunning is also not to be underestimated. His skill in framing others is remarkably proficient, deliberately choosing the most vicious slanders capable of turning the tables. A mere brute with formidable strength poses little threat, provided one has a strategy to counter him. However, a strong individual endowed with intellect is an entirely different matter. He Qian harbors genuine fears that his son may not be able to contend with Chen Fan, and that an attempt to scheme against him might result in a backlash. Therefore, it is imperative that he himself takes charge of the situation. In response to his father's command, He Shui naturally complied, nodding respectfully as he said, "Yes, father. I shall follow your instructions." "Very well, I shall take my leave." "Take care of yourself," He Qian remarked, nodding before turning to depart. Completing this escort mission took over a month, and upon its conclusion, Shen Xinran granted Chen Fan an extended leave. Consequently, Chen Fan did not linger at the town protector's office, but instead hastened to the Qing residence to visit his long-absent fiancée. A month apart had left him yearning for her, and he now comprehended the adage that a brief separation can enhance the joy of reunion. "Greetings, my lord. It has been so long. You have grown even more handsome." The servants greeted him cheerfully, their tone brimming not with fear, but with pride. Having spent time with their esteemed lord, they had come to understand him better. Despite his elevated status, he did not exhibit arrogance. Rather, he possessed a gentle disposition and treated others kindly. As long as they did not err, Chen Fan remained amiable, and even minor mistakes were overlooked. Thus, over time, the servants developed a profound sense of belonging towards him. Upon entering the back garden, Chen Fan immediately spotted Qing Yunju, who was playing a melody on the guqin in the pavilion. The melodious notes floated forth, initially reminiscent of fluttering butterflies, delicately fanning their wings in serene tranquility, filling the heart with peace. Suddenly, the music shifted, soaring towards the distant horizon, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Chen Fan discerned the emotions woven into the melody, understanding that Qing Yunju was expressing her longing for him. Ding! The music came to a halt. Chen Fan approached her side, smiling and applauding. Indeed, what a marvelous performance. What exceptional skill. Yunju's melodies surpassed even the renowned high mountains and flowing water, showcasing her mastery in the art of music. Chen Lang. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Qing Yunju beamed with joy, immediately lifting her skirt and rushing into his embrace. She fell into his arms like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest. Chen Lang, it's been over a month since you last visited me. I've missed you so much. If you don't come back soon, I might think you've lost interest in me. Qing Yunju clung tightly to his waist, her eyes brimming with affection, her words laced with longing for Chen Fan. Chen Fan wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her hair with one hand, and laughed. How could I ever lose interest? I belong to you in this lifetime. No one can take me away. I'm sorry, my dear. I've been occupied with urgent tasks lately, and I didn't have the chance to inform you. The mission has just concluded, and here I am, back to see you. Upon hearing this, Qing Yunju looked up, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Really? Of course. It's true. This time, Qing Yunju's smile widened. Chen Lang, you are so kind to me. Thank you. Chen Fan gently arranged her hair, then squatted down to meet her gaze earnestly. You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, whom should I treat well? Qing Yunju's face flushed crimson. Longing for Chen Fan, she was taken aback by his ardent words. She playfully replied, but we aren't married yet. Why do you call me your wife? Chen Fan chuckled, knowing their marriage was just a few days away. Time flew by, and it was hard to believe that so much had passed since their engagement. Now that my mission is over, I've been granted a 7-day leave. I can stay by your side for the entire duration. Is there anywhere you'd like to go with me? How wonderful! Qing Yunju exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy. Chen Fan truly cherished her, always finding time to visit, though their moments together were fleeting. The duties of the Jinui kept him busy, and he often had additional matters to attend to, resulting in little time for them. After such a long separation, Qing Yunju had missed him to the brink of madness and had no desire to part from him. The days that followed were filled with their affectionate companionship, almost oblivious to the passage of time. Before they knew it, an entire day had slipped away. Naturally, Chen Fan chose not to complicate matters and stayed at the Qing residence. The next morning, after breakfast, he accompanied Qing Yunju as they set out. This time, the elderly steward of the Qing household took on the role of coachman, personally driving them out in a carriage. The party consisted of only 4 individuals: Chen Fan, Qing Yunju, a maidservant, and the elderly steward. They carried no guards, yet Qing Chun felt reassured. With several hundred guards, can they truly compare to the prowess of a single individual like Chen Fan? With such a formidable expert as Chen Fan present, there is no cause for concern regarding safety. Yunju, are you now prepared to reveal where you intend to take me? Chen Fan inquired with a smile as he gazed at Qing Yunju. Since yesterday, he had been eager to learn of her destination, but she had merely blushed in silence, shrouding the matter in mystery. Leaning shyly against Chen Fan, she whispered, I have heard of a peach blossom shrine in the outskirts, reputed to possess remarkable efficacy. I wish for you to accompany me to explore it. Chen Fan felt a spark of curiosity. What purpose does the peach blossom shrine serve? And which deity resides within? Chapter 141. The Peach Blossom Grove. Chen Fan was genuinely unaware of the significance of the Peach Blossom Shrine. His familiarity lay primarily with well-known deities such as the God of Wealth, the 3 Pure Ones, and the Jade Emperor. As for the lesser-known gods, he had little understanding. As Chen Fan inquired, Qing Yunju's face flushed deeper, and she buried her little head against his chest, choosing silence. Chen Fan found her reaction somewhat perplexing. But at that moment, the maid chimed in cheerfully, Young master, this peach blossom shrine is renowned for granting wishes for offspring. It is said that many wives who visit this shrine each year almost invariably have their desires fulfilled. Haha, so this is its purpose. Chen Fan lifted Qing Yunju's chin, grinning as he gazed at her. You truly are anxious, aren't you? We aren't even married yet, and already you are fretting over the Chen family's lineage. Qing Yunju lowered her head, her cheeks as rosy as the evening glow at sunset. She shyly waved her delicate hand at Chen Fan, exclaiming, You are teasing me. With a smile, Chen Fan grasped her hand and pulled her into his embrace, gently rubbing his chin against her cheek. If you desire children, then simply seek your husband for that. Why bother with the peach blossom deity? Such supernatural beings are merely illusions to me. I pay them no heed. Qing Yunju shook her head, placing a finger over Chen Fan's lips. Husband, do not speak so. The peach blossom shrine is indeed quite miraculous. Yes, indeed, young master. Even I have heard the tales of this shrine. The maid interjected, her expression earnest. There was a servant in our household who, being over 40 and married for more than a decade without children, recently visited the peach blossom shrine with his wife. Shortly thereafter, they conceived. Now, he boasts to anyone who will listen that he is soon to have a bouncing baby boy. Oh, is it truly that powerful? Chen Fan was taken aback, but his hazy memories from a past life brought forth a troubling suspicion. If this were a mythical realm, perhaps divine blessings were plausible. Yet, this was a martial world, where aside from martial prowess, everything else resembled the ordinary world. How could divine beings exist? Given Chen Fan's conjecture, he felt there must be something amiss with the peach blossom shrine. A servant who had been unable to conceive for years suddenly succeeds after a visit? Rather than attributing it to the shrine's efficacy, Chen Fan suspected that there was a deeper issue at play, perhaps involving infidelity unbeknownst to the servant. Regardless of the truth, whether stemming from his past experiences or the cautious nature of the Jinyui, Chen Fan's vigilance had reached its zenith. This concerned his wife, and while he could face danger himself, he would never allow Qing Yunju to venture into peril. As the carriage continued its journey, it soon arrived at a sprawling peach blossom grove, nestled atop a rise, covering a considerable expanse of land. As for the Taohua temple mentioned by Qing Yunju, it is situated at the pinnacle of the peach blossom grove. This is the season when the peach blossoms are in full bloom, attracting countless visitors daily, many of whom belong to the esteemed families of Qingzhou City. Chen Fan did not set out particularly early, thus arriving here at noon, when the area was already bustling with people. He drew back the curtain of the carriage and peered outside, observing numerous young men and women strolling in pairs, as well as families of all ages. Among them were individuals of evident wealth, accompanied by a retinue of sycophantic young rakes, alongside affluent young ladies guarded by their protectors. Beneath the peach trees, Chen Fan noticed many individuals engaged in reading and painting, while groups of scholars gathered to compose poetry and create art. Their fervent involvement might lead one to believe that a significant cultural event was underway. Along the pathways of the peach blossom grove, numerous street vendors pushed carts or set up stalls, offering a variety of goods, many of which were related to peaches, such as peach blossom cakes, peach blossom pastries, and peach blossom wine. There were also small wooden toys and talismans crafted from peach wood. This expanse of peach trees had unwittingly provided a livelihood for a multitude of merchants. As the carriage came to a halt, Chen Fan gracefully descended, akin to a devoted knight, and elegantly assisted Qing Yunju down. She, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, instantly captivated the attention of those around. Several wealthy young gentlemen in the crowd were momentarily dazzled, contemplating approaching her. However, upon noticing Chen Fan at her side, they swiftly abandoned the idea. Chen Fan exuded the aura of a protector of flowers. Despite his youth, he possessed a commanding presence that conveyed authority, instilling a sense of intimidation. These young scions, accustomed to the ways of the world, could discern at a glance that Chen Fan was no ordinary individual. They understood that any reckless approach could lead to a failed attempt at conversation and, worse, offend him. In recent years, the Dahuang dynasty has maintained commendable public order in the vicinity of the royal city, despite the occasional mischief from young rakes. Nevertheless, incidents of brazen abduction in broad daylight were virtually unheard of. We haven't brought any food. Shall we purchase something to taste? Chen Fan inquired gently, gazing at Qing Yunju. She nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Since we are in the peach blossom grove, we must buy some local delicacies. They are specialties. At that moment, a maidservant chimed in. I have heard that the peach blossom cakes and pastries here are quite delectable. The maid, a true connoisseur of snacks, seemed almost ready to drool at the thought. Not wishing to dampen their spirits, Chen Fan promptly smiled and nodded in agreement. With the master's approval, the maidservant hurried to a nearby vendor. How much for your peach blossom cakes? She inquired eagerly. The vendor chuckled heartily, proclaiming, 5 coins each, my dear lady, and if you purchase 5, you shall receive 1 complimentary. Although she was merely a maid, She was indeed the personal attendant of Qin Yunju, and her beauty was undoubtedly noteworthy, causing the vendor to take immediate notice. The maid did not engage in any lengthy haggling. Instead, she promptly placed her coins on the counter and soon returned to Chen Fan and the others with the peach blossom cakes in hand. Each of them took one, and as they savored their treats, they continued their ascent up the mountain, leaving the steward to guard the cart. Along the way, they also acquired a variety of trinkets, such as hairpins and talismans. Chapter 142. Yi Liangshan. Chen Fan gently placed a hairpin atop Qin Yunju's head and remarked with a smile, "Our purchase of these items is merely a quest for peace and good fortune. Once we return home, we shall place them where we can admire them. However, the gift I have bestowed upon you is the true safeguard of tranquility. You must never part with it." Qin Yunju nodded with a smile, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the forget-me-not that Chen Fan had previously gifted her. "Rest assured, I shall never forget your words," she affirmed. "Ah, splendid," Chen Fan exclaimed, taking her hand as they strolled through the peach blossom grove. Occasionally, they spotted various small creatures darting between the trees. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and petals danced gracefully in the air, occasionally wafting the delightful fragrance of peach blossoms toward them, uplifting their spirits. As Chen Fan admired the enchanting scenery and his breathtaking wife, he felt an unprecedented sense of serenity enveloping him. Suddenly, he reached out and embraced Qin Yunju. Drawing her close, they fell into a peaceful silence, cherishing the moment together. At that instant, a voice broke through their tranquility. "Young master, miss." Turning to see his maid approaching, her face aglow with a cheerful smile, Chen Fan noticed a striking young man in white following closely behind her, accompanied by a spirited elder who appeared to be his bodyguard. "Young master, miss, I was just chased by monkeys, and thanks to this young gentleman, I was rescued." The maid's voice quivered slightly, as if fearing reprimand for her predicament. Chen Fan and Qin Yunju turned to regard the young man, who bore a charming smile and was undeniably handsome, though perhaps slightly less so than Chen Fan. Yet, when it came to presence, the disparity was remarkable. This fellow lacked any semblance of masculine vigor. Chen Fan, with his keen sense of perception, detected a scent typically associated with women emanating from him. A master of disguise like Chen Fan could easily discern whether someone was masquerading as the opposite gender, and he was convinced this individual was indeed a man. The heavy perfume wafting from such a man was quite effeminate. "Thank you, kind sir, for coming to the aid of my maid," Chen Fan said, despite his reservations about the young man's demeanor. "There's no need for thanks. I merely assisted a lady in distress. Had it not been me, another would have surely intervened," the young man replied with a slight smile and a courteous nod. "After all, it was merely a matter of driving away some monkeys, nothing of great significance. I am Yi Liangshan. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Perhaps due to a natural instinct of defensiveness, Chen Fan harbored a sense of hostility toward this man approaching them. Feeling somewhat displeased, he replied curtly, "I am Chen Fan, and this is my wife, Qin Yunju." "Ah, how delightful. I had not anticipated that you were already married. Congratulations are in order," Yi Liangshan exclaimed heartily. Yi Liangshan flicked his folding fan with a graceful motion and smiled. "Brother Chen, you truly possess remarkable talent, and Miss Qing is as beautiful as a celestial being. You two are indeed a match made in heaven, eliciting envy from all. By the way, you both are heading to the Peach Blossom Shrine, are you not?" "I, too, intend to go there. Why not accompany each other on the way?" "Accompany?" Chen Fan's brow furrowed instantly, feeling an increasing displeasure towards this effeminate man. Qin Yunju noticed Chen Fan's impatience and interjected, "There is no need. We have matters to attend to together and would not wish to delay you, my lord." "Ha ha ha, delay? Not at all." Yi Liangshan seemed oblivious to the rejection, cheerfully continuing, "Our meeting is indeed fated. It is my honor to encounter you today." Qin Yunju felt a twinge of awkwardness, thinking to herself how foolish this man was. Chen Fan also found it hard to contain his annoyance. He was genuinely puzzled whether this effeminate fellow was intentionally obtuse or simply lacking in intelligence. Did he truly not perceive their blatant refusal? Chen Fan felt somewhat helpless. The man had not committed any offense, and it would be inappropriate to resort to violence at this juncture. Thus, he resigned himself to allowing Yi Liangshan to follow behind. Throughout their journey, Yi Liangshan's incessant chatter became increasingly irksome to Chen Fan. "Brother Chen, how old are you now? How long have you known your wife?" As Yi Liangshan continued to bombard him with questions, a sense of foreboding crept into Chen Fan's mind. Could it be? Was this fellow perhaps a flirt? The man seemed fixated solely on Chen Fan, not casting even a glance at Qin Yunju. The fervent gaze made Chen Fan's skin crawl. When Chen Fan turned to meet Yi Liangshan's eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, a wave of nausea washing over. confirming the unsettling gaze. He realized he was dealing with someone he could not provoke. Chen Fan had never anticipated that this effeminate man was not interested in Qin Yunju at all, but rather had his sights set on himself. To his dismay, he learned that this man preferred not women, but men. Chen Fan had previously heard tales of certain young scions from Qingzhou City engaging in extravagant pursuits, not limited to women, with some even daring enough to flaunt male lovers in public, stirring controversy. Now, facing the unsettling prospect of being the object of such attention was truly revolting. Chen Fan's expression darkened as he could no longer endure the incessant prattle of Yi Liangqin. He interrupted, clasping his hands together. "My apologies, brother Yi. But I have just recalled that my wife and I have urgent matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Farewell." With that, Chen Fan grasped Qin Yunju's hand and, along with their maid, hurriedly departed, employing his lightness skill to hasten their exit. Yi Liangqin, still rooted in place, was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden departure. "Did I just say something inappropriate?" Yi Liangqin inquired, puzzled, as he turned to the aged bodyguard beside him. "No, you didn't say anything wrong," the elder replied with an outward calm, though internally, a tempest was brewing within him. Goodness, if I had acted like that, any man would have fled at once. Even I would have run. As their loyal guardian, he was well aware of the trivial matters that plagued his young master. Perhaps Yi Liangqin himself felt no discomfort, as such behavior was commonplace among many families. However, to the eyes of ordinary people, such conduct was indeed quite unsettling. Chapter 143. The abyss. Were it not for the generous financial support from his family, he would never have consented to serve as the personal bodyguard to such a man. Although Yi Liangqin's peculiar interests did not directly target him, they constituted a form of psychological torment, leaving one feeling wounded just by being a mere spectator. Alas, having encountered a figure as striking as Brother Chen, he yearned for the opportunity to engage in intimate conversations by candlelight. With this parting, who knows when they might meet again? He lamented while fanning himself with a gesture of regret. The bodyguard behind him, witnessing this display, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth and eyes. He could no longer endure this position, let others come as they may. The elder resolved silently that upon returning home today, he would renounce this role of personal guard, regardless of the remuneration offered. He had no intention of enduring such misery any longer. Whoever wished to take his place could do so. Continuing in this manner would surely lead to his utter distaste. At that moment, Chen Fan and his two companions had distanced themselves and finally came to a halt. Qin Yunju, panting, inquired, "Husband, was there something amiss with that gentleman? Why did we leave in such haste?" The maid, equally perplexed, echoed, "Indeed, my lord, that gentleman did not appear to be ill-intentioned. He was quite handsome as well." The maid, having had little experience with the world, mistook good looks for virtue. Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly as he responded with difficulty. "He should not be a bad person, but I found the peculiar scent about him rather intolerable, hence my desire to depart." Qin Yunju, in harmonious agreement, remarked, "Indeed, I share your sentiment." His unusual fragrance was overwhelmingly strong, lacking any semblance of masculine presence. It was astonishing to her that a grown man could possess a scent more fragrant than that of the women she had encountered. After a moment's thought, she smiled brightly, adding, "Men should aspire to be more like my husband, exhibiting a valiant demeanor." She then stepped forward to embrace Chen Fan, her eyes brimming with affection. The maid, stifling laughter behind her hand, chimed in, "Yes, yes. My lord is indeed the most charming. You and my lord are undoubtedly a match made in heaven." Chen Fan laughed heartily, filled with joy as he led the two onward toward the mountaintop. Upon reaching the entrance of the Peach Blossom Shrine, he noted that the area was bustling with activity. This so-called shrine was merely a humble temple, distinguished only by its vibrant incense offerings. At the entrance, Chen Fan observed numerous devotees, most of whom were women, presenting their prayers. "Husband, let us also enter," Qin Yunju cheerfully urged, guiding Chen Fan into the shrine. Within the main hall stood a statue, resembling a woman, yet not the guanyin of childbearing that Chen Fan was familiar with. Qin Yunju knelt with utmost reverence, commencing her prayers, closely followed by the maid performing the same ritual. Though she had yet to reach the age of marriage, she eagerly anticipated the day she could wed a worthy partner. Chen Fan stood to the side, his expression quite displeased, his piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings like that of a hawk, emanating an aura of intimidation. For reasons unknown, upon entering this place, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as though something was amiss. Did this lady harbor any desires regarding offspring? At that moment, a Taoist clad in green approached Qin Yunju with a smile and inquired. Rising to her feet, Qin Yunju offered a gentle smile and replied amicably, "I am soon to wed my husband and wish to seek a child for him before our marriage." The Taoist nodded repeatedly upon hearing her words, exclaiming that she was indeed a commendable woman, and her husband would surely be delighted. "If you desire a child, then follow me to the backyard." "The backyard? Why must they go there?" Qin Yunju furrowed her brow. She was no ordinary woman. During their time together, Chen Fan had regaled her with tales of the deceptions prevalent in the martial world. Though she had seldom ventured out, her vigilance was no less than that of any seasoned martial artist. One must remain cautious. Seeing her demeanor, the Taoist stood and shook his head. "Dear lady, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. If you are truly sincere, please follow me to the backyard. If not, we shall not impose." He added, "I shall refrain from further words. The decision lies entirely with you." Chen Fan, observing from the side, grew increasingly agitated, sensing that something was amiss. A profound sense of discord enveloped him, yet he could not articulate it. That damned Taoist, attempting to weave a web of mystique before him. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Fan's eyes as he forcefully suppressed his rising fury. Feigning nonchalance, he stepped forward, gently grasping Qin Yunju's hand, adopting an oblivious demeanor, and tenderly said to her, "My lady, since the Taoist has suggested it, why not take a look? Do not fear, I shall accompany you." The Taoist glanced at Chen Fan and, noting his striking appearance, felt a sense of relief. This young man must be the lady's husband, indeed a handsome match. "Fear not. Our peach blossom deity is quite efficacious. Surely, it will bless you both with a harmonious life and abundant offspring." The trio followed him into the backyard, where they discovered several peach trees in bloom, petals swirling gracefully in the gentle breeze. Suddenly, Chen Fan's ears perked up upon entering the backyard. He discerned faint moans emanating from an unknown source. The sound seemed to be at a distance, inaudible to ordinary ears, as neither Qin Yunju nor her maid reacted. Only he, a skilled practitioner, could hear it clearly. In an instant, Chen Fan's countenance darkened ominously. He was no fool. He understood precisely what those sounds implied. Indeed, all his premonitions were confirmed. The peach blossom shrine was fraught with trouble. Quietly, he cast a glance at the Taoist's back, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly spilling over. The Taoist remained utterly oblivious to the murderous aura, failing to notice the subtle shift in Chen Fan's gaze. Rubbing his hands together with barely contained eagerness, he addressed Qin Yunju, "My lady, let us proceed to the celestial chamber at once. Once there, this humble priest shall personally perform the fertility rites to ensure your heart's desire is fulfilled." His impatience had stripped away all pretense of decorum. The way his lustful gaze devoured Qin Yunju was now shamelessly unveiled, burning with unbridled hunger. In all his years, he had never encountered a maiden of such exquisite beauty, let alone one untouched. The thought alone set his pulse racing, and the fact that her betrothed stood just beyond the threshold, that only stoked the flames of his perverse excitement. Turning his head, the Taoist cast a glance toward Chen Fan, only to meet eyes as frigid as eternal glaciers, brimming with an unmistakable promise of death. Chapter 144. The purge of the demonic lair. Upon meeting the gaze of those eyes, the Taoist felt an immediate chill enveloping him, as if his very essence had been frozen. "Ah, what a wretched den of evil. You beasts deserve to perish," Chen Fan uttered coldly before swiftly severing the Taoist's neck. Had it not been for the presence of Qin Yunju nearby, he would have left not a single intact corpse, instead reducing him to a mere mist of blood. Chen Fan's sudden act of violence left Qin Yunju and her maid utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They soon quelled their exclamations, trusting in Chen Fan's character, convinced that his actions were not without justification. "My husband, what transpired? Why did you take his life?" Qin Yunju inquired softly, tugging at Chen Fan's sleeve. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan replied gently, "This peach blossom shrine harbors malevolence. You two should retreat to the side and close your eyes. Do not open them until I instruct you to." "All right." Qin Yunju acquiesced, her unwavering trust in Chen Fan compelling her to heed his words. He would never bring her harm. The maid promptly led Qin Yunju beneath a peach tree, where they clasped hands and shut their eyes together. Once satisfied that they were safely hidden, Chen Fan expanded his perception to its fullest extent, undeterred by the potential dangers that lay ahead. With a frigid demeanor, he kicked open the heavy door. As the door swung open, a peculiar scent wafted in, immediately igniting a fervent heat within him. Yet, as he circulated his internal energy, the strange sensation dissipated. Undoubtedly, this was an aphrodisiac, a vile method employed by the Taoists within the shrine to manipulate the women who ventured here. Such despicable tactics warranted retribution. Chen Fan's fury surged forth like a boiling cauldron. and he was resolute in his intent to cleanse this place of its inhabitants. Bursting into the chamber, he spotted a Taoist frantically donning his garments. Upon seeing Chen Fan's entrance, the Taoist feigned outrage, shouting, "Who are you? Who permitted your intrusion? Leave at once." Chen Fan regarded him as one would a swarm of maggots and, without hesitation, struck him down with a single blow. Meanwhile, the woman lying on the bed was lost in a haze of unconsciousness, her body instinctively groaning in response to the lingering effects of the drug. Observing her plight, Chen Fan infused her with a stream of internal energy to counteract the drug's potency. He then gathered several garments from the floor and draped them over her before turning his attention to the remaining chambers. Each of the other rooms mirrored this one, with similar abhorrent scenes unfolding within. The Taoists therein reacted with comparable indignation, some even attempting to attack Chen Fan to eliminate him on the spot. However, they were swiftly dispatched, each met with the same indifferent fate as the last. Humph, indeed, there is not a single innocent soul within this peach blossom temple. Each one deserves their fate. It aligns perfectly with his suspicions that the so-called Peach Blossom Temple's quest for offspring is merely a despicable ruse devised by a group of Taoist priests to amuse themselves at the expense of the gullible populace. These priests, while not taking lives or robbing wealth, engage in actions far more vile than mere thievery. They resort to using intoxicating incense to render women unconscious. Upon awakening, these women retain no memory, only a vague impression, which is often misconstrued as a sign of the peach blossom deity's blessings. Thus, the truth remains concealed. Though there have been whispers of doubt, no woman dares voice this horrifying suspicion, instead forcing herself to believe in the supposed benevolence of the peach blossom deity. After Chen Fan eliminated the dozen or so priests, he made his way to the backyard, soon hearing a flurry of hurried footsteps. "Hurry, hurry, that scoundrel is right here. He dares to play the hero, damn it, ruining my plans. Today, he shall learn his lesson." Accompanied by a cacophony of curses, 20 or 30 priests stormed in, brandishing weapons, their faces contorted with repugnant expressions, their eyes filled with malice and murderous intent. These individuals were not true priests. They were merely bandits masquerading in robes. "You, with your puny limbs, dare to thwart our endeavors? Damn fool, you shall not leave here alive, or we will be in deep trouble. You shall meet your demise on this very day next year." A particularly cold-eyed man stepped forward, bellowing orders. At his command, the throng surged forward. A wretched swarm. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, scanning the gathered crowd. With a swift motion, he unleashed his palm, a torrent of true essence surging forth, engulfing them in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Only the leader remained, witnessing Chen Fan's display of power, his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing in terror. A congenital master. The sight of Chen Fan obliterating 30 men in one strike left him trembling, his heart racing with dread. Having never encountered a true master, these men had only ever preyed upon the common folk. Clang! The large blade in his hand clattered to the ground, and he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Hero, spare me. I swear, I shall never dare again. I was momentarily bewitched. I beseech you, grant me a reprieve. I have an elderly mother and a newborn child relying on me for sustenance." The leader's cries were desperate, his forehead pounding the ground, leaving trails of blood in his wake. He suddenly uttered all the pleas for mercy that came to his mind, feigning a transformation as if he had truly repented. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was utterly unconvinced by such theatrics. With fingers that danced like a dragon, he swiftly incapacitated the leader's limbs, coldly observing him writhe in agony on the ground. Chen Fan retrieved a summons signal reserved for high-ranking members of the Jinui from his bosom and shot it into the sky. This signal could only be possessed by those holding the rank of Deputy Thousand Household or higher within the Jinui, compelling all surrounding members, regardless of rank, to rush to this location for support. Chapter 145, Old Acquaintance's Husband. Are we ready? Qing Yunzhu and her companions huddled in the corner, eyes closed, softly inquiring. She had heard all the anguished cries, the shouts of violence, and the pleas for mercy from the burly man. However, since Chen Fan instructed her not to open her eyes, she obediently complied, although she understood that she might encounter some unsettling sights. Chen Fan endeavored to shield her from the repugnant scenes. "Just a little longer. Bear with it," he reassured her as he assisted Qing Yunzhu out of the courtyard, dispatching every Taoist he encountered along the way. Only when they exited the Peach Blossom Shrine did he gently urge her to open her eyes. The group waited at the entrance for a brief moment before 2 squads of the Imperial Guard hurriedly approached. To Chen Fan's surprise, the leading officer was none other than Lian Feng, the 100 household who had previously been humiliated after being soundly defeated by Chen Fan. "Ah, if it isn't Lian Feng." I trust your injuries are no longer an issue? Chen Fan greeted him with a friendly smile, feigning amiability. Lian Feng, why are you here? Lian Feng's expression twisted in anguish upon seeing Chen Fan, his voice laced with barely restrained animosity. Did I mishear you? What did you just say? Chen Fan feigned ignorance, casually adjusting his ear. Lian Feng's lips twitched. Though he mentally cursed Chen Fan's ancestors, he ultimately gritted his teeth and bowed. This subordinate Lian Feng pays respects to the esteemed Lord Qianhu. The imperial guards behind him dared not display any dissent, immediately following suit and bowing in deference, awaiting Chen Fan's next command. In the shadows of the trees, one name bears weight. The Chen Fan of today was no longer the fledgling 100 household of yore. His reputation within the town patrol office was well known. Not only was he unparalleled in strength, but he also held the legitimate title of Deputy Qianhu. In stark contrast, Lian Feng remained merely a mediocre 100 household. Had he still enjoyed the backing of He Yu Chen as he once did, he might have displayed a semblance of bravado. Alas, that ally had been eliminated, leaving him utterly powerless. In the present town patrol office, his status had diminished to one even less than that of a total flag. Now, with no support and a tarnished reputation for having offended the ascendant Chen Fan, Lian Feng found himself shunned by nearly everyone. No one wished to risk incurring Chen Fan's wrath by associating with him, thus relegating Lian Feng to the periphery, where he was effectively ostracized by the imperial guards. Tasks were no longer allocated to him. Opportunities for merit were non-existent. Consequently, this 100 household could only spend his days patrolling, hoping to capture a few petty thieves. Though such minor accomplishments would scarcely earn the attention of a total flag, he had no choice. Every little bit counted. Lian Feng could hardly believe that, despite his attempts to avoid Chen Fan, fate had conspired to bring them face to face once more. Lian Feng gritted his teeth, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. Yet he ultimately recognized the supremacy of the situation over individual will. With a heavy sigh, he performed a profound bow before Chen Fan. My lord, I, a mere wretch, once failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I am acutely aware of my own limitations and humbly beseech you to forgive my transgressions. I am eager to serve you, ready to face any peril without hesitation. Lian Feng felt like weeping, his demeanor exceedingly humble and respectful, perhaps more so than he had ever displayed even in the presence of He Yu Chen. Given his current inability to contend, he resolved to find a way to ally himself with Chen Fan. Although he understood that the likelihood of Chen Fan accepting him was slim, it would still be advantageous to resolve past conflicts, should Chen Fan harbor lingering resentment from their previous encounters. Lian Feng feared he would never find an opportunity to rise within the town protectorate. Having witnessed Chen Fan's meteoric rise, Lian Feng was devoid of any inclination to oppose him. This was no mere man. It was as if a celestial star had descended to earth. How could a mere mortal like himself dare to provoke such a being? To knowingly confront an opponent far beyond his capabilities would not be valorous, it would be sheer folly. As an experienced member of the Jinhui, Lian Feng was not so foolish as to cling to his dignity when circumstances demanded otherwise. Seeing Lian Feng's extraordinary humility, Chen Fan was taken aback and burst into laughter. Haha, Lian Baihu, your demeanor now starkly contrasts with your previous arrogance. Have you perhaps studied the art of changing faces? I find it hard to adjust to this new version of you. Why not revert to your former defiant self? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Lian Feng's lips quivered, and his expression fell, fearing that Chen Fan would not let bygones be bygones. His mind raced in confusion, and just as he was about to plead for mercy, he heard Chen Fan continue, All right, there is no need to dwell on the past. Since I have summoned you today, it is for a different purpose. Lian Feng, my lord is here. Immediately secure the Peach Blossom Shrine. Arrest all the Taoists within. If even one escapes, I shall hold you accountable. There are also many women trapped inside. Ensure their proper arrangement. Lian Feng straightened, respectfully acknowledging the command. Yes, I shall obey. He then gestured to the Jinhui team behind him. Did you all hear what my lord just said? Now let us get to work. With that, he charged forward, leading over 80 members of the Jinhui into the shrine. The Taoists, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to flee, but they found the exits blocked by Chen Fan. With nowhere to escape, they were compelled to hide in corners, only to be discovered and apprehended by the Jinhui. The commotion caused by the Jinyui's actions stirred a considerable uproar in the vicinity. The bewildered common folk, relying on their preconceived notions of the Jinhui, began to point fingers and engage in hushed discussions among themselves. What has transpired at the Peach Blossom Shrine? Why have the Jinhui begun to enter and apprehend individuals within? Could it be that there is someone they seek to capture here? My heavens, look! That is a Taoist priest. How has he been taken? I recognize him. He was the one who accompanied my wife to pay homage to the peach blossom deity, and shortly after, we were blessed with a robust baby boy. Alas, the Jinyui are truly despicable, worse than beasts, once again wreaking havoc in our village, apprehending such virtuous individuals. Chapter 146. The capture of the culprits. When will this group of Jinyui be brought to justice? The common folk truly find no peace in their lives. The populace, in their ignorance, mistakenly believes that these Jinyui are the quintessential villains, while the priests of the Taohua shrine are the virtuous ones. However, one must seek the truth. As more and more of these seemingly fearsome priests are dragged out, and as unconscious, disheveled women are rescued, the people begin to discern the reality of the situation. At this juncture, failing to grasp the truth is not merely ignorance, it borders on foolishness. These priests do not represent the righteous. Rather, they are a band of scoundrels who have transformed this place into their den of debauchery. The so-called Taohua shrine, which promises offspring, is nothing but a den of iniquity, a veritable purgatory for women. The husbands, in their desperation for children, have unwittingly thrust their own kin into the inferno, all the while remaining oblivious to the truth. They believe their prayers have finally borne fruit, not realizing they have led their loved ones into a pit of despair, while simultaneously adorning themselves with a heavy mantle of guilt. Outrage surged among the crowd of onlookers. The eyes of the gentlemen inside turned crimson, their fists clenched so tightly that the veins on their arms bulged ominously. These brutes deserve no mercy. By heavens, I shall slay these scoundrels, cried one. I shall not spare them. Wait, didn't you mention that you had a child after bringing your wife here? Another interjected. Don't speak nonsense. I never brought her here. Really? I seem to recall you expressing great joy about bringing her here to offer thanks to the Taohua deity. No, you're mistaken. I was merely happy for my neighbor, who spoke of it incessantly during that time. Is that so? Forget that for now. I recall the old Leaf family enough. He was so pleased to finally have an heir that he held a grand feast. Who could have foreseen this calamity? Those priests deserve to be punished. Thank goodness the Jinyui have uncovered the truth. Indeed, we have wronged the Jinyui in our assumptions. They are truly the good ones, misjudged all along. The reality of the situation spread like wildfire among the gathered crowd, captivating their attention. Regardless of the era, such revelations are the most tantalizing tales for the masses. Many curious onlookers flocked to the scene, faces alight with intrigue, having never before brought their families to the Taohua shrine. As they are not victims, they come merely to witness the spectacle. Such events are irresistibly alluring, for among all gossip, tales of romantic entanglements hold the highest allure and draw the most attention. However, among the onlookers, there were several individuals with ashen faces, nearly ready to charge at the Taoist and devour him whole. Eventually, after a prolonged period of observation, someone finally surged forward to confront the Taoist, striking with unrelenting ferocity, seemingly intent on beating him to death. With this initial act of aggression, others became increasingly emboldened, and a throng of men followed suit, randomly selecting a Taoist to pummel. It was clear that among this group of Taoists, every single one was a quintessential villain. Accompanied by the sounds of fists and feet colliding, anguished cries and pleas for mercy soon echoed through the air. In an instant, these Taoists were left battered and bloodied, their appearances a woeful sight. The imperial guards feigned ignorance, permitting the violence as long as it did not result in death. They would naturally intervene before a fatality occurred. This moment was a release of pent-up anger for the populace. Had it not been inappropriate to join the fray, they would have relished the opportunity to strike these Taoists themselves. The faces of the men who participated in the assault were grim, revealing their identities as those who had willingly donned the metaphorical green hat of betrayal. After brutalizing the Taoists, they found themselves unable to remain on the scene, spitting in disdain before departing in a huff. Who would have thought that such a scene would unfold here? Thanks to you, my husband. We can only wonder how many lives they would have harmed otherwise. Qing Yunju stood to the side, watching the women and Taoists being led away, her complexion paling. She was acutely aware of what might have transpired had she not accompanied Chen Fan to this place today. Had she truly been violated by these ruffians? She questioned whether she would have the courage to continue living, let alone marry the man she loved. Indeed, miss, it is fortunate you did not come here alone previously, remarked her maid, her expression equally grim, filled with palpable dread. In truth, she had harbored a desire to visit this place some time ago. But Chen Fan had been away on a mission. It was only through her parents' counsel, emphasizing the historical significance of such locales, that she was persuaded to wait for Chen Fan's return. Their unwavering concern for their daughter's safety had proven invaluable, as otherwise, a great calamity might have ensued. Chen Fan gently patted her head and embraced her tightly, whispering words of comfort. The world is perilous, and events like this are unfortunately all too common. What transpired today is but a minor incident. In the future, you must always ensure you are accompanied by trustworthy company to safeguard yourself. Qing Yunju nodded, nestling into Chen Fan's embrace. From now on, I shall not venture out alone. I will only go out with you. Chen Fan chuckled softly. That was not his intention. Qing Yunju was being overly cautious. However, it posed no significant issue. She was a refined young lady who rarely ventured out, so encounters with such dangers were uncommon. What happened today could only be deemed a coincidental convergence of misfortune. At this moment, Lian Feng approached respectfully and bowed. My lord, the thieves from the Peach Blossom Shrine have been apprehended, with not a single one escaping. Chen Fan released Qing Yunju and nodded. Good. You shall handle the subsequent affairs. Ensure that the victimized women are well taken care of. Do not let them suffer unduly. As for these Taoist priests, conduct thorough interrogations without restraint. Understand? As long as there are means at our disposal, no life must be extinguished. Do you grasp my intent? Upon hearing this, Lian Feng, being well versed in the nuances of his lord's directives, promptly replied, Yes, I comprehend, my lord. Chapter 147. The Remnants as a Member of the Jinyui. Lian Feng found himself utterly repulsed by the vile scoundrels who preyed upon women, and he was determined to administer a fitting punishment to them. Regardless of the era, the tolerance for such offenders is often far lower than that for crimes like robbery. What awaited them next was a series of ingenious tortures devised by the Jinyui, subjecting these individuals to an unending interrogation that would be worse than death itself. Lingqi, or death by 1,000 cuts, would only last 3 days, after which they would face an unrelenting torment devoid of any glimmer of hope. Go, he commanded. Yes, I shall take care of it immediately, Lian Feng replied respectfully, leaving with a sense of elation. This incident at the Taohua Shrine represented a significant opportunity for him to rise. Although this task was not particularly meritorious, nor had he personally dismantled it, it marked the first time he could claim a victory in recent times. More importantly, it seemed his relationship with Chen Fan had taken a turn for the better. Chen Fan appeared to harbor no lingering animosity for past grievances. When He Yuqing had perished, Chen Fan had already been plagued with unrest, and upon his subsequent promotion to deputy commander, Lian Feng found himself restless, unable to find peace and sleep. Tonight, however, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he planned to celebrate this newfound relief. My husband, do you not need to attend to official business this time? We can return on our own, Qing Yunju suggested, observing Chen Fan delegate the matter to Lian Feng, mistakenly believing he was refraining from taking charge due to their presence. Chen Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, recognizing her understanding nature, and replied gently, It's nothing of great importance. There's no need for me to intervene personally. Qing Yunju nodded, somewhat perplexed, as she did not fully grasp the significance of Chen Fan's current status, merely catching whispers of his elevated position as a high-ranking official. The case concerning the Taohua Shrine was quite straightforward. It merely involved a group of lecherous priests deceiving innocent citizens, without any significant protection behind them. Once identified, they could be dealt with directly, requiring no involvement from someone of Chen Fan's rank. Upon arrival at the Jinyui's prison, these offenders would undoubtedly face the punishment they deserved. As the deputy commander of the Jinyui, Chen Fan was tasked with handling major cases. If such trivial matters still necessitated his direct attention, it would truly invite ridicule upon the Jinyui. Given the repugnant nature of the situation, both he and Qing Yunju had little desire to linger. So he escorted her back to Qingzhou City, where they began to leisurely stroll through the streets. Qing Yunju, who rarely ventured out, seemed unfamiliar with the art of shopping. However, from Chen Fan's observations, it appeared to be an innate talent of women. The young lady, who typically became breathless after a short walk, now cheerfully led him on an extensive tour without displaying any signs of fatigue. They had traversed numerous streets, and like a curious child, she inspected every stall, showing no signs of exhaustion, much to Chen Fan's astonishment. My dear husband, look over there. It appears there is an unfinished game. Let us see if we can unravel it. Qing Yunju's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Chen Fan, leading him towards a nearby ghost stall. Such stalls were quite common in the city. For just a couple of silver coins, one could attempt to solve a given puzzle, and those who succeeded would be rewarded with a prize. The array of prizes was impressive, ranging from silver ingots and jade pendants to musical scores and ancient texts, all of considerable antiquity, the origins of which remained a mystery. However, these challenges were not acts of charity. In fact, most were cleverly devised schemes, preying on the public's desire for easy gains. Did they truly believe victory came so effortlessly? Those bold enough to set up such stalls were usually quite skilled in Go, and the puzzles they presented were the result of years of meticulous study, ensuring they had a counter-strategy for any move made. The likelihood of winning a reward from them was, indeed, rather slim. "My dear husband, let us give it a try," Qin Yunju suggested after observing yet another challenger fall short. Well-versed in the arts of music and strategy, she particularly excelled in both Go and music, and the prizes on offer were precisely the musical and Go scores she coveted. Chen Fan smiled and nodded. If she wished to partake in this amusement, then they would join in. After all, a few coins were of little consequence to them, merely a token for some light-hearted entertainment. The stall owner appeared to be a scholarly middle-aged man, reminiscent of a failed scholar who had devoted years to examinations without success. Noticing Qin Yunju's interest, he smiled warmly, saying, "Miss, if you are intrigued, please feel free to take a turn. I have possessed this puzzle for many years and have yet to find a worthy opponent to elucidate the enigma within." Soon, Chen Fan paid the fee, and Qin Yunju took her seat opposite him, commencing with the black pieces. In their exchange of moves, they quickly progressed beyond 20 turns. Initially, Qin Yunju played swiftly, her moves instinctive and assured. However, as they approached the 30-move mark, it became evident that defeat awaited the black pieces, with no chance of recovery. "I concede. Your skills in Go are truly remarkable," Qin Yunju admitted, shaking her head as she surrendered her pieces. Chen Fan had attentively observed the game, and by its conclusion, he had gained a profound understanding of the puzzle. It was not that Qin Yunju lacked skill. Rather, the scholar was exceptionally formidable. "My husband, you should try as well. Your prowess in Go surpasses mine, and I believe you stand a chance," Qin Yunju encouraged, stepping back to speak to Chen Fan. Having played many games together, she was well aware of his superior abilities. Does this young gentleman also possess a talent for Go? Since you are proficient, why not engage in a match? You have already paid a silver coin, so please do take a seat. The scholar meticulously rearranged the chess pieces, then lifted his head to smile at Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan nodded and took a seat. Since his fiancée had not disrupted the game, it was incumbent upon him, as her betrothed, to reclaim the honor. Grasping a black piece, Chen Fan decisively placed it on the 5th or 6th position. The moment the piece landed, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Was he not merely causing chaos? Did he even know how to play? The crowd buzzed with speculation, utterly perplexed. For with this move, Chen Fan had essentially severed his own path, jeopardizing his formidable dragon. Chapter 148. The Hand of God. Even Qin Yunju, who stood nearby, furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to comprehend Chen Fan's intentions. The scholar scrutinized the situation for a moment, and then sighed. "Young sir, are you deliberately trying to create chaos?" Chen Fan paid no heed to the remarks, merely smiling and responding, "What I am doing is to place myself in a desperate situation to emerge anew. If you do not understand, it is better to remain silent. As for the outcome, you shall soon find out. Now, it is your turn to play. Do not linger there in a daze." The scholar, momentarily taken aback, picked up a chess piece and resumed the game. He disregarded Chen Fan's thoughts, continuing to advance at his own steady pace. The two engaged in the match as if they had played dozens of times before, effortlessly making several moves without a moment's reflection. As they reached over 20 moves, the surrounding spectators began to shake their heads and sigh. "Stop watching. This match is already lost. I told you, playing like this is sheer folly. How can one possibly win? This is a path to self-destruction. Surely this lad is merely playing for amusement?" Among the onlookers behind Chen Fan stood an elderly man, seemingly well-versed in the art of chess, who stroked his beard and sighed. The black pieces on the board appeared to be in a dire situation. Even an untrained eye could discern the unfavorable circumstances. "Young sir, will you not concede defeat? Your chances are all but extinguished," the scholar remarked with a smile, his gaze towards Chen Fan filled with confidence. Unfazed, Chen Fan replied calmly, "It is still premature to speak of such matters. I believe we should diligently finish this match before discussing the results." As soon as Chen Fan uttered these words, a piece fell at the center of the board. The moment it landed, the surrounding chatter ceased abruptly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Chen Fan's move had astonishingly altered the entire situation, revitalizing the game and showcasing what could only be described as a divine maneuver. The once ailing black pieces now found themselves in a position of advantage. All the previously perceived blunders had seamlessly interconnected, transforming into a brilliant strategy. The scholar stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, rendered speechless. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, quickly coalescing into a single droplet that rolled down his brow. How is this possible? His expression was one of disbelief, yet the current state of the game left no room for doubt. Engrossed in thought for an interminable moment, sweat continued to cascade down his face until, in a moment of hesitation, he dropped a piece with none of his earlier vigor. Yet, the offensive of the black pieces persisted, growing ever more ferocious, while the white pieces dwindled into irrelevance, collapsing in disarray. Chen Fan's moves became increasingly rapid, requiring no contemplation, while the scholar's pace slowed dramatically, his forehead glistening with anxiety. With a weary sigh, the scholar chose to concede defeat, abandoning his struggle. "Young sir, your chess skills are truly profound. I am humbled in your presence." With that, the scholar rose, his eyes filled with reverence. Who could have anticipated encountering such a master simply by setting up a stall? The surrounding onlookers were also filled with astonishment, as the scene was truly spectacular. Initially, they believed Chen Fan's first move was that of an amateur, executed haphazardly, yet it turned out to be a masterstroke. A demonstration of a skilled player's ability to turn the tables in dire circumstances. The disparity in their levels was overwhelmingly apparent. They simply could not comprehend it. "My dear husband, you are truly remarkable. Did you perhaps let me win in our earlier game?" Qing Yunzhu gazed at Chen Fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Fan gently ruffled her hair and smiled faintly, opting not to respond to her query. The scholar bit his lip, hesitating briefly before he spoke. "Young sir, your chess skills are profoundly exceptional, a rarity in a lifetime. Shall we engage in another match?" Chen Fan cast a deep glance at him, ultimately shaking his head and replying calmly, "Not today, perhaps another time. I have some matters to attend to at present." "What a pity," the scholar lamented, his expression one of regret. He stepped aside, gesturing towards the prizes behind him. "Please choose your reward, young sir. You may take whichever you desire. Your ability to resolve this intricate situation has indeed been of great assistance to me." Without a word, Chen Fan turned to Qing Yunzhu, asking, "Which one do you wish for?" She pointed to a particular chess manual behind the scholar, saying, "I would like that one." The scholar, upon hearing her request, promptly retrieved the manual and handed it over. Once he had the manual in his possession, Chen Fan showed no inclination to linger. He took Qing Yunzhu's hand and departed. The spectators, witnessing the conclusion of the game and the pair's decision not to engage further, departed in contemplative murmurs, as if they had gained some insight. The scholar watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, his expression falling into deep contemplation, before he sighed softly and revealed a faint smile. "Tell me, what do you perceive of this individual?" Suddenly, a peculiar figure clad in white, with hair and beard as white as snow and an air of authority, emerged behind the scholar. The elder exuded vitality, embodying the essence of an ethereal being, as if he had truly descended from the heavens. His most striking feature was his pair of eyes, immensely profound, seemingly harboring the essence of the universe, stars in motion, encompassing all landscapes and realms. Imbued with the weight of worldly experiences, "Disciple greets the master," the scholar exclaimed, turning to bow with utmost reverence upon hearing the voice behind him. Reflecting on the elder's earlier inquiry, he hesitated before responding. This individual possesses an exceptionally rare destiny, as vast and unfathomable as the celestial bodies. I find it challenging to grasp. My skills are insufficient. Even after meticulous calculations and considerations during our game, I could not discern his fate. It is as if some divine secret shrouds his destiny, rendering it obscure and inscrutable beyond the reach of others. The old man caressed his beard, casting a satisfied glance at the young scholar before chuckling. "Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. It is evident that you have made remarkable progress, my disciple. You are now ready to embark on your journey." The scholar, somewhat taken aback by the elder's response, pressed on with his inquiry. "Master, I do not comprehend your meaning." The elder smiled gently and replied, "This individual possesses a fate that is exceedingly rare in this world, a treasure that has been scarce throughout history. The auspicious energy from the east heralds unparalleled nobility. He is a hidden dragon, merely awaiting the right moment. I fear he shall soon soar to the heavens. Even I, as your master, can only glimpse a fraction of this." Chapter 149. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion. What? How is this possible? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and exclaimed in astonishment. The elderly figure before him, his master, was no ordinary being. This was the renowned elder of Heavenly Machine, who was said to possess the ability to calculate the fates of all under heaven. There was nothing in this world that he could not decipher if he so wished. With just a glance, he could unravel the destinies of mortals. Even the most exalted emperors of various kingdoms could be scrutinized with merely a fraction of his effort. Yet now, Chen Fan had elicited a response from his master that suggested only a glimpse could be gleaned, which left him utterly astounded. Could it be that Chen Fan's fate surpassed that of the emperors by a considerable margin? The old man stroked his beard and sighed. "Disciple, You overestimate me. I am, after all, not a deity and cannot perceive all that transpires in this world. The affairs of the universe are unpredictable, and the truths of existence are far beyond our mortal comprehension. The middle-aged man came to a sudden realization and bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, Master, since Chen Fan's fate is so extraordinary, should we not revise our rankings? If I am not mistaken, his strength must extend beyond what is outwardly apparent. The elder chuckled heartily. There is no need for alteration. We shall publish the current rankings as they are. With that, the elder clasped his hands behind his back, turned his gaze to the heavens, and after a moment of calculation, declared, in 3 days, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion shall re-emerge in this world, and the Heavenly Machine rankings shall be celebrated far and wide. The middle-aged man acknowledged the command. Yes, Master, I understand. However, when he raised his head, he discovered that the elder's figure had long since vanished without a trace. No one knew how he had departed, nor did they hear the slightest sound. Such agility was beyond the reach of mere mortals. The middle-aged man did not linger, propelling himself upward as if he were a soaring bird. With each transformation of his form, he covered distances of 7 to 8 zhang. Moreover, as he continued his movements, his speed astonishingly increased. Eventually, he arrived atop a lofty tower in Qingzhou City. With hands clasped behind him, he gazed coldly upon the city below, as if he were elevated above the masses of humanity. Extending his right hand, he summoned forth his true essence, reaching down from his elevated position as if to envelop the entire city in his grasp. An overwhelming torrent of true essence surged forth from his hand, cascading like a waterfall, amplifying his presence to a pinnacle that resembled a towering mountain, inspiring awe. The middle-aged man's aura was that of a master at the pinnacle of his craft, a formidable figure among the grandmasters. Who dares to act recklessly here? A furious roar echoed from a distance, and a figure suddenly burst forth from the town guard's office, charging directly toward the tower. This person was none other than the renowned 1,000 household officer, Chen Fan. However, upon his swift arrival, he found nothing at the location. All prior sensations seemed but an illusion. However, Chen Fan's expression shifted continuously, for he was certain that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. As a grandmaster, if he could not discern the aura of a peer in the same realm, then his years of cultivation would indeed have been in vain. Generally speaking, a grandmaster can effortlessly return to their true essence at will. It is only when they recklessly unleash their true energy that others may detect their presence. This was akin to when Chen Fan vanquished the 7 fiends of the desert. Although he displayed his grandmaster prowess, he did not unleash his full force, revealing it only for a brief moment. Thus Chen Fan remained oblivious. At that time, only the troops who heard the sounds of battle were present. However, a grandmaster who brazenly released their true energy atop the tower in Qingzhou City was essentially issuing a challenge, prompting organizations such as the Jinui to initiate an investigation. TSK. It seems he has unwittingly attracted considerable attention. How should he proceed? The middle-aged man sighed, retracting his entire aura as he mingled within the crowd. Indistinguishable from an ordinary scholar. Although he feigned uncertainty, not a trace of fear lingered within him. He cast a glance at the distant tower, inwardly chuckling. Provoking the Great Hua dynasty was out of the question. He had merely sought to gauge the reactions of the major forces stationed in the imperial city. As anticipated, the first to arrive were the experts from the Jinui. Alas, it seems peace in Qingzhou City will be elusive. Perhaps it is time for me to depart. With his hands clasped behind his back, the middle-aged man leisurely exited Qingzhou City. Time swiftly passed, and soon Chen Fan's holiday came to an end. During this period, he had shared unforgettable moments with Qin Yunju, but now it was time to set aside the warmth of those days and labor at the Jinfu office. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Fan immediately noticed numerous Jinui engaged in hushed discussions. With his grandmaster hearing, he effortlessly eavesdropped on their conversation. Did you hear? The Tiangong Pavilion has re-emerged in the world, releasing the Tiangong list. Who doesn't he know? The moment this list was unveiled, the martial realm was thrown into a frenzy over its honor, as if their minds had turned to mush. Just the other day, a certain Yi Chun, claiming to be unmatched in swordsmanship, challenged Lin Shan of the Lin family at the city gate. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Lin Shan was left with a severed arm and his cultivation severely diminished. Now Yi Chun has become renowned throughout the martial world. But don't laugh too soon. Despite his newfound fame, his life will not be easy. He has made a mortal enemy of the Lin family, and he will likely be pursued relentlessly in the days to come. With this list now circulating, one wonders whether it is a boon or a bane for the martial world. The gathering genii were filled with a mix of emotions. Among those conversing were some of his own men, and Chen Fan approached, inquiring, "What are you discussing so animatedly? Pray, enlighten me." Immediately, a chief flag responded, "My lord, we are discussing the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion." Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Hadn't it been declared closed some time ago? This pavilion is a renowned force in the martial world, yet despite its formidable reputation, it has always remained elusive and shrouded in mystery. It is said that the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion has been passed down through countless generations, rivaling even the two great sects of Buddhism and Taoism. The existence of these three sects predates the lineage of any dynasty. Chapter 150. The Earth ranking forth the Heavenly Machine Pavilion maintains a stance of complete neutrality. Harboring no biases or inclinations towards any faction, it refrains from intervening in the myriad disputes of the martial world, solely focusing on the intelligence it possesses. Each generation of the pavilion's masters is regarded as a semi-divine being, possessing the extraordinary ability to perceive the world and calculate the cosmos. The most renowned aspect of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is undoubtedly its various rankings, collectively known as the Heavenly Rankings. These rankings encompass a wide array of categories, including assessments of martial experts, evaluations of divine weapons, and even rankings of enchanting beauties. Among these, the most captivating are the rankings of martial experts, the Celestial, Earth, and Human rankings. The Celestial ranking chronicles the 36 Supreme Grandmasters. The Earth ranking lists the Grandmasters, while the Human ranking showcases the youthful prodigies. The Weapon ranking records the legendary weapons of the realm, also capturing the attention of martial artists. In addition, numerous other rankings have garnered significant interest within the martial world. Regardless of one's area of concern, there is assuredly a ranking that satisfies one's curiosity. Consequently, the pursuit of these rankings has driven martial artists to the brink of desperation, resulting in untold bloodshed and turmoil over matters of fame and fortune. However, for reasons unknown, 20 years ago, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion abruptly announced a temporary closure, and the rankings vanished without a trace. Although some individuals attempted to create their own rankings, none gained recognition. An exception, however, was the notorious blacklist established by the dynasty. While perhaps not entirely accurate, it stands as the only ranking acknowledged by the public, albeit inferior to the Heavenly Rankings. As its name implies, the blacklist ranks those notorious for their malevolent deeds within the martial world. The individuals listed are effectively targets for extermination by the dynasty. Prominently featured on the blacklist are numerous formidable experts from the demon sect, including the sect leader and various protectors. However, aside from the sect leader, who is relatively well known, the others are shrouded in mystery, their fates unknown. Oh, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion has resurfaced and begun releasing the Heavenly Rankings? Chen Fan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, my lord, his subordinate replied eagerly. Just a few days ago, the pavilion re-emerged, unveiling a series of the latest rankings, which has stirred considerable commotion within the martial world. Chen Fan had been accompanying Qin Yunzhu during this period. The Qing family was not a martial clan and therefore lacked information regarding such matters. As a practitioner himself, he found himself intrigued by the rankings. Just then, his excited subordinate added, "My lord, your name is also among them." "What? I am listed as well." "Yes, and not merely on the Human ranking, but on the Earth ranking itself." As he spoke, he produced a document and presented it. This was indeed the latest Earth ranking announced by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, featuring a list of 72 Grandmasters. Fourth on the Earth ranking, Chen Fan, the vice captain of the Imperial Guards of the Dahua dynasty, merely 18 years of age, yet already at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. His lineage remains obscure, and the specifics of his martial arts are shrouded in mystery. However, he possesses profound mastery in finger techniques, swordplay, and lightness skills, leading to speculation that he may have received enlightenment from a reclusive master, seamlessly integrating this power into his own cultivation without any adverse effects. During his time in Ningzhou, Chen Fan escorted the Snow Ginseng into the capital, eliminating all assassins from the Storm Tower along the way, as well as dispatching several Grandmasters. As he perused the ranking list, he noted that each of the Grandmasters listed hailed from esteemed lineages, and most were considerably older than he. In contrast, his youthful presence was strikingly conspicuous. The intelligence capabilities of the Tianji Pavilion are commendable, yet they are not omniscient. Hence, their understanding of Chen Fan's true strength was derived from indirect observations. They deduced his Grandmaster prowess based on his performance during the escort of the Snow Ginseng. Any undisclosed aspects of his abilities remained entirely unknown to the Tianji Pavilion, rendering them inadequate for reference. "My lord, You have indeed reached the pinnacle of Grand Master and ascended to the Earth ranking. Second only to Lord Chen Fan in our department, remarked a nearby Imperial Guard, gazing at Chen Fan with admiration. The presence of such a formidable expert was palpable. The proximity of a Grand Master, who stood on the cusp of becoming a great Grand Master, was awe-inspiring. While they had long recognized Chen Fan's astonishing talent and prowess, the extent of his strength remained elusive to the Imperial Guards. With the publication of this ranking, they now comprehended that Chen Fan was indeed the fourth-ranked Grand Master. It was no wonder that during his encounters with those 100 captains, he could dispatch them with a mere strike, reducing them to mere clouds of blood. Chen Fan smiled, offering no response to their reverence. A true Grand Master at the pinnacle might revel in such admiration, eager to flaunt his achievements. Yet for him, it was a matter of little significance. The pinnacle of Grand Master was merely a superficial display of strength. His true capabilities remained known only to him. Oh, but there was one who knew, the enigmatic great Grand Master in theatrical garb who had mysteriously appeared during battle. This was the first time Chen Fan had allowed an opponent to escape, granting that elusive old man a successful retreat. To this day, Chen Fan had not uncovered any information regarding the identity of that old man. Upon his return, he immediately sought intelligence on this formidable figure within the Imperial Guards. Yet none could provide any leads on the old man. Such a great Grand Master was a rare entity in the entire martial world. As Chen Fan pondered, a senior officer of the Imperial Guards approached and saluted, saying, "My lord, Captain requests your presence." "Very well, I shall go at once," Chen Fan replied, nodding before making his way towards Captain Chen Fan's quarters. The esteemed Qianhu no longer requires a prefix. The only individual that Chen Fan must address with such respect is Chen Fan. For the other Qianhus, Chen Fan need not extend such formalities, as they harbor a certain trepidation towards him. Upon arriving at the entrance, the sound of Chen Fan's laughter resonated beyond the door, evidently indicative of his buoyant spirits. As Chen Fan stepped into the grand hall, he clasped his hands in salute and proclaimed, "Your subordinate, Chen Fan, is here to pay his respects." Chen Fan, holding a sheet of paper in his hands, replied with a smile, "Did I not mention before that there is no need for such formalities when you see me?" This was unmistakably the list published by the Tianji Pavilion regarding the local rankings. On his desk lay several other lists, suggesting his keen interest in the matter. Chapter 151-13 Guardians Chen Fan waved his hand and chuckled, "My lord, you flatter me. I cannot take such words to heart. If I were to overstep my bounds, it would disrupt the established order, which would be quite unfortunate." Chen Fan laughed heartily. "Ah, young man, so you have gained an advantage and now play coy, have you? What is order, if not defined by strength? You, Chen Fan, are now the fourth-ranked master on the Earth ranking at just 18 years of age. As a rare genius throughout history, your very existence embodies the essence of order." Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly, "My lord, you jest. The rankings of the Tianji Pavilion may not be entirely accurate. There are countless masters in the world, and the depth of each sect is not easily discerned. My fourth place is merely a superficial glance. Moreover, I believe the Tianji Pavilion harbors ill intentions. Placing me at fourth merely invites trouble. After all, most practitioners in the martial world seek fame and fortune, and this ranking feels akin to placing me on a roasting spit." He recalled how the previous rankings of the Tianji list had sparked fierce competition among martial experts. Even now, he suspected little had changed. The masters on the Earth ranking were all long-established figures, and the sudden emergence of a young contender like Chen Fan at the forefront would undoubtedly attract attention and challenges, with many likely feeling aggrieved. Furthermore, the Tianji list had specifically mentioned that Chen Fan's prowess was allegedly attained through external means rather than personal cultivation, which would only fuel discontent among many masters. Those eager to make a name for themselves on the Earth ranking would likely see Chen Fan as their primary target, and it wouldn't be long before challengers began to appear. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "Fame undoubtedly brings its advantages. Should our Jinui fear a resounding reputation? Without it, how can we intimidate the nefarious figures of the martial world? Your fourth place brings honor to our Jinui, and as you represent the court, His Majesty will surely be pleased with this news. Initially, we intended to delay your reward, but given your current strength, we have decided to present it to you now." With a clap of his hands, Chen Fan called out, "Bring forth the items." At his command, a flag bearer entered, carrying a tray. Chen Fan recognized this scene well. It was a sign of promotion. However, he wondered how he had suddenly been elevated from deputy Qianhu to Qianhu. The tray held a token and a set of flying fish attire. Chen Fan looked at Chen Fan with some confusion, anticipating an explanation. Chen Fan personally took the tray and proclaimed, Deputy Chen Fan, with exceptional talent and numerous remarkable achievements. Following discussions among the Jinui leadership and a decree from His Majesty, you are hereby appointed as the 13th guardian of the Jinui. With that, Shen Shinran extended the tray forward. Chen Fan stepped forward to receive the tray and respectfully said, "Your humble servant Chen Fan expresses his gratitude for your Majesty's benevolence. Long live the Emperor." He then turned to Shen Shinran, smiling as he added, "I thank you for your esteemed recognition, my lord." Shen Shinran smiled contentedly and replied, "Rise. The position of the 13 guardians has long been vacant, yet suitable candidates were elusive. With your presence, it is now complete. You are now one of the 13 guardians. So there is no need to address me as my lord. Simply call me third brother." Upon hearing this title, Chen Fan's eyelids twitched slightly, setting aside their age difference. Shen Shinran was likely older than his own father, and this abrupt address felt rather disorienting. Moreover, the title third brother often reminded him of a peculiar ethnic group from his past life, which further added to his unease. Noticing Chen Fan's discomfort, Shen Shinran spoke up. "Though we may not be brothers by blood, we shall be closer than brothers in the future. Calling me third brother is perfectly acceptable." With this assurance, Chen Fan decided to abandon his hesitation and responded with a cheerful, "All right, third brother." Shen Shinran immediately acknowledged him with a hearty laugh, clearly in high spirits. He patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and permitted him to depart. After leaving the command post, Chen Fan returned to his chambers to don his new flying fish uniform and experience its fit. The fabric of this uniform was truly exceptional. He had heard that a single piece could cost several thousand taels of silver. However, the steep price was justified, as wearing it was undeniably comfortable. The flying fish uniform of the 13 guardians was of an even higher quality than that of the common commandants. Adorning this uniform elevated Chen Fan's demeanor, bestowing upon him an aura of remarkable valor and a commanding presence. While the flying fish uniform was merely a gift, the true significance lay in the token he had received. Although the token appeared similar to his previous one, even retaining the title of Deputy Commandant, it granted him considerably greater authority and status than the average commandant. Should he issue a command, even the commandants would be obliged to obey. The previous 13 guardians had all ascended to their positions after being appointed as commandants, making Chen Fan's case a notable exception. He had been promoted to the 13 guardians while still holding the title of Deputy Commandant. However, Chen Fan's current prowess was sufficient to instill fear among the petty and the nefarious, leaving no one to question the appropriateness of this arrangement. Exiting his room, every movement of Chen Fan exuded the authority of a higher power. His presence radiated both the dignity of his elevated status and the formidable aura of a powerful cultivator. The imperial guards he encountered along the way paused momentarily upon seeing him, before respectfully bowing their heads in salute. No one dared to laugh heartily. The disparity in status was too great, creating a lamentable barrier between him and the ordinary folk. "Greetings, esteemed lord," they proclaimed. Indeed, Chen Fan replied with a mere acknowledgement, exuding an air of authority. As previously surmised, the emergence of the heavenly secrets ranking, which reverberated throughout the world, immediately stirred a tempest within the martial realm. Most individuals on the renowned list were either disciples from prestigious sects or celebrated young heroes of the martial world, thus ensuring a semblance of fairness amidst the ensuing tumult. However, the list of the Earth ranking truly incited a storm of controversy. Chapter 152, Division of Life and Death, and ranking the top 3 individuals on the Earth ranking are formidable masters renowned within their prestigious sects, each possessing over a decade of experience in navigating the martial world. These 3 not only command widespread recognition in the realm, but also hold significant authority within their own sections. In truth, they belong to an entirely different generation than Chen Fan, who is merely 18 years old this year. At such a tender age, many perceive him as still in his infancy. What credentials does he possess to compare himself with so many esteemed predecessors on the ranking? At 18, many martial artists are just embarking on their journeys, or have yet to do so. Not only is Chen Fan not listed among the top ranks, but he is also the youngest in the human rankings. The thought that Chen Fan has already attained the position of Deputy Qianhu in the Jinui at such a young age has led others to speculate that there must be some hidden agenda behind this ranking. Achieving such status at his age surely implies that he has influential connections. A peak master in his teens? Surely, one must be delusional. The Earth ranking explicitly states that such accomplishments stem from external guidance rather than personal cultivation. Look at his title. It suggests that he has powerful backing, perhaps securing a master to provide him with such insights. It appears that the Tianji Pavilion is not as impartial as it claims. How naive I was to believe in its fairness. I never anticipated such a scandal to emerge so soon. How envious I am, wishing for a master to bestow upon me similar guidance. The act of receiving such enlightenment is akin to wielding a cheat code. Although these individuals in the martial world vocally condemn Chen Fan, attributing various labels to him, deep down, they harbor immense envy, wishing that they could be the ones receiving scorn instead. Let us be honest, who would not covet such an opportunity? The pinnacle of mastery is a realm that many warriors strive for throughout their lives, yet few can attain. Consequently, a considerable number of individuals in the martial world have arisen, simultaneously cursing Chen Fan for being unworthy of the earth ranking while asserting that the Tianji Pavilion has accepted bribes and is utterly unjust, insisting that Chen Fan should be removed from the list. However, in truth, this group harbors the deepest jealousy towards Chen Fan. I am utterly enraged. Is the Tianji Pavilion mad? How could they place such a greenhorn ahead of me, allowing him to mock my accomplishments? A fierce-looking middle-aged man roared within a manner. Chen Fan, just wait. I shall soon challenge him and expose the Tianji Pavilion's disgrace to the world. Calm down. I advise you to maintain your composure and refrain from such impulsive behavior. A man in a blue robe sitting beside him sipped his tea steadily. Have you not seen his record? He indeed possesses genuine strength. The masters he has defeated are more than just a handful, each one a true master in their own right. Within the realm of martial prowess, there are indeed formidable individuals whose names are etched into the annals of history. Compared to you, they are not significantly different. Your reckless advance is tantamount to courting death. Nonsense. If Chen Fan can slay these individuals, why can't I? The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his anger undiminished as he bellowed. Just because Chen Fan can kill them does not mean he can vanquish me. I am not afraid of him. He is merely an 18-year-old brat. Does he even deserve such regard? The man in the azure robe shook his head. It is one thing for common folk to speak so, but do you truly doubt the words of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Surely, they cannot be mistaken. At worst, they may have understated the rankings, but they would never overstate them. Humph. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot swallow this indignation. Mark my words. He is as good as dead. I am determined to kill him, and even the gods cannot stop me. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on the large blade in his hand. Why are you so consumed with rage? Chen Fan has not wronged you. The rankings are established by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Why not direct your ire towards them instead? What need is there to pursue Chen Fan? The man in the azure robe implored. Why not engage in a friendly spar? Is it not said that a name does not guarantee merit? You will discover the truth in the encounter. Humph. How can one discern superiority without risking life and death? This is the essence of our martial ethos. The middle-aged man continued to roar before seizing his blade and storming out, heading straight for Qingzhou City. The man in the azure robe sat back in his chair, watching his retreating figure with a resigned shake of his head and a sigh. Ultimately, he drained his cup and followed after him. This formidable figure was known as Tang Shan, ranked 7th on the local leaderboard and a renowned master at the pinnacle of his craft. High atop a mountain shrouded in mist, where peaks undulated and pavilions rose, lay the stronghold of the most powerful sword sect of the Dahua dynasty, the Zhongling sect. In the square before the Grand Hall, thousands of disciples were practicing their swordplay, the glimmering blades creating a mesmerizing spectacle of power and grace. Within the Grand Hall, an elderly man with a youthful countenance, his hair and beard a striking white, sat cross-legged. Resting on his lap was a sword still sheathed. Yet the formidable aura of its blade radiated with astonishing intensity. The invisible sword intent flowed through the air, creating ripples in the fabric of space. Under his command, this sword intent danced like playful fish, gliding effortlessly through the ether. However, with but a thought from the elder, these ethereal entities could transform into lethal strikes, capable of extinguishing life in an instant. This venerable elder was none other than the current master of the Zhongling sect, Xia Honyun. Ah, master brother, your sword intent grows increasingly terrifying. I have no hope of surpassing you, remarked a slightly inebriated elder who approached, a gourd of wine in hand. This man, also white-haired, appeared to be of the same generation as Xia Honyun. Xia Honyun opened his eyes, retracting the sword intent that enveloped him. Junior brother, what brings you here unexpectedly today? Xia Honyun inquired with a slight smile directed at the elder. The elder tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, slowly responding. Is it not for the matter concerning Yi Yin? It was not long ago that his cultivation stagnated, and our carefree junior brother suggested he descend the mountain in search of a new path. Who would have thought he would vanish without a trace? Xia Hongyun sighed. Indeed. What a pity it is. Who could have anticipated he would align himself with the powerful? Truly, he has squandered his own future. He was once a promising talent in the way of the sword. The junior brother remarked, this time, with the re-emergence of the Tianji Pavilion. One named Chen Fan is likely the very culprit behind his demise. While others may be unaware of this achievement, we are all too cognizant of the truth. Chapter 153. Life and Death Indifferent. Although Lin Yun has strayed from the righteous path, he remains our disciple, and it would be unjust for him to perish without clarity. Many elders in our sect have clamored for vengeance. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter, senior brother? They are too intimidated to approach you directly, which is why I have taken the liberty to speak on their behalf. Xia Hongyun offered a faint smile, refraining from an immediate response. Instead, he countered, "And what is your perspective, junior brother?" The junior brother shook the gourd in his hand, tilting his head back to sip some wine, then burped and remarked, "In my view, the world of martial arts is ruthless, governed by the law of the jungle. Since Lin Yun chose to serve the powerful and made the decision to eliminate Chen Fan, he must bear the consequences of his actions. If he had triumphed, there would be nothing more to discuss. However, having failed, he has merely walked the path to his own demise. Frankly speaking, we should not involve ourselves in this matter any further. Our disciples should traverse the world relying on their own swords, rather than depending on others. If Lin Yun had been ambushed or slain by the previous generation, seeking retribution would be justifiable. Yet, Chen Fan is merely an 18-year-old youth. If we were to make a grand spectacle of our vengeance, it would only serve to ridicule our Tsangyun sect in the eyes of the world. At that point, we might lose our reputation without achieving our revenge. To be honest, I have no intention of pursuing vengeance." The junior brother shook his head, his demeanor akin to one who had indulged too deeply in drink. Xia Hongyun replied calmly, "Your sentiments echo my own. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could discuss this matter with the elders and convey that our Tsangling sect shall not engage in such acts of bullying the weak. The elder generation will surely oppose any return to the fray, but if the younger generation possesses such thoughts and believes themselves capable, then let them proceed. However, we shall remain indifferent to life and death." The junior brother returned the gourd to his waist, chuckling, "Ah, senior brother, your realm is undoubtedly far beyond mine. I am truly in awe of you." Xia Hongyun gently caressed the sword in his hand, smiling slightly. "Junior brother, your capabilities are not to be dismissed. If you were to spend less time indulging in wine, it is likely I would not surpass you." The junior brother turned to descend the mountain, his hearty laughter echoing. "Ha ha ha, senior brother, after all these years, you still do not understand me? The practice of swordsmanship is far too cumbersome. My only ambition is to revel in wine and joy. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now." In an instant, the junior brother's figure faded, accompanied by his voice, leaving Xia Hongyun with a gentle smile as he watched him disappear from view. He felt a sense of helplessness toward his junior brother's character. The latter's talent was certainly commendable, perhaps even surpassing his own. Regrettably, this junior brother remained steadfast in his declarations of preferring drink over discipline, and indeed, he acted accordingly. Nevertheless, despite this, the junior brother was merely a fraction weaker than others. Compared to the other elders of the Tsangling sect, he was significantly stronger. In a desolate forest, a sect stood resolutely, the notorious Xiao Kuaihua sect. The disciples of this sect were renowned for their capriciousness. One moment, they might be engaged in light-hearted banter, and the next, they could erupt into violence over mere words. These individuals were merciless killers, earning a reputation for madness in the martial world. "Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, how amusing." A middle-aged man with blood-red hair sat cross-legged in the grand hall, his gaze frenzied as he studied the rankings in his hands. "I once believed myself the strongest among masters, yet to my surprise, there are 4 individuals in the eyes of the Tiangong Pavilion who surpass me. Indeed, there is always a greater sky and greater beings beyond." This man was none other than Rong Xiao, the vice leader of the Xiao Kuaihua sect. His tone bore no hint of anger. Rather, it was imbued with a sense of delight. No one wishes to admit inferiority, for as the saying goes, in literature, there is no first, in martial arts, no second. Everyone strives to rise above others. Although the Tiangong Pavilion ranked him 5th, it only fueled his desire for battle, igniting a determination to defeat the 4 above him and prove to the world who truly deserved the title of the foremost master. Vice leader. The top 3 rankings belong to the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Tsangling sect, all formidable sects with resources and masters that surpass yours. It is understandable that they currently outshine you. You need not concern yourself with them. They are merely a step ahead for now. The threshold to transcend into the Grand Master realm is not something easily crossed. It requires both opportunity and talent. Many geniuses have faltered at this juncture throughout history, remarked an elder seated nearby. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," another elder chimed in. "While resources are significant, the essence of breaking through the Grand Master realm lies in talent and fortune. I believe the vice leader possesses greater strengths in these aspects than the three of them. The three are currently engrossed in intensive training, striving to elevate their levels. I am confident the vice leader will eventually surpass them. As for Chen Fan, he is merely a fortunate lad who has received guidance. He will likely have no opportunity to compete with you in the future, so there is no need to concern yourself with him. The third elder spoke with evident disdain, asserting, relying on bestowed power has doomed him to a life of mediocrity. The pinnacle of the master realm shall be his crowning achievement. While he may temporarily rank above the vice leader, he holds no potential for future competition. This is one of the major drawbacks of bestowed power. It often results in the recipient being unable to transcend into the Grand Master realm. Although it cannot be said with certainty, historically, those who have received such bestowals have had an exceedingly slim chance of ultimately reaching the Grand Master status. This is precisely why major sects refrain from employing bestowed power as a means of transmitting cultivation to their disciples. Otherwise, why would those formidable Grand Masters choose to retain their cultivation until death rather than bequeathing it to their descendants? They would rather grant their successors a fleeting opportunity to seek their own fortunes than risk annihilating their future for this reason. I perceive it differently. Chen Fan may not have attained this realm solely through enlightenment. To our eyes, he resembles a true prodigy of extraordinary talent. A calm voice resonated within the grand hall, striking like a thunderclap upon the tranquil ground. Chapter 154. The execution of Chen Fan. Who is that? Rong Xiaoyao and several elders were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of cold apprehension as they gazed toward the source of the sound. Outside the grand hall, a figure was swiftly approaching. Initially, this figure appeared as nothing more than a mirror, but in the blink of an eye, he had entered the hall. This was a man clad in a long robe, his face obscured by a mask, completely shrouded from head to toe. An aura of terror emanated from him, enveloping the hall as if it were besieged by countless malevolent spirits, instantly dispersing the bizarre atmosphere within and overwhelming both the elders and Rong Xiaoyao. Who exactly are you? The realization of the man's terrifying power struck them. Merely his oppressive aura rendered them immobile. A grandmaster, and one even stronger than the sect leader. The elders' expressions varied, yet they all shared a sense of reverence and trepidation, gazing cautiously at the man within the hall, their throats constricting as they swallowed nervously. The sheer horror of his overwhelming strength left them at a loss for words. This man had subdued them simply through his presence. Should he desire to take their lives, it would be an effortless task. Silence enveloped the scene, soon broken by a voice. Your Excellency, the Ghost Emperor, we sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive us. It was indeed Rong Xiaoyao who spoke. Among the gathered, he was the only one still capable of offering a semblance of resistance against the Ghost Emperor's imposing presence. He then took a step forward, bowing deeply in a show of utmost respect. Ghost Emperor, could it be that you are the renowned Ghost Emperor? The elders were astounded at the revelation. They had not anticipated that the figure in black robes who had entered the hall was none other than the illustrious Ghost Emperor of the Demon Sect. The Demon Sect was the foremost faction within the Great Hua dynasty, teeming with masters of formidable prowess, far surpassing their own sect. The mere presence of the Ghost Emperor in front of them was sufficient to annihilate their sect without the need for assistance from others. Yet, the elders were perplexed as to why the Ghost Emperor had suddenly appeared at their sect, and why their deputy sect leader seemed to be acquainted with him. He had never spoken of such prior interactions. It is of no consequence. Please rise. The Ghost Emperor remarked dismissively, casting a glance at the bowing Rong Xiaoyao, his aura of oppression dissipating effortlessly. As the oppressive atmosphere lifted, the elders straightened, exhaling in relief. In that brief interlude, they had perspired profusely, their garments betraying the signs of their unease. Ghost Emperor, please take a seat here. Should there be anything you require, do not hesitate to command us. We are prepared to face any peril, be it climbing mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire. Rong Xiaoyao lowered his head and gestured towards his seat, saying, no need. The Ghost Emperor, with his hands clasped behind his back and his posture upright, spoke with a calm demeanor. I have come here with a specific task for you. Should you accomplish it to my satisfaction, the rewards will undoubtedly be considerable. Taking a deep breath, Rong Xiaoyao refrained from naively inquiring about the potential benefits and instead hesitantly asked, might I inquire what matter is of such significance that it requires our assistance? The Ghost Emperor chuckled softly and replied, I require your help to eliminate a certain individual. Rong Xiaoyao inquired, who is it that necessitates the Ghost Emperor's personal directive? The Ghost Emperor replied languidly, the deputy captain of the Jinui, Chen Fan. Astonished, the gathered individuals gasped in surprise. They had just been discussing this man, dismissing him as merely a fortunate individual with no promising future. Now, they found themselves tasked by the Ghost Emperor to eliminate him. This raised questions in their minds. Why would the Ghost Emperor wish to eliminate someone of such seemingly little consequence? Surely a mere grandmaster would not warrant his attention. Rong Xiaoyao, perplexed, ventured to voice his thoughts. The ranks of the demonic sect were filled with formidable experts, and the Ghost Emperor himself possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing that of his father. If one wished to dispose of Chen Fan, surely any random member of the sect could suffice. Why involve them at all? It seemed an unnecessary endeavor. Even the Ghost Emperor himself could effortlessly dispatch him with a single strike. While Chen Fan held a position on the Earth ranking, the disparity between a Grandmaster and a Grandmaster of the Great Order was immeasurable. They were simply not comparable. Before the Ghost Emperor, Chen Fan was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Why then would the Ghost Emperor take such a keen interest in his demise? If he wished for the man to be slain, why not undertake the task personally? In matters concerning the demonic sect, nothing was trivial, especially one shrouded in such ambiguity. Rong Xiaoyao's caution was palpable. The Ghost Emperor shot him a cold glance, his imposing aura re-emerging, now laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent that rendered everyone in the hall unable to stand upright. Do you believe it necessary to question my motives? Your sole obligation is to accept the directive and devise a means to fulfill it. I initially came here to consult with your father, but since he remains in seclusion, I shall discuss the matter with you, his son. You have 10 days. In 10 days, if I do not see Chen Fan's head before me, well, you understand the consequences. As he uttered this last phrase, the Ghost Emperor's figure vanished without a trace. When the others finally raised their heads, they realized the Ghost Emperor had disappeared, yet his oppressive aura lingered, suffocating them. None had noticed how or when he had departed. Deputy Leader, what course of action should we take next? Please, offer your guidance, one elder said, taking a deep breath and wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he turned to Rong Xiaoyao. The demon sect's Ghost Emperor has personally come to issue orders, indicating that this matter is undoubtedly more complex than it appears on the surface. I suspect it may even pertain to the machinations of the demon sect, possibly linked to their struggle with the Great Hua dynasty. Another elder pondered for a moment and remarked, "These are formidable forces we cannot afford to provoke. If we become embroiled, we may meet a fate worse than death. Alas, we cannot contend with the Great Hua dynasty, nor can we withstand the demon sect." The previous elder continued, "Chen Fan is undoubtedly a person of great significance to the Jinui. Should we eliminate him, we would likely face their vengeful wrath, and the consequences would be dire. Damn it, why must the Ghost Emperor compel us to undertake this task?" Chapter 155. The Minions of the Dark Sect. At this moment, Rong Xiaoyao had returned to his rightful place, listening to the elders argue for quite some time before finally clapping his hands to interrupt their heated debate. It is impossible for us to refrain from action. We cannot provoke either the Dark Sect or the Great Hua dynasty. However, if we choose inaction, we may not even survive long enough to witness the Great Hua dynasty's retaliation. Merely defying the Ghost Emperor's orders is sufficient grounds for him to annihilate us, he stated, his brow furrowed and his tone gravely serious. As a sect that could be considered a significant power, they were but mere ants before such formidable entities, easily manipulated at will. Presently, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Inaction was simply not an option. Sigh, Deputy Sect Master, just how well do you know the Ghost Emperor? One elder finally voiced his curiosity, addressing Rong Xiaoyao. It was evident from their exchange that this was not their first encounter, and their sect leader seemed to share a considerable rapport with the Ghost Emperor. With a hint of melancholy in his expression, Rong Xiaoyao replied, "That was many years ago. At that time, my father's cultivation had stagnated at the semi-grandmaster stage, unable to break through. Over time, he developed inner demons. Eventually, he could no longer endure it and sought to force a breakthrough. Regrettably, he failed during that attempt, not only suffering severe backlash, but also allowing the inner demons to seize the opportunity, nearly leading to his demise. It was at this critical juncture that the Ghost Emperor arrived and saved my father's life, not only rescuing him, but also assisting him in breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. The events that followed transpired, as you can imagine." At this point, Rong Xiaoyao's voice faltered, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. The elders, being astute individuals, understood the implications of his words. The Ghost Emperor was certainly no benevolent figure offering aid without expectation. There would undoubtedly be a price to pay. Since that day, although their sect leader remained in title, it was merely nominal. From that moment forward, their sect had become a subordinate of the Dark Sect. The Ghost Emperor's commands had become an imperative for them. Unbeknownst to them, the elders had gradually accepted their status as vassals of the Dark Sect. Despite their reluctance, The elders found themselves powerless to act. Could they truly oppose the dark sect? Even their sect leader and Rong Xiaoyao were beyond their capacity for resistance. Alas, the sect leader, one elder lamented. His expression filled with indignation, but after uttering a few words through gritted teeth, he succumbed to a deep sigh of resignation. The other elders also wore somber expressions, yet they understood the choices made. After all, in that desperate situation, who among the cultivators could withstand such trials? Severely injured with inner demons taking hold. Even survival would leave one as a mere shell of their former self. However, the Ghost Emperor not only intervened to save his life and preserve his cultivation, but also aided him in attaining the status of a Grandmaster. Had it not been for his timely assistance, the sect leader would have long since met his demise, and their sect would not have experienced its current development. Yet, the price paid for this intervention was exceedingly steep, one that the elders could scarcely bear. Rong Xiaoyao spoke in a somber tone. Over the years, my father has felt immense guilt, often regretting his decision to accept the Ghost Emperor's help, leading us to our current predicament. He frequently confides in me that he would have been better off perishing at that moment, for it might have been a blessing in disguise. Though the sect would not have risen, at least our lineage would have remained intact, avoiding the fate of becoming a mere vassal of the demonic sect, bearing an enormous burden. The ambitions of the demonic sect are vast, and the matters they scheme are beyond our reach. Should we entangle ourselves, it would bring us perilously close to severing our lineage. Throughout these years, my father has diligently cultivated, striving to enhance his strength to attain a position where he could communicate directly with the Ghost Emperor. While this may not entirely liberate us from the demonic sect's grasp, it would afford us a measure of autonomy, preventing us from being embroiled in matters beyond our capacity to resist. Such is the nature of this world. Power dictates all, and the strong may trample the weak at will. Ultimately, our sect's predicament stems from our insufficient strength, rendering us compelled to comply with the Ghost Emperor's demands, with no semblance of refusal. Although we are regarded as a prominent sect in the eyes of the world, respected by many, only we understand that this so-called prominence is but an illusion, and in the presence of true top-tier forces, we are naught but sheep, easily summoned and dismissed. Should we rouse the sect leader today and report this matter for his decision? The elders ceased their lamentations, since we could not escape this fate. It would be wiser to contemplate how to face the present circumstances. No need, Rong Xiaoyao replied coolly. My father's time in seclusion is invaluable. We must not disturb him at such a crucial moment. Since the Ghost Emperor desires us to eliminate Chen Fan, we shall proceed, but not in the name of the sect. An elder's eyes flickered with hesitation as he inquired, Deputy Sect Master, what do you mean? The others fell silent, having already surmised the decision Rong Xiaoyao was poised to make. With a commanding presence, Rong Xiaoyao declared, since Chen Fan is ranked 4th in the Earth rankings, he stands above me. I shall challenge him without issue, correct? It is entirely commonplace for casualties to arise in the contest for rankings. Should I seize this opportunity to eliminate Chen Fan, even in his demise, the Genie Wei would dare not pursue accountability against me. I am indeed curious to witness the prowess of this mere 18-year-old young Grandmaster at his peak, who dares to be ranked above me, he continued. The elders' eyes brightened, and they laughed. Deputy Sect Master, what a splendid strategy. This way, our sect will at least evade the wrathful retaliation of the Genie Wei. An elder, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concerns. However, this raises a significant question. Can our deputy leader be assured of defeating this Chen Fan and vanquishing him completely? Such words were indeed unexpected. As soon as the previous elder finished speaking, this elder immediately interjected. After all, Chen Fan merely possesses a level of cultivation obtained through external guidance. Such a feeble state cannot possibly compare to the skills honed by our deputy leader through diligent practice. Moreover, even if his cultivation were not lacking, his combat experience pales in comparison to that of the deputy leader. Chapter 156. The challenger approaches ultimately. He is merely a wet behind-the-ears youth. What could he possibly use to contend with the deputy sect master? The elders ceased their doubts, nodding in agreement, their confidence in the deputy sect master unwavering. Very well, there is nothing further to discuss, Rong Xiaoyao declared, raising his hand to halt the elders' deliberations. The Ghost Emperor has granted us a mere 10 days. I must depart immediately to seize the time. I shall set forth for Qingzhou City at once, and I trust the elders will attend to the sect's affairs diligently. Rong Xiaoyao rose and began to stride towards the exit. Deputy Sect Master, allow me to accompany you. One elder responded, also standing. It would be prudent to have someone along for support. There is no need for that. Elder, Rong Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. I am going under the pretense of challenging Chen Fan. Since this is a contest for the Earth ranking, It must be conducted with the utmost integrity. If I were to bring others, it might create an impression of bullying the weak. We are, after all, members of a notorious sect. Should an unfortunate clash arise with the Jinui, it would be easier for me to extricate myself alone. Alas, very well. Do take care, Deputy Sect Master, the elder conceded, nodding and returning to his place. Rong Xiaoyao's strength far surpassed his own. Despite being younger, he was the most formidable master they had ever encountered. In the event of a conflict, he might indeed become a burden to Rong Xiaoyao. Thus, on that very day, Rong Xiaoyao departed from the sect, hastening towards Qingzhou City with great urgency. Everything unfolded precisely as Chen Fan had anticipated. With the release of the Earth ranking, he immediately became the target of many challengers. Countless masters were eager to test their skills against him, believing this young man, who had merely been granted enlightenment, to be a soft target, convinced that his ranking was the result of some hidden machination and that he would crumble under pressure. Yet, as these masters flocked to Qingzhou City to challenge him, they remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Fan had never regarded them or this so-called Earth ranking. What esteemed individual would engage in frivolity with a child? Others might be unaware, but did Chen Fan not comprehend his true strength? His focus lay solely on the heaven ranking. Each contender on the heaven ranking was a peerless master of extraordinary prowess, their names resonating throughout the martial world. Each was a figure whose very stamp could reverberate through the realm of martial arts. Heaven ranking first, by Li Honyuan, aged 40. Identity, leader of the demon sect, a direct descendant of the former imperial lineage, possessing the blood of emperors, a half-step to the celestial realm. Experience, by Li Honyuan broke through the innate stage at 16, achieved mastery at 18, reached the pinnacle of mastery at 22, attained half-step grandmaster at 25, and finally reached grandmaster status by 27. Over the years, his cultivation progressed rapidly, now standing at the half-step to the celestial realm, a true genius of the century. Heaven ranking second, Xia Hongyun, aged 77. Identity, leader of the Tsangling sect, a master of swordsmanship, half-step to the celestial realm. Experience, Xia Hongyun has achieved perfection in the realm of the Tsangling sword, his sword heart extraordinarily pure, capable of shattering all laws of the world with a single strike. On the heavenly rankings, he is placed third, Dao Yuan, aged 89. His identity, the leader of the Three Clear sect, the foremost figure of the Taoist community, a formidable half-step celestial. Experience, fourth on the heavenly rankings, Zhen Ran, aged 79. His identity, the abbot of the Bodhi Temple, the foremost figure of the Buddhist community, a powerful half-step celestial. Experience, fifth on the heavenly rankings, sixth on the heavenly rankings, 10th on the heavenly rankings, Chu Jinzhou. His identity, the commander of the imperial guards of the great Hua dynasty, at the pinnacle of grand master cultivation. Chen Fan perused the individuals listed on the heavenly rankings, feeling a deep sense of admiration for the martial masters of the world. The emergence of the Tianji Pavilion has surprisingly unveiled these venerable figures from the sacred realms of martial arts. Each of these individuals possesses a reputation that is more daunting than the last, with strengths that are equally impressive. The top 5 on the heavenly rankings have nearly all reached the half-step celestial realm. With just a single opportunity, they could ascend to the true celestial realm. However, such opportunities are often a lifetime in the making. At this moment, Chen Fan glanced at the introduction of the leader of the demon sect, and a wave of discomfort washed over him. It must be said that the Tianji Pavilion's appraisal is exceedingly high, labeling him as an unparalleled genius. And Chen Fan found this assessment quite reasonable. After all, the others who stand alongside him are nearly all elderly men. Yet, this leader of the demon sect is still in the prime of his life. His chances for breakthrough far exceed those of the other leaders. As Chen Fan read his biography, it was akin to witnessing the tale of another destined protagonist. This deposed prince, through sheer diligence, has cultivated a force that can almost rival a dynasty. Furthermore, his path of cultivation is nothing short of legendary. Could it be that this individual is also a time traveler? Gazing at the heavenly rankings list in his hand, Chen Fan felt his mind whirl. A week swiftly passed, marked by tranquility. During this time, Chen Fan found himself devoid of tasks. At his level, only significant matters required his intervention. His days were spent either engaging in leisurely activities at the town suppression office or returning to the Qing residence to indulge in tender moments with his fiancée, leading an extraordinarily comfortable life. Today, Chen Fan remained in a state of utmost relaxation. In his command post, he reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the sun while enjoying fruits. Nearby, several esteemed guards attended to him with the utmost respect. Such leisurely days are indeed addictive. And Chen Fan's mood and temperament have improved significantly of late. However, the blissful moments of leisure are always fleeting. Report. Report. My lord, it is dire. A significant matter has arisen. Outside, a guard rushed in, breathless, exclaiming to Chen Fan in a state of panic, My lord, it is grave. Someone from the Earth rankings wishes to challenge you. Chen Fan lifted his eyelids, pondering who would dare to confront him so audaciously. The chief banner waved his hands, noting that he had rarely encountered individuals on the weight scale. He claimed to be ranked 30th on the Earth ranking and sought to challenge the esteemed one, asserting that life and death were of no consequence. At present, he was vociferously taunting us at the entrance of our town's pacification office. My lord, what do you think we should do about this? Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, rising from his chair. What should we do? What else but to teach him a lesson, ensuring that those who follow think twice before bothering me incessantly. He stretched his shoulders and strode toward the door. They have already blocked the entrance to the pacification office. I cannot simply avoid confrontation. If word of this spreads, it would tarnish not only my reputation, but also that of the Imperial Guard. Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. Yet, it is astonishing that a mere 30th in the Earth ranking would dare to challenge you, showing a blatant disregard for your status. Chapter 157, Mafian my lord. It appears you must establish your authority through bloodshed. One cannot fathom who bestowed upon him such audacity. Several captains exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of schadenfreude. Others might underestimate Chen Fan's prowess, believing it merely a fade. Yet, those in the Jinui, who interacted with him daily, understood the true extent of his terrifying abilities. The unfortunate soul daring to challenge him was about to face dire consequences. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Stabilize ranking. It has been detected that your ranking is under scrutiny and has been challenged. You are required to eliminate all adversaries, regardless of their fate, to prove your worth. Task reward. Mastery of the Supreme Strengthening Palm. Initially, Chen Fan felt indifferent, but upon discovering the potential acquisition of an extraordinary skill, his interest peaked. Those who dared to challenge him were indeed benevolent, delivering an opportunity right to his doorstep. Come, let us confront this challenger, he declared, gesturing with his hand. The nearby captain, understanding the unspoken command, promptly retrieved Chen Fan's Xiantai sword and followed him towards the entrance. News of the impending challenge had swiftly spread throughout the Jindaxi, attracting a multitude of Jinui eager to witness the spectacle. Those without missions, from 100 households to 1,000 households, gathered in droves. After all, within the entire Jindaxi, only Chen Fan had ascended to the Earth ranking, symbolizing the pinnacle of strength beneath Shen Xinran and embodying the honor of the Jinui. Haha, Lord Chen, we eagerly await your performance. Do not tarnish our Jindaxi's reputation, one jested. TSK, you clearly underestimate Lord Chen. Are you not aware of his strength? He ranks 4th in the Earth ranking, while his opponent barely scrapes the 30th position. The disparity is so vast, I cannot fathom how one could lose. Daring to flaunt their might at our doorstep. Lord Chen, do not hold back. Teach him a lesson, another urged. Make sure to incapacitate him thoroughly, lest others with misguided bravery come to challenge again. If someone ranked 30th dares to show such disdain for Lord Chen, it is truly unacceptable. Alas, the outside world may claim Lord Chen's prowess is mediocre, but we Jinui are well aware of his rightful 4th place ranking. Those who come to challenge him will surely regret it. Indeed, to avoid future troubles, it may be prudent to eliminate all challengers outright, one suggested. But outright killing might provoke gossip in the martial world about our ruthless methods. Perhaps merely incapacitating them would suffice. Lord Chen, simply treat it as a previous mission. Disable their limbs and Dantian. They have traveled a long way. We ought to spare their lives to some extent, haha. The Jinui engaged in lively discussion. While they revered the strength of those ranked above, they did not regard this challenger with any seriousness, though they may not match him in strength. Their faith in Chen Fan remained unwavering. In recent days, despite his youth, Chen Fan has already captivated the hearts of many with his remarkable prowess. At this moment, the formidable figure from the local rankings audaciously blocked the entrance of the town protector's office, a blatant provocation that ignited the ire of the Imperial Guards. Though they jested and laughed amongst themselves, their words betrayed a simmering anger. If they possessed the strength, they would have likely struck down this challenger without hesitation. The intensity in their eyes radiated a fierce determination. The Imperial Guards maintained their dominance over the martial world not through kindness, but as ruthless warriors unflinching in the face of death. Although the challenger explicitly named Chen Fan, his actions were undoubtedly an affront to the entire town protector's office, thereby undermining the dignity of the Imperial Guards as a collective. However, This was a contest for local rankings, and despite their boiling fury, the guards found themselves powerless. In times past, such insolence would have swiftly been quelled by the more seasoned among the imperial guards. While it fell upon Chen Fan to confront this challenge, he understood that he must establish his authority, not solely for himself, but for the honor of all imperial guards. To fail in asserting their dignity at this juncture would only invite derision from the martial artists of the realm. As Chen Fan approached the entrance, he noticed that the crowd now consisted not only of the imperial guards, but also throngs of common folk gathered at the door. The clash of local ranking experts was undeniably a spectacle to behold, and the challenge posed to the imperial guards was particularly enticing. Consequently, it was not just the commoners who were drawn. Word spread quickly, attracting numerous martial artists from afar. The rooftops in the vicinity were teeming with these warriors, all awaiting Chen Fan's appearance. The competition for the personal rankings was already captivating, yet the intensity of the local rankings drew even greater attention. Fights between masters of such caliber had not occurred in 20 years since the disappearance of the Heavenly Secrets list. Encounters among masters were rare, let alone public duels. Chen Fan, come forth. I, Ma Fian, challenge you, bellowed a robust figure, wielding a spiked club, his imposing stature accentuated by a rugged beard. His appearance seemed to starkly contrast with his name, evoking a blend of humor and admiration. Yet, beneath the facade of jest lay genuine skill. His voice resonated with a force that echoed for miles. The gathered spectators quickly grasped the weight of his challenge, though the absurdity of his name and demeanor provoked laughter among them. "Haha, Brother Tang, it seems someone has beaten you to the punch," quipped a young man clad in green, fanning himself as he cast a glance at Ma Fian, addressing Tang Shan beside him. Tang Shan, resting his large blade at his feet, regarded Ma Fian with a cold, dismissive gaze, his expression suffused with scorn. A mere 30 individuals, and he truly does not regard them with any seriousness. However, to possess such audacity to challenge the 4th rank of the Earth list is a blatant disrespect towards the prestige of the Tianji Pavilion. Chen Fan, after all, stands at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage, while Ma Fian has scarcely reached the latter stages of Grandmaster. If you hold Chen Fan's prowess in utter disdain, then this presents an opportune moment to test your skills. Should you face a crushing defeat, it would not be too late to reconsider your approach. The man in the blue robe spoke with a calm demeanor. Tang Shan offered no reply, his cold gaze fixated intently upon the gates of the Zhenfu division, before suddenly declaring, "He has arrived. I can sense it." Chapter 158. Overwhelming before the words had left his lips, a formidable throng of imperial guards strode forth from the grand entrance. At the forefront stood a man whose visage was as immaculate as jade, exuding an air of exceptional valor, with a long sword slung upon his back. His eyes, cold as the frost of winter, swept over Ma Fian with a piercing intensity. This man was none other than Chen Fan. Although he bore his sword without drawing it, the very essence of his swordsmanship was palpable, poised to erupt. In the eyes of a master like Tang Shan, Chen Fan transcended the mere definition of humanity. He resembled a living sword, razor-sharp and formidable. It appeared that the 4th rank on the Earth list was indeed well-deserved. Setting aside his cultivation, this sword intent alone could not be attributed to mere enlightenment. I had underestimated you. As Tang Shan beheld Chen Fan, his gaze sharpened, igniting a fervor within him. An overwhelming battle intent surged forth. There was no need for physical confrontation. That single glance was sufficient for Tang Shan to ascertain that Chen Fan was a formidable opponent of remarkable strength. In addition to Tang Shan, there was another individual present who, upon seeing Chen Fan, was taken aback, his own battle spirit igniting. He was Rong Xiaoyao. The 4th rank on the Earth list indeed lived up to its reputation. No wonder the Ghost Emperor had sought his demise. This encounter would likely not unfold as effortlessly as anticipated. Rong Xiaoyao clenched his fists, his eyes alight with excitement rather than trepidation. He felt the very blood within him tremble in anticipation of combat. In that fleeting moment, he nearly forgot his original purpose, consumed instead by the desire for a thrilling duel with Chen Fan. "Ah, so you are Chen Fan. At last. You dare to emerge. A mere boy on the cusp of maturity," Ma Fian observed with a smirk. "I am Ma Fian, and I have traveled great distances to challenge you. Curious to discern whether your ranking reflects true merit. Surely, the esteemed Captain Chen of the 4th rank cannot be a coward." His every word resonated with infused essence, echoing across the vicinity, elevating Chen Fan's status. At that moment, with the words reverberating at the gates of the town protector's office, should Chen Fan dare to utter a negative response, he would not only suffer humiliation, but also irreparably tarnish the reputation of the Imperial Guards. Chen Fan regarded him with the disdain reserved for an insect, remaining unmoved by Ma Fian's tirade. "Ma Fian, from whence do you draw your audacity to seek me out? With your meager prowess, I had no intention of engaging you. Upon hearing your name, I assumed you to be a woman. Upon seeing you, it seems you are indeed akin to one, lacking any semblance of threat. How about this? I shall bestow upon you a fitting moniker, Ma Tong Sua, which suits you rather well." Ma Fian's brow furrowed with ire. Though he did not fully grasp Chen Fan's implication, the mockery was unmistakable. "Chen Fan, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing of significance. Merely an observation regarding your father's educational attainments, which leave much to be desired." Upon hearing those words, Ma Fian was instantly consumed by rage. Indeed, his name bore the semblance of a woman's, a misfortune compounded by the lack of education of his parents. Initially, as he gained renown in the martial world, few dared to ridicule his name, yet today, unexpectedly, Chen Fan had the audacity to mock him again. The Jinui behind Chen Fan erupted into unrestrained laughter, showing no mercy and revealing their long-standing disdain for him. Although they failed to comprehend the essence of Chen Fan's final words, it was apparent they were laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing the name Ma Fian and witnessing his appearance, Chen Fan struggled to maintain his composure. In his past life, had a robust man been christened with such a name by his family, he would likely have lived in shame. His father was indeed a unique character to have bestowed such a name upon his son. Faced with the derision of the Jinui, Ma Fian could no longer endure it. His face flushed with anger as he raised his wolf fang club and struck it forcefully against the ground. He then bellowed at Chen Fan, "Enough with the idle chatter. If you lack the courage to fight, just say so. What is the point of this verbal sparring? Tell me plainly, will you fight or not?" "Huh, of course. We shall fight," Chen Fan retorted with a cold smile, stepping forward to confront him. "Since you have traveled so far to seek your demise, I shall gladly oblige you. For fools like you, ridding the world of a few is indeed a contribution. You insolent brat, I will smash your head and see if you can still talk back." Ma Fian's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his true energy, roaring as he swung his wolf fang club towards Chen Fan. The aura of a master martial artist surged forth, sending nearby onlookers flying. Only a handful of warriors managed to withstand the residual shockwave, remaining at the scene. Such trivial skills, daring to boast here? Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back, not even drawing his sword, merely focusing on the incoming wolf fang club. He remained rooted in place, then swiftly extended a finger to meet the descending weapon. This was, by far, the most restrained approach one could take in a confrontation. In the past, Chen Fan would have unsheathed his sword and effortlessly dispatched his opponent. However, today he aimed to establish his authority in the most astonishing manner, showcasing that even the most foolish of tactics could effortlessly overwhelm those considered top-tier experts in their eyes. This display of power was essential to elevate the reputation of the Jinui. With a resounding clash, Chen Fan's fingertip met the wolf fang club, producing a thunderous sound. Ma Fian, gripping the club with both hands, found his attack thwarted by Chen Fan's single finger. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd, a palpable sense of suffocation rising among them. What? Ma Fian is not a fool. He perceives the nonchalant demeanor of Chen Fan and becomes acutely aware of his true strength, a flicker of fear emerging in his eyes. "No, I acknowledge." However, in the next moment, a brilliant light flickers at Chen Fan's fingertips, and an overwhelming force surges forth, instantly propelling him away, shattering the wolf-toothed club in his grasp. The remaining golden radiance, undiminished in its momentum, effortlessly pierces through his chest. Ma Fian's eyes widen in shock, blood gushing from his mouth, his gaze fixated on Chen Fan. Yet, in the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of the onlookers, his body abruptly explodes, flesh and blood scattering. Ranked 30 on the Earth list, Ma Fian has fallen in battle. Chapter 159. I arrived. The surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence, their eyes filled with shock and trepidation as they gazed at Chen Fan. Even many renowned innate masters who had come to seek him out trembled, feeling a chill run down their spines at the sight of him. Ordinary people might not comprehend the significance of this, but those with even a modicum of understanding of martial arts recognized the sheer terror embodied by Chen Fan. He was overwhelmingly powerful, an unparalleled force that defied description. While most were aware that Ma Fian would likely lose, given his ranking at 30 on the Earth list, no one anticipated the disparity to be so vast. After all, Ma Fian had not even managed to withstand a single finger strike, having his weapon shattered effortlessly. Chen Fan had employed nothing but the most straightforward technique, merely using a single finger. It was well known that his most formidable and renowned skill lay in his swordsmanship. Yet, with just a single finger, he had effortlessly crushed the 30-ranked opponent, seemingly without exertion. One could only wonder how formidable he would be if he chose to unleash his full strength and draw his sword. In this singular battle, all prior rumors regarding Chen Fan dissipated. It became evident to all that his true power was extraordinarily fearsome. While it remained uncertain whether he truly deserved the 4th position on the Earth list, his place among the top 10 was undoubtedly secured. Excellent. Chen Qianhu is magnificent. Truly impressive. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of those who dare to provoke him. The members of the Imperial Guard behind him roared with enthusiasm, their blood surging as they cheered for Chen Fan. Amidst the crowd, Tang Shan's pupils constricted slightly as he tightened his grip on his great sword, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Rong Xiaoyao felt a tremor coursing through him, brimming with excitement and eager to leap into the fray for an epic battle. The martial arts heroes could no longer harbor any disdain. The rumors about the strength he had acquired through enlightenment were dismissed entirely. They merely felt envy at the sight of such a young man already possessing unparalleled martial prowess, achieving fame in an instant. However, one individual stood apart. His face twisted with rage, his teeth gritted in frustration, staring at Chen Fan with a murderous glare that suggested he would tear him apart if he could. This man was none other than He Shui, the Minister of Personnel. Upon hearing of someone challenging Chen Fan, he had rushed to the scene, positioning himself atop a nearby hotel to observe the match from a vantage point. As he watched Chen Fan engage, he had fervently wished for Ma Fian to deliver a fatal blow. Despite Chen Fan's past victories over numerous masters, he had hoped that this Earth list expert might present a glimmer of hope. Yet, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Not only did Chen Fan survive, but he also effortlessly dispatched Ma Fian, immediately earning acclaim from the crowd. Witnessing Chen Fan bask in the adulation of the masses, He Shui felt an overwhelming wave of disgust. Incompetence, an absolute pack of incompetence. The Tianji Pavilion has established a ranking, but what of the so-called top experts? They come from afar only to be swiftly defeated with a mere gesture. I find the credibility of their rankings rather lacking, as they are so effortlessly shattered. He Shui, in a fit of indignation, hurled his teacup aside. A nearby guard stepped forward, bowing slightly and murmuring, "My lord, do not be overly anxious. Chen Fan is ranked 4th on the list, while that Ma Fian is merely 30th. Surely she is no match for Chen Fan. Moreover, there are many more formidable opponents in line, each stronger than the last. Chen Fan cannot possibly continue to triumph. He will surely meet his end. Do I need you to prattle on?" He Shui glared, sending the guard sprawling with a swift strike. "Begone, you useless lot, leave my sight at once." The guard covered his face, retreating sheepishly along with his fellow attendants. He had merely intended to offer a word of consolation and make his presence known, hoping to quell He Shui's fury, but instead, he had provoked him further. Was it not obvious to He Shui what was at stake? For a guard to speak out in such a manner was to overstep. He Shui was simply vexed. Ma Fian is truly feeble. I shattered her with but a casual gesture. Is there anyone present who dares to challenge me? Chen Fan stood at the entrance of the town protector's office, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the air of an invincible master as he surveyed the assembled crowd. Each individual who met his gaze instinctively lowered their head, unwilling to meet his eyes. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. "If no one dares to step forward, I shall take my leave. My duties are pressing, and I have no time for games. You may all return to your homes and seek your mothers. Do not waste time here." "Humph. I shall take the challenge." Just as Chen Fan turned, a commanding voice rose from the crowd. Before the figure even emerged, a massive blade sliced through the air. The blade hummed, infused with potent essence, landing heavily before Chen Fan. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled as the essence erupted from the blade, creating a deep crater. A robust figure descended, landing steadily beside the weapon. Chen Fan scrutinized him and remarked, "Your swordsmanship is commendable." The burly man smirked coldly, acknowledging the compliment without further elaboration. "Indeed, it is merely commendable." The man's expression froze, the smile fading as he realized the arrogance of Chen Fan, who believed himself invincible after vanquishing but a mere 30th ranked opponent. Chen Fan offered no reply, merely regarding him with indifference. Among the crowd, a man in a blue robe sighed in resignation, covering his face with his hands and shaking his head. "Brother Tang, you are being rather hasty, are you not? Chen Fan's strength appears to be unfathomable, and Ma Fian was unable to gauge his true capabilities. Such a reckless challenge seems unlikely to yield a favorable outcome." Meanwhile, Rong Xiaoyao abruptly halted his steps. Just moments ago, when Chen Fan addressed the assembled crowd, he too had intended to make his entrance, only to be preempted by Tang Shan. The fact that even he has arrived suggests that today, Qingzhou City is extraordinarily lively. However, This is fortuitous. With him leading the charge, I shall gain a clearer understanding of Chen Fan's prowess, regardless of the outcome. Ma Fian, just now, failed to discern anything at all. Chapter 160. The terrifying power of Chen Fan. He understood that Chen Fan had just eliminated Ma Fian without even tapping into half of his true strength. With Tang Shan making his move, even if he could not draw out Chen Fan's limits, he would at least be able to gauge the general extent of Chen Fan's power. At that moment, when he chose to act, his chances would significantly increase. Oh, Tang Shan, you have come as well? It was not only the illustrious Xiaoyao who recognized Tang Shan. Several thousand households behind Chen Fan also acknowledged his presence. Tang Shan, is he particularly renowned? Chen Fan inquired casually without turning around. One of the 1,000 households responded. The Blade King Tang Shan, ranked 7th on the Earth list. The sole master of the blade within the top 10. This individual was known for his haughty nature, volatile temperament, and unpredictable disposition, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, thus accumulating a considerable number of enemies. However, he never indulged in indiscriminate killing. He frequently roamed the lands, upholding justice, eliminating numerous bandits and capturing many wanted criminals, rescuing countless innocents. He was indeed a well-known figure of chivalry. The 1,000 households recounted Tang Shan's background without any bias, presenting a matter-of-fact portrayal. That is unnecessary. I do not require you to speak on my behalf, Tang Shan interjected, seizing his massive blade from the ground and pointing it at Chen Fan. When I kill, I do not concern myself with chivalry. I act solely according to my whims. If I wish to kill today, I shall. If not, I shall refrain. As for rescuing the populace, I have not done so. Capturing wanted criminals merely serves to hone my blade skills, while eliminating bandits is simply a means to practice my area of effect abilities. They are merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Hence, I am no chivalrous person. Such terms bear no relevance to me, so should a confrontation arise, do not hold back. With his repeated insistence that he was no chivalrous individual, Tang Shan urged Chen Fan not to show mercy, truly embodying the proud nature described by the 1,000 households. He tightened his grip on the blade, his gaze fixed intensely on Chen Fan, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling, his fighting spirit nearly overflowing. Enough with the idle chatter, let us engage swiftly. I can hardly contain my anticipation, Tang Shan bellowed, his blade moving with greater urgency than his words, already slashing towards Chen Fan's head before he finished speaking. The sound of a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl erupted, as the massive blade transformed into a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, sweeping toward Chen Fan with ferocity. Ha ha ha, splendid. Chen Fan laughed heartily, immediately shifting his stance, his finger pointing toward the blade's tip. Once more, golden light flickered as he unleashed a ruthless strike with his finger. The collision of his fingertip and the blade's tip sent shockwaves of true essence rippling outward. The resounding roar echoed throughout Qingzhou City, causing the ears of the surrounding onlookers to ring painfully, leaving them in a state of tinnitus. The common folk quickly fled, leaving primarily those with some martial prowess behind. Those with weaker abilities were already suffering internal injuries from the residual waves, blood gradually seeping from the corners of their mouths. However, the crowd held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene. They witnessed the formidable blade come to an abrupt halt, as if a colossal wave had been repelled by an unseen force, only to recede suddenly. Tang Shan's eyes widened with disbelief, yet he faltered, staggering backward for several paces. He plunged the great sword into the ground behind him, carving a long trench into the earth, finally managing to halt his retreat. Gazing at Chen Fan, who remained composed and unyielding, it seemed as though an insurmountable mountain loomed before Tang Shan, impervious to any force. Withdraw, Tang Shan, you are not my opponent, Chen Fan stated, shaking his head indifferently. He had already shown restraint. Although Tang Shan was brash and proud, Chen Fan recognized him as a fundamentally decent person, which prompted him to refrain from delivering a lethal blow. I have already said, do not show mercy. Tang Shan clenched the sword once more and rose, declaring, let us fight again. With that, he charged forward, the air crackling with the energy of his blade. Alas, why must you persist? Chen Fan sighed, unperturbed by Tang Shan's assault. With a mere gesture, he halted the onslaught and countered with a swift strike. His demeanor, as casual as a gentle breeze, obscured the true extent of his terrifying prowess. It was evident he had not exerted himself significantly. Just as Tang Shan's attack was thwarted, the blade's edge suddenly approached Chen Fan, its tip darting towards his throat like a venomous serpent. Aware that his previous maneuver had failed to affect Chen Fan, Tang Shan concealed his true intent for a follow-up strike. The speed and proximity of this attack left Chen Fan with little room to evade. Yet, Chen Fan remained unflustered. He deftly caught the blade's point with his right hand. In one swift motion, he seized the hilt with his left hand, unleashing an overwhelming force. With a deft grip and release, the hilt was propelled away, transferring immense power through to Tang Shan's hands, surging into his body. In an instant, Tang Shan's palms ruptured, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, nearly forcing him to relinquish his grip. Nevertheless, as a swordsman, he could never abandon his blade. It was his very essence. Though he was wounded, he clung fiercely to the hilt, his eyes wide with determination, his hands drenched in blood. At that moment, Chen Fan delivered a supplementary strike. While he did not exert his full strength, the impact was enough to crack several of Tang Shan's ribs. Accompanied by a geyser of blood, Tang Shan was sent hurtling backward. Yet, even so, he still clutched the hilt of the knife tightly. This is defeat? Has Tang Shan fallen so easily? It appears that this fellow, so brazen, is not as formidable as he seems, having been subdued in just 2 moves. Not strong? Huh, if you're so confident. Why not challenge the severely injured Tang Shan? Do you dare? Haha, merely jesting, for I have no desire to meet my demise. Humph, one must recognize. This is the illustrious Tang Shan, ranked 7th on the Earth rankings. It seems he could only succumb so swiftly when facing Chen Fan. What a terrifying level of strength Chen Fan possesses. Chapter 161. The sword remains sheathed to this moment. Chen Fan has yet to draw his sword. He has managed to suppress Tang Shan without resorting to his weapon. Could those ranked among the top 3 in the local standings achieve such a feat? Perhaps this 4th position is indeed an understatement. Regardless, he has undeniably earned his place among the elite. From this day forth, who would dare to dispute Chen Fan's rightful claim to 4th place? The martial artists surrounding him engaged in fervent discussions. Their gazes toward Chen Fan, filled with both trepidation and reverence. The reverence stemmed from his formidable prowess, while the trepidation was directed toward his affiliation with the Jinyue, an organization historically opposed to the chivalrous figures of the Jianghu. The mere thought of such a formidable presence looming over them in the future rendered them hesitant to even breathe audibly, knowing that their actions would now be tinged with an added sense of apprehension. Who would wish to attract the attention of such a ruthless individual? With a splatter of blood escaping his lips, Tang Shan knelt partially, his large blade trembling in his grasp. His complexion turned ashen, and the internal energy coursing through him grew chaotic. Yet, despite his dire state, he showed no signs of capitulation. Amidst the astonished stares of the gathered martial artists, he defiantly rose to his feet. Come again, I am not dead yet. True to his reputation, Tang Shan fought without fear for his life. The onlookers discerned that he had already reached the limits of his strength, and it was evident that Chen Fan had shown him mercy. Most would have yielded by now. But Tang Shan remained obstinate, almost as if courting death itself. Yield, you are not my match. No amount of resolve can alter this truth. Chen Fan observed Tang Shan silently, as if articulating a fundamental law. Even if you risk your life, you cannot hope to challenge me. You shall not even leave a mark upon me. Surrender is your only option. His voice was devoid of embellishment. Yet the audacity and confidence resonated deeply within all who heard it, instilling a sense of reverence. This was the essence of a master. This was the true demeanor of an expert. Who would not wish to utter such words under the gaze of an admiring crowd? The Jinyue behind him felt a surge of fiery inspiration, their skin prickling with an uncontainable energy. The martial heroes present were equally ignited, their eyes sparkling as if illuminated by celestial bodies. They understood that Chen Fan's words were not mere bravado. They were grounded in undeniable truth, which only served to deepen their admiration. Chen Fan, you need not pity me. I, Tang Shan, require no one's compassion. At this moment, Tang Shan found a strange tranquility. The fire of battle still flickered in his eyes. Raising his large blade high, he calmly declared, I have come to challenge you today, fully prepared to face death. Come forth, spare me your pity. Draw your sword, Chen Fan. For today, we shall determine not only our ranks, but also our fates. Tang Shan surprisingly straightened his posture, forcefully channeling the true essence within him, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. He leaped forward, intent on attacking Chen Fan with a breathtaking strike, a devastating blow known as the dragon-slaying blade. As he swung his massive sword, a whirlwind of azure light erupted, coalescing into a soaring azure dragon that surged alongside him toward Chen Fan. The dragon roared fiercely, a testament to its overwhelming power. Yet, to Chen Fan, this display was utterly futile. He merely sighed softly, questioning the necessity of such efforts. Chen Fan's gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any disturbance. The fierce attack before him appeared no more sophisticated than a child's plaything. Since he was so eager to witness his swordsmanship, Chen Fan resolved to oblige. He would unleash but a single strike, the outcome resting solely upon Tang Shan's capabilities. With a resonant clang, Chen Fan's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and as the blade sang its song, it thundered forth. The 9 swords of Dugum manifested like stars descending from the heavens, a radiant and breathtaking beam of sword light materializing before him. The razor-sharp brilliance swiftly extinguished the azure dragon amid its anguished wails. Tang Shan's desperate attack crumbled within mere moments, dissipating into nothingness. The sword light continued its relentless path toward Tang Shan, who, in a bittersweet smile, felt blood trickle from his lips as he closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. A cataclysmic roar echoed, akin to a natural disaster, as the stone path before the town guard split open, forming a vast chasm. The surrounding onlookers fled in terror, with martial artists retreating to the rooftops, unwilling to risk proximity to the battlefield. With bated breath, the crowd fixated on the heart of the conflict. Although obscured by clouds of dust, their anticipation remained undeterred, eager for the outcome. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling ash, crashing heavily to the ground, his once cherished blade landing with a piercing clang behind him. As the spectators beheld Tang Shan's condition, they collectively inhaled sharply. His body was marred by countless minuscule wounds, each seemingly insignificant, yet together they painted a ghastly tableau. As if he had been subjected to a brutal execution, drenched in his own blood. Chen Fan sheathed his sword, gazing at the woeful figure of Tang Shan with a hint of sympathy, yet he ultimately sighed and shook his head. Why engage in such folly? He had already stated that the conflict was merely a matter of pride. Tang Shan had been decisively defeated from the very beginning. Why persist in futile struggles? Had Chen Fan not tempered his final blow, Tang Shan would have long since succumbed, reduced to nothing more than a mere memory. You have triumphed, Chen Fan. I am no match for you. In my life. Tang Shan lay prostrate on the ground, tilting his head as he coughed up blood, yet with his last vestiges of strength. He laughed heartily, urging Chen Fan to end his life. Confronted with death, he exhibited not a trace of fear, but rather an unwavering tranquility. He accepted his own words with serenity, declaring that if fate dictated life or death, he harbored no objections. Even when Chen Fan spared him, he laughed with reckless abandon, as if dying at the hands of such a formidable opponent as Chen Fan was an honor. Chen Fan merely rolled his eyes in silence, pondering how he had encountered such a stubborn fool. It was indeed his first encounter with someone so unafraid of death, even seeking it. Enough of this death wish. I am not a harbinger of slaughter. Chapter 162. Spare your life. Chen Fan shook his head in exasperation and remarked, although you may be somewhat feeble and your intellect leaves much to be desired, aside from your stubbornness, you possess no other talents. Nevertheless, I acknowledge you as a man of honor. Return and cultivate diligently. I shall not take your life. Chen Fan adhered firmly to his principles. He would never slay individuals of this nature. His clemency was reserved exclusively for those truly deserving of respect. Tang Shan felt darkness envelop him, trembling as he raised a hand to point accusingly at Chen Fan. In a moment of anguish, he turned away, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. Incensed by Chen Fan's words, what was he implying? That he was both foolish and weak, albeit obstinate? While Chen Fan had indeed shown mercy by sparing him, Tang Shan found himself devoid of the will to continue living. He exhaled a faint breath and lay upon the ground, casting a final, profound gaze at the vast heavens above. Then, he lifted his right hand, striking his own crown with a forceful blow, determined to end his own life. At this distance, even Chen Fan would be unable to intervene in time. Even if he could, Chen Fan had resolved not to act. He had already shown leniency on multiple occasions. If the other party insisted on seeking death, there was no imperative for him to intervene, better to grant him his wish. If one does not cherish their own life, why should another rush to their aid, only to receive scorn in return? He was not so lowly. At that moment, a pair of delicate, warm hands seized his wrist. Brother Tang Shan, what are you doing? The speaker was none other than the young man in the azure robe, who had arrived just in time to save Tang Shan. In our world, victories and defeats are merely commonplace. Why must you resort to such extremes? Is losing to Brother Chen truly so unbearable for you? You have witnessed his strength. Must you persist in this folly? Today you may have lost, but with diligent practice, you can challenge him anew in the future. If a single defeat drives you to seek death, what does that say of you? Do you believe this is the essence of true masculinity? That is the mark of a coward. Only those who dare not confront their own victories and defeats, who wish to escape through death, are the true cowards. The surrounding martial heroes nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. In the realm of martial arts, who can claim perpetual invincibility. Even the greatest masters have faced defeat throughout their lives. Losing a battle is no disgrace. It is the inability to rise again, to succumb to despair, that is truly shameful. Were every martial artist to take their own life after a single loss, few would remain in the world. Tang Shan fell silent for a moment, dissipating the energy in his hands, and spoke in a low, somber tone, "Enough of your nonsense. I am no coward." The man in the blue robe smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Tang Shan's words. Instead, he turned to Chen Fan and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Chen Xianhu, for your repeated mercy today. This kindness shall surely be repaid in the future." Chen Fan replied with an impassive expression, "I do not show mercy to everyone. Today, it was merely a recognition of his past deeds, a reward of sorts. However, this has already infringed upon the dignity of our Jin Wei. There shall be no second chance. Next time, it will truly be a matter of life and death." The man in the blue robe bowed in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude to Chen Fan. "I certainly understand, yet I must still thank you, Chen Xianhu." The blue-robed man bore no semblance of a rogue. Rather, he resembled a true scholar, gentle and refined, devoid of any earthly tumult, sincere and mild. One could only wonder how such a character, so starkly contrasting with Tang Shan, could forge such a deep friendship. Perhaps this is what they call complementary personalities? Tang Shan had relinquished his suicidal thoughts and, with the support of the blue-robed man, struggled to rise with his great sword. He sighed deeply, gazing intently at Chen Fan, and declared, "I owe you, Chen Xianhu, a life. Whenever you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall repay you, no matter the task." With that, he limped away, aided by his companion. At that moment, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Tang Shan had been thoroughly defeated, rendered speechless. Did you sense how much effort Chen Fan exerted to overcome him? It felt as though he hardly broke a sweat. Surely he must have used at least 70% of his strength. Perhaps it merely appeared effortless. But look at him, so composed. It seems he exerted only half his ability. My heavens, how profound must his strength be? He could rival a grandmaster. That cannot be. No matter how formidable a master, they are no match for a grandmaster. I sense that Chen Fan would hold his own against the top of the earth ranking, considering he remains unfazed and has not even broken a sweat. This is astonishing. Indeed, it is difficult to ascertain. After all, he has not faced many opponents. If he were to contend with the top of the earth ranking, the outcome would be uncertain. How fearsome is Chen Fan? The Jin Wei has truly gained prominence. At merely 18 years old, he evokes admiration and envy. Not only were the martial heroes discussing among themselves, but the surrounding Jin Wei also began to loudly commend him, without reservation. Chen Xianhu is truly remarkable. He has brought great honor to our Jingpu division. With Chen Xianhu here, the reputation of the Jin Wei has soared. Victorious in every battle, invincible, standing at the center of the crowd. Chen Fan absorbed the thunderous accolades akin to the stars surrounding the moon. Yet, he felt no pride, merely offering a faint smile. To him, it was but a trivial matter. Even among the grandmasters, he stands as an unequivocal powerhouse. How could he possibly take pride in having bullied a mere master? He tilted his head slightly, casting his gaze upon the surrounding crowd, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Step forward. I can sense your murderous intent." His eyes, reminiscent of a regal lion, swept across those before him, causing several individuals to recoil in trepidation, fervently exclaiming, "Not me, not me. Chen Xianhu, please do not misunderstand." Observing his friend's discomposure, a companion promptly pulled him aside. "Fool, I wasn't referring to you. I was alluding to the one behind you. Just look at your sorry state." The man turned his head, only to discover a middle-aged figure emerging from the shadows, exuding an aura of malevolence. It was none other than Rong Xiaoyao. Chapter 163, Abandon Morality. Let us engage together. Is that Rong Xiaoyao? Amidst the crowd, a voice pierced through the murmurs, recognizing him instantly, inciting a wave of astonishment. Though he had previously concealed himself among the masses, his formidable prowess rendered him undetectable when he so desired. The onlookers quickly retreated, casting furtive glances filled with trepidation in his direction. Who would have thought that even the fifth-ranked on the Earth list, Rong Xiaoyao, would appear? Today is indeed a spectacle. Such grandeur has not been witnessed since the Earth list gathering 2 decades ago. This journey has proven worthwhile. Rong Xiaoyao, the deputy sect master, is rumored to have been steeped in bloodshed since childhood, having grown amidst relentless violence. Although he hails from a sinister cult, his combat abilities are truly formidable. Oh, the battle between the 5th and 4th on the Earth list. My anticipation knows no bounds. Today has been exceptionally rewarding. The crowd, now fervent with excitement, eagerly awaited the impending clash, momentarily overlooking Rong Xiaoyao's affiliation with the malevolent sect and the fact that they stood within the jurisdiction of the Jin Wei. Rong Xiaoyao, how dare you venture into Qingzhou, and now, to stand before the Jin Wei? You possess a remarkable audacity. Before Chen Fan could utter a word, a Chindu stepped forward, unable to contain himself, and bellowed at Rong Xiaoyao. This Chindu, a master at the later stages, was well known and not merely a footnote among his peers. He had even secured a place on the Earth list, ranking 25th, stronger than the earlier mentioned Mafian, yet still inferior to Chen Fan. Rong Xiaoyao seemed to recognize him, responding with a light chuckle, unfazed by the outburst, and even returned a courteous gesture. Oh my, such enthusiasm. Your warmth is overwhelming for a humble visitor like myself. A flicker of menace crossed the Chindu's eyes. You rogue, since you have come to our Jin Wei of your own volition, do not expect to leave unscathed. He raised his hand, commanding those behind him, prepare the formation. We must capture him today. At his command, his subordinates surged forward, encircling Rong Xiaoyao completely, leaving him no avenue for escape. Under ordinary circumstances, this Chindu would not stand a chance against Rong Xiaoyao, yet bolstered by the formation and serving as its nucleus. He exuded an aura that did not falter in the slightest. Surrounded by over 200 individuals, Rong Xiaoyao remained remarkably composed, addressing the Chindu with a faint smile. What is the meaning of this, esteemed Chindu? I have come today to challenge Chindu Chun. Could it be that the Jin Wei is reluctant to allow such a duel, fearing the loss of feathers? Is it true that the Jin Wei prefers to overwhelm with numbers? This perfectly aligns with my perception of your organization. You are but a group that revels in bullying the weak. As he spoke, his sigh was laced with contempt, his eyes gleaming with derision akin to sharpened blades. Humph. You audacious scoundrel dare to speak so brazenly here today. How could you presume to comment on the Jinji? The commanding officer, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixed a piercing stare upon Rong Xiaoyao. If you were here to issue a legitimate challenge, we of the Jinji would have no quarrel with you. However, what is there to discuss with a villain such as yourself? Rong Xiaoyao, do you truly believe I have forgotten the events of years past? 5 years ago, in your relentless pursuit of dark power, you ruthlessly annihilated the entire populations of over a dozen villages, sparing not a single soul, neither woman nor child, nor elder nor youth, slaughtering thousands of innocent, defenseless citizens. At that time, I failed to apprehend you, allowing you to escape, but now, as you have willingly walked into the snare, do not expect to leave this place alive. As his words echoed, the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder that Rong Xiaoyao's mere appearance had elicited such fervent agitation. They were not devoid of empathy. Upon learning of Rong Xiaoyao's heinous deeds, their collective fury ignited. The thought of slaughtering thousands of innocent civilians in pursuit of personal gain was an atrocity beyond human comprehension, a testament to the depravity of the demonic sect. In the world of martial arts, it was not uncommon for individuals to have blood on their hands. Yet, those present had typically only targeted rivals with whom they had grievances. Even when innocents were occasionally caught in the crossfire, the numbers were seldom excessive. It was unfathomable for someone like Rong Xiaoyao to commit such widespread carnage for the sake of cultivation. Indeed, such a monster could scarcely be found even among the most nefarious of sections. He had utterly forsaken his humanity, and it was clear that such a fiend must be eradicated. The mere thought of allowing a creature like him to continue living ignited a furious fire within the hearts of those present. Every additional moment he drew breath was a profound insult to the souls of the departed. It had long been said that those of the demonic sect were irredeemable, and now they bore witness to the extent of their moral decay. Such a monster deserved the wrath of all. There was no need for discussions of virtue regarding such a villain. It was time for a united front. Today, they would surely bring him down. Yes, let us converge upon him and rend him to pieces to appease the spirits of the fallen. The assembled martial heroes felt their anger blaze within their eyes, nearly overwhelming their senses. Even some rogue practitioners who had infiltrated the gathering began to shout, realizing there was no alternative. To remain silent would expose them to suspicion. If one did not shout, did they harbor guilt? If guilty, were they not also agents of evil? Were not all practitioners of dark arts complicit in such atrocities? If so, they deserve to perish. If not, could there be any virtuous individual among the wicked? Thus, they too joined the chorus of outrage. Rong Xiaoyao surveyed the encircling Jinji and the thunderous cries emanating from outside, and his expression darkened. He had not anticipated such an upheaval. He had underestimated the situation. Though the events unfolding were indeed abominable, he found little cause for concern. Over the years, The number of individuals he has slain in pursuit of his martial arts training is beyond reckoning. Had it not been for the words of this 1,000-household leader today, he would have long forgotten this particular incident. As for the massacre of innocent civilians and the annihilation of villages, such acts are truly countless. But wait, do not rush. I have come to challenge Chen Fan. In a thunderous roar, Rong Xiaoyao infused his voice with true essence, directly targeting Chen Fan. Surrounded by so many, all clamoring for his demise, it is not just he who would feel fear. Anyone in his position would tremble, even though he perceives these foes as mere insignificant beings. The adage holds true: a multitude of ants can indeed bring down an elephant. His demise seems inevitable. Chapter 164. The Art of Subtlety. At this moment, the most pressing matter was to divert attention, to quell their impatience. The plan was to allow Chen Fan to engage in a solitary duel, while seeking a means of escape thereafter. Chen Fan, do you dare to face me in combat, representing the Jingyi Guard? Let us determine both our prowess and our fates. Rong Xiaoyao, in a state of exasperation, mustered all his strength to utter these words. Remarkably, this provocation proved effective. The onlookers fell into a hushed silence. Although they could surely defeat Rong Xiaoyao together, the potential losses would be incalculable. Thus, their gazes turned towards Chen Fan, the embodiment of justice, hoping he would vanquish the demon. With a sardonic smile, Chen Fan felt no pressure whatsoever. He stepped forward and coldly declared, "Very well, since you seek death, I shall personally bestow it upon you." He then turned to the captain and said, "You all may withdraw. There is no need for comrades to perish needlessly. Leave this man to me. Today, I shall claim his name, to console the souls of the departed." The captain, understanding that it was best to let Chen Fan take the lead, nodded and retreated. However, he remained grave and cautioned, "Chen Fan, be wary. Do not underestimate your opponent. His strength is indeed formidable." Chen Fan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, "Fear not. Even if I were to face an unfortunate defeat, you would encircle him here, and he would find no escape." Raising his voice, he infused his words with his essence, addressing the gathered crowd, "Rest assured, everyone. Regardless of the outcome today, I shall slay this man and present his head as tribute to all the restless souls." His proclamation immediately garnered the admiration of many martial artists present. After all, Rong Xiaoyao was destined to perish. Whether sooner or later mattered little. To witness Chen Fan personally execute him would be ideal, providing a spectacle worthy of their attention. Should Chen Fan, by some misfortune, fail, they could still rush in to overwhelm him afterwards. Step back and witness how Chen Fan upholds righteousness and slays the malevolent. Go, Lord Chen, eliminate this scoundrel. The crowd of martial artists retreated to a safe distance, rallying in support of Chen Fan, hoping he would embody their collective will and vanquish Rong Xiaoyao. Yet among them, only He Shui seethed with indignation, cursing Chen Fan inwardly. Damn that little wretch. After 2 battles, now he faces the 5th-ranked challenger. I refuse to believe he will escape death. This calm demeanor must be a fade. He is already drained and vulnerable. Chen Fan, today is your reckoning. Your demise is inevitable. He Shui cared not for the identity of Chen Fan's opponent. All he knew was that this man sought to kill him. The true harbingers of death were those bureaucrats who had taken countless lives, though they did not personally wield the sword. Their mere command often resulted in the displacement of countless souls. It is unfathomable how many lives have met their end indirectly at their hands. At this moment, He Shui was contemplating sending someone to rescue Rong Xiaoyao. To him, any enemy of Chen Fan was a potential ally, regardless of their character. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to forge connections with the forces backing Rong Xiaoyao. If he could manage to bring such power under his control, it would signify a significant enhancement of the He family's strength. The He family harbored no moral dichotomies. If anything, they were the epitome of malevolence, merely cloaked in the guise of benevolence. In their worldview, there existed no distinction between righteous and heretical. Only the capability for collaboration mattered. At that moment, 2 figures stood at a distance of 7 or 8 zhang, locked in a tense standoff. Though the space between them was considerable, to masters like them, it was but a fleeting instant. Chen Fan, today I shall surely slay you, using your head as a ball for all to see that I, Rong Xiaoyao, am far superior to you. You do not deserve to hold the 4th position on the earth ranking. Rong Xiaoyao, unwavering in his intent, made a show of challenging for the sake of the ranking, exuding an aura of ruthless determination. Chen Fan remained unmoved by his words, yet his gaze radiated an unprecedented chill and murderous intent. The earlier remarks of the 1,000 household had already ignited his fury. Indeed, as the passionate heroes of the martial world had proclaimed, such a fiend must be vanquished. while others may lack the opportunity. For Chen Fan, this moment lay before him like an open door. Gazing at Rong Xiaoyao, Chen Fan stated with calm resolve, "I shall employ but a single sword, and with it, I will shatter your very soul, ensuring you can never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Individuals like you have no right to exist in this world." Although Chen Fan refrained from uttering harsh words, his demeanor served as the greatest affront to someone as prideful as Rong Xiaoyao. "You truly are insufferably arrogant," Rong Xiaoyao seethed, narrowing his eyes in fury. "Very well, since you shall wield but one strike, I too shall respond with a single blow. My strike will ensure that your hollow reputation meets utter annihilation." No sooner had he spoken than his blood-colored true essence surged forth. The air thickened with a pungent scent of blood, transforming the surroundings into a veritable arena of slaughter, causing nearby civilians to retch. Moreover, this blood essence carried with it a tangible harm. As it entered their bodies, the feeble were engulfed in searing agony, their insides feeling as if they were ablaze. The civilians began to wail in anguish, and those around quickly discerned the peril, issuing urgent warnings. "Everyone, this blood essence is dangerous. Retreat at once. Those with strength, assist the civilians." The 1,000 household officer behind him promptly cautioned, "Chen Qianhu, exercise caution and do not underestimate this. It is the unique secret technique of their sect. This blood energy not only harbors toxic gas, but can also infiltrate the body, damaging the internal organs and capable of killing unseen." Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan remained utterly unfazed, not even the slightest tremor betraying him. His figure stood as resolute as a pine tree. Poison gas. What a jest. He possesses the easing muscle classic to protect him. Thus, any so-called toxic gas is merely a child's play, having no effect on him whatsoever. The easing muscle classic is inherently a martial art of celestial dominance, and with Chen Fan's strength far surpassing his adversaries, he felt no pressure at all. A trivial skill, nothing more. Chapter 165. The slaying of Rong Xiaoyao. As the so-called poison gas approached Chen Fan, he effortlessly dispelled it. "Taste my strike, you arrogant brat," Rong Xiaoyao roared. Leaping from his position, surrounded by a swirling mass of blood energy that surged towards Chen Fan like a crimson tide. This sea of blood not only appeared terrifying, but also possessed formidable power. The bricks and stones along its path disintegrated as if confronted by molten lava. A horrifying aura emanated from it, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its wake. Witnessing the relentless advance of the blood sea, the Imperial guards behind Chen Fan could not suppress their terror, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it unimaginable that such a spectacle could be summoned by human strength. Even the 1,000 household commander had to concede that Rong Xiaoyao's innate talent was truly formidable, far surpassing his own. Years prior, he had been able to suppress Rong Xiaoyao, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. Yet now, he recognized that he was no longer a worthy opponent. In a one-on-one confrontation, he doubted his ability to escape unscathed. Should Rong Xiaoyao strike with lethal intent, he could easily sustain grave injuries. If not for the protective formation, he would not have recklessly advanced. "I have said it before. Mere trifles, not worth a strike," Chen Fan remarked coolly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He grasped the hilt of his sword and drew it forth. The blade gleamed like a flash of lightning, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Its edge was as sharp as a cold moon, unfurling with the grace of a dragon soaring through the heavens. The sword light swiftly expanded into an enormous wave of sword energy, rivaling the blood sea in intensity. Before this sword energy, the blood sea crumbled like tofu, instantly shattering into a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Under the dazzling brilliance of the sword light, the sea of blood offered no resistance, being cleaved apart effortlessly. "How is this possible? Chen Fan, you possess such strength. Are you truly a master?" After the destruction of the blood sea, Rong Xiaoyao's contorted visage reflected disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his hair disheveled. Lacking any semblance of a master, resembling a madman instead. He had never anticipated that his full-force attack would be so easily shattered by Chen Fan. He had expected the worst outcome to be a deadlock. The thought of defeat had never crossed his mind. "Chen Fan, you must be feigning. You are a grandmaster. You must be a grandmaster. How could you attain such mastery at this tender age?" Rong Xiaoyao's gaze twisted with extreme jealousy and hatred, as if capable of annihilating Chen Fan. Alas, such a notion was utterly impossible. Confronted by the oncoming sword energy, he summoned all his true essence in a desperate attempt to resist. Alas, no amount of intricate calculations could rival his own strength. All efforts were in vain. Dust returns to dust. The overwhelming sword energy crashed down mercilessly, akin to an elephant unwittingly crushing an ant. The street shattered under this cataclysmic force, becoming a profound pit. Under the brilliance of the sword light, Rong Xiaoyao was effortlessly obliterated to ashes, offering no resistance, no chance for survival. The sword energy did not continue its rampage. Upon striking the ground, the tremendous shockwave surged upwards towards Qingzhou City, resembling an extraordinarily grand firework display. Almost half of Qingzhou City's populace was drawn out to witness this spectacle. Is this the might of a top-tier expert? How terrifying! Can such power truly belong to a master? One might conjecture that even a grandmaster would pale in comparison. With a resounding clang, Chen Fan indifferently sheathed his long sword, not even casting a glance at the desolation surrounding him. He lifted his gaze, gazing forlornly at the sky, his voice echoing through the streets that resembled a wasteland. With such meager abilities, dare you to bark at our genie way? Truly, you overestimate yourselves. Everyone, take heed. Should such incidents occur again, this will be your fate. I shall not allow any heretics to escape my grasp. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen as they exchanged bewildered glances, their minds blank. After a prolonged silence, they gradually regained their senses, feeling an overwhelming tide of tumultuous emotions, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? What an awe-inspiring power! The earlier display by Rong Xiaoyao had been dreadfully formidable, yet now, in Chen Fan's words, it was rendered utterly inconsequential. If Rong Xiaoyao was deemed insignificant, then what were they? Mere dust? Regardless of Chen Fan's arrogance, they lacked the capacity to retort, for the one who uttered those words had just demonstrated his prowess. He spoke and acted with conviction, claiming he would use merely one sword, and indeed, he had done so. One sword severed the sea of blood, one sword obliterated life. Fifth on the earth ranking, the unparalleled evil, Rong Xiaoyao, is dead. So effortlessly had he triumphed. How terrifying must Master Chen Fan's strength be? That sword strike was so fearsome it seemed capable of cleaving the heavens. I sensed that had Master Chen not tempered his power, he could have caused the very ground of Qingzhou City to tremble. Goodness, if I could learn even a fraction of that sword technique, I might also become a master of the sword. Master Chen truly rids the world of evil, and he fulfills his promises. Around him, the heroes expressed a myriad of opinions, their admiration for Chen Fan reaching unprecedented heights. It seemed that from this day forth, Chen Fan's renown could rival that of true martial heroes. The prestige of the top 3 on the earth ranking, cultivated over years in the martial world, paled in comparison to the immense fame Chen Fan garnered through this single battle. Excellent, splendid. The captain, with his fists clenched tightly, struck the ground with such force that a small crater was nearly formed, and he exclaimed with great excitement, "Today, Captain Chen has publicly vanquished the brigands, and the reputation of the Jinyui is greatly elevated. I, Hong Shun, am hosting a banquet at Baifeng Tower, and all brothers of the Jinyui who wish to join shall have their expenses covered by me." For 5 years, the failure to capture Rong Xiaoyao, allowing him to escape, had weighed heavily on his mind. Today, as Chen Fan personally beheaded him before the gates of the Jinyui, it truly alleviated the burden on his heart, filling him with immense joy. Hence, he boldly declared a feast for all to hear. The Jinyui behind him erupted in cheers. Indeed, it was a day of double happiness. Chapter 166. The mighty Vajrapalm. In this moment of triumph for the Genie Wei, they jubilantly celebrated, while Chen Fan's adversaries were consumed by fury. He Shui, in particular, was on the brink of madness. What esteemed experts from the earth ranking? They were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. That so-called Rong Xiaoyao, whose reputation was so grand, touted as a ruthless killer, turned out to be nothing more than a coward, dispatched with a single strike. Useless indeed. How had he even attained the 5th position? The disparity between the 5th and 4th ranks was staggering. Did the Tianggui pavilion merely idle away their time? In a fit of rage, he Shui demolished everything within the room that could be smashed. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he might have torn the very house apart. Meanwhile, his guards dared not utter a word, huddled together in fear, trembling in unison. They scarcely made a sound, terrified of attracting he Shui's attention in his volatile state. Given his current demeanor, who knew if he might eliminate them as well? Yet, aside from Shui, there were others lurking in the shadows, observing the battle, awaiting the outcome of Chen Fan's confrontation. Their eyes, akin to predatory hawks, fixated intently on Chen Fan. Upon witnessing his decisive defeat of Rong Xiaoyao, a chilling aura emanated from those eyes, brimming with murderous intent. However, they refrained from acting recklessly. To strike against Chen Fan in such a setting would be tantamount to courting death. Though this murderous intent flickered only momentarily, it did not escape Chen Fan's notice. Yet, when he turned to look, the owner of those eyes had vanished without a trace. Chen Fan subtly surveyed the crowd, his gaze meeting numerous jubilant faces. Save for one figure clad in black robes, who had already retreated into the distance. Who could this be? An ally of the demonic sect? Or perhaps a follower of Chen? Chen Fan pondered this, recognizing that thus far, his enemies had largely emerged from these two factions. Unfortunately, Chen had been dispatched by the Emperor for disaster relief, denying Chen Fan the opportunity for a covert assassination. Otherwise, he would have seized the chance to eliminate him long ago. Regaining his focus, Chen Fan addressed the assembly, his voice resonating. Is there anyone here who wishes to challenge me, Chen Fan? A palpable silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. No one dared to speak. With Rong Xiaoyao, the fifth-ranked expert, dispatched so effortlessly, who would have the audacity to step forward? Would they summon the top 3 from the Earth ranking? Or perhaps a Grandmaster would take action? Today, Chen Fan had first vanquished the 30th-ranked foe, then defeated the 7th, Tang Shan, and ultimately, he had forcefully slain the 5th, Rong Xiaoyao. Such prowess raised doubts even about the capabilities of the top 3. Could they truly contend with him? His performance today was nothing short of terrifying, resembling an unfathomable abyss with no end in sight. Even those who occupied the first position on the Earth ranking were not beyond the realm of observation. Yet, none had managed to defeat a top-ranked expert with such apparent ease. It is likely that after today's news circulates, no arrogant master will dare to challenge Chen Fan any longer. His prowess is now sufficient to earn universal recognition. With no challengers remaining, I kindly ask everyone to disperse. Chen Fan cast a glance at the crowd and proclaimed, "This is, after all, the entrance to our town protector's office. What is the purpose of blocking this place? It does not reflect well on our Jinui. The battle has concluded, and with Chen Fan himself having spoken, the assembled heroes had no reason to remain." In an instant, they clasped their fists and gracefully departed, employing their skills to vanish from sight. A few audacious individuals even approached Chen Fan to bid farewell, eager to leave a lasting impression. "Sir, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I admire you greatly. Should fate allow us to cross paths in the future, I shall extend a warm welcome and treat you with the utmost respect. Farewell." Another added, "If we meet again, I shall greet you with fervor. The mountains are high and the waters deep. We shall meet again." The crowd dispersed like a receding tide, leaving only the Jinui to confront the ravaged street before them. However, they promptly organized their personnel to commence repair work. Although Chen Fan had exerted considerable restraint, the street lay in a deplorable state, necessitating swift restoration. Meanwhile, with all challengers having vanished, the system's electronic voice resonated at an opportune moment. "Ding. Host detected that all challengers have been defeated. Task completed. Would you like to claim your reward?" "Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the full-level Great Strength Diamond Palm. The reward is now being distributed." An influx of familiar information surged within him, and after numerous enlightening experiences, Chen Fan had grown accustomed to this sensation. His comprehension of the Great Strength Diamond Palm instantly reached its zenith. What an exceptional technique, he mused, silently praising the art. Having grasped the various matters at hand, Chen Fan returned to the 1,000 household office with his subordinates. The other 1,000 households, having no reason to linger, also departed with their followers. In an instant, the previously bustling street was left with only the repair crews. Meanwhile, the events that transpired here spread through Qingzhou City like wildfire, uncontrollably sweeping across the entire Jianghu. Following today's battle, Chen Fan's renown soared to unprecedented heights. No one dared to belittle him due to any suspicions of enlightenment. In fact, the topic was scarcely mentioned thereafter. What a jest it would be. Throughout history, which enlightened individual has possessed such strength? Even if Chen Fan were indeed enlightened, they could only choose to ignore it. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even perceived weaknesses become unmentionable. Esteemed sir, following today's battle, your reputation has reached unprecedented heights. I believe that in the upcoming rankings, you may very well ascend to the pinnacle of the list. In the Qianhu headquarters, Chen Fan's subordinates spoke to him, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Chen Fan merely smiled, offering no reply to their comments. While others might be swayed by the rankings, Chen Fan harbored doubts about whether the individual responsible for the decrees of the Tianji Pavilion could truly discern his authentic level of cultivation. Nevertheless, if he were indeed ranked among the celestial ranks, he would have no choice but to accept it. Chapter 167. The emergence of the demon star in the splendid Baifeng Tower of Qingzhou City, within a prestigious room. The ethereal sound of a guqin resonated enchantingly in the air, captivating all who listened as if it were a celestial melody descending from the heavens. The musician was one of the 6 most illustrious courtesans of Baifeng Tower, known as Jingyin. Her beauty was unparalleled, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Yet it was her exquisite guqin performance that rendered the entire city of Qingzhou in awe. Countless nobles, affluent merchants, and young scions yearned to behold her beauty and were driven to madness by the allure of her music. However, only a scant few managed to hear her play. For Jingyin adhered to a strict regimen. She performed but 1 piece each month and entertained only a single guest, charging an astonishing sum of 50,000 taels of silver. This fee, even in the imperial city, was not trifling. Such stringent conditions meant that those fortunate enough to experience her music were exceedingly rare. Yet today, Jingyin astonishingly broke her own rules, welcoming a guest in broad daylight, her fingers dancing over the strings as if the music were free of charge. Remarkably, this guest had not offered a single coin. Moreover, he was neither a nobleman nor a renowned merchant, nor was he an enchanting poet. He was merely an elderly man with snow-white hair, bearing the weight of age, the most celebrated courtesan of Baifeng Tower. Disregarding her own regulations to play for this old man would undoubtedly infuriate countless young lords and charming poets. What could this elder possess that warranted such treatment from Jingyin? However, this elder was no ordinary man. Few like him existed within the entire dynasty. He was known as the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. At this moment, the elder leaned against the windowsill, eyes closed, savoring the music while gently nodding his head, as if composing a score in the air with his hands. Only when the melody ceased did he slowly open his eyes, applauding and exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. Young lady, your guqin skills are truly remarkable. It is no wonder you have garnered such renown in Qingzhou City." With a slight glance, he continued, "Not only is your music unparalleled, but your beauty also stands as a testament to this era." Yet, upon hearing his praise, Jingyin immediately rose and performed a graceful bow. "You flatter me excessively, dear elder. I am but an unworthy girl, unworthy of your commendations." After speaking, she delicately poured a cup of tea, gracefully presenting it before him. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets chuckled warmly as he accepted the cup and drank it in one go. "Ah, this cup of tea is worth 100 taels of gold. Alas, I am penniless and unable to repay you." Jingyin, amused by his words, covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, replying softly, "It is my honor to serve you tea, dear elder. How could I dare to accept any payment?" She held great respect for this seemingly frail old man, whose skin shimmered with vitality despite his white hair, though she remained unaware of the true identity of the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. She recognized that he was a person personally entrusted by the enigmatic proprietor of Baifeng Tower. This connection suggested that he was of significant importance. Indeed, the proprietor had dispatched not only her, but a rotation of courtesans, all tasked with attending to him in turn. The elder had already been visited by 4 other courtesans, and she was the 5th. Suddenly, amidst the tranquility, the elder revealed a cryptic smile, his fingers idly swirling as he murmured, "Indeed, one possesses a unique destiny. Such calculations are exceedingly challenging." Upon hearing this, Jingyin was taken aback and immediately inquired, "Is it possible that even the divine sage, who can foresee all, encounters individuals beyond his reckoning?" The elder shook his head, chuckling softly. "Ultimately, I am but a mere mortal. How could I claim to fathom the entirety of existence? Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary being." However, after stating this, he lifted his gaze towards the boundless sky. In the next moment, his dark, profound pupils transformed, radiating a blinding white light, akin to 2 suns igniting suddenly. Upon closer inspection, one would find that within his eyes, there were no suns, no clouds, and no blue sky, only an abyssal river of stars, with a shimmering band of celestial bodies meandering through it. Within this cosmic tapestry, several stars shone brilliantly, resembling a celestial court surrounding a singular, radiant star, casting shadows upon the surrounding luminaries. Yet, amidst this brilliance, one star abruptly dimmed, only to be swiftly replaced by another that flared to life beside it. Strangely, this new star emitted a uniquely blood-red glow, unmistakably marking it as a malevolent celestial body. With the appearance of this ominous star, it seemed the world was on the brink of chaos once more. The elder's eyes returned to their original state as he sighed softly, uttering these words so faintly that only he could hear. Nearby, Jingyin appeared to have caught a glimpse of something amiss and hastily lowered her head, inquiring, "Divine sage, have you divined something significant? Why does your expression seem so troubled?" However, as soon as the words left her lips, She realized she had overstepped her bounds and immediately fell silent, her head bowed in trepidation. Jingyin had only known the elder for a mere 4 days, having just begun her service today. Yet she sensed that he was one of the world's most esteemed sages, untouched by the tribulations that affected others. His typically serene demeanor had now given way to a troubling manifestation, clearly indicating that he had encountered something extraordinary. Yet, such matters were surely beyond the grasp of a mere courtesan. The elder, undeterred by her concern, offered her reassurance. There is no cause for alarm. It is merely an old man speaking to himself. Let us not dwell on these disheartening topics. He smiled faintly and then said, I have heard that Miss Kagamine's dancing is of remarkable caliber. Why don't we play some music for a dance? The solemnity that once adorned his face seemed to have vanished entirely, replaced now by a sense of joy and mischief. Very well, as long as it pleases you. Kagamine smiled slightly and promptly set about her preparations. The current demeanor of the elder of heavenly mechanisms bore little resemblance to the esteemed figure of high moral standing and ethereal grace as rumored. Instead, he appeared to be a whimsical old man, akin to a playful child who frequented brothels. If the vast community of martial artists were to discover that the venerable elder responsible for creating the numerous rankings had such a penchant for visiting such establishments, one could only imagine their reactions. Chapter 168. All expenses covered by him in the city of Qingzhou, the stronghold of the demonic sect. The master coldly received the report of the dismal defeat of Rong Xiaoyao, who had been effortlessly slain by Chen Fan. The loyal assassin, Gue Yi, knelt respectfully before him, articulating each detail of the day's events. This worthless fool. I had foreseen his failure, the Ghost Emperor scoffed, displaying no sign of anger. As if he had anticipated this outcome, he instructed indifferently, relay the news of his death back home. His demise serves its purpose. The sect will continue in our stead. Yes, my lord, I shall do so immediately. Gue Yi rose and departed the underground palace without delay, making his way to Rong Xiaoyao's sect. He bore no concern for Rong Xiaoyao's death, having expected it all along. After all, his true target was not Rong Xiaoyao, but rather his father. Should Rong Xiaoyao succeed in eliminating Chen Fan, it would be ideal. However, if Chen Fan were to slay him instead, that would be inconsequential. His father would inevitably break through and seek vengeance for his son. Regardless of the outcome, it was all favorable news for him. In this incident, he could only emerge victorious, never defeated. Bring forth the next, the Ghost Emperor commanded, and a figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling before him. What is your command? My lord, dispatch orders to prepare for action. At once, the shadow bowed and swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. The Ghost Emperor no longer concerned himself with Rong Xiaoyao, for his intentions in this hidden domain were not merely to contend with a single Chen Fan. His primary focus remained on the 3 masters of the Tian Gang who had infiltrated the imperial palace. More than 2 months had elapsed since their covert operation commenced. The agents he had deployed had successfully achieved their preliminary objectives and were poised for further execution. Compared to Chen Fan, his ambitions were directed toward the entire Dahua dynasty. Zhu Yongyan, soon I shall escort you to your rightful place. This realm shall return to its true master. The Bailey clan. A bizarre, raucous laughter echoed through the underground palace, imbued with a profound essence that extinguished all the lamps in an instant. As the candles mysteriously reignited on their own, the Ghost Emperor's presence vanished from the chamber, leaving behind a foreboding and eerie statue. In the He residence of Qingzhou, He Shuai returned in a fit of rage, his anger boiling to the point of madness, as if it might erupt from his chest. Chen Fan not only survived the battle, but also seized the opportunity to achieve great renown, instantly becoming famous throughout the land. This left He Shuai feeling more tormented than death itself. Why can't that wretched little beast simply perish? If only he were dead, there would be far fewer troubles to contend with. He Shuai slammed his palm down on the expensive red sandalwood table, leaving behind a series of imprints that seeped into the surface. His visage, twisted with rage, seemed possessed by a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. The individuals surrounding him were gripped by trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe loudly. Yet, at that moment, a guard suddenly lifted his head and approached He Shuai, stating, Master, they are hosting a banquet at Baifeng Tower tonight. This presents us with an opportunity. He Shuai fixed his gaze upon him, coldly inquiring, What do you mean by that? The guard, trembling under He Shuai's scrutinizing eyes, though filled with dread, mustered the courage to continue. Isn't Chen Fan hosting a banquet with numerous imperial guards at Baifeng Tower tonight? That means his home will be unprotected. This is a favorable opportunity for us, he added. Oh, are you suggesting that we target his fiancée, He Shuai, being a scion of the He family, instantly grasped the malevolent scheme. Indeed, That is precisely the plan. The guard's face contorted into a wicked grin, mirroring He Xiaoyi's own expression. Although Chen Fan is formidable and we cannot contend with him directly, his fiancée and in-laws are merely ordinary folk. While they do have a few guards, they lack any real capacity for resistance and would crumble easily. We could dispatch a few individuals to annihilate his entire household. Isn't Chen Fan renowned today? Let us present him with an extraordinary gift on such a notable day, allowing him to truly rejoice. As He Xiaoyi absorbed the guard's description, his expression grew increasingly brazen, the feasibility of the plan becoming ever more appealing. Despite He Qianlin's earlier admonition to refrain from reckless actions and to await his return for guidance, this opportunity was too rare to relinquish. He Qianlin had merely cautioned against scheming against Chen Fan himself, not against his family. Besides, should the endeavor fail, what of it? They were merely a few dead servants. Would their family truly miss such expendables? Very well, this task shall be entrusted to you. Take a few men to carry it out. Should you succeed, a generous reward awaits you. I intend for Chen Fan to return tomorrow to behold the most exquisite sights and the finest gifts this world has to offer. He Xiaoyi chuckled menacingly. I am certain he will be immensely pleased with my offering. The guard, understanding his orders, nodded respectfully and set off to execute the plan. Time swiftly passed, and soon evening descended. The third floor of Baifeng Tower had been entirely reserved, with over 20 rooms prepared to host the imperial guards. The food and drink were of the highest quality, and the courtesans were equally exquisite. This was not Chen Fan's first visit. Now, with his elevated status, he was entitled to nothing but the finest. In the exquisite private room where Chen Fan currently resided, the courtesans accompanying him were none other than renowned courtesans, among whom was the illustrious Sai, one of the 6 great courtesans. She was gracefully playing the zither at that moment. The other maidens twirled and danced beneath the enchanting melody, resembling delicate butterflies in flight. Observing this splendid spectacle, the esteemed gentleman was utterly delighted. Having invested significantly in this gathering, let us indulge ourselves, revel in the abundance. He boomed with laughter. Do not hesitate to enjoy. I have expressly stated that all expenses today are on me. Now, let us raise a toast in his honor. Chen Fan proclaimed, lifting his goblet high with a smile. Chapter 169, Night Assault. Ha ha ha. Come, let us all raise a glass in his honor. Indeed, Chen Qianhu spoke wisely. Were it not for his generous intervention, we would not have gathered here. I, too, shall toast to him. The surrounding Qianhes echoed in agreement, lifting their cups to offer their respects. Amongst these esteemed individuals, there existed no hierarchy, for they all shared a camaraderie born from familiarity. Although Chen Fan had yet to attain the title of Qianhu, his current status as one of the 13 protectors rendered him equal in stature, if not greater, given his formidable prowess that commanded respect from all. As revelry ensued, the spirits flowed freely, and soon, the faces of the assembly flushed crimson, their eyes glazing over with inebriation, their comportment becoming increasingly unruly. Yet, as men, none found cause for contention in such indulgences. Despite their martial prowess, none chose to expel the effects of alcohol through their internal energies, for doing so would be a slight to their companions. Thus, they began to pursue the maidens, drawing them into their embraces. Some even abandoned their cups entirely, opting instead to whisk the young women away to more intimate pursuits. Chen Fan, however, refrained from participating in this debauchery, declining the attentions of the courtesan offered to him. Instead, he resolved to return to the Qing residence following the banquet. His reluctance was not born of disdain for the courtesans, for they were, in truth, untouched maidens, and a Qianhu's generosity would not bestow upon them anything less than pristine company. The so-called courtesans were merely playthings held by the true elite. Chen Fan's urgency to depart stemmed from a growing unease within him, a persistent whisper of intuition suggesting that calamity loomed over the Qing household. This sensation, akin to the sixth sense, often dismissed as mere folly by the untrained, held profound significance for him. As a pinnacle warrior, his intuition was notably acute, frequently proving to be a savior in dire times. Thus, he chose to heed this instinct, placing unwavering faith in his inner voice. Meanwhile, within the Qing estate in Qingzhou City, the night enveloped the surroundings in a cloak of inky darkness, with only a resplendent moon illuminating the scene. At that moment, a cadre of individuals clad in black stealth attire approached silently, numbering 20 in total. A passing cloud obscured the moonlight, plunging the area into profound shadow. The leader of the cloaked figures coldly issued orders, devoid of any compassion for life. The command is clear. None of the Qing family shall remain. Show no mercy. Understood, echoed the responses of the assassins, their voices hushed. Though the Qing household was not remiss in its vigilance, and the estate was expansive, the guardians were predominantly ordinary martial artists, as few innate-level warriors served as protectors. However, the timing of their assault was impeccable, striking at the witching hour when even the most vigilant of souls found themselves weary. At this hour, all the night watchmen appeared bleary-eyed, as if their eyelids were weighed down by heavy sacks of sand, rendering them incapable of opening their eyes. In such a state, they failed to notice the silent intrusion into the Qing residence. Suddenly, a splash of crimson blossomed amidst the darkness, strikingly beautiful. A martial artist clutched his throat, his face contorted in disbelief. Blood gushed from his hand without any sign of abatement. His trachea had been severed by the lethal blow, and despite his desperate attempts to vocalize, only feeble groans escaped his lips. Soon, he collapsed silently to the ground, having drawn his last breath. He was merely the harbinger of this massacre, certainly not the last. Many martial artists perished alongside him. The individuals dispatched by Hishui were all seasoned assassins, led by 3 innate experts, while the rest were elite practitioners of the art of assassination. Their prowess was far beyond that of the ordinary guards of the Qing family, leaving them utterly defenseless. It was akin to a pack of ravenous wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, hunting with impunity, with no one capable of obstructing them. One by one, martial artists fell without a sound, and before long, the assassins were nearing the courtyard. Listen well, seek out Qing Yunju first. She is Chen Fan's fiancée and our primary target for this mission. The master has specifically instructed that whoever finds Qing Yunju first will receive the merit, along with a reward of 100,000 taels of silver. The leader of the assassins conveyed this message, and upon hearing that staggering figure, the rest of the assassins were nearly driven to madness. 100,000 taels, what a monumental sum. If it were merely a number, it would stretch infinitely with zeros. For individuals of their caliber, acquiring such wealth seemed an unattainable dream throughout their lifetimes. Yet now, they had the chance to realize it by eliminating a defenseless woman. I must be the first to take her down today. The assassins' eyes blazed with fervor as they dispersed in search of their prey. However, shortly after their separation, a blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the night. The scream reverberated through the stillness like thunder, echoing hauntingly in the quiet night. It was the result of a mistake made by one of the assassins while dispatching a martial artist. Although he had severed the man's throat, he had failed to completely sever the trachea, allowing for that final, anguished cry. Perhaps the tantalizing prospect of 100,000 taels had rendered him overly anxious. Regardless, the scream roused all of the Qing family's guards, who swarmed to the scene like frantic worker ants. Damn it, this fool is more trouble than he is worth. The leader cursed angrily, abandoning stealth for a direct slaughter. Having been exposed, there is no point in feigning innocence any longer. Even in the face of a direct massacre, none within this household can contend with them. The previous caution was merely to avoid drawing the attention of pivotal figures such as Qing Yunju, thereby preventing any potential means of concealment or defense from being employed. Indeed, the scream startled Qing Yunju and his parents. This is dire. Assassins have arrived. The awakened Qing Chun is no fool. He swiftly grasps the gravity of the situation and makes the prudent choice. With the knowledge that intruders have breached their sanctuary and with Chen Fan absent, his only recourse is to swiftly take his wife into the hidden chamber. Chapter 170. The secret chamber. Qing Chen's wife trembled with fear, clutching her clothes and speaking with a quivering voice. You must think of a way to save our daughter. If anything happens to her, how can we continue to live? The mere thought of her daughter's potential fate sent tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, and she even rushed toward the door of the secret chamber, desperate to rescue her daughter, despite knowing it was a futile endeavor. Perhaps this is the essence of motherhood, an instinctive drive to risk one's life, even when fully aware of the futility. Yet, Qing Chun remained composed, unwilling to let her sacrifice herself in vain. He firmly grasped her, saying, "Calm down, there's no need to panic. Yunju's room also has a secret chamber. She can protect herself, so there's no need to worry. Have you forgotten your son-in-law's previous admonitions? Do not be so tense. If you go out now, you will only sacrifice yourself unnecessarily and create chaos. If captured, you would merely serve as leverage against our son-in-law." With that, Qing Chun securely closed the door to the secret chamber. This chamber had been Chen Fan's primary focus in recent days, designed specifically to guard against such eventualities. Constructed from an array of extraordinarily rare and expensive metals, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach by mere human strength. Within the chamber, there was ample food and water, sufficient for both of them to survive for an extended period. It was certain that Yunju's room also contained a similar secret chamber, essentially creating 2 impenetrable sanctuaries. each equipped with various contingency plans in anticipation of this very day. Chen Fan had meticulously considered numerous scenarios, hence his extensive preparations. If it were merely to safeguard the Qing family's wealth, such heightened defenses would be unnecessary. However, Chen Fan had taken these measures to prevent his enemies from inflicting harm upon his family. His adversaries were increasingly formidable, each more ruthless than the last. It was no surprise that they could perpetrate such heinous acts. The demonic sect and the He family were devoid of humanity, posing a constant threat. To protect his loved ones, Chen Fan had not only prepared numerous defensive tools for Yunju, but had also established various backup plans, which, as fate would have it, were now being put to the test. Just as Qing Chun had surmised, Yunju was exceptionally astute. Upon hearing the screams, she immediately took refuge in her secret chamber. She only exhaled a sigh of relief once the door to the chamber was securely closed, ensuring that no one had entered. Although her heart raced within her chest, she calmed herself by touching the forget-me-not ring on her finger, suddenly finding an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over her. Everything will be fine. My husband will certainly come to resolve this situation, she murmured, allowing herself to relax completely. However, just as she settled into her sanctuary, the door to her room was violently smashed open. A shadow darted swiftly to the bedside, and without the slightest hesitation, struck down with a blade, only to meet the unyielding surface of the bed frame. The assassin's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that Qing Yunju had escaped. He hastily reached beneath the covers and discovered they were still warm. He bellowed in fury. She must have just left. She can't be far. She won't escape the Qing family. Search for her. A few assassins immediately followed suit, rummaging through the room in a frenzy, yet regrettably, they found nothing. In the midst of their rage, a sudden sound of mechanisms activating reverberated through the air, and a flurry of arrows rained down from an unknown source, impaling the assassins like hedgehogs. They scarcely had time to scream before meeting their demise. Once the secret chamber was locked from within, it triggered the room's deadly traps, indiscriminately killing all who entered, regardless of their allegiance. The mechanism thrived on annihilation, leaving no one unscathed. Even Chen Fan found himself powerless. He had to withstand the onslaught of these traps while conversing outside the secret chamber to persuade Qing Yunju to open the stone door from within. Only by unlocking the door could the mechanisms be quelled. Simultaneously, the situation was dire for the Qing Chun couple as well. All who attempted to capture them met a similarly grim fate. The 20-plus assassins had been reduced by half, and their only spoils were 2 still warm quilts. It seemed as though their targets had suddenly evaporated into thin air. Search, find them immediately. Tear this place apart if you must, but uncover their whereabouts. I refuse to believe that 3 living beings could simply vanish into thin air. The leader of the assassins stood amidst the carnage. His teeth clenched as he surveyed the bodies strewn about. He had anticipated an effortless victory today and had even envisioned the accolades he would receive upon his return. Yet, he found himself amidst such chaos. Not only had he failed to capture anyone, but he had also lost so many men in vain. Determined, he shifted his strategy, commanding his subordinates to gather all the servants of the Qing family alive. They were all thrown to the ground, tightly bound, while several vigilant assassins kept watch over them. Initially, a few martial artists attempted to resist, but their strength paled in comparison to that of the assassins, resulting in their swift demise. Boss, we've searched all these individuals. There's no one hidden among them. I've scoured every corner. There's no sign of anyone. The returning assassins reported back. The leader's expression grew increasingly cold as he absorbed their updates, pondering if these living souls had truly flown away. There must surely be a concealed chamber here. Otherwise, such a situation would be utterly inconceivable. He took a deep breath and began to analyze the circumstances. Chen Fan, being a member of the Imperial Guard, must have devised a secret room for the protection of his family, which is why we have been unable to locate it. The mechanisms within were undoubtedly designed to safeguard the sanctity of this hidden space. With a decisive gesture, he promptly led his subordinates back to the entrance of the room. Search thoroughly, no matter how cleverly they have concealed it. We must uncover it, he commanded. Yet, despite the resoluteness of his words, he showed no inclination to enter himself. His subordinates exchanged glances, hesitant and reluctant to proceed. Chapter 171. Interrogation. This room is not one that can be entered at will, let alone searched. The gruesome corpses of several hedgehogs lay bloodied within, and no one desires to become the next victim. You go in. The leader understood that they could not remain in this stalemate indefinitely and casually pointed at a member. But boss, I can't do it. I want to be able to withstand it. The individual, upon being chosen, could no longer conceal his expression, fear seeping through his voice. Damn it. If you don't go in, I'll be the one to take you down. The leader painted a picture of glory, promising a significant reward if the hidden room were to be discovered. Regrettably, the assassin was no fool and hesitated. Recalling how many times the leader had made grand promises without any follow-through, at least, he had never reaped the rewards himself. Entering this room was a matter of life and death, and he had no desire to hasten his demise. Seeing his subordinate still unwilling to move, the leader decided to take decisive action, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Will you go or not? If you don't, I'll kill you for defying me. This forceful approach proved effective. The assassin's eyes cleared with understanding that the leader was indeed capable of following through on his threats. Though his legs trembled, he ultimately stepped into the room, his focus entirely on his surroundings, each movement executed with utmost caution, even his breath barely perceptible. Suddenly, with a sharp click, a mechanism was triggered, releasing a barrage of arrows that transformed him into yet another fresh hedgehog. The assassin's life extinguished, he collapsed, blood gushing from his body. In his final moments, his gaze locked onto the leader, filled with resentment. At that instant, the leader and the other assassins were struck dumb with fear, paralyzed, and unable to move. Damn you, Chen Fan, you set so many traps. The leader's face darkened as he kicked two more individuals into the room. The pair exchanged a glance, realizing that escaping would be equally fatal, and thus cautiously advanced back to back. The arrows struck again, but they held their breath, exerting all their strength to block the onslaught, managing to fend it off, albeit barely. Ha ha. Well done. The leader's eyes sparkled with delight, his confidence in the traps diminishing. No matter how formidable you are, Chen Fan, can your trap surpass my own men's capabilities? He believed he would face no trouble himself, given his subordinates had survived. Unfortunately, his elation was premature. Sharp iron needles suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing through the two men. As they fell, the needles retracted, as if nothing had transpired. When Chen Fan designed this hidden room, he had not merely focused on crafting two chambers. Defense without offense was not his style. Moreover, if everyone were permitted to attack the hidden room unchecked, it was entirely possible that they might breach it. Thus, he devised a labyrinth of mechanisms, layered and perilous beyond measure. Entering the realm of innate masters is akin to courting death. For those beneath such a level, survival is nearly impossible. Even among the innate, only those with exceptional agility and quick reflexes stand a chance. The leader's visage turned ashen as he forcefully shattered the door, yet he refrained from stepping inside. Realizing he had yet to ascertain the location of the secret chamber, while his subordinates were at the brink of extinction. The lone assassin remaining nearby observed the grim fate of his fellow and dared not utter a sound, his body trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, terrified that he would be the next chosen victim. Thankfully, as he watched his leader turn away, a sigh of relief escaped him. Come, let us interrogate the household staff and see if any possess knowledge of how to unravel the mechanisms. The two returned to their previous location, commencing their inquiry. Speak. How do we unlock the mechanisms in Qing Yunju's chamber? Reveal this, and I shall guarantee your survival. His voice echoed through the night, yet met with silence. All the bound servants hung their heads, not a single one dared to respond. This was not a display of fortitude, but rather a simple truth. They genuinely did not know. The assassin leader, now bewildered, furiously executed one of the servants beside him and then bellowed at the remaining captives, "Will you speak? Should you remain silent? This man's fate shall be yours. You will all perish." One of the martial artists, trembling and closest to him, stammered, We truly do not know. We are only aware that there are mechanisms and a secret chamber in their quarters, but where the chamber lies or how to unlock the mechanisms is beyond our knowledge." The other servants echoed in agreement. Indeed, how could we lowly servants be privy to such matters? Although we could hear the commotion of construction, the specifics elude us. Please, spare us. Even if you kill us, we cannot provide the information you seek. They were indeed speaking the truth. There was no deception in their words. Chen Fan was not a fool. Matters concerning the safety of his family would never be divulged to mere servants. From the very beginning, only the four of them were privy to all the designs. No matter how close their relationship, not a single servant had received even a hint of information. Even the construction was personally undertaken by Chen Fan, with no one allowed to interfere. Damn it, this Chen Fan has taken such extensive precautions. The assassin leader spat on the ground in frustration, realizing that these individuals were indeed speaking the truth. Yet it was precisely because of this truth that his anger surged, for it rendered him utterly helpless against the three in question. Even if he were to eliminate everyone before him, the mission would undoubtedly fail. After all, they were merely servants. Could the Qing family truly be diminished by their absence? Upon his return, What awaited him was not a reward, but rather a formidable punishment. The scheme was his own, and it was he who led the charge to annihilate the family, yet not a single key figure was eliminated. What purpose do you serve? There was even a possibility that he might directly allow He Shui to execute him. His expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, but lingering here was untenable. With a decisive flourish of his hand, he commanded, "Withdraw. You lot, dispose of these servants. You will kill us all. The son-in-law will not spare you." Qing Yunju's personal maid glared at them, her teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 172. The Return of Chen Fan, merely a brash young lad. Do I have any reason to fear him? The leader of the assassins gritted his teeth and boasted fiercely. As long as he dares to come, I shall eliminate him without hesitation. Who does he think he is? For now, I will deal with you lowly subordinates to collect some interest. Haha. Chen Fan can be reserved for later. He cast a glance at the remaining assassins. Move, move, what are you hesitating for? With his command, several assassins raised their blades in unison. However, in that fleeting moment, it seemed as if all the assassins heard a faint sound ringing in their ears. When they lowered their heads, their vision blurred, and they found themselves bowing down to the ground, gazing at their severed necks, accompanied by the clattering of weapons. All the swords and knives fell to the earth. Chen Fan, resembling a deity of death, exuded an overwhelming aura of menace as he entered the courtyard. The heavy, almost palpable killing intent enveloped everyone present. With each step, cracks appeared in the stone beneath his feet. Jia, you are truly courting death. A chilling glint flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. This time, he was genuinely furious. His ominous premonition had indeed proven correct. If he had not returned in time, his home would have been awash in blood. Though he had hastened back as quickly as possible, it seemed he was still a tad late. Fortunately, it appeared that the Qing Chen couple and Qing Yunju were not among those present. This was a small mercy amidst the calamity. Nevertheless, the Qing family had undoubtedly suffered significant losses. Each assassin was ruthless, showing no regard for their victims. They simply slaughtered indiscriminately. Young master, you have finally returned. Excellent. You are here, we are saved. Young master, please vanquish these vile brigands and avenge us. All the servants cried out in despair upon seeing Chen Fan's arrival. They finally glimpsed their savior. Even as heads rolled at their feet, fear was eclipsed by their desperate hope. Chen Fan cast a cold glance at the assassin leader, his gaze nearly crystallizing with frost. What is this? I heard you could easily dispose of me if I came. Chen, the assassin leader, could barely hold his weapon, which clattered to the ground as he trembled like a leaf. In his overwhelming terror, he felt his tongue tie itself in knots. No matter how bravado he had displayed moments earlier, Chen Fan's presence left him paralyzed with fear, robbing him of the courage to resist. The He family sent you. Did they? You filthy rat in the gutter. Why don't you scout ahead? He Shui, that old dog, will soon join you. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the assassin leader felt as though his body had become unbearably light. He seemed to have soared to the heavens in an instant. However, as he beheld the headless corpse slowly collapsing to the ground, an epiphany struck him. His consciousness plunged into an abyss of eternal darkness. Young master. The devoted maid of Qing Yunju suddenly rushed forward, clinging to Chen Fan's legs, weeping uncontrollably. It's all right. I have returned, Chen Fan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder and helping her to her feet. He then turned to the remaining servants and commanded, please gather all the bodies with care and tidy up the residence. Ensure that the deceased are properly documented. We shall compensate them and take responsibility for their affairs. The fallen warriors shall receive their due pensions. Nothing will be overlooked. Yes, young master, the crowd responded in unison, their gazes filled with admiration for him. With Chen Fan's return, their anchor of stability had returned as well. Without delay, Chen Fan made his way to Qing Yunju's chamber. Upon crossing the threshold, an array of traps was unleashed upon him. Yet, they posed no hindrance. With a swift motion, he reached the far end of the room and began tapping insistently on a stone slab. Yunju, I have returned. Can you hear me? It is I. Chen Fan called out, pausing momentarily. Almost instantly, her voice emerged from within, filled with surprise. Husband, is that you? Have you returned? It is I, fear not. Those four succinct words bore an inexplicable enchantment, instantly alleviating the tension in Qing Yunju's heart. Tears began to stream down her face, accompanied by her unrestrained sobs. She swung open the secret stone door and threw herself into Chen Fan's embrace, her tears soaking his garments. My husband, I thought I would never see you again. I feared something had happened to you, that they dared to act this way because of it. Chen Fan silently held her, gently patting her back while infusing her with strands of his vital essence to soothe her. It's all right. It is my fault for causing you worry. After a considerable time in Chen Fan's arms, Qing Yunju gradually calmed, awakening from her stupor to ask, "What of my parents? Are they in any trouble?" Chen Fan shook his head gently and replied, "They are unharmed. Do not worry, I will take you to see them now." With great care, Chen Fan assisted Qing Yunju out of the room, guiding her to the quarters of the Qing couple. He smoothly brought them out as well. The assembly of individuals gathered in the hall, still shaken by the harrowing events of the night. It had been a perilous evening. Had it not been for Chen Fan's foresight, a tragic calamity would likely have ensued. They feared they might have met a grim fate. "Chen Fan, we owe you our gratitude for your prescience. Had it not been for your diligent preparations, we two old souls and Yunju might have all perished tonight." As Qing Chen spoke, she gently shook her head, sighing repeatedly, clearly still struggling to regain her composure. "There is no need for such distress, my dear father-in-law. These calamities have arisen due to my actions. They seek retribution against me. Otherwise, you would not have faced such tribulations." As Chen Fan spoke, his expression darkened and he forcefully slammed his hand on the table. "These wretched rats lurking in the shadows, I shall ensure their complete annihilation." Unable to contain her curiosity, Qing Chen gazed at Chen Fan and inquired, "Who exactly are they?" Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "They are merely some hired assassins sent by my enemies. Individuals I have crossed paths with. I cannot ascertain which faction they belong to." This was, of course, a fabrication, as he feared that revealing the family's name might terrify his father-in-law's household. "Rest assured, I have already discerned the identity of the mastermind behind this, and I shall resolve it soon." Chapter 173. No grudges overnight. Qing Chen slammed her palm onto the table in frustration, her voice laced with indignation. "These people are utterly lawless. This is Qingzhou City, in the very shadow of the emperor, and yet they dare to brazenly assault my family. Do they not recognize the law?" Chen Fan sighed deeply and replied coldly, "To some, the law is merely a fade. Since time immemorial, scholars have disrupted the law with their words, and heroes have transgressed with their might. When an individual's power or influence reaches a certain threshold, they often disregard the law entirely, viewing it as a mere tool to deceive the common folk. Can you confront them, Chen Fan?" Qing Chen asked with a note of concern, her eyes filled with worry. "These assassins seem formidable, and I fear their backers will be challenging to deal with." Nearby, Qing Yunju, having overheard this exchange, expressed her anxiety for Chen Fan by grasping his hand tightly, as if afraid of losing him. Although the calamity that had befallen the Qing family was due to Chen Fan's involvement, none of them held him responsible. They understood his identity. Ever since they contemplated marrying their daughter to him, they had been prepared to face such trials. It was only natural for the Jinui to seek retribution. The Jinui engaged in the business of assassination. The more they killed, the higher their status and profits, albeit with increasing peril. Power and wealth often go hand in hand with danger. Qing Chen also intended to leverage Chen Fan's current reputation and influence to expand her own business, reaping substantial rewards. This was the intersection of opportunity and risk. There was no room for regret. Chen Fan turned to Qing Yunju with tender affection, gently patting her hand in reassurance. Then faced Qing Chen with a serious demeanor. "Rest assured, father-in-law, these individuals only acted in my absence because they fear me. In the end, they are but a pack of rats lurking in the shadows. Once I locate them, they will have no means of retaliation. Given a little more time, I shall eliminate them all." Hearing Chen Fan's assurance, the couple finally exhaled in relief and nodded in agreement. As ordinary individuals, they did not fully grasp the intricacies of martial prowess, yet they had heard of Chen Fan standing within the Jinui and were aware of his formidable capabilities. With Chen Fan's assurance, they felt confident that there would be no issues. However, this incident serves as a warning. Chen Fan pondered aloud. "While I have provided you with a hidden chamber and traps, the defensive capabilities of the Qing family remain alarmingly weak. Their guards are insufficiently trained, lacking even a single innate master. Such guards, when faced with true masters of the martial world, are akin to mere ants in their presence. Although I hold innate experts in disdain, their threat to ordinary individuals is exceedingly pronounced. Alas, Chen Fan, this is a predicament I cannot evade." Qing Chen managed a wry smile, her expression steeped in helplessness. "If only I could muster sufficient protective strength, I would not hesitate to part with my wealth. To you, innate experts may seem like insignificant insects, easily crushed underfoot, yet to us common folk, they are formidable masters, not so easily summoned. Even if I wish to recruit some innate experts as guards, they must be willing to accept the task. Such accomplished practitioners cannot simply be hired for a price. Although the Qing family is affluent, it pales in comparison to the entrenched wealthy families of Qingzhou City, let alone the high-ranking officials of the court. Typically, Only the true magnates and court officials can afford to secure the services of innate experts for protection. Chen Fan reassured, "Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. I will find someone." Given Chen Fan's current power and status, enlisting a few individuals as guards poses no challenge. After soothing the trio once more, he escorted each to their respective rooms for rest. Once Qing Yunzhu drifted into slumber, the grim expression on Chen Fan's face gradually surfaced, and an aura of murderous intent began to radiate from him. Stepping out of the room, he gazed at the moon, freshly liberated from the clouds, amidst the somber sky. It was merely past midnight, just the hour of the pig, with dawn still 2 or 3 hours away. This time was more than sufficient for Chen Fan. It afforded him ample opportunity for vengeance. The He family, having perpetrated such deeds, had pushed Chen Fan beyond the brink of tolerance. At that moment, the system's electronic voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Revenge is a must. It has been detected that your fiancé has fallen victim to an assassination attempt orchestrated by the current Minister of Personnel, He Shui. Please locate and eliminate him. Task reward, Xianyuan sword." Listening to the system's proclamation, Chen Fan mused, "What fortuitous timing. The Xianyuan sword surpasses the specifications of the Xian iron heavy sword and is far more suited to me. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. However, I am no gentleman. I believe in settling scores without delay, avenging grievances immediately. I cannot bear to wait even a night. If it can be resolved, it shall not be postponed. He Shui, you are courting death. I shall come for you now." Chen Fan's countenance was darker than the overcast sky, his murderous intent nearly engulfing him as he departed without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the Qing residence. In the He family of Qingzhou City, as the residence of the current Prime Minister, He Qian, the He Manor sprawls over an immense expanse, a scale beyond the wildest imaginings of ordinary citizens. Pavilions and towers, intricately carved balustrades, and resplendent decorations perfectly embody the opulence that adorns this estate. Even in the deep of night, the protective forces remain on high alert, imbued with an air of formidable vigilance. As Prime Minister, He Qian is bestowed with the imperial privilege of 800 guards to safeguard his abode. These soldiers, armed with polearms, patrol the vicinity with unwavering diligence, leaving no corner of the He Manor unmonitored. They are seasoned veterans, not mere showpieces, led by a masterful general. Chapter 174. Infiltration. The formation composed of 800 guards can effortlessly slay innate masters. Even those of the Grandmaster level would find it exceedingly challenging to extricate themselves from within its confines. Once one delves deeply into this array, even a Grandmaster would be slowly worn down to their demise. Furthermore, this does not even represent the true strength of the He family. These are merely the face granted by the Emperor. The He family also boasts numerous martial experts from the Jianghu they have recruited, as well as their own trained assassins. If one were to evaluate the protective might, it is likely that within Qingzhou City, the He family's power ranks just below that of the Imperial Palace and the Jinyui. Even in areas such as those governed by the Crown Prince and other nobles, their protective forces are not as formidable as those of the He family. In the dead of night, a figure swiftly approached, akin to a falling leaf landing upon the He family's courtyard wall. This was none other than Chen Fan. However, he bore no weapons, his hands empty. Instead, he swiftly altered his appearance, transforming into that of another individual. Clad in a black night garb, with a veil of black cloth obscuring his face, he assumed the guise of the leader of the assassins who had infiltrated the Qing family earlier that night. Possessing mastery in disguise, Chen Fan seamlessly embodied this person, rendering him unrecognizable to anyone who might cross his path. Descending from the wall, he boldly strode towards the He family's side entrance. The 2 guards stationed there immediately took notice, raising their long blades in a crisscross formation to block his path. Growling from their throats, "Who goes there? Why do you dare trespass upon the He family? Do you wish to court death?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan removed his black veil and cast a glance at the 2, replying in a deep voice, "It is I." Recognizing his identity, the guards sheathed their swords, one of them respectfully bowing. "Ah, it is Lord Fenghai. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me, my lord." Chen Fan dismissed the apology, appearing exceedingly proud and aloof, uttering coldly, "I have urgent matters to report to the master. Open the gate at once." "Yes, my lord, I shall do so immediately." The guard, not daring to delay, promptly opened the door for Chen Fan to enter. Only after watching him disappear into the distance did the guards exhale in relief. Resuming their posts, none of them detected any anomaly regarding Lord Fenghai. With the visage of the assassin leader, Chen Fan traversed the He family estate with unparalleled ease. Upon receiving news of his return, the He family's steward led the way, guiding him to meet He Shui. The patrolling guards they encountered merely cast a cursory glance before turning away, utterly devoid of suspicion. Such is the terrifying prowess of ultimate disguise. The He family, renowned for its stringent defenses beneath the imperial city, allowed Chen Fan to penetrate its inner sanctum as effortlessly as returning home. The He estate, indeed a bastion of avarice, was vast beyond measure, with countless chambers, numbering at least in the hundreds. Had he relied solely on his own efforts to locate He Shui without guidance, it would have taken him an entire day and night to find his way. In this moment, within He Shui's chamber, He Shui had just risen from his bed, having donned his attire. At his side, a maid promptly presented him with a cup of his favorite tea. After sipping the tea, he exhaled a deep breath, feeling a considerable sense of relief wash over him. The mere thought of what Chen Fan would soon confront filled him with a tremor of excitement. He cleared his throat twice before stepping out of the room, where the guard stationed at the door immediately welcomed him. In a low voice, He Shui inquired, "Have Feng Hai and the others returned?" The guard replied, "Not yet." He Shui's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could these inept individuals truly fail at such a trivial task? The guard nearby chimed in, "Even if they were to fail, it matters not. Chen Fan will never trace it back to you." His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Among the guards, there was a palpable competition, as the He family maintained an abundance of formidable talents, and one's advancement hinged entirely upon personal contribution. Should Feng Hai falter, he would undoubtedly face repercussions, thereby granting others a greater opportunity for favor. Just then, the old steward arrived, promptly stepping forward to report, "Master, Feng Hai has returned and wishes to see you." He Shui's eyes brightened instantly as he urged, "Quickly, bring him to me." Soon after, Chen Fan, guided by the steward, stood before He Shui for the first time, facing his sworn enemy, the Minister of Personnel. Though He Shui paled in comparison to the truly powerful He Qian, he still exuded an undeniable presence befitting his elevated status. He Shui stood tall, shoulders squared, his posture reminiscent of a flagpole, hands clasped behind his back, like an ancient tree, resolute and imposing, radiating the aura of a person of authority. Beyond He Shui, Chen Fan keenly sensed several concealed presences surrounding them. These individuals breathed with a subtle yet effective rhythm, their breaths long and deliberate, unmistakably not of ordinary ilk. They were at least adept practitioners, numbering 4 in total. Upon Chen Fan's arrival, their attention was fixated upon him, poised and ready for action. It was evident that these 4 were He Shui's guards. Among them, the seemingly ordinary surface guard beside He Shui, merely a messenger and errand runner, paled in comparison to the true guardians hidden in the shadows. Yet, these 4 likely did not represent the pinnacle of He Shui's protective force. In corners unseen by Chen Fan, there were surely grandmasters concealed, ready to strike at the slightest hint of irregularity from anyone approaching He Shui. "Feng Hai, how did your mission fare? Have all the individuals from the Qing residence been dealt with?" He Shui asked, looking down at Chen Fan with an air of superiority. Stepping forward, Chen Fan replied calmly, "Indeed, the individuals from the Qing residence have been thoroughly eliminated, with not a single survivor." "Oh, indeed," as He Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. He was abruptly interrupted before he could finish his words. Just as he took a step forward, an unforeseen change transpired. His loyal subordinate, Feng Hai, suddenly erupted into action, his movements almost imperceptible as he lunged towards He Shui. With merely 2 fingers pressed together, a faint radiance began to glimmer. "Be careful, my lord." The 4 figures lurking in the shadows promptly reacted, revealing themselves simultaneously as they charged towards Chen Fan from their respective positions. Chapter 175. The slaying of He Shui. Their lightness of foot was commendable, allowing them to reach He Shui's side in an instant. However, to Chen Fan, their speed was still insufficient. Long before their arrival, he had already outpaced them, positioning himself behind He Shui to execute the fatal blow. Although He Shui possessed the early stage of a master's realm, his prowess was akin to that of a novice, having been artificially enhanced through various potions, resulting in a chaotic essence. Furthermore, having occupied a high-ranking position throughout his life, he had never engaged in combat, rendering him utterly defenseless. Even a practitioner of innate peak abilities could easily dispatch him. Thus, when confronted with Chen Fan's imminent assassination, he failed to react, falling victim to the fatal strike before he even comprehended his demise. Chen Fan gracefully descended, turning his back to He Shui's lifeless form and the 4 masters. Behind him, He Shui's body remained in its original stance, his face still adorned with the previous expression of exhilaration, mingled with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a gash appeared across his neck, and as blood began to spill forth, the wound expanded until his head rolled slowly to the ground. Remarkably, his eyes had not even closed before he breathed his last. At the very moment Chen Fan delivered the fatal blow, the system's electronic voice rang out, announcing the detection of the host's successful assassination of He Shui, prompting the completion of the task, and inquiring whether to claim the reward. Do not claim, Chen Fan thought. Surrounded by numerous skilled individuals, it would be absurd to make such a claim in front of them. To have a sword materialize in his hand would be entirely preposterous. Ah, master. The old steward of the He household rushed to He Shui's corpse, lifting his head in a desperate wail. Feng Hai, have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you have done? Are you willing to sacrifice your life? Because of this act, your family and all your kin will pay the price. He turned to the four masters, pointing at Chen Fan in a frenzy. Kill him. Quickly, avenge our master. The commotion was unbearable. Chen Fan furrowed his brow and glanced at him. Then, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a force that pierced through the stewardess' brow. With a thud, the stewardess' body fell to the ground. He Shui's head began to roll across the floor like a football. The disturbance drew the attention of numerous guards within the estate, and even the soldiers stationed outside were hastening to the scene. The four masters exchanged complex expressions as one stepped forward, sternly declaring, "You are not Feng Hai. Who exactly are you? How dare you slay He Shui? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are doomed. No one can save you now." The four knew they had suffered a significant blow today, witnessing He Shui's beheading before their very eyes, and they were not about to let it go unpunished. They encircled Chen Fan, their intentions clear and their murderous intent palpable, roaring in unison. At this juncture, even the most naive would comprehend that the genuine Feng Hai has undoubtedly perished. The figure standing before them, masquerading as Feng Hai, could only be a product of disguise and deception. Trembling, they cast another glance at He Shui's lifeless body, feeling an icy chill enveloping them, as a shiver coursed through their spines. Regardless of the outcome today, there was no escaping the repercussions. Once He Qian learns of this affair, he would undoubtedly hold the four of them accountable, and at that moment, despair would be more harrowing than death itself. Therefore, all they could do now was to subdue the assailant before them, in hopes of alleviating their culpability, perhaps even seizing a slender chance of survival. However, Chen Fan stood undaunted before the four formidable masters and numerous innate experts surrounding him, displaying an unyielding calmness. With a serene demeanor, he declared, "You four worthless fools. Along with this motley crew, I truly regard you as inconsequential. Come at me together. If any of you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall concede your victory." Despite the monotony of his tone, his words dripped with arrogance and contempt, igniting a frenzy among the four. "The audacious thief dares to belittle us." One exclaimed, "Brothers, let's advance and see what he is capable of. Let us rend him to pieces." "Very well, charge. Let him pay with his life." They roared in unison, encircling Chen Fan. Their coordination was impeccable, unleashing a torrent of lethal moves akin to crashing waves, effectively trapping him. Behind them, the innate experts were poised, awaiting the opportune moment. For an ordinary individual, this would indeed seem like a dire predicament, yet for Chen Fan, it posed no threat whatsoever. He neither flinched nor evaded, summoning the true essence within him and charging forward. Suddenly halting, he opened his mouth and unleashed a furious roar. Roar! The terrifying resonance of his true essence reverberated outward, sending the four assailants hurtling away. They crashed to the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, with 2 of them lifeless upon impact. Though they appeared unscathed externally, their internal organs and meridians had been shattered by the sonic wave. As for the innate experts behind them, they fared no better, succumbing instantly, with the weaker ones disintegrating into mere blood mist, obliterated by the force. This resounding roar reverberated throughout the entirety of the He residence, drawing the attention of all within. Countless soldiers swiftly encircled the small courtyard. Archers took their positions atop the walls, bows drawn and arrows poised. At a mere command from their general, a hail of arrows would rain down. The lion's roar technique. Is it truly the lion's roar technique? Could he be? Who exactly are you? How could an ordinary martial artist possess such a formidable lion's roar? Struggling to survive, the 2 masters lying on the ground were desperately attempting to retreat, yearning to distance themselves as much as possible from Chen Fan. Their eyes betrayed a profound fear, for this strike had shattered their martial spirits. They could no longer afford to underestimate Chen Fan as they had before. Remarkably, Chen Fan's earlier words had proven to be devoid of exaggeration, perhaps even understated. The four of them together could scarcely withstand a single blow, and they nearly faced total annihilation in the wake of that attack. Not a single innate expert had survived behind them. With just a single roar, 2 masters were slain, 2 others gravely injured, and a dozen innate warriors obliterated. Such formidable power could only be described as that of a grandmaster. Chapter 176. The Lion King Chen Fan gazed upon the 2 severely injured masters before him, resembling lifeless corpses, and coldly remarked, "The dead are unworthy of knowing my identity." His audacious words echoed, and then, before the multitude of soldiers and experts present, he unleashed a palm strike that effortlessly shattered the 2 figures before him. "Oh, I was wondering who dared to be so arrogant as to act so recklessly in the He residence. It turns out to be the Lion King, a grandmaster. No wonder he has the audacity to come here alone." At that moment, a voice suddenly reverberated in everyone's ears. Then, a rush of wind announced the arrival of a figure who shot forth from an unknown direction, appearing right before Chen Fan. With a fierce intent, he launched a lethal strike aimed directly at Chen Fan's face, intending to deliver a fatal blow. A massive palm imprint emerged, accompanied by a sinister aura and an odd, putrid odor. With a cold snort, Chen Fan retreated, meeting the attack with a powerful Vajra palm. A similarly formidable palm imprint manifested before him, clashing directly with the incoming strike. Bang! With a resounding explosion of true essence, the ground beneath them shattered, the blue stone tiles fracturing and even sinking in around them. The assailant's form abruptly halted. After a moment of stalemate, he was propelled backward as if shot from a cannon, stumbling back several dozen steps before regaining his balance. Each step he took bore immense force, clearly straining to dissipate the impact. With each footfall, he left a deep imprint in the hard ground. What a formidable Lion King! His strength is indeed extraordinary. The newcomer growled in admiration before swiftly dispersing the residual energy, fully neutralizing Chen Fan's palm strength. Chen Fan focused his gaze, revealing the newcomer to be an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, whose appearance was grotesque, lacking any semblance of a Grand Master's bearing. His face and hands appeared almost devoid of flesh, frail to the point of being skeletal, exuding an air of terrifying malevolence. Should he appear unexpectedly in the dead of night, one might be startled, mistaking him for nothing more than a mere skeleton. "Ah, the Rat King, it is you. The cowardly turtle. No wonder you reek upon your arrival. It is truly repulsive. Bah! You, the rat in the gutter, are still alive. What a pity." Chen Fan recognized the identity of the newcomer and could not help but scoff. The title of Rat King was indeed a notorious moniker within the martial world, stemming from 2 notable reasons. The first, of course, was his exceedingly repugnant appearance, resembling a lecherous rodent reincarnate. The second reason lay in his despicable and unscrupulous methods, always willing to resort to any vile means to achieve his own ends, showing little regard for his reputation in the martial community. As the years have passed, the title of Rat King has undeniably become infamous, to the extent that few recall his actual name, merely remembering this foul moniker, rendering him indistinguishable from the vermin in the sewers. Although he is considered a formidable grandmaster in the realm of martial arts, he commands neither respect nor admiration. Indeed, very few regard him with any esteem. It is only in places like the He family, which harbor filth and corruption, that such a person could find acceptance. At that moment, Chen Fan's words struck like a sharp sword, piercing directly into the heart of the Rat King, causing his countenance to darken. Although the Rat King was acutely aware of his own foul reputation, the whispers behind his back paled in comparison to the direct insult hurled at him by Chen Fan. This public humiliation could not suppress the fury raging within him. "Lion King, there is no need for pretense in my presence. Your attempts at mystique are no more impressive than an old man trying to masquerade as something greater," the Rat King retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "If you consider yourself a notable figure in the martial world, why do you now scurry in the shadows, rendering yourself a laughingstock?" Chen Fan, seemingly provoked by the Rat King's taunts, erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Yet, amidst this chaotic mirth, his true essence surged forth, shattering his garments and revealing a physique of robust muscle. Once the tumult subsided, the Rat King and the hundreds of soldiers present witnessed a transformation. The former assassin leader had metamorphosed into a completely unrecognizable middle-aged man of formidable stature. This man appeared strong and imposing, his hair transformed into a striking shade of yellow, cascading down his shoulders. His eyes had taken on the form of vertical slits, glowing with an eerie green luminescence. The expression etched upon his face exuded a sense of profound understanding of the world's tribulations. Simply standing there, he emanated an aura of terrifying authority, reminiscent of a celestial warrior descending from the heavens. This starkly contrasting image from that of the Rat King embodied the true essence of a grandmaster. This individual was none other than the leader of the Desert's 7 fiends, the Lion King. Chen Fan's intention to eliminate He Shui was not to be executed under his true identity. Rather, his guise as Feng Hai was merely a superficial masquerade, beneath which lay the Lion King. This was his second layer of disguise. People tend to trust their eyes, believing Feng Hai's facade to be false, thus rendering the Lion King's disguise nearly beyond suspicion. This exemplifies Chen Fan's remarkable cunning. Having once slain the Lion King, he had acquired some martial arts manuals carried by him, which he practiced in his leisure time. While he had not reached complete mastery, he had ascended to a level surpassing that of the Lion King. After all, possessing such an array of perfected martial arts, Chen Fan's expertise in this domain was unparalleled in the world. Even relying solely on his own efforts, his training speed was of a prodigious caliber, incomprehensible to others. Ultimately, the culmination of martial arts leads to a singular destiny, regardless of the divergent paths taken. With this understanding, the current speed is indeed nothing remarkable. At this moment, the true form of the Lion King was unveiled, causing the surrounding soldiers to involuntarily swallow hard, their hands beginning to tremble. It was not that these soldiers were weak, quaking in fear at the sight of a formidable foe. Rather, it was the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Lion King that instilled a profound sense of terror, triggering an involuntary physiological response in their bodies. After all, this was a Grand Master, a legendary figure said to be capable of facing thousands. Such beings were rarely encountered, making their presence all the more intimidating. Chapter 177. The Lion King's Might. The Lion King cast a disdainful glance at the Rat King, then swept his gaze over the soldiers present, his voice resonating like a lion's roar. Even without the enhancement of true essence, the sound reverberated in the ears of everyone present, akin to a mighty lion's genuine roar. Indeed, I am above such petty concealment, unlike you, a mere rat lurking in the gutter. I am the foremost among the 7 fiends of the desert, the Lion King. As for that insignificant He Shui, if I wish to kill him, I shall do so without hesitation. What can you do to me even if I reveal my identity? At this moment, the Rat King, stung by Chen Fan's mockery, approached with a sullen expression, retorting sharply, "Why do you seek to kill He Shui? Are you akin to those inexperienced so-called righteous heroes, ready to act on impulse at the mere sight or sound? Do you fancy yourself a paragon of justice, O Lion King? The 7 fiends of the desert hold names that may be slightly more illustrious than mine, yet you are still nothing but a murderer, a purveyor of chaos. Why this sudden pretense of chivalry? Are you attempting to reform from your wicked ways? How utterly laughable!" He observed as the Lion King bared his teeth in a savage grin, declaring, "What of it? His son caused the death of my brother. Is it wrong for me to seek vengeance? Since his son is already dead, the father and grandfather are accomplices as well. None shall escape. I demand the entire He family to accompany my brother into the grave. Were it not for that old dog, He Qian's absence, I would have dealt with him as well. He is already a lost soul. If I do not eradicate the He clan entirely, my heart's resentment shall remain unquenched." Such insolence. A furious roar erupted as an arrow flew through the air, aimed directly at the Lion King. Are you truly in such a haste? The Lion King sneered, effortlessly catching the arrow between 2 fingers, applying a slight pressure to snap it in 2, tossing the broken arrow to the ground. He followed the trajectory of its flight and spotted an armored general who had just lowered his bow, clearly the one responsible for the shot. Unfazed, the general returned the gaze and bellowed, "Lord, he is the current minister of personnel, a loyal servant of our great Hua dynasty. You are nothing more than a rogue in the martial world, daring to speak of killing him. And now you audaciously proclaim your intent to annihilate the He family? Who do you think you are? What gives you the audacity to utter such threats? Do you not recognize the law of the land, the statutes of our great Hua, or the authority of His Majesty the Emperor? Lion King, heed my words. Regardless of your reputation in the outside world, you are as good as dead. You have committed heinous crimes, and I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender without resistance. Otherwise, our army shall converge upon you, no matter your strength. We shall surely capture you, leaving not a trace, reducing you to mere pulp. Moreover, even if you miraculously escape, do not expect to live comfortably in the future. We, the great Hua, shall pursue you with the utmost fervor. In this vast world, there is no place for you to stand." The general's words were delivered with an air of righteousness, resonating with a powerful timbre that commanded respect from the soldiers around him. This general, indeed, spoke with a level of eloquence far superior to theirs, displaying a boldness that seemed unfazed by the potential wrath of the Lion King. However, at that moment, The Lion King regarded him with a look of disdain, curling his lips in derision. Who is this fool, prattling on in my presence? You bureaucrats truly excel at spewing nonsense. Are you not aware of the villain that He Chen is? You must know the nature of the He family all too well. To speak of them with a straight face is a betrayal of your conscience. As he spoke, the Lion King smiled, his expression a mix of contempt and scorn. You, Lion King, I must inform you, this general. The general, upon receiving such humiliation from the Lion King, was instantly enveloped in fury, ready to respond anew. Yet, at that moment, he witnessed the Lion King strike down upon him with a swift palm. In an instant, a majestic lion, roaring fiercely, charged toward him, appearing utterly unstoppable. This lion was a manifestation of profound mastery, each hair imbued with lethal force capable of vanquishing a master with ease. As it surged toward him in front of the assembled soldiers, none dared to intervene. Ah, you! The general felt his body go limp, his pupils dilating in horror as waves of terror washed over him, rendering him powerless, awaiting his demise. The Lion King's might had him ensnared. With his mastery, there was no escape. Had he activated his formation, bolstered by his soldiers, he might have withstood the onslaught. However, without the formation in place, he was utterly defenseless. Just as he closed his eyes, another surge of force unexpectedly diverted the lion's path. Though he was spared, his soldiers were not. The lion crashed into the ranks, sending dozens of soldiers flying. The first struck reduced to mere ash. Accompanied by unceasing cries of anguish, the ground became a sea of blood, littered with dismembered body parts. A glance revealed a gruesome tableau of severed limbs, an abhorrent sight indeed. The residual force swept the general and nearby soldiers aside. While they did not perish on the spot, they were left spitting blood and grievously wounded. Lion King, you seem to overestimate your own significance, daring to invade the He family with such impudence. Do you truly believe yourself invincible, beyond the reach of anyone? The assailant was none other than the Rat King. Witnessing the Lion King's blatant disregard for him, even attempting to take a life before his very eyes, the Rat King was consumed by fury. The utmost disdain is manifested in the act of complete neglect. Without further ado, the Rat King propelled himself towards the Lion King. It has been quite a while since we last clashed. Today, let me witness the grounds of your audacious arrogance. With a swift motion, the Rat King appeared above the Lion King like a fleeting shadow, poised to strike from a superior vantage point with a mighty palm. An overwhelming surge of true essence coalesced into a colossal hand, descending with the formidable power of a true grandmaster. Chapter 178. This presence will return with vengeance. The Lion King cast a cold glance at him, unperturbed by any sense of fear. With a swift motion, he summoned a fierce surge of true essence, effortlessly lifting a fallen blade that had previously been wielded by one of the masters. While the weapon was commendable, it was far from a divine artifact. However, the efficacy of a weapon is contingent upon its wielder. In the hands of the Lion King, it transformed into a fearsome instrument of death. With a mighty swing, the Lion King brought the great blade down. The air resonated with the roars of a lion pride. Echoing as a formidable force manifested, dozens of majestic true essence lions materialized, shattering the giant palm in an instant. The lethal strike was effortlessly countered. The Rat King felt the backlash, blood erupting from the corners of his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Your power is astonishingly formidable. The Rat King's voice trembled with horror, a mixture of incredulity and the frantic realization of his impending demise. He had never anticipated such terrifying prowess from the Lion King, who, at such a young age, possessed strength that far surpassed his own. Amidst his fear, a wave of jealousy surged within him. Envying the Lion King's youth and extraordinary might, knowing well that he was over 20 years the elder. Ah, has the old thief realized? Alas, it is too late. The Lion King bellowed, and the lion pride roared in unison, charging at the Rat King. The Rat King's form was trampled beneath the powerful advance of the lions. Blood spewing from his mouth as his body was sent reeling backward, the sound of cracking bones echoing within him. There was no need to look. The sound alone signaled that many of his bones had likely fractured. However, after vanquishing the Rat King, the majestic lions did not pause, as if on a hunt. Surging toward the soldiers behind him, a thunderous explosion resounded, the ground trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. The soldiers, faces marked by despair, could not evade the onslaught. An estimated 40 to 50 were crushed, leaving nothing but a gruesome mist of blood in their wake. Scatter quickly. The gravely injured general, eyes wide with panic, shouted urgently. With the support of 2 loyal guards, he had managed to escape from the heart of the battle. Ever since the Lion King's devastating blow had incapacitated him, The general had been utterly overwhelmed with fear, no longer daring to confront the Lion King's might. Had he been prepared from the outset, perhaps there would have been a chance for resistance. But now, he was merely a lamb being led to slaughter. With their leader gravely wounded and their morale shattered, the soldiers had lost all capacity to continue fighting. The realm of the Grand Masters is not one that these remnants can intrude upon. If they were to abandon their formations and rely solely on their numbers, they would merely be fodder for slaughter. Even if the remaining 600 were to charge together, they would be effortlessly annihilated by the Lion King. Such is the nature of a Grand Master, capable of facing thousands single-handedly. It is not mere rhetoric, but a tangible reality. In the absence of a unified battle formation, their numbers hold no resistance against a Grand Master. With a single strike, the Lion King has already gravely injured the Rat King, while simultaneously eliminating dozens of soldiers, leaving the survivors engulfed in despair, devoid of hope. What they do not realize is that Chen Fan has yet to reveal his true prowess. At this moment, Chen Fan's displayed strength slightly surpasses that of the Lion King's true form, yet it is not overwhelmingly superior. After all, since he must masquerade as the Lion King, his strength must align accordingly, lest he expose a glaring flaw. It is not that the Lion King is exceptionally powerful, but rather that the Rat King is pathetically weak. With such limited capabilities, how dare he provoke the sovereign before him? A mere rat scurrying the streets, today marks your demise. Die. Seizing the moment of the Rat King's incapacity to resist, the Lion King delivered another strike. The blade's aura surged forth, more potent than the last, crashing down upon the Rat King, who felt a chill seize his heart. No, please, Lion King, spare my life. The severely injured Rat King's eyes brimmed with terror. Yet he found himself powerless to resist or even flee, helplessly watching as the blade's aura drew ever closer, pleading in vain. The Rat King embodies not only treachery, but also an unparalleled fear of death. For the sake of survival and gain, he would forsake everything. What dignity, what pride of a warrior. These are mere trifles he would discard without hesitation. Indeed, one could argue that such concepts have never even existed for him. Thus, his supplication was anticipated by Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan remained indifferent, his resolve to kill unwavering. The immense blade aura surged forth, obliterating the Rat King, reducing him to nothing more than a mist of crimson that dissipated into the air. Humph, what a pitiful coward. So fearful for his life that he could ascend to the rank of Grand Master, utterly feeble. The Lion King cast a cold glance at the corpse. Retracting his blade with an air of audacity, he surveyed the surrounding soldiers, choosing not to exterminate them all, and after a bout of raucous laughter, declared, "Today ends here. I have no intention of indiscriminate slaughter. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. When that old dog He Qian returns, I shall return to wreak havoc once more." Ha ha ha. After another fit of laughter, the Lion King executed a graceful leap onto the rooftop, preparing to depart. Yet, at that moment, another voice emerged. Since the Lion King has arrived, did he truly believe he could depart so easily? Does he presume that the He family possesses only this level of strength? I, too, seek a grandmaster to validate my recent studies. Thus, I shall engage in combat with the Lion King. The moment the voice resonated, the assault was already upon Chen Fan. A fierce strike aimed ruthlessly at his face. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly countered with a deft move, effortlessly blocking the attack. However, the force of the strike compelled him to halt, and he gracefully descended onto the rooftops nearby. Following the trajectory of the attack, Chen Fan discerned a shadowy figure. Chapter 179. Fierce Battle with the Man in Black. A figure shrouded entirely in a black robe, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, emanated an imposing aura far surpassing that of the previous Rat King, enveloping the surrounding area for several dozen feet. "Who are you?" Chen Fan inquired coolly, his expression devoid of warmth. The figure responded, "I am but an unnamed individual, and I presume the Lion King does not recognize me, so there is no need to disclose my identity." "Humph, an unnamed individual? I find that hard to believe," Chen Fan retorted coldly, gazing at the newcomer. "A Grand Master of your caliber cannot possibly be a mere unknown. Yet, it is quite disheartening that such a distinguished Grand Master would willingly act as a hound for He Qian, akin to the former Rat King. It speaks poorly of your character." "Indeed, this aligns with your actions," the man in black replied, his tone growing icier. "Since you have chosen this path, it is likely you have tarnished your ancestors' legacy. It is no wonder you prefer to remain hidden." Chen Fan grinned maliciously, his smile laced with disdain. The figure in black remained unfazed but responded with a hint of frostiness. "Ah, the Lion King truly embodies the prideful spirit spoken of in legends. However, how I conduct my affairs is not for you, a mere junior, to judge. If you are as proud as you claim, let me see your true capabilities. If not, you shall lose your life here. Boastful words are common, yet I wonder if your age truly equates to strength, Chen Fan replied with a scoff. If you possess such prowess, why did you not intervene when that old rat battled me? Instead, you chose to lurk in the shadows until now. I suspect that with the Rat King's demise, you believed you had discerned my strength, thinking you could defeat me. Regardless of how eloquently you speak, it does not alter your filthy, cowardly nature. To put it bluntly, you are no different from that dead rat, nothing more than a despicable creature, thoroughly a waste of space. How dare you, you insolent whelp? Perhaps Chen Fan's words struck a nerve, for the man in black erupted in fury. His shout resonated with a wave of sound that distorted the very fabric of the space around them. This terrifying sonic assault crashed towards Chen Fan, far surpassing the Lion King's roar in intensity. With this single maneuver, it was evident that he was indeed much stronger than the Rat King. Roar. Unyielding. Chen Fan retaliated with a powerful roar of his own, shattering the incoming sound waves. Seeing his sonic attack rendered ineffective, the man in black suddenly appeared before Chen Fan, raising a hand to strike directly at his heart. In response, Chen Fan swiftly swung his blade, aiming to sever the hand aimed at him. However, the figure in the black robe unexpectedly altered his tactics midway, transforming his palm into a claw and lunging directly towards Chen Fan's throat. This maneuver was indeed clever, catching Chen Fan somewhat off guard. Nonetheless, his reaction was not sluggish. He swiftly pivoted his blade towards the black-robed man's neck. This was a strategy of exchanging life for life. Should the black-robed man dare to change his course at this moment, even if he succeeded in tearing the Lion King's throat, his own head would be forfeit. While there might be a slight chance of survival if his throat was torn, decapitation would spell certain death. At this juncture, the Lion King was wagering that those who served under He Qian were inherently cowardly and would undoubtedly retreat into a defensive posture. Indeed, the black-robed figure immediately withdrew, gracefully retreating several paces. This brought the rhythm of the Lion King's counterattack into play, seizing the opportunity while his opponent was off balance. The Lion King unleashed 3 consecutive strikes. The formidable energy of these attacks surged towards several critical points of the black-robed man, leaving him with no means of defense. The ferocity was palpable. The black-robed man's eyes darkened as he clasped his hands together and twisted them in a circular motion, subsequently unleashing a powerful palm strike. This overwhelming force effectively dissipated the energy of the Lion King's strikes. However, it seemed that the Lion King had become invigorated by the clash and immediately raised his blade to continue the assault. Very well, let us continue. This time, the Lion King appeared to be employing all his strength, executing a soaring strike, with the roaring essence of true energy surging within him. An ethereal image of a mighty lion materialized beside him, rearing its head in a thunderous roar. As the Lion King struck, the lion seemed to take physical form, lunging towards his adversary. A flicker of fear manifested in the black-robed man's eyes, clearly unprepared for such overwhelming power. He promptly evaded, watching as the Lion King's lethal strike obliterated a nearby building below. Despite narrowly escaping this deadly blow, he seized the moment to launch a surprise attack on the Lion King. He concentrated a wave of palm energy and sent it hurtling through the air towards the Lion King. The Lion King raised his blade in defense, shattering the incoming force. However, he soon noticed the black-robed figure had capitalized on the opportunity, aiming a finger towards the Lion King's temple. If this strike landed solidly, it would likely be unbearable. Responding swiftly, the Lion King turned and delivered a powerful cut. Clang! To his astonishment, the blow sounded as though it struck metal, emitting a sharp resonance. As the formidable force transmitted through the blade to his hand, this power surged like a dragon plunging into the ocean, targeting his vital organs. Nevertheless, Chen Fan's body, fortified by the Yijinjing technique, was impervious to such threats. However, with a mere thought, Chen Fan dissipated the force, retaining just enough to propel himself several paces away. The blade shattered under the impact, and Chen Fan casually collected a few fragments, hurling them at the black-robed man. This weapon was no divine artifact. It had already been on the verge of collapse from the earlier battle. Now, having been struck by the black-robed man, it could no longer withstand the strain, and it was more prudent to employ it as a projectile. Accompanied by the prowess of his own little Li's flying dagger, the shards, akin to a flurry of feathers, were propelled towards the man in the black robe. Should even one of them strike true, it would suffice to inflict significant injury upon him. The black-robed figure, perceiving no avenue for evasion, stood resolute and unleashed his protective true essence, forming a barrier of energy that repelled all the fragments. A few nearly breached the defense, yet ultimately, they were thwarted. Observing the thickness of the barrier, Chen Fan swiftly formed a judgment in his mind. The strength of this black-robed individual was indeed formidable, likely on par with a late-stage grandmaster. TSK, he truly possesses considerable power. Alas, it seems today is not the day for his downfall. Chen Fan felt a twinge of regret within. Chapter 180. Retreat in an ordinary desolate place. It would have been effortless for Chen Fan to unleash his full strength to eliminate his opponent. However, given the prowess of the Lion King, it was evident that he could not defeat the figure in the black robe. Continuing the fight would surely reveal vulnerabilities. Moreover, it was uncertain how many grandmasters from the He family might come to aid. Since his objectives had already been achieved, it was prudent to depart swiftly. Having resolved his thoughts, Chen Fan turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling message. Inform He Qian that after some time, I shall return. Let him prepare himself for the reckoning. His return would herald He Qian's demise. The entire He family is doomed. None shall save them, mark my words. His laughter faded into the wind as the Lion King's silhouette vanished from the He residence. Humph, you think you can simply leave? Dream on. The black-robed figure's eyes narrowed. Realizing the Lion King intended to escape. Enraged, he could not allow the Lion King to flee so easily. With a sudden movement, he shattered the rooftop beneath him and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Employing his utmost agility, he clung tightly to Chen Fan's trail. You still wish to pursue me, old man. At your age, you ought to return home and rest. Chen Fan mocked as he turned his head, then exerted more force with his feet. Unleashing his full speed, the air around him surged like a tempest, and he became one with the wind, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man could only catch a glimpse of Chen Fan's retreating figure. Such agility was unmatched, even by the pinnacle of grandmasters. Damn it! The black-robed man's fury surged as he stared into the dark night, feeling utterly impotent. The fact that he had personally intervened only to allow Chen Fan to escape was an intolerable humiliation. Cursed Lion King, such brazen words. I foresee a future confrontation. He ground his teeth, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light, as he crushed the remnants of the house beneath his feet. When we meet again, I shall ensure you are torn asunder. After venting his frustration, he found himself powerless, compelled to suppress his rage and return to the He residence. It was a tragic fate for the Lion King, who had long since departed this world. Not only had his nemesis usurped his identity, but even in death, his legacy lingered. His corporeal form had long been reduced to ashes, making any threats of dismemberment and desecration utterly futile. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, Chen Fan's figure gradually materialized. The golden maned Lion King emerged from the shadows. Chen Fan took a moment to ascertain that he had not changed his form again, reverting to his original appearance. This mastery of disguise was indeed terrifying in its efficacy. Chen Fan marveled inwardly. Today he had truly witnessed the extent of this terrifying power. This extraordinary skill, in his eyes, was even more valuable than several other formidable techniques combined. With this unparalleled ability, he could infiltrate any heavily guarded location at will, and he could easily frame others whenever he desired. It was indeed a quintessential art for committing murder, theft, and framing others. As for the events of today, He Qian, no matter how much he racked his brain, would never suspect that the puppet master behind it all was Chen Fan. Ultimately, he could only focus on searching for the Lion King. Now, not only He Shui, but even the previous affair involving He Yuchen had someone else to blame. You all can go seek revenge on that deceased man. If the opportunity arises, I will personally escort you to the underworld to confront him. Chen Fan chuckled coldly and then opened the system to claim his reward. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the Xianyuan sword. With the electronic voice of the system, a long sword materialized out of thin air, gripped firmly in Chen Fan's hand. The Xianyuan sword, one of the 10 most renowned swords of ancient China, is a legendary weapon of unparalleled might, also known as the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. It is a sacred sword forged from the copper of Mount Qianshan by the Yellow Emperor and later passed down to Yu the Great. One side of the blade is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicts mountains, rivers, and flora. The hilt bears inscriptions on agriculture and livestock on one side, and strategies for unifying the seas on the other. It harbors boundless power, serving as a divine sword for vanquishing demons. Such a weapon in Chen Fan's possession was akin to a tiger gaining wings. Compared to his previous heavy iron sword, it was not only more powerful, but also more manageable. As he drew the sword, a flash of light illuminated the darkness, brightening Chen Fan's eyes. Truly a magnificent sword. He Shui, you met your end splendidly. Were it not for your reckless actions today, I might not have acquired such a divine weapon. Chen Fan grinned widely, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. After performing an elegant flourish with the sword, He contentedly sheathed it and vanished from the narrow alley. At this moment, chaos reigned within the He residence. With the death of He Shui, the entire household descended into turmoil. In the grand hall, a large white cloth covered the floor, concealing He Shui's lifeless body beneath it. He Shui's legitimate wife had passed away many years prior, and he had not sought another, but instead took on over 20 concubines. Now, these 20 concubines surrounded the white cloth, wailing earnestly, each one heartbroken and inconsolable. Some of the concubines were accompanied by their children, who knelt beside them, weeping even louder than their mothers. The children's cries were far more exaggerated than those of the adults. "Master, oh master, how could you leave us like this? What are we to do, just the two of us? Master, please wake up. Don't frighten me. Which unfortunate creature has met its demise?" Over 20 concubines have gathered, weeping together, creating a scene that rivals the cacophony of 100 ducks quacking in unison. The surrounding servants can only endure the piercing sound that reverberates in their ears, unable to intervene. If one were to solely listen to their lamentations, one might mistakenly believe that these concubines held a deep affection for He Shui. Yet, those present, whether servants or the grieving concubines, are acutely aware of the truth. Very few genuinely care for He Shui. Rather, they are enamored solely with his power and wealth. Chapter 181. Brother, you may depart in peace. Among those present, some were weeping bitterly, having been coveted for their beauty and taken by He Shui. Perhaps a few of them cried sincerely, but it was certainly not for He Shui. Rather, it was for the splendid lives they had lost. Their current lives of luxury, fine clothing, and social standing were all bestowed upon them by He Shui, and now, with his demise, their future lives became uncertain, particularly for the concubines without children. The prospect of being cast out of the He residence or sold away loomed ominously, leaving their very existence in jeopardy. In this era, concubines held little status, akin to mere tools. Those who were unloved might find their conditions worse than that of the household servants. The thought of a bleak future only deepened their sorrow, causing them to wail even louder. "Enough, cease your lamentations. What decorum is this, crying so openly in my household?" At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in official robes strode into the hall. With his stern admonition, the wailing concubines fell silent as if struck by a spell. The once boisterous hall was instantly enveloped in an eerie quietude. The servants hastily bowed to him, respectfully announcing, "Second master, you have arrived." The man bore a striking resemblance to He Shui, and coupled with the address from the others, his identity was unmistakably revealed as He Qian's second son, He Shueli, the younger brother of He Shui. Under the auspices of his family, he had risen to prominence, now serving as the Minister of Revenue in the esteemed Dehua dynasty. Though the Ministry of Revenue did not hold as high a status as the Ministry of Personnel, it was still a position of significant authority. "Second master, you must avenge our master. That vile scoundrel has slain him. You must ensure he meets a horrific end." The concubines clamored as they beseeched him, some clutching his legs in despair, while others shamelessly pressed against him in front of their children. Enough with the wailing. What do you think this accomplishes? He Shueli, clearly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively and barked, "Do you think that my brother's death does not grieve me? Am I not eager for vengeance? But can we afford to act rashly? Your cries will not resurrect him. This matter requires careful consideration, and we must wait for our father's return before we can deliberate further." With that, he turned and knelt beside the white cloth, collapsing in anguish as he mournfully declared, "Brother, rest assured, I shall avenge you. The beast that took your life will suffer a fate most cruel. I shall ensure his body is shattered, his bones ground to dust, and that all his kin shall accompany him to the grave. I vow, without avenging this wrong, I, He Shueli, shall not be deemed a man. From this moment forth, your children shall be regarded as my own, and my brother shall care for them as tenderly as he would his own. Your wife and daughter, as well as my brother, will dutifully look after you." As He Shueli spoke these words, tears unexpectedly welled in the corners of his eyes, and soon he found himself weeping uncontrollably, appearing utterly heartbroken. Such is the profound bond of brotherhood. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he bowed his head. In such a family, true brotherly love is but an illusion. What exists is merely the pursuit of power and profit. When He Shueli learned of this news, he nearly burst into laughter in public. He Shui, the eldest son of the family, had been nurtured by He Qian from birth, destined to inherit the family's leadership. With He Shui's demise, who would assume that position? Naturally, it would fall to He Shueli. Was that not a cause for amusement? Although He Shueli was indeed the biological brother of He Shui, he had always been overshadowed, perpetually lagging behind, despite now holding the esteemed position of Minister of Revenue. Whenever he returned home to face He Shui, and He Qian, he still felt diminished. He Qian was to be expected. Not only was he his father, but also the source of the He family's influence. But what of He Shui? Was it merely his 2-year head start that justified his standing? The ramifications of this hierarchy extended even to future generations. His descendants were also destined to revere the lineage of He Shui. In terms of connections and resources, their branch would invariably lag behind that of He Shui. Years of inequity had long fostered resentment in He Shui, and his dissatisfaction with He Shui only deepened. Yet, with He Qian's constant oversight, He Shui had never found the opportunity to overthrow his elder brother. He was acutely aware that as long as He Qian lived, his chances were non-existent. Even if he wished to take action, it would likely have to wait until after He Qian's death. He Shui had indeed contemplated murder, seeking an opportunity to eliminate He Shui. However, the thought of his father kept him at bay. He was no fool. He understood that should he act, his father would inevitably uncover the truth, and no amount of cunning could save him from the repercussions. Thus, he remained patient, biding his time for He Shui to create his own downfall. He had anticipated a lengthy wait, yet unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. He Shui was unexpectedly murdered within the family. To He Shui, it was akin to a windfall from the heavens. With He Shui gone, despite a few peers remaining, the only rightful successor was himself. Competitors were non-existent. None had the capability to rival him. "Oh, brother, how suddenly you have departed. I did not even get the chance to bid you farewell," he lamented, rising to wipe away his scant tears, then turning to regard the concubine kneeling beside him. No one noticed the fervor in his gaze as he looked at the concubines. "You may all leave. There is no need to create further chaos here. I shall inform father of my brother's demise. When he returns, he will naturally seek vengeance for my brother. For now, allow me to manage the situation." Upon hearing the head of the household, He Shui, speak, the concubines dared not utter a word nor voice their grievances further. One by one, they departed. Some, as they exited, cast a lingering, resentful glance at the corpse, followed by a peculiar look towards He Shui. They then shook their heads and swayed away. The graceful figures before He Shui ignited a fervent heat within him. Chapter 182. Has He Shui passed away? It must be said that He Shui possessed remarkably keen insight. The concubines he selected were all stunningly beautiful women, although a few were somewhat older, having already reached the age of 30. Time seemed to have left little mark upon them, instead bestowing an added allure of maturity. The skillful glances they cast, paired with their voluptuous figures, nearly caused He Shui to rise from his seat in admiration. Subsequently, He Shui instructed his subordinates to convey the news of He Shui's demise via carrier pigeon to He Qian, who was far away. He then urgently summoned reinforcements, doubling the protective forces around the He family, dispatching skilled warriors to safeguard his own safety. He Shui had just glimpsed a promising future and had no desire to meet a tragic fate akin to that of He Shui. By the time all matters had been addressed, dawn was breaking. He Shui let out a weary sigh, stretched lazily, and exited the grand hall. His gaze turned toward the rising sun, as though he were witnessing his own future ascend. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke with deep emotion. "Elder brother, rest assured, your wife and younger brother will take good care of everything, and will do their utmost to nurture them." With this thought, he suddenly felt invigorated and began to make his way toward the rear courtyard of the He residence. At this hour, the female members of the family should be resting in their chambers. However, his destination was not his own quarters, but rather those of He Shui. He sought out the room of a particular concubine who had left a strong impression on him, and without knocking, he pushed the door open. Now, he was the true master of the household. Why should he need to announce his presence? A gasp emanated from within, but it quickly ceased, followed by the sound of soft, seductive music. He Shui was a man of his word, and once he pledged to care for He Shui's wife and children. He wasted no time in fulfilling that promise. Mere moments had passed since He Shui's death, yet he promptly began to attend to his widow, embodying the profound bond of brotherhood. Such fraternal loyalty was indeed touching. He devoted himself to her care with meticulous attention, employing various means that elicited heartfelt gratitude from her. By noon the following day, Chen Fan arrived at the town's administrative office, seemingly unperturbed by recent events. Along the way, several familiar officers approached him, greeting him warmly. "Subordinates pay their respects to Master Chen," they said, maintaining a respectful demeanor despite their acquaintance. "Enough of such formality. Rise," Chen Fan replied casually, waving his hand with a smile. One individual, after observing Chen Fan, spoke up. "Master Chen, I heard that your father-in-law encountered some troubles yesterday. Is there anything that your subordinates can assist with?" "Indeed, as long as Master Chen utters a word, the entire Jinui shall willingly offer their service." The other captains chuckled. thumping their chests with a resounding thud. Chen Fan, smiling, shook his head and replied, "Thank you all for your kind intentions, but it is no longer necessary. The petty thieves who visited the Qing residence yesterday have been eradicated by my hand. They were merely insignificant rascals of the Jianghu, and I can handle them myself." The others nodded in agreement, still smiling. "However, should the need arise, Master Chen, do not hesitate to command us. We brothers shall heed your call. Indeed, if we do not execute a stern warning, others may perceive the Jinyui as vulnerable. Such matters must be dealt with rigorously. For how can we ensure the safety of our families otherwise? Yes, we must not allow this precedent to be set." The captains were eager to assist Chen Fan, not only to curry favor, but also out of fear for their own family's safety. Had Chen Fan not returned in time yesterday, the situation could have escalated drastically. The Jinyui were men accustomed to the edge of a blade. They feared not for their own lives, but their families remained their greatest concern. Today, if someone dared to retaliate against Chen Fan, it was likely that tomorrow they would dare to target their loved ones. Should such a trend take hold, it would be a most terrifying affair, like a dam bursting. If this foundation crumbles, the repercussions would be immensely significant. If such incidents proliferated, where would the valiant Jinyui be? The so-called Jinyui carrying out their missions would be gripped by anxiety, fearing for their family's safety, thus compromising their resolve to face danger head-on. They feared not for their own demise, but for the safety of their kin. Who among those daring to be Jinyui would lack awareness of such stakes? If this situation persisted, the reputation of the Jinyui would be irrevocably tarnished, jeopardizing their ability to maintain order in the Jianghu. This could fundamentally undermine the very foundation of the Jinyui. "Master Chen, the Qianhu requests your presence." At that moment, a standard-bearer approached, bowing respectfully to Chen Fan. "Understood." Chen Fan replied with a nod, bidding farewell to the group as he made his way to the Qianhu's residence. "Third brother, I have arrived," Chen Fan announced as he entered, greeting Shen Xinran. "Ah," Shen Xinran nodded, casting a concerned glance at Chen Fan. "I heard there were troubles at your home. Is everything well? If you require assistance from the Zhengfu division, do not hesitate to ask. We shall prioritize it above all else." "Thank you for your concern, third brother." Chen Fan chuckled, shaking his head. "It was merely a band of petty thieves. I returned in time yesterday and dealt with them. As for the affairs concerning the He family, even if reported to the Zhengfu division, it would be of little help. One must rely on their own strength. With nothing left to counter the He family openly, one must resort to clandestine means. Such measures are simpler, dictated by sheer strength. The one with the mightiest fist is the one who reigns supreme. In this regard, Chen Fan possesses unparalleled confidence. As long as he is sufficiently powerful, even the seemingly omnipotent He family will be easily vanquished by him. Well, as long as you are aware of your own strength, that suffices. Shen Xinran, seemingly contemplative, cast a glance at him before lowering his head to sift through official documents. "The reason I summoned you today is due to a matter of great importance. Last night, the Minister of Personnel, He Shui, was brazenly assassinated in his own home. Upon learning of this incident, His Majesty was exceedingly enraged and has commanded the Jinyui, the 6 doors, and the Eastern Depot's 3 divisions to collaborate in capturing the perpetrator." "He Shui has actually been killed? Who possesses such audacity to dare slay, even He Shui?" Chapter 183. Street Patrol. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, fully displaying his surprise. Possessing unparalleled disguise skills, Chen Fan was unmatched in this regard. No one dared to claim superiority. Even the combined talents of past film emperors would likely pale in comparison to his prowess. Naturally, Shen Xinran failed to detect any flaws. Thus his tone was grave as he continued, "The culprit is the Lion King, the notorious leader of the 7 fiends of the desert. This individual possesses extraordinary strength. Having already reached the Grand Master realm, even I would not dare to assert an easy victory over him. However, the 7 fiends have been in hiding for quite some time, and it is perplexing how they suddenly re-emerged to commit such a significant act." Shen Xinran's tone carried a hint of confusion, which amused Chen Fan inwardly. After all, they had been utterly annihilated, hence their concealment. Chen Fan feigned innocence, raising his hands and saying, "Third brother, if you cannot claim an easy victory, how could you possibly expect any means from me? Surely, you do not intend for me to capture this Lion King, do you? That would be quite an overestimation of my abilities. My strength is lacking, and I fear I am truly powerless in this matter." Shen Xinran chuckled, shaking his head in response. "Of course not. I merely ask that you take some individuals to gather information. Not only you, but the other captains must also send people to investigate this matter. To be frank, this mission for our Jinyui is merely for show, a facade for the He family, a mere gesture. Thus, Finding the Lion King is of little consequence. Setting aside the documents in his hand, he lifted his teacup for a sip and continued. He Qian, that old rascal, has had a long-standing conflict with our Jinhui. We all desire to eradicate the He family, let alone assist them in locating someone. This charade is not for the He family's sake, but rather for the Emperor's benefit. It is a case of appearing to be working while actually doing nothing. Were it not for the Emperor's direct orders, we would have turned a blind eye to this affair. He Shui is dead, and good riddance. That scoundrel, who has committed countless atrocities, should have met his end long ago. Though the Lion King is certainly no saint, one must acknowledge that his actions this time served to uphold justice. Listening to these words, Chen Fan was genuinely dumbfounded, his surprise authentic rather than feigned. He had not anticipated that the current Chen Shinran would speak so candidly before him. The Chen Shinran of the past had exuded an air of authority, enigmatic and unflinching even in the face of calamity. Who could have guessed that he would reveal such a candid demeanor now? However, this also indicated a form of acknowledgement from Chen Shinran toward Chen Fan, a genuine trust. That title of third brother was not merely for show. Otherwise, he would not have laid bare his true thoughts so openly. Chen Fan responded, "Indeed, what third brother said holds true. My previous impressions of He Shui and the entire He family have been quite unfavorable due to their actions. I truly believe that his demise is well-deserved. The suffering of the common people will lessen with the departure of another member from the He family." Chen Fan's words were heartfelt. The common folk had endured immense hardships at the hands of the He family. After speaking, he clasped his hands and said, "I shall take my leave, third brother. I am off to patrol the streets, treating it as a brief respite. Haha. Very well, but do exercise caution. If any issues arise, seek assistance immediately," Chen Shinran advised. The 7 fiends of the desert are all formidable opponents. If you happen to cross paths with them, avoid any conflict. While you may be able to handle others, you are no match for the Lion King. The Grand Masters are far more complex than you might imagine. Your third brother has only acknowledged you as a little brother for a short while. I would prefer not to receive news of your demise. Chen Fan chuckled, "Rest assured, third brother, I value my life dearly. Should I encounter them, I shall feign ignorance and make a swift exit. The He family has committed numerous atrocities. I shall not risk my life for them." "Ha. Your mindset is commendable," Chen Shinran replied with a satisfied smile, patting Chen Fan on the shoulder. Upon departing from the Thousand Households office, Chen Fan returned to his own station to gather his men. "Sir, what tasks do we have for today?" One of his subordinates inquired with excitement, while the others looked at Chen Fan with eager anticipation. Since aligning with Chen Fan, they had been entrusted with significant tasks, enjoying substantial rewards. Under his leadership, they had consistently achieved flawless results. Naturally, while Chen Fan reaped the lion's share of the rewards, the sustenance they received was still more than adequate for their benefit. Now, with another mission on the horizon, everyone was exhilarated, as it signified a new opportunity to earn. However, Chen Fan regarded them with a calm demeanor and said, "This time, do not harbor expectations. There are no opportunities for wealth. Today's task is merely to patrol the streets." "Patrol the streets? Are you jesting, sir?" The surrounding subordinates displayed expressions of disbelief. Such a task was far beneath someone of Chen Fan's stature. Patrol duties were typically assigned to the Yamen's constables. Not even they were required to engage in street patrols. Although there were occasions when members of the Genie Wei would patrol, such tasks were usually relegated to those who had fallen out of favor and lacked opportunities for merit, like Lian Feng had recently experienced. Due to offending Chen Fan, he had been ostracized and left without assignments, resorting to aimlessly patrolling the streets in hopes of regaining favor. Otherwise, with the passage of time, he would be completely forgotten, and perhaps demoted. In any case, patrolling the streets is typically a task relegated to the more peripheral figures within the Jinhui, those who find themselves with little to occupy their time. Chen Fan, a man of considerable standing and prominence within the town pacification office, seemed entirely unrelated to such duties. Yet, he now earnestly informed them that he intended to lead them on a patrol, even with the Jinhui dwindling in numbers. It hardly seemed fitting for someone of Chen Fan's stature to engage in such a task. With a smile, Chen Fan reassured them, "Do not worry. For today it is not only I who will be on patrol. Even the other Qianhis must accompany their subordinates on this duty." But why? They wondered. Because He Shui was murdered last night, and our patrol is tasked with uncovering the perpetrator. What? He Shui is dead? The expressions of the group revealed their utter astonishment, unable to fathom how someone of such high rank could have fallen victim to foul play. Chapter 184. Fierce Battle in the Forest. After a moment of hesitation, several individuals continued to inquire, "My lord, you cannot be referring to the He Shui I am familiar with, can you? The son of the Prime Minister?" Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is he Shui of the He family. Had it not been for him, the entirety of our Jinyui would not have been mobilized. Gasp. So it is truly him, the son of the current Prime Minister, He Shui, who holds the esteemed position of Minister of Personnel. It is astonishing that such a prominent figure has been eliminated. Who possesses the audacity to commit such an act? The expressions of the group were filled with disbelief, as if they had heard a fantastical tale, unable to accept the reality before them. This is He Shui, the son of the Prime Minister, a distinguished Minister of Personnel, a key figure of the court. Who would dare to slay him? It is inconceivable, even the common folk, let alone skilled masters of the martial arts or members of Jinyui, would think twice before offending someone of the He family's stature, much less to kill He Shui directly. My lord, who is the perpetrator? One subordinate pressed further. Chen Fan replied, it is the Lion King, the leader of the 7 fiends of the desert, a grandmaster-level warrior. So it is a grandmaster. No wonder he could breach layers of protection to assassinate He Shui. Upon hearing that the culprit was indeed a grandmaster, the group experienced a moment of enlightenment. If it were a grandmaster who acted, then it is no longer surprising. In their eyes, a grandmaster is akin to a celestial being, omnipotent and formidable. However, reflecting on it, they were not at all astonished by this outcome. If it were not for a grandmaster, one could not even contemplate the audacity required to attempt such an act, let alone the ability to bypass security. That is beyond the means of an ordinary master. My lord, are we truly tasked with searching for a grandmaster-level foe? One subordinate finally grasped the implications of their patrol mission, their faces betraying fear. If they were to actually encounter this grandmaster, they would likely be annihilated before reinforcements could arrive. This is a grandmaster at the pinnacle of the martial world. How could they contend with such a figure? It would be tantamount to courting death. The group hesitated, contemplating retreating back to the town protectorate. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand. There is no need for such concern. It is highly improbable that this task would be assigned to us. We are merely going through the motions, performing a facade of a patrol. Finding the perpetrator is of no consequence. It is simply for show. The group exhaled in relief, reassured by his words. Chen Fan promptly made his way outside, and now, upon reflection, they realized how fortunate they were to have this patrol assignment. Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. This honorable duty of patrol is a responsibility our Jinyui must embrace. Yes, all for the sake of the common people. Precisely. Today we must address those ruffians who bully the market and those noble scions who dare to harass women in broad daylight. Upon observing the righteous demeanor of these individuals, Chen Fan could not help but roll his eyes in silent exasperation. These fellows were adept at diverting the topic at hand. However, to return to the core of the matter, even if they were genuinely intent on searching, they would inevitably fail to uncover any trace of the Lion King. Neither the 6 doors, the Eastern Depot, nor their own Jinyui could find a single clue, for the Lion King was already deceased. How could one locate a shadow of the dead? The court had dispatched its entire apparatus, and the experts of the He family had cast their nets wide, rendering the outcome a futile endeavor akin to fetching water with a basket. At this moment, Chen Fan had already ascended to the higher echelons of organization, cloaking his accomplishments and renown in secrecy, with no one being privy to his connection with this affair. Qingzhou City, after all, was the imperial capital, beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven. In broad daylight, while there were indeed some illicit activities, they were relatively few. Thus, their journey had only encountered a handful of petty thefts and minor disturbances. Before they knew it, the group had arrived at the outskirts of Qingzhou City. This area was considerably distanced from the law enforcement agencies, resulting in a more pronounced decline in public order. As they traversed the path, Chen Fan's ears suddenly perked up. He halted, directing his gaze towards a small grove. What troubles you, my lord? The others inquired, immediately adopting a vigilant demeanor. Chen Fan replied, there are sounds of combat emanating from within. Although the clamor was faint, it could not escape the keen senses of a grandmaster like Chen Fan. Upon hearing his words, the others instinctively placed their hands on their blades, poised for action. Chen Fan instructed, you remain here and guard the perimeter. I shall investigate. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished before their eyes. The remaining members exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do, and ultimately resolved to remain on guard. Their superior's prowess left them feeling somewhat superfluous. At times, an abundance of ease could be rather detrimental. They felt a twinge of guilt for merely following their leader and enjoying his hospitality. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already plunged into the depths of the grove, following the sounds of conflict. Yet, he found no visible signs of battle. Pursuing the noise, he gazed up at a towering tree, climbing to its heights. He surveyed the surroundings and soon discovered 2 factions locked in a fierce struggle within the woods. To describe it as a mere clash would be misleading. It was, in fact, a siege. One side boasted 30 to 40 individuals, all clad in uniform black attire, wielding large blades. Among them, only one figure stood out, a middle-aged man with a sharp demeanor, leading the assault against a solitary opponent who found himself at a disadvantage. Upon closer inspection, Chen Fan recognized this beleaguered fighter. It was none other than the Sword King, Tang Shan, who had previously challenged him. In this dire situation, Tang Shan faced numerous adversaries, yet maintained a demeanor of calm resilience, undeterred by fear. His large blade continued to cleave through the air with ferocity, accompanied by waves of surging energy. With a powerful swing, he severed the heads of several individuals. Witnessing such a display of ferocity, the remaining onlookers began to falter. Yet, the middle-aged man bellowed, "Do not be afraid. At this moment, he is but a spent force, with little strength left." He continued, "Even if each of us strikes him once, it will suffice to exhaust him." With that declaration, he took the lead, brandishing his blade as he advanced. His strike was aimed directly at Tang Shan's head. Ruthless and unyielding, judging by the depth of his true energy, he appeared to be a master-level expert, though still inferior to Tang Shan, likely a mid-stage master. Tang Shan let out a cold snort and raised his own blade to parry the incoming attack. Chapter 185. Tang Shan on the edge of life and death. The current condition of Tang Shan is evidently dire. After deflecting a lethal wave of blade energy, he staggered back several steps, nearly spitting blood, his complexion paling considerably. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man felt a surge of joy, immediately following up with several more strikes of blade energy. His subordinates, sensing hope, launched a flurry of attacks from all directions. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Tang Shan's state deteriorated rapidly. Blood erupted from his mouth, and the grip of his blade had caused deep fissures in his palms. He embedded his long knife into the ground, leaning on it to stave off collapse. Gasping for breath, he gazed defiantly at the crowd before him. "Ha ha, Tang Shan. Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament?" The middle-aged man sneered, stepping forward with his weapon drawn, addressing Tang Shan. 3 years ago, I vowed that one day, I would see you perish beneath my blade. I have awaited this moment for 3 long years, tossing and turning each night, and now, at last it has arrived." His voice was chilling, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, revealing the deep-seated animosity he harbored toward Tang Shan. Unfazed, Tang Shan fixed a cold stare upon him, seizing the brief respite to wipe the blood from his lips, retorting defiantly, "Were it not for my current injuries, how could a rabble like you even hope to challenge me? In my prime, 10 of you would scarcely dare to confront me." Had Tang Shan been in his usual state, these individuals would have been mere prey, utterly insufficient to pose a threat. He could have dispatched them without sustaining any injury. The arrogant middle-aged man before him would not have been able to withstand even a single strike from him. However, after his previous battle with Chen Fan, he was gravely wounded. Though he had promptly consumed healing elixirs and employed energy to mend his injuries, the time had been far too short for substantial recovery. Being besieged by a master and numerous others while in such a state was indeed a grave misfortune, epitomizing the adage of a tiger falling to the ground and being bullied by dogs. "Ha ha ha, I never anticipated that you, Tang Shan, would resort to seeking excuses in such dire circumstances. It seems that in moments like this, all men are alike. If you cannot fight, then you cannot fight. Does anyone in the martial world truly care whether you are injured?" The middle-aged man mocked Tang Shan coldly. "Spare me your nonsense. Do you truly believe I would cower in fear?" Despite his grievous wounds, Tang Shan's temper flared as fiercely as ever. "I have never feared death. It is simply repugnant to think I might perish at the hands of a scoundrel like you. If I were to die by your hand, it would be the most disgraceful moment of my life." At his words, the middle-aged man's veins bulged with fury. "What do you have to be so arrogant about, Tang Shan? Is this not all a consequence of your own actions? If it were not for your hand in my father's demise all those years ago, how could we find ourselves in this present scene? To avenge my father is a justifiable act." Tang Shan, wielding a formidable blade, bore a cold smirk at the corner of his lips. Upon hearing his adversary's words, he retorted with equal fervor. "Do you believe your father's death was merely a happenstance? Had I not slain him, he would have met his end sooner or later. That decrepit old fool, half buried in the earth, still dared to pursue the dark arts, abducting women to wreak havoc, convinced that such abominable pursuits could grant him immortality. I am no paragon of righteousness. Yet your foolish father was simply unfortunate to cross paths with me. I was in search of a practice target, and thus, with a single stroke, I sent him to his final rest. You, too, are not of a single family, nor do you belong to the same household. I had intended to eliminate you alongside him, but alas, you were not present at that moment. What a pity. Oh, How could I nearly forget to mention this? Tang Shan suddenly chuckled, adopting a facade of joviality. Your father, on his knees, begged me for his life, his face awash with tears and snot. It was such a grotesque sight that I nearly lost my appetite for 3 days. Even now, recalling it, I find it equally repulsive. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Tang Shan erupted into a fit of laughter. Each word he uttered seemed a sharp blade, piercing into his opponent's heart. The ensuing laughter ignited a furious rage within the other. Slay him. No, capture him alive. The features of his adversary contorted in fury, veins throbbing violently on his forehead and neck. I shall flay this scoundrel alive and reduce him to ash. Tang Shan, continue your bravado. When I capture you, we shall see if your defiance remains as steadfast. I will make you acquainted with the depths of hell, where survival is a distant hope and death an unattainable desire. He ceased the banter, lunging towards Tang Shan with his blade, followed closely by his underlings. Tang Shan rose, gripping his weapon tightly, breathing heavily as he fixed his gaze on the approaching foes. 2 men had stealthily crept behind him, their blades poised to strike. Die! Tang Shan roared, unleashing the last remnants of his true essence. His long knife swung with a resounding whistle, a wave of blade energy radiating outward, swiftly dispatching the 2 behind him and forcing back the middle-aged man, even claiming the lives of those who followed. Yet, this was the extent of his remaining strength. After unleashing that strike, Tang Shan was utterly drained of the capacity to counterattack, blood spewing from his mouth as he sank to one knee, propped against his blade. As previously stated, he was now at the end of his tether. His injuries had reached their zenith, his true essence entirely depleted. In this condition, he might not even stand a chance against a first-rate martial artist. At this moment, Tang Shan found himself kneeling on the ground, his gaze becoming increasingly blurred. Having lost a significant amount of blood, he was now in a state of disorientation. The crimson fluid obscured his vision, yet he still managed to lift his head and locate the middle-aged man. Half of his face was drenched in blood, but suddenly he let out a laugh, retaining that same arrogant demeanor he had always possessed. Huh, useless fools, you cannot kill me, he declared, his tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. As if fear were a foreign emotion to him, he held the small-minded individuals in contempt. Even in defeat, he would remain unperturbed. Chapter 186. What can you do? Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, I fear I can never repay this life I owe you. He lowered his head, chuckling, already devoid of the strength to raise it. At this moment, he unexpectedly recalled Chen Fan, the very person who had gravely wounded him, leaving him in such a dire predicament. Yet, his tone betrayed no resentment. Rather, it was filled with profound admiration. He had willingly challenged him. The injuries were his own fault, and although others had spared him, he could not concede defeat. Chen Fan had vanquished him openly and honorably, and he accepted this defeat with sincerity rather than harboring grievances. He exhaled deeply, gazing at his palm. Had he known that he would find himself in such a situation, he would have preferred to perish at the hands of a true hero like Chen Fan. A bitter expression crossed his face. No matter how resilient one may be, there exists an inherent apprehension towards the unknown specter of death. However, his gaze suddenly hardened, and he struck his palm against the crown of his head with fervor. Tang Shan resolved that if he were to die, it would be by his own hand, not by the treacherous machinations of others. Stop, you scoundrel! At that moment, it was the middle-aged man, more anxious than anyone else, who shouted. His eyes widened in alarm as he hurled his long knife, intent on striking Tang Shan down before he could take his own life. He could not allow Tang Shan to die by suicide. He must perish by the hands of the man who bore the grudge. If he did not personally end Tang Shan's life, his resentment would remain unquenched. In that critical instant, a figure appeared as if conjured from the ether. Seizing Tang Shan's wrist, a surge of energy erupted, sending the long knife flying through the air, spinning several times before embedding itself beside the middle-aged man. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, and Tang Shan, taken aback, immediately collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. His vision began to darken, stars flickering before his eyes. Even if he had not been struck, it seemed he was on the brink of death. Yet, at that moment, an immense and pure essence surged into his body, beginning to mend his internal organs. This influx of energy tethered his life, its healing effect surpassing any elixir he had ever consumed. Tang Shan felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, as if he were submerged in a soothing hot spring. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and amidst a haze of crimson, he beheld a face both familiar and alien. Chen Fan. Tang Shan's eyes widened, as though he had awoken from a dream. Indeed, the figure who had appeared so suddenly was none other than Chen Fan. Tang Shan could scarcely believe that someone would come to his aid at such a moment. Chen Fan glanced at him and, noticing his expression, calmly advised, "Do not lose focus. Concentrate on your recovery." Tang Shan, not one to dally, nodded in response, immediately settling into a meditative posture to begin his healing. With the essence of the I Jin Jing coursing through him, Chen Fan's wounds healed with remarkable swiftness. Had this merely been an ordinary skirmish among the martial world or a contest for a ranking on the Earth list, he would have refrained from intervening. He was not particularly close to Tang Shan and would not take action for such trivial matters. However, after eavesdropping for quite a while, Chen Fan felt compelled to step in. Regardless of Tang Shan's verbal assertions, Chen Fan was well aware that he consistently acted with righteousness. Judging by actions rather than intentions, Tang Shan had indeed vanquished only malevolent individuals, though he had attracted his fair share of adversaries over the years. Anyone who mentioned his name would inevitably offer a thumbs up in respect. Only those with narrow minds would harbor resentment against him. Throughout the years, Tang Shan had never slain an innocent nor taken the life of a righteous person. He always held back, regardless of the conflicts he faced. Chen Fan perceived a kindred spirit in him. It would be a tragic loss for such a figure to fall to a band of petty individuals. After all, Tang Shan was a towering master of the Earth list. Such an outcome would provoke a profound sense of melancholy, prompting Chen Fan to take action. "Chen Fan, why do you seek to rescue him?" The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, revealing a palpable wariness. Despite his current fury, he lacked the courage to confront Chen Fan directly. Upon hearing the question, Chen Fan cast a cold glance at him. "What are you? Do you presume to instruct me on how to act? Who do you think you are? Are you so eager for death that you dare raise your voice against me? I shall act as I please, and I owe you no explanations." An icy aura enveloped Chen Fan, causing those present to tremble as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Their eyes regarded him as though he were a reaper of souls descending upon the mortal realm. Under the weight of this terrifying presence, they felt their very breaths stutter. Is this really Chen Fan? Truly, the foremost among masters beneath the grandmaster level, what a fearsome presence. Indeed, he is the one capable of easily wounding Tang Shan. Such terror is undeniable. The fourth on the Earth list is indeed deserving of his reputation. The remaining 30 or so assassins stood in utter silence before Chen Fan, their heads bowed in fear, their hearts murmuring apprehensions about him. The middle-aged man managed to maintain some semblance of composure in the face of Chen Fan's menace. Yet the thought of confronting him quelled his rage. He even felt compelled to respond to Chen Fan's earlier inquiry, offering an apology. This was the overwhelming suppression wrought by absolute strength. "See, Captain Chen, you jest. I would never presume to guide you. I apologize for my earlier remarks, and I implore you to forgive my impertinence." The middle-aged man's countenance remained exceedingly awkward, yet his demeanor had shifted to one of subservience. There was no other choice. If he did not express himself this way, he feared that Chen Fan, in a moment of displeasure, might easily eliminate him. Beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. Chen Fan's strength surpassed his own, and his background was far more formidable, compelling him to exhibit the appropriate respect. Even if a tempest of rage brewed within him, he had to endure it quietly, showing utmost deference to the one who sheltered his adversary. "My lord, this matter pertains solely to my conflict with that individual from Tangshan. It does not involve you. I humbly request that you refrain from intervening," he said, bowing and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Chen Fan turned to face him, a curious glint in his eye. "Oh, what if I, as an official, choose to intervene today? What if I decide to protect this person? What then will you do?" Chapter 187. Could it be that he has killed the man's wife? The intermediary, feeling a surge of anger, forcibly suppressed his fury and implored, "My lord, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why must you meddle? Tang Shan is not your ally. In fact, he is considered an adversary to your esteemed Jin Yi. Why should you come to his aid? If he were to perish here today, you would have one less enemy, and I would achieve my goal. It would be a mutually beneficial outcome. So why not embrace it? If you refrain from interfering today, even without offering assistance, merely by standing aside, I shall bestow upon you a generous gift." "Oh, a generous gift?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at the middle-aged man. The man, sensing a flicker of interest, seized the moment and continued, "Indeed. I hope you will grant me this favor." However, before he could anticipate, Chen Fan scoffed, his demeanor chilling instantly. "Do you take me for someone who would covet your paltry gift? Do you presume I am a man who would forsake righteousness for profit? Let me make it clear. Your actions amount to an attempted bribe in broad daylight. You are courting death with such audacity." Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man's countenance darkened immediately. He was not foolish. By this point, he recognized that Chen Fan had been toying with him all along. From the outset, he had no intention of stepping aside, but rather aimed to take charge of the situation. Shindarin, why must you insist on saving this Tang Shan? The middle-aged man clenched his fists, yet dared not speak further. With a derisive laugh, Chen Fan retorted, "So, you only now realize I am determined to save him? Truly a fool. After wasting enough time on this conversation, it was time to send you on your way. Chen Fan, do you truly need to tear apart the facade for this man?" The middle-aged man discerned the murderous intent in Chen Fan's voice and began to flail in panic. Yet, no matter how defiant he attempted to appear, it was evident to all how unsettled he truly was. The middle-aged man was filled with reverence for Chen Fan, fully aware of his prowess. He had witnessed the battle between Chen Fan and Tang Shan and had been rendered speechless by the sheer impact of it. He understood that even if 10 of himself combined their strength, they would still fall short of Chen Fan's might, insufficient for even a single strike. Though both were masters, the chasm between them was greater than that between a master and an ordinary individual. Chen Fan coldly remarked, "I have heard that you have brought misfortune upon many women. These women, having no refuge, would find solace in your demise today. It would not be an unjust killing, but rather a form of comfort for them." As soon as his words fell, Chen Fan unsheathed his sword. The newly acquired Xianyuan sword emanated an aura far superior to that of the Xiantai sword. Merely drawing the blade elevated Chen Fan's presence to its zenith, as if countless figures were emerging behind him in reverence, surrounded by the resonance of dragons and phoenixes. As if a celestial being had descended upon the earth. The immense spectacle rendered the onlookers utterly speechless. Though they were aware of Chen Fan's extraordinary prowess, they had not anticipated such overwhelming presence even before he made a move. The middle-aged man sensed, albeit vaguely, that Chen Fan's strength had grown considerably since their last encounter. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as an extraordinarily sharp sword energy surged forth from the blade, as if it could cleave the very heavens, sweeping toward them with relentless ferocity. "No, please, spare us, my lord." The middle-aged man trembled violently, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yet, instinctively, he drew his sword in response to the impending attack. Channeling all his energy, he unleashed a desperate torrent of true essence, fully aware that this reckless act could jeopardize his very foundation. Nevertheless, even with such fervor, his sword aura proved feeble against the tsunami of sword energy unleashed by Chen Fan, shattering effortlessly under its might. In an instant, the flash of the blade reduced the middle-aged man, along with his weapon, to mere mist. The remaining figures cloaked in black were left aghast, their resolve wavering. Despite being seasoned warriors, they now found themselves pleading for mercy. "Please, my lord, we are willing to retreat. We were merely summoned to assist this man. We shall depart immediately." Terror etched on their faces. The rest sought to voice their supplications, but Chen Fan had no desire to entertain their words. Such verbosity is better reserved for the depths of hell, he thought. With a mere flick of his wrist, the colossal sword energy surged forward without delay. Soon, anguished cries echoed as they were swiftly annihilated. Chen Fan sheathed his sword, and the tumult of true essence around him subsided into tranquility. The once serene grove was now a scene of devastation, hardly recognizable as a forest. Footsteps approached. It was Chen Fan's subordinates, who had been on guard outside, and, upon hearing the commotion, decided to investigate. "My lord, what?" They stood in stunned silence, struggling to articulate their shock at the carnage before them. They had not intended to intervene, but their leader's ferocity left them feeling utterly impotent. The realization of their teammates' formidable strength was a stark reminder of their own inadequacies. It seemed that, aside from clearing the battlefield, their roles as the Imperial Guards were rendered superfluous. Chen Fan, upon their arrival, offered no words but simply nodded. His gaze shifted to Tang Shan, who was now tending to his wounds. The remaining few followed his gaze, astonished to find Tang Shan there. "Isn't that Tang Shan? What is he doing here? Was the commotion just now to rescue him?" They examined Tang Shan's injuries closely, unable to suppress a gasp of horror. The wounds that marred Tang Shan's body, resembling a ghastly spectacle of torn flesh and profuse bloodshed, evoked a sense of compassion even among the often unyielding Jinui. Such a state, was he truly pursued by these people? What could he have done to warrant such relentless chase? Surely, he could not have slain someone's wife. A few of the Jinui recalled the earlier incident where Tang Shan had issued a challenge, and at this moment, they felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at them and remarked coolly, "It is not a wife he has slain, but rather a father. He has extinguished an entire lineage." What? At this revelation, the men were rendered momentarily speechless, gazing at Tang Shan with newfound respect. It was no wonder he had become the target of such animosity. To endure under such hatred, and yet persevere until now was no small feat suddenly. The relentless pursuit made perfect sense. Chapter 188. A true man. A few individuals refrained from further inquiries, showing no curiosity as to why Chen Fan had intervened to save him. Although Chen Fan treated them with a degree of calmness, he was still their superior, and decisions were his to make. They were merely required to follow orders. After a brief period, Tangshan finally emerged from the brink of life-threatening danger, ceasing his cultivation and opening his eyes. His complexion, while no longer as pale as before, remained far from healthy. Nevertheless, despite his serious injuries, he was at least safe from peril now. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Chen Fan and remarked, "Previously, I challenged you, which was a slight against the dignity of the genie way. Why did you choose to save me now?" Chen Fan replied with tranquility, "I saved you because I felt like it. There is no need for excessive dialogue. Consider it a practice session with my sword, and I merely dealt with them in passing." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Tangshan chuckled, recognizing that Chen Fan was mimicking his manner of speaking. After a moment of silence, he bowed earnestly, saying, "Thank you. Regardless of your motives, you have saved my life today and spared me yesterday. 2 lives in total. I shall remember this. I will repay these 2 lives, and should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not shy away from any sacrifice." Chen Fan, taken aback by Tangshan's solemn demeanor, found it somewhat disconcerting. This man had always exhibited a rebellious spirit. Yet now he was willing to adopt such a respectful stance, leaving Chen Fan at a loss. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of that. It was merely a trivial matter. The man I killed was already notorious. It was fortuitous that our paths crossed, and thus I dealt with him. It had nothing to do with you, just a matter of convenience." Tangshan was not one to linger unnecessarily on matters. Given Chen Fan's explicit words, he chose not to dwell on the subject any longer, silently cherishing this bond. Throughout his life, he had always been clear about his grievances and favors, acting with integrity. Chen Fan had already bestowed upon him a significant kindness, and should any future needs arise, he would undoubtedly respond with utmost dedication. Now, you should seek out a physician to address your injuries thoroughly. If you delay any longer, it might affect your foundation and hinder your future ascension to Grandmaster, he urged, gesturing for the Jin Yi behind him to assist. However, Tangshan firmly declined, shaking his head. "I do not have time for treatment. My friend has been taken, and I must rescue him." "Oh, your friend. Is it that gentleman in the green robe?" Chen Fan immediately recalled the man who had rescued Tangshan at the last moment. This individual possessed an extraordinary demeanor, appearing less like a martial artist and more akin to a scholarly Confucian. "Indeed, his name is Qin Hao, my closest friend." Tangshan confirmed. "Yesterday, I was defeated by you. While we were recuperating in the inn, we fell victim to an assassination by 2 individuals. I recall there was also a formidable masked figure accompanying them. For my safety, Brother Qin selflessly drew the masked man away, and thereafter, he vanished without a trace." Tangshan sighed. Then his gaze hardened with resolve. "Therefore, I must seek him out and rescue him." "Rescue him? In your current state, where you can barely stand?" Chen Fan observed him calmly, stating that at this moment, safeguarding one's own safety was paramount. Otherwise, all of Brother Qin's efforts would be in vain. "If you go now, it would be tantamount to courting death." "Ah, courting death, yet I must go." Tangshan's voice flickered like a flame in the night. "A true man born into this world fears neither life nor death. As warriors, we must not forget our debts of gratitude. Brother Qin sacrificed his life to save me. Could I, driven by a fear of death, abandon him? Even in death, I shall stand by his side." His voice was hoarse, with blood clots stirring in his throat. Nevertheless, his words moved Chen Fan, who fell into a contemplative silence for a long while. "I understand. However, even if you wish to save him, there is no need for such haste." Chen Fan continued, asking if Tangshan knew where to find him. "If you wish to rescue someone, you must know where to look, mustn't you? Moreover, you..." Before Chen Fan could finish, Tangshan coughed several times and collapsed to the ground. There was no need for further persuasion. It seemed he could no longer move. The 2 guards swiftly caught him and helped him to his feet. However, a flicker of determination flashed in Tangshan's eyes as he forcefully pushed them away. He staggered a few steps before kneeling before Chen Fan with a thud. His knees bent, yet his spirit and head held higher than ever. He spoke solemnly, declaring that throughout his life, he had knelt only to heaven, the earth, and his parents, and had never bowed to anyone else. Yet today, he knelt before Chen Fan, pleading for his assistance in saving his friend. "I implore you." Upon finishing, he lowered his head, preparing to prostrate himself. At that moment, Chen Fan, like a gentle breeze, appeared before him and caught him, halting his next action. There was an unspoken question in his eyes. "Is it worth it?" For the sake of a single friend, he relinquished the dignity and pride he had cherished all his life. Who is Tang Shan? A man unafraid of death. One who could boldly proclaim the insignificance of his own demise. Even when faced with death, he could curse loudly, seeking to provoke his enemies. To kill such a man is a simple task. However, to compel him to bow, to kneel, is a far more arduous endeavor. To the casual observer, this act of kneeling may seem inconsequential. Yet, for Chen Fan, a man who also stands at the pinnacle of martial prowess, the significance is profound. He relinquished the pride and honor he had fiercely upheld throughout his life. This act serves as a profound interrogation of his martial spirit and may even influence his future ascent to the esteemed rank of Grand Master. Remarkably, this individual, confronted with such dire repercussions, chose to kneel and bow his head without hesitation to save his friend. Every member of the Imperial Guard who witnessed this scene fell into a deep silence, their hearts resonating with profound shock. Not one among them regarded him with disdain for this act. Instead, they felt a surge of admiration for a true man. Chapter 189. The reckless man with a slight exertion of strength. Chen Fan lifted him and calmly stated, "I have given you my word. I will send someone to search for him. If there is a chance to save him, I will intervene personally. However, if he has already perished, I can only offer my apologies. The Jinui are not gods, after all." Tang Shan clenched his fists and softly replied, "If he is indeed dead, I shall seek vengeance for him. With this incident, I now owe you 3 lives." He raised his head, gazing intently at Chen Fan. 3 lives? You can never repay that, Chen Fan responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Though he found the declaration somewhat amusing, he continued, "Even if you truly have the opportunity to sacrifice your life for me once, that merely accounts for 1. There remain 2 more. Tang Shan's tone was resolute. "Whatever you utter, I shall go to any lengths to fulfill. If this lifetime does not settle the debt, then the next will suffice. If not the next, then the following one. I, Tang Shan, speak no empty words. My words resonate with truth, and heaven bears witness." Although his vow was powerful, Chen Fan couldn't help but shiver slightly. Such talk of reincarnation sounded rather disconcerting coming from a man. "Haha, your sincerity is more than enough. There is no need for such fervor." Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly before gesturing for his subordinates to take Tang Shan away. The group then returned to Qingzhou City, where they found a medical facility to tend to Tang Shan's injuries. True to his word, he began issuing orders to his subordinates, instructing them to locate Qin Hao. The network of spies within the Jinui was indeed extensive, especially in Qingzhou City, where every passerby could potentially be one of their own. Hence, as long as the masked man and Qin Hao had made an appearance, traces of them would surely exist. As anticipated, it was not long before news arrived. Within half a day, a subordinate reported, "My lord, our informants have reported that a great battle occurred on the mountain outside the Ghost Market. However, by the time our men arrived, both parties had vanished, leaving only a damaged folding fan behind." "A folding fan? Where is it?" Tang Shan exclaimed eagerly upon hearing those words. Chen Fan nodded at the subordinate, stating, "Do not hesitate, bring it forth." "Yes, my lord." The subordinate drew the fan from his waist and respectfully presented it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took it and examined it closely. The fan was crafted from remarkable materials. Its ribs were made from an unknown metal, while the fan's surface was fashioned from exquisite silk, adorned with a damaged landscape painting. In the artwork, 4 beautiful women were depicted sailing through a picturesque scene, harmoniously blending with the surroundings. The artist behind this painting possesses extraordinary skill. The woman and the landscape depicted are rendered with remarkable vividness. Beside it, there seem to be traces of text, perhaps a poem, though only faint remnants remain, making the complete picture difficult to discern. This fan could be considered a formidable weapon, yet it has been reduced to such a state, illustrating the intensity of the circumstances at that time. Chen Fan tossed the fan into Tang Shan's hands, inquiring, "Is this the fan of Qin Hao?" Tang Shan unfolded it and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it belongs to Brother Qin. I have seen it before." Although his tone was calm, the tension in his arm, gripping the fan, betrayed the tumult within him. His muscles had tensed, with veins visibly pulsing, clearly indicative of his rising fury. Such a weapon is of paramount importance to a martial artist. The fact that it lies shattered suggests that its owner is in grave peril. This is an undeniable truth. Chen Fan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "There is no need for haste. We have yet to see a body, which leaves room for hope. He may have been captured or perhaps escaped. As long as he breathes, there is a chance." Upon hearing this, Tang Shan seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, eagerly responding, "You are right. Brother Qin is a person of great fortune. He must be safe." Chen Fan then advised, You must take care to recover. If he has indeed been taken, you may be his last hope." He then inquired, "Do you recall any details about that masked individual? Any distinguishing features?" "Features?" Tang Shan stroked his chin, contemplating. He was entirely shrouded in black robes, obscuring any visible traits. His voice was disguised, hoarse and deep, but he must be of considerable age. "Is that all?" Chen Fan pressed, his frustration mounting. A description like that could apply to countless individuals in the martial world. It is the most basic guise one could don. Even in Qingzhou City, a mere stroll through the ghost market would reveal thousands fitting that description. If you hope to identify him based solely on that, you might as well abandon the search. Can you not recall any other notable characteristics? Perhaps his martial techniques or any unique weapons? Was there nothing distinctive about his face? Chen Fan persisted. "Alas, I can recall nothing more. This is all I can remember." Tang Shan lamented. His nature was such that he often overlooked details, focusing solely on the immediate confrontation. In his world, it was a simple matter. If one were to be attacked, one would either prevail or perish. He lacked the patience to observe the nature of his adversaries, and he had never paid them any heed. To put it more graciously, one might call this a spirit of fearless audacity, a heart untroubled, and a mind unclouded. Conversely, to speak less kindly, one could simply label him a reckless brute. As a brute, it is hardly surprising that he exhibits such behavior. Alas, you reckless one. With only this scant lead, where shall you seek your friend? Chen Fan shook his head in resignation with a sigh. This remark seemed to awaken Tang Shan. With excitement, he unfurled his fan and declared, "Indeed, I am a brute, but Brother Qin certainly is not. Since he left behind this fan, there must surely be some clue contained within." Chapter 190. The shadow of magic. He seemed utterly convinced of this conclusion, thus immediately began to scrutinize the fan with meticulous attention. This examination was markedly more thorough than his previous cursory glance. He inspected every detail carefully, searching for the so-called clues. Suddenly, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "I found it! I found it!" He set the folding fan before Chen Fan and pointed to a particular spot, saying, "Look here, this bloodstain must have been left when he was injured." This bloodstain appeared to obscure 3 lotus flowers, seemingly placed there intentionally, indicating that this was a deliberate act. This was likely the clue he painstakingly left behind. Yet, I find myself perplexed. What could this possibly mean? Tang Shan furrowed his brow, entirely baffled as to why Qin Hao would cover the lotus flowers with blood. He resembled the archetypal hero from martial legends, possessing strength but lacking intellect. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on his martial prowess, never bothering to think critically to resolve issues. Thus, such a cryptic endeavor proved to be quite a challenge for him. However, Chen Fan's expression had grown exceedingly grave. While Tang Shan may have struggled to comprehend, could Chen Fan possibly remain oblivious? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan declared, "It is the demon sect." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Shan immediately turned to Chen Fan in shock. Chen Fan glanced once more at the fragmented lotus flower on the fan's surface, affirming, "Indeed, this must be the work of the demon sect. Your friend deliberately stained the lotus red, suggesting that this is the doing of someone from the demon sect." The revelation of the demon sect sent a wave of dread over Tang Shan, his countenance darkening, losing the earlier optimism. The influence of the demon sect was not something a mere master like himself could hope to challenge. Such a colossal entity, filled with countless experts, rendered even the grandmasters numerous. Given his strength, the prospect of rescuing someone from the demon sect was utterly implausible. Even Tang Shan, typically brash and overly ambitious, felt a surge of despair at the mere thought of the demon sect's power. Why would the demon sect target us? I cannot recall having offended anyone from that organization. Tang Shan felt utterly helpless. Why would that lofty demon sect suddenly take action against the two of them? Although they appeared as renowned figures in the eyes of outsiders, elevated and esteemed, to the demon sect, they were but mere insects easily crushed. What could they possibly possess that would entice the demon sect to act against them? This question left even Chen Fan perplexed. The demon sect's goal was to overthrow the entire Great Hua dynasty and restore their original kingdom, a fact known to all. However, the specifics of their methods and plans during this endeavor remained a matter strictly internal to the demon sect. The actions of the demonic sect are certainly not aimless. They are orchestrated by a formidable mastermind, with each step meticulously interconnected. It seems that their assault on the two individuals is merely a fragment of a larger scheme, a cog in a grander design. Whether it involves Tang Shan, his companion Qin Hao, or the slain individuals, they all serve as pawns on this strategic board. Thus, it is evident that a more profound conspiracy lies beneath, one that must not be underestimated. Perhaps, in a twist of fate, This could be a blessing in disguise for you. Chen Fan cast a glance at Tang Shan, realizing that since this matter concerns the demonic sect, he must inform Brother San, as it is likely that the entire Jinui will be mobilized in response. Wait, I must accompany you. Tang Shan exclaimed earnestly. If Brother Qin is indeed trapped within the clutches of the demonic sect, I must rescue him. Chen Fan shot him a sidelong glance. You should focus on healing your wounds. In your current state, you would struggle even to harm a chicken, let alone confront foes. Stay put. I will inform you immediately if I receive any news. No, I cannot simply sit here and wait idly. It gnaws at my peace of mind, Tang Shan insisted, straining to rise and follow Chen Fan. Enough. Conserve your strength and recover properly. If you do not heal, even if news arises, you will be unable to assist. Furthermore, the Jinfu division is no place for you. Just yesterday, you challenged me at its gates. If you were to go there now, you might find yourself ensnared and beaten to death in a sack. If you continue with such nonsense, I shall cease to relay any information to you. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan reluctantly complied, acknowledging the precariousness of his condition and realizing that he must rely on Chen Fan to navigate the situation. Chen Fan regarded him for a moment before instructing his subordinate, take him to my former residence, where he can recuperate properly. Should I receive any news from the Jinui, I will ensure you are informed. Rest assured, your recovery will significantly bolster our efforts against the demonic sect. I shall not withhold any information from you. During this period, Chen Fan had primarily resided with the Qing family, indulging in intimate moments with Qing Yunju, rendering his original home neglected. Now, it served as a fitting refuge for Tang Shan's recovery. After conveying his instructions, Chen Fan departed without delay, heading straight to the Jinfu division. Upon arrival, he sought out Shen Xinran, recounting the entire sequence of events in detail. All right, I believe I grasp the situation now. Your handling of this matter has been commendable, Shen Xinran remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Regarding the demonic sect, we must not let our guard down. Even the slightest possibility warrants our utmost caution. You shall take charge of this investigation moving forward. The affairs concerning the He family are no longer your concern. When it comes to these scoundrels of the demonic sect, we would prefer to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let a single one escape. As the topic of the demonic sect surfaced, Shen Xinran's demeanor grew grave, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Chen Fan responded with a similarly solemn demeanor. I understand. After speaking, Shen Xinran also subdued his expression and approached Chen Fan, patting him on the shoulder. However, the influence of the demonic cult is indeed formidable. You must exercise caution during your investigation and avoid putting yourself in peril. Should they sense anything amiss, it is highly likely they will exploit that to set an ambush. If any formidable adversaries emerge, be sure to inform me promptly and do not overexert yourself. Chen Fan smiled faintly, appreciating Shen Xinran's concern for him. Yes, I understand. Third Brother. Chapter 191. The Vice Sect Master has tragically perished within the depths of the demonic sect's underground palace in Qingzhou City. The Ghost Emperor sat enshrouded behind a veil of mist. A devoted assassin knelt at his feet, addressing him as if in the presence of a deity. Master, I report that Tang Shan was rescued by the Vice Captain of the Jinui, Chen Fan. That incompetent has failed once more. Upon receiving this news, the Ghost Emperor's eyes snapped open, a glint of icy light flashing within them. I have bestowed this opportunity upon him. Yet he proves to be utterly disappointing, a true waste. Such a feeble individual was granted a chance to avenge his father, and all he accomplished was to seal his own fate. The assassin replied. He was on the verge of success, but unexpectedly, Chen Fan intervened. He was no match for Chen Fan, and thus he was swiftly slain. It can only be deemed a cruel twist of fate. Chen Fan. Time and again you thwart my sacred sect's endeavors. You truly deserve punishment. With the mere utterance of Chen Fan's name, the Ghost Emperor's energy surged, causing the veil to rise without wind. A somber voice emanated from within. He has repeatedly undermined my sect. Does he genuinely believe we are powerless against him? Does he think I cannot eliminate him? What of the situation at the Carefree sect? Have they sent a response? Not yet, but it should arrive shortly. I have nurtured him for so long. It is now time for him to repay my kindness. Inform me the moment he arrives in Qingzhou City. By the way, how goes the cultivation of the drug subjects? The assassin answered, Master, the latest batch of drug subjects is nearly ready. Within 10 days to half a month, they will all be fully formed. However, they have lost their sanity and are akin to beasts. Although they retain their original energy, their strength is likely diminished. That poses no concern. They are merely tools. Their effectiveness may be somewhat lacking, but as long as they serve their purpose, we can cultivate new ones once they perish. The Ghost Emperor's voice was devoid of warmth. In the lower levels of the underground palace stood another hall, densely populated with figures, at least 1,000 in total. These figures were lined up neatly, eyes firmly closed, resembling terracotta warriors. Despite their apparent stillness, they possessed their own breath and heartbeat, yet remained motionless as if they were the living dead. Even the most steadfast martial artist would be unnerved by such a scene, as the sight of these animated corpses sent chills down one's spine. At the Carefree sect, the 5 remaining elders finally received the news of Rong Xiaoyao's demise and Chen Fan's rising fame. What? Impossible. This cannot be true. In the grand hall, one elder's eyes blazed red, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. The vice sect master possesses unparalleled talent and strength. How could he possibly be slain by that brash young lad, Chen Fan? I refuse to believe it. It is inconceivable. The elder gasped for breath, his vital energy emanating from him, and in an instant, he obliterated the letter sent by the minions of the demonic sect. I too found it hard to believe. What deception could the demonic sect possibly orchestrate against us? Another elder, his expression despondent, sighed and remarked, "Such news can be easily verified by anyone with intent. The demonic sect has no reason to deceive us." Are you implying that the deputy sect master is truly dead? How could that be? The deputy sect master has been the most exceptional among us for all these years. He is meant to revitalize our sect. How could he possibly meet an untimely demise? Despite the evident truth before them, the elders, who shared a close bond with Rong Xiaoyao, remained in shock, unwilling to accept it. That wretched Chen Fan. I shall slay him at once. One elder, gritting his teeth, rose to charge outside. Calm down. Such actions are futile, another elder urged him softly. Now that Chen Fan has proven capable of slaying the deputy sect master, his strength must indeed rank fourth on the earth list. He is not someone you can contend with. Yet he retorted with fury, so what if he is fourth on the earth list? Are we merely to stand by and watch him kill our own without taking action? Alas, we are not cowards, the elder replied. It is not that we do not seek revenge, but our strength alone offers no hope for retribution. The elder, who appeared the most composed, continued, given the current circumstances, we must summon the sect master to take charge. This situation is beyond our resolution. The others exchanged glances, their faces reflecting sorrow, and eventually nodded in agreement, sighing, indeed. This is our only recourse. The death of Rong Xiaoyao was a devastating blow to their sect. Although they were all masters, their advanced age left them with no potential for further growth. They had reached a standstill on the martial path, with only the option of retreat ahead of them. Rong Xiaoyao had been their sect's sole beacon of hope, and that hope had now been extinguished. They lacked the foundation to nurture another talent akin to Rong Xiaoyao. Cursed Chen Fan. If I had the power to slay him, I would risk my life to avenge the deputy sect master. And that demonic sect, with the Ghost Emperor personally oppressing our sect, must have known Chen Fan's strength from the very beginning, deliberately seeking to ensnare the deputy sect master and lead us into their trap. At this juncture, we have no choice but to leap into the pit they have dug for us. Both Chen Fan and the demonic sect must perish. The 5 elders exchanged glances, each seeing the malice in the other's eyes, the simmering hatred and bitterness towards Chen Fan and the Ghost Emperor of the demonic sect reaching its zenith. Subsequently, they made their way to the back mountain of the sect. In this secluded chamber, specifically established for the sect leader, Rong Kuaihua has been diligently engaged in solitary cultivation for an extended period. A few individuals approached the concealed stone door, kneeling on one knee in unison, and implored, "We beseech the sect leader to emerge. The situation within the sect has undergone a drastic transformation, and we, your subordinates, find ourselves powerless. We earnestly hope that you will take charge of the situation." After a brief interval, a voice emanated slowly from the stone door, inquiring, "What brings you here, esteemed elders?" The tone, though tinged with a sense of age, resonated with formidable authority, unmistakably belonging to one who has long occupied a high position. The leading elder felt a constriction in his throat but managed to respond softly. "I report to you, sect leader, that the deputy sect leader has tragically passed away." Chapter 192. Everything burdens me. Boom. As the elder's words echoed, the stone door before them shattered with a tremendous roar. Fragments of stone rained down upon the heads of the gathered individuals. Subsequently, vast waves of crimson mist erupted from within the chamber, enveloping the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. This sanguine fog continued to spread, soaring skyward and obscuring the heavens above. Wherever the blood mist drifted, nearly all vegetation withered and perished in an instant. An overwhelming aura of terror surged forth, constricting the breaths of those present. As if an invisible mountain had settled upon their shoulders, instilling a profound sense of reverence that rendered them utterly motionless. In the next moment, a shadowy figure materialized. Resembling a specter, an imposing elder stood before them. This elder, with hair and beard as red as fire, bore the weathered wrinkles of age, yet radiated an unmistakable vitality. At that moment, he was shrouded in an atmosphere of grim determination, an unspoken yet palpable intent to kill emanating from him. He was Ron Kaihua, the master of the free and unfettered sect. What has transpired? Why has the free sect met its demise? You appear to be unscathed, Ron Kaihua inquired, his blood-red brows twitching slightly as he directed his chilling gaze towards the assembled elders. Reporting to the sect master, this matter originated from the demonic sect, the Ghost Emperor. The Grand Elder dared not conceal any details and recounted the events that unfolded from the moment the Ghost Emperor arrived, leaving no stone unturned. As Ron Kaihua listened, a torrent of fury surged within him, and he instinctively clenched his fists, his nails piercing his palms, crimson droplets flowing forth unconsciously. Ghost Emperor! Ghost Emperor! You have slain my son. I will not share the heavens with you. Ron Kaihua's voice roared like the roar of dragons and tigers, causing the very ground beneath the elders to tremble. The vast expanse of blood mist seemed to resonate with the fury swelling within him, erupting in waves of ominous energy. Xiaoyao, it is my fault, dear son. I have brought you to this end. Ron Kaihua discreetly wiped the corner of his eye, anguish gnawing at his heart. The cycle of cause and effect had come full circle. The seeds sown in the past had now borne bitter fruit. Had he not chosen to accept the Ghost Emperor's offerings years ago, they would not find themselves ensnared in such dire straits, leaving his son vulnerable to fate's cruel hand. Ghost Emperor, Chen Fan. Ron Kaihua gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes gazing up at the crimson sky, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flickering within. For the slaying of my son, I, Ron Kaihua, shall not rest until our vendetta is fulfilled. Chen Fan personally took the life of his own son. Thus he must meet his demise. However, it is the Ghost Emperor who stands as the true origin of all calamities. He is the one most deserving of death. From this day forth, I, Ron Kaihua, shall live solely for two purposes. He silently vowed within his heart, swallowing countless blood and tears. Master, when the Ghost Emperor sent his envoy with a message, he requested that you hasten to Qingzhou City if you seek vengeance against Chen Fan. To discuss significant matters with them, the Grand Elder raised his head and spoke to Ron Kaihua. Humph, it is precisely this intention I harbor, Ron Kaihua replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They are all cunning foxes. Who do they think they are playing with? How could he not understand that the Ghost Emperor's invitation to Qingzhou City was merely a ploy to utilize him? Yet, he no longer cared whether he was being used. He indeed required such assistance for the time being. With his son deceased, this weary old man was now consumed by hatred. He had nothing left to lose. If the Ghost Emperor wishes to exploit him, does Ron Kaihua not have the wit to turn the tables and exploit the Ghost Emperor in return? As long as the final piece has yet to fall upon the chessboard, no one can foresee who will emerge victorious. Grand Elder, once I depart, the mountain gate shall be immediately sealed off from the outside world, forbidding any contact with external forces. Should I tragically fail to return, you shall assume the role of the sect leader and promptly relocate the mountain gate to sever all ties with the demonic sect henceforth. Ron Kaihua gazed at the Grand Elder, solemnly imparting his words. This, me, as the sect leader? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Master, I have but a short time left, my strength is feeble. How could I bear such a great responsibility? I implore you to choose another. There is no need for such modesty. This matter is settled. Apart from you, there are no more suitable candidates. Our sect is indeed in a state of decline. Ron Kaihua observed the Grand Elder intently, sighing softly. I am the greatest sinner in our sect. If it were not for my actions, we would not have been ensnared in the vortex of the demonic sect, nor would we be facing our current dire circumstances. Everything stems from me. Thus, everything falls upon my shoulders. The remaining individuals fell silent, their eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Thus, the matter was decided. I trust that with the Grand Elder at the helm and the other elders assisting, the legacy of our sect shall endure. Remember my words, regardless of future circumstances. Do not engage with the temptations of the demonic sect. Otherwise, our sect shall surely face annihilation. The demonic sect is a true pack of wolves, demons from the depths of hell. I take my leave. As his voice faded, his form transformed into a crimson apparition, vanishing into the horizon. Sect leader. The 5 elders gazed in astonishment at the direction of his departure. However, by this time, Ron Kaihua had long since disappeared from sight. They were not fools. They had discerned the resoluteness in his words. With his departure, It seemed that misfortune loomed, likely never to return. Even if he were to survive by sheer luck, he would undoubtedly refrain from returning in order to sever his sect's ties with the demonic cult. The few of them initially intended to counsel him to endure for the time being and refrain from taking action, but such a notion was utterly implausible. Setting aside the fact that the ghost emperor of the demonic cult had personally issued a decree, which left Ron Kaihua with no room for refusal, the emotions within him could never permit him to remain idle at the mountain gate, passively awaiting fate while doing nothing. Even in the face of a likely fatal outcome, he could not simply resign himself to inaction. Chapter 193. The situation on site days later, in Qingzhou City, at the town protectorate's office within Chen Fan's command. Chen Fan reclined leisurely in a lounge chair, sunlight cascading over him, illuminating his robust physique. He held a dossier in his hands, meticulously perusing its contents. The document detailed the recent disappearances of individuals in the vicinity of Qingzhou City, all of whom were, without exception, skilled martial artists from the Jianghu, with not a single ordinary citizen among them. In recent days, the Imperial Guard had failed to uncover any trace of the Lion King, leading to a waning enthusiasm regarding the matter. Throughout this period, Chen Fan had been diligently tracking clues pertaining to the demonic sect and had, in fact, made some progress. Given the previous instances of the demonic sect targeting Jianghu martial artists, he decided to pursue leads in this direction. After conducting an exhaustive examination of the dossier, he finally made some significant discoveries. Over a considerable span of time, both Qingzhou City and its neighboring counties had continuously reported cases of missing martial artists. Among these individuals were numerous innate masters and even several grandmasters. These individuals shared a commonality. They lacked powerful backing, being either solitary practitioners or warriors from minor clans. Their disappearances would not incite the scrutiny of major powers. Even if reported to the authorities, they would not attract significant attention. While the Imperial Guard had dispatched personnel to investigate, they had only managed to recover a few bodies, with the remaining individuals seemingly vanishing without a trace, as if they had inexplicably evaporated from existence. The bodies found amounted to less than 1% of the total number of missing persons. However, these individuals were merely Jianghu martial artists, and since no one had come forward to report their disappearances, the Imperial Guard eventually let the matter slip into obscurity. After all, it was a Jianghu affair, and the officials were reluctant to intervene. As long as the situation did not involve innocent civilians, they preferred to allow the Jianghu to resolve their own issues. The stance of these institutions regarding Jianghu matters was remarkably consistent. Provided that there was no threat to the imperial court and no harm to the general populace, they turned a blind eye to such occurrences. Even though the number of missing martial artists was considerable and the circumstances rather peculiar, it could simply be attributed to a single malevolent figure wreaking havoc. In due time, when this individual eventually revealed themselves, the Imperial Guard could mobilize personnel to eliminate the threat, which would be timely and fortuitous. Moreover, by then, they would likely garner attention, allowing the Imperial Guard to not only assert their authority, but also win the hearts of the martial artists across the realm. Achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Even Chen Fan, had he not uncovered potential ties between this incident and the demonic sect, would not have paid it much heed. With so many Jianghu martial artists missing, what ulterior motives could the demonic sect possibly harbor? Chen Fan set the dossier aside, immediately descending into deep contemplation. In recent days, through the analysis of the case files, he increasingly suspects that a sinister force, possibly a demonic sect, is behind these events. This hardly seems like the handiwork of mere martial artists. Where previously there was only a faint suspicion of the demonic sect's involvement, now it has escalated to a substantial 70% certainty. After all, among the missing martial artists, there are indeed renowned masters. Aside from the demonic sect, what other factions possess the capability to simultaneously capture such a multitude of skilled martial artists? Furthermore, the operation has been executed with remarkable precision. Aside from a few cases that might genuinely be motivated by vengeance, the rest exhibit an impeccably clean trail, devoid of any clues. Such a level of sophistication would challenge even the most skilled members of the Genie Way. After much contemplation, it seems that only the demonic sect aligns with these characteristics and possesses the necessary capability. Could it be that the demonic sect is currently short-handed and seeks to capture these martial artists to bolster their strength? This notion flickered briefly in his mind, but Chen Fan could not help but chuckle to himself and shake his head. The demonic sect, in the public's perception, has always been regarded as the foremost power beneath the official realm, boasting a multitude of adherents and masters. Such a formidable force would not risk capturing a mere handful of martial artists. As he pondered, A chief envoy hurriedly approached him, bowing respectfully and reporting, "Sir, we have received intelligence that a fierce battle has erupted in the eastern outskirts of Qingzhou City, suspected to involve master-level combatants. Reinforcements from the Jinfu Sea are requested." Upon hearing this, a spark of intensity ignited in Chen Fan's eyes. This incident could very well be the key to unraveling the mystery. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Let us proceed to the eastern outskirts." Chen Fan, accompanied by a small contingent, swiftly made his way to a copse in the eastern outskirts. Upon his arrival, he found that a nearby squad of chief envoys was already stationed there. "Hi Jean, I greet you, Sir Chen," one of the leading envoys exclaimed, his demeanor brightening at the sight of Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. "No need for excessive formalities. Please, first provide an overview of the situation." As he spoke, he advanced towards the closest signs of battle. Hai Jin followed closely behind, detailing his reconnaissance findings. Hai Jin was among those dispatched for patrol today. Although hope had dwindled concerning the search for the Lion King, the chief envoys still clung to a glimmer of optimism. The hierarchy within the Jin Yi was exceedingly rigid, making any advancement a Herculean task. This opportunity was indeed a rare chance for these lower-ranked envoys. Should they uncover any trace of the Lion King, it could pave the way for them to align themselves with the prestigious He family. While the upper echelons of the Jin Yi were at odds with the He family, this did not concern the lower ranks, for to them, the He family remained an insurmountable behemoth. Gao Jin was among those members of the Jin Yi, eager to gain favor with the He family. After a day of patrolling the streets with his subordinates, he found himself devoid of any fruitful discoveries. Just when he thought that the day would end in futility and was about to return to the town guard for some respite, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a fierce duel between masters. Although the eastern outskirts were a remote area, they were still within the confines of Qingzhou City. The two combatants unleashed their might here, causing collateral damage that obliterated numerous homes and claimed the lives of many innocents. Faced with such a dire situation, the Jinui could not feign ignorance. Thus, they promptly dispatched messengers to the town guard seeking assistance, which ultimately led to the timely arrival of Chen Fan. Chapter 194. The Grasp of the Underworld. Who are the combatants? Chen Fan inquired. Gao Jin's expression revealed a hint of trepidation as he finally shook his head and replied, "My lord, those two individuals are exceedingly formidable. My subordinates had no chance to approach, thus we could not ascertain their identities. However, from a distance, I vaguely discerned that one was clad in a black robe and donned a mask resembling a ghoul. The other wielded a meteor hammer, was of robust physique, and possessed considerable strength. They exchanged merely 20 or 30 blows, yet the masked figure effortlessly claimed victory and subsequently took the other away. My subordinates were powerless to track the movements of the masked man and could only watch helplessly as he departed, awaiting reinforcements from our magistracy." Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan fell into a moment of contemplation. Another masked figure. It seemed certain that the demonic sect was involved. The mention of this ghoul-masked individual immediately led Chen Fan to associate it with the demonic sect, since, according to Tang Shan's account, the one who had attacked his close friend, Qin Hao, was also a masked figure, who in the martial world wields a meteor hammer. Chen Fan pondered the identity of the masked man's opponent. It was not difficult to deduce the identity of a master who employed such an uncommon weapon. After all, those who favored this weapon were exceedingly rare, and this particular individual was a true master. Could it be this person, the Meteor Hammer King? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan's mind zeroed in on a singular individual, Jiang Wenxuan, known as the Meteor Hammer King. His exclusive weapon was indeed a meteor hammer, and he was one of the few masters skilled in its use. A mid-stage master, he predominantly operated in the vicinity of Qingzhou City. Though Jiang Wenxuan was not affiliated with the court, he maintained significant connections with various governmental institutions, as he was a bounty hunter. A bounty hunter is one who earns a living by collecting rewards offered by the court. Each time the court issued a warrant to apprehend notorious bandits, murderous fiends, or even remnants of the demonic sect, a substantial bounty accompanied it. As long as one could prove they had captured the target, they would be entitled to the corresponding reward, regardless of the target's fate. While many bounty hunters roamed the martial world, Jiang Wenxuan distinguished himself among them. He collaborated with the Jinui and the Six Doors for many years, contributing significantly during that time. Even with his status as a master, the Jinui and Six Doors had once lowered their stature to extend lucrative invitations for him to join, but Jiang Wenxuan consistently found reasons to decline, preferring the freedom of being an independent bounty hunter. The fact that the ghoul-masked man was able to capture such a formidable master was a testament to his exceptional prowess. He was, at the very least, a late-stage master. Chen Fan assessed the masked man's strength in his heart. Capturing the living is undeniably a far more formidable challenge than taking a life. Moreover, the spectre-like figure accomplished this feat in merely 20 to 30 moves, further elevating Chen Fan's assessment of his prowess. It is quite possible that he is a master at the pinnacle of his craft, perhaps even one of those listed among the elite. After contemplating these revelations, Chen Fan immediately commenced a meticulous examination of the battle's aftermath. Within this grove, at least a dozen substantial trees had been cleaved in two, initially surmising that they had been shattered by an extraordinary force. The ground bore several deep impressions, evidently created by this powerful strike. Chen Fan scrutinized these depressions, sensing a familiar aura emanating from them. The underworld yellow spring palm, he murmured. His suspicions regarding the orchestrator of this incident being affiliated with the demonic sect solidified to an absolute certainty. While he could not ascertain their precise intentions, it was undeniable that this affair was intricately linked to the demonic sect. Even if they were not directly responsible, their shadow loomed large over the situation. Though the underworld yellow spring palm is a technique found in various malevolent cults, only those within the demonic sect could master it to such an extraordinary degree. The technique had nearly reached perfection, and within the records of the Imperial Guard, none who wielded this palm had ever attained such formidable strength. Based on this alone, there was no doubt that this individual belonged to the demonic sect. With these deductions made, Chen Fan promptly rose and made his way back to the town protector's office, eager to relay his findings to Shen Shinran. After listening intently to Chen Fan's report, Shen Shinran's brow furrowed deeply. If your assessment is correct, then the demonic sect has been covertly capturing martial experts from the Jianghu for some time now? Indeed, Chen Fan confirmed. Have you estimated the number they have ensnared by now? The figures reported have already surpassed 100, and I suspect the actual number is significantly greater, he replied, inhaling deeply as his demeanor turned serious. Among the over 100 martial experts I have catalogued, most are innate masters, with several being grandmasters. Today, with the addition of a meteoric diamond, the count of grandmasters has risen once more. However, these figures are merely those reported. The deaths and disappearances of martial experts are typically not recorded by the authorities, so the true number captured by the demonic sect is undoubtedly far higher. Upon hearing Chen Fan's assessment, Shen Shinran's countenance darkened ominously. A chilling aura radiated from him, and traces of bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. What are the demonic sect's intentions? Capturing such a multitude of martial experts must be part of a grand scheme. Chen Fan shook his head at this moment. I cannot determine their motives. Until they reveal themselves, we can only speculate about their designs. However, we must prepare ourselves before they do. Waiting for their revelation may well be too late. Bang! Shen Shinran abruptly rose to his feet, striking the table with considerable force, leaving behind a profound imprint of his palm. Indeed, you are correct. We cannot remain passive in the face of adversity. He inhaled deeply and turned to Chen Fan, saying, You must continue to investigate the whereabouts of the demonic sect and see if there are any further revelations. I must immediately enter the palace to report these matters to the commander and his majesty. Rest assured, third brother, I will take care of it, Chen Fan replied earnestly, nodding with determination. Shen Shinran approached Chen Fan and firmly patted him on the shoulder. I appreciate your efforts. If we succeed in this endeavor, I shall personally advocate for your merits before His Majesty, and you shall not be overlooked. Chapter 195. Celestial Anomalies. The demonic sect is not to be trifled with. One must be vigilant regarding one's safety. Should one encounter a formidable foe, the preservation of life must take precedence. Shen Shinran earnestly cautioned Chen Fan. Rest assured, third brother, I am still young. I shall prioritize my own safety, Chen Fan replied. Shen Shinran chuckled heartily, patting Chen Fan on the back before departing the room. Chen Fan observed him leave and promptly followed suit. Now that he had undertaken this mission, he resolved to approach it with seriousness. After all, there remained an unfinished task concerning the Ghost Emperor. In the ensuing days, Chen Fan diligently pursued leads related to the demonic sect. During this time, several fierce confrontations among martial masters transpired, yet Chen Fan consistently arrived just moments too late. By the time he reached the scene, the battles had already concluded, and the ghost-faced adversary had long since vanished. In the subterranean lair of the demonic sect within Qingzhou City, a death warrior knelt before the Ghost Emperor, respectfully reporting, My lord, the Jinyui have begun to take particular notice of the recent disappearances of martial experts. Each time such incidents arise, skilled fighters are dispatched to the scene. I suspect they may have discerned that these occurrences are instigated by us. The Ghost Emperor chuckled darkly, a note of disdain in his voice. Discerned? Even if they have, what of it? These imbeciles are far too late to understand. They likely remain oblivious to my true intentions. As for that Chen Fan, it seems he is the one who arrives at the scene each time. Let him investigate. He shall uncover nothing of value. A dying man may continue to thrash about a while longer. By the way, where is Rong Kaihu at present? Reporting to you. My lord, Rong Kaihu has arrived in Qingzhou City and is currently waiting in the royal manor. Good, good, good. As long as he is here. The ghost emperor lifted his gaze, his eyes radiating an eerie crimson light. Convey the order. In 7 days, we shall commence the dragon slaughter plan. Yes, I shall obey. A subtle change rippled through the previously wooden demeanor of the death warriors, their voices quivering with excitement and anticipation. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, rousing from slumber. The sky had yet to brighten. It was still the early hours of dawn. He stepped outside, inhaling the brisk air that felt remarkably refreshing at this hour. Raising his gaze to the newly dawning sky, the first light seemed to pierce through the lingering darkness, casting a warm glow upon Chen Fan. However, he suddenly felt a stirring in his chest. This sensation was strikingly familiar, akin to a premonition. Such feelings often arise just before significant events unfold. Without any discernible reason, he felt as though a colossal stone was pressing upon his heart, rendering his breath laborious. There were no forewarnings, merely an indistinct sensation. The last time he experienced such a feeling was prior to the ambush on the Qing family. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous portent. A whimsical thought. Could it be at this moment? His spontaneous intuitions had repeatedly proven their significance, almost invariably heralding impending events. At this juncture, could it be connected to the demonic sect? Yet, in what form could it manifest? Chen Fan inhaled deeply, aware that this occurrence was undoubtedly linked to the vanished martial arts masters. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. An elusive layer of understanding just out of reach. Unable to fathom it, he chose to dismiss the thought. Regardless of what transpired today, he felt reassured that someone taller would bear the brunt if the heavens were to collapse. Although he himself was tall, he was not the tallest among them. He earnestly instructed Qing Yunzhu and his in-laws to remain vigilant and seek refuge at the slightest sign of trouble, prioritizing their own safety. With that, he made his way directly to the town protector's office. As before, he gleaned no insights whatsoever, and as evening fell, he could only hope that his intuition was erroneous. Chen Fan sighed, his brow still knitted in concern. Just as he stepped out of the town protector's office, a startled shout arose from the entrance. Come quickly and see. Responding to the commotion, Chen Fan emerged to find a throng of imperial guards gathered beside the gate. All eyes were turned skyward, occasionally pointing and murmuring among themselves. Following their gaze, he beheld the sunset, which was gradually descending. Yet, this evening's sunset bore a striking transformation. The once vibrant golden hue had morphed into a blood-red shade. As it sank deeper, the color intensified, evolving into a somber hue reminiscent of the netherworld. Above the cloudless sky, vast billowing clouds of flame emerged, slowly materializing as if a gash had been carved into the heavens. These fiery clouds lingered ominously, and with their proliferation, Chen Fan felt an increasing weight upon his heart. They loomed like a great mountain stretching across the sky in all directions. After their emergence, the clouds began to morph, resembling mythical creatures in the sky. Some roared like tigers descending from the mountains, while others soared like phoenixes. Yet, the most striking figures were two dragon-like entities. Entwined as they seemed to engage in a fierce struggle, the fiery clouds gradually became suffused with red, as though blood were seeping from their very forms. With a deft motion of his toes, Chen Fan ascended to the rooftop, where he gazed at the swirling crimson clouds above. His fists clenched slowly, a sense of unease washing over him. Something was amiss. Such a transformation in the sky could not occur without reason. His expression grew grave. Every muscle in his body tensed in anticipation. The heavens had shown a portent, and surely, it heralded the emergence of malevolent beings that would wreak havoc upon the world. Meanwhile, within the esteemed confines of Baifeng Pavilion, in a top-tier private room, the elder of heavenly mechanisms sipped from a delicate cup of tea, reclining in his chaise longue as he observed the vast expanse of fiery clouds outside. For a fleeting moment, a shift flickered in his gaze before settling back to its usual calm. He swirled the tea in his cup, murmuring to himself, "How intriguing. This truly is fascinating." Chapter 196. The sudden turmoil in the imperial city. Truly, this is the imperial city of the great Hua dynasty, a place incomparable to the outside world. The courtesan, upon witnessing the scene, smiled gently and stepped forward to refill the elder Tianji's cup. "What are you saying, esteemed elder?" Her exquisite face bore a subtle smile as she spoke with a breath as fragrant as orchids. Elder Tianji chuckled and embraced her warmly. "I speak of you beautiful ladies. As the saying goes, one must not forsake beauty and wine in this world. With both present, I find joy in my heart. Is it not permissible for an old man to murmur a few words? The courtesan laughed softly, but chose to remain silent. Elder Tianji took the wine jug from her hand and drank deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, fine wine. Now, let the music play on and the dance continue." He seemed utterly unconcerned by the ominous celestial changes occurring outside. In Qingzhou City, atop a towering spire, a blood-red figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. It was Rong Kaihua. He gazed at the peculiarities in the sky with an expression of serene indifference. All causes and effects shall culminate today, regardless of life or death. It begins with me and shall end with me. He exhaled, Ghost Emperor. The ties between us shall reach a resolution this day. His murmurs were barely audible, known only to himself. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, kneeling at a distance. My lord, all is prepared. The Ghost Emperor has given orders and hopes you will proceed as planned. Rong Kaihua continued to gaze at the heavens, not even turning his head. Heh, I am aware, he replied. As soon as the words left his lips, the kneeling figure emitted a muffled groan, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. His body began to weaken, his features contorting in agony. He collapsed to the ground, clutching himself and attempting to utter fragmented syllables, as though trying to convey a message, yet no words escaped his lips. Soon, his skin flushed crimson, becoming almost translucent, revealing the veins and organs beneath. Then, he began to burn slowly from within, engulfed by an invisible inferno. In an instant, he was reduced to mere ashes. At this moment, Rong Kaihua turned to face the aftermath, lightly brushing his sleeve, and the ashes dispersed into the wind, leaving no trace behind. His blood-red figure vanished, leaving only the echoes of the wind atop the tower. Everything that had transpired seemed but a fleeting dream, as if nothing had ever occurred. On the bustling streets of Qingzhou City, a decrepit beggar, reeking of filth and oozing sores, staggered along the path. Both of his feet were crippled, rather than walking. He appeared to be crawling. He held a broken bowl in his hand and approached a seemingly robust martial artist of the underworld. With a tone of desperation, he pleaded, Esteemed sir, I beg of you, please spare a few coins. This old man has not eaten for many days and is on the brink of starvation. The muscular man cast a disdainful glance at him, his face contorting in revulsion as he forcibly held his breath and stepped back a few paces. What a foul beggar! How dare you ask me for money? Begone, and swiftly. If you dare approach again, I shall break both your arms. Overwhelmed by the stench, he stepped over the old man without a second glance, leaving behind a vile spit. Observing the man's retreating figure, the old beggar unexpectedly broke into a twisted smile, a look of perverse satisfaction crossing his face. He muttered softly, I had intended to spare your life, but if you seek death so fervently, I shall grant you your wish. Chuckling to himself, he began to crawl away from the scene. Yet, at the very moment of his disappearance, the previously robust man let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground and weeping uncontrollably. Bystanders, perplexed and terrified, instinctively recoiled, pointing and whispering amongst themselves with expressions of bewilderment. The formidable man, amidst his cries, clawed at his own skin as though something lurked beneath. In no time, every inch of his body that his fingers could reach was devoid of flesh. Suddenly, he shrieked in agony, spewing forth dark blood, his orifices bleeding profusely. Mere moments later, he drew his last breath, his eyes wide open, reflecting an abyss of pain and terror. Ah, a dead man, a dead man. Run and report to the authorities, quickly. Witnessing the once vibrant man perish in such a gruesome manner, the crowd of onlookers scattered in abject fear, their screams echoing in the air. The women fled first, followed closely by the self-proclaimed valiant men, none daring to gaze upon the horrific scene of death. Only a few intrepid martial artists stole glances, surmising that the man had succumbed to poison. However, the identity of the poisoner and the nature of the poison were far beyond their comprehension. It was astonishing that such a seemingly skilled individual could be poisoned to death in plain sight, with such a horrific demise. Indicating that only a master of toxins could achieve such a feat, they had no desire to become embroiled in the affair and hastily departed. This man was the first to fall victim to the poison, but certainly not the last. In a short span of time, dozens more would soon meet the same tragic fate, each one having had prior contact with the old beggar. In the city of Qingzhou, within a tavern, a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and clad only in his bare skin, staggered inside. Waiter, hurry up and fill my wine gourd to the brim with the finest drink you have. Do you hear me? The inebriated man approached the counter and slammed the gourd down. His gaze, though hazy, still held a glimpse of arrogance and defiance. The waiter, taken aback by this display, mustered the courage to approach with a forced smile upon hearing the man's demand. However, upon touching the gourd, the waiter shivered and nearly fell. For what appeared to be an ordinary gourd weighed a staggering several dozen pounds, requiring all his strength to lift it. What manner of person is this? He pondered. To handle such a heavy gourd with ease suggests he is not an ordinary man. I must serve him well. A sense of trepidation gripped the waiter as he realized he was indeed dealing with a significant patron. Gritting his teeth, he transported the gourd to the filling station. Soon, the gourd was filled, becoming even heavier. The waiter, struggling, managed to bring it back, and, upon releasing it, the blue brick floor cracked under the weight. The drunken giant effortlessly lifted the gourd and tilted his head back to drink heartily. He gulped for an extended period before suddenly spraying the waiter with a mouthful of wine. Cracking his wrist with a loud snap, he thundered, "You dare serve me counterfeit wine? It reeks like horse urine." The waiter, flustered, stammered, "Sir, you jest. Our establishment has been a century-old tavern. How could we possibly engage in such deceit? Perhaps you might try again?" "What?" The giant bellowed, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Are you suggesting I have wronged you? Let me make this clear. I have never falsely accused anyone. If I say you sell fake wine, then you sell fake wine. Do you dare to retort?" Upon hearing this, the waiter's expression darkened. He was merely a server, not a lifeless object. Even clay figures can exhibit some spirit. It was evident that this man was trouble, and there was no need for further politeness. Without uttering a word, he turned to seek out the manager to resolve the issue. However, just as he began to turn, a gust of wind rushed past him before he could react. The giant's massive hand struck him on the head with a resounding slap. Crack! The sound resembled that of a watermelon hitting the ground, and astonishingly, the waiter's head burst open, his headless body collapsing to the floor. The surrounding patrons were stunned, and only after a moment did they comprehend the horror, screaming as they rushed toward the exit in a frenzy. The middle-aged man paid no heed to the corpse, spitting disdainfully. "This is the fate of those who dare sell me counterfeit wine." With that, he raised the gourd once more and took a long, mighty swig. "Wait, it's empty?" He staggered drunkenly, attempting to spill a few drops of liquor onto the ground from his gourd, realizing there was none left. A surge of inner strength erupted from his body, shattering all the wine jars in an instant. Subsequently, under the influence of his inner power, the spilled liquor seemed to have found its master. Half flowed back into the gourd while the other half surged into his mouth. Only after he had consumed all the liquid did he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, now this is the real deal." He then swayed his way out through the door. Long after his departure, the proprietor cautiously emerged from the backyard, then hurriedly rushed to report the incident to the authorities. This was the imperial city, beneath the emperor's feet, and such brazen acts of violence in public were rare occurrences. Even when they did occur, they were swiftly addressed by the elite guards. However, at that very moment, not only in his tavern but also on various streets, numerous similar homicides unfolded. The culprits were skilled martial artists, and the victims came from diverse backgrounds, each with their own motives for being targeted. It seemed as though these martial practitioners had conspired to unleash chaos together, embarking on a spree of indiscriminate killings. At that same time, they faced challenges, creating turmoil in every corner and rendering all institutions within Qingzhou City exceedingly busy. The local magistrates and officials of the Department of Justice received countless reports of the incidents, but dispatching all the constables proved futile. Moreover, these martial practitioners were not individuals the constables could easily handle. Each possessed considerable skill. As the situation escalated, the cases were quickly handed over to the elite guards and the Six Doors organization. Chen Fan, who had been preparing to leave, found himself compelled to stay and work overtime. The gravity of the situation necessitated that even high-ranking members of the elite guards remain on duty. "Sir Chen, a grievous homicide has occurred here. The assailant is a somewhat effeminate young man, and there are dozens of victims. Please, take swift action to apprehend him, regardless of his fate," reported a chief officer, holding the freshly issued command in his hands. Chen Fan merely acknowledged with a grunt, refraining from further discourse, and promptly led his men towards the scene. An unsettling sensation weighed heavily upon him, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Could this incident be linked to today's celestial phenomena? Was it a warning prompted by a fleeting whim? Nevertheless, he resolved to prioritize the task at hand. In the middle of the street stood a somewhat handsome young man, his face smeared with blood, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beneath his feet lay a dozen corpses. Upon noticing Chen Fan's arrival, he turned his head, revealing an eerie grin. Chen Fan observed the bodies, each exhibiting no visible external wounds apart from a conspicuous red dot at the center of their foreheads, evidently the work of a concealed weapon. "What a lunatic!" Chen Fan furrowed his brow as he observed the man, who, despite being drenched in blood from his own dark deeds, had resorted to using concealed weapons for murder. At this hour, the streets were devoid of any pedestrians. When confronted with the specter of death, people tend to flee with great haste. Only a few curious eyes peeked from behind nearby windows, but they were swiftly pulled away by their parents. Chen Fan cast a calm glance at the man and commanded, "Take him down." "Yes, my lord." The captain of his subordinates wasted no time and promptly engaged the man in combat. However, upon witnessing the arrival of the Imperial Guards, the man exhibited not a shred of fear. Instead, he laughed with even greater abandon. His prowess was surprisingly feeble, merely that of a first-rate warrior. In no time, the captain subdued him. "My lord, he has been captured." "Very well." Chen Fan stepped forward, approaching the man. Yet, before he could scrutinize him further, he was startled by a fit of maniacal laughter that abruptly ceased. To his astonishment, the man was now spewing black blood, having already succumbed to death. As his subordinates stood in stunned silence, Chen Fan reached out to check for signs of breath, his expression darkening. "He is dead." "Dead? Just like that?" His subordinates were equally perplexed. What manner of person was this? A mere madman? Or perhaps a hired assassin from some troublemaking faction? Were they truly so unafraid of the Imperial Guards that they would dare to unleash such chaos? Chapter 197, Lord Chen Fan. In the heart of the Imperial City, a madman brazenly committed murder in broad daylight, and astonishingly, not only did he remain at the scene, but upon being apprehended by the Imperial Guards, he swiftly took his own life, leaving everyone bewildered regarding his motives. If his intent was to kill, one would expect him to flee after the act. Could he truly be oblivious to the inevitable arrival of the Imperial Guards? Moreover, what purpose did his assault on a group of innocent civilians serve? What conceivable advantage could be gained from such brutality? To speak candidly, the lives of common folk, aside from those of their loved ones, often go unnoticed by others. What right did a suspected assassin have to slaughter them? The Imperial Guards exchanged puzzled glances, grappling with the perplexing situation. Even Chen Fan found himself lost in contemplation. His brow furrowed in confusion. Despite his uncertainty, an internal alarm rang loudly within him, signaling that the circumstances were far more complex than they appeared. From the very outset of the day, he had sensed an unusual urgency, signifying that significant events were unfolding. Coupled with the recent celestial anomalies, Chen Fan was convinced that something sinister lurked beneath the surface. This was merely the prelude to a greater turmoil. With a sigh, he resolved that regardless of the unfolding chaos, he would confront whatever came his way. He instructed his subordinate to take the corpse back for further examination. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the air, drawing Chen Fan's attention. His gaze sharpened, and upon pinpointing the sound's origin, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning. With a deft leap, he traversed the rooftops. Upon reaching a vantage point, he beheld a woman frantically fleeing, pursued by a man who appeared to be in a deranged state, muttering incoherently as he chased her. The woman, in her desperation, stumbled into a narrow alleyway, where she collapsed in despair, gazing hopelessly ahead. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, and with a flick of his fingers, unleashed a stream of energy that pierced the air like a finely tuned arrow, striking the man and felling him instantly. When the woman regained her senses, she found only a lifeless body before her. Yet, by then, Chen Fan had already vanished from sight. With no time to linger on the woman's plight, he swiftly ascended to a towering structure. Heightening his senses to their utmost, he attentively listened to the tumultuous events unfolding within the Imperial City. The howling winds were interspersed with frantic cries for help, anguished screams, and the chilling sounds of maniacal laughter and ramblings. He observed squads of Imperial Guards navigating the streets and alleys, tirelessly apprehending criminals and aiding the distressed populace. Chen Fan had never witnessed such a widespread mobilization of the Imperial Guards within the Imperial City. Even the members of the Six Doors are now collaborating with the Jinui, putting aside their previous hostilities. What could possibly account for this situation? Chen Fan inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed tightly, and his expression darkened ominously. The current circumstances, combined with today's myriad contrasts, unmistakably indicated that a significant event was unfolding. He glanced at the sky. The sun was gradually descending, casting the world into dimness. Strangely, the fiery clouds that should have dissipated were, instead, spreading further, as if a sea of blood were blazing fiercely above. Chen Fan returned to his origin, leading the Jinui back to the town protector's office. On their way back, they managed to dispatch 5 or 6 criminals with ease. Each of these individuals appeared to be utterly deranged. "Hey, Jinui up ahead, be cautious. This one is a congenital master. Do take heed." As they reached a certain street, they encountered another lunatic, who was closely pursued by a squad of catchers from the 6 doors. As the madman prepared to strike, the catchers, in a moment of panic, called out for assistance. Despite their usual competitive relationship, the urgency of the situation called for a warning. However, in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as Chen Fan struck out with a palm, shattering the madman's skull in one decisive blow. Blood splattered, leaving the 6 doors catchers behind in a state of shock and confusion. The one who had spoken found his words caught in his throat, gasping in disbelief. This was a congenital master, yet he was dispatched with such ease. What manner of being was Chen Fan, and what strength did he possess? The leader among them was a silver-clad catcher, akin to a 100 household captain in the Jinui, and also a congenital master. Earlier, he had engaged the madman in battle, and it had been a stalemate, perhaps even slightly to his disadvantage. Yet, he had not anticipated that the dangerous criminal he had perceived would be so effortlessly vanquished by Chen Fan. A chill ran down his spine. Even he would likely have met his demise in that singular strike. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord," the silver-clad catcher said cautiously. "I am a silver-clad catcher of the 6 doors. May I ask for your name?" Chen Fan merely cast a glance his way and replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks." It was but a simple effort. He chose not to elaborate further and waved his hand, continuing on his journey. As the 100 household captain passed by the silver-clad catcher, he patted his shoulder with a flourish and declared, "Brother, our master is Chen Fan of the Jinui, 1,000 household captain. Surely, you have heard tales of his exploits?" With that, he laughed and moved on, his fellow Jinui walking with heads held high and an air of pride. Under the auspices of such a formidable figure, their confidence soared. Chen Fan. What? He is actually Chen Fan? Recently, the 4th-ranked individual on the local leaderboard triumphed over several defiant masters before the gates of the town defense office. Such prowess is truly worthy of the 4th rank. Alas, this represents the pinnacle of mastery. If only I could ascend to such heights in my lifetime. You a master? If you possess innate talent, it would be a miracle indeed. Upon learning of Chen Fan's esteemed reputation, the silver-clad constable watched him depart with profound reverence, and the dozen or so constables behind him engaged in animated discussion. To have interacted with such a distinguished figure and to have received his assistance is an experience they will surely boast about upon their return.